The richest man in Jiangqing sent someone to tie me up like a rice dumpling and throw me into the car in the middle of the night just to let me sleep with his daughter. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself being tightly hugged by a little girl I had never met before. The girl's silly hair on top of her head kept swaying, and she had a smug expression as if saying, "I finally caught you." I was completely dumbfounded when I saw the situation, trying to struggle, but unexpectedly being held even tighter. Feeling the softness on my stomach, I looked at the richest man with embarrassment on my face. However, the richest man turned his head away as if he understood my feelings. Helpless, I could only let the girl sleep soundly on me. Before long, I felt that my front was completely wet with saliva. At this point, I was too weak to complain, and could only lament in my heart, what on earth is going on? Looking at the night scene flying outside the car window, I am very sure that the car is heading in a certain direction. Just as the car passed by a luxurious villa, it suddenly stopped. Standing at the entrance of the villa was a hot-bodied young woman, who quickly walked over when she saw me. I glanced at the girl who was still sleeping soundly on me, and I was very sure that the woman in front of me was the girl's mother. After a bit of pulling and tugging, I walked into the villa. Just as I put the girl on the sofa, she rubbed her eyes, blinked, and then found me sitting on the side. She then crossed over and hugged me. At this moment, the young woman from earlier also brought a plate of fruits over. "Dija, come and eat some fruits." At this point, I was already at a loss for words. My name is Li Yan. Can you tell me why you call me Dija? The young woman sat on my right, holding the girl's hand, gently stroking it as she said, "We know your name is Li Yan, but Momo is used to calling you Dija, so we just go along with it." I wiped my face and asked in confusion, "I still don't understand. Child, do you remember what happened 12 years ago? At that time, you were still in an orphanage. How could I forget? It was the source of my nightmares for over a decade. At that time, I was mischievous and went alone to the dilapidated temple in the back mountains. Curiously peering through the crack in the door, I saw a scene that would haunt me for a lifetime. A girl lying quietly behind the threshold, her skin waxen yellow, a look of fear lingering on her small face, her belly slashed open, her insides emptied, blood pooling on the ground. Beside her were 5 bound girls, their mouths stuffed with rags, eyes filled with terror. One pair of twin sisters had even fainted. On the altar of the temple lay another girl. The middle-aged man, with a fierce expression on his face, raised a gleaming sharp knife, about to strike down. I don't know why, facing such a terrifying scene, I didn't run away. Although trembling all over, I quickly picked up a stone from the ground and fiercely smashed it towards the temple gate. The door panel clang smashed to the ground, and the 8-year-old me shouted loudly, "Don't be afraid, Ultraman is here." The middle-aged man was stunned, and I took advantage of his unpreparedness, picked up a stone and fiercely smashed it towards the back of the middle-aged man's head. Miraculously, it hit the middle-aged man's head just right, and I don't know what acupoint it hit, but the middle-aged man actually fainted and fell to the ground. I quickly picked up a sharp knife, untied all the living girls, directed the girls who could still move to lift the door panel out of the broken temple, and then placed the 2 fainted girls, the girl who couldn't move on the table, and the body on the door panel. Several children worked together to drag them down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, we happened to encounter a police car. It was only then that I realized, and I was extremely scared. I sent a little girl to call the police uncle, and then sneaked back to the welfare home. When I grow up, every time I think of this, I feel that it is probably the most glorious moment of my life. But when I think of that dead girl, I feel choked up again. Thinking of this, I instinctively rubbed the head of the girl in my arms. This sister should be one of them at that time. The girl's mother held her daughter's hand and said gratefully, "We don't know how to thank you." The girl's mother now recalls, feeling her eyes welling up, and moved to say, "You were only 8 years old at the time, and the next target for that bad person was my daughter. I can tell you with certainty that you saved 6 lives. If there had been a big commotion when the police were searching, or if he had heard the sirens of the police car, that bad person would have killed all the children without hesitation. The bad guy actually had a daughter, but her organs were taken away by powerful people. In order to seek revenge, he kidnapped all the girls of similar age and prominent background in the city." At this point, the girl's father picked up a piece of hammy melon and interrupted our conversation, saying, "Child, stop talking, the matter is already in the past." I took the fruit, said thank you, then raised my head in confusion and asked, "So, what did uncle and auntie find me for?" Although the girl was very gentle and comfortable to hold, I felt really embarrassed in front of her parents. Upon hearing this, a hint of bitterness appeared on the face of the girl's father. Those girls who survived all have varying degrees of post-traumatic stress disorder, especially my daughter. Because of that incident, she still can't speak. Every time she would scream and ask why Ultraman hasn't come yet. The so-called Ultraman is you. Originally, we didn't want to disturb your life, so we used AR technology to create a virtual 8-year-old version of you to comfort her. But as she grew older, Momo has already realized the difference between virtual and reality, so she has been insisting on finding you. When it comes to this, the girl's father stood up and bowed deeply. As a father, I beg you to help my daughter. I really don't know what to do, because there was a girl sleeping on his body. I couldn't get up to help, but pretending not to be moved was fake. Uncle, don't say that. I will help. Please don't be like this. The girl's father couldn't help but shed tears when he heard it, holding my hand and thanking me repeatedly. Thank you so much. The girl's father wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and said, Jiang-won, you go and give Momo a bath first. I will talk more with Xiaoli. Upon hearing this, the girl's mother took out a 3D mask from the sofa crevice, put it on her face, and gently patted her daughter's shoulder, saying, Momo, go take a bath. I was stunned at the sight. Momo rubbed her eyes, looked up at the 2 Li Yan in front of her, then reached out and pinched my face, followed by a kiss, with a smug smile on her face, as if saying, you think you can fool me too? The girl's mother was in a dilemma when she saw this. Do you mean that Xiaoli will have to bathe Momo in the future? Upon hearing this, I shuddered all over, looked at the girl in my arms, and said gently, Momo, only bad girls would let boys bathe them. I hate bad girls the most. Momo pouted, finally got off me, tugged at the sleeve of the girl's mother, and pressed it twice. The girl's mother's eyes flashed with tears. She took off her mask, and gave me a grateful look. Then she took her daughter's hand and walked into the bathroom, her voice soft. Darling, do you want the 8-year-old Ultraman doll today, or the 18-year-old Ultraman doll? Momo raised 2 fingers. Ah, all of them? Stranger, you are too greedy. A girl can't be that greedy. Mother Chi dotingly rubbed her daughter's head. Amazingly. You know it's the same guy. That's smart. More turned her head to look at Li Yan. Her rippling breasts trembled as she slapped them, and she was very pleased. The corner of Amazing Li's mouth twitched. That's smart. She smiled sweetly and shook her hand. Li Yan helplessly waved his hand. Go. At this point, he firmly resolved to cure GMO. Otherwise, when he woke up in the middle of the night, he would remember that somewhere in Magic City, not only was his mask hidden, but also a doll made in his likeness. That's horrible too. Father flung a pack of cigarettes. Li Yan is not pretentious. Caught and put into his pocket. It's great. It's a brand I've never seen before, so I can show it off later. It's all for moral damages. Taking a toothpick, he poked up a piece of fruit and popped it into his mouth to chew on it. His eyelids already fighting as soon as his emotions relaxed. So Li Yan went straight to the point. Uncle, how should I cooperate with your daughter's treatment? Father G moseyed his chin. The doctor's advice is to have more contact with you. Specifically wait for some time of contact before going to the doctor. Your school's neighborhood, I have a building vacant. If willing, you can first accompany my daughter to live for a period of time to try. After all, you still have school in. She also seems to be more inseparable from you, so your aunt and I sometimes can't take care of it. But don't worry, the bodyguard nanny are given to match. Life, I will give my daughter a good protection. There's no hurry. I'll trouble you to come and see her more often for the time being. As for payment, you name your price. Yenli scratched his face and casually quoted a number. 3,000? Chi's father looked disgusted. 300,000. Right. Our head bodyguard has a monthly salary of 200,000. My daughter is always worth more than that. The captain of the bodyguards coughed twice at the door. Li Yan shook his head. Then hire another person. The price is too high for me to feel at ease. Father G sighed. Then you and I will each take a step back and make $297,000 a month. Amazingly, you're being too melodramatic. 3,000 is 3,000. Ikari's father regained his jumpy personality after he broke away from the meme. Li Yan shrugged. If I can make your daughter cured, I can accept any more benefits. By the way, I'm still studying at the university. Is Chimo going to study with me in the future? Ikari's father nodded. That's what I meant. She's intellectually fine, even smart among the unusual. I wish to expose her more to the world beyond her family. Uncle, I'll do my best. Still called uncle? Amazingly, why don't you know how to tease? He teasingly looked at Li Yan and sniffled. As far as I know, you're not that rigid of a kid. Sometimes it's better to be flexible when the opportunity arrives. Amazingly, Li Yan still felt that there was still a genetic element to Chi More. He thought of one thing and was a bit embarrassed. Uncle, either. You should still personally discuss with my parents when you are free. G father nodded, tucked his hand and smiled evilly. It's no problem. Your parents are quite good at talking. That time when I asked them to trick you into going for a medical checkup and modeling for G More, they immediately agreed. Amazingly, he said why every time the family went for a physical, the parents were unusually happy. as if they had done something good. Then it's a deal. Stay near the school. It's probably going to be another 3 days or so. As per previous experience, my daughter will be more sensitive today. What do you mean by, my daughter is so cute? You don't lose out by sleeping in a room with her. Li Yan wiped his face. Sleeping together is too much. Think of something else. But, you really trust me? Father Ikari's face was expressionless. As the father of my daughter, I'm as hard as right now. But he took a hard drag on his cigarette and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Who dash? He looked at Li Yan and seemed to recall a certain period of time, and he could not help but put on a mask of pain as he said quietly, Little Li, do you know what it is like to put your daughter to sleep and still have to wear someone else's mask? 12 years. 12 whole years. And do you know how those 12 years have been for your aunt and me? Li Yan covered his face, and although he was embarrassed, he was literally cramping up from laughing so hard. Chapter 9, What the hell? It's getting late. Let's talk about something serious. Hikari's father squared his seat and clasped his hands over his chest. The way things are now, with females, she still has a certain level of acceptance, but with males other than you, she's going to be physiologically uncomfortable. The point is that her sexual orientation is normal, so if you don't cure her, then you'll have to ask her to marry you. This is the only daughter I have, and this family business will be handed over to a professional manager when the time comes, and if you can get married, I'll make sure you're clothed and fed for the rest of your lives. 3,000 a month with that condition included? Well yeah, it's not like I'm forcing you to only need 3K. Why else do you think I'm offering you 30W a month? Gollum. He gulped. Isn't my daughter pretty? Not cute? Not in good shape? After pouring money and getting the most cherished treasure in his heart, this latter would actually hesitate? Right. She can't talk, but she is just adorable. Ikebukuro's anger rose. Li Yan clearly knew that he hadn't done anything, but it seemed as if it seemed to be quite excessive, and hurriedly explained, You don't have to be so angry. I was thinking, not so much, I'm just doing a favor. You fart. You just dislike my daughter. Look down on her, and think she can't speak. She's father became furious. Li Yan quickly pacified. Uncle, I actually quite like girls with naive personalities, but she's a bit too naive. And there's no such thing as settling for the rest of your life as soon as you meet. It's too hasty, and it's not fair to your daughter either. She will always regret it the day she returns to normal. Father G pointed to his nose. You think I'm irresponsible? Giving my daughter to someone else at random? He clasped his hands to his chest and said seriously, You think I haven't investigated? Your experience from childhood to adulthood. Your height and weight medical report. For the sake of my daughter's happiness, I even know your length. Even your browser record I found a way to find out. Even the 8 characters are looking for 3 various fields of fortune tellers together. They all say good. What makes you say rate set for the rest of my daughter's life? I'm very serious. Amazingly was sleepy and had been drinking again although he threw up some. He was still a little drunk. With the two overlapping, there was no way to think properly anymore. Listening to the words of Ike's father, the brain became even more overwhelmed. In other words, the CPU had been given a dry burn. She's father breathed very sharply. You still hesitate. You just think my daughter is abnormal and dislike her. So, I was wrong. So you won't change your mind? Come on, don't make me angry. Li Yan mixed up and said, father-in-law? Good son-in-law. Now we are family. He transformed into a master face changer with a very kind smile. You child. Good. Now my daughter's belly is also big. I can only support as a father. If you betray my daughter in the future, you will be dead. Amazing Lee woke up in a flash. He shouted toward the door. Somebody. The bodyguard came over with a laptop. It's already edited as you ordered. The corner of Li Yan's mouth twitched slightly as he watched several bodyguards, with ladders, dismantle the camera in the corner of the wall. He had originally wondered why such rich people would get a camera in their own living room. Uncle, you shut up. If you marry someone else in the future, I'll send someone to pack all the electronic screens in your city to play this video on a loop. Li Yan rubbed his brow. This joke is really overdone. Uncle. Father G interrupted his spell casting again. I'm really helpless as a father. What if my daughter is not cured? I always want to guarantee you this child and do not love money. If really, the heavens hit the 5 thunderbolts, really cannot not work no more. I will not, probably will not be reluctant. And you just asked me why I trust you so much. To be honest, she's clinging to you like this now and can't stay away. As an old father I have to worry that you'll eat my daughter dry. That's why I need a little bit of protection. And I'm sure that you, little Lee, are so understanding that you're able to understand my pain. Of course, I am aware of my daughter's charms, but you must remember that if you do anything you shouldn't before the wedding. Uncle, even if he understands you better. We'll have to show this video early. Amazingly. Of course, I won't blame you for physical contact initiated by my daughter, like today, but if it comes down to the last step and she even initiates it, you have to refuse. Got it? Li Yan nodded with difficulty. Actually, I wouldn't do such a thing. You're being overly concerned. Yeah, I didn't say I didn't trust you. He nodded in agreement. He casually picked up his cell phone, opened the interface, and held down the virtual button to send a voice. The agreement drawn up earlier was sent over at dawn. Uncle, this agreement is something. Father Chi spread his hands. I will always die of old age, and I may not be able to die of a mud truck trauma someday. So I got a fund outside the country, mainly to ensure that my daughter can get faithful love. Stranger's future husband will die a horrible death if he cheats on her. Alas, pity the world's parents. He sighed. Uncle, you are really loving to stranger. Yeah, who told you to save 6 in 1? Huh? It doesn't matter, right? 12 years ago, I won't blackmail someone with this. It won't blackmail someone like you yet. What's more, I won't necessarily be with Icky more either. Amazingly, at that moment, the bathroom door opened. Both mother and daughter had changed into their pajamas, dried their hair in the hairdryer, and put on the most convenient pill hair. Li Yan looked at Chi's father and only felt envious. He was really happy to have such two angels. If only I could be this happy when I was his age. Shimore's face, because of the heat of the dance, exceptionally pink. Because it is summer, the nightgown is also very short. Below the hem is a layer of white gauze. White tight thighs, hidden in the white gauze. Da. She ran quickly to Amazingly. Amazingly looked over at Mother Icky. Mother Icky, obviously a little embarrassed, explained, she told you to take a shower. No way. I didn't persuade. Mother Icky was embarrassed. She must sleep with you. Chapter 10 Rest. She just said you snuck off earlier and was afraid you'd sneak off this time too. Yan Li, Auntie, how did you hear that? As long as there is love you can hear it. Mother Icky said seriously. One day you'll be able to hear it too. Amazingly, the point is, can I say no? Icky Moore wiggled his pink and white hand. Very anxious. No. She said she's wanted a baby for a long time. Mother Chi's face was red to the point of dripping blood. What's all this about? Mother Chi covered her head and said helplessly, I should have known not to show you those romance novels. Ji's father's face was as black as a piece of charcoal. What did the daughter say? Since I know you're going to catch Deja for Stranger, I as a mom always have to give my daughter ideas. In order to prepare Stranger a bit, I showed her some kind of almost romance text. She probably memorized the plot, and summarized a rule: women who have children win in the end. That's what she said. Although the company is busy and I occasionally go to socialize, I have never done anything out of the ordinary, nor have I cold-shouldered you. Why do you want to see that thing? Mother G was a bit aggravated. It's because the marriage is so happy. So I read stories with dramatic plots and feel that this happiness is not easy to come by. Ikari's father pondered for a moment and nodded. Then there's still a need to see it. So share it with me later. Amazingly. After a while, Father Icky added, she's not going to learn. Don't worry, there's no such episode. Chi's father nodded. Put an anti-fraud center on her phone before she learns it. Good. Ickimore's tiny head, greatly puzzled. Nothing. This kind of thing can only let Li Yan teach you. Mom and Dad cannot teach you. She nodded in understanding. Amazingly. What's all this with? Li Yan muttered in a low voice as he soaked in the jacuzzi. Rich people that inane are quite rare. Li Yan looked at the panties, pajamas, shirt, short sleeves, shorts, toothbrush, toothpaste, body wash, and shampoo that were already prepared on the side of the bathtub. Soaking in the comfortably warm bath water, he was in a bit of a trance, as if in a dream. He remembered that it was a dream about Chenyu that he had one night, similar to the reality at hand. In the dream, the two confirmed their relationship, and at Chenyu's house, her family prepared these things for him as well. But things have come to a point where the future clearly doesn't fit the dream anymore. I just didn't expect to be entertained like this just in the home of someone I just met less than 2 hours ago. Chi Moore. Li Yan thought of the touch just now. His old face flushed, shaking his head repeatedly. Asterisk is not to be done, he thought as he slathered on the shampoo. As a child, I was too timid. Though it happened to save my life, there was no contact with her afterward. And if I could have been a friend then, she would not be so dependent on visions of me now. Well, she's just relying on the person she imagines herself to be, not me. Amazingly nodded and stood up to start the shower. And these uncles and aunts, not only did they give Dean the opportunity to make a career out of it, but they also invested heavenly resources in finding parents for all of the children in that cohort. then it's also my responsibility and reward to bring her out of the haze. Li Yan's sense of mission came up. Well, amazingly, who had just gotten a little bit of air, scratched his wet hair in a messy way. Damn. The point now is that I'm going to be sleeping in a bed with a girl of average age at night. That's a sister. Dear. Ikimore is my own sister. Family like a mother. He made himself 20 sets of mental notes. He was also only 20 years old, and it was not unusual for him to have inexplicable reactions from time to time at this virile age. For example, right now on, it took another Baidu to restore sanity to the Diamond Sutra. It's not nice to be so stuck in someone's bathroom, and besides, it's so late and apparently they're all waiting. So he hurriedly washed and scrubbed, blow-dried his hair, changed into his ready clothes, and stepped out of the shower. Mother Iki brought a glass of milk. Jimore also holding half a cup, sneaking a peek, presumably want to drink with him, probably because of the craving to drink half a cup. Lips white, Ikimore was happy, his eyes curved. Mother Chi walked behind Li Yan, flipped the collar of his shirt for him, and looked at Chi Mo and instructed, Mo, when your man goes out in the future, you should take care of his appearance. Your man is so handsome. There are a lot of people who will be jealous of him. And sometimes people outside will use inexplicable manners to make things difficult for him and mock him. So this kind of small place, you have to be aware of it. Ikimore nodded his head as if he understood. Li Yan's old face reddened and coughed a few times. Auntie, I will treat stranger like my own sister. Mother Ikari looked at Father Ikari, her arms crossed, and furrowed her willowy brows. Didn't you say you've already succeeded? Are you pussy stupid? To tell you that success is success. Don't ask in your face. Ooh-hoo, so it's shyness. She winks at Li Yan. Amazingly, with trepidation, shyness, embarrassment and hesitation. Finally, being led by Mother Ikari, she entered a girly room. Bedrooms are usually not very large rooms. Chimore's room is very neatly arranged, cozy feeling, although there is no imaginary dolls, but Li Yan in the doorway to see the pillows made in their own prototype. There was a dresser in the corner, a writing desk with a projector set up, and all sorts of decorations and ornaments that looked like they were worth their weight in gold. What a life for a rich man. In the middle of the room against the wall was a 2-meter wide king-sized bed that looked pretty new. It is topped with a large red bedspread in silk and a large red duvet cover in suede. Amazingly, Mother Chi was a bit embarrassed and whispered. This was strongly requested by Chimore after reading some novel I don't know. We haven't hated marriage to this extent. Li Yan really didn't know what to say. Chimore poked and prodded Mother Ikari somewhat impatiently, and she only rubbed Chimore's head favorably. Go brush your teeth. Then you can go to bed. Ikimore blinked. You'll brush it yourself, right? Men hate it when a girl can't take care of herself. Mother Iki had obviously gotten the hang of it. Ikimori trotted off to the bathroom to start brushing her teeth. Chapter 11, A Clean Rise. Closing the door for Ikimori, she beckoned to try and whisper something to Li Yan. It's hard for you. Your uncle's a jokester. Don't mind. It's okay. I'd be more embarrassed if uncle was that humorous. But this is actually embarrassing enough as it is. Mother Iki sighed. If there was a way, we wouldn't be like this. Chimore is 20 years old, and like your uncle said, it's so sad that she's stuck in her own world at her best age. We wouldn't do something that could be called ridiculous if we weren't at our wits' end. That's an understatement. Auntie, it was all an accident, and since Ikimori's sister is so cute, I'll treat her as if she were my own sister. Well, she nodded, very sincerely, staring into Li Yan's eyes. I think you have a general idea of what Ikimore is like now. She has some problems, but her nature isn't bad. It doesn't seem convincing for me to say this, but please get in touch and take a look. If you really can't, our family won't force it. Ikimori is the apple of my eye, and I only ask that you try not to hurt her. You're a good boy too, and Auntie has gotten to know you. In the future, treat this place as your own home. Your uncle and I, both quite like you. If the future Chimore has improved, you have feelings, uncle and aunt will not oppose. If that doesn't work, in the future with your parents' consent, hopefully you can recognize a godparent. What amazingly saw was a mother's helplessness and entanglement. It moved him greatly. Pity the world's parents. The knots in his throat moved up and down as he made a promise. Auntie, don't worry, trust me to bring her out. Good boy. Mother Iki was very pleased. At that moment, the bathroom door opened. Ikimori kicked her fuzzy slippers and took small steps out of the bathroom. After feeling the toothpaste foam at the corner of his mouth, he turned and ran back to the bathroom again. Mother Chi's smile was very warm. Silly daughter. She walked out of the bathroom like she was trying to explain something to Amazing Lee. She said she would brush her teeth alone. She just forgot to wipe her mouth in her hurry to see you. Li Yan gave a thumbs up. That's awesome. Ikimori touched his head in embarrassment. She said it wasn't that good. Amazingly. Well, get some early rest. Sleep more. No need to get up too early. Mother Chi laughed. Amazingly nodded awkwardly. Already impatient. Ikimori pushed Mother Iki out of the room and lifted his foot to close the door. Looking towards the stunned Li Yan, he revealed 2 tiger teeth and hugged his waist. Li Yan stared at the big, soft bed. It was already 3 o'clock. He couldn't hold out. He was sleepy and confused. Subconsciously, he patted her on the back and advised, "Go to sleep." She let go and took something furry out of the nightstand and handed it to Amazingly. He took it and carefully recognized it. "An ear scooper? You're going to dig your ears?" She nodded and sat on the bed, patting. Amazingly climbed onto the bed. "How do I get it?" Li Yan resigned himself to letting her fiddle with him for half a day, and finally gave Ikimori a knee pillow and pulled out her ears. Zzzzz. Before he could even begin to pull it out, Ikimori fell asleep. Li Yan breathed a sigh of relief and tucked her in, just lying straight down with her legs crossed. Exhaustion from the wine had muddled his brain, and with the bed being large and comfortable, he was soon in dreamland as well. Waking up, he felt a wet patch on his neck, which he casually wiped. What the hell? When I opened my eyes, the room was very dim, with only a glimmer of light seeping from the edges of the curtains. Looking around and observing the room's furnishings, he realized it was unfamiliar. Slowly coming to his senses, memories of last night are gradually flooding his mind. He began to wonder if he had not dreamed last night. At this time, a warm breath blew into his ear, and Li Yan couldn't help but shiver. He stiffened and slowly turned his face sideways, right into the girl's innocent, flawless sleeping face. Amazingly, now, one of his hands, now patted under Ikimori's neck, was completely numb. Jimor also returned the favor by placing her smooth thighs on Li Yan's body, her small hands on his chest, and from time to time, she would also make an uneasy scratch. So the nightgown didn't work at all, and the bare patterned pants were completely exposed to Amazingly. Sleeping in the same bed with someone of the opposite sex who is not related to me has never happened in as long as I can remember. Last night's mental cues worked, and this is my sister. A family member who is like a mother to me autoplayed in my head. Suppressing the flood, Yenli lowered her nightgown, which had lifted up to her belly, for her and tucked her in again. Ikimori was also almost awake from her nap, so much so that she smacked her mouth a few times and seemed to be hungry. Opening his mouth, he took in Yenli's earlobe. He shuddered again, and the spell played automatically in his head again. While lamenting that yesterday's mental suggestion was really useful, he inclined his head to save his wet ear. But Jimor was unrelenting even in his sleep and sucked on Li Yan's neck again. Amazingly's mental defenses were completely shattered. Turning on intermittent vibration mode. 10 seconds of work. Barf. Ikimori let go of his mouth and continued to huff and puff in a contented expression. Turns out, the neck is covered in drool. He was ashen. Something was really going to happen to him if he slipped off alone after a night of drinking. The curtains blocked the sun too well and the room remained dark and dreary, and he stretched his neck to look at the rabbit alarm clock on the nightstand, showing that the time was now 11 o'clock in the morning. It's a pretty comfy bed. Maybe sleep some more? Zzzzzzz. And so it goes. I don't know how long. The door was gently pushed open. The room lit up a few degrees. Stranger, it's time to get up. Li Yan opened his eyes. The first thing he wanted to do was to roll out of bed. After thinking about it, that would be too deliberate. He thought it would be better to pretend to be asleep. Jimor also slept well and rubbed his eyes. Seeing the visitor smiling nervously with a contented face, he closed his eyes and stretched out his hands towards Jimor's mother in the doorway. Jimor waited a moment before opening his eyes, very disgruntled, but she was seeing her mother pointing in her direction. Puzzlement permeated Ikimori's small face, and suddenly realizing something, he turned his head, just in time to meet Li Yan, who was embarrassed to the core. On all fours, she furrowed her brow and rubbed her eyes again, reaching up and cupping his chin as if to remove the mask. Finally, it was remembered that this was the real thing that he had captured. Surprise surfaced on her face. Without even thinking much about it, Ikimori rolled over and wrapped Li Yan in a hug, grinding herself against his chest. Li Yan's cheeks twitched slightly. Auntie, she's not wearing. Chapter 12, Homecoming, 1. In the washroom, looking in the mirror at the marks on his neck from being sucked on, Amazingly silently buttoned up the top button of his shirt. Ugh, how did you get into the room last night in a blur? He rehashes yesterday's experience. 80% was too tired, and drank a bit of wine, plus stimulated by Chinyu, was already a bit emotionally fragile. Finally, he was shocked by the affectionate attack of Uncle and Auntie Iki. The good thing is that it was a late night and nothing happened. Come and eat. Coming. Li Yan took a heavy step and walked out of the washroom. Sitting at the dinner table, it was already 1 in the afternoon. greeting him and sitting him down. Mother Iki sat across from him as if nothing had happened and laid out the food for Li Yan, making him very embarrassed. Eat more. Thanks, Auntie. Jimor also gave him a chopstick of retort meat and smiled sweetly. Hey. Li Yan smiled back. He had realized how much Chi-Mo relied on him. As for the matter of his aunt and uncle requesting Li Yan to be in charge of taking care of her, he wasn't going to be a jerk, so he picked up the communal chopsticks to give her food as well. Mother Iki rested her chin and smiled at Li Yan. The smile was gentle, the motherly glow even brighter than the sun outside. The feeling of Li Yan's discomfort was completely eliminated. Uncle went to work? No. He went to your house for dinner. We'll go to your house later too. Ahem. Li Yan picked up the cup of water and smoothed it, his face abruptly red. Auntie, can you not tell my parents that I slept in Chi-Mor's room last night? Mother Iki nodded. It's fine. I didn't realize you were still afraid of your parents at that age. It's so cute. Amazingly. Is this something to be afraid of? The table was full of home-cooked food, but it only looked like it. After a few tastes it became clear that there was nothing homely about the ingredients or the cooking techniques. Even though Li Yan was in an apprehensive mood, his appetite was not discounted. I was too embarrassed to add more rice after 2 bowls. Mother Chi let go. See Li Yan hard mouth. Just smile. Did not force. Come the day. Ikimori was still eating, so the two of them chatted about some family matters at the table. Left out in the cold. Ikimori felt a little annoyed with his gentle mother for the first time and glanced at Li Yan every now and then. Li Yan also noticed Jimor's eyes, thinking that she couldn't clip the food with her short hands, and asked, "What do you want to eat?" She pointed to the shrimp on the table and stuck out her pink tongue and licked the lips of. Li Yan put down his chopsticks, wiped his hands with a towel, and skillfully grilled the shrimp for her, placing it in the vinegar dish in front of her afterward. While doing 3,000 a month, he continued talking to Mother Chi. Auntie, I was a bit confused yesterday. That's why I stupidly went into Sister Chi-Mor's room. It's really not like that. I promise I won't in the future. Ikimori puffed up his cheeks and pouted as he looked at him. The young woman, who had just been so nice, shook her head at this point. No, oh no. Amazingly. Just kidding. I think you're too nervous. Mother Chi rested her cheeks. You don't have to come every day. After all, you're still in school. But it's best to come and stay for 2 days on the weekends if there's nothing else going on. It'll be good for Chi-Mor. Ike Mori. Li Yan has just been relieved. Chi-Mother explained again. But well, is this way? Your uncle usually work busy. I usually stay at home with her. Mor has always been with me to sleep, so I cannot stay in the Chi-Mor's room. And she does not have someone to accompany. We'll make a mess. Amazingly grabbed his horse a little and tried. Either that or when I take her in school during the day later and bring her back after class. Mother Chi let out a long sigh with a sad face. Alas, it's mainly because your uncle and I also want a little alone time. And Chi-Mor obviously prefers to sleep with you. She wakes up a lot. Originally, she would cry when she woke up, but today was the first time she was so well behaved. Seeing that Chi-Mor was a bit disgruntled, she hurriedly added, Mor was awesome today. Ikimori scratched his face sheepishly. Li Yan had to give in. Either prepare 2 beds in the room? I'll put her to sleep and then go to the other bed. Chi-Mor sneaked a peek at Li Yan, his eyes dribbling. Ikea knows what kind of character her daughter has, and she's probably thinking of ideas to achieve her goals. She was very pleased and nodded. Yes. Li Yan took a long breath. In the car, Li Yan lamented inexplicably that no money under the sky is taken for nothing. Bodyguard captain, this 20W monthly salary take is not wrong at all. Not only to daily security, but also part-time driver, even just cooking is from his hand. Ha ha ha, you're a man who loves to stir up trouble. But you're still honest. Not bad, young man. And on, even with the sunglasses on. From his decree lines, he knew how much he had taken to the bragging that Li Yan had just done. Ikimori was the most clingy when he was a kid, he said, his good mood coming to an abrupt end. Even Mother Iki tugged at the corners of her mouth, and the atmosphere became awkward for a moment. The captain of the bodyguard said guiltily, at that time, I had something temporary to do, and I thought there wouldn't be any problems. Chi-Mor reached out and gently patted his shoulder with a sweet smile. The bodyguard captain saw Chi-Mor's cute appearance through the car's rearview mirror and immediately melted. Don't worry, stranger. I'll always be your most loyal dog. Mother Iki apparently broke down her defenses a bit. Not necessary. Li Yan liked the atmosphere of the Chi family, and even more, he liked the feeling that none of them took themselves as outsiders. Not that he thought their family was rich, obviously strangers, without any reason to associate it with the masks that could be seen everywhere in the villa. Li Yan couldn't help but have his cheeks twitch slightly. No wonder he's not an outsider. He's an outsider. He's a fourth person who can't talk. The vehicle threaded its way down the highway towards the outskirts of the city, finally coming to a stop at the mouth of an alley. Going to an unfamiliar place, Shimor obviously began to be uneasy, tugging on Li Yan's cuffs and looking timidly at Mother Chi. This is Amazing Li's home. She blinked and looked to Li Yan, and upon receiving confirmation, her cowardice was swept away. Taking hold of him running and jumping, she was about to yank forward. As we entered the alley, we were greeted from time to time. Shimor then started to get nervous again, hiding behind Li Yan, and even shivering at the sight of a male. Under the shade of a tree, a dry old man was lying on a bamboo chair to cool off. Yan vacation? Not on the weekend. Go home and play. When he saw the girl Li Yan was holding in his hand, he was happy. He also brought his girlfriend home. Yo, the in-law's mother also came. Amazing Li. The old man sat up, put down the raised sweatshirt, looked to the graceful and generous mother of the pool, hands interlocked fingers, a deep look. Small Yan, this child can be a good person. His parents are also a Hall of Fame and the good get along with, and his mother is a teacher's serious career program. His father is also a civil servant at Amazing Li. You should watch less TV shows. Chapter 13, Homecoming, 2. Chi mother just smiled. Shimor although do not understand too much, but subconsciously feel that this old man people strange good. Amazing. Bring your girlfriend over to the house later. Amazing Li. Shimor picked up his cell phone and typed a few words, handing it to Mother Chi. It's not a girlfriend. It's a wife. Amazing Li. Mother Chi was pleased. You know a lot. Ahem. Ikimore is largely misunderstood. Shimor was greatly displeased and picked up his cell phone to call his in-laws. Amazing Li. Mother Iki frowned, deleting the words and replacing them with mother-in-law. Amazing Li. The husband's parents? In-laws. She tried to make a sound, and all of a sudden she looked chagrined. Li Yan was a little heartbroken. It's okay, you're so good looking. Your future in-laws will love you no matter who they are. Shimor dominantly pulled on Li Yan's hand that had secretly broken free. Typing with her other hand, she huffed and puffed and showed it to Li Yan. In-laws have no one else. Amazing Li. Add microphone. It was only then that Li Yan remembered his cell phone and touched his pocket. Auntie, I think I dropped my cell phone at your house. The bodyguard captain appeared out of nowhere and handed over the cell phone. It's fully charged for you. Amazing Li rebooted his computer, unlocked the screen, and swiped the code to add a friend. The cell phone buzzed in an afterthought. Like a curious deer, Ikimore was about to poke his head in when he was stopped by Iki's mother. You can't look. Not if you trust your man. Ikimore, dash. She let go of Li Yan and took her mother's hand, covering her eyes with a don't show me look. First, see the top. Microsoft name is a fish emoji. There is a message from last night. Message withdrawn. Before that, the message of the two chatting had been 5 days ago. Maybe it was sent by mistake. Li Yan thought as he did, so he casually scratched it and cancelled the top. Pull down is the dormitory group last night's 8. Li Yan hastily scanned a few eyes. Nothing nutritious, so he replied, your father just woke up. Then there was a message from my own mom, still not up yet? People hurry up and bring them here. It was right in front of the house, so Li Yan didn't bother to go back. Finally, there were 3 or 4 agents who sent business partnerships for short video accounts, with requirements and quotes and whatnot. This is the guy who eats. Hastily copied a strip of apologetic text from the collection, and then forwarded the business card to the dormitory group to let them unite to deal with it. As he returned the message, he headed for home, and arrived at his doorstep when the message was processed. The captain of the bodyguards popped up again and handed over 3 bags of gifts. One bag is a long, beautiful box with a silk scarf inside. The other ones are 2 tins of tea, and 3 boxes of handmade pastries, all in clear polyethylene plastic bags, the kind where you can see the contents at a glance, feel the thought, and put it away without stress. At first sight, you know how to give gifts. Mother Ikari, being as sophisticated as she was, adjusted her expression for a split second, maintaining a delicate balance between politeness and closeness, blending into the scenario ahead of time. And G. Moore, who had almost zero social experience, was inexplicably nervous, and his movements were extremely stiff and robot-like as he stepped through the courtyard door. Li Yan, on the other hand, was affected by Mother Iki's small action of gathering up the corners of her clothes and Ikimore's stiff movements, and his pressure soared as he exclaimed, Mom! A short-haired woman walked out, and with Ikari's father at the front of the line, she naturally knew it was a guest. The corners of Li Yan's mouth twitched slightly. The old lady obviously had her hair done, and 80% even went to the beauty salon to put on makeup. It's costing a fortune. What do you want? This is Boss Chi's wife, right? Although slightly prepared, the aura was still poor, and the address was a bit raw. Mother Chi, on the other hand, very naturally handed over the plastic bag. Sister-in-law, long time no see, casually prepared some. There are also pastries. I had nothing to do in the morning and made some. Mother Li hurriedly took it. You're too kind. Please come in. She looked over to Chimor, whose face was flushed by the sun, who was wearing a small white dress today, which made her skin even whiter. Although uninitiated, the family's aura was here, and those 2 points of nobility added to the luster. Her small face was taut from nervousness, and upon receiving the sight of Lee's mother, she immediately revealed a shy and stiff smile. Ho ho ho, ha, he, you guys can talk inside. Li Yin expressionlessly blocked the inexplicable and congenial exchange between his own mother and Chimor. Sit down. Chimor opened his mouth and closed it again, anxious and nervous, and for a moment tears were falling from his eyes. Put Li mother heartbroken, daughter. All no. Come in. I heard you. You call auntie it. Feeling tenderness like a mother's, she stopped her tears, but with a firm shake of his head, he took out his cell phone and typed a few words. Granny. Mother Li. She glanced at Li Yen, who laughed and tilted his head back to look at the ceiling. Inside the living room on the couch, the house fans were scavenged, and the room doors were opened and the air conditioner was on full blast. Li's father and Ji's father each reclined on one side of the sofa handle, blowing on the electric fan, watching the noon news broadcast and nibbling on watermelon. Amazing Li's mother, on the other hand, began a flurry of busy work. Tea, peanuts and melons and pistachios, melons and pears and peaches, all on. Just looking at it was clearly a notch above the daily consumption level, and Li Yen could imagine his mother gritting her teeth in front of the fruit stand. Where's Coco Li? Yen Li plucked at the green orange. Classes are in session, and school makes up for 4th of July vacation. That's tragic. Mother Li waved her hand. See how hot it is for this daughter. The room is air-conditioned. Take stranger to cool off. Li Yen was happy to be free, and Chimor stood up, bowed, and followed Li Yen into the room. Closed the door. Li's mother came over and opened the door a bit. Why is it closed so tightly? Amazing Li. That's the difference in social experience. Li's father pushed over a paper cup to pour tea. Our two families have known each other. This matter Lao Chi just talked to me and we agreed. If Li Yen has anything out of the ordinary, you can just call the police and arrest him. We all recognize it. Jiang Luan shyly said. You can't say that. It's our family that made things difficult for him. If it weren't for your help, we wouldn't know when we'd find our son. And it should be so. Mother Li smiled and waved her hand. Ji Wanli handed a cigarette to the old Li lit. If not for your family's children, my daughter is dead. How can you count like this? And that group of children in the orphanage. Your family is the best to find. Not much effort. Old Li laughed out loud. To tell you the truth, I feel like God purposely sent my son to save people. I've been to that village several times, but I just couldn't ask. Chapter 14, Homecoming, 3, still able to hear the conversation in the living room from his room. Li Yen was a little out of breath. His parents made it sound simple, but amazingly knew how much his parents cared about him. At first, Li Yen also complained that his parents did not find him so close to his heart, and later realized that for his sake, his parents in the end experienced how much physical and mental torture. At that time, my father was already a grassroots cadre of the public security mouth. When the law enforcement environment is very bad, just impartial may be retaliated against. Once to handle the case, Li's father offended the child abduction and trafficking of criminal syndicates. Out of retaliation for the great effort they spent to take away the swaddling Li Yen, Li's father is not covered. The traffickers were caught not long ago, but know that they have to be shot. Only bite the bullet and do not say the whereabouts of Li Yen. According to the rules, this kind of case relatives cannot do. In terms of feelings, all colleagues will turn a blind eye, but Li's father, as long as he wears the clothes, will choose to avoid. In addition to the first few weeks of prime time, and then did not use the public resources he could use to find him. Even if the unit of friends want to help, he politely refused. At that time, the number of police officers was too small and there were too many cases. Everyone's mind had to focus on Li Yen, and official duties were all missed. How many people's lives depend on a body? Li's father can only endure. And privately, 8 whole years. As soon as the office gave a break, he got on his bike and searched for clues about his son's disappearance. Often a trip is dozens of kilometers. The evidence locked amazingly into the outskirts of the city surrounding Magic City. It may indeed be fate that amazingly feels that he could have brushed up against his father several times. When registering for the family register, the window staff used the wrong photo. And when registering for the school register, the staff didn't pay attention. When I went to the orphanage where Li Yen was inquiring, he happened to have a fever. And the volunteers were not sure but only said they were all there. When Li Yen was sent back to his home, everything was clear. His father was in old tears. And he, who hadn't been soft with criminals, directly knelt down to Li Yen. He said that he was sorry for him, and told Li Yen directly about all of his practices that seemed insensitive to outsiders. saying that Amazing Lee can disown him as his father is fine, and he can accept never coming into the house. Little Yan Li was greatly shocked, and the more he grew up, the prouder he was of his father. And his father was very proud to hear of Li Yan's heroic feats at such a young age, and saddened by the lack of his childhood. When Amazing Lee got it back, his sister had just been born. That's how a family is. Veto-proof and happy. It's not a boast. This child is good at everything. It's just that there are some places where he loves to be twisted. Mother Lee let out a helpless sigh. What? Mother Icky wondered. Like one time, Lee Mother leaned on the sofa to recall. That day bought a roast duck. I did not pay attention to cooking in the kitchen. Turned back to see a missing thigh. So asked Li Yan if he stole it. Amazing Lee was sticking his neck out at that point and said no. I told him to tell the truth. If he ate it, he ate it. If he didn't, he didn't. He said if I didn't believe him. I said I'm not disbelieving, but there's no one else in the house, and a duck leg is fine. Mom's not blaming you. If you didn't eat it, you didn't eat it. Maybe it was picked up by a wildcat. After all was said and done, Li Yan got angry and ran off without eating and holding the box of roast duck, and didn't go to school until the evening to come back, but also really caught a wildcat and a duck bone. By this time I also know wronged him, but he was not happy. Had to be the old Lee test section colleagues over, and not crying and not make a fuss. That is, no one to persuade. He is going to stand for a night, must put the bones back together, but also had to test the saliva above, to prove his innocence. Old Lee also numbclaws, can only invite over for dinner. He also spent a large sum of money out of his own pocket to test it, and it turned out to be really that cat's, and I don't know how to find it and how to catch it. After that, as long as old Lee's co-workers came over for dinner, they praised him, saying that old Lee's tiger father had no son, saying that Li Yan would definitely be the material to do this in the future. Because of this matter, the temper of half a year. His temper is also quite funny. Nothing has fallen has not called me a mom in 6 months. May be regarded as my punishment. I didn't think so at that time. Just think of this child, tantrums are also quite cute. She wiped her reddened eyes. Later I realized how much bullying I had to endure at school without a father or a mother. 7 or 8-year-old children can understand how many things they did something wrong, just because no one to support them loved to wrongdoing to them. The teacher is also too much trouble. Usually is each hit 3 sticks to end the matter. And Li Yan will give his orphanage siblings every time. Because of this, in the school was ostracized a lot. Old Lee's hand that held the cigarette trembled slightly. Dean taught Li Yan, and those children really well. But it's a pity that good people don't live long. Ji Wanli was also surprised and didn't know there was such a thing. So he quickly said, Big brother and sister-in-law, don't worry. Li Yan accompanied our daughter. Our family will never let him suffer from this. Lee's mother quickly waved her hand. I don't mean that. He's not like that with outsiders either. As if it wasn't a good thing to say, and as if she hadn't said anything wrong. Lee's mother scratched her head in embarrassment. Zhang Luan put down the watermelon in her hand and looked at Ji Wanli and interrupted. By the way, Li Yan, he shouldn't have a date, right? Ji Wanli was embarrassed and rubbed his brow fiercely. It's something I really didn't pay attention to. Li Yan's parents were also confused. Li mother suddenly thought of something, this kind of thing we have not asked. Just the other day to hear his sister said like, there? Ji Wanli's cheeks visibly began to twitch, and Zhang Luan's smile faltered. If there was a girlfriend, it would be too inappropriate to let Li Yan take Ji more. Even if they were to fall back again, they could not tarnish their own reputation. And so, Li Yan was once again summoned. Icky Moore is playing Tetris in a $10 game console. Still as a shadow. Drip, drip, drip. Accompaniment. Li Yan once again faced the scene of social death. Bringing up the matter of his pursuit of Chen Yu in one sentence, he finally stammered. She felt that I was cheating on her and didn't want to talk to me anymore. And I didn't think it was appropriate either. So I just let it go. Then focused on making a microfilm together, trying to change the subject. Seeing that all 4 people were quite interested, Yan Li felt successful. While Jiang Luan's expression was getting weirder and weirder, he looked at the heroine's face with his cell phone, pressed the pause button, and tilted his head. It looks a bit familiar. She handed her cell phone to Akari. You're more recognizable. Check it out. As a businessman, forgetting even the smallest partner is a great rudeness. And over time, Ji Wanli naturally has a knack for recognizing people. He took the phone, glanced at it hastily, and frowned. Then frowning deeper, he looked at Li Yan. It's her? It was so hard to cover it up, but when it was brought up again, Li Yan blushed a little. Aha, what's wrong? You have a good eye. Ha! Ji Wanli smiled skinlessly and looked at Zhang Luan again. You forgot, this is the daughter of the morning bureau. Mother Chi also slapped her head and said indistinctly, yes. Last year you said that the group building met them. and also took pictures for me to see, and I said it looked familiar. Chapter 15 Homecoming, 4. Just as she reacted, Mother Iki's expression turned strange. Amazing Lee queried. What's going on? How many girls did you save that year? No way. Can't be that coincidental. Father Lee also realized. One of them too? Aha. Ji Monli nodded. It's Morning Kong, remember? We got together once that year, and that's the one you talked to the most. I cannot know it. The old Lee cannot help it, he is my immediate leader. This year came to our unit inspection a number of times. Eating cafeteria is always sitting on my side, pulling east and west, but also talked about the children's business. Mentioned to me he has a daughter. I was originally a little strange. Her daughter is my son to save I cannot know. I thought he was going to do something. Lee's mother tugged on his sleeve, then looked at Li Yan with the same look she gave the scum. Amazing Lee? She wanly tiger eyes. A cold light flashed. Businessman thinking began to run. Seriously consider whether it is possible to backstab a hand. Report his lifestyle problems. Even the headline has been thought up. A director actually had a barbecue with a rich businessman, which is simply corrupt. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting weirder and weirder, Li Yan hurriedly stopped. She rejected me very directly. It was before. I don't have any plans to fall in love for the time being either. And this, at a time of year when the woman has not yet had time to feel at ease and the man has not yet had time to breathe a sigh of relief. A bell just rang out of nowhere. I was on the side of the road and found a penny. It's the sound of a Microsoft phone. Amazingly picked up his phone and all four adults lifted their hips slightly and tilted their heads to peek. WeChat name, Fish. Lee's father coughed a few times. Who is it? Li Yan only felt itchy and stammered. Ah, is that a friend? Ji Wanli's brain searched rapidly and immediately got corroboration. Narrowing his eyes. I remember that Chen Kang's daughter's nickname was Fish Fish. Aha. Li Yan nodded with difficulty. Ha ha. Uncle and aunt. I'll go pick up a phone call first. Jiang Wan fiddled with her delicate manicure. Go ahead. Chi Mo felt that she could not be the gentle and generous woman in her mother's mouth after all, and put down the game console, with a pair of watery eyes looking sadly at Li Yan. He read the look for a split second. As much as I want to know. It's okay if you don't tell me. I'll be strong with my tears. Li Yan got up from the sofa with difficulty. Son, pick it up. For the sake of your peace of mind. Li Yan pressed the answer button as if nothing had happened, and left the inexplicable Shura in an elegant manner without any hurry. Last night, Yuan still spent the night at Chun Yu's house. The two of them ate a midnight snack made by the morning mother and a cake prepared by the morning father, and then slept against each other. The conversation started off well, but all of their topics ended up inevitably mentioning Amazing Lee. Both are greeted with a silence. Yuan also didn't understand what was going on, and only felt that Li Yan had his own difficulties. She didn't think that Li Yan would use this kind of thing to test Chen Yu's trust, but objectively speaking, it's true. She wasn't tested. Yuan didn't know how Chen Yu would feel the moment things were revealed. So, she wished to remind Chen Yu before that. Did you misunderstand? After a silence, Yuan didn't hold back after all. It's not a matter of misunderstanding or not anymore. Chen Yu looked at the variety show on her phone. It's a matter of attitude. She seemed to feel the need to explain carefully, pausing the TV program and twisting her head to look at Yuan. He wouldn't have treated me with that kind of attitude before. It was just because he had pursued me for a bit longer and got impatient. Do you understand? The two were closest when they held hands. Though not sticking their tongues out counts as a kiss. The reason why they didn't establish a relationship was because Chen Yu wanted to experience the ambiguous feeling more. Even if it was a misunderstanding, he himself had given him a chance to explain. But he just looked at himself very hurt. And that look made Chen Yu feel as if she owed him something. She hated this feeling and wanted nothing more than to curb this development. Not necessarily because she didn't trust Yan Li at all. Unexpectedly, Li Yan's kind of solicitation is getting stronger and stronger, making Chen Yu feel heavy about the relationship. And she's still used to the relaxed way she used to be. It's just that the trapped Chen Yu doesn't understand the mismatch. She hadn't given much before, but had gotten a lot, only to shamefully back down when it was crucial to show good faith. Often in life, such opportunities are few and far between, regardless of career or relationship. Missed and often regretted. Yuan couldn't understand the key for a moment, so she stammered and couldn't think of a direction to argue against Chen Yu. The two skirted the topic and continued to watch the variety show that was playing on the flat screen that both of them liked. But while watching the program, Chen Yu was frequently lost in thought, thinking about Li Yan's hurried glance at night. Lost in thought, he looked at the phone with the blacked-out screen at his side and began to feel uncomfortable. Can it be like it was before? He said that on his lips, but this question was always in Chen Yu's mind. A few days before, she was in the midst of the excitement of being an actress, but that excitement would always fade. She was finally in the mood to examine something else. I'm going to the bathroom. Chen Yu took her cell phone and sat on the toilet lid. I looked at the familiar interface of the chat, typed some words and deleted them, and sat there for a few minutes before realizing with a creepy feeling that if he also looked at the chat interface, he would see, in progress, right? Hurriedly switching interfaces and opening memos. But as I write, I realized that I seem to be softening, so send amazing Leah. During that time, the heart thumped, and the pinch clock stuck to the 2.5-minute mark withdrew. In the input field, I typed, accidentally touched it, thought about it and deleted it, took a deep breath and got back into bed to watch Variety. But she subconsciously looked at her cell phone more and more often. Yi Wan, who was lying on the side, noticed this and just let out a sigh. She didn't know what to say to Chen Yu anymore. There was nothing she could do about someone as opinionated as Li Yan. The night was silent and the next day dawned. At the same time that Li Yan woke up, the two parties who stayed up late to watch the drama woke up. Both of Chen Yu's parents have to work. There were only two of them in the house. Yi Wan and Chen Yu discussed casually eating something to pad out before going to the nearby shopping complex. Chen Yu was just washing up, then went downstairs to cook first. Yi Wan gastroenteritis is just right. It will take some time. Morning Yu, who had just woken up cluelessly, leaned against the kitchen windowsill. Reaching for his cell phone, he made a call out of habit. It was the same pass that amazingly received at the most embarrassing moment. Chapter 16, Homecoming, 5. The other side of Amazing Lee's house. Looking at Lian's back as he gripped his cell phone and walked stiffly. Jimore picks up her cell phone and sends a tweet to her warlord and mother, Stranger can't go to the hearing? He's going to hate Stranger, isn't he? But Stranger's heart is itching so hard. Jiang Luan raised her eyes and swept them, replying with a, baby, the words just now were to fool him. It's not like they were meant for you to hear. Mom, what do you mean? I don't understand. It means both gathering intelligence and trying not to be detected by the subject. Little Flame will definitely find out. But Mom, I really want to cry. I feel like Little Flame is about to leave me. Love is like war. Now that your gates are on fire, it's too late for your mother to teach you. Don't care what you find out. When you're about to lose your man, you don't care so much. Charge the duck. The others stared in disbelief at the mother and daughter's typing hand speed that rivaled that of a knot. Half a minute later, under Jiang Luan's advice, GMO tiptoed to sneak attack Li Yan. Jiang Luan came back to his senses, saw the crowd watching, put on a cloudy look, but his eyes did not leave Li Yan in the slightest. Shallow sip of tea. Ha, the weather is really good. Tie it. Chen Yu actually reacted the moment the call color ringer rang. He stuck out his thumb to hang up, but then suddenly hesitated, and with a nagging feeling, he picked up, and a familiar hello sounded on the other end. The originally apprehensive Chen Yu instantly settled down. For a long time, two people were like that. On weekends, when Chen Yu woke up, she would give Li Yan a call. And no matter in the morning or in the evening, Li Yan would stay with her and talk for a long time. The two don't go out on many weekend dates, but talk on the phone a lot. All very unusual topics, but two people are always very happy, do not want to hang up, and will eventually be carried over to WeChat you a sentence I sentence. Chen Yu could spend the whole day watching dramas while chatting with Li Yan. Hello? Another cry. It took a moment for Chen Yu to snap back to her senses, and she took a deep breath as she nervously bumped the phone in her hand a few times before putting it back to her ear. Typo. Restrained his tone, but added, maybe it's habit. Across the street, Li Yan, who was gleaning gardenias to hide his embarrassment, sighed in relief. Well, hang up first then. Wait, I thought about it. Chen Yu rubbed her brow and racked her brain to make the call longer. She surprisingly didn't know what to say to Li Yan for a while, and pondered for a moment before saying, either I'll ask Lin Qingxian to talk to you. The forums, the things on it aren't too good for you either. Li Yan, who was originally in a moderate mood, furrowed his brows violently and said coldly and stiffly, there's no need. Li Yan didn't intend to talk to Lin Qingxian about anything at all. As it is, there is only one way left to solve their problems. In fact, Chen Yu on the other side wasn't going to insist on bringing up something more to continue talking to Li Yan, but Amazing Li over here was already planning to hang up. There was just a small mishap when I turned around. The girl was sneaky, with her head turned sideways and her ears still propped up. An overly obvious sign of eavesdropping. And Li Yan's sudden turn made Qimore lose his center of gravity as he looked flustered and his hands danced around trying to do something to cover it up. Li Yan hurriedly held on. Be careful. Chen Yu was puzzled. Sorry for not talking to you just now, Li Yan explained while smiling at Qimore with a relieved demeanor. To him, Ikimorwa was just a child who had grown up, and subconsciously about to reach out. He retracted his hand that wanted to pat her on the head. And Chen Yu on the other side of the phone was clearly alert. Where are you? There was someone around just now? Who was it? Amazing Li bluntly returned. At home. Well, the daughter of a guest. Chen Yu's tone stuttered. A million possibilities swept through her mind before she shook her head. It must be a mischievous little girl. Little girls are very naughty. You can bring her out to play. There is a children's playground in Intai near the school that is quite good. Chen Yu paused, and then whispered, "How old?" Yuan said that she likes little girls very much. I brought her here so I can play with the little girl. It sounded like nothing had happened between the two. 19? 20? Li Yan looked over at Chimor. Chimor nodded vigorously as Li Yan said 20. A pleasant demeanor on his face. But on the other side of the phone, it wasn't as pleasant as Ikimori. After a moment of silence, Chen Yu's voice suddenly raised a few degrees. Is that a little girl? Li Yan was also a little unclear about what Chen Yu meant. It's obviously gotten to that point. Just Fong realized that the elders of the family seemed to be connected, and there was no way to make the relationship too rigid and make things difficult for his father. But bluntly saying I don't intend to go out with you and limit myself to being friends in the future is too straight ball and also comes across as overly self-conscious on his part. In the future, he was bound to accompany G more at school, and in the future, he might not need Chen Yu's help, and Ike's father and mother were afraid that he would plan to do the same afterward. It didn't matter to him personally. But the Ikimore thing is not something that can be joked about for Li Yan. She's still sick. Thinking clearly, Li Yan took a deep breath and just had to hold it in for a while, ambiguously explaining the original reason to Chen Yu. Her family hired me to babysit their daughter. I'll introduce you later. Chen Yu, what does mean? Said he wanted me to go to school with him. You promise? Yenli thought for a moment and said, well, I agreed to do it for some of those reasons. Sort of doing good deeds. Doing good deeds? What good deeds? Chen Yu was anxious. We had a fight, but we haven't made it clear. Li Yan's brow jumped and his index finger and thumb pinched the bridge of his nose. No, the situation is more complicated. It's about my friend's privacy. I am promising to take care of it. Other than that, no. Li Yan, now knowing that Chen Yu, like Ji Moore, was also a girl he had saved, added, you probably know her too. Chen Yu said eagerly, I'm going to your house now. Send me an address. It's really not very convenient. The girl on the other end of the phone's pretty face turned red, exasperation and aggravation intertwined, viciously saying, don't you regret it. After a beep, the phone cut off. Li Yan heard the hang-up sound and expressionlessly put the cell phone back into his pocket, a little out of breath. In the past, he dreaded hearing Chen Yu say such things. Now, he seems to be looking forward to it a bit, and is even a bit relieved to hear it. He had always been a man of strong morals and felt despicable. Think it's better to talk it out, without emotion. But not now. He looked back to find Ikimori looking at him with his head cocked. She was dressed in a white dress with a pink bow beret on the top of her head and cocked her head in confusion. What's wrong? Ikimori squared his head, scratched his chin, and shook his head. It was so strange, smiling at her, but his brow was furrowed, and Ikimori reached out to try to touch his furrowed brow. Li Yan avoids it, and Ikimori is not happy. Seeing that she was unhappy, he gave her the gardenia that he had pulled down by hand. Chapter 17, Homecoming, 6. White, like your dress. She M.O., who was originally not in a good mood, was immediately happy to receive the gift. She didn't reach out to pick it up, but ruffled her broken hair, revealing her swan-like neckline, and inclined her head to signal Li Yan to put it on her. Yenli tried to help her pin it behind her ear with a motion that didn't touch her, but her fingers still inadvertently stroked over her cheeks and neck. Jimore's face abruptly reddened. She couldn't understand this kind of emotion. Even last night hadn't been there. She blushed and wrapped her arms around the one of Li Yan, tilting her head and smiling sweetly. The sun was bright and a little shaky, causing Li Yan to lose his concentration for a moment. In the room, Jiang Luan's slightly worried face instantly dissolved. What do you mean by talent? And the opposite side of the room. Ikari, that was pretty hard to take. As soon as Ikimori smiled and displayed himself, he stumbled away with flushed cheeks and came back into the house and rushed into his mother's arms, his head rubbing and rubbing. Li Yan, on the other hand, didn't pay much attention to Ikimori's reaction afterward. Took my phone and scanned it, intending to see how the push business list was being handled. After seeing the message in the dormitory group, he was in a much better mood. Jang, at Li Yan, your work is on the hot search. A screenshot of a tweet. Heat 10. Hashtag microfilm made by current students selected for international awards. Hashtag Magic City University microfilm A Bowl of Noodles. Officially selected for the Golden Flower Award for the Best Social Work Film Award. According to practitioners revealed, the probability of winning the award is very high. Was replied. I was happy to get up by the flower beds and glean several handfuls of gardenias. After a minute, he finally felt the burning sight behind him. He just slipped his cell phone into his pocket and coughed a few times. Panning to the sink, He turned on the faucet to wash his hands and scrubbed his face again before returning to the living room. Took a paper cup and put the gardenias in it. Ha ha ha. Li Yan couldn't help but giggle again. Mother Li. Father Li. What are you giggling about? Li's father looked serious. Li Yan couldn't make sense of it. Coveting someone's daughter to their face is just not nice. And as a father, a reminder is a must. Li's father implicitly glanced at Ji Wanli, who was glumly beside him. Amazing Li was still puzzled. Alright. Li's father flung out a cigarette. Come and sit down. Don't smoke, people. Uncle Chi are out of money to ask me to take care of Chi more. She smells bad from the smoke. Don't want it. Li Yan lazily moved his butt and continued to be out of his mind and silly. Jiang Luan rubbed her daughter's burning earlobes and rejoiced in her heart, so quickly letting her find a kind of emotion that a girl of this age should have. Didn't wear a mask for so many years for nothing? TSK. The rightful owner is really good. Mother Li was also at her wit's end, and bluntly reminded. How can you make your Uncle G rest assured that he'll give you Chi-Mo to take care of? Mom, what the hell are you talking about? You're smiling too. Lewdly. I can't believe she still doesn't get it. Mother Li has been helpless. Li Yan spread his hands. I'm smiling because the movie I made is going to win an award. Where is the lewdness? He looked around, frowned, folded his arms over his chest and frowned again. Couldn't really figure it out. So I just spread my hands and asked, what are you guys swollen up about? Crowd. He. No, it's quite good. Mother Li took an awkward sip of tea and almost burned herself. Cough. Amazing Li's kind of straight man is just too punchy. No one is going to continue the conversation from earlier. Started asking about Amazing Li's award. I just watched the microfilm, and although I don't quite understand some of the stems due to my age, I can still understand the story. It wasn't too much of a surprise to get something out of it. Congratulations. This has to book a table to celebrate together. Jiang Luan quickly responded and called to make a reservation. This won't work. What kind of person lets a guest treat himself? Mother Li waved her hand repeatedly. Ji Wanli picked up a piece of pastry. It's just a meal, not an excessive hospitality. We've begged for Li Yan to accompany the crown prince to study. It's only right to show our appreciation. Jiang Luan secretly searched and was slightly shocked. It's still a serious international award. Awesome. Jimor looked up into Jiang Luan's arm and looked at the news on his phone. Wow. She was overjoyed and looked over at Amazing Li. Li Yan hemmed and hawed, shyly scratching his head. Thanks to the help of my classmates, I'll just play a key leadership role. Good fellow. You really don't know how to be humble. Mother Li slapped him on the head. Li's father also came over to Ji Wanli's side to read the news on Twitter. Li Yan suddenly thought of something and frowned, his heart tightening. He originally thought that Lin Xinxian was just using his fake script to publicize the social news, to put pressure on him to give in, or whatever else he wanted. It took Amazing Li to make his next move. The result was an award-winning movie of high quality in its own right. Then surely someone would begin to investigate in detail, and when Lin Xinxian realized this, he would find a way to patch up the loopholes. Amazing Li wouldn't be so naive as to register a copyright and rest on his laurels, but one of the things he relied on to be able to advance and retreat. If he was reacted to early by Lin Xinxian, it would be a bit of a problem. If one went from despising Li Yan's attitude to being serious, it would be really bad. He looked up at Ikari, thinking and then saying nothing. What's wrong? How perceptive was Boss Chi? Yanli rubbed the back of his head and laughed. It's fine. A few people chatted and the guest of honor was happy, especially the mother of Li and Chi Mor. Just a few words. Oh, Ike Mori can't talk yet. Mother Li played a few rounds like this. The relationship between the two then skyrocketed. So nice and well-behaved and loved ones. Ikimori scratched his head shyly. Jiang Luan, Ikwani. If it is not Jimor social fear to a certain point, both of them could not have brought Li Yan into the house. Is really no way. After half a day of checking to make sure that Yan Li was reliable, he captured and brought back for the two to meet. They also didn't expect Chi-Mo to be able to love the house to this extent. As long as it was related to Li Yan, it was categorized as a good person. It's still early. Let's go shopping? Jiang Luan invited Mother Li. It's too hot. What if Jimor gets heatstroke? Mother Li had already lost her eyes to the lovable and adorable Jimor. Just find a random mall to hang out in. The cold air is coming. Buy some fall clothes. Li's mother is a little hesitant. She wants to go, but the level of consumption. Jiang Luan probably guessed Li mother's mind. I see there's a Yintai city nearby. Let's go there to shop. The afternoon was happily set. Ji Wanli was busy with his work, while Li's father declined on the pretext that he had a few reports to write. Li Yan's short video account is in a state of suspension, in a state of idleness, but resistance is still written all over his body. I don't want to go. Ikimori shook her head as well. She had been there once, but she couldn't help but be afraid when she saw the crowds. Staying around Amazing Lee would obviously be more fun. She hadn't shared her insights about aubergine with him yet, and there were plenty of treasures in his room waiting to be explored. The cardboard box under the bed, the compartment in the closet, and the locked drawer in the desk all tempted her. Jianluan hung her eyes in frustration. I haven't shopped with my daughter in years. Yanli grabbed his horse a little and looked at Icky Moore. Going? Ji Moore blinked, not understanding why Li Yan had changed his mind, but she nodded anyway. Chapter 18, Going Out. In the car, Li's mother was a little rattled, sitting in the leather seats of the Maybach Business 7-seater. As the wife of a public official, she was deeply disturbed by the feeling that she had been corrupted. Jianluan kindly chatted with her about some family matters, asking some interesting things about Li Yan's past, how Li Yan's sister is doing in her studies, and whether Li Yan's sister would like GMO and so on. Li's mother quickly relaxed as well. In the back row, Ji Moore was posting a message on WeChat to Li Yan, who was sitting next to him. /give your teeth, /love, /dogs, /rabbit. Had a pretty good time too. Amazing Lee is not very happy. He hadn't watched anime in a long time and just wanted to catch up. Glancing at the dumbfounded Icky Moore, he felt he still had to do some due diligence. Icky Moore, it's not really all bad people out there. Ji Moore looked at Li Yan suspiciously. What are you talking about? It must be all bad guys. Li Yan was somewhat helpless as he had no way to explain further to Ji Moore. Perceptions are not something that can be changed so easily. Otherwise Icky's father and mother wouldn't be at their wits' end. Would it make you happy to go shopping with me? Icky Moore broke into a big smile and nodded. Aha, so what do you usually like? Brush up on your videos. I'll take you there. Icky Moore stretched out his finger and pointed at Li Yan. Ha, he pretended to be demented. You like buying clothes? Ji Moore pouted and picked up his cell phone to type. I like you. Do you like mom and dad? Like, but most of all, you. Why do you like mom and dad? Because they were nice to me. I haven't been as good to you as your mom and dad, and you should like them best. Puzzlement was written all over Icky Moore's face as he cocked his head at him. Amazing Lee pursed his lips and nodded his head playing dumb. Ji Moore's ability to understand feelings is obviously not normal. The ability to understand is not working. That for his attachment naturally belongs to a non-normal state. Therefore, Li Yan planned to card the bug and guide her to treat attachment as kinship, preferably friendship. Then getting along would be easy. Unfortunately, there was a programmer on board for this. Thinking that this was not a good idea to listen to Li Yan, Icky Moore turned to his mother for help and handed over his cell phone. Jianluan looked at Li Yan. Can I look? How's this for a rejection? Nothing out of the ordinary was said though. He smiled and nodded. I'm chatting and playing with Ikimori's sister. You see, for men and women's feelings, Jianluan, although the actual battle is not a lot, belonging to the young love brain, it has passed to the present. Also due to the blessing of money and leisure, there is sufficient time to study, so the theoretical knowledge is very abundant. All learned from fiction. She read Li Yan's mind with one sweeping glance. Of course, it was recognized that Li Yan genuinely wanted to help Chiemo without any crooked thoughts, thus further reassured. But, is Ji Moore's feelings for Li Yan really because of a childhood shadow? The psychiatrist had said that Icky Moore had a strong heroism complex, fear to an indelible degree. Then the feeling after being redeemed would be extraordinarily strong. After she understood more deeply later how coincidental it was and how heroic Li Yan was at that time, she was afraid that her hero would be the only one in her life. Therefore, Ji Moore was inseparable from Li Yan. That's the conclusion. Once they met, there was no way it would end, and Ji Moore would haunt Li Yan for the rest of his life. It was also why the two of them beat around the bush to make masks and find someone to do the program. But they didn't want to go directly to Li Yan, because it's really unfair. But now, they are at the end of their rope. Who would want their youthful and lovely daughter to just wither away at home? The parents, anyway, would rather give everything they have. Stranger, do you like mom and dad the same way you like Amazingly? Icky Moore cocked his head, thought for a moment, and shook his head. What's different? Jianluan handed back the cell phone. Li Yan is really a little bit too much to talk about this kind of thing in person. Wholeheartedly play happy elimination. Li mother has long heard of it, and now that she has seen it, she is even more distressed by GMO, and resolves to turn around and make sure to instruct Li Yan again, and definitely not to bully her. For his part, Icky Moore clasped his hands to his chest and pouted in distress. Take your time and think about it. There's no rush. It was fun hanging out with Amazingly, wasn't it? Ji Moore's small sorrow immediately disappeared, nodding and revealing a big smile, smoothly covering his hand on top of Li Yan's. Li Yan was playing happy fun and was attacked by a sneak attack, awkwardly picking up his hand and scratching his head. Itchy head. Ikimori reaches out and tries to help Amazingly get a grip. It's okay, alright. Jianluan just smiled as he looked on. The biggest problem with being young is being young. Searching for a picture, he sent it to Ikimore. And incidentally, it will be happier to hold hands. When Jimore finished his studies, Jongwon mattered to whisk himself away and withdrew the message with deep concealment. She poked Amazing Lee's palm. Ha? What's wrong? Jimore rolled his palms and lifted his chin, signaling Li Yan to follow suit. Amazing Lee. He pretended not to understand. Aha, you're a pretty flipper. Aha. She yelled anxiously, looking to her mom for help. Alas, Li Yan doesn't want it. Jongwon looked at GMO with difficulty and sighed. Don't make it difficult for him. Ikimore lowered his head, like a wilted little white flower. Mother Lee had been paying attention and was heartbroken, giving Li Yan a sidelong glance. Why are you bullying people? Amazing Lee. I didn't. And sophistry. Mother Lee glared at Li Yan. You have to listen to whatever Chimore says. Amazing Lee could only turn his wrist curtly. Flip-flop hands I can do. Chimore, on the other hand, took the opportunity to grab Li Yan's hand, slipping his fingers into his fingers, then gripping it tightly and yanking it into his arms in a domineering manner. She felt tingly, but really turned happy and grinned. Mom is so good at knowing everything. Amazing Lee's body stiffened, and then the mantra began to play in his head. This is my own sister, a family member like my mother. But her hands were so soft and her stomach was so soft. Oh, not her stomach. Looking at his mom's murderous eyes, he moved his hands, which were interlocked, gently away from Jimo's arms and onto the armrest. But the tingling didn't go away. Instead it intensified, and Jimore's breathing got deeper and deeper, and she covered her chest with her other hand, feeling sick to her heart, and started to get scared, turning to her mom for help. Jongwon heard, subconsciously turned around and knelt on the seat, looking with concern. Where is it difficult? Before she could finish, Jongwon realized what was going on and smiled, shaking her head. It's fine. It's not sickness. It's not the same as holding hands with mom, is it? Ikimori exhaled and then nodded. Jongwon smiled gently. That's what's different. There are many more places that are different. The stranger will have to find them on his own yet. Mother Lee also had a warm smile. Stranger is still really cute. Chapter 19, An Unpleasant Encounter. Above. In order to take care of Yi-won, who had only just recovered from gastroenteritis, Chunyu put some thought into her breakfast. The two young girls sat across from each other. Yi-won pinched the sandwich cut into small pieces of meat and vegetables, chewing with a mouthful of instant soybean milk down the smooth, painfully finished a breakfast. Lunch, and Chunyu barely got down. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Yi-won still didn't hold back her words. Actually, I heard it just now. It's Li Yan, right? Chenyu's action of cleaning up the dishes gave a start, and she laughed stiffly. That. Actually. She stiffened her movements and brushed her face away, not wanting Yi-won to see her expression. Hey, Yi-won sighed, interrupting Chunyu, who was thinking of excuses. I'll support you in whatever you want to do. If you're scared, just go and see. The sky won't fall. After a pause, she added. Besides, is Li Yan such a worthless man? Chunyu almost dropped her tears just now, and only a few words from Yi-won could get into her heart and open up the bullseye she had gotten into. But she ended up biting her lip stubbornly, her cheeks bulging. Forget it, don't go. He said something like that. Just a few angry pouts. It's pretty cute to look at, but Yi-won was quite desperate. She truly wished Chunyu well. Your contract is not in a hurry, is it? Yi-won digressed. There's no rush. There are a couple of brokers that are pretty lenient and there's still time to think about it. Still going shopping? Yi-won suggested. My dad gave me the shopping card issued by the unit, and I haven't used it yet. That supermarket in Intai just happens to work. Yi-won tucked her hand in and pretended to say, Your father embezzled? Your father is the one who embezzled. Chunyu slapped Yi-won. My dad would have been the one paying the bribe. Chunyu, then is it not good for me to play with you? Yi-won, how nice that you had this realization earlier. Chunyu laughed and grumbled under her breath again. Choose between Li Yan and you. I'll definitely choose you. Yi-won unfolded the tissue clenched into a ball in her hand to wipe her mouth, and slowly said, Don't be so selective. He will also be sad. Under the hot sun. Streets. A fat man stepped on a warped floor tile and jumped a bit, trying to stomp it back into place. Click. The floor tiles are divided into two halves. The well-intentioned fat man bowed his head and walked away quickly. Was there surveillance just now? Fatty was jittery. Isn't it safer to find a way to delete the surveillance? Zhang Zheng helplessly spread his hands and said, Originally, there was nothing wrong, but you made such a mess that you would be locked up for at least 3 to 5 years. It's really scary for a legally illiterate person like you to master technology. Jiang Manhwa. After a small interlude, the group ran to the internet cafe with great excitement. Just 3 people underestimated the power of the autumn tiger. Would have been able to save a few road fees to come? Now have to contribute more to the Snow King. The third dimension is such garbage. No one can discover my wonderful heart. Zhang Nianhua lifted up his t-shirt and wiped his sweat, complaining. Why do you guys say that the girls passing by, when they see me, all go around? Zhang Zhang, with a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth and shaking his leg, took the lemonade handed to him by Zhang Wenhai, squatted in front of the honey snow ice city like a big bear, and slanted a glance at Zhang Nianhua, because you look like the hero of an manga. Zhang Nianhua. One carries a glass of lemonade and continues on. Zhang Nianhua finished the lemonade in 2 gulps and burped freely. What do you guys think Li Yan is doing today? Hiding under the covers and crying? Unimaginable. Zhang Wenhai grinned. I had a lot of contact with him when he was a child, but I haven't seen him much in the last few years, so I don't know what he's been exposed to be able to become like this. TSK 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 TSK. He laid down his judgment. So it's hard to say, and it's not at all impossible to say what the possibilities are. It's not enough to check the location. Zhang Nianhua used his phone to call up the program he wrote himself. The 3 of them probed and looked at the positioning. Oh, less than a kilometer. It's in the nearby Yintai. How to stroll around the outskirts of Yintai in a circle. Look at the path, there are several laps. What is this guy doing? Go snipe? Go you. Go. Li Yan wouldn't go shopping alone. He must have gone licking again. Zhang Zhang was very interested, but the positioning is on the way. Cell phone location is not supposed to be very accurate. You're ing questioning my skills. In the midst of all the noise, an internet car pulls up to the curb. The car door opens. Sheep fat, soft jade-like legs peeked out of the car, and as her sandals hit the ground, the stunningly beautiful girl appeared above the street. The party had not even gotten out of the car yet, and had already attracted a circle of eyes. She gathered her skirts and stood playfully on the curb, looking from side to side before her eyes finally locked on the trio, waving her hand to reveal a sweet smile. Hello there. Regardless of anything else, Chen Yu's face and body were extremely attractive, but to Zhang Zhang and the others, this advantage was of little use. How much better looking girls are, buddies dealing with is another story. Right now a few people were somewhat resentful of Chen Yu, and besides, they hadn't socialized much with her before, and a few of them acted politely detached. Zhang Zhang nodded his head, while Zhang Nianhua paddled his cell phone in silence, outside of the situation. Fortunately, Zhang Wenhai had always been kind and embarrassed to be so obviously ostracized, so he responded, Senior sister, what a coincidence. Saying that, he looked towards Yuan who had just drilled out of the car behind Xinyu, and greeted her as well. You're here too. I heard that you've got gastroenteritis. Are you feeling better? Both Yuan and Zhang Wenhai hold positions in the student union. Yuan heard quite a lot about Li Yan from his mouth, and then she spread it to Xinyu. Zhang Wenhai knew her better than Xinyu. The family was overstimulated and would have been fine with medication. Just happened to see you guys. Going for dinner? Just as these words left her mouth, Yuan felt a bit amused. It's almost 2 o'clock. As college students, their normal routine does not exist as long as they are on vacation, and they had planned to go to an internet cafe to order takeout. It's really to eat. Zhang Wenhai smiled awkwardly. That's all for now then. We'll leave first. Are you guys going to eat at Yintai? Chen Yu asked, saying that Zhang Wenhai felt strange. Didn't she make an appointment with Amazingly? Well, that's so much fun. Li Yan rarely talked to them about Chen Yu, so the unknown trio were all excited to realize that they could eat melon. The 3 losers all thought of the same thing, and all of their eyes lit up. Ah, right. Zhang Zhang changed his detachment from earlier and hurriedly picked up the conversation. The 2 of you are also going to Yintai? Then let's go together. Chen Yu said as if casually. Where's Li Yan? Not with you guys? No. I don't know where he went. I heard about going home. No contact for a day. The corner of Zhang Zhang's mouth curled slightly. He, who only watched purely love-oriented tomes, knew this kind of plot very well. Regret it. Chase husband crematorium. Ha. Never forgive within 3 episodes. Go get a stomachache. School marm. Ha 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 ha. So the 3 of them fanned the flames all the way, saying how Yenli was so sad. Slightly exaggerated but not all faked. How could they realize how much they had helped Yenli? Chapter 20, a not-so-pleasant chance encounter. Below, the car had already driven around Yintai City several times, and Miss Chimor's fear of crowds was eased before she pulled over to the side of the road. The driver, dressed in a black suit on a hot day, was the first to get out of the car and pulled the door open. Zhang Zhang stood on the windscreen in front of the mall and fanned his collar. This bunch of rich people, they can damn well pretend. The 2 women were the first to get out of the car before the words left their mouths. Godmother. Zhang Nianhua rolled his eyes. You want to take a shortcut now? Zhang Wenhai scrutinized it again and slapped Jiang Nianhua's head. Don't bull asterisk 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 your mother. You're nuts. Jiang Nianhua rubbed his raw head. That's amazing Li's own mom. Jiang Nianhua. Ha? Chun Yu, who was putting away her parasol, froze and subconsciously exited with surprise. Really? Which one? The opposite side of Li's mother also noticed Zhang Wenhai, and after speaking with Zhang Wan, she walked straight towards the group. Godmother. Zhang Wenhai scratched his head and greeted. You bastard boy. Why don't you come home to play? Motherly intimately patted Zhang Wenhai's shoulder. Why don't you come home for dinner this week? Look at how thin you are. No. No. Zhang Wenhai waved his hands repeatedly. Auntie me which is thin every day big fish and meat. In a few days I will go to see you. You child, said Li mother, looking at the other few people. These are Li Yan's classmates. Right. How are you guys? I'm Li Yan's mom. A few voices of auntie made Li's mother smile and narrow her eyes. Hey, when you have time to come home to play, you're always welcome. When Mother Li swept Shen Yu, she was stunned. What a beautiful girl. There's something familiar about it. By the way, it's the girl from the movie my son played this afternoon. Which means, noticing her shy and slightly pleasing look, Li mother subconsciously raised the corners of her mouth. Good son. Ass. Didn't he say that people don't want to talk about it? The girl is like this. Like words. Like words. Like words. In the car behind her son was still getting tired of Iki more. Li's mother is numb. There's no way to explain this. And Shen Yu observed Li mother's cloudy look and misunderstood at the first moment. Could it be that amazingly said something? She was so shocked that she didn't care about her self-respect. She just wanted to get back some goodwill. And hurriedly said, Auntie, in fact, I have some misunderstandings with Li Yan. Anyway, I want to have a few words with him face to face. Sure enough. Confirmed. Li's mother was so embarrassed she could have snapped her shoes through the soles, saying vaguely, Anan. At this time, the head wearing a wide-brimmed sun hat of the young girl, the last night cried bitterly, listening to the net depression cloud until dawn, dreaming of shouting Chen Yu Mr. Li from the car. Mr. Li, who cried bitterly last night, listened to the net suppressed clouds until dawn and dreamed of shouting for Chen Yu, was led down from the car by a young girl in a cap, except for Chen Yu, who was blocked from view by Li's mother. The rest of the few people saw, though, in actuality, it was only because Iki Moore was dead set on letting go and he was sitting in the inside seat. But to all of you viewers, the 10 fingers are tightly linked and the man and the woman are in love. The young girl was very stubborn and unwilling to let go of her hand, while Mr. Li's face was a little red, obviously a little overwhelmed in public. Zhang was inwardly shouting that this was the reverse thrust. Scratch that, it's Shura. He silently gave the long-suffering comrade Li Yan a monument in his heart. What's wrong with you guys? Chen Yu met the eyes of several people and saw it too. Stunned, shocked, terrified. His brain went blank, and he reached out and clutched the cuffs of Yi Wan beside him. The unknown Li Yan was still dealing with Chi Moore. Chi Moore that's what? Ha ha ha, it's not good to hold hands like this outside Humph. Noticing the gazes of the passing pedestrians, Chi Mo's original dominance turned into timidity and hid in Li Yan's arms. Zhang Wan ignored Li Yan's gaze for help. Old God, hurry up and go inside. How hot it is outside. Li Yan sighed and chanted the incantation a few times silently while hoping that he wouldn't run into anyone he knew. Feeling her trembling body, and reassuring, it's okay. The little head arched in his arms as Ikimori's dull fur began to recover from its uneasy shaking. She grunted a few times to cheer herself up, then looked up at Li Yan and got a smile before holding his hand tightly and walking slowly with her head down. Amazingly looked up, down, and up again, subconsciously covering his face, unable to tense up. Completely unable to tense up. Mother Iki, of course, had noticed and recognized it. Exciting. So exciting. Where do I charge my membership? How can you be so excited? But then again, she had lived for so many years and read countless women's articles, but it was also the first time she had encountered such a bloody situation. Chi Moore found Li Yan's body stiff and felt a little strange. Looking up blankly to meet Chen Yu's eyes, relying on her innate talent, she understood instantly. The enemy, this is the enemy. Chen Yu approached quickly. Ikimori's dorky hairs began to spin up. What to do? What to do? Pop. A crunch. Everyone froze. Amazingly turned his face sideways. Chen Yu's face reddened with anger. Explain. Li Yan was stunned for a moment. Even the best temper would be angry when encountering this situation. He took a few deep breaths before he could hold it back, evened out his breath, and faintly said, This is my friend. The elders entrusted me to take care of it. How can I trust you? Li Yan hadn't done anything wrong in the first place, so he didn't need to be vain. How strong can a girl's hand be? Li Yan's face didn't hurt, just chilled. believe it or not. Jiang Luan is also Numclaws, immediately took over the words. This is my daughter. My family and Li Yan's family friendship is not shallow. He did not lie. Chen Yu stalled, but still had a few moments of disbelief as she looked at GMO. What's your name? For some reason, originally there was still some panic in the face of the imposing Chen Yu, but at this time, it had already vanished, and his demeanor changed. She looked straight ahead with Chen Yu. No cowardice, only determination. Jiang Luan realized that her daughter seemed to be glowing. The overbearing spirit of her father possessed her once again, one hand reaching out to her mother and hooking a finger. Jiang Luan hurriedly took out her daughter's cell phone from her bag and placed it in her hand. Ji more gently tapped down 2 words on the keyboard and flipped his hand to show them to Chen Yu. It was Chen Yu's turn to get confused. What is this doing? Jiang Luan explained. My daughter can't speak. Look at what she's typing. She's introducing herself to you. Chen Yu's heart thumped at his words. Oh, the sunlight was a bit dazzling. Chen Yu leaned over slightly and squinted. Str. Chi more? Somewhere in her memory was awakened. Looking up at Jiang Luan, she finally recognized it and said in dismay. You are Auntie Jiang? This is that stranger sister from back then. It's been a long time. Little fish. You're getting better looking. Saying that, she pointed at Li Yan. You may not be too clear. The boy who saved you back then is the current Li Yan. Chen Yu stood frozen in place. The teenage look of him and the youth with a troubled face in front of her overlapped. No wonder she couldn't help but feel good about Li Yan the first time she saw him. Emotions that had relied on reason to keep them down were even more raging after the rebound. The heart is in turmoil and festering. Couldn't get a word out of what I wanted to say. Chen Yu had never panicked like this before. She didn't even know how to put her hands down. She could only hold them tightly together, her body trembling involuntarily. Amazingly. Aha. When did you know? It's only a couple hours ahead of you. Li Yan's demeanor didn't change at all as he looked over to his old lady standing in front of the mall, scratching her head frantically and pretending not to recognize her. You do realize that's my mom, right? The meaning is clear enough. Not to mention the fact that there are so many onlookers around, indiscriminately doing so. Chen Yu choked. I'm sorry. You. Me. She tried to argue, but nothing more could be said. Under the big sun, there were even people around who took out their cell phones to take pictures. Jiang Luan made a wink towards the bodyguard and rounded up. It's so hot. Let's go in and talk about it. Aha. Chen Yu responded, but instead of following, he just walked away silently. The tears stopped the moment she turned her head, and she kept wiping her cheeks, but she couldn't get them clean. Teardrops slid down his cheeks and down the backs of his hands, leaving a round mark on the floor. It was quickly absorbed by the tiles and nothing was left. Yiwan approached and walked side by side with her. Wan, take me home. Doorway. Zhang. Chapter 1 Hi. Jiang Manhwa. By Auntie X3. The 3 men flew away. Chapter 21 Omega. An event that is socially dead to those involved is no more than a hoot for the onlookers. Walking into the mall, everyone pretended that this hadn't happened, and blowing on the air conditioning, Yanli felt a little more comfortable. The 2 moms rightfully belonged to the first echelon, while Li Yan and Chi More followed. Li Mother is in good spirits. Usually, the 2 males in the family have no interest in shopping, with the daughter shopping and feel less interesting, not lively enough. It felt fresh today with a different lineup than in the past. Jiang Luan was in a better mood. She hadn't been to a place like this for a long time. Flashback to the earliest days with Ikari. At that time, Ji Wanli was still a small business owner, and the young couple was really busy with their feet. Later, when she was pregnant, Ji Wanli didn't want her to work too hard and always sent her home first. Sometimes when Ji Wanli has to work all night, she doesn't want to fire up alone, and usually comes to a place like this for a bowl of noodles and a covered dish of rice. The most common thing I hear is my peers spouting off about how inappropriate their bosses are. She would snicker while taking big dry bites. In later years, Chiemo was born. Jiang Luan became a mother, then rarely go out alone, always bring a large pile of things, just to take care of the crazy playful Chiemo. After that, Ikimori encountered that incident and hasn't been to such a place at all. Coming here and seeing the people coming and going is like going back to my younger days. She pointed to a men's clothing store. This one, go in and look around? Li's mother looked at the store's National Tide logo, and the fancy clothes inside, pulled the corner of her mouth. I heard that bosses like your family's old pool are a set of suits more than 100,000 yuan. How can they wear this? Jiang Luan laughed. That's for formal occasions. Now there is not Li Yan in it. Stranger also dared to go out, and so on. Some better our 2 families to travel together. We compare to see whose husband dressed more youthful. How about it? Li mother moved. She was in a crowd of suitors to choose the oldly, which has 90% of the reason is good looks. But do this work? For years and years, It becomes every day carrying a thermos, clamped notebook, a cadre to the countryside look. It is quite reliable. But she is more or less a bit tired of looking. Being Jiang Wan said. Immediately enlightened. Husband she cannot change. But change clothesline ah. So the amorous pair walked into the store hand in hand after hanging their bags on the head of the great ingrate, Li Yan. On the other side, Li Yan took Chi Mor and sat down on a resting bench. Iki Mor was visibly uncomfortable, his head drooping and his dorky fur wilting. Someone passing by, or hearing a conversation not too far away, sends a shiver down her spine. Moving a few inches closer to Li Yan, he tried to hold hands, but then he moved his butt and turned his head, puffed up, and then gets scared by passers-by. It just goes round and round. Li Yan was fine. He was angry for a while about what happened just now, but he was fine and didn't take it to heart. Nowadays, the main thing is to take care of Iki Mor. Ji Mor somehow seemed to be angry. Li Yan really did not know what to do. The study of a woman's heart was something that Li Yan felt he would never be able to get into in his lifetime. Even for the simplest of girls like Ikemori, who hadn't had much contact with society, he couldn't even participate. Amazingly only whispered, "What's wrong?" Humph. Receiving attention from a passerby for speaking, she cringed again and scooted a few moments closer to Li Yan. Amazingly thought she was kind of cute and pathetic and asked, "Are you angry?" Ikemori. "Okay, got it. Why?" Shimor scratched his ears in annoyance, subconsciously not wanting to talk to him. "Just type it up for me. I can't understand it if you don't say it." After saying this in a child-coaxing tone, she took out her cell phone from the bag Li Yan was carrying. Li Yan was relieved. It looks like Iki Mor is still very cozy. He opened WeChat as he thought. /angry. Amazingly surrendered. "I was wrong." Iki Mor nodded his little head. Li Yan took a long breath. "Ikemori. Amazingly. Ikemori. Amazingly." She clasped her hands to her chest. Humph. Yen Li. Once again, Ikemori was confronted with a new and unfamiliar emotion. Just felt sour inside. It was inexplicably annoying to hear him again. It wasn't nasty either. She obviously loved Little Flame. But she just thought that by doing so, Little Flame would be nicer to her. Things like offering to hold hands with her, talking to her a little more, and cuddling her like a mom at bedtime. As a result, when he saw Li Yan playing with his cell phone by himself, Shimo's heart was so empty that he couldn't even notice the pedestrians coming and going. It was as if he was the only one in the world. So she reached out a hand and blocked it in front of the cell phone screen, her scallion white fingers opening. "Ha!" She pointed to Li Yan's other free hand. "Holding hands?" She nodded. Yen Li took her tiny hand, but not 10-fingered, as he occasionally did when he took his sister out with him. The community has died anyway. He glanced at Ikemor's expression. "Omega. Amazingly. Not angry? Omega humph. Okay, got it." Li Yan put his cell phone into his pocket. Just now Auntie Jiang Wan had instructed him that he could take Chimo to eat a little snack here. Jimor probably hasn't eaten many of these mall snacks, so he pointed to the volcanic stone grilled sausage not far away. "Want some?" "Ha! Sausage made from pork, grilled up." Ikemori felt quite happy sitting here, because the middle-aged man with the stuffed white hat had a pretty scary smile. She kind of didn't want to go, but he saw Li Yan subconsciously gulp. She nodded anyway. After receiving permission, Li Yan took Chimor's hand and walked towards the kind-faced uncle. Chimo still kept his head down and walked slowly, hiding behind Li Yan, holding on with one hand and gripping his waist with the other. It wasn't until she had claimed her 2 grilled sausages and sat back down that she gently propped her chest and let out a long breath. Amazingly handed one over and then chewed on it with a big gulp. Ikemor followed Li Yan's example and took a bite with an owie, but obviously not skillful enough. He got burned and the kielbasa fell to the ground. It was something she had risked so much to buy, something her beloved big baby loved, and she hadn't even tasted it yet. A mist of water clouded his eyes. "It's not good to make you cry," he quickly said. "Don't cry. I'll buy it for you again." Ikemori was even more upset, her head shaking like a rattle. One more trip and she'd be dead. Li Yan hurriedly puckered his hand and bit through a section and stuffed it into his mouth, handing her the rest. "Here, eat this." He blew on it a few times, thought of how she didn't want to die when she was drying her food, and added, "Smaller bites." Ikemori wiped her eyes and stuck her head out for a tiny bite. Another bite, another bite, another bite, and then I couldn't hold back the woo-woo and ate it all. "Is it good?" Jimor praised with a fixed salute, with little stars in his eyes, staring at the bamboo stick, wanting to shiver a mouthful of it. She remembered the kielbasa that had fallen on the floor. Amazingly was horrified. "You can't pick it up. I'll go get it for you again." Ikemori blinked. She was just looking. It wasn't like she was going to pick up anything off the ground and eat it, but she was inexplicably a little happy to see Little Flame's anxious face, happy enough to pestle his head into his arms. Chapter 22, There's No Going Back. After getting Ikemori a grilled sausage to eat, Li Yan answered a phone call. Mother Li and Jiang Luan also checked out. They didn't seem to have any intention of retrieving their bags. It was the first time Li Yan had ever carried such an expensive bag, and it felt pretty good. As for why she knows the bag is expensive, one is to judge from the family situation, and the other is that the eyes of the girls passing by will unconsciously go to Mother Iki's bag. Luckily, the bags of clothes that the two moms had bloodied up were taken by the captain of the bouncers. This made Li Yan even more curious as to where the bodyguard captain was hiding, which he hadn't noticed just now when he looked around. As soon as Auntie came out, the captain of the bodyguards appeared, picked up the bag and disappeared at the speed of light, not saying a word and walking without making a sound. $200,000 a month really isn't a lot of money. At once, it made Li Yan feel that the work he did was not worth $3,000. Who was that on the phone just now? Amazingly tracked the disappearing back of the bodyguard captain and casually said, talking to a friend about something, "What's up, Mom?" The rest of his eyes glimpsed his old mother's incessant winks, so he looked at Ikemori beside him. She had puffed out her cheeks. Amazingly, watching her palms open again, amazingly took hold. Ikemori, Omega, Mother Li, Jiang Luan. Amazing, isn't it? Amazingly raised an eyebrow. Jiang Luan tucked her hand in and smiled. Ah, right. Mother Li frowned. You're treating people like toys, aren't you? Ikemori, hey. Amazingly, which is not. Mother Li. I only know this way. Li Yan explained. It's just a stopgap measure. I'll think of something else later, as long as it doesn't matter to your Auntie Jiang. Jiang Luan smiled and said, then please find more ways to take care of her in the future. Li Yan nodded. That's a must. Ikemori's sister is so cute. Chimore's head started clunking into Li Yan's arms again. Looking happy, Li Yan was no longer so squirmy, and with a clouded look at the location around the corner of the mall, he thought depressingly, he still didn't know where the captain of the bodyguards was hiding. Jiang Luan. And so, wherever the two moms wandered, the two kids sat on a bench. Li Yan would also find a way to take Chimore to buy some delicious food, cupcakes, milk tea, sushi, octopus dumplings and whatnot. Ikemori is all eaten up. Her mood was getting better. Still scared, but not shaking as much. It was just that his head would arch into Li Yan's arms every now and then, and his hair was a bit messy. After 3 points of wandering, it will be dark or not. The two shopping obsessives left Intai reluctantly after having to miss their meal. In the car, Jiang Luan retied Chimo's pill head. Chimore said something. Jiang Luan even softly apologized, mouth comforting Chimore, but like turning on the vibration mode of the body, exposed Jiang Luan happy. Probably unlocked some new feature of Ikemori. Li Yan as a flavor of medicine identity. Ikemore change, of course he is happy to see it. He pinched his pinky, feeling his hand go bald and skinny from Ikemore. Her hand was not at all restless. It kept moving around, letting go and not being happy about it. The captain of the bodyguard parked the car steadily at the bottom of the office building and picked up Ji Wanli, who looked reluctant to go to work. Climbing into the car, Ikari greeted Li's mother before running to settle behind Ikemori. Stranger, did you have fun? Ah. She nodded. Ever miss Daddy? Hoof. Daddy missed you. Hoof. Ugh. Daddy worked really hard today, all for the sake of Stranger, and it couldn't be helped. Hoof. Daddy made a lot of money today. Buy you a present. Hoof. Amazingly. Hearing this, Jiang Luan looked back and smiled. Buy a bag for Stranger. Ikemore's ears twitched visibly, glancing at his mom. A bag? Isn't that thing as much as you want? But Stranger doesn't like it. Ikari sighed straight up as he unbuttoned the top button of his shirt. It's no fun at all to go to work. Jiang Luan cheerfully said. Today's shopping, Li Yan as much as for me to carry a bag. Did not give Stranger to carry a bag. She is angry with me. Amazingly. It dawned on him that this was the reason why Jiang Luan had turned on the vibration mode. Ikemori, humph. Ji Wanli dumbfounded, and then excitedly picked up the phone to the secretary, called a phone, added a WeChat friends, flipped through the circle of friends, saved a large number of pictures. Jimo's WeChat ding 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 ringing. Baby, pick out the ones you don't like. Jimore picked up his cell phone, slipped his fingers, looked like he had a hard time choosing, scratched his face, and handed the phone to Li Yan. Li Yan shook his head. I'm not going to pick. You choose yourself. Seeing Chimore's frustrated face, Li Yan had to take the phone and randomly choose a cute-looking bag. Two more were chosen over the protests of Ikwani. Ji Wanli was very dissatisfied. It's too cheap. It doesn't add up to 10W. Choose again. Nothing else matches the temperament of Ikemori's sister. Ji Wanli spread his hands and said, there's no need to save me money. If she buys it too cheaply, her classmates will look down on her. It's hard to stomach the mouths of the rich. Li Yan slandered in his heart and only pretended not to hear it. Jiang Luan slapped her palm. Right. It's better to go to the store tomorrow and buy it for stranger. She'll have to go to school in the future, so she can also prepare earlier. Chi Wanli looked up at the road, saw the car going straight to the hotel, and reminded, not going to pick up old Li? Li's mother explained. He's working overtime temporarily. There's nothing he can do. Ji Wanli quickly responded. After all, it's a public position. It's afraid of bad discipline. Right. It's me who didn't think it through. Next time come to the house to get together. Li's mother sighed and didn't say anything polite again. It can't be helped. I wasn't supposed to come, but still the family's Jean wanted me to accompany them for a meal. Jiang Luan felt a little guilty, doing us such a great favor, but you also have to take care of our mood. Don't say that. My son is lucky to be able to help. And how can stranger be considered trouble when he's so well behaved? Hey, is that what it says? The dumping technique is really skillful. Amazingly rolled his eyes straight away. Entered a private dining room. Ji Wanli ordered a few dishes. Let the menu. Li mother polite. Li Yan and catch pot. Just randomly ordered two. When the food came up, Jiang Luan brought a bib for GMO and said helplessly, my daughter eats harder. How can I teach her not to teach? Ikimori resisted. You're wearing a white dress today. It won't look good if it's dirty. If it doesn't look good, Li Yan won't like you, right? She said, and then looked at Li Yan. Li Yan's mouth opened, not knowing what to say. As a result, Chimor raised his eyes to look at Li Yan and compromised. A meal that was heartfelt and enjoyable for the hosts and guests. The main thing is that Chimor eats too much. Dry rice very focused. A table of people basically watched her down. After the meal, we chatted for a few minutes and went our separate ways. There wasn't much small talk on the way back. Everyone was a little tired and Ikimori was starting to doze off. Amazingly tiptoed out of the car and took a few steps before popping back in. He felt like he was about to smell like Ikimori. There's a strange feeling that can be dissipated with a couple of jumps like that. Took 2 more breaths of fresh air and stretched. Li's mother, on the other hand, looked sideways at her own son, wondering what the hell this guy was up to, until it's home. The 2 men were outside the courtyard when they saw a van in the yard right up against the door. A few bodyguard lookalikes got into the van and nodded toward Li Yan, who happily nodded in response. One for the road. These guys are good. I knew it the day I kidnapped him. Even when I kidnapped someone, I didn't forget to stuff a handkerchief into the rope. Very humanitarian. After the car drove away, Li Yan scratched his chin in some perplexity. Strange. How could Dad promise people to give us something? Next to him, Li's mother glanced at him. How do you know people are giving things away? Amazing Li? Your tables, chairs, benches, beds, closets and desks are all taken away. They are really meticulous. Probably because they are afraid that you are homesick. In the future, you don't need to go home to live on weekends. You don't need to worry about Mom. Li mother took the bag in Li Yan's hand. What are you waiting for? Just send it here. Let's go. The car is still waiting. Amazing Li? Silence for a long time. Li Yan looked at the blood relatives who had done the paternity test without a doubt, and his lips trembled. Go away? You're getting a little too much drama. Li mother from the bag took out a stack of money. About 1,000 or so. Chimor does not want you to play with her well. This money you take, directly to the Chimor. I'm not too good. People are not bad this. You see what she likes. Directly buy for her. Amazing Li. Oh, he then realized that this home, I'm afraid he won't be able to return to it in the future. That's not so bad. I lived in the orphanage for 8 years as a child, and I'm not a child now, so I'm not going to be able to go home for 3 or 2 months without doing anything about it. Just a little worried. The chest under the bed, the crevices of the closet, and the locked cupboard on the desk, the treasures hidden in those places, should not have been discovered. Chapter 23. At night, the apartment table was depressing for a rare family reunion dinner. The man of the house, with his bowl of rice and flipping through his notebook, glanced up at his wife, put down his chopsticks and sighed. What's wrong? Why don't you ask your daughter what she did? Madam angrily slapped her cell phone. Look at you. It's being recorded by someone else and you have no shame. Chen Yu was very vain and lowered her head to eat silently without retorting. It does seem a bit humiliating in retrospect. Chen Kong furrowed his sword brows, not understanding why his wife had just given his daughter a cloth dish and now changed to this look. What's the hurry? Did she kill someone or start a fire? See for yourself. Morning Kong reached farther for his cell phone and played the video, watching it for a while before turning it off. The child is growing up. Let's stay out of her own business. Oh, I can't control her yet. Who do you think I'm doing it for? It's so humiliating. Or my friend forwarded it to me. What's going to happen when this gets out? Morn took a generous bite of her food. It's an invasion of privacy. I'll contact someone to delete it. Shin Yu sighed in relief. Thanks Dad, The mourning mother grunted and sat back. Ouch. I'm the only one who's a bad person. Mom, do you know who he is? Shen Yu was careful. It's the king of heaven who has nothing to do with me. I can't control your business. Chen Kong raised his eyelids. Don't be shady. Speak properly. Gu, you're still in a hurry. It's all because you're spoiled. I told you to take care of it. I don't think that boy is a good person. But you don't. Chen Yu blushed. Mom and Dad know? I've known for a long time. He has a girlfriend now. Why are you babbling up there? Mother Chen was furious. You just can't stay away from him? Chen Yu could only lower her head. He's the kid who saved your daughter over 10 years ago. Morning Generosity said somewhat helplessly. The corner of Morning Mother's eye twitched. Really? Morning Kong nodded. Really? Then it should be thanked. Is this like this? Even if you saved 100 lives, it's not like this. Mother Chen took a sip of water to smooth her breath. Mom, that's not his girlfriend for a reason. What's the reason? I've never seen his sister this old still stick it to her older brother either. Chen Kong frowned. That's the Chi family's daughter. It's not like you don't know about her daughter's illness. The Morning Mother thought for a while and said in a daze. It's the one that almost got killed and then couldn't talk. Yeah, she's sick every year. And this year she probably had no choice but to seek out someone else. Chen Yu put down her chopsticks. Dad, why didn't you tell me if you knew that? Good man. Coming at me. He raked at the last grains of rice, stuffed them in his mouth, drank from his water glass, and hastily lifted his jacket from the back of his chair. I'm going to the precinct to check it out, and leave the door open for me for the night. Don't you run. Chen Yu tugged at his clothes. I really have something. An appointment. Ask your mom if you don't believe me. I know that Amazing Lee's dad is also a cop. You know Amazing Lee's dad, right? Yes. Why? It's just a visit to his place today. Oh, can I take me? Talking about work, is it decent for you to go? Morning Kong sighed. I'll take you there when we meet in private next time. Then you hurry. Greeting her mother's gaze that wanted to kill, Chen Yu hurriedly cleaned up the dishes. Walking out of the gate of the neighborhood, Morning Kong only had time to look up at the full moon hanging in the sky, and then climbed into the black sedan with hurried steps. On the other hand, Li Yan was also sitting on a chair at the entrance of the villa, resting his chin and enjoying the moon, watching the bodyguard in and out of the move all his belongings, and watch these things moved into the next room of GMO. Cannot say next door, because the two rooms have been opened. He walked downstairs. Auntie, didn't you bring my bed? I'm sorry those few hairy hands and feet to your bed broken. Jiang Luan is rubbing face cream to GMO who just finished his bath, and looked back. The new bed was ordered from abroad, and I heard that it was stuck at the customs. I'll think of a way to do it, so you can wait a little longer. Amazing Li Yan rubbed his brow. He wasn't stupid. Just that closet that was falling apart could be brought back with all its whiskers and tails. Could that folding bed still be broken? How much do you really want me to sleep in the same bed as your daughter? The nanny who cleaned the room came down the stairs. Jiang Luan snorted. Mrs. Wu, are things packed? Wu Ma nodded. Okay, rest, hard work, goodbye, ma'am. Jiang Luan looked at Li Yan. Go get your clothes and take a shower. Amazing Li. 1 minute later, he plopped down in the jacuzzi and studied its features. Hoo, and play songs. Amazing Li mashed it up with interest and the music started. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Amazing Li listened defenselessly to the sound of his own voice coming from the stereo and got a nasty chill. This is so sick. I can't help but recall my physical this summer. At the time, I wondered why the medical examination program included a vocal test, with such odd sentences to be read, and a requirement to be vocal. Now the case is finally solved. I'll be sure to consult with the family in a bit to remove them all, and I'll have to ask if the pillows, masks, ARVR programs, and such have been lost and removed. Parlor. Ikimori sat on the couch, playing the $10 game console he had begged from Mother Lee. Drip. Jiang Luan sat on the sidelines and watched. Pixel-blocked tanks and playing against human machines. Ikimori had a lot of fun. It's been 4 or 5 levels. Jiang Luan was also a bit interested. Lend mommy a hand. Mommy helped you move all of his treasures back so you can explore anytime you want from now on. And you won't even lend mommy a game? Ike's mother was so sophisticated that a simple sentence condemned her daughter's conscience. Ikimori reluctantly handed over the game console. Well, Mom will cherish it and play with it a handful of times and then give it back to you. Li Yan came out of the bathroom and saw the two of them, GMO and Jiang Luan, playing vigorously, the corner of his mouth twitching. It was something he got tired of playing with as a kid for a day and then disappeared into his room. I didn't expect that Ikemore would find it by casually rummaging through it, and it actually came back to life just by replacing the batteries. Ikimori played like a baby all day. He laughed and shook his head. pulling his cell phone out of his pocket and noticing a message, tapping on it and frowning, standing frozen in place. He suddenly laughed again. Looking back, he found both mother and daughter staring at him. Chimor surveyed Li Yan with a scrutinizing gaze. Oh, Li Yan was still totally confused. Ha? Jiang Wan smiled. Stranger asked what you were thinking about. Yan Li, auntie, can you delete the jacuzzi recording? Jiang Wan shook her head. I can't. Either you accompany Chi-mo to take a bath. Chi-mor. Amazing Li. Chapter 24, Pity. After taking a shower and rubbing his half-dried hair, Li Yan smoothly sat down on the sofa chair. Finding that Chi-mor didn't seem to decide to stick it to him, he breathed a long sigh of relief and excitedly opened the video software to catch up. And opposite. Jiang Wan whispered in Chi-mor's ear. You were diverted just now. That's not what he was thinking about in his reaction just now. Ikimori's dull hairs picked up some kind of signal and danced uneasily as she pressed herself against her mother's ear. Aha! Jiang Wan, boys at this age are simple. Either they have business or it's because of the girl. Ikimori was shocked and whispered. It could be that guy, but it's not a sure thing. And it's times like these that you have to fire scout. He can't ask anymore if he doesn't want to talk. And it's not good for mom to ask. By the way, do you know his cell phone password yet? Face recognition. This function is really the most annoying existence in the 21st century. There's nothing we can do for now. Just observe more. Li Yan observed them with his afterglow. When mother and daughter whispered a little, Li Yan was still able to understand. When I was at home, my mom and sister used to engage in this kind of small talk as well. But I have to say, Jiang Wan is a bit strong. Ikimori's way of speaking was so soft that she could actually understand it. More or less superpowers in. But to be honest, even if Chi-mor said it out loud, he wouldn't understand it. After tripling through an episode of the anime, the two had ended their whispering and the mother and daughter raided the fridge together. Got bananas, apples, pineapples, dates and whatnot to fill up a fruit plate the size of a faceplate with a storm of inhalation. The average family really can't afford to spend on these two. Even ordinary fruit. The price is really not cheap. Li Yan also had to accept a banana as he peeled off the skin. Hey, how come Uncle Chi is nowhere to be seen? He's gone to work late. Saying his daughter will soon learn to spend money, and he's got to cheer up. Li Yan's guilt surged up at once, as if he was also responsible. Then, keep catching up. After 3 episodes of the anime, a familiar little paw appeared again and again and again to wiggle between Amazing Li's face and the phone. He looked up at the pitiful Ikimor, and an uneasy feeling came over him. Yan Li gave a forced smile. What's wrong? Ikimori pouted. Jiang Wan was stoned on melon seeds, watching the TV variety show as if nothing had happened. Stranger said he wanted you to hug him, and asked for your hand to give way. Li Yan's cheeks twitched and he smiled awkwardly. Auntie, this isn't quite appropriate. Jiang Wan put down the melon. Her eyes serious. This will help her. You don't want to be haunted for the rest of your life. Li Yan felt that this kind of talk was not much different from the I'm just rubbing it into talk. He's decided he can't drink for the rest of his life. It's too dangerous. If he hadn't gotten confused last night and fallen for this family's warm and fuzzy attack, he wouldn't have gotten to this point today. Shandong people persuade alcohol is too dog. The city set is too deep. Noticing Ikimori's tendency to be forceful, he had to put his hand on the arm of the couch. Chi-mor stepped on the edge of the sofa with both Geo, after which he sat on Li Yan's thighs with his buttocks, hooked his waist with both feet, and used his waist as a pivot point to move forward. Finally hands went under his armpits and hugged. The softness morphed against his chest, and Li Yan could feel Ikimori's heartbeat. Well, very stable, like an athlete. Suddenly, he felt it was unprofessional to be jumping like that. Families, who can stand it? Ikimor hadn't finished his combo yet, moving his butt to adjust his stance and drumming for a while before he was finally satisfied. Jiang Wan carried a blanket and gently covered her daughter with it, and gave Li Yan another apologetic smile. He only responded with a bitter smile. The settled state lasted only a few minutes before Ikimori slept solidly and resumed her movements. It caused Li Yan's settled heart to change again. She pressed her soft cheek against Li Yan's neck and rubbed it to and fro, her warm breath constantly puffing on his neck. It was too much of a stimulus for Amazing Li. It is also facing a very serious state of affairs as a result. This action should never be reactive. If Jimor were to ask a mouthful of what this hard thing is in front of Auntie Jiang Wan like in anime and novels, the level of social death would be at the peak of his life. And I'm afraid that no other experience would be able to surpass it in this life. The previous mantra of she's my sister, a family member like my mother, had come in handy when Ikimor had just moved his ass. He used Umatba Buddha temporarily suppressed, and Baidu Diamond Sutra full text, by hand added a bookmark. Chanting finished, he withdrew his mind to look at Auntie Jiang Wan with a pleading gaze, and she stoned on melon and watching a variety show, completely oblivious. even under Li Yan's gaze, calmly picking up his cell phone to order takeout. Late night snack? Amazing Li. Eat? Crawfish okay? Good. Spicy? Garlic alright, I guess. And our mouthwash is fresh when you open the mirror cabinet, so you don't have to worry about that. Amazing Li. Auntie, I think of her as a sister. Ah, okay. Jiang Luan replied very perfunctorily, then continued to look at the menu. Let's have some more peppered shrimp. Have wide noodles or rice noodles? Right. Do you want roasted leeks and oysters? Is that a ing sister? You're in such a hurry to give her away? You're really going to broadcast it all over town, aren't you? Jiang Luan said, shaking her head and muttering to herself. Forget it, there's a real possibility that Ji Wanli will kill you. After a little thought, Li Yan realized, it's a unique reminder. Wide noodles or rice noodles? Amazing Li. Broadsides. Her fingers leapt rapidly across the screen as she skillfully placed the order and paid. Putting down his cell phone, he fiddled with his melon again and continued to watch the variety show. Li Yan was imprisoned by Chi Moore and couldn't play with his cell phone, so he could only watch along. Honestly, watching the romance roundup from a man's perspective is really awkward. When Amazing Li finally looked in, Auntie Jiang Luan looked at the screen in order to make money, desperately waving sweat and tears of obsessed men and women, sighed quietly, and began to mutter to himself, alas, my poor daughter. R20. Amazing Li, take me back. I want to go home. After glancing down, her sleeping face was reassuringly childlike. This appearance caused Li Yan to lose the slightest bit of charming thoughts. The family has a lot of money, but can only be trapped in this corner of the land. As ordinary people, that simple life cannot do. It's pathetic. He sighed softly. Chapter 25, especially happy. Finished my snack, helped clear the table and brushed my teeth. Li Yan hesitated for a long time, or opened a new bottle of mouthwash, labeled with the word Li. Walking out of the bathroom, the first floor was deserted. It was getting late, and the villa area was very silent, with only the rustle of the wind blowing the leaves. You can even hear the BGM of See Mile coming from the cell phone of the bodyguard at the door, probably tasting the dance artist of the short video software. Li Yan stepped out of the front door with slippers and stepped on the thick carpet, looking up at the moon with his hands behind his back and to himself. The captain of the bodyguards had long since noticed him dawdling. Seeing Li Yan walk out, he slanted a glance. He removed the cigarette from the corner of his mouth, flicked the ash, and coldly said, I think that when I was young, I had captured a dozen heads of San at the border in a raw manner. 7 paragraphs of Aikido, 3 paragraphs of Judo, 9 paragraphs of Sanso, and 30 kilograms of weight bearing 5 kilometers of cross-country is currently at the level of 20 minutes. Amazingly, who had listened to the string of slogans, also slanted him a glance. What are you saying again? Let's give you a 2-minute head start. Amazingly. The corners of his mouth twitched as he explained. I wasn't planning on running. I was just going to ask if there was any bedding downstairs, and I'd sleep on the couch to cope before the bed came. Then you might as well try to run. This woman is harder than me. He sighed quietly and looked at Li Yan resentfully, took out his pad and tapped on somehow, sliding the screen with one hand while looking at the dancing lady on the phone. Now I have one more item in my KPI assessment. Every day I have to read at least 10 words of Somehows text for 2 hours. And I also have to learn to speak like the housekeeper inside. A stalwart middle-aged man with a face of humiliation. Our young lady hasn't been that happy for a long time. You're the first man the young lady has brought home. Please sir, don't leave the young lady. Okay. I'm begging you to be good and not make me say these lines. Amazingly was relieved that he wasn't the only one being hurt in this world. And he was satisfied. Still wearing a sympathetic look on his face. Is there a possibility that they simply think it's more fun? Bodyguard captain. The Payat's face recognition alarmed the police, and it was really a professional KPI test. And the captain of the bodyguard disliked his face and passed the audit. He puts the cigarette back in his mouth and swallows, seemingly reminiscent of the past, only he can't really see it with his sunglasses on. A long time ago, they were so happy too, and now that they're finally back, they still have to thank you. He looked up at Li Yan, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. You can call me uncle. Amazing Li. Li Yan also thought that he and Chi's father were like brothers and sisters, and really did not think about that level of kinship. Pro? He looked at the tweets. Yeah, you stepped the down. Get your ass up there and hurry up and rush me to get someone. Amazing Li. As he made his way to his room, he mulled it over. This dear uncle loves cosplay so much, cos to the point where he's more professional than a real bodyguard. Also NP, since he is so precious to his niece, he is not opposed to opposing it. Although Amazingly didn't want to say it, it could be diagnosed that the family's brains were more or less tainted with abnormality. Walking with heavy feet up the stairs, opening the door, on the bed, Auntie put her arm around Aki Moore and watched the cloth projection. which was showing Deja aubergine, like sunlight through the night. Dawn creeps across the sky. Ikimori shook her head at him very pleasantly. Jiang Luan listened to the music but his smile stiffened, and he seemed to have some PTSD, 80% because he had seen too much. Jimor patted the bed and beckoned with his little hand, seeming very much to look forward to watching this movie with Li Yen. Auntie, this isn't appropriate. Jiang Luan sighed. Then I go? Amazing Li, can I sit in that sofa chair? Fine. I'll just go. Her tone was raw, but unfortunately she didn't move at all. So let's just say it was a good act. Li Yen could only sit on the edge of the bed and lie down on the far side, pulling the pillow he had brought from home and patting it on his waist, half lying against the backrest of the bed. Ikimori pounced on the tiger and got into Li Yen's arms. He resigned himself to the fact that it wasn't as exciting as it had just been. Anyway, after the demotion. Instead, I didn't feel anything. 3 minutes later, the war room finally spotted the monster. The fighters were deployed, and a fancy meal didn't even rub off the monster's skin. Jiang Luan whispered, I've heard that watching a bit of a relationship movie between a man and a woman is good for the relationship. Ikimori looked up and looked at Li Yen. He didn't want to watch aubergine either, especially not this ancient morning stream, but soap operas were even more unacceptable. So I picked up my cell phone to get advice from fellow pure love warrior Zhang Zhang. What's the cure, fan? Finally getting into the pit? Clanad. God forever. Read it and drop me. Ignoring his hyperactive preaching, he turned his cell phone off and muted it. Li Yen looked at Jimor. Watch a different movie? Ikimori nodded. She said it's okay to switch relationship movies. Took over Jiang Luan's remote control and found this tomato. Jiang Luan was finally relieved, and his excitement was instantaneous. Turned on the light, pulled up a crossbed table, made a pot of health tea, put a sleep mask on her daughter and herself, and kindly asked Li Yen, put one on? Amazing Li honors it. Ikimori grunted. Li Yen lost again. He can only let Ikimori play. And after wasting 3 masks, Auntie takes care of it herself. The ceremony is ready to play. Jiang Luan laughed. Yo, campus romance. I haven't seen the little Japanese cartoon. It's to learn. Ikimori nodded her little head, looking at her mother as an authority in this regard and watching very carefully as well. This male lead is not as handsome as Li Yen. Long hair. I don't know, hey. When the time comes, we can let him grow it a bit to see. It might be something else. You're going to dye your hair? What color? A heroine's? It's too plain. Or black looks good. Or how about trying short hair? It looks fresh in school style. Having a heroine and sending warmth to other women. Dog man. Scum. Chimor's cheeks puffed up in anger. Oof. That's not Amazing Li. Don't get too into it. She blinked, then rolled over to see Amazing Li's light-speckled face and reached out to touch it. She asked if you would cheat on her and play with another woman. Amazing Li. Jiang Luan nodded. He said she would only love you in her life. Amazing Li. She mo even with gestures. The mother and the two talk quite closely, and sometimes also look at Li Yen to say a few words. Jiang Luan was busy enough. Not only had to translate for GMO, but also had to help translate for Li Yen, who was smiling or silent. In this way, mother and daughter gabbed and watched the projections, and gradually Li Yen was unaffected by the sound of the talking and Jimor's small movements. He just had to take care of matching Ikimori's little gestures, and then Ikimori will be happy. Jiang Luan was also happy. To be honest, Li Yen was quite happy too, because Ikimori was really quite fun. At 2 a.m., with both mother and daughter looking asleep, Amazingly felt for the remote control on the nightstand, turned off the projector, and prepared to get out of bed to go lie down on the sofa chair, but the two of them rolled around on the bed as they did, sleeping in such an exaggerated manner that Li Yen was afraid that Ji Moore would fall off. He leaned against the bed as a guardrail. Finally, just as Li Yen was about to be chopped out of bed by Chi Moore's increasingly arrogant sleeping position, Chi's father gently opened the door. He tiptoed around and picked up Jiang Luan, casting Li Yen an apologetic look. Rest. He put his arm around Jiang Luan and brought the door with him. Outside the door, Jiang Luan was woken up by the light in the corridor, and when she saw that it was Ji Wanli, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. Hard work. Are you hungry? Had a snack. Ji Wanli, tired but looking happy, hugged the drowsy Jiang Luan. What a right choice. Yes, the stranger is especially happy today. Chapter 26, Extraordinarily Perfunctory. Once Jiang Luan was gone, Chimo's range of motion increased and the danger decreased. Looking quite asleep, the alertness should not be too high. Amazingly then felt his way to the sofa chair, gently flattened it and lay down, starting to think his job is worth 3,000 a month. It's not like he's not even 1% as good as the captain of the bodyguard. Just about to brew up sleep, Ikimori woke up. Ikimori, who had just been able to sleep through the night even though her dad had carried her mom away so loudly, actually opened his eyes at this time, hit light on the cell phone and looked for him in bed. Not seeing anyone and getting anxious, he sat up and started shining the whole room. Anxiety was relieved when he finally saw Li Yan in the sofa chair, his voice kinda soft. "Aw." Amazing Lee could only open one eye and say back, "I'm fine." Ikimori nodded and flopped down, patting his side and yawning. "Aw." Yenli climbed back into bed, not daring to disobey Missy's order. He finally understands why one can put pen to paper to secure the world. Martial arts can get on the horse to set the world in order. Up to the hall, down to the kitchen of the captain of the bodyguard and pro-uncle. Said she is difficult to deal with. I'll have to talk to Uncle G about the price increase later. It's ing tough. As soon as Amazing Lee got into bed, G Moore began to move his body that was lying on the bed, squirming like a slug, and finally lay on top of him, opening one eye and realizing that Li Yan hadn't closed his eyes. His tone of concern, "Aw, it's okay, go to sleep." He lay on the edge of the bed, tilting his head and letting Ikki take several boop 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 boop. With a feeling of abused shame, Amazing Lee covered the blanket and pulled it up by 1 foot to block the warm, soft breath that pounced on his neck. After a few minutes, she fell asleep, started spinning and rolling around in the blanket, but some part of the body makes contact with him. Hands, feet, head, or just the whole thing laying on his back, on his stomach. Chi Moore was of a meaty physique, estimated to be about 100 pounds, and although the physical contact was somewhat torturous, Li Yan strangely realized that he didn't feel much strain. Maybe the bed is fancier? No, that doesn't fit with Newton's third law. Thinking about this, without realizing it, he also fell asleep. The bed was really big and comfy. It's nice to have money. There was no drinking yesterday, and Yenli woke up naturally today. Look at the time. It is 10 o'clock in the morning. G Moore in a big shape, half of the body on Li Yan's lap, sleeping soundly. Amazing Lee sighed and for the nth time helped her put her raised nightgown down, put her feet up on her body, and tucked her in with the blanket. I felt the drool on half of my face and lamented the fact that it was another not so refreshing morning. He was going to wash up first, but just as 1 foot steps off the bed, Ikimori opens one eye to tug at him, retracts it and she goes back to sleep, no matter how gently she moves. And she's obviously not awake. This could be a superpower belonging to Ikimori, presumably a domain-type skill that doesn't allow pets to leave their territory or something like that. At 11:30, Amazing Lee opened his eyes and sighed quietly. Chi-Mo lay on his back, scratching his stomach without any image, as if he wasn't too happy. He started scratching Li Yan's waist side again. "It's itchy, but there's nothing you can do about it." She suddenly veered away and farted. After a few seconds, Li Yan covered his nose, and he, who had learned a lot of truths in just 2 days, learned a new one: good-looking girls' farts also stink. What kind of bull asterisk reasoning is this? G Moore was also awakened by the stench of her own fart. One pair of eyes finally opening together as she covered her mouth and nose with a dumbfounded expression of not having woken up. "Ha!" Amazing Lee shook his head. "It wasn't me." Ikimori shyly scratched her cockatooed head and with a silly look pointed at her flushed face to confirm. "Ha! Aha! Ah!" She lay on Li Yan's chest, grunting, and started arching again. Zhang Luan at the door, the whole time to see. Happy can't do it anymore. He let his daughter pout some more before telling her to put on her underwear and rummage through the closet for clothes to change into. Amazing Lee sat with his back turned inside. "Didn't sleep well?" Zhang Luan asked with concern. Amazing Lee bluntly informed. It was a pretty good sleep. Ikimore's sleep was a little bad, but he didn't feel much tired. Zhang Luan's tone was very proud. "My daughter has a sleep bonus. When I was still working, I used to come back from overtime and would hold her in my arms and sleep for 3 hours before I could go to work." Amazing Lee. Afternoon. After the meal, Zhang Luan was a bit depressed. Since Amazing Lee's capture, her pleasure has been to watch her daughter and Amazing Lee interact up close. The depression stems from this as well. She thought that Amazing Lee had begun to be perfunctory, accompanying G Moore to eat actually look absent-minded. Only 2 days now. Zhang Luan was deeply disturbed by his lack of dedication. So Zhang Luan catches Ji Wanli, who has come home on purpose to have dinner with his daughter. In the garden, after voicing the doubts in her heart, Zhang Luan crossed her arms and wrinkled her eyebrows, questioning, "What's going on with Li Yan? How would I know to go?" Ji Wanli sighed. "Even you can't figure it out, so I'm even more blind." Zhang Luan threatened, "Men only know men. You give me to think. If you can't think, don't want to touch me." Ikari's cheeks twitched. Since Ji's strange disease, Serious couples make their married life like cheating. See the needle. At first it is quite exciting, but as the days go by, it's just too torturous. Since amazingly came. 5 words for a long time is the most wonderful words in the world. He these days vitamins A B C D F G, blue, red, black and purple goji berries and what not to eat on the body maintenance also keep up. In the office the whole set of fitness equipment are dealing with work while practicing abs to come. It's only the second day and you're not allowed to touch it? Is it a human thing? And the wife's words seem to mean that Yenli didn't treat his precious daughter wholeheartedly. So cute. You can still be distracted. Or are you human? What had been a slight favoritism towards Li Yan directly decreased drastically. He gave his wife a push on the swing and thought seriously about it. After thinking for half a day, he still intends to sacrifice his daughter for the sake of his own happy life. If you can't do it, just turn a blind eye. Anyway, G more likes it. Don't go overboard is all. Jiang Luan raised her eyebrows. It was really fresh. She teasingly looked at Ji Wanli. Then to what extent can you accept as Miss G Moore's father? Holding hands is still okay. Right. Jiang Luan's entire body lived speechless. Exasperated. He almost had a heart attack. You are too. Right. Is that the problem? I really think of her as my sister. If you have that kind of meaning, close the door at night. We can still find out what. I guess as long as he does not hide. Already kissed. Ikwani. Jiang Luan. Ikwani. Jiang Luan. Ikwani. Chapter 27, The Sickness of Being Sick. It's true that you can't trust an outsider. Ji Wanli slapped his palms together and paced the garden uneasily. Jiang Luan. The man is really sick. Ji Wanli paced left and right. Jiang Luan held his chest and looked, to see what he could make a mess. After a moment, he asked shakily, so, did the kiss go on? Jiang Luan. She took a deep breath. Although Chimor is very proactive in getting close to Li Yan, but if he is touched by Li Yan on his own initiative, he will still be asasa and shy. Being so normal today and still clinging to him, that means nothing happened at all. How is it possible? Ji Wanli was shocked. My daughter is loved by everyone. He choked on his words, realizing something and suddenly donning a mask of pain. What the am I talking about again? He was in so much pain that he even scratched the hairstyle he'd fixed for meeting his co-stars. His face screwed up. What kiss and tell? No. How did I find such a retard like you as a husband? My God. Can't you tell? Jiang Luan collapsed and jumped off the rattan chair. She took a half-dozen breaths before she slowed down and sighed. I'll toss you the bairn and you'll understand. Jiang Luan casually picked a moonflower, ruffled her crushed hair, and pinned the flower to her ear, then moved with exaggerated dislike to Ji Wanli's arms, mimicking Ji Moore's petulant whine. Mommy, what's wrong with me? Ji Wanli furrowed his brows in thought, and at Jiang Luan's searching gaze, spoke his thoughts. That, our daughter can't talk at the moment. Asterisk. You're such a. Jiang Luan dropped the moonflower in his ear on the ground and crumbled, scratching his head. I'm mimicking that feeling. Feel it with your heart. Don't use your douchey general judgment of feelings. She reminded seriously, getting into the mood again. Right now, stranger is holding hands with amazing Li. She clasped her fingers together, shuddered as if electrified, and pretended to be breathing erratically, hoo. Covering her chest, she pinched her accent. Mom, my heart is killing me. Am I sick? After mimicking, she switched back to her usual tone. UKONW? Ji Wanli looked stagnant. After a long time, the corner of his mouth twitched, rubbing his face fiercely. My daughter is like, on this? No way. You teach her. Can't be like this. She can't get married. She has to be only my daughter for the rest of her life. He held out a finger, seriously emphasizing. I mean it. Stranger can only stay at home. I don't feel comfortable in anyone else's house. Jiang Luan. Asterisk. The captain of the bodyguard who was hiding in the corner smoking a cigarette was a bit unable to look at it. Ji Wanli is really damn sick. I was really stupid in the beginning. I actually introduced Jiang Luan to him. It's still not to the point of liking or not liking. Jiang Luan wrapped her hands around the swing, interlacing her fingers, kicking her toes to make the swing gently rock. For a person to have changes, they have to go through all sorts of things. Happy, sad, angry, resentful things have to be experienced. She lifted her chin toward the floor-to-ceiling window, shaking her head and giggling at Ji Moore. She can live her life like this. Li Yan can. Ji Wanli wrinkled his brows in contemplation for a moment before saying quietly, that's really bad. It's really not easy for you to still understand. Jiang Luan sat back on the swing and hooked her hand, signaling Ji Wanli to hurry up and get to work. The swing gently swings. Jiang Luan leisurely sighs. Now it has been confirmed that Li Yan's role is more important than we thought. The key is that he is more than just words. He also really treats Stranger as his sister. Just like last night, No reaction at all. I thought stranger would ask me what's hard. Ugh. What happened last night? Ikari was very nervous. It's fine. It's fine. It doesn't matter anymore. She shook her hand. He would have blushed or something when Ikimori was close to him, but I didn't think he'd be immune to it that quickly. Ji Wanli rubbed his chin, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Getting tired of it that quickly? Zhang Luan has already been too lazy to count. In his eyes, it's like looking at his own sister. Whatever Chi Mo. He smiles and laughs. Not to mention love. Getting tired is only in love. Li Yan's eyes are more similar to affection or friendship. It's still possible to fall out with his sister. How can he get tired with his sister? In Chi Wanli's place, his daughter taking the initiative to contact Li Yan is that he has earned a lot. Li Yan dares to touch his daughter. It's a lantern in a mutant pit. Looking for death, his daughter liking Li Yan is his blessing. Li Yan disliking his daughter is not knowing how to carry himself. Impartiality is non-existent. Double standard. And Mr. Equanary is quite the professional. So he was angry. And even angrier when he realized he couldn't get mad at amazingly. Zhang Luan sighed again. There's no way for a daughter to fall in love normally. She only knows how to stick with the person she likes and nothing else. But being so intimate right from the start caused Li Yan to only be able to transform the fluttering in her heart in another direction so that she wouldn't be unable to suppress her love. Which also caused the two children to fall into the situation they are in now. In the future, when my daughter gets the hang of it and wants to kiss her on the mouth or something, Li Yan will come and have a deba at that time. And then the daughter cries. What do you do? What are you going to do? You don't ooh. The daughter won't have a man anymore. She'll have to live with her father? And that would really make you happy? Ji Wanli actually wanted to nod his head, but met Jiang Wan's murderous gaze and gulped. Oh, wow. That does seem to be quite difficult to say. Yes, you tell me. From a man's perspective, what a boy like him likes. Ji Wanli clasped his hands on his chest. Objectively speaking, strangers all levels are one of a kind. The average boy would just see it. The problem is Li Yan's body. He's probably sick. Zhang Luan's expression was serious as he nodded his head. Your argument is somewhat reasonable. It's a little rude, but stranger is so cute, and good, and adorable, and amazing. Li hasn't fallen in love at first sight, so there must be something wrong. He shouldn't dislike the stranger at all. She even tucked him in last night. Zhang Luan sighed. Told you. He treats stranger as his sister. Even when Chi More farts on him, he happily lets Chi More pamper him. Hey, my daughter is so cute. Zhang Luan, just tell me what to do. It's okay, he's got something on his mind. I could tell by looking at him that way yesterday. It must have been trouble. He'll be less distracted when the school business is done. Right now the stranger isn't high enough in his heart just because of time, so you shouldn't be too anxious. You can only wait. When the clinging gets used to it, and there's suddenly no Chi More around, he'll feel lonely. Still can't escape Ikimori. Zhang Luan's eyes lit up. I see. The bridge that requires chasing a wife to the crematorium. I'm familiar with this one. Okay, you go to work. She waved her hand and after a pause added, by the way, about your getting tired comment earlier, I also think we need some space between us and a day of truce today. Ikwani, Chapter 28. Stranger is such a little bad boy. So greedy. Zhang Luan cancelled today's shopping trip. She thought that even if they shopped around like yesterday, the two of them wouldn't make much progress. It's all fun and games anyway, so you might as well play at home. The messenger brought a chess pair for Li Yan and Chi Mo to play chess. Li Yan was teaching Chi More the rules of backgammon. He actually kinda likes to play chess, especially Go, although not systematically learned, but is a senior ticket holder in a certain net chess software, hovering between 2 or 3 paragraphs. With G More, it's better to just play backgammon and let her win a few games for fun. Zhang Luan brought Li Yan a cup of tea and pinched G Mo's cue bouncing face in passing. M.O., isn't it not very interesting to just play chess? Oh, what did the stranger say to bet on? Chi More's tiny face, greatly puzzled. Ha, you said the loser has to promise the winner a condition. Zhang Luan nodded and looked at Li Yan. It feels kinda fun, don't you think? Li Yan was expressionless. Auntie, she just made a sound. Zhang Luan laughed. Don't care about those details. Amazingly, Iki More had listened in, his winning heart blazing with a serious face. Iki More, amazingly noticed that her palms were open again, nothing more than holding hands, and he nodded indifferently. The Vajra Sutra deserves to be recognized as a Buddhist classic with extraordinary efficacy. He had no more distractions, only a piece of heart to fairy people. Across the room, Ikemori grunted to himself. Li Yan's attention has moved to the thick chess pier. Estimated that this 80% is a good nephrite wood. There has been careful maintenance. 19 ways there are still some deep and shallow indentations. Seems to tell the person in front of him its story. Obviously, this piece of long scrabbled antique It is not unlikely that it is estimated to have passed under certain countries in history. The rattan chess basket rides on Yunnan Yangtze, which is known as a national treasure. This is a kit that no chess lover can resist. Too bad. How much fun it would have been to get abused. Well, in a minute he could be happy. Or Ikimori happier. Li Yin was interrupted in his thoughts by the sound of Jimore's voice and looked up at Jiang Luan. Jiang Luan nibbled on a pear and translated. Stranger said to play Go. She hasn't played futsal before, it's easy to lose. Amazingly nodded awkwardly. Good. It's him now. After all, it is also a serious girl of the family. When I was a child to learn some Go or something to cultivate temperament. It is normal. Sure enough, after she started playing chess, she sat in a dignified manner, with a serious and restrained demeanor. It's pretty decent from an imposing point of view. The twirling was also very pretty. The little snow-white hands were like butterflies and flowers, tapping on the chessboard with a crisp ringing sound. Auntie, does she get down often? Jiang Luan shook her head. Just learned it when I was a kid, and I haven't played it in over 10 years, said Jiang Luan making a wink, meaning to ask Li Yin to let her be. Li Yin naturally understood and similarly twisted his pieces to land on the board. In the layout stage, they are all playing some fixed form without thinking. Even if professional chess players play against each other, they can't be too far off in the layout stage. However, Chimor are all old chess games, a bit out of touch with the AI era. Li Yin did not study it deeply, and his level is limited, but he can more or less tell that many of the moves are nowadays eliminated, or played as mundane moves. But that doesn't mean that Ikimori's level is poor. At least the memory is outstanding. It was the first time Li Yin had seen such a serious look on her face, and it would be rude not to get down with her properly. Finally, a total of 361 moves of Go. Serious Li Yin was won by Jimor for more than 100 moves, just surrounded by dozens of live moves. Jiang Luan didn't know much about it, and when she saw Li Yin casting, she only knew it was over, but couldn't see the result, and asked, who won and who won? Amazingly, Ikimor won. Jiang Luan blinked. You let her on purpose, didn't you? No, I was at full strength and she started letting me by the middle of the set. The corner of Li Yan's mouth twitched. There's a piece of a large dragon that's already dead, and Ikimori wants him to make it alive. A soldier can be killed, but Li Yan is embarrassed. Ikimori also deliberately nodded, and he became even more embarrassed. Anyway, even if he lived he still had to lose a dozen or so eyes. Oh, alright, Mori seems to have sensed that he was a vegetable in the middle game and started to let go. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to survive a single piece of chess except for the corner land. He wasn't a sore loser and emphasized. Chimor is really good. There are industry 5 and 6 without professional level. Ikimori shyly touched Mariko's head. Ha. Jiang Luan's words certainly did not lie. Jimor really very smart. More than 10 years have not touched there is this level. At least there is also the gift of unforgettable. Besides, Go isn't enough to be memorable. You need to train to maintain your senses. Anyway, if Amazing Li doesn't go down for a week, his level will drop a whole lot. Jiang Luan a clap. For this kind of thing does not care. What qualifications of her daughter she still does not know well. Just more interested in the wager. Stranger, you won the conditions or what? She held out a hand, flipped it over like she did in the car yesterday, and winked at her mom. Li Yin picked up the tea and took a sip. Nothing more than a hand pull. Just a little bit anyway. And yesterday it was all holding all the way. It's okay. It doesn't matter. It's a small thing. It's paid for. Jiang Luan began to translate. Oh, stranger wants Li Yin to give you a kiss on the cheek, saying that she nudged Ikimori's nose. Mor is such a little bad boy. So greedy nah. Ikimori looked puzzled again and couldn't help but utter. Ha? Pff. Li Yin sprayed a mouthful of tea onto the floor and hastily stopped it. Auntie, she didn't mean that, did she? However, Chimor's little baby's reaction was even faster. Her eyes began to twinkle with little stars, nodding her head back and forth, putting up a finger and explaining in a fervent manner. Aha. Jiang Luan also had a serious face and nodded her head repeatedly, seeming to be very fair. She said that's what she meant. Amazingly. Jiang Luan sighed. Forget it if you don't want to. Stranger is very understanding and won't make things difficult for you. Ikimori bowed his head, rubbing the ribbon around his waist in resignation. Amazingly. 10 seconds later, Li Yin was in deep thought. No, it's not right. Where exactly did it go wrong? It was Jimor who asked for it. So why is he the one who suffers from a guilty conscience? Opposite. Ikimori leaned back softly in the wicker chair. Even the dorky hairs went limp. It was like she had lost her soul. All that's left is the lovely carcass. Auntie, is Chimor okay? Li Yin was a little apprehensive, and Jiang Luan cloudily held up the teacup, gave a reassuring look, took a sip of tea. and leisurely said, "Don't disturb her for now. Let her feel it with her heart." Amazingly, for a long time, Welling, she couldn't help but pout out, finally regaining her senses. A pair of small hands covered the place where they had been kissed, the tingling sensation spreading from the cheeks to the whole body, and a pair of Giorgio wiggling restlessly, huffing and puffing, aoing, squinting, opening eyes, scratching legs, scratching face, just like that. After a while, she finally returned to her old, dopey Ikimore. Jiang Luan froze. A moment later, she wrinkled her nose and said to her daughter, who was in a state of struggle, "G-more, I really didn't misjudge you. You're really greedy." Amazingly was a little curious. What did she say? Again? Ha? Jiang Luan was all bashful for her daughter, repeating in embarrassment. She said to let you do it again. Amazingly, Jiang Luan wiggled her fingers and answered Li Yan for her. No, don't even think about it. Ah. Ikimore leaned back in his chair and argued. That was the deal. Aha. No means no. And so, with lightning-fast hand speed, G-more collected the black and white discs into the chess basket and filed a request for a game. Meanwhile, chess player G-more and referee Jiang Luan had a stern encounter. Compare it to 5 fingers and hopefully 5 kisses if you win the next hand. However, referee Jiang Luan upholds the principles of fairness and justice, solidarity and love, with the allusion to the story of the snake swallowing an elephant through greed. Tun Tun taught and touched the obsessive Ikemori. At the same time, he consoled her by saying, it's just as well to win a few more games. Jiang Luan was really a bit scared. She wasn't going to unlock fresh gameplay for Ikimore for a while. If it was too much, Li Yan would lose out in case he hated being stuck to her. Of course, the chess game went on, so it was an afternoon's work. Left cheek, right cheek, forehead, all kissed twice. It was actually just touching his face, and amazingly no longer had a mental block. The power of habit is just so terrible. In Li Yan's understanding, G-more's sleeping face is so bad, it is estimated that it is possible to kiss a mouth while sleeping. This is nothing at all. Power. Expediency. Forget it. We may not see each other for a long time in a few days. I'm sure there will be new beds when we come back again. 2. It's dark. It's time to eat, and Ikimori still wants to get off. Jiang Luan secretly said something to her before GMO compromised and reluctantly went to eat. Li Yan was relieved, simply because of this afternoon's game. He didn't know how many little numbers he registered to abuse after that to make up for the severe trauma to his soul. When it was time to start the meal, Ikwanri hurried in as usual. A table of 4 started to dry out the meal. Jiang Luan tied the rice bib for G-more. However, today, Ikimo dry rice wasn't as hard as it had been in the past. Out of focus, giggling, scratching my face, scratching my head, tugging at my mom, playing with my fingers, just not focusing on eating. Is the stranger alright? Ikwanri was so worried he couldn't eat. Should we call a doctor to take a look? Li Yan was also a bit worried. Auntie, is everything alright? She feeds the giggling Ikimore, catching the rice that leaks out of the corner of his mouth with her hand. It's fine. It's nothing. It's a small thing. There will be plenty of this in the future. Oh, amazingly plowed through his meal. Ji Wanli suddenly felt very uncomfortable and his appetite was much worse. He muttered to himself jitterily. Ugh, I feel like I'm going to lose something. Obviously business is going really well. Jiang Luan was unimpressed. Sooner or later, this kind of thing will be lost. Ikwani, what do you mean? Jiang Luan blandly said. It's fine. Chapter 29, The Beginning, 1. Strange has the habit of napping. Too hyper in the afternoon did not fall asleep. After eating and staring at the TV on the eyelids fight, huffing and puffing, Jiang Luan took the remote control and adjusted the volume of the TV, carefully covering GMO with a blanket. Amazingly, he recovered from his dazed state, and in front of him was Ikari Manri handing over a cup of tea, which he accepted with a flattering smile. Thank you, uncle. Ikari Manri tucked his hands into his suit pants pockets and inclined his head coolly. Follow him back to the table. The mahogany dining table is heavy and rustic, and the crystal chandelier overhead is softly lit. Plate of fruit on the table. Ji Wanli, although rich but life has always followed pragmatism. Ornaments are nothing expensive. Aside from the photos, it's just Ikimori's favorite snacks that are at hand. This plate of fruit will surely be eaten later too. Li Yan casually took an orange and peeled it, waiting for Ikari to speak. After waiting a moment and realizing there was no movement, he quietly looked up. Across from him, Ji Wanli didn't have much of an expression, and on the side, Jiang Luan reached out and put her hand on his shoulder, both of them looking at Li Yan at the same time. Honestly, he creeped out. Ahem, what's going on? Ji Wanli withdrew his eyes and sipped his tea with his eyelashes down, shrugging his shoulders. I'm a casual person, so don't be so nervous. What do you think? Can you stay at home? It's quite nice and convenient, Li Yan said. That's just right. The house on the school side is also the same layout as here. The yard is smaller. Ji Wanli scratched his temples and continued. I'll probably be able to move over the day after tomorrow. There shouldn't be any problems with the school side. Send a driver to pick you up from school or whatever you want. He put down his teacup, fished out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and lit it, while pushing the cigarette case and lighter to Li Yan. Is it convenient for you if I make this arrangement? Li Yan froze. That urgent? Opening the cupboard to fetch an ashtray and set it on the tabletop. Jiang Luan then held her thighs and sat down on the seat beside Ji Wanli and peeled up an orange. There's no rush. It's mostly up to you, she said smilingly. Amazingly. There's something else going on at school. He stared down at the yellow orange in his hand. Can it wait? A month at most. Oh, Ikari's eyes narrowed. A month to settle? That's marvelous. Li Yan's arm hairs stood up in sweat, so he couldn't help but rub his arm and said awkwardly, Uncle, what are you talking about? He smiled. When you showed us the short movie yesterday, I saw that you seemed quite concerned about something, so I took it upon myself to bother to find out. The signature of that short movie didn't seem to be you, but then again you did register it, and this kind of originally non-commercial use. It doesn't make much sense to determine the copyright, does it? I've asked people to inquire again. The students in the school have some words for you. Are you in conflict with your classmates? Ji Wanli nodded his desktop. Or are you giving people a hard time? Li Yan was inexplicably weak. He and Lin Xingxian were more than just conflicted. It's not certain who's rich, Lin Xingxuan's family or Ji Wanli. Although it's certain that Lin Xingxian himself is bound to be less wealthy than Ji Wanli. But it's also not a game of whoever makes more money wins. Li Yan knew that Lin Xingxian could tie up half of a school's management with his means. So by inference, what about his elders and their other connections? Ji Wanli is a serious businessman. Otherwise the bodyguards wouldn't have chosen these serious people. What's more, this is Li Yan's business. Even if Ji Wanli wanted to help, he would inevitably regret it after getting involved. It's just a way to make money. What's the point of asking for trouble? Or something that could be big trouble? So it was in Li Yan's realization that going all in on Ikari might do him more good than harm. By the time Amazing Li's brainstorming was over, 2 cigarette butts had been pressed into the ashtray. Before he could say anything, Ji Wanli waved his hand. Why don't you think about it? I don't have to go to the office today. The expression was nothing unpleasant. Even very happy. Is it interesting that all young people nowadays are like you? Again, he asked himself. Probably not. Amazing Li, you trivialize me. Ikari continued. I know more than you think. You know far less about their kind. And you will fail. For Ji Wanli, Li Yan was very respectful, both in terms of family and personal career. Ji Wanli was considered his role model, but never in a million years did I expect him to be this perceptive and to really think of himself as someone important. Jiang Luan said at the right time, treating you as a family member is not a matter of words. Oh, Li Yan lowered his head. Some shame. Nowadays, that incident feels so far away to Yanli, but it has made his college career so far not easy. To Lin Qingxian, Li Yan no longer had 2 intense emotions. The raging emotions were only for the first few months, but then that dense pain always haunted him when he was quiet and had to do something. Think about something, all the time. He forgot for a moment to have a moment's peace of mind. It quieted down and then rewound. Week after week is like purgatory on earth. She was attending Mordor University at the time. In the acting department, wanted to be an actress, and was very good looking, Li Yan said. She was a very good friend of mine in high school. He looked up, carefully and meticulously organizing his emotions, and continued, jumped off a building the day I started school. Ha! Jiang Luan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Ikari frowned and raised his hand to signal him to continue. The school said that she jumped off the building from a family conflict. Her parents are dual-income workers. The family is very harmonious. Why would there be a family conflict? His face sank like water. It's just that she had a better appearance and wanted to pursue a career in acting. After knowing Lin Xingxian, a party was drugged. After that, it is even looking for a lot of people. Li Yan choked. Finally did not say those words, but the listener also understands what it means. My friend called the police afterward, but her family was threatened and she had no choice but to compromise. Li Yan's eyes flushed red and he gritted his teeth to endure it. How can this kind of public prosecution case be withdrawn? Jiang Luan's willow eyebrows rose. Ji Wanli extinguished the cigarette, said, the group of companies I probably understand a bit. In the media industry can be described as a tree with deep roots. To some of the officials who have the intention to create momentum to play with not too easy, casually investing in the creation of some of the empty achievements is not a lot of money. A little temptation to hook up with 1 or 2, as long as the pull down a few officials, will be able to earn a lot of money in real terms. These years the action is a lot less, but more covert. It's unbelievable that there was something like this 2 years ago. Chapter 30 The beginning, 2. I don't know anything as specific as that in that regard, having looked for some news from previous years, but the general concept is still there. Go on, Iquanri said. Li Yan continued. My friend entered the bottomless pit after the first compromise. She was dragged step by step into the abyss by Lin Qingxian, and finally was drugged by part of the school management, several times, and afterwards she was unable to bear the humiliation and jumped off the building to kill herself, and even feared to implicate her parents, and even her suicide note was she fell off the building due to depression. As far as I know, her father left Mordor with the family after this incident, and her mother was unable to accept it and suffered a mental breakdown and was hospitalized in a mental hospital. Before that, the number of girls who had been set up by Lin Qingxian could not be counted on 2 hands. Most of them were paid off, and no one dared to call the police. And after this incident with my friend, Lin Qingxian has subsided quite a bit. At most, they hold some places and resources of the school to ransom, and they do things quite discreetly. Ji Wanli frowned. That's not right. Prudence would still drive someone to the point of jumping off a building. Besides, according to what you said about your family and how things turned out, your friend should be quite rigid in nature. This story doesn't make logical sense. Li Yan shook his head. I also only have a side understanding, but all the nodes I've sought to verify, and no one but them knows exactly what happened. He laughed bitterly. May never learn what really happened then. Don't think about this first. Jiang Luan asked. It's been so long. Before this, were there no thoughts of a solution? Tried that. Amazingly sighed. Even those involved didn't manage to save the hard evidence, let alone me, so I had to use the dumbest way possible, relying on the technology provided by a friend to disguise it. Contact the 14 classmates who were victimized, and find a way to get them to report the crime together if possible. How can you do that? Ikari's father frowned. Are you sure they'll go? With that many people, there's a good chance they've already spread the word. You're right. That was a year ago. Li Yan rubbed his brow. I was in too much of a hurry at that time and didn't think too much about it. Most of the information was also lassoed out at that time. Lin Qingxian got wind of it in the first place. There was a girl who relied on that information for a sum of money. He coerced and lured them one by one, and it all went straight to hell. After that, I spent a year to screen those among them who didn't give up. For fear of raising alarms, I could only sidestep them, and with the previous experience of jumping off a building, and the tangible threat of Lin Qingxian, the situation was very unsatisfactory. So now what? What are you going to do? Ikari asked. At this point, the sound of a microphone interrupting the conversation. Li Yan saw the name Lin Qingxian and pressed out the screen. Ji Wanli raised his hand, signaling Li Yan to make himself at home. He nodded and picked up the phone. Amazingly. Oh, Li Yan responded. Something wrong, senior? He got right to the point. You counted on me? Li Yan coldly said. I don't dare to dare. How would I dare to count on senior? Still pretending why you copyrighted my script. Senior Lin, the mind map, outline, subplot, and manuscript are all in my hands. What do you mean by making a registration of your script? You are shamelessly stealing. Oh, the only thing on the computer is my fingerprints. There's a record of the operation on it, and the manuscript has my handwriting. So call the police. Strong words. Where are you now? If you have this attitude, we have nothing to talk about. Let the school dissuade me. With fame, I'm still afraid of not making money. We agreed to put the script as sold to me. This is ridiculous. You broke the contract first and never mentioned it before. I didn't receive a dime, and even if it were for sale, the copyright should be signed by me. He pretended to be surprised. $1 million didn't arrive? Li Yan sucked in a breath of cool air. $1 million? After a long moment of silence, the other side said, I just asked. It's a call anomaly. Let's re-sign the contract. Where are you now? I've just arrived at my hometown, in the ravine. Senior Lin, give me an address. I'm heading back now. I can make it tomorrow. Give me the address and I'll send a car. In the mountains with a donkey cart. My second grandpa is driving a donkey. The phone is almost out of battery. I turn off the phone first. To the transportation convenient place immediately call you. You then don't answer and on. Amazingly pressed the terminate button. The phone hangs up and the cell phone is turned off. Chapter 31 The beginning, 3. This kind of lie is completely meaningless. Jiang Luan looked at Li Yan in puzzlement. Ji Wanli held out his lighter and lit a cigarette for Li Yan, then lit it for himself. Jiang Luan snatched his cigarettes and pressed them out in the ashtray. How many have you smoked? Don't think I'll spoil you just because Li Yan is here. Iquanri crushed his fingers resentfully, making Li Yan embarrassed. Jiang Luan waved her hand and said, You're fine. Just take a shower and change your clothes later. There's plenty of mouthwash. Iquani. Amazingly. Why tell such an obvious lie? There's no benefit. Jiang Luan said. Ji Wanli said. There's a tactic in Go called try to respond to the hand. Have you heard of it? Jiang Luan shook her head. I've never heard of it. This tactic is neither a fierce attack nor a defensive strategy. It's just a testing maneuver designed to observe the opponent's reaction. The contradiction of the so-called copyright issue may seem minor, and even if it were to sit, it would be a no-brainer to dissipate the effects. It can seem unimportant, but it can give rise to other problems. The result is that once it is confirmed that Li Yan has been wrongly accused, it will directly offend Lin's dignity. Rules don't work when authority is absent, and it's the same thing for everything from big laws to small so-called unspoken rules. In the rules that Lin operates, the outcome of amazingly was wrongly accused is not acceptable. In that case, the initiative is already completely in Li Yan's hands. He can't lose already when he steps into the first step, and as long as he doesn't know what Amazing Li is up to, this game is something that Amazing Li can stop and play whenever he wants. Mobilizing the enemy is a brilliant decision, and the situation today is that any timing to mobilize the enemy is up to Yanli. Did the best I could. Ji Wanli lowered his head. This matter? That morning bureau should have arranged the role long ago. I can't believe I wasn't counted. Ji Wanli was a bit upset. Jiang Luan looked at Li Yan with a strange color in her eyes. Impressive. Yanli pressed out his cigarette and nodded slightly. So that's what I thought. Jiang Luan. Ikwani. But the situation is true. I didn't realize it was so reasonable. Amazingly tweaked his hand. Ikwani. Jiang Luan rolled her eyes at him and looked at Li Yan again. What is your plan? It depends on what Lin Qingxian does. Li Yan sighed. Iquanri frowned. That's what I was worried about. You are not aware of how vicious the tactics of these types of people really are. There are sources of information. Well, Amazingly nodded. Yes, an estate on the outskirts of the Magic City, a detached villa in the corner of the estate. Lin Qingxian sat on a rattan chair on the balcony, casually pinching the leaves of the valuable orchids in the flower pots, humbly responding to Hershey's caller, and throughout the day, he didn't know that he had answered a few of these calls. There was a lot of internal family solicitation, friends from the same circle seeking cooperation, and a couple of interviews. But Lin Qingxuan's mood wasn't much better. What a perfect day it could have been. Just a little omission becomes deficient. This era has given even the untouchables a mind to be on the defensive, a will to resist. Unfortunately, the endings were mostly ridiculous. He'd seen too many of them growing up and heard even more. Let's hope Amazingly is a smart guy. Otherwise it's too bad. It'll be a struggle to train him. He pinched at the orchid leaves one at a time, but his heart couldn't be calmed, feeling as if something bad would happen. After much hesitation, I walked into the room, took an old phone out of the cupboard, and searched for the number with the sound of the buttons ticking. Found it, dialed it, then call forwarded it. Lin Qingxian snorted. All these years, still playing so traditional. After half a minute, it finally picked up, and he said faintly, trace the location of a number for me. Within 3 days of its path, 187 ************************ 50,000. Virtual coin trading? Yes. A moment to add your WeChat name is the account. No need to add. Direct transaction. Good. Follow the process for payment. After waiting a bit, he received a detailed form in his mailbox. Lin Qingxian swept a cursory glance, gloom coloring his brows. Another fool. There was some rattling in the yard, and he cocked his head and waited a moment, until he saw the bright young girl on the roof beckoning, and he nodded in response with a bland expression. The mood soothed a bit. A quarter of an hour later. Qingxian, what are you eating? In the darkness, a delicate speaking voice rang out. The woman on the bed was covered only by a blanket, her flushed cheeks reflected in the dim light of the cell phone screen. Lin Qingxian lifted his pants and casually turned on the light, coldly saying, whatever. Nieqian squinted at the light. She looked a little aggravated, wrapped in a blanket past the wide-open bedroom door and walking barefoot toward the bathroom. All the lights in the living room were turned on. The furnishings in Lin Qingxuan's house were relatively plain. Only the lights were chosen to be brighter than the average home. It was his personal preference that when all the lights were turned on, the entire room would be as bright as day. He sat in the living room and lit a cigarette. For some reason, I'm still upset after venting. Of course, he didn't suspect that Li Yan could do anything demonic. He was just subconsciously uncomfortable. When Nieqian rubbed her hair and walked out of the bedroom, the ashtray on the coffee table had already held down 5 cigarette butts. Her eyes were gentle. Qingxian, what's wrong with you? Lin Qingxian furrowed his brows. I remember telling you that you should stay out of my business. Nieqian sat beside him with downcast eyes. Seeing her look like she was about to say something, Lin Qingxian snorted coldly. How much do you want? Nieqian shook her head. My father's surgery fee is already enough. I don't want money. So you're still coming over. Addicted to selling? Nieqian's body stiffened. A flash of watery light flashed in her eyes, and she lowered her head again. Lin Qingxian played with the lighter in his hand. Is it that pointing you more than you should have given you the illusion of either introducing you to a few guests? Why are you trying to cheapen me like this? I'm only doing this for my father's cure. If I wasn't in a hurry for money, I wouldn't be like this. She bit her lip, her face as red as if it was going to drip blood due to her excitement. So you're trying to get to the top? Nie Qian was silent, pinching her fingertips as tears dripped from her eyes. Finally lifting her head, she wiped her tears and got up, her voice low and husky. I'll just go. She stood up and walked toward the foyer, not stopping when she bumped her toe in pain from the coffee table. Putting on her heels, she emptied all the contents of her bag into a plastic bag. The bag is back to you, and the money I borrowed, I'll pay it back. Inside the silent villa, all that was left was the cluttered sound of shoe heels striking the marble steps. Lin Qingxian sat down on the rattan chair on the balcony, looking at Nie Qian's back as she limped away, his eyes sinking. Come back. She twisted her head back, a touch of surprise on her stubborn face, which was quickly masked and turned into a clear coldness. I've already sold out. What else is young Master Lin looking for me for? He clasped his hands to his chest and condescended. I'm charging interest for borrowing my money. I'll give you every cent. It's not that easy. Do something for me. After you're done, you can off if you like. She twisted her head and walked back to the villa, gritting her teeth as she stood in front of Lin Qingxian. What are your orders? Chapter 32, Silent Night. Nie Qian's eyes were filled with incredulity, and she froze for a long time until Lin Qingxian repeated it. The plastic bag in his hand couldn't help but come off at the end, and some of his accessories and cell phone smashed on the floor. Unstoppable disappointment spread across her face and she inclined her head, tears pooling in her eyes. I would never do something like that for you. If you have so much backbone, why did you climb into my bed for money? She wiped her tears. Yes, I'm spineless. Instead of going to the bank to borrow money, I had to borrow from you and climb into your bed. I'm a whore. Does that satisfy you? Lin Qingxuan's face was still gloomy, but a flash of color flashed in his eyes as he licked his palate. In that instant, his eyes seemed to flash with surprise and like he was expecting something. That's what you have to do if you want to be with me. He stood up, his voice raspy. Where do you think the money comes from and the power is held? Say yes, and you can stay later. Say no, and you leave and that's it, and I won't look for you again. I won't ask you for the money, and that bag was a gift for you, so feel free to lose it. Nie Qian was a bit dumbfounded, forgetting to wipe her tears, a pair of red eyes, staring straight at Lin Qingxian. He actually saw a hint of pity in Nie Qian's eyes and heard her unconsciously murmur, Qingxian, how tiring it is to live like this. Lin Qingxian couldn't help but snort, pulling one out of the cigarette box and lighting it. In my family, if you're not like me, you can only kneel for the rest of your life. You leave, this place doesn't suit you. What if I say I do? Nie Qian huffed, but her tone was firm. Lin Qingxuan's pupils were dark and he frowned. Do you understand what I'm saying? I do. I'm willing to be with you, even if I end up on my knees with you. Ha! Lin Qingxian snorted coldly, but the hand that held the cigarette finally trembled uncontrollably. If you start, you don't finish, and if you regret it, you can't get out of it. I'm not sorry. I'm not marrying you. I'm choosing a vase to marry that will help my career. You're a mistress at best. Nie Qian lowered her head and whispered, then can we have our own children? Lin Qingxian stubbed out his cigarette and clasped his hands to his chest. Are you sick? Yeah, I'm just sick. Just like you. What's wrong? Lin Qingxian stood up and picked up the car keys. I'll give you one night to think about it, and leave if you regret it. He fled as if he were leaving. Nie Qian walked to the balcony until Lin Qingxuan's sports car sped away. The corner of her lips finally hooked up a sneer that had been pressed for a long time, covering her face and letting out a loud laugh. Laughing but tears flowed out of her fingers. In the kitchen, Jiang Luan held a blowtorch and heated the cheese. I had some leftovers from tonight's meal and decided to DIY sushi for a late-night snack. There was a small table in the kitchen around which amazingly and Chimor ate their midnight snack. Ji Wanli did not work overtime today even if it was a day off, and went to catch up on his sleep early. Chimor still had a red mark on his cheek left over from his sleep, and was a little confused, only knowing how to stare at Li Yen. Li Yen was somewhat used to it, wearing disposable gloves and pinching rice balls according to his impression. After the sushi had cooled a bit, Jiang Luan stuffed it into Jimo's mouth, and only after she had stuffed 3 in a row did she slow down. It was only 9 o'clock when I finished with the leftovers and washed the utensils. The 3 of them sat on the couch and watched soap operas to pass the time. Back to school tomorrow? Jiang Luan handed over a glass of milk. Amazingly nodded. Aha. Off to the side. Ikimori held up her cup and looked to her mom. Ah. Stranger can't come along. Oh. Yenli smiled and clinked glasses with her. Cheers. She but did not imagine the mood down. After clinking glasses, brow curved. Still very bold, finished the juice. Then eyed Li Yan. Amazing Li had to drink it all in one gulp. And Chi More tugged on Li Yan's hand, pulling it toward the stairs. Li Yan was uncertain and let her lead the way. Jiang Wan was a bit surprised and followed. Going upstairs to watch the projection so early today? Ikimore shook his head in some disgust. Aha. Jiang Wan, don't want mommy along? Aha. She nodded her head and said, aha. Jiang Wan looked at Li Yan. She said to let you go to bed early today. Amazing Li. More waited for Li Yan to finish brushing his teeth, then moved his body to make way for the seat beside him, as awkward as it was every time. This one, in particular, was. It's the first time I've ever slept so solemnly. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he then lay down beside Ikimore. Chimore saw Li Yan lying down, but she sat up, picked up the remote control, and skillfully pressed a few buttons. The windows close automatically. Close the curtains, close the blinds and turn on the ventilation system. Then turn off the room's headlights, ambient lights, and bedside lamps. For a brief half-minute, the bedroom was dark and the sound of sizzling clothes rubbing together came from the side. It is well known that most girls liberate their bunnies before going to bed. Even though he couldn't see clearly with his eyes open, Li Yan turned his back. Chimore finished his operation, laid down, and broke Li Yan's shoulders. He held out an arm very skillfully, and Ikimori lay on it. Ah, she said. Good night. Amazing Li lifted the blanket with his other hand and tucked her in. Even darker, the eyes could still see, and the two couldn't help but look at each other. Ikimori, Amazing Li, can't sleep. Ikimori, zzzzzzzzzzz. Amazing Li. Jiang Wan, downstairs, watched the TV with disinterest. The love synthesis is not as good as the live broadcast of your daughter, so you also went to bed. She can have plenty of energy to comfort her daughter when she wails tomorrow. It's 20 years old and it's time for her to understand some things. Hey. Chapter 33, finish the job. It was the first time in the past few days that Yen Li had eaten a breakfast crafted by Mrs. Wu. During the small talk with Ji Wanli and Wu Ma, Li Yan probably got a clear picture of the composition of this villa. Wu Ma, who specialized in making breakfast for those who got up out of bed, was usually the only one in Ikari. After that, take out the clothes from the clothes hamper and take them to the cleaners. Clean the rooms except the bedrooms. Organize the laundry. And then go around to pick up the delivery. And incidentally hand purchase some fruits and snacks to supplement the daily needs of the two lovely ladies. After doing so, Jimore and Jiang Wan were almost up, so she could also clean up the bedroom. And by the way, ask the hostess what supplies the refrigerator would refresh tomorrow. She'll be off duty. The captain of the bodyguards, who is responsible for the security of GMO and Jiang Wan, also cooks the main meals, with superior cooking skills, probably because of the blood relationship, and his routine matches that of the difficult women in this family. Anyway, when Amazingly ate lunch, he could be seen hiding in the kitchen in high spirits, drying his food. Jimore and Jiang Wan just pretend that there is no such person, probably a long-time habit. As for why he as a real uncle is doing this kind of work, Li Yan is not quite ready to inquire. Finish your breakfast. Ji Wanli's driver came over to pick up the people. His driver looks older than the bodyguard, greeted only a good morning, but gave people a calm impression. What time is it late? There's an early class. 8 o'clock. Ji Wanli's punctuality was engraved in his bones, glancing at his watch. Well, it's not too late. Go to Magic City University first. Cars take the elevated detour. As the boss's driver, you need to know the roads, have excellent driving skills, and be able to read eyes. When the boss needs to catch up on his sleep, don't change lanes if you can. Drive as fast as you can when the boss is in a hurry. Li Yan didn't know why Ji Wanli was telling him such things. Did he intend to make himself a driver for him? What's on your mind? He snapped back to his senses and smiled sarcastically. Uncle Icky's been working really hard these past few days. Ikwari is very easygoing when talking to people close to him. With Li Yan often can joke. The day he was kidnapped he was primed to feel something. But when Ikari wasn't talking, pursed his lips and looked majestic. Used to it. Busy through this bout can rest for a long time. Ji Wanli pressed down the car window, stuffed a cigarette into the corner of his mouth, and gave Li Yan a loose one. Seeing that Li Yan didn't want it, he stuffed the cigarettes back into the box. Quit? Is it for Chimore? Li Yan nodded his head neither, shook his head neither, and only scratched his face. It's not borrowing. I'm afraid that she'll have a hard time smelling it. After all, Uncle, you're paying me a salary, and I'm also someone who pays attention to customer experience. I didn't realize that Ji Wanli was quite satisfied with this statement. What do you think of stranger? Yen Li thought for a moment and said, she's very smart, and if it wasn't for that accident, she would have done something amazing. and I'll do everything I can to help her come out of the shadows and get to live the life she deserves. Ji Wanli inclined his head and exhaled a wisp of smoke. That's not what I'm asking you. Do you like her? Would you be able to accept it if you spent your life with the current her? Amazingly. His tone was casual. It's 20 years old. What are you shy about? Ah, yes. Of course I'm not shy with my friends. Who are you? Ikamori's real father. Ugh. Why can't you take a joke like that? He inclined his head toward the traffic. Li Yen was just about to open his mouth when he waved his hand and interrupted. Alright, polite words are meaningless. I have to say, the style, like Chi Moore, is very domineering. After driving for about 10 minutes, neither of them had a conversation. Li Yen was also happy to play a recluse. Ji Wanli scratched his wrist and looked at the time again. How much farther? Driver, almost there. He opened his briefcase and searched, not finding what he was looking for. Casually tearing off a corner of some document and taking a pen to write 2 strings of numbers. The first line is mine. The second line is my secretary's. Ikari handed him the piece of paper. This, Li Yen took the note, although he knew what Ji Wanli meant, but gave 2 he did not know how to use. Call my secretary if you need anything. Call me if you can't get through. I'll tell him to get back to you, Ji Wanli said. One sentence gave Amazing Li's CPU dry burn. You've never worked, so you really can't understand this kind of humor. Ji Wanli scratched his head. If you can't get through to me, then call the secretary. When it's urgent, dial the secretary's number directly. Just hang up after making sure you get through, and I'll get someone to take care of everything. Li Yen was really a bit touched until Ji Wanli spoke up again. Quite good. After this job you can play with stranger in peace, right? Amazing Li. Inside the villa, Chiamo hugged Jiang Wan and really wailed. Whoa. Jiang Wan was heartbroken, held in his arms and coaxed. It's okay. It's okay. It's not like he accompanied another woman. Just like Dad. Went to work and will be back. Hiccup. Yeah. He was so bad that he didn't actually kiss you on the cheek before he left. Jiang Wan blushed. How did you know? Jiang Wan. As far as she knew, kissing goodbye was such a thing. Under the current circumstances, Amazingly would 10% never take the initiative. Whoa. Chiamo flung herself into Jiang Wan's arms and cried again. She had been looking forward to this for a long time, and was only reluctantly willing to part with little Flame because of it. Every time Dad would go away for a few days, he would wake up his sleeping mom with a kiss, and it would be a long time. As long as the kisses have been given, even if Daddy leaves, Mommy will be extra happy to roll around. Although she was basically too lazy to get out of bed at a time like that, it all snuck in and she watched the whole thing. Ikimori thought she was finally going to get to experience what it was like to be woken up by a kiss for once, only to wake up and realize the person is gone. In her understanding, this was something that could only be done when they were apart. She cried louder at the thought. Kirikou was crying to her mom. The more Jiang Wan listened, the weirder her expression became, and she decided that she wanted her daughter to completely understand this matter. So, mother and daughter had a rare breakfast. The latter part of the grasp is not very big. Just read it. You can turn faster. Back to the Chi More line will be more exciting. The first 100 chapters. I try to put the branch line together. The book is written like this cannot change too much. Sorry. Chapter 34 Romanticism. In early fall, the weather turned cool in the morning and evening, and Li Yen put on his jacket before getting off the bus, afraid that the car would attract too much attention. Ji Wanli dropped him off at a less crowded street corner. Stepping out of the car, Li Yen felt relieved. Yesterday discussed, he did not have to go to the pool home for at least a week. Living in someone else's home is quite stressful, but thanks to the blessing of the pool Mo went to bed quite early, but also quite refreshed. Walking down the off-campus road, Amazingly drifted off into a world where all sorts of things had happened in just one weekend. As the saying goes, who would have thought you could water 30+ chapters in 2 days? What the hell? Wandering around to the vicinity of the school building, the college students looked even more uninspired than the office workers they had just met. So Li Yen thought that Ji Moore was still weirdly nice. Hey! Still laughing out loud. Feeling the oppressive feeling behind him, Li Yen guessed who it was and rolled his eyes. Zhang Zhang looked as if nothing had happened in a bashful manner and followed his footsteps. Good morning, hey. Li Yen didn't intend to make use of the topic and only sighed. You guys are really idle. It was all Jiang Nianhua's idea. I was completely coerced. And you know I've never been a fan of melons. Zhang Zhang said. Amazingly. After 10 seconds of silence, Zhang Zhang pressed on. Who is that little girl? Tell you later. He rubbed his brow helplessly. It won't be clear for a while. As they spoke, the two of them stepped into the classroom together, and the students' originally lively conversations came to an abrupt end. The two sat down and started whispering again, acting so obviously, it was coming at him. The school announcement about the microfilm went out a long time ago. and a weekend of fermentation was enough to reach the point where everyone knew about it. Getting together on Monday is just the right time to intermingle with catch all sorts of news. Yanli didn't even know what the rumor was about, and was honestly kinda curious. Choreographers and directors also learn about the media, and the opportunity to use myself as a case study is a rare one. The conversation came to a screeching halt a short while later when the bell rang and the teacher walked into the classroom, roster in hand. There aren't many interesting teachers in the world, but on the other hand, it's a bit too much to ask for every teacher to be interesting. Classes are always boring, but listen in and the time goes by quickly. Take the class seriously, take careful notes, play happy fun after class, and return a few emoticons to Chi more in the meantime. I didn't realize it was time for a lunch break. Li Yan had begun to wonder. He's waiting for someone to find it. Whether it's the school leaders, or Lin Qingxian, or even those lapdogs of his will do. There were quite a few people who came over to visit, but no one came to say a few words, just pointing. With just these guys, there wasn't much interest after a few sessions, but those who were expected to come to him still didn't. What's wrong? The lunch bell rang for a while before Zhang Zhang interrupted Li Yan, who was spinning his pen out of his mind. It's been a long time since class ended. Aren't you going to eat? It's okay, go eat. Yan Li looked back, dropped his pen, and grabbed his cell phone from his desk and slipped it into his pocket. Then let's go. Zhang Zhang took his shoulders, forcefully dragged up, narrowed his eyes. We three put together money in the hotel, set up a table, all as an indemnity to Yulu. Amazingly glanced at him. Really? That must be. Are we the ones who don't recognize when we're in the wrong? Li Yan was very pleased. You guys still know what's right. My heart is very comforting my heart nah. Zhang Zhang. A quarter of an hour later. Located in the prime location of the campus of the well-known venue Jiangxi Grand Hotel, Li Yan pointed at the two people waving their hands in the box and his cheeks twitched. Burning newspapers in the graveyard. You're fooling the ghosts. Zhang Zhang face not red heart not jump. There are boxes even if it is a hotel. I also ordered a strip of lobster from the box horse to let the boss processing to come. You are also too heartless. That will do. Jiangxi stir fry is certainly not entertaining, especially at mealtimes when it's busy. Into the box seat. Three people each took a bottle of snowflake crash sound open. Li Yan looked at the green glass bottle in front of him, as well as the ground of the two boxes, at noon on the intention to drink a bad drunk? Zhang Zhang saw how bad you looked and asked us to take time off to drink with you not. Zhang Nianhua poured himself a cup. Drunk? Other than you. No one else is. Zhang Zhang shrugged his shoulders, amazingly shook his head and frowned. I really don't want to drink it. I can't drink it now in this situation. Seeing that his face was indeed ugly, a few people didn't insist. As he ate, the WeChat call popped up, and when he saw Lin Qingxuan's name, Li Yan answered it with a silent gesture to a few people. Someone around? In the dormitory it was just me and there was a noise at the door. Free night? What is it? I've hired a lawyer to confirm the contract with you, and I'll send you a hotel address when the time comes, so you can send me a copy of your bank card and ID photo first. Simple and concise. Li Yan knew it was the so-called $1 million to buy the copyright of that micro-movie script yesterday. He believed that Lin Qingxian had the money, but he didn't believe for a second that Lin Qingxian would really spend money to set things right. Sparrow thought he still made a fuss to confirm some details. It took 10 minutes of work to hang up. A few of the people next to me caught on. Zhang Zhang frowned. Do you want me to accompany you? This kind of secret. How could he let me bring a second person along? Li Yan shrugged. I know in my heart. It's fine. Zhang Wenhai frowned and said, we'll find a place to play in the neighborhood when the time comes. Just call out to us if anything happens. Li Yan shook his head. There's no need. Especially since Lin Qingxian knows you guys. It'll be bad if he sees you. I won't go if it's really risky. Alright. Li Yan's eyes relaxed a lot, and even took the initiative to drink a paper cup zero of beer, although it is also limited to 1 cup. The 3 people are also much more at ease. I really don't understand. What specific favor are we going to do? Zhang Zhang frowned. Li Yan put down the plastic cup and pursed his lips. I'll know exactly what will happen soon. Anyway, things will get big. You guys can just find a way to fight against it. Just make it hard for Lin Qingxian, but don't lose the whole thing. What does it mean? Jiang Nianhua asked. Fanning the flames isn't what you guys are best at. Li Yan glanced at them. 3. Zhang Wenhai asked. What about you? I'll leave you guys alone. Zhang Wenhai frowned. After it gets to a certain point of seriousness after my godmother finds me. What should I explain? He was afraid that there was no way to account for it, but he was more worried about Li Yan. Amazingly shook his head. Someone will talk to mom and dad. It'll work better than you, and it'll save me, so don't worry. He held up the plastic cup. Suro. 3. Tsuru. The boy has spent his life searching for a grand goal, and your friend is trying to make it happen at a very young age. As a friend, Would you not help out? The three of them didn't quite understand, but they were all willing. How many ideals have been finalized in 3 words in a small room? For the sake of the country, for the people, for themselves and for others, big and small. No matter how big or small the ideal is, at the moment it begins, it is already the ultimate romanticism. Chapter 35. Pulling 7 and 8. A few people talked about Chunyu again. Zhang Yanhua reminisced about the past inside. I remember at the very beginning Li Yan seemed to be quite a tugger. What happened? He slapped down the beer bottle, obviously energized, with a look of anger. I can't believe it's gotten to the point where I have to be a lickspill. Amazingly, this thing I remember. Zhang Zhang raised his hand and said, at that time, our freshman military training, Li Yan at that time accidentally knocked someone's milk tea spilled. Said that at that time to compensate people a cup and added WeChat. Amazingly, Zhang Wenhai nodded. When I turned back to compensate for the milk tea, I even went along with him, and at that time, someone joked that Li Yan was going to pursue Chenyu. He seemed to be quite reluctant. As for how it became true later, I'm not sure. Then on what day did the path of dog licking actually begin? Zhang Yanhua looked at Li Yan curiously. Amazingly, I forgot. Zhang Yanhua bristled. Okay, in this case, he lied. He did forget about bumping the spilled milk tea, but he still remembered the moment he started to care about Morningside very well. It was a weekend afternoon, and Zhang Zhang played soccer after he thought to take advantage of the break to take the bus back home, on the way to meet her. Because of the rumors of the freshman in the choreography and direction major who was so unself-conscious as to actually pursue the school's flower and other rumors, he felt embarrassed, and it was not right to follow Chenyu, and it was not good to intentionally overtake other people, and he was planning to find a corner to slip away. When she found him, college is still really big, but some people have habits that connect and will often meet in passing. There are always a few times in a person's life, and a few cities away from the people who do not know each other, will somehow meet several times, but sometimes even neighbors across the street don't see each other for years. It's probably called fate. Chenyu and Li Yan seem to have this kind of fate, not as exaggerated as being across town, but there are quite a few coincidences. This has actually happened a couple times and it's not really a big deal. It's just that her friends have too many things going on, and they tease her a few times every time, and even poke fun at Li Yan, so he doesn't know how to handle it properly. Chenyu was probably a bit annoyed by her friend's comment, and said to Li Yan, "Can you be more generous?" It wasn't until he heard the words that he instantly choked. A friend once said the same thing to him. It's the young girl who leapt from the school building at the beginning of the school year. Back then she was the girl with the faintest freckles on her face, always flirting with him who hadn't grown up yet. She had pursued him then, telling him many things that girls wanted their boyfriends to do, and Li Yan, bent on his studies, had clearly refused. But when he went to college, amazingly was troubled as to why she was so desperate to leap from a tall building, and he probably found out, took a risk and tried it once too, but failed. In fact, the two had only known each other for a semester, and their friendship wasn't too deep. Besides, her family hadn't even made it, so it was kind of him to take the risk and try, right? But Li Yan always felt guilty, remembering the shadowy interests behind the entanglement and weak hands and feet. This kind of emotion has been eroding him, that is, until Chenyu utters her mantra to him, causing memories to suddenly condense, and all those many things she wanted to deliberately forget come rushing back in a rush. It was only then that Li Yan realized that the girl's inspiration to him was a kindness that would be hard to repay. Another year or so had passed, and amazingly had some certainty in claiming justice for the girl, but according to her, the scenario of liking it and pursuing it in a big way is clearly failing. Sure enough, you're lying to me. You're obviously a dog licker. And you're telling me something about this is what boys should look like when pursuing girls. Li Yan laughed and cursed, but his face was clearly not laughing. He looked up at the stunned few and inclined his head helplessly. What's wrong? You're crying. Oh, this wine is so bad. Licking dogs is what it's all about. TSK, TSK, TSK. The people I love the most hurt me the most. Roll roll roll. Just a few minutes later, the so-called karma came back. Look, outside the store, two girls stopped to look at the table. With just a glance, Chenyu's original composure was swept away, but with a few moments of weakness on her face, she tugged on Yiwan's hand. Let's go. Yiwan didn't insist. It's nothing to apologize. It was only after walking out 5 or 6 steps that Yiwan said, I don't want to do it now. Wait for a while, I'll think about how to say it. Chenyu was no longer as tough as before. This probably counts as progress. Yiwan thought so. The two have been together for a long time, and probably won't really be destined for each other just because of this. Misunderstandings, conflicts are something that is bound to happen when people get along. But then again, Amazing Lee has been good before, like a boilerplate boyfriend out of a book. This is rather a bit more humane. But something seems wrong with. Already out of the store. She ran back to take a look and doubled back, tugging on an unsure Chenyu. Either that or we can eat here. Look, there's an empty spot there. Pulling her to sit down, Yiwon quickly ordered 3 dishes and the waiter started to clear the table. In this way, Chenyu was too embarrassed to leave and whispered, "What are you doing?" "Hey, I'm too lazy to look. We'll eat out anyway." Yiwon wanted to see what Li Yan's reaction was and what Chenyu was planning. She had a vague feeling that this might be her last chance. The couple, both chefs, have been doing this near the school for 10 years and serve the food quickly. Watching the boss's wife carry a plate of lobster into the box, Yiwon wiped her face. "This dish is all here." Chenyu fiddled with the oyster sauce lettuce with her chopsticks. "Li Yan brought me here before. And there was lobster too." At that time, Li Yan and her weren't that close, like it was the second or third time they had dinner together. It wasn't that she didn't mind the price, it was simply that she didn't like the environment, especially with the opposite sex, someone looking uncomfortable. But when the waiter brings out a plate of lobster in a place like this, and the people around her look like asterisk 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 asterisk, she's embarrassed to bury her head in her knees. But looking back now, it was a great day for conversation and the food was delicious. After that, she would occasionally come here to eat with Yiwon. Such fine memories used to seem uncountable. But these days there is always an empty feeling when I recall them. Once upon a time, I subconsciously felt that such happy days would last for a long time. But ever since the argument with Li Yan, the future seemed like an illusion, untouchable and unseen. But obviously she will have a great future. Why would she feel this way, even without Li Yan? I don't want it. She looked to the closed compartment door, bit her lip, and still didn't go in. Wait for him to come out. There was a cafe nearby where the first time the two of them ate alone was. She would calmly talk to Amazing Lee and apologize for the other day. She could put up with the icky more thing as long as it didn't go too far. Since Lin Qingxian had made him unhappy, it wasn't that important to mention that for now. Yiwon and Chenyu ate quickly. Both sides even finished eating at the same time. Li Yan opened the door of the compartment and walked at the front of the line with a hurried step. As he passed by, he glanced at Chenyu. She lowered her head. It was only a brief moment before she gritted her teeth and decided to reach out and pull Li Yan. And only just a syllable came out of her mouth. "He's already gone through." Rowdy climbed into the Netflix. Chapter 36, Anger. Moved to the cafe. "He saw me, didn't he?" Chenyu owned. Zhang Wenhai scratched his head. "It's hard to say. Why would he be like that? There was some misunderstanding, but I've never made a mistake of principle." She wiped the corners of her eyes with difficulty. Zhang Zhang suddenly laughed. The kind of laugh that was very contemptuous, very blunt without any concealment. He can joke with Amazing Lee. That's a buddy. Staying patiently, unlike Zhang Yanhua who excused himself to go to the restroom and slipped away, was also because he and Li Yan were buddies. But he didn't want to hear a word of that kind of talk. "How many times have you done this kind of thing?" Zhang Zhang drank the free lemonade on the desktop in one go and looked at his cell phone. "Sorry, I'm going to give my QQ pet a birthday. That's all." The waiter eavesdropping from the side almost burst out laughing, holding it in as he stepped back. Chapter 1 Hi. I at Yuan %? At Yuan %. In his heart, he had already cursed Zhang Zhang to death, but on the surface, he still smiled awkwardly. "Ha ha ha, don't look at him like that, the guy's a deadbeat." Yiwon said expressionlessly. QQ pets did not stop running a long time ago. Chapter 1 Hi. Yiwon whispered to comfort Chenyu who suppressed her sobbing. Zhang Wenhai, on the other hand, stared at the floating window, taking 2 sips of the cheapest coffee in the store from time to time. What a hell on earth this is. It took half an hour to slow down. Chenyu stabilized her emotions. What to do? I don't know how to talk to such an Amazing Lee anymore. Yiwon pinched a paper ball and flicked it to the brain of the wandering Zhang Wenhai. He looked at the two blankly as Yiwon repeated it, and he frowned in a contemplative manner, cold sweat pouring down his face. Together in the orphanage stayed in the two are the closest. But over the years on Li Yan's character he actually somewhat unable to understand. Sometimes Zhang Wenhai didn't dare to get too close to Li Yan who was suddenly in a state of depression. Nothing could be asked, and opening his mouth would only make him more and more silent. In those days he was usually clapping his hands and suggesting where to go for dinner and internet. Regarding the relationship with the jumping schoolmates, Li Yan hadn't revealed it to anyone other than Mr. and Mrs. Ji Wanli, and Zhang Wenhai was even less aware of it. That's what he's missing to understand, to fill that hole. He was even more clueless as to the answer to this question of Chenyu's. When Li Yan was an extremely sunny boy and clean, almost all the girls in the orphanage liked to play with him, and the bastard never looked like a stinker. As such, he wasn't even sure why Li Yan was pursuing Chenyu in such a way. Li Yan saved me. More than 10 years, I guess you should know about that since you were in an orphanage with him too, Chen Yu said. So did that girl from Intai. She almost didn't make it, so she'll be in that abnormal state, and you shouldn't be embarrassed by that. Ha! X2. At that time, Zhang Wenhai and Yiwan were both too far away to hear anything, so they both felt shocked to hear about it at this time. Zhang Wenhai did know that, and that's why he got his family back, but didn't realize that Chen Yu was one of the people who were rescued. Yiwan also knew about this. Chen Yu had told her about it, but she didn't know that Li Yin was that boy. Again, the two have never revealed it out of a desire to protect the privacy of their dear friend. The two of them looked at each other with shocked expressions. I just realized, Zhang Wenhai explained. I only found out the other day. Chen Yu covered her forehead. Why is that so? Why would he not say anything? It's not a very good memory for me, but there's nothing he can't take from me. Does he hate me more because of this? Zhang Wenhai wasn't thinking about Chen Yu's question. He was thinking about Li Yan's previous abnormality. He made a list of all the questions in his head. Why are you so determined to deal with Lin Qingxian? Why do you want to pursue Chen Yu even though you're a dog licker? What did amazingly go through before that? He once remembered what KTV Li Yan said to them. Rumors. During my freshman year, there was a most highly rumored incident. This is already enough for Zhang Wenhai to have the direction of guessing. When a guess can string up all the questions and give the answer, then this guess is 80% the answer itself. Always kind to others while studying and working a part-time job with such a heavy workload. Himself, however, is always suddenly repressed and silent. It turns out that the tears just now were not shed for Chen Yu. It could also be, however, he slammed his fist down hard on the countertop. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 ing. Zhang Wenhai's entire body trembled from anger. Noticing the astonished eyes of the two people across from him, Zhang Wenhai slowly calmed down. Sorry, he said. Nothing personal. Yiwan straightened her temples. It's fine. You're not like that. Chen Yu nodded back and asked. What's wrong? Zhang Wenhai smiled, suddenly thought of something and got a little angry. He didn't realize that nowadays his smile was tinged with a few gritted teeth. Is it Lin Qingxian? Yuan didn't have that much information to speculate on, but simply felt that it was Lin Qingxian who treated Li Yan like that, causing him to ignite his anger. It has nothing to do with him. Li Yan didn't take that incident to heart. Zhang Wenhai lied. Others are absolutely not allowed to be involved in this. He already had an idea of just how much energy Lin Qingxian had. The others knew nothing and could only help, including him, Zhang Wenhai, who was currently excluded. Senior sister Chen Yu, can we talk about this after a while? Li Yan hasn't been in a good mood lately. Zhang Wenhai said so. Chen Yu pinched the corner of her coat. Then can you be sure that Li Yan will treat me as he did before? I can't really say. Zhang Wenhai snorted and gave her a deep look. All I know is that Li Yan's fondness for you has never been genuine. You mustn't misunderstand him, he said. We're all kids home from the orphanage, and there's always some insecurity that's hard to avoid. That's why things are the way they are. And you can probably figure that out nowadays. Chen Yu lowered her head in frustration. Give me a little credit. Trust me. Why can't you trust me? Li Yan had been emphasizing this point before, and she only now understood the significance of it. How sad he would have been then. What should we do about Lin Qingxian? Chen Yu asked. You mustn't meddle in this matter. Zhang Wenhai was inexplicably nervous. Li Yan will fight for the rights and wrongs of this matter himself. There are some things I'm not sure about. This amazingly person is just like that. I'll call on you when I need your help. Never do anything on your own. He admonished again. Why are you so nervous? Yuan looked at Zhang Wenhai suspiciously. He lifted his coffee cup and took a sip, saying with a disguised bland demeanor. I'm not nervous. I'm afraid that amazingly will misunderstand what I've said. When the time comes that won't be good for me or sister Chen Yu. Chen Yu nodded with seeming understanding. Yiwan shook her head helplessly. What are you so afraid of Li Yan for? Chapter 37 Oops, 1. The whole city gets lazy during this time of the lunch break. The soft fall daylight, the lazy swaying leaves, the stop-and-go vehicles, the yawning people coming out of restaurants on the side of the road. Li Yan reclined in the backseat of the net car, lost in thought as he looked out the window at the receding street scene. About half an hour of stop-and-go traveling. The driver tapped the armrest box with some impatience, as if he had already said it many times. Arrived. Li Yanfeng came back to his senses. The scene before us was already one of imposing gardens and the extravagant facade of a hotel. Youths in security uniforms with mean words started to drive away the nettles. He got up in a hurry and got out of his seat, rubbing his eyes. Su woke up a bit. The security guard across the street had begun to scrutinize him. 3 seconds later, the security guard had a polite look, but his words were different from his demeanor. This store is a VIP reservation system, and does not receive other idle customers. Someone is waiting for me. Will you go then? Li Yan glanced at him coldly and disdainfully, glancing at his work badge, stinking as a security guard. Before the youth could react, he suddenly stormed in terror. You delayed up? Normally, Li Yan wasn't like this, and it wasn't like he didn't have other ways. But now, at this exaltation his patience was at its limit, and had been for a long, long time. Straightened his clothes and ignored the security guard, but at that moment, the security guard fawned and took a few quick steps, leading him to the extravagant doorway of the hotel, not even daring to say more than a word, just nodding his head and seeing him into the lobby. The welcoming ladies at the door bowed in unison. He was no longer sure what the hell this place was. Wasn't this a hotel where people lived? Or some kind of palace that only nobles can enter? Getting to the front desk was another hurdle. Greeting the flicker of disdain from the receptionist, he tapped his ID card. Hurry up. On our side, it's like this. Identity registration in general, and the price of our rooms. I'll say it one last time. Hurry up. Amazingly slapped the countertop heavily, making a crisp ringing sound, but his throat emitted a dull syllable. Hurry up. That's when the receptionist got to work. After checking in, they warily held up their IDs and room cards with their hands above their brows, an extremely respectful gesture. This way, you don't need to register your identity and introduce the price? Li Yan glanced at her. The receptionist was even more terrified, but didn't dare follow. He was even more furious. Swipe your card and enter the room. A duplex suite of about 60 square feet. The decor is great. The furniture looks like it's worth the money. And the lobby even has a bar wine cooler. The second floor should be the bedroom. Yanli didn't have the heart to view this. He was just looking for someone. A conversation room on the side with figures. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the sliding door. Come in. Pushed the door in. It wasn't some lawyer waiting, but a young woman, about his age from the looks of it. What was even stranger was that Li Yan thought she looked somewhat familiar. Li Yan? The woman looked at him with little expression, then looked down and flipped through the papers, seemingly professionally. Yes, have a seat. When Yanli sat down across from her, the woman took a folder out of her satchel, removed the same dozen pages of contracts, and turned the other way and pushed them at him. Look. He took the contract and flipped through it carefully. The woman took a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator and unscrewed it and poured it into 2 glasses. Pushed a cup for Li Yan, drank a few mouthfuls of water, then took out her cell phone and tapped the screen. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Amazingly pressed his hand to the contract and raised his glass of water to survey the woman. Snap. The water glass was hit against the thick carpet with a dull thud. Is that the attitude you used to face Lin Qingxian? She had a complicated expression on her face. Depressing, disdainful, sad, and a few moments of intimacy. Li Yan's hand was still hanging in midair due to his dismay. Putting his hand back on the desktop, he lowered his head and then raised his eyebrows to survey her, finally sighing in relief. It's you, isn't it? Who's been contacting me? She didn't nod or shake her head, only responded. Amazingly picked up the glass on the floor. The two men said little more, and their eyes were wrong for each other. After half a quarter of an hour of silence, Li Yan couldn't hold back and asked, "How can I help you?" She pulled a vacuum tube out of her document bag, opened the needle contained in the plastic bag, and connected it to the vacuum tube. This scene is all too familiar. The same as the operation of the doctor who draws blood for a medical checkup in a hospital. Put some alcohol on me. She held the needle to her elbow in one hand and pointed to the jar of alcohol cotton balls. Li Yan took the tweezers and helped her apply it. After drawing a tube of blood, I took a clear bag and put it in the refrigerator. What's this for? Amazingly asked. I took my medication last night and there will be drug residue. She reached over and scratched at Li Yan's arm, and pulled a few more strands of hair and carefully pinned them to her shirt. Yanli covered his head and rubbed the red marks on his arm. Was it necessary to be so cruel? Nie Qian, who had done all this, looked at Li Yan, who looked like a retard, and exuded a few moments of despair. Why would I look up to you? She took a deep breath. What you do after that? You do everything I tell you, and don't ever have any ideas of your own. Amazingly, my father was a police officer. I watched the Law and Order channel every day when I was a kid. I still know about forensics, human tissue residue, hair residue, blood test. Li Yan frowned. Why would you eat something like that? Nie Qian's expression was faint. Even for someone like Lin Qingxian, in today's environment, there's no way to let them do something that has absolutely no evidence. That wasn't what Amazingly was questioning. He was asking why Nie Qian had to pay such a price. It was evident to what extent she hated Lin Qingxian. Why she hated him, he couldn't ask. But that cost was partly facilitated by him. Li Yan covered his head and suppressed. If I knew, I would never have agreed to work with you. I would rather do it myself. Why should a woman have to bear this price? Don't you fart? Nie Qian said. You can't do anything without me. I don't need a penny of your worthless sympathy. Yeah, this is not one of those times. He knew that his biggest bargaining chip was that Lin Qingxian was now going to deal with him, but he didn't expect it to go this far. But Lin Qingxuan's attention to you is beyond my expectations. Li Yan laughed. This kind of person is actually quite fragile. Doing one bad thing he grows a tail. Now he probably has about 800 tails. Stepping on any one of them will make him scream. But I just took my foot and gestured towards his tail. I thought that he wouldn't rise to this level, which I really didn't expect. It was awful. Chapter 38 Oops, 2. It hasn't gotten to that point yet, and getting you in would be a pain in the ass for him. Nie Qian snapped her fingers at the paper contract. It would cost even more than the amount on this piece of paper, so I don't think it's a card he'll ever use right away. Also, you're way too confident in yourself. If I don't show it to you, you may not know. Nie Qian didn't make it too clear. If it wasn't for her performance last night, it wouldn't have been the way to get the evidence. With empirical evidence, you don't have to spend as much money. And then if she didn't manage to impress Lin Qingxian, then there was only one way to give up on Li Yan. But after the two of them met, she wouldn't give up on Li Yan even if it was the worst possible scenario. Nie Qian secretly sighed in relief, not even realizing that she had relaxed. Weren't you the one who told me I could come? Li Yan's cheeks twitched. Why was this so offensive? He's been holding back for half a day. Nie Qian, you believe me when I say it? Li Yan, let's get down to business. I'm still a bit worried. My personal safety is fine with you in the moment. I'm afraid that Lin Qingxian will make a sudden move. Let me be clear then. This is his usual trick. A lot of the management in the school got caught this way. The disgust under Nie Qian's eyes was very blunt. But they do have actions that aren't as troublesome as yours. Amazingly, I've done no such thing except for the man himself. Nie Qian glanced at him. Amazingly, I'm explaining this to you because I'm afraid that people like you have a flood of sympathy and it's affecting me. She rolled her eyes. You go on. He raised his hand. But it does amaze me that you've gotten to a point where your price is similar to the school administration. And that's saying something about you. Now you can be prepared. The fact that your dad is a cop is favorable. But you need to make sure your dad is good. Nie Qian looked him up and down. But by the looks of you, your dad should be just as rotten. It should be hard for an abusive person to get promoted but your concubine his father is enough of a part. So go find your concubine and think of a way. You have so much heart and soul. It shouldn't be enough for me to teach. She hummed disdainfully. Li Yan was a bit offended by her nonchalant tone, but there was no need to get on her case. But, has some issues that are critical. I have a little question. Can I ask? Li Yan said. Say, amazingly, why do you know me so well? Dad had just been mentioned by Yan Li himself, and it was only brought up on purpose to put her at ease. But knowing Chen Yu, even knowing Chen Yu's father, this was too out of the ordinary. Nie Qian frowned. You repeat the previous sentence. Amazingly. No questions, she added. Amazingly nodded. Then why do you have this attitude towards me? Amazingly frowned. If we don't get this off our chest, I'm just afraid that our match won't go smoothly. Because you're a bit unscrupulous, deliberately trolling for girls in order to deal with Lin Qingxian. Nie Qian said bluntly. And you still make it look like you're a decent person in front of me. So I kind of hate you. Amazingly. Forget it. Then you explain. I'm not fishing. So what kind of lickspittle are you? Amazingly. Nie Qian finally laughed. Somewhat cheerfully. You're so funny. That's what everyone says. Amazingly finally sighed in relief. None of her words of explanation made sense. Only that last laugh was an answer of sorts. She was suddenly serious again. So I can trust you? Li Yan was sitting upright. Your understanding is a bit off. But there's no time to explain to you now. I only have one thing to say. You don't need to do anything next. Just leave it all to me. Good. The two tried each other out, carefully working out the edges of the language so that they wouldn't hurt each other. Until this sentence it was not considered a fellowship. Li Yan pointed to the refrigerator. Only if Lin Qingxian intends to use this one. You have to talk to me. Got it. The contract I'm not going to sign. There's really no catch. But signing it doesn't make it count. And this stuff doesn't even matter. Do what you want. Aha. So be it. He stood up. Push open the sliding door to the hall. There were footsteps behind him. Probably Nie Qian seeing him off. Without turning around. Amazingly didn't realize that there was a hand hanging in midair behind him. Foyer. The hand slapped on the fruit or on Li Yan's shoulder. Don't you turn around. She said. I still intend to answer your first question. Sure enough. It's you. You sure didn't let me down. You sure didn't disappoint my sister. Li Yan jerked his head back. And his eyes went crimson in an instant. A day later. Even if it was just a day later. He met her and this wouldn't have happened. A complicated past swirled in his chest. He clenched his lips with an unwillingness that was so thick it couldn't be melted. The surveillance outside can see it. And Lin Qingxian will get suspicious. Li Yan sniffled and looked at her with concern. I'll be fine. He can't find out. Amazingly nodded. Aha. Nie Chan took a few steps back and shook her hand. Then I don't care. I'm counting on you. Aha. Late afternoon. Cloudy to clear. Yuan and Shen Yu went back to the dormitory to change into a set of clothes, asked the counselor for sick leave, and went out for a walk. The two talked a lot about the past along the way, and again, they coincidentally didn't bring up the recent argument. The weather was good and Shen Yu was in a much happier mood, like nothing really happened. When things first start to go bad, ignore them. Things are showing the worst signs, but then you start to think of the best future. I forgot how I met Li Yan. The young girl with a parasol and a pretty dress cocked her head. Yuan also tilted her head and imitated Chen Yu's tone. That boy is actually quite handsome. It's just that he always frowns. Then he switched back to his own voice and talked to himself. Isn't that the kind of melancholy handsome guy you like? Chen Yu voice, nasty nasty. What are you talking about La? Acoustic, so you even got him to add WeChat today. And I just saw that you've been typing. What did you guys talk about? Chen Yu clip voice, give it back to me now. Chen Yu's face exploded red and slapped Yuan. You're so annoying. Yuan. Chen Yu's face turned even redder. I've actually been wanting to ask to come. I don't know if it's convenient for you to say. Yuan said. Say it. She patted her cheeks in a serious manner. You two kissed. Chen Yu. No. She shook her head in a huff. Understood. Yuan smiled her aunt's smile. Stick out your tongue no. Chen Yu. Yuan, understood. He's a cutie. Well, Chen Yu, hard to say. Speaking. Across the street, a familiar figure stepped forward. Chen Yu subconsciously began to straighten the folds of her skirt, pulling up a few strands of loose sideburns. Yuan narrowed her eyes and nodded her head to figure out her hand. It looks like there's still a connection. A few minutes later, the original snickering teenage girl, behind the man angrily yelling his name. Another otherwise apprehensive young girl, crouching by a tree, wiping away tears. Chapter 39, Oops, 3, Even if I really did wrong. But let me explain even if you don't forgive me. Say a few words all can't you? Angry. Just angry. Why did you dump me? And I don't know. What happened? He doesn't say anything to me, always so. Nothing. Says nothing. Fools me. Then, unable to say a word, he leaned against a tree, whispering tears. Yuan leaned against a tree and glared at a passerby who tried to strike up a conversation or stop to watch. She doesn't understand. Even when Chen Yu slapped him in the square that day, Li Yan had never lost his temper or anger like this. Zhang Wenhai was reluctant to talk about it again, so she was even more clueless. He could only let Chen Yu cry until she couldn't shed any tears and finish all her complaints. Yuan unwrapped the small packet of tissues and handed one to Chen Yu. It's not your fault this time. He's never been like this. This is the first time. Chen Yu huffed. Is something wrong? Finally we'll think of each other. Yuan was pleased with her progress. I know, and it's not the first day I've known him. She continued. He's always been quite patient, and he's always been extraordinarily patient with you in particular, and it must be the first time he's relented. But he doesn't have that kind of patience with me anymore. Chen Yu's tears started again. Yuan sighed. Not necessarily. There may be things that make him so angry that he loses his mind. Yeah, well. She wiped away the tears and sucked back the snot. You're right. Yuan. You can actually blow it out. Chen Yu. I've been wandering around for a while now, and it's getting close to mealtime. The two ordered some food from a nearby cafeteria, mostly to find a place to talk. Not so lucky. This one really doesn't taste good and the price is not low. Chopsticks fiddled with the obviously half-finished crystal shrimp dumplings and glanced up at Chen Yu, who had glared out the window for the umpteenth time. What do you want to do? Ha? She looked bewildered, as if she had only just responded. Oh. While Chen Yu was out of her mind, she had already spread out before her eyes, from beginning to end, those things that she had not dared to scrutinize. Although there was no direct evidence, the many circumstantial evidence was enough to prove Li Yan's innocence. She was shocked at how clear the truth was and how she had broken Amazing Li's heart. If I hadn't gotten carried away with the script and been able to think clearly about supporting him, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. His friends support him that way, and you do the same. So why would I jump to conclusions about him because of something someone else made up? I was confused the first time I got angry. The back is putting the wrong foot forward and just trying to get him to bow down. Why can't I think clearly? Her eyelids were slightly drooped, and her cheeks had a light blush that looked good. And pathetic, too. Am I bad? Yuan was just about to speak when she saw that the waiter was still stopping after putting down the dishes and frowned. No need to serve the food in the back. It's already being done. He said. I'll pay what I ordered. And the food don't come on. The attendant was a little confused as to how to respond. Yiwon was already impatient. And don't ask the lobby manager to bother us. Only then did he leave the booth with trepidation. The door closed. Chunyu looked at Yiwon with her mouth slightly open. She rarely saw Yiwon this angry. Why are you still angry? Li Yan didn't say anything. I'm not because of this. Yiwon looked straight at Chunyu. I thought the script issue was just a minor thing. Why does Li Yan care so much? You know? Chunyu was visibly stunned. Yiwon's gastroenteritis took a leave of absence for half a month. Did not experience the public opinion most clamor node. There is no conception of the seriousness of the matter. This stems from the fact that she subconsciously believes that Li Yan handled this very easily and just thinks that Chunyu and Li Yan's relationship is the biggest trouble. Like her, Chunyu only cared about how Li Yan treated her and had no concept of Li Yan's current situation. So Chunyu had a harder time. Why is Zhang Wenhai being vague? Yiwon frowned. It must be that things are troublesome. And he actually didn't even talk to us. She was about to get the phone and ask Zhang Wenhai out. Chunyu stopped her. He won't say anything. I'm going to ask. He won't hide it from me. Yiwon was quite confident. So how come amazingly didn't tell you about saving me? Yiwon. Oh, Che, what's the big deal? Chunyu. Yiwon. Mouth is really strict. Then you didn't tell him about my rescue. Chunyu muttered. Yiwon. Chunyu. Blame me again. Chunyu sighed. Ugh. What to do? Li Yan should have a way. He's probably just so angry because he wasn't able to hold back after being provoked. Yiwon added. Besides, it's not a particularly serious problem. With his talent, he doesn't have to care at all about the school's bull ***** disciplinary actions. He can make things happen. But I want to help him. Chunyu said. Yiwon glanced at her. Although Chunyu's father had a position, she hadn't experienced much herself, causing her to be very simple and still see things very simply. It's just about falling in love and pursuing your ideals. Students only, so that's actually considered positive. But it depends on who you're comparing it to. No matter if it was worldly favor or tactics. She was not in the same segment at all as Lin Qingxian or Li Yan. Although Yiwon wasn't as innocent as Chunyu was, she didn't have the headspace to speculate on what they were thinking. I advise you not to get involved in this matter. Yiwon vaguely felt that there was something not simple about it. Didn't Zhang Wenhai say that? And he said he would look for you when he needed your help. He just despises me. Chunyu beamed. Yiwon scratched her head. He never goes about fooling people without a target. Then why didn't Li Yan tell you about the fact that he saved me? Chunyu was possessed by the repeater and was quite resentful. Yiwon was silent for a moment and nodded. Also, right. Chunyu asked again. What then? Yiwon felt that there shouldn't be much of a problem in showing Li Yan an attitude. So she said, ask Lin Qingxian about it in person. Then you can find Li Yan to show his attitude and apologize properly. No matter what his attitude is, it's not too late. Aha. Chunyu wiped her face. Wan. In the future, he and I will still be as happy as we were before. No. We will be happier. Aha. Yiwon smiled. You're still worrying too much. The real world doesn't have that much doggone drama. Chunyu nodded her head. I'm not going to be an actor anymore. I'm going to study hard at school. When Li Yan wants to shoot something, I can learn a lot by helping out. The corner of Yiwon's mouth curved up. You're going to have a good relationship with Li Yan, right? Chunyu blushed. Chapter 40 Oops, 4. The two men talked. Things in the world are so coincidental. One of the talking heads appeared in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, on the stone brick road. Lin Qingxian, dressed in a long dark-colored trench coat, stood under a tree waving his hand, a shallow smile on his lips. Chunyu noticed and froze slightly before looking at Yiwon. Yiwon also spotted him and waved at him. Lin Qingxian took out his cell phone and typed and put it in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Is it appropriate? Yiwon nodded. An embarrassed smile spread across his face, which he quickly collected and smoothed out his cuffs before walking into the store. I wouldn't believe it if he happened to pass by chance. To death. Yiwon stirred the pumpkin soup in the porcelain bowl, not resuming her earlier appearance. Extremely cold. Lin Qingxian and Yiwon had only met once, but talked quite a bit, at least more than with Chunyu. Yiwon could talk warmly to anyone, even without a single sincere word. Lin Qingxian knows her hypocrisy, but also knows that Yiwon understands his hypocrisy, so and Yiwon did not even want to leave a contact information. I never considered it. Chunyu explained. At first, I thought he would be helpful to my career and might become a collaborator, but his eyes made me sick, so I no longer had the heart to engage with him. Agreeing to attend the celebration banquet was also to give everyone an explanation. I know. Yiwon was still stirring the bowl of pumpkin soup that had long since gotten cold. Let's make a bet. He'll definitely weasel his way out of it, and definitely in a way that will make you falter. Chunyu asked. Do you think I'd be suspicious now? He wouldn't have come if he didn't have a purpose. I know that too. I just don't know what he wants. Yi-won shrugged her shoulders. Chen Yu showed a disgusted look. Where did you think of? Just now Chen Yu purposely opened the doorway. The conversation between the two came to an abrupt end when footsteps sounded. The waiter led Lin Qingxian to his seat, and Yi-won moved the cutlery to the same side as Chen Yu. Lin Qingxian put on a smile, took off his trench coat and put it on the back of the sofa, took the menu and thanked him extremely politely, ordered a sweet soup and a side of bread, then sent the menu back to the waiter and thanked him again. In front of most people, he will always be like this, cultured. Excuse me, originally just met and wanted to say hello. Lin Qingxian rolled up his cuffs, revealing a watch with a simple design worth a lot of money. Sitting down and raising his eyebrows, he caught Chen Yu's unnatural look and smiled kindly. Chen Yu-san doesn't seem to welcome me very well. No. Chen Yu took a sip of the pumpkin soup and frowned involuntarily again. It's powdery. So hard to drink. Arguably. Yi-won sighed. Lin Qingxian chimed in. I know of a tea restaurant that is very good, not far from here. I don't want to eat this again today. Yi-won spread her hands. Ha ha. Too. He laughed awkwardly. There's one thing or another. Saying things that don't make sense. Chen Yu originally had no good feelings for him, and her attitude was obviously perfunctory. Yi-won made a false pretense and was not enthusiastic. Lin Qingxian, however, was very natural, either smiling or responding. Not a moment too soon. The meals he ordered were served along with the ones Yi-won said he didn't want. Lin Qingxian took a bite of bread and drank a scoop of sweet soup. Then he had no interest in savoring the flavor at all, and settled the bread in 3 or 2 bites with lemonade. It's indeed hard to eat. Lin Qingxian wiped his mouth. Having reached unity on this one and only matter, there was an atmosphere to talk business. A few people relaxed and tensed up again. Seeing that her best friend was a bit uneasy, Yi-won chimed in. Senior will be interning this semester, so he'll be very busy, right? Not busy. I'm just going through the motions. Lin Qingxian spread his hands and said. Saying that, he looked at Chen Yu. Rather, I heard that a very good unit has thrown you an olive branch. Congratulations. Well, Chen Yu picked up her glass of water and took a sip. That's thanks to my boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxuan's brow furrowed into a chuan. He smoothed out the furrows between his brows by stroking his eyebrows, and said with a sarcastic smile, You mean Li Yan? Who else could it be? She put down her glass of water, the lemon slices in her glass sinking up and down. If I had known it was in the same house, I should have been with him at the celebration then. Lin Qingxian nodded. At that time, it looked like you guys had a cold relationship. I really didn't see it. There was a fight then. Chen Yu sighed, but the boyfriend coaxed it out. Don't you think? He seems to have a lot of backbone. He's hard to coax, isn't he? I just love it when he has a backbone. Lin Qingxian folded his hands and placed them on the wood-grained dining table. His shoulders tilted and his body leaned forward slightly. His face was a smirking demeanor, some contempt at the corners of his mouth. His eyes turned to the window. Obviously this demeanor was not to the two at the table. It's the matter of the school tabling the microfilm script. You don't think Li Yan would do such a thing? Lin Qingxian looked back and fiddled with his watch. How much do you understand about him? Gee whiz. Chen Yu made a very soft, mocking sound. More than you know. He looked at Yi-won. I'm certain that your friend knows him better than you do. Yi-won waved her hand. Don't draw it to me. I'm not interested in you and Li Yan at all. It was only then that Lin Qingxian realized that he had lost his words, that he had tried to convince someone else, or in a situation where he had nothing to gain. The atmosphere was a little stiff. It's hard for him to be disgusted by ants, but at most it's a nuisance. But apparently, Chen Yu irritated him, or rather this irritation came from Li Yan. People in both worlds need different things. The youngest absorb a wide variety of knowledge, become an employee or civil servant, and move up the ladder. This is the path for many, and arguably even the best path. He has no such path. However, it was difficult to ask Lin Qingxian to be jealous of them. However, some people can make others naturally center around something and enjoy creating something. That would be annoying to Lin Qingxian, and he would be unable to resist destroying it, because it's a thrill he'll never get. Countless times, he had done so, and it had worked quite simply. Amazingly made him feel hindered. Lin Qingxian needs to win against him. He knew what Chen Yu's father did, and being interfered with would cause Li Yan to be out of control, which is why he took the initiative to find Chen Yu to test the waters today. Now the results of the trial are in. Not so good. In fact, it was not a bad idea to play a different card. He had countless ways of doing this kind of thing, but who told Chen Yu to look so stupid? Then give her the most tangled choice. It's where your father worked all his life. It is the so-called guardian post of thousands of people. Oh, ironclad. Oh, do you believe it or not? Lin Qingxian wanted to laugh, but held back. He looked bland. I can tell you very bluntly that the script was written by Yenli, but he's done some things that would bring shame to the school by giving him the honor. As for what it is, you'll find out soon enough. Lin Qingxian looked at her. I suggest that you don't present yourself as his girlfriend. That would be very humiliating. If you want your father to get involved in this because of your personal emotions, he'll be sad and the school will find it troublesome. Lin Qingxian sighed. Whether it's the script or the director, it's a matter of indifference. If I had known about this kind of thing, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this project. I only planned to study well, and after that I also planned to try in the direction of film and television. That's why I got involved in the school's activities. I didn't expect to get involved in this kind of thing, but the school has sent a lot of talent to our family's business, and the leader's side wanted me to take it on, so I couldn't turn it down. I have no personal grudge against Amazingly. I admire him, but there are some things that cannot be tolerated. It seems that both of you have misunderstood me as well, so since I am not very welcome, I apologize for the intrusion. He grabbed his jacket and walked out of the box, leaving behind Chen Yu and Yi Wan who were looking at each other in disbelief. Chapter 41 Oops, 5. Lin Qingxian thought he would be happy. He had always loved it when people were destroyed. But he's not happy now. On what grounds? He did a lot of things, but he didn't get a cent for anything but what he paid for. Handles, benefits, power. How beautiful is the logic of this conversion. Why add in what poor people create and use to get high in order to cash in and inflate? A few minutes of a movie that makes what he's done over the years seem like a joke. All kinds of people, all kinds of money, are coming. He was happy for a moment, invigorated, and finally wilting again. Walking on the solid pavement of stone bricks, he took a hard drag on his cigarette and flung it on the ground again, stomping it out with all his might. Eyes red and grimacing, he softened again. No, still want the dog. Hurry up. He couldn't wait. I didn't believe a word he said. Chen Yu held her chin. Yi Wan pulled the corner of her mouth. The point is that he didn't say anything. Chen Yu waved her hand. Anyway, Li Yan must be fine. How? Yi Wan was curious. I remember one time Amazing Li was reading the dorm group's messages and started chanting for his roommates to get a taste of him. After I asked him, he told me that the dormitory had organized a noodle cooking contest. So I spent the afternoon at the supermarket with him choosing noodles, and he bought a packet of Master Khan's braised beef noodles, said he would fight them with the plainest base. Yi Wan, are all college boys this naive these days? Chen Yu spread her hands. Yeah, the thief is cute, but this is certainly not that simple. The pickle contest is that serious, so this kind of thing shouldn't be a problem either. Yi Wan smiled. That's true. You're in a better mood now? Well, much better. She nodded. After all, there was something going on, something tricky, and she could understand being in a bad mood. Just wait. Checked out and the two of them hung out. Chen Yu had bought a few clothes to wear for the new season earlier and had been shy. Yi Wan wasn't too short of money to spend, but she was also too embarrassed to buy it alone. So she accompanied Chen Yu on a poor shopping trip. She loved Chen Yu's character. Very smiley, very serious, not calculating, a little grumpy but quick to get herself together. If she was really some bad guy, Yi Wan wouldn't have been a close friend with her for several years. Although she is a bit confused in her feelings, she is also bad in that she is less experienced and has met a weirdo like Li Yan. But Yi Wan also sincerely hoped that these two would make it. By the way, who won that bubble noodle cooking contest? Yi Wan asked. Chen Yu, the electric pot was confiscated by the dormitory ant. Yi Wan. The cell phone rang and Chen Yu looked at it. Dad, pick it up in a hurry. Aha. Serious face. Oh, happy face. Good. Shy face. Got it. More shy face. The phone hung up. Chen Yu stomped her foot. You can see how happy this one really is. Yi Wan stroked her temples. What? My dad asked me to go to Amazing Li's house for dinner, Chen Yu said. Oh. Yi Wan was silent and thought as a light bulb lit up above her head. Oh, Li Yan, his father and your father are in the same kind of unit. You belong to the leadership to suppress the subordinates. Despicable villain. Chen Yu shyly scratched her head. Not really, La. It seems like my dad has a friend asking to go to Li Yan's house for dinner. It might be something. By the way, then can I go and join in the fun? Yi Wan rubbed her hands together. Inconvenient, I guess. TSK, nursing food. That take you? Forget it. I'll go count. What the hell? Chen Yu was about to take a taxi and set off right away when Yi Wan stopped her. Being a guest, it's good to at least buy some fruit. So, Chen Yu puts down her money and brings a durian to Amazing Li's house as a guest. The trolley swished through the traffic. Nervous, excited, shy to get out of the car. Seeing Li's mother, awkward, apologizes for slapping Amazing Li, is welcomed into the house. I was complained about buying such expensive fruit and told to never bring anything next time I came back. The yard was quiet, and it turned out that she had come too early. This is too embarrassing. Chen Yu sat on the somewhat old fabric sofa, watching reruns of the news broadcast, sitting cautiously and taking small bites of green dates. After a while, Ji Wanli came in, and Chen Yu got up. Good day, uncle. Ji Wanli nodded. The morning bureau's daughter is also that old, so don't be polite to me. Not a moment too soon. The yard rattled again. Li's father and Morn's father were dressed in civilian clothes talking about something, walking at a slow pace. He also paused for a moment at the entrance to the courtyard to finish his sentence before walking into the room. This is Bureau Chen's daughter, isn't it? Li's father smiled as he entered. Chen Yu got up again. Well, my name is Chen Yu. I'm Li Yan's classmate. Li's father was very gentle looking and nodded his head gently. That's right. Father Chen shook his head helplessly. My wife has spoiled her, and doesn't know how to help with the cooking. Chen Yu. Yeah. Oh. She responded by immediately getting up and going to the kitchen. Li's father didn't have time to stop, and he and Chen's father looked at each other and laughed. Ikari ate his peanuts wordlessly. Today, Li's mother has put down a lot of money. This table spends a lot of money on food, and there are 6 or 7 cold dishes. When you come in, you can sit down and have a bite to eat and talk for a while first. Morn generously thought it was quite strange. Ike Manri's game. Plus the two of them are really suspicious. Morning Kong even wondered for a moment if he had committed a crime, and then felt that he had probably learned something about himself. There's a chance it could have come from the chief. In the end, it was again felt that the capitalists were not that conscientious, and that something else was probably going on. Since he was coming to the Li family, he came. Bringing her daughter along didn't mean what Chen Yu thought it meant. It just felt more private. Equanly, are you guys busy? Morning father. Father Li. Any breaks? Morning father. Father Li. Ji Wanli nodded in relief. It looks like everyone is the same. It's so hard. I'm still more or less doing it for myself. Ikwani. The three of us can't sit at the same table. Morning father. Father Li. Ha 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 ha. In the middle of looking at each other, the three big old men laughed their asses off. In the doorway, the young girl who had listened to the whole program lapsed into silence. Is this some kind of funny sneer? Impolite. Li's father beckoned, leading his daughter to them for introduction. Here, this is my daughter, Li Kiki. Hello uncles, welcome to the house. After saying hello, she dropped her book bag and ran to the kitchen, calling out to Chen Yu, who was washing the dishes. She called out to her sister and stuck to Li's mother's side. What are they laughing about? Li's mother asked. Where do I know to go? Somehow. Li Kiki sighed. Your honor is really too hard. All mixed up like this. Still laughing. Li's mother snorted with laughter. Chen Yu didn't hold back her laughter either. Rico lapsed into silence again. Could this be the tacit agreement of the adults? Chapter 42. One lost, one to pick up. In the kitchen, there were 3 of them, and 2 of them were losers. Besides being in the way, it's still in the way. So the 2 losers got together to talk. Sister Chen Yu, do you know my brother? Recognize. Oh, how recognizable is that? Li Coco said. Chen Yu blushed. Li's mother spat. What the hell are you talking about? Brother doesn't always talk to me like that. You don't even talk about him. Li Kiki said angrily. You siblings can be the same. Li Coco scratched her head. No wonder I have no friends at school. Chen Yu covered her mouth with a poof of laughter and shook her hand. It's fine. It's fine. Li Kiki nodded. Sister said it's okay, so I can talk, right? Mother Li. Whatever. Is that how your brother talks to you at home? Chen Yu asked. Right. Li Coco took a cucumber from a plastic bag, broke it off and handed her half of it, and went to look for something in the cupboard. Chen Yu took the cucumber. Watching Li Kiki's skillful movements, she poured sugar into the bowl to dip the cucumber and ate it, and handed the bowl to her. 2 people were eating a cucumber with white sugar. Isn't that how brother talks to you? Li Coco said bluntly. He's kinda polite. Li Kiki narrowed her eyes and nodded. He's more of a pretender out there. Looking up at Chen Yu again. Or maybe it's just more pretentious in front of pretty girls. Chen Yu then thought that Li Coco was quite good at chatting. Oops. What's wrong? I forgot to wash the cucumber. Chen Yu. Li's mother would have been about as prepared as she could have been. Li Kiki didn't pull a few words with Chen Yu before dinner started. Multiply the rice and pour the wine. Li Kiki looked around the circle and realized that today's topic had no part for her. The first law of potlucks, if the main person at the table doesn't throw out the subject, then there are people at the table who can't listen. Then she is the first one who can't listen. A quick glance at his old mother and a glance at his sister, whom he had just met, told him that these 2 were in the same camp as himself. Li Coco was a little relieved again. Well, at least you don't have to do your homework alone in your room. A short period of politeness passed, and Li's mother and Chen Yu ascertained the situation, and the 3 of them were already in disagreement. So the women's camp, all eager to get out of the fray, ate as fast as they could. After a few more polite words, he planned to bolt. Then you can go shopping around the neighborhood with auntie and your sister. Chen Kong took out his cell phone, glanced at the WeChat balance, stuffed it back into his phone and replaced it with his wallet. Took out 500 and gave it to Chen Yu. By Cuckoo addressed to where? Li Kiki was overjoyed. Really? Does Dad agree? Li's father tugged at the corner of his mouth. His blocking words were choked back, and he glared at Li Kiki. Don't spend your sister's money indiscriminately. The three left the house joyfully. Looking at their backs, Ji Wanli was happy with his cigarette in his hand. Against you, she's at a high level. Li's father waved his hand helplessly. What can you do with your daughter? Breaking off the steel cap of the kerosene lighter, Ikari shrugged. Pretty much. It gets better when you grow up. Father Morn laughed, but being a teenager can be a real pain in the ass. Hearing this, Ji Wanli thought of his Ji Moore and felt a little hard in his heart. In a busy, crowded city like Mordor, the last shift of the bus is reserved for social animals until 11 o'clock at night. But then again, there's something else about buses at night. Everyone loves to get out and walk after work. This time of year is also less of a rush, and the streets are all very happy and lively. Chen Yu rarely sits at night, and there was something new about it. Actually, I'm not so anxious to come out. Want to hear what they say, always without me. Li Kiki was a little upset. Li mother rolled her eyes. You're happy to listen to the hell, and they have no gossip to talk about. It's not as fun as going to watch a square dance. Chen Yu's cheeks twitched. What kind of strange hobby is this? Can that look good? Good looking. Especially good looking. Often you can see old men and women fighting. The scene can be hot. Coco Lee highly recommends it. Why don't you call the police? They say it's a fight, but it's actually more of a civil fight. Chun Yu, look, said Lee Coco, turning her back and pointing in one direction. The old man, and the other old woman who is tugging on one, are putting on a show of homecoming seduction. But the bus took a quick turn. Chen Yu wasn't too interested, but Li Kiki was very happy, and kept saying that the folk were still so simple, and that she was glad and so on. Chen Yu had a feeling it would be fun to see it with Li Cuckoo. By the way, I didn't have time to ask in the kitchen before. Are you and your brother regular classmates? Or better friends? Or something else? Li Kiki asked curiously. Chen Yu blushed. Mother Li rolled her eyes. Why do you have so much to do? Li Kiki sat upright and stole a glance at Chen Yu. Then another. Finally nodding and muttering. I know. Chen Yu's face turned even redder. There was a moment of silence. By the way, what does ambiguous mean? I don't quite get it. Mother Li. Chun Yu. A girlfriend is a girlfriend. A classmate is a classmate. And a friend is a friend. Since you're not willing to say, it must be this kind of relationship. Li Kiki speculated her hand. I know this expression, but I don't understand the meaning. Li's mother was actually a bit nosy, so she pretended not to hear and played with her cell phone. Actually, I don't quite understand. Chun Yu didn't know how to explain it after thinking for half a day. Li Kiki sighed. Your Excellency seems to be very difficult to deal with. Li mother pressed Li Kiki's head. When you grow up, you want to pretend to be an adult. In fact, after you start a family, there is no difference between you and a child. As long as responsible can be, you do not want to be responsible also have to be responsible when you are an adult. Can I not be an adult? It's not okay. Seeing as how my brother seems to be having a hard time, I don't want to grow up. And he doesn't even joke with me after college. Li Kiki sighed. Shin Yu's heart choked. Were you talking in the kitchen before your brother went to college? It's actually okay now, but it's like it's faked. Well, he won't say anything even if I ask him. Li Coco sighed. He hasn't lied to me. It must be wrong if he doesn't say anything. Chen Yu's tears suddenly snapped. Yuan really knows Li Yan better than she does. She's just trying to make herself look away or she's holding on to the hope that they'll be okay. Yuan must have known the greatest possibility before he did. Li Yan did the same to her. Even if he didn't say so, he never lied to her. He must have put up with it many times. But having said that, in the end that's the end. They're not even ambiguous anymore. Why didn't you come to his house earlier and get to know him better? The tears grew more and more violent. Li Kiki and Li mother are concerned about her. But the driver honked his horn too loudly for Chen Yu to hear. There was only a nod of the head to receive the tissue to wipe his eyes. The night was getting darker and the lights looked like they were 1 degree brighter in the deeper night. The chaos of the city is both fragile and makes you feel solid. There was a large courtyard in the corner of the city. Someone is unilaterally enjoying what another has lost. The girl was posting emoji after emoji. Wait until there's one back there. And her heart thumped. Tilting his head nervously, he looked at his mom. It's okay, just take a deep breath. Ikimori sat up straight, a little sleepy, causing the mole to look a little stupid, and took a really deep breath. Jiang Luan couldn't help but rub her hair. He's been a little busy the last couple days, so you should send less. Icky more. Underscore. She handed her cell phone to Jung Won and looked down, her two Geo rubbing against each other through the fuzzy slippers. P.S. The main plot about Rin is rather fast-paced, so those interested in the later chapters can slow their reading down a bit. Not interested in a casual scan. I'm not going to spread it out, so I'm sorry. 3. Chapter 43. Oops. 6. After the family left, Ikwanri stopped selling. Repeat back what Amazing Lee said. Lee's father endured listening to it and had stormed out. Did he, Lee Yen, read the book to the dog's stomach? Not paying attention. The cigarette but flung on the tabletop. Sparks were flying. He picked up the cigarette on the tabletop and pressed it into the ashtray, lighting another. Didn't hold back another muttered. Asshole. Ji Wanli and even Chen Kong were very understanding of Lee's father's emotions, regardless of what happened. In the parents' opinion, the child can't fix this kind of thing on his or her own. Then it's concealment. It was especially intolerable for Lee's father's profession. Ikwanri patted him on the shoulder and said what he could to relieve him, not to leave out Li Yan's involvement, but to describe Lin Qingxian and the family business behind him in general. Lin's core social connections are hard to find, and to be cautious, I've only used my personal resources to get a rough idea. They have core stakes in at least 5 large media conglomerates, with voting percentages of at least 35 to 75%, and they have influence in a number of companies that probably checked out, and with those on the books alone, they're perfectly capable of controlling public opinion outside of regulation. They operate primarily in the media industry, but their core assets are far more profitable than the media industry. You may disbelieve my words as a businessman, but I swear by the bonds of our personal friendship that I am in no way selfish. It was only after Chi Wanli had also found out about all this that he hurriedly found the two men to discuss it together. Otherwise there would be no need to be in such a hurry. Morning Kong frowned. That kind of talk, again to him, would absolutely kill this business. Then he can't just not tell me. Lee's father was still sulking. Chen Kong looked at him with a smile on his face. Can you handle this case? If you report it to me and I report it to the police, the increase in intermediate links will inevitably increase the possibility of information loss. Which one of us will be responsible for the capital flight? Will cutting off your head fill it, or will cutting off my head fill it? Your son is a whistleblower, and you yourself are an agent. If one of them runs away, who will guarantee the safety of your whole family? Li Yan, he met me just 2 weeks ago. I guess he read my resume or he wouldn't have recognized me at first sight. If he hadn't met me, or hadn't realized a few days ago that I had a special relationship with him, he wouldn't have even been able to talk to Akari. Judging on balance, I suspect he must have a pretty good grasp of the state of affairs. Not necessarily much worse than what Miles knows at the moment. Can you understand any of this now? Lee's father flicked the ashes of his cigarette. It just occurred to me. He's out of breath. But a son who doesn't believe in his old man, even out of preservation, can always be lost. I thought there was some explaining to do. Ikari sighed in relief. If it's not Li Yan's involvement, I don't believe a word of it. Morning Kong Kong said. If it's a report from you yourself, then it's too suspicious. Ikwani, the subject of profit is not the proceeds of business. Coupled with your description of Lin's behavior, it just so happens that the crime of Black SHE Nature Organization is deducted, except for the need for some evidence to add. The direction of this case is too clear. Chen Kong nodded his cigarette and narrowed his eyes. This crime is specially customized for the so-called entrepreneurs who love to use black gloves, all of them chopping off heads before they can be considered finished. You say in front of this kind of case, as a cadre of D, can I believe the words of a capitalist? Mustn't I check you first? Ikwani. But since it's from Amazing Lee and it's in the media industry, the logic of the matter flows. There are special characteristics of this industry. We developed relatively late, and it's only been better in the past few years, leading to all kinds of social relations, inside and outside the country, which are exceptionally complicated. According to the meaning of the above, this is a mission placed at the end of the line. The industry is not too deeply involved, and keeping the cowboys and ghosts can also cultivate the power of civil counterattack. It's on ZZ, but again, on top of that, the lives and property of the people come first, and this has to be managed anyway. Miles, enough said. You should understand. Don't worry. This matter, the package to us, you must not move. Bad things will be bad. The morning generous tone of voice is ghostly. Ikwani, I'm not. One comment gave Ji Wanli dry anger. Can I even be worse than a furry child? This kind of talk has been said to many people before, and they ended up lining up to accompany the beheading. Morning Kong sighed. Issues that even a hairy child can see clearly. A lot of people who think they're big shots can't think clearly. I know you must have no such thing, or I would not have come. As for words of offense, I'm used to them, but it's always a good idea to warn. And in that respect I'm acting purely out of morality and affection. The key is the safety of Yen Li himself. You help figure out a way. I can't be moved. And Officer Li's family obviously doesn't have that kind of resource. So let's talk later about the specifics. Ikari had the feeling of being wrapped up in something huge, which was always the case when talking to people like this. He waved his hand. Still not too comfortable. Now for Li Yen is for my daughter. Which I'm willing, but let's have less contact. I'm afraid. Morning Kong paid it off as he looked to Li's father. I need to talk to Amazing Li on the phone. Hey, I'm Chen Yu's father. We've met. Chen Kong said this in his first sentence. Aha, hello, is it convenient to talk? Just now Uncle G's wife told me that you would be coming to my house. I've been waiting. Don't worry. After constructing an impression with just a few words from Ji Wanli, and getting it corroborated by myself, the Morning Generosity individual's admiration for Li Yen had already reached an unparalleled level. But this is not the time to say anything else. He asked very carefully about the whole thing. Asked Li Yen again what he was going to do. Yen Li's description was very concise but clear enough, and unusually clear about the key points of their business. Obviously having grown up with a lot of experience in his father's unit, Morning Kong asked few questions and amazingly said more. Your plan works, but there's no need for the arrangements behind it. Up to this point, you just have to stretch it out and wait for us to make the arrangements. Great. In conversation, this was the only involuntary outpouring of emotion from Amazingly. Truly relaxing. Is it reliable? He was asking about the informant that Li Yen was talking about. Reliable is fine, but it's not a professional after all. We're not allowed to do that to this extent even professionally, except to deal with de-trafficking. I know. I didn't reach out to her. She reached out to me, and our match has only just begun today. Morn nodded generously, and certain unpleasantness dissipated. But problems happen. There is a ding-dong beep on the exterior. Wait, uncle. That's not right. My friend says that Lin has changed his mind and is already making arrangements to strike in the morning. Morning Kong blushed. That's too bad. The two were silent. Li Yen got some news from Yuan during the gap. There is no hiding this situation. Your daughter had contact with Lin this afternoon. Morn's generous face got worse and worse. Chapter 44 Oops, 7. The phone hung up. The three men fell silent in unison. The call was publicized. Li's father has a right to know and Ikari needs to give Amazing Li help. The three men's eyes did not meet, each thinking. A cigarette break. Li's father went to make a new pot of tea. What to do? Ikari asked. I wouldn't sit here even if I could have 2 days. Morn was generous with her lips on her index finger. With time to spare, you can first go through the dossier to understand the situation. Need to formulate a plan. Find a proper way to arrange for people to go. And finally let Li Yen provoke. While immobilizing Lin, there must be a lead on Lin's group as well. And within 12 hours of the report, I can get a letter from the departmental coordinator. But now it's all a moot point. Directly arrest a surname Lin. They are alerted. The case is bound to be protracted. Black SHE Nature Organization. There must be a protective umbrella. Run to the core of the problem. They will certainly get the news. With the transfer of time there will be a huge loss. And even the case are not done is not impossible. We can only do what he says. And Li Yen suffers some pain to buy us time. Chen Kong looked at Li's father. Li's father was reticent for a moment. Lips open and close. Only then did he say, he chose it. Morning Kong nodded. In the yard, the sound of chattering conversation rang out. The sound of lively conversation drew nearer. Daddy, got you new clothes. Li Coco held up the plastic bag, then hid the rest of her things behind her and catapulted into the room. Li's father gave her a cross look. Hide what? Li Kiki spat out her tongue and went back to her room to do her homework. With a quick hello, Li's mother went into the kitchen, stuffed the pickups into the refrigerator, and turned on the faucet to wash the fruit. Chen Yu stood behind Chen Kong, stiffening. She had just called out daddy. But Mr. Chen did not turn around. Just by the sound of her breathing, she knew her father was angry. Was it because she had slapped Li Yen? Chen Yu subconsciously thought of this matter. Snap. There was a crisp ringing sound, and Chen Yu inclined her head. A stoic face with a taut jawline and a knitted brow. He was pressed back into position by the combined efforts of Li's father and Ikari. Chen Yu was struck frozen. Her eyes pooled tears for a moment, and the next moment she took her sash and wiped them away. Unaware of the magnitude of the problem, she sat down next to her father. What did I teach you? Morn was cold and hard. Chen Yu bowed her head and said, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have slapped Li Yen without understanding the situation. Chen Kong gritted his teeth, his cheeks rumbling with them as he looked to Li's father. I'm not sure about this matter. Children have some conflicts, and you're being too aggressive. Father Li had the intention of excusing Chen Yu and letting Chen Kong dissipate his anger. It's something he obviously doesn't know about. There is no right or wrong when it comes to a child's own affairs. And in Chen Yu's current situation, it was obvious that she didn't know anything. But for Chen Kong Kai Shua, it's no longer a matter of whether he's demoralized or not. Chen Kong took a sip of water and put down his teacup. Whatever you are willing to do, Dad has never interfered with you. Even if it's to become an actor, Dad respects your choice even though he can't help you. But how can you be so childish? You're my daughter. Why aren't you the least bit vigilant? I've taught you since you were a child that many of the people who come into contact with you in society are impure in their beginnings. And you can't even recognize the good guys and the bad guys? You know what a mistake you've made. You don't even realize it now. He reached out and snapped his fingers on the desktop with a thud. I'd rather you slapped me 10 times. 100 times. He tapped the desktop, the crunching sound making Chen Yu shudder. And the words terrified her more than anything else. You want Li Yan's life. She had been too stunned to speak. Morning Generous never uses any hyperbole in criticizing her. But it's too much anyway. And what's the problem? And how did you get in touch with Amazing Li? Take a cab back yourself. Take a vacation from school and stay away for the rest of the month. Morning Kang's eyes sank. Don't contact anyone. If you want Dad to be a human being in the future, you can try if you don't believe me. And see if you can victimize me along with it. Chen Yu had been so scared that she was trembling. She had no idea what she had done to make her father say such things. Li's father advised. It's too dangerous that late. And you're talking too hard. It's not that serious. Xiao Yu. Uncle's car is there at the entrance. Have a good night's rest and don't think too much. Ji Wanli picked up his cell phone and contacted the driver. Chen Yu turned away in a muddle. The cell phone was still on the desktop. And Chen Kong picked it up and slipped it into his pocket. Called Morning Mother and just said there was a safety issue and told her daughter to stay home and not go out. Li's mother poked her head out a couple of times to see what was going on. But in the end, she didn't come out. The words weren't clear, but it was hard to talk when she was teaching her daughter to her face and she didn't know what was going on. That's when I found the opportunity to bring out the fruit. Grabbing one in his hand, he ran out a few steps and chased after Chen Yu. It's not enough to say things properly. Your father is really something. Looking back, Li's father shook his head with her. Chen Yu pouted, tears streaming down her face in big streams as she hugged Li's mother and cried. After a moment of comfort and a ride to the car, Li's mother went back to her room and took off her apron. A little girl's family? How can she afford to be scared like this? Mother Li complained. Chen Kong frowned. Your son is a year younger than her. What is he doing and what is Chen Yu doing? Boys and girls can be the same. Li's mother muttered. Something. Sighed Morning Kong. Back to you. He grabbed his jacket. I'm back on duty. Do you have a shift tonight? I'll take you. Li's father copied his jacket as well. Good. Ji Wanli picked up the cigarette case lighter on the desktop. Then I won't bother anymore. I have to go home to accompany my wife and children. The three of them walked out of the yard back and forth. And Li's father paused, as if casually saying, by the way, the son's place has been calling less lately. Mother Li frowned. What's wrong? What's wrong with my son? It's fine. He slipped his hand into his sleeve. After many years as a couple, this set was of no use at all to Li's mother. She instantly became anxious and tugged on Li's father's clothes with both hands. I knew there was nothing good. What happened to my son? Go ahead and say it. Chen Kong sighed and said, I can guarantee that your son has not committed any crime. The reason for the unit cannot be said now. He is doing good things. Li's mother was even more anxious. I knew it. What are you shouting about? Father Li frowned and lowered his voice. The street. I don't care. What gives you guys the right to make my son do anything? What's the big deal about being a cop? That's my son. Why should I not know? Li's mother choked her neck. I'm willing nah. Li's father allowed his clothes to be pulled around by Li's mother. He chose it himself. He won't even talk to me. So make a phone call and ask him if he can talk to you. Li mother could not help but let go of her hand. Throat choked. That will not be dangerous so small Lu. You're the big chief. Think of something. How can you let your child mess around? How can you be good if you mess up? Li's mother looked towards Chen Kong. Just now she was not able to speak out of turn, but now her tone was already pleading. Morn was generous and didn't know what to say. Li's father said, take care of confidentiality. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mother Li shrugged her shoulders and looked at Father Li. If he loses a hair, you'll never enter this house. How did I find a? She pinched the door of the room, not uttering the epithet. That's too hurtful and hurtful. She had lived half her life with fear and trembling, and had lost count of the number of times she had been unable to sleep all night with the memories of the man on her pillow leaving in a hurry. Chapter 45, Rumors. The following morning, at the end of the first class, someone in the crowd spread the word. A certain student committed a major offense and the police arrested him during class. As one or two people spread the word, scattered college students began to flock in the same direction. converging into a sizable crowd in just a few minutes. The young girl carrying a bag of snacks was on fire and wanted to get together, and stopped in her tracks when she found Zhang Wenhai smoking in the corridor. Hey, is there any public morality? Yiwan slapped his shoulder. Smoking in the corridor. Serves you right. Leaning against the parapet at the base of the wall, Zhang Wenhai didn't even return his head, obviously not in a good mood. Hey, Yuan didn't pay too much attention to his emotions. Her head lifted in the direction of the crowd. No, who doesn't? Zhang Wenhai's gaze went to a small circle that was passing on gossip, just in time to brush up on the second-hand trivia I gained yesterday. And Amazing Lee is said to have learned it newly from his teacher 2 days ago, but it's always a bit more authoritative than a certain audio short. Judging by the stages he mentioned last night, Lin Xingxuan's lackeys have already completed the first round of dissemination very successfully. Relying on the authority of the cap, they quickly constructed public opinion and became the opinion leader of this wave of public opinion, mastering the power of interpretation. And it's growing so fast that it already has opinion followers. Secondary or higher dissemination begins with the emergence of opinion followers. The so-called opinion followers are the spokespersons of these small circles of gossip, who are uninformed, and their sources of information are even only from opinion leaders. However, the exponential spread of core messages is inevitable. At this stage, information density and accuracy are still at their highest point. Secondary or more dissemination can be laced with a sea of interfering information, sending the accuracy of the information downhill. That's what's happening now. Zhang Wenhai didn't believe in how a sentence could go on for 10 minutes and still have his eyebrows raised. However, after the expansion of the interference information to a certain extent, it will lead to the blurring of the core information, and eventually the core information they spread will lose the meaning of spreading. And this wave of public opinion will be rapidly decayed. The wave of public opinion will decay rapidly, and the effects can't go away. There are fake and false S that will be firmly placed on Amazing Lee's head. This is the most hateful. The density of people in the school is just too great, extremely close to internet spread. If there are no surprises, a propagation process that only takes about 2 days, Li Yan still has a bit of a chance. That is, when he returns to school, he can have the authority to clarify the words. The impact will be much smaller, or even dissipate. Unfortunately, all he wants is for the incident to be as big as possible. Doing this Zhang Wenhai does not doubt. After all, Li Yan is a good college student who takes notes plus recordings in all his classes, and the cases are almost a book. But how you can wash the out of your body at the same time is the important question. Hey, Yuan pushed Zhang Wenhai. Thinking of what? Asking you who was arrested, you know. Amazing Lee. Ha? What the hell? She rolled her eyes. If you don't know, you say you don't know. Zhang Wenhai shrugged his shoulders. It's really him. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. She looked disbelieving. Caught whoring. You're pulling it down. Yuan rolled her eyes again. Even if it's really because of this, terrific to find a counselor to contact. Your words are too damaging. Zhang Wenhai shrugged and looked at the pedestrians. You can think clearly. They can't. The words passed on by the dog-legged man were this one. And the logical loophole was so simple that Yuan could think of it in an instant. The hat Lin Xingxian wants to put on me is rather large, and it's easy to spill over if there's no cushion. If someone investigates the public opinion incident, it will cause trouble. Probably won't directly give me a charge of sexual assault. The charge that can be advanced or retreated should be that. Those were Amazing Lee's exact words. Right now, school leaders and teachers have been shouting don't videotape or something like that. And in a moment, probably the counselor will notify the ban on publicity to stop the public opinion from spilling over. Today all the situations are within the range of Li Yan's estimation. They can now tell their fortunes. No wonder Grandma Dean emphasized to him every day back then about doing bad things and being struck by lightning and lying and falling into manhole covers and whatnot. What are you laughing at? Zhang Wenhai laughed even louder. Suddenly wrapped his arm around Yuan's shoulders and whispered, asterisk 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 into a group. You say it's funny or not? Yuan blushed red, patted away his hand. Every day to see the blue bottom bulletin, how uninteresting. Must not gossip a little. You only. Fair enough. Zhang Wenhai released her. Yuan frowned. Who the hell is it? God damn it. I didn't lie when I said it was Amazingly. No way. Seeing that Zhang Wenhai was unmoved, she looked for different people and asked for information to confirm several times. Yuan rediscovered Zhang Wenhai and forcefully dragged him to a secluded place. Why aren't you in a hurry at all? I'm telling you, Chin, you didn't come to class today and I can't reach anyone. I need to get her help. You're coming with me. She calmed down and frowned. How can you know that quickly? Someone must have wronged you. Li Yan's father is in this business and also knows Chen Yu's father. Zhang Wenhai patted her shoulder. Don't worry too much. I just called Li Yan's father. Of course he didn't fight. Alright. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and slowed down. frowning and stretching again. Lin Qingxian? I don't know. Doing this for a broken short movie? Yi Wan's frown deepened. This is too outrageous. Zhang Wenhai sighed. I don't have the heart for class. I'll treat you to a movie. The tickets are cheap in the morning. Yuan looked at her classmates who were running around with excited faces and felt that Zhang Wenhai was probably not feeling too well in his heart. Silky smooth being diverted from the topic. So she nodded her head and agreed. Okay. Chapter 46 Time 1. Get in the police car. Destination is the neighborhood precinct. The policeman led Amazing Lee to a room, told him to wait for a while, and then left. The iron door closed tightly, and the first time he looked around, he looked up and saw the big words, confess and be lenient, resist and be strict, and realized that this was an interrogation room. In the center of the room is a regret chair. Li Yan swept the regretful chair and nodded in satisfaction. Usually it's a stainless steel chair, and that thing is cool, not to mention butt hugging. It's a handle that is of course also stainless steel, but wrapped in black leather and has a sponge pad on top of the butt in addition to a block of wood. These chairs are usually special for minors. He knew that much detail, but also because he hadn't sat on it much before. When he came home and started elementary school, his mom wasn't sure about him. He had to follow the police on patrol to his dad's flat to do his homework and wait for his mom to pick him up. Dad's old unit had an abandoned and unused interrogation room that was especially quiet, and he liked to do his homework there. Occasionally, a good-looking police sister would come by to instruct homework and give a snack or something. It feels especially dear to see it again today. Sitting his ass down in the chair and buckling the board to move his butt, he let out a comfortable breath. It took a few seconds for him to respond. Am I a little too perverted? After waiting a while and no one coming, he plopped down on the board and started to take a nap. 80% of them were being watched, and not 2 minutes after he got down, the steel door opened. In walks an old and a new 2 police officers. The new police officer saw him so skillful, obviously stunned, only to change into a serious look to lock the fastener for him. Back to the location to open the computer keyboard sound crackling. The 2 from time to time also whispered, Chima eyes sweeping. In Li Yan body up and down. The preparation is complete and the camera lights up with a red dot. Begin. Good. The middle-aged officer, without a computer to hide his face, casually flipped through the papers in his hand a few times, found a spot to press out a crease, removed his ballpoint pen from his jacket pocket, and tapped the desktop, taking the initiative to sit in the seat. I'm sure you know what you've done. He pointed to the 8 large letters behind him. Recognize it, and fight for the initiative. We can do the same at our discretion. Then it's better to be strict, said Amazingly. I haven't done it. The middle-aged police officer's brow furrowed into a glacial frown. We won't apprehend you directly from the school without having considerable evidence. Say, where did the drugs get it? Drugs? Amazingly frowned. What drugs? A hallucinogenic drug component was detected in the victim's blood. He lifted the plastic bag containing a brown unlabeled bottle, recovered from a trash can on one of the hotel floors. The drug component matches the victim's blood component, and your fingerprints are on it. Li Yan fell into a demented state. How is this possible? Lin Qingxian told me to sign a contract for $1 million to buy the copyright of my work. That contract required me to keep the transfer of copyright including personal rights confidential. Just because there was that kind of illegal clause in place I didn't sign it. He muttered. Fear of breaking the law can even give up money. How could I possibly do such a thing? Right. He's the one who did this to me. Just ask him about it. Don't pull any punches. The middle-aged officer nodded his desktop. You entered a hotel at 15:36 yesterday, and you walked out of your room at 16:47, and it took that long to sign a contract? I need to see the contract items. That always takes time. The middle-aged police officer had been in contact with Lin Qingxian long ago, and he had been involved in some dirty deeds. He has done many of these things and has his judgment in his mind. First, the woman should be a gift arranged by Lin to Li, with actual behavior taking place. Second, the woman took the initiative to suggest that Li was the one who got into the trap. In the present situation, Li knew that even if he told the truth, the evidence would still be against him. Li should have some social experience, understand the status quo, and be afraid to sit on the fence before denying it. And Lin didn't ask the woman to provide direct evidence of bodily fluids, and supposedly didn't intend to actually put Li in jail for real intimidation for some purpose, or to some extent, providing empirical evidence to substantiate the matter. He didn't want this to sit on the fence, even if there was more money but more risk. Over the years, the investigation has been so strict that the originally easy-to-operate procedures have become much more. But he thinks he'll be fine if he's careful. This is because, with the exception of Lim Hyun, they are still impartial in other cases, especially since he himself, for the most part, was honestly wired to go out on the unit. Because of his disobedience, he worked extraordinarily hard at his day job, and his reputation in the area was even considered good. It made him feel like he was completely different from his other co-workers. In his conception, the hookups of the rich don't hurt the common man. He hasn't hurt the common man except to collect some money. He's been the best good guy here, so even if it is found out, it will be handled with the utmost leniency. The kids are almost done with their studies abroad. Worst case scenario is a couple years in jail. Each time he went through this thought over and over again. Unscrewing his teacup and taking a relaxing sip of tea, his eyes went from confused to determined. Other than reading the contract, what else did you do? Tell me in detail. The teacup lid snaps back onto the top of the stainless steel cup with a thud, catching a momentary flicker in Li Yan's eyes and an unnatural curve at the corner of his mouth. The middle-aged police officer was reassured. Amazingly really isn't pretending. Because his father has the same occupational habits, unit co-workers behind the back of the sneaky look at his father is too old-fashioned, although really quite effective. It made Yenli want to laugh as soon as he saw the operation of snapping the lid of the cup. Name the process that was programmed long ago. The preparation of certain preset questions, a question and answer. Impatience, meltdowns, reticence, frowning, asking for a cigarette, and other such emotions came all over. The first round of interrogation was over and went through the motions, as it wasn't expected to yield anything. Escorting out of the iron gate, the tiredness on Li Yan's face, who had been acting for 2 hours, didn't need to be acted out. I want to hire a lawyer. Can you give me a call on my cell phone? There's a phone over there, the young officer said. Private cell phone will be sealed for you. Be honest. Can counsel be present at the trial? You've been watching too many movies. That's abroad. The young constable frowned. Oh, he was a little disappointed. Pretend not for nothing. Acting tired, at least less suffering. Call the number Ikari has prepared. Dad, I'd been wrongly accused. You should have gotten a notice on your end. Don't believe me. Hire a lawyer for me. And make it quick. Jiang Luan's side said. I'm your mom. Amazingly. Early please. You don't even want to call mom anymore. Amazingly. For so many years, you haven't been willing to call me mom. Mom actually loves you. And what happened before mom has been trying to explain it to you. But you weren't willing to listen. When you come out, let's sit down and talk calmly, okay? Amazingly. The young constable urged. Time's up. Son, say something to mom. Don't communicate anything unrelated to hiring an attorney. The young officer pressed off the phone. Do you need to recall? Never mind. Amazingly gave him a grateful look. Amazingly, take me away. It wouldn't be a problem if he usually accompanied Jiang Luan to have a good time. But Li Yan was really tired of acting and had physical discomfort. Chapter 47 Time 2. Office. After staying up all night, Morning Kong stuffed the organized dossier into the safe and opened the thermos to have a sip of tea before realizing that he hadn't put the lid on the cup. Poured out the cold tea and refilled some hot ones at the water fountain. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. A few people fishtailed. There were those who sat on the couch and leaned back, those who received water to drink, and those who touched cigarettes to his desktop to smoke. These are all exes who went in with a proper mess on their hands, and all of them were shoved into the hands of Chen Kong. Yes, moved halfway up and up a bit of income as well, but living more is not a star. The first 3 months of promotion into the hospital for data is 1.5 times per capita. The latest medical reports are all a bunch of arrows. So, this group of people who need to come to debrief every half a month have this attitude towards the morning generosity. The organization has nothing to say. Can't you toss your leader? How can you call a coworker smooth? It's called coordination. Coordinate a snack in your mouth, a cup of water with some good tea mixed with some boiling water to taste, and half a pack of cigarettes in your pocket or something. Living bandits. I haven't eaten much of this food that my daughter bought for me. Chen Kong shook his head helplessly. Alright, enough tossing and turning. There's work. Several people raised one eyebrow in unison. There's a big job. The movement of their hands stopped and they found a seat. Morning Kong roughly described the case. Ask questions. Answer them. Add to them. Talk about the program. They've taken over messes and have a different perspective than Morning Kong and know some of the details better. There are a few ideas. Deny some. Question some. And finally pick the one that works best. It's not a good idea to arrange for the past that just passed auxiliary police training. There's no other way to install it. It's the only way to do it. Send you to say you've just been trained, who's to believe what? No work experience, certainly not. When the time really fell into the water, how to explain? Can not the old bring new together? Such as personal reasons or something. Relatives and couples don't work. It doesn't work on the rules. The system doesn't even record it. What about playing friends? Not in principle. Someone else realized. That's even better. This is the most acceptable way to know at a glance that it is a loophole and that it is connected to be placed together. Morn tapped his pen generously. If you say so, you have someone in mind. Well, a dry, skinny constable leaned back on the couch. Name's Ning Chang, the only clean one in my unit's original squad. After the review, reliable, needless to say, before being straightened out enough to struggle with sufficient experience. Doesn't handle relations with the masses very well, but it's also a leftover contradiction from those who were imprisoned. The organization is considering his detachment vice captains, now estimated to wait for me to meet together. I go to first denied, just so that Joyu can beat the yellow cover. Pass this test just in time to join our ICU bonding class. The crowd laughed as he continued. He still has to deal with conflicts locally. He'll be able to do his job better in a different unit. This kid's good. Chen Kong pondered for a moment and nodded. Take a look first. Call the two of them over. And incidentally hand over the work in hand when you return. The amount of money involved is a bit large. And at this point it looks like it's going to involve some important people. And I don't have the authority to do that. So I'll still have to look into making a report and prepare for it sooner rather than later. Though the case is still open at the moment. You should not take it lightly. What mouths? Get yourselves made up. And mind the secrecy. Understood. X4. In the school, all kinds of news were rampant and it was getting worse. Lin Qingxian was in a good mood. He was supposed to wait for Chen Yu to come to him of her own accord. And he already had a set of words to say. But no one came when he waited and waited. So he took the initiative. The person was not there and could not be reached. He felt vaguely out of place. He knew exactly what Chen Yu's father did. If he could take Chen Yu, his status in the family would jump straight up. And he wouldn't have to interact with idiots of his peers in a circle. This time he was valued. That 10-minute short film could only fool his peers. The family gave him resources. The bigger part was Chen Yu, the microfilm heroine. This is when people disappear? He guessed that Chen Yu had talked about it. And her father wasn't interested in the case at all. Fearing she'd get into trouble for the sake of clarity and keeping her home, Lin Qingxian was wary. In case he was really persuaded to send someone to take a look that would be troublesome. In fact, he planned to release Li Yan in a few days. Originally despised Chen Yu. Now some changes are starting to cower again. After looking for various channels to inquire about the news, he finally found Yuan's head. Movie theater. Yuan wasn't in a very pleasant mood. I thought it was a two-person date, but I didn't realize it was four. Those two lightbulbs are purely and simply sick, aren't they? Popping up her WeChat phone, the ringer jingled and she hurriedly turned off the sound. By now the movie had started, and she apologized shyly in all directions. Yuan reopened the screen, looked at the avatar directly hung up, and cursed in a low voice, there is a disease, and not familiar with the need to call. Zhang Wenhai brought her to the movie theater inevitably for a reason. He inclined his head to look at Yuan and said carelessly, what's wrong? There are psychopaths. Yuan frowned. Take a look, just in case something happens. Zhang Wenhai laughed. She opened the screen and Zhang Wenhai came over. Looking for Chen Yu to do what? But also counselor looking for her with urgent matters. Counselor and my half-sister. Something does not contact me? Yuan rolled her eyes. The phone called again. And Yuan was so annoyed that she wanted to turn off the phone. Just tell her that her grandfather was sick and went to visit. And that's it. Yuan handed over her cell phone and said without a word, you talk to him. Zhang Wenhai took the phone, returned a message and gave it back to Yuan. There was a string of thumps. Yuan was on fire. I'm not sure if you're going to believe me or not, but I'm just going to pull the plug on you. Zhang Wenhai secretly nodded. Who still has myself to fit the persona? Lin Qingxian on the other side, Lahey? It's not just that the family has some money. Both of them are stinky es. The girl's face was unhappy. One pretends to act like a white lotus flower, and the other's nose is turned up to the sky. Who knows if the money is earned by selling batches? Lin Qingxian shook her off and pinched out a thin wad of money from his bag and dumped it on her. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's causing me to lose interest. The girl pouted in aggravation. Well, I'll buy you a bag later. Just remembered something serious. He tapped his cell phone twice, perfunctorily. The girl instantly revealed a look of delight. Whenever you take it, remember to make sure to find me to have fun together. Lin Qingxian was wearing his jacket. Turn around and give me the link to pay on my behalf. And don't talk such useless at school. Did you record a video when that licking dog got on or not? The girl asked curiously. Lin Qingxian raised his head fiercely, his face livid. The girl cringed. Bitch. Slaps rang throughout the hotel and the door slammed shut. Chapter 48 Time 3. Where's Icky Moore? Still not awake. Zhang Wan let out a deep sigh. I should have known how good it would be for me to get a small number to send out love packets to make her happy. What if she finds out and gets mad at you? Ji Wanli took off his tie. Lawyers to send well. Hey, he didn't say the code word, so I guess it's not necessary. What's the code word you two are dating? That's out of your hands. Good thing too. Old Feng is now at Chen Kang's place. Ji Wanli rubbed his brow. I'm really worried about his safety. He'll be fine. You know too little about the abilities of Chen Kang's type. In extreme cases, Chen Kang has that vigor and ability to completely lift the table. It's just a few people who earn black money. Cutting off their heads will only result in a few barks at most. What else would they dare to do? That I do believe. It's just that you haven't seen the Morning Bureau that way. At ease. Jiang Luan's place of origin is the capital, and the unit she interned in was relatively large. In fact, the two are very well matched, regardless of their worldviews, positions, or abilities. Without this foundation, it is difficult for family harmony to last. Ikimore is a complete tragedy. Originally, she would have been the happiest girl in the world. Right now, Jiang Luan's wish was also hers. Oh, that group can be finished, right? Jiang Luan looked very happy. Or media group. Really good. Hey, Li Yan happens to learn this. Ikwani. He may not like. I have the money, may not be able to buy. Even if you buy, also inevitably be suspected. When things have to be tied. I'm not afraid, but some people will be afraid. I don't worry about someone to remember. Less in front of me to chatter. Even if I can make money, I am not happy in my heart. Too much trouble. Jiang Luan shrugged his shoulders. You are helping this time. There are benefits certainly first on you. They are talking about favor and friendship. Doubt? For them, doubt has no value at all. Only facts have value. So, you don't take Chen Kang's words too seriously. That's not polite words. He said that to you is sincere. I'm talking about within the company. Then you cheer up. Now let's solve this problem first. Anyway, I can help you if Chiemo is happy. Jiang Luan gave him a sidelong glance. But looking back, right now it's Li Yan who's fine. It's just that in the future it's going to be dangerous to be tied to you. It's only dangerous if he's not tied to me. Given his personality, Ji Wanli put down his chopsticks. He has an extreme side, and is actually quite unsuitable to be involved in business. Forget it then. Having fun is most important. Jiang Luan held her head and giggled, seemingly seeing some very beautiful picture. Ikwani, are you still trying to say bad things about him? Jiang Luan responded. Come on, talk to Ji more. Ikwani, Wednesday, stayed up for 3 whole days and 2 nights. White porridge, 3 steamed buns with a piece of curd. It is the exquisite breakfast of Amazing Lee's classmates. And the white congee for lunch will be replaced with cabbage soup. He felt lighter in his soul. It's that wonderful feeling of seeming like you're dying, but you're still alive. The meals you eat are not the key issue. The nutrition is not as balanced but resistant to hunger. Mainly fatigue interrogations. 2 rounds of interrogation a day. 1 round of 7.5 hours. Sitting in a chair except for sleeping, eating and going to the toilet. The first round with the cameras on. The second round in a different room. Say just talk, but don't try to go back to the jailhouse to rest. Not to mention the fact that every time he spoke he had to make faces and small gestures to delay out thinking. His exhaustion was palpable. Several times I couldn't hold out, and I talked myself into holding out a little longer, hour by hour, to 15 minutes by 15 minutes. The spirit is about to break. If it hadn't been for yesterday afternoon, when he heard that a new police officer had reported for duty, he might not really have lasted. Amazingly stood up after eating and raised his hand toward the co-policeman guarding him. Report. On the way back, he said, go back to the jailhouse first and wait. Understood. The joy on his face overflowed. The cop rolled his eyes. No one can erase what they've done. So don't think there's any savior. Yes. 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 Asterisk. Brother Zhao, what is the process of arraigning a prisoner? Take me through it. The woman in the uniform of the co-police officer ate the chicken McNuggets and looked at the middle-aged police officer. The man with a clear brow on the opposite side frowned. How can you let Brother Zhao take you to this kind of disciplinary offense? It's fine. You're exaggerating. It's good to familiarize yourself. I can see that you'll be able to pass the exam sooner or later anyway. The middle-aged police officer laughed. Luo Yanran let out a peep. No wonder you can't be a deputy detachment commander. Ning Cheng slapped the desktop. What do you mean? What's with the table shooting? So little money is not enough to buy a bag. Luo Yanran picked at her nails. Say that again. Hey, don't quarrel. The masses see how bad. Zhao police officer reached out to persuade, and also said to Luo Yanran, you do not participate in the work, time is not long, do not know. Can evaluate our hard requirements. Do this work, cannot care too much about the money. Vision should be long term. He handed a cigarette to Ning Chang. The water here is too deep. I know you are aggrieved. Don't give up hope. There is always a day of reckoning. Ning Chang, do you have a case to try now? You're in a bad mood. Take a few days off, and leave the answering to someone else for now. Ning Chang's brows furrowed. Constable Zhao shook his head darkly. There's a case you can familiarize yourself with. He whispered a few words to Ning Chang, focusing on his reaction. It was his last test. But Ning Chang didn't react at all and just looked puzzled. It seemed to ask what he was doing, telling himself that. Constable Zhao secretly lamented. There aren't many people like him who still have principles, image records and written records. Give me a look. There's a head start. Ning Chang extinguished his cigarette. Good. 1 hour later, Ning Chang moved his chair away from the good information, got up and asked, which one? The third room, he said as he came closer. Do the notes know? I get it all. Good. I'll go on patrol then. Don't make it too long today. The man doesn't stand up to intimidation. Ning Chang nodded. Look out. Luo Yenran lifted the uneaten McDonald's breakfast on the table. Can I bring it in for dinner? We eat lunch in the interrogation room sometimes. That's fine, but usually eat cafeteria food. When it's noon you can ask the cafeteria to deliver it. It's pretty good on Wednesdays at noon. By the way, the microwave is in the pantry. Constable Joe was unusually rambunctious. Okay, 2 meters wide, with nothing but whitewashed walls on either side of an unarranged tunnel. The two ran parallel. Where did you find it? And the morning bureau dares to use it. Luo Yenran whispered. Ning Chang glanced at her. Luo Yenran cocked her head at him quizzically. You just treated me like a child. Which is not. Ning Chang sheepishly avoided the line of sight. There it is. Chapter 49 Time 4. It's too unsubtle to do things. KFC's rice balls are much better. Li Yan spat. Ning Chang said mildly, yes, we didn't do our job properly. Yen Luo. Just a moment ago, they went into the interrogation room. After closing the iron door and unlocking it, Ning Chang put the bag in front of Li Yan. He clunked down a meal, and it wasn't until it was finished that they began to communicate. And it turns out to say this? Is the treatment that good? Luo Yenran didn't hold back from asking. Li Yan looked at Ning Chang and held his forehead. Where did it come from? The morning bureau actually dared to use it. Royan. She's actually okay, and has been very helpful in gaining trust. Ning Chang said. It's also true. Who would want to be an undercover agent when you have your hands generated like this? Li Yan looked at her. You went through connections to get in, right? Luo Yenran slapped her face. Get to the point. Are you a chatterbox? Okay. Actually, Amazing Li kind of wanted to talk, especially not in a mindless kind of natural pleasure. Ning Chang was much more polite and inquired. Then hard work first? Yes, Amazing Li asked. It will take a few more days to prepare. An optimistic estimate of 3 days. 4 is possible. Yenli wiped his face. The morning board was a bit too punctual for him to want to stay. Ning Chang took a thermos cup and poured a cup of warm water for Luo Yenran to send. Bring a Coke next time. Yenli clasped his hands to his chest and tugged. No, what's with the attitude? Luo Yenran frowned. Yenli looked up. Your boyfriend gets the credit. I'm here squatting in the squad room. I can't even have a Coke. Luo Yenran bristled. How did you know? Just found out. Why? Yen Luo. Seeing her reaction, Li Yan really tensed up and blushed. You're not kidding me. Ha? He looked at Ning Chang. Can such a person be used? Yen Luo. She's only like that when she's unsuspecting, which isn't often. Probably because she's naturally close to you. She's actually good for interrogation, and her expertise is reliable. As confirmed by the Morning Bureau. You cannot trust me, but you must trust the leader, right? Ning Chang patiently explained. Meaning you're not good at any other business except interrogation, right? Ning Chang smiled. Luo Yenran gritted her teeth. Li Yan drank 2 mouthfuls of hot tea. His mood settled down a lot. Don't worry about it. I've held up before. I can continue to hold up. If you will get suspicious, you cannot care about my feelings. I can hold on knowing that you guys are here. Tough. We'll try to make you as comfortable as possible depending on the situation. Ning Chang continued. Did Mr. Lin contact you through their mouths? Hints or threats count? Yes, but didn't provide any content. Yenli pondered for a moment and said, the current conflict is still a superficial dissatisfaction with my resistance. He won't do anything else. It looks like he doesn't know what's going on right now, and I'm not sure he's going to be able to react in the meantime. Yenli rubbed his brow. All we're buying is time to prepare. There is insufficient evidence to control him personally, including the suspects at the school. At this time, because of concerns for your safety, investigative tactics are very conservative. Do you have any suggestions on direction? There's a victim named Zhao Changchang. Her parents are currently out of the city, so it will be easier for you to work. But they may have thought of something locally as well. So it's best to send one of your people. As long as they can gain trust, they should know everything. Yan Li laughed. Maybe I didn't emphasize that before. I'm sorry, this was an oversight on our part. We've considered it all together. And this victim is rather unique. And this direction of the investigation may affect your safety as well as disrupt the setup. So we didn't consider it at first. Of course, We definitely had to figure it out afterward. Her mother is currently in a mental hospital. Her father has been on a retreat trying to figure out how to treat his wife. So I guess he doesn't have time to be obsessing about his daughter. Lin Qingxian thinks that this matter has been completely handled cleanly. Li Yan looked down at the half cup of tea on the lid of his cup. This is what I know. Followed by my speculation. You can confirm before you say anything. Ning Cheng's expression turned serious. This was a very important situation. I can't be sure when we'll meet up next. Just to be on the safe side. Can you still describe the victim's physical features? Li Yan was in deep thought. The eyebrows seemed to be quite thick. Like this? Ning Cheng held up the napkin and sketched it. No. Li Yan shook his head. Sorry, it should be a willow leaf eyebrow. And there is a mole in the center of the eyebrow to the right. Or to the left. Is there a mole that is identifiable? I'm not really sure. My impression is a bit vague. Li Yan apologized. It doesn't matter. Let's move on. Just have an approximation. The shape of the nose. Finally Ning Cheng held up a napkin. And very simple strokes outlined the woman's features. Which were smiling. Because the only thing Amazing Lee remembers is the way she laughed. Yeah. Amazing Lee smoothed his hair and smiled. Sorry, can't really remember much. Amazing Lee looked up. Tears dripping onto the back of his hand. He realized that it was no wonder his face was itchy. He wiped it off in a hasty manner. I'm sorry. I'm probably just too tired to be here. It's fine. You can lie down and rest. Ning Cheng put all the tissues into his pocket. Just woke up not long ago. Sleepy is sleepy, let me sleep, I can't. I'm used to it when I'm in school classes. Amazing Lee covered up. Anything else I can help with? Ning Cheng thought for a moment and asked. You've been interrogated by different people. Which ones do you think are suspicious? All of them have problems. Li Yan looked at Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng nodded. I think so too. Constable Joe is the breakthrough. That's what I was going to suggest. Then, Ning Cheng looked at him with an expectant face to see what else he had to say. Amazing Lee. It's okay. Luo Yanyan shrugged her shoulders. You think it's all about eating. A lot of people in this department wouldn't be bad at just about any line of work if they didn't choose to do it. She fished out a packet of melon seeds from somewhere to get high, and Ning Cheng's brows furrowed. I'm purposely making preparations to make them even less suspicious of me. Luo Yanran explained. Yes? You don't think I intentionally want to do something so undignified in a place like this? I am an honorable people's policeman. Amazing Lee, you're an auxiliary police officer. Contracted. Ryan, you really? Just take this stance against someone who won't bully you. I'd be facing the enemy if I wasn't in this position. And guess what I'm sitting here for? Luo Yanran was choked for a moment and tucked her hands. You're great. I don't believe that you can be like this to a girl you like. Amazing Lee. Luo Yanran recalled the content of his conversation with Ning Cheng just now and was a little embarrassed. I didn't do it on purpose. It's okay. It's not that I like her. It's just that I used to be good friends and feel bad about it. Okay. Rohyanta kowtows to her melon. Whole no? Forget it. You'll have to look the other way when your mouth gets dry and you ask for an extra bowl of vegetable soup. Chapter 50. Time is like water in a sponge. Squeezing and realizing there is more. With such a mood, Li Yan finally squeezed his way to the 7th day. The lawyer came and half an hour later he was released. It's good to be a lawyer. Amazingly lamented inexplicably. He just couldn't think of a way to use to get out so quickly. Your last name. Exempt your name is Fong. Lawyer Fong looked quite old. With pale temples. Hair not all black, feel fast, but combed meticulously. Every move has a unique temperament. Trust. How did you get me out of there? As far as I know, there's so little a lawyer can do while in custody. Li Yan asked curiously. Lawyer Fong looked at him, somewhat reluctant to speak. Forget it if it's inconvenient. Li Yan said helplessly. I simply want to understand. His function is to answer his client's questions. But answer it. His work ethic is at risk of crumbling. After a difficult mental struggle, the ethical lawyer decided to tell the young man. They didn't believe me when I said I was Lin's lawyer, and I gave them a picture of me and Lin together. Amazingly, you have a picture with him? Lawyer Fang's lips trembled lightly. MS. Zhang found someone to pee. Li Yan, degree. Won't they confirm it? Li Yan frowned. Arranged interference. An AI voice. He said. Yenli, Sigma, degree. With the approval of the Morning Bureau and the support of their in-house technicians. Otherwise there is no such technology. Nor would they dare to have it. But to release it without even reaching that point shows how far it has been slacked off. Mostly because you look so professional. Amazingly cupped. I don't usually dress like this. MS. Zhang arranged for a makeup artist. Li Yan fell into a deep thought. That, presumptuous How much you charge? Me? He tilted his head and thought. This kind of case then. Well, 10W should still be available. Amazingly. I was going to let you out today. But you're still a little smart. A private dining room in a somewhat out-of-the-way location, lavishly appointed. Li Yan hadn't returned to school yet when Lin Qingxian intercepted him halfway, but did not come to hard. Straight said get on the car. Li Yan stayed out a whole week and he looked disheveled. You can shower inside, but not very often, and the quality of the toiletries is mediocre, so you can't wash too well. Not to mention the fact that the clothes on his body had been sitting there for a week and were wrinkled. Staying for a week was so boring that he got into the habit of starting to drift off whenever he sat down. It looks like it's a bit mentally challenged. The private room was very quiet. Li Yan's cell phone was taken away by lawyer phone. He doesn't even have a cell phone on him now. There was a period of silence. Lin Qingxian handed Li Yan a cigarette. Seeing his daredevil look, Lin Qingxian smiled and shook his head and passed it again before Li Yan took it. Dang! After the crisp sound, he slid the lighter and sent it to Li Yan. He leaned forward to catch the fire. It's a good thing to laugh it off. I'm a few years older than you, and at your age, I just did a great thing. A great thing that had a cost and a reward, and understood many things. Lin Qingxian squinted at the smoke. What? Lin Qingxian shook his head. You will know later. Li Yan sincerely said. If you don't tell me, I'm afraid it will be hard for me to know later. Ha ha ha, you don't have to be so self-effacing. Lin Qingxian glanced at Li Yan. Some people have to learn to look people in the eye and eat when they're 3 years old, and some people can't see it until they're 80. And the difference between people is sometimes greater than the difference between people and people. You're talking about me? Amazingly huffed before placing his hands flat on the table, as was customary, and his wrists even had the imprint of snap locks. No, he shook his head. I don't think there's any higher or lower of the two either, and I've seen the latter in extremely high positions who have never had to look anyone in the eye in their lives. You're obviously in the former category. Lin Qingxian leaned back in his seat, his posture relaxed. Can you tell me how you got the word out? Amazingly smiled. It's a simple solution. Yeah, well, word got out right off the bat. You've got guts. Lin Qingxian gave a thumbs up. Hiring someone to pretend to be a lawyer cost a lot of money, didn't it? How much? I'll make it up to you double. No, just consider it as paying tuition. Li Yan said indifferently. Lin Qingxuan's face changed when he said, you don't want to talk about it? No. Li Yan stubbed out his half-smoked cigarette and took a sip of water. I haven't smoked in a while, and it's hard on my throat. The dishes came one after another. Li Yan didn't eat much, but Lin Qingxian was very attentive in laying out the food. There's still quite a bit left on the plate. Li Yan was almost touched. Eating with those pussies in the dormitory. He never had this treatment. After a few chats at the table, there was a surface level of friendship. Lin Qingxian sighed. You actually don't need to suffer this. You're just a little too stubborn. I didn't know you had so much power. Li Yan rubbed his brow. You should have said no. You wouldn't believe me even if I said it. Lin Qingxian helplessly spread his hands. That's true. Li Yan nodded. I had a misunderstanding about you too. Originally I just thought you were a person who didn't know what was going on. Lin Qingxian handed another cigarette. That million will be credited to your account after doing a job for me. To be honest, I'm a stingy person, but I think you'll be a good helper and worth the price. Can you see what I mean? His eyes were deep. Tough throat. No more smoking. Amazingly reached out to block the cigarette, but raised his tall glass of juice in return. The two touched. The atmosphere was significantly better. The two made a few more harmless jokes. Lin Qingxian began to ask Li Yan about his situation in the detention center with interest. He also told a few anecdotes about that branch office. Li Yan asked him how he made the branch office into an iron plate. He only said a long story to say later and so on. In the end, Lin Qingxian also said that he wanted to introduce him to his girlfriend. Seeing that Li Yan didn't quite pick up on it, he went straight to the point. About Chunyu's matter I want to discuss with you. There are some things that you may find it difficult to accept for a while. Alas, in a nutshell it's just a sentence. I need her. Amazingly raised her glass and finished her juice, setting down the goblet without facing him. Upset? Lin Qingxian tapped the butt of his cigarette. You can't utilize the resources when your family and his are not equal. The most likely thing you can do is to follow her father's arrangement to take the exam for a certain position as a grassroots civil servant, and at most, the most you can do is to find a way to promote you to become a cadre at the middle level. There's another possibility that you're doing something that's not in line with what he thinks, and might even involve his words. Just from my knowledge of such families, at that level, there's only one thing he expects more than anything else. You'd better die at your post and add to his political record. The word is clear. Her father can't be of much use to you, but it's very useful to me. In fact, she, in and of herself, means nothing to me. The attribute of women as tools for society is paramount, and if they can't be used as tools, they shouldn't bother too much. They always think they've created something monumental, and the homecoming is the tool, and the tool is used to accomplish some goal. Great. Vile. All the same. Chapter 51, ha ha ha. Lin Qingxian was very talkative and seemed to think that the people around him could understand him. Li Yan, however, interrupted him. So that's what you think. Still not facing Lin Qingxian, he reached out and spun the tray, finally pressing his fingers on it and stopping. Amazing Li stared straight at the steak on his dinner plate. Lin Qingxian smiled and picked up the sharp table knife to cut the steak, slicing a piece and handing it to Li Yan. It's delicious, isn't it? Li Yan picked up the plate and took it. I'm sorry, I'm used to getting distracted in there. I understand the reasoning behind what you're saying. Well, he smiled more genuinely. I like your character very much. Never say anything for sure. It doesn't matter if you have a mind, as long as you're willing to cooperate. So, what do you need me to do? Amazing Li asked. Lin Qingxian, however, suddenly coldly lowered his face. I'm troubled by those friends of yours who have taken it upon themselves to fight back. And more importantly, if this matter is inconclusive, Chun Yu will probably misunderstand me as well. Both knew what it meant. He was thinking that there was no way he could win Chun Yu's trust in this matter. To gain her trust, Amazingly had to do something. I need you to admit something. Li Yan wiped his face and the corner of his mouth twitched. 3 to 10 years? Are you kidding? You don't know what just started spreading in the school? Lin Qingxian frowned. How did you spread the news? I acted like it, didn't I? Li Yan laughed loudly and patted Lin Qingxuan's shoulder. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. He was laughing so hard that tears were coming out of his eyes, and his entire body kept trembling. Lin Qingxian, Lin Qingxian. You're really great. Li Yan's demeanor was too weird, and his words were too disrespectful, so Lin Qingxian held back, but Amazingly was still laughing, and he was beginning to get impatient. And Amazingly suddenly stopped laughing at this point and said, I can't believe I'm actually willing to do this for you. Ha 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 ha. Lin Qingxian laughed as well. Ha 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 ha. Amazingly laughed so hard he went off the deep end. You're really good. Ha 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 ha. Returning to the school, he meets up with Zhang Wenhai without any problems. From his car? Zhang Wenhai frowned. You two are pretty close? It's okay, all aspects of society are always taken care of. Zhang Wenhai rolled his eyes, looking Li Yan up and down in this dirty mess, and feeling quite sorry for him. Li Yan didn't feel anything. A little early and a little late didn't bother him. Sitting in the bleachers looking out over the playground, where there was not much of a crowd, the eyes were crowded. Right. Where are Jiang Yanhua and Zhang Zhang? Li Yan turned around and asked. The two of them are waiting at your disposal. Zhang Wenhai said. I thought they both had to come see me first. I thought I was sent to counsel you. Lin Qingxian tutored me quite well. Li Yan reached out and hooked his hand. Give me a cigarette. H. He squinted. Yossi. Chapter 1 Hi. What a big scene, huh? Li Yan held a cigarette in his mouth. 1 foot on the chair. In the middle of the playground crowd in the distance, there were a few people holding up cell phones, one of the largest groups of people surrounding them, and even assistants to keep order. Li Yan inexplicably had a familiar feeling. Who was invited? I don't know the others. The most famous one is a person called Chen Shishir, who has made a few web series, and it seems like quite a lot of people watch them. Lin Qingxian can really put down money. Li Yan smacked his lips and said, how come this level doesn't cost $8 or $10? I always feel as if it's not quite right. Zhang Wenhai scratched his head. Including those rumors in the school. The school forum seems to have more than just Jiang Yanhua's robot water army. Amazingly looked behind him, flung his cigarette, and jumped straight over the railing. Help me stop it. Behind them, Lin Qingxian hurried over with a few people. Just now, Lin Qingxian, who felt something was wrong, asked one of his own people at the branch office. Several confirmations. The director of the branch office himself had assured him to his face that no one was capable of passing on the news. Next, flip the surveillance. Find out what the lawyer looks like. It was retrieved through Lin Qingxuan's unique channel. Paying for a complete profile of Feng's attorney made his heart skip a beat when he read it. Just realized it's broken. When he arrived at the playground, Lin Qingxian realized that the actors weren't hired by him either. At this point, it was all but certain that absolutely nothing good was going to come of it. But, it was too late. As the reigning one-time runner-up in the 3,000 meter run, Amazingly ran at the highest level of this life. Get to the place where the most people are gathered around. The sunglasses-wearing bodyguard captain gave a familiar smile and made room for Yan Li. Smoothly arriving close, Amazingly scratched his hair. Hey there, he exclaimed. It caught everyone's attention in an instant. There was silence, and the next instant the cacophony began. It's him. That's disgusting. How it was put out. The people who had just caught up with him started shouting at Lin Qingxuan's behest. This is a rapist. Get him under control. Yes. Control him. Don't let him get close to your sister. Someone. Assistant. What are you stopping me for? To protect my sister. Everyone pay attention to order. Chen Shishir stretched out her hands and shouted. Don't crowd. Don't make noise. It's fine. Let's hear what he has to say. I think he's a good guy. Amazing Lee. Where is this douchebag from? The scene was even more chaotic, with many people trying to explain to her what had happened, talking in a jumble. Luckily, the captain of the bodyguard was prepared and took out a gong and smashed it. Clank! The crowd covered their ears as he took out his loudspeaker and shouted. Someone's been stepped on. Don't push inside. There's a camera recording here. You can't run away. The threat was so effective that some people stopped and the few who still wanted to push and couldn't do so. Taking advantage of the chaos, the woman aborted her voice, pressed her hand against the front camera, and handed Amazing Lee the mask. Yours? Couldn't care less. You bring it on first, then give me the sunglasses too. Cecilia Chen. Order was restored from the chaos and the camera was trained on Amazing Lee. He started his own show. I want to report it in real name. Yen Li was wearing sunglasses and a mask. My name is Li Si. I'm a senior student at the Magic City Media University. I myself am a part-time director. And the microfilm I participated in was stolen by Lin Qingxian, a senior choreography major. He wiped his sunglasses with a sobbing voice. It's just this small matter. I won't take up everyone's time. But, ooh-hoo, he's just a. Li Yan leaned on Chen Shishir's shoulder, rubbing his sunglasses vigorously. But Chen Shishir realized that he was really shedding tears, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. The emotion, even through the sunglasses and mask, was enough to make her afraid. It was an unnameable, almost spewing rage. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. On the other side, a few people who wanted to cause trouble were already cut out by the disguised passers-by of Ikari's security team. It's okay, you can boldly say it, Chen Shishir said in relief. The crowd held their breath. Things have to start from the beginning. Li Yan narrated. Since Mr. Lin Qingxian stole my work, I've tried many ways and still haven't proven my innocence. My mood has been unusually bitter since this incident. One night, Lin Qingxian suddenly said to me. He said there was room to maneuver on this and wasn't going to give me some financial compensation as long as I gave up the piece. You know, for a creator, a work is like his child. He looked at Chen Shishir. Chen Shishir asked. So, you refused? No, I promise. Cecilia Chen. It was a very substantial price. We signed a contract. He asked me out for a drink, and I agreed. Amazing Lee whimpered aha and continued. We drank a lot together. I got drunk, and he dropped me off at the hotel. That night, in that bed, in the dim light, he, Lin Qingxian, a senior choreography major, is the one who did what he did to my Li Si. He is Amazingly pinched up her orchid fingers and leaned softly against a male student. The male student pushed Li Si away, including several nearby male students who took a step back in unison. That night, he was not the only one. Just the ones I saw were Triple X, the director of teaching, Triple X, the vice principal, Triple X, the head of general affairs, and many others I don't know. They made videos. He raised his head stubbornly, threatening me. They threatened me, over and over again. Finally, I can't take it anymore. Money can't make up for the damage I've done. I want my own redemption. So I went to the neighborhood precinct, but the next day, they actually let me in on the charge of forcible F***ing. Li Si wept, howled and broke down. I still suffer, was day not to say, but also said I strong star. Li Yan pounded his chest. Chen Shishir's live broadcast room exploded. The crowd of onlookers exploded. In the distance, Lin Qingxian, who was receiving the news in real time, exploded. Before the pad, Ike Moore, who was watching amazingly, also blew up. Alright, that girl just hugged a little bit. Is it necessary for you to be angry until now? Jiang Luan said helplessly. She turned back and instructed Ji Wanli. Let the public relations handle it. I'm tired and don't want to care. How does this stuff work? There's a gimmick. It goes viral in unofficial channels. There's an excuse on the morning bureau's side. How come it doesn't work? I mean, how can I stop it after using it? The aftermath is too much of a pain in the ass to account for this stuff to morning generosity. When the deed is done and there's no more value, just channel it into a TV show clip. Hearing this, Ji Wanli came to a realization and said approvingly, the head of the public relations department, even now you can still be competent. I've always been competent. It's not like I can't access the internet at home. Jiang Luan rolled her eyes. Chapter 52. In the meantime, subdepartmentalized. Everyone in the original unit was quickly brought under control. The main deputy was regulated at the speed of light, and all other cases were merged into the hands of the Morning Kang's trial, and the venue chose to deal with it locally in the branch office. These people work extremely professionally. A digger was hired at the first sign of arrival, and in the name of renovating the yard, the barrier was rightfully pulled. Not so much as to cause rumors. The day-to-day work of the sub-office was amortized to nearby jurisdictions and policing was ensured. This is then used for ad hoc cases. Interrogation room. 8 familiar words. And sitting across the room was the person who knew the room best. Comrade Zhao. I think we don't need to reacquaint ourselves with each other. Chen Kong sat in his original position. I haven't touched the business of the front line for a long time, so I may not be familiar with a comrade with a front line like you. The old Zhao man was still calm and bowed his head slightly. I knew this day would come. It's good to be prepared. Morn generously lit a cigarette for him. Old Zhao held up his restrained wrist and swallowed, not daring to look him in the eye. 10 minutes passed without a word from either side, until the iron door opened and Ning Chang came in holding the documents. Lao Zhao raised his head and lowered it again, looking ashamed. After doing so several times, he said with difficulty, "You can check Xiao Zhou, Xiao's son. I have less contact with Lin Qingxian and don't know much. I forgot." He was a little embarrassed. I think they were all under review at the same time. The keyboard crackled as Ning Chang recorded every word. "You're wrong." Morning Kong sat up straight, but in a chatty tone. "You think I just have to do insignificant work like this? Leader, that's not what I meant." He lowered his head and raised it again, and he realized that the morning generosity of his earlier tone was gone, and all he saw were eyes full of anger. "Still beating around the bush with me, but where's your conscience?" The tone was extremely disappointed. "Conscience?" Lao Zhao looked up, covering his eyes. "Leader, I made a mistake, but you can't say I have no conscience," he said from the bottom of his heart. "I haven't harmed an ordinary citizen. You should know the banner hanging on my wall. Yes, I did do something I shouldn't have. I admit it, but those are sex workers, unscrupulous business owners, and other social misfits, and while procedurally it's not legal, I don't have a bad conscience." He looked up with determined eyes. Morning Kong sneered. "Go on, you still have something to say. Finish." Lao Zhao was moved. "Is there anything in society that gets less and gives more than our work?" He pointed outside. "Just those workers who drive excavators get paid 500 or 600 a day. And us? Endless shifts, endless homes. I'm not excusing myself. I admit to the crime. But there's no end to the arrests if this continues. Swear." "What?" "Pledge." Morning Resistance urged. "Memorize one sentence. Just memorize the first one." Old Zhao's words reached his mouth, as if they were glued, and he couldn't open his mouth. "Speak." He rose abruptly to a tone of voice. "Speak." Old Zhao's eyes filled with tears. "Let me die with understanding. You're still not right?" Morning Kong had laughed in exasperation as he picked up a thick stack of dossiers and slapped them on the desktop. "In this case, most of the bad business owners you're talking about were entrepreneurs who paid taxes in accordance with the law. One, at the time, was already employing over 100 people and had hopes of becoming a unicorn company. Do you know what a unicorn company is? To tell you simply, it's a private enterprise that has the hope of transforming society. It can create countless jobs, fill in our technological gaps, and no more than that, it can drastically improve the living standards of the common people, regardless of anything else. Because of this Lin alone, thousands of people have no livelihood and have slipped to the bottom. Doesn't it deserve to die?" He placed his hand on the dossier. "Saying that you did it wrongly accuses you. But let me tell you, as a key part of the equation, do you think you've made a small sin? And I didn't find any of the sex workers you're talking about. Just the one female college student, 2 teachers, and 4 women in regular jobs among what we know so far. You but a little bit of humanity then." Old Zhao had been shocked. It's not possible. It's not going to happen." Morning Kong looked straight at him with his eyes. "You trust a man who pulled you down and don't trust a former comrade. There's enough statements and evidence to convict you now. It's just not good for advancing the case below. What about them?" Old Zhao suddenly remembered something. He pointed at the door. "They must have done more. Why did they come to me first? Why? Now you look back and think about what they did." Morning Kong leaned back in his chair, the pen in his hand flopping on the file with unusual disappointment. "Eat, drink, and fish for a few people. You did it again. The Xiaozhou in your mouth," said Old Zhao, finally made it to the top when he was being controlled. Chen Kong pointed at Ning Chang beside him. "Swear on your badge or this comrade Zhao probably won't believe you. Tell him what you just went and did." Ning Chang took off his emblematic hat, held it in one hand, and stood at attention. "Comrade Zhou has given me a partial account of the situation, and someone is now supervising his own records." Old Zhao's body began to tremble involuntarily. A case that he took over from Lin Qingxian, details that he deliberately avoided. Like a slideshow, it reverberates in the mind, from incredulity to fear, from fear to horror, from horror to despair. He couldn't suppress a war cry. afraid that he was really getting bored. Morning Kong fumbled with his pockets and said, "Your son has been out of touch lately, hasn't he? Take a look." He held up and fished the photo out of his jacket pocket. The word has been spreading in the circle of international students for a long time. Give a good account. The case is fixed and we can contact the embassy to send it back as soon as possible. What's wrong with him? Old Zhao rounded his eyes. He has become addicted to D. The so-called studying is nothing but a lie to you. He has been paying someone to take the test on his behalf, and in recent days, he has been cheated out of the stolen money you gave him, and now he is a bum. Old Zhao seems to have lost his soul, tilting his head and only shedding tears. Chen Kong glanced at Ning Chang, who gave an okay. He walked out of the interrogation room and changed into his comrade who was ready to change up. As soon as he was out the door, his secretary handed him a few papers, and he stopped to scan the contents, signing them one by one against the wall. By the way, when the case is finished, give the record to the publicity department to produce a film, and after reviewing it, ask everyone inside to look at it. He was in a very complicated mood, supervising the secretary to record it, and instructed, "You have to remember, when the case is finished to pay attention to it." Understood. Go get all the task force leaders to come to the conference room. Arrange for a clerk to come here and wait for the statements, and print one and send it over if you have one. Chapter 53, Liberation. 3 days later. Awesome. Half an hour to capture it? Who do you think? 45 years old city council. Hey, Luo Yanyan High Melon Seeds. I heard that his daughter is also strange good looking. You can climb this friendship, not grasp a hand. Amazingly, that day, as a protected witness, he only had time to shower and change his clothes before he was taken to the precinct. It's been 3 days of all-nighters, weirdly hard work. Yenli mixed snacks and cigarettes in the pantry while playing zombies also really hurt them. The day seemed to be going well, with a lot of extravagant takeout orders, all of which were cheerful. Great progress, but busier. There is still work to be done in organizing records, completing paperwork, and contacting the prosecutor's office for prosecution. But Yanyan Luo, being the meritorious sort, or an auxiliary police officer, was outside the situation. Being assigned a very light provincial job, one can rightfully touch fish with a light heart, was nagging Li Yan. "Can I ask about the progress of the case?" he asked. Luo Yanran shook her head with a serious expression. "No. Ugh. I hear it's pretty fast." "I'll use your words. Specifically, how do I know to go?" "Confidentiality. Hey old brother." Luo Yanyan picked up her cell phone and shook it. "They can't even use their cell phones. Contacting their families and ordering boxed lunches can only be done through me. Why should I believe you?" Li Yan rolled his eyes. "Also, you look like you don't have that heart at first glance." Rohyata narrowed her eyes and turned the computer around. "Explain what this college no mega asterisk browsing history means. Are you tired of playing with it yet?" Li Yan's cheeks twitched. His cell phone was used as evidence, and all the information was copied by the one named Zhao. The content wasn't useful, but it was one of the exhibits of malfeasance of the surname Zhao, so it wasn't deleted. And Loyal was assigned the light provincial job of criticizing and educating him, even though she was the one who set it up for herself. Browsing bad websites is extremely harmful to teenagers, and I hope you'll take this as a warning. Amazingly. Say something. Yen Li gritted his teeth. "I know I'm wrong. Write a 300-word pledge." "Are you serious or are you just messing around?" Amazingly rolled his eyes. "Who's joking with you about such a serious matter?" Luo Yanran was righteous, but her eyes glanced behind him. Li Yan turned around, saw Chen Kong with his hands behind his back, and wiped his face. "Good day, director. It's fine. You guys continue." He smiled at Li Yan, glanced at Luo Yanran's screen, and nodded slightly. It really should be criticized and educated. Li Yan wanted to die and took the pen and paper to write the pledge. Rohai Intra, on the other hand, went to have a meeting with the same group of police officers. The meeting was short, and amazingly had just finished watering down 300 words when she returned. A look of displeasure. "The leader says you can go back." Amazingly's heart blossomed. "Really? Either that or you can stay for a few more days. I'd have to die of boredom with just me as a supernumerary. They won't let me do any work." "No, you just learn." "Ha." Rohian inclined her head. "I'm really worried about the security of the streets." Amazingly shrugged. "Can I have my cell phone back?" "That's all material evidence until the case is closed. But the phone card can be returned to you." "Is fine, I guess. Saves you from having to make it up." "By the way, has Lin Qingxian been captured?" Li Yan asked again. Luo Yanran shook her head. "No comment." "What about the people back there? Any progress?" "No comment," she said with a grimace. Amazingly lifted his computer bag. "Come on. See you later. Come and play often." Amazingly, when he left the sub-office, he was given special attention. The criminal investigation. the economic investigation, the position, the 3 case teams, all sent representatives to send each other. In fact, they didn't come specifically to deliver it. It was just the morning generosity that stopped them in their tracks. They drop in for a quick hello, but you can go back and blow awesome and still feel great. One by one, they warmly shook hands with Li Yan and said goodbye. Hard work, little comrade. No hard work, no hard work. Work harder academically and contribute to the country. Definitely, definitely. Come up to the house sometime. My daughter has read about it many times. Amazing Li, you're welcome. You're welcome. Morning Kong. Yan Li, you're too polite. Uncle, come to my house to play when you have time. Chen Kong, okay. I'm busy these days. Let Chen Yu represent. I forgot. I'm busy for a few days. I'll contact her later. Morning Kong. The others sat in the car, and Chen Kong personally escorted Li Yan out of the branch office. You didn't have to suffer through this in the first place, and you can blame her. Amazing Li shook his head. I'm glad it's faster. Really? Chen Kong extended his hand. Come to the house when you have time. I'll entertain you. Honored as an elder. Thank you, uncle, for your love. Go back. Your mother is waiting. Apologize to your mother for me. He turned with a hurried gait, slipping out the back door. Amazing Li winced. For 3 days, just didn't leave the house. I didn't realize it was so cold outside and it was already late fall. There was a familiar Santana parked on the side of the road, with an even more familiar mother and daughter standing beside it. Li Yan shivered, hugged his arms, and sniffled. Mom, do you have any clothes? I'm freezing. Mother Li dusted him off and said helplessly. All your clothes are at Chi's house. Where else would they be at home? Amazing Li, get in the car first and get you air conditioned. Your aunt has sent a car, so sit in the car for a while and wait. Li Yan rubbed his brow. Not here to pick me up? This side of the supermarket discount. After buying things, just received a phone call. I notified your aunt for you, but Jiang Wan said the traffic jam, so I just stopped by and waited a bit. Amazing Li, what are you looking at me like that for? There's no room for you in the house anymore. Long unseen Li Kiki did not know when to cut her long hair short. Wearing a purple sweater, tucked into her sweater pocket, opened the door on the other side of the car, sat down next to Li Yan, without any warmth to speak of, greeted. Long time no see. Yeah, the last time we saw each other was last time. Mother Li, what's wrong with you guys? Li Kiki ruffled her short hair and said coldly. This is a unique way of communication between our siblings. Seriously, midichlorians are really hard to deal with. There's no way around it. It's her own sister. He searched a bag of cheese sticks from his bulging shopping bag. Can I open it? Don't have to ask me. Help yourself. Amazingly ripped open the package and put it in his mouth. Slurring, how's school settling in these days? Che, Li Kiki snorted. That goes without asking. Make a few friends? She looked up at the roof of the car at a 45-degree angle. Lonely souls don't need ties. Yan Li pulled the corner of his mouth. Not a single one? Ha! Li Kiki laughed coldly. Really? Sometimes even he couldn't put up with the way Li Kiki spoke. Just don't force your classmates to be able to be united in love. Li Kiki remembered something and suddenly the corner of her mouth curled up in an evil smile. By the way, I heard that you have become someone's captive pet. Amazing Li, and that's how you get a collar from a rich lady? Li Kiki tucked into the pocket of her sweater. Got a stomach bug? Can't eat hard food in this life? She was happy to see her expressionless, pretentious-faced brother clearly breaking his defenses. Li Yan's cheeks twitched as he looked over at his elderly mother. Mom, why do you tell your sister everything? It's so interesting, and I don't have anyone else to share it with. Li Kiki laughed wildly. Li's mother added, oops, your sister doesn't have any friends who would spill the beans anyway. Coco Li. Li Yan pulled the corner of his mouth and explained. Li Kiki, you've completely and utterly misunderstood. He sighed heavily. The reality is, I work as a nanny for people. 3,000 a month. 3 meals and accommodation included. A legitimate income. The work is very hard, completely manual labor. Seriously, Eichmore is really quite heavy. I'll buy you a present when I get my paycheck. Of course, there may still be some legal risks associated with the sleeping with a companion bit. How could this get out though? Li Kiki ruffled her short hair and said in one sentence, don't pretend. Just now when Mom said that Auntie Chi came to pick up, you had a straight face with a bad mouth. It's really, really greasy. Amazing Li. Chapter 54, Still Can't Go Home. Black Maybach parked behind Santana. A graceful woman got out of her car, followed by a small dinosaur. The young woman came to the front of the car and smiled. Sister-in-law, long time no see. I've come to pick up Li Yan. When Mother Li saw Jiang Wan, she just smiled, looked around and was a little disappointed that she didn't see the little cutie. Hey, where's Icky Moore? Jiang Wan awkwardly pointed to the back seat. there was already a dinosaur lying on Li Yan's knee. With this action, Jimor raised his head just enough to be able to meet Li Kiki squarely on all fours. The dull-haired radar reacted, though not drastically, but Jimor was still very alert. Jiangwan knew what the bastard was thinking and coughed twice, reminding, "This is Li Yan's sister Ikimor, Omega." This operation directly put the knowledgeable Li Kiki all dry silence. What's this? Oddly cute. Still, she had to maintain her high-flying persona. Sticking a hand out of her sweater pocket with an expressionless, "Hi," Jimor blinked and reached out to hold Li Coco's hand, looking to her mom and pouting, "Aha! Jiangwan, stranger, you can't take her. She's got classes to teach." Ikimori sighed regretfully. Li Kiki couldn't resist this extermination level of natural nerdiness at all. In the secondary, the protagonist is capable of destroying the world for any such natural nerdiness, so she rightly blushed. Ikimori let go and climbed off of Li Yan's body, sitting down between her siblings and resting her hands very regularly on her knees. Looking at Li Kiki, she showed a big sister-like kind demeanor, imitating the gentle and generous Jiangwan timbre. Ikimor, who can't even talk, can actually clip. I haven't seen a hyper-evolution in the last 10 days? Amazingly crooked Rui was curious as to what was going on these days. Jiangwan translated, "Kiki, she's asking what you like to eat." Li Kiki suddenly got nervous. Her high-cool persona was completely taut, and her speech was intermittent. I like to eat. Amazingly, although Mother Li didn't know what Jimor was talking about, as a woman herself, she knew that she was pretending and stifled her laughter. What did Mor say? She said she's the best at cooking and invited Kuku to come over for dinner. Mother Chi was embarrassed. Jimor, when did you learn to cook? How come I didn't know? Ike Mori, meeting her daughter's murderous gaze, Jiangwan slapped her palm. Right, it was last time, wasn't it? Ikimor nodded in satisfaction. A few pleasantries, though only in a set of cartoon pajamas, but it still won points for gentleness, grace and poise. At least, that's how Ikimori felt. He got out of the car, and leaned down and waved his little hand low in front of the window to say goodbye. Santana sped off. Mom, can I go to their house next week? It can be. Ikimori is fun, isn't it? Li Coco leaned her head against the car window. Aha! Out of the corner of her eye, she saw another person related to Li Yin. She waved her hand and was chasing the car. Li Kiki hurriedly said, "Mom, stop. Sister Chen Yu is in the back." Li's mother glanced in the rearview mirror and slammed on the brakes to stop. On the Maybach, Li Yan held Jimor in a princess hug position. She leaned against Li Yan's shoulder, grinding one hand against Li Yan's chin. The police station can shave, but the quality of the disposable razors is a bit poor. Beard stubble can't be shaved clean. Ikimor inadvertently touched Li Yan's chin and was stabbed in the hand. Just addicted. Cab. How was it at the police station? Amazing. Li laughed. It was kinda fun. How's the food? In a nutshell. Li Yan sighed heavily. I'll make you anything you want to eat. Anything. You drive properly. Jiang Luan closed the window connecting to the driver's side of the car, and 2 sentences of conversation were not over yet, and in Amazing Li's seat, Jimor has progressed to the point where he's grinding the stubble on Amazing Li's chin with his face. It felt a little weird and a little exciting. Gradually, I became addicted to it and couldn't get out of it. Jiang Luan looked at GMO. Your stomach doesn't hurt anymore? Ike Mori's sad face. She was so engrossed in the pleasure of rubbing herself against the stubble of her beard that she didn't even hear it. Jiang Luan. Li Yan, who hadn't touched Jimor for a long time, was rubbed red and couldn't help but worry when he heard. What happened to Jimor? Jiang Luan spread her hands. Maid, is having menstrual cramps. Oh, Amazing Li was a little embarrassed. He suddenly remembered something and suggested. There's a soup store on the east side of Construction Road where the motherwort chicken soup works. Jiang Luan smiled, very satisfied that her daughter was cared for. Big win for Ikmasas. I didn't think you'd know about this. Mrs. Wu is watching the casserole. Aha! A sudden silence fell. All that was left was the sound of rustling and grinding. Jiang Luan. Amazing Li. Oh, by the way, how did you know that? Li Yan's eyes fluttered and he was incoherent. I bought it for a friend before. Oh, Jiang Luan clouded over. Fished out a handful of melon seeds from somewhere and knocked them up. Expand on that. Amazing Li. Hey, I'm kidding. You don't have to be so nervous. There's something going on. It's not the right time. We'll torture you later. Jiang Luan thought as he did. The car weaved in and out of traffic and returned to the villa area where Li Yan had already been away for 10 days. And in the car, grinding his face against it was about to be too much for Ikimor. She had taken her shoes off and her socks off, obviously intending to rub her feet against them. Only then did Jiang Luan stop it. How dirty. Li Yan was relieved and vaguely disappointed. Again, I heard her say. Well, at least wash. Amazing Li. Jimor reluctantly put on his socks and unfolded his arms, asking Li Yan to carry him out of the car. Because of force majeure factors, cannot be like the wombat. Ikimori deep regret. Get out of the car and be blown by the wind. Ikimori's face began to blanch again. Letting go of the hand hanging around Li Yan's neck, he covered his stomach. From time to time it will still hurt to twitch a little. Yanli didn't know how to react, so he could only walk faster and hold on tighter. Sent her to the couch with the heat on in the room. Jiang Luan found a blanket to cover her. Wu Ma brought brown sugar water. Jiang Luan took it and inserted a straw. Jimor shook his head straight and glanced at Li Yan. You're that bad and you want him to feed you? Jimor, dash. Chapter 55. Has it been picked up? Chun Yu, who learned the news, could not hide her frustration. Li Kik's cheeks twitched slightly. Is there a problem with girls' vision these days? It was just a flirtation before, and it escalated to this after a few days of not seeing each other? And the sister in front, just a loser like Oniai-chan. Your father has been busy at work these days, hasn't he? Mother Li laughed. Well, neither was home, so mom asked me to come over and check. It's hard work, and my son is giving him a hard time. No, when I called dad, he kept complimenting Amazing Li. And thanks to your father's care, we're much more relieved. Dad did say he was helped a lot by Amazing Li. Mother Li's smile was warm. When it's convenient for your family one day, I'll bring Yenli to pay a visit at home to say thank you. No. Kiki, I forgot to add a WeChat last time, she said to Kiki Li. Li Coco mumbled. I don't have a cell phone, but my brother promised to buy me one, and it's only available on weekends. Chun Yu smiled brightly. Li Yan is so good to you, Coco Li. What a stupid thing for this woman to say. This is the hush money she fought for herself. But, seems like more contact with Chun Yu's sister can still catch that goods more handle. Mom, add your sister's number. I'll add one when I get a cell phone. Li's mother is an enlightened parent, and she basically stays out of her child's personal affairs as long as they are not excessive. Picked up his cell phone and added a friend of Chun Yu's. Chun Yu said goodbye with satisfaction. The car drove off again. Li Kiki put her hands in her pockets. Her sharp eyes looked as if she had seen through everything, and her eyes flashed. Does brother count as having his feet in two boats now? Yeah, are you going to ruin his wishful thinking a bit? Li's mother only felt a little amused. Li Kiki ruffled her bangs, her clever brain occupying the high ground. Sister Chen Yu's father seems to be quite powerful, and Sister Stranger's family is rich. Treading on two such boats, capsizing would be life-threatening. Li Kiki let out a deep sigh. I'm really worried for him now. Once again, Li's mother was not going to be able to get the hole by Li Kiki's tricky angle. How dare Li Yan? Hard to say. Mother Li. Li Kiki followed the good advice. Mom, think about it. This sister is as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, belonging to that kind of first love feeling. Chimor's sister is soft, easy to stir up the desire to protect. Brother has never been in love, easily seduced by the sister's type, and also often has an inexplicable sense of justice, and will again be struck by the stranger. TSK, 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 peach blossom flooding. Then, Li Kiki strangely mimicked Li Yan's tone. I just made the mistake that every man would make. Besides, I just fell in love with two people at the same time. So what can be considered a mistake? She plays the scumbag to a T. Men can't be trusted when the temptation is too great. Li Kiki sighed. Even though he's my brother, I can't see him like this. Li mother listened to. Feel quite reasonable. Successfully befooled limp. Then what to do? Wrap it up. I'll be the liaison. Let me play on my cell phone when I'm done with my homework too. Except on weekends. And I promise to just chat. Mother Li nodded. Okay, then keep an eye on it. This family, without me, will be broken up sooner or later. Li tactically leaned back and compared a yay. Ikimo was in pain for a while, and drank half a cup of brown sugar water, which made it much better. Yenli packed a few clothes and planned to take a shower first. The conditions at the police station were so bad that I felt like greasing the skids again after 3 days. Found the razor in passing. Buzz. Ikimor, who followed behind him with resistance written all over his body, raised his hands in protest like a marching mass. Yenli put it down very helplessly. Jiangluan clasped her hands on her chest and leaned against the doorframe. A little curious. Is it really that good? Chimor nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Aha. Still afraid that Jiangluan wouldn't believe her, her little hand waved in the air, describing, Then hold your face. Jiangluan was a little envious, probably because he was young and his beard wasn't very hard yet. Like Ji Wanli, not shaving the beard most of the night can give her zap awake. Really, the years are not forgiving. Either that or, let mom try it too. Jimor did a Sichuan opera face change. Mom was just kidding. Jimor looked at Jiangwan suspiciously. You're even defending your mom? Mom is so good to you and takes you to catch men herself. Amazingly. Ikimori let his guard down a few moments. Li Yan rummaged through the sweatshirt at the bottom of the closet. Wuma was kind enough to wash them all and wear them straight away. Jimor followed behind, tugging on Li Yan's sleeve as he played the game console and made his way down the stairs. Walked into the bathroom. Jimor then moved a stool and just sat in front of the bathroom door and waited. It was late when I got out. And after a toss, it was dinner time. Ji Wanli didn't come home for dinner today. And I heard from Jiang Luan that Lin's group is starting to offer their assets. She guessed that Ji Wanli was meeting with the directors at the moment to study the matter, and had not returned home for 2 days as a result. Amazingly was in a much better mood when he learned of the information he had not gotten at the branch office and had a full meal. I almost cried. It was much better than a boxed lunch, let alone compared to steamed bun and cabbage soup. And watching Jimor eat, it's a real meal. An hour later, after taking a shower, Jiang Wan rubbed her face cream, water, milk and essence. On the side, Ikimori was applying her skincare products as if it were a coincidence. The two are like a mold snapped together. Jiang Wan noticed Li Yan, who subconsciously slipped his pocket, but it was empty, picked up his cell phone and sent a voice message. Get a cell phone if you have nothing better to do. She put down her cell phone and slapped her face while complaining. What are you being polite to me for? You can't do anything without a cell phone these days. Li Yan scratched his face awkwardly. I'll transfer the money to you when the time comes. Take it out of your paycheck. Jiang Luan can't wait for him to be polite. The more he owes, the better. 3,000 a month to return you to death. He didn't say much, said thanks and agreed. Jiang Luan took the remote control to change the channel. It seems that there is no favorite program, and finally adjusted to the news broadcast as background music to read a novel. At the same time, he didn't forget to chat idly with Li Yan. How have you been these past few days? It was pretty good. Not as hard as I thought it would be. Especially the latter days, in there were basically free except for not being able to leave the house. Read novels that chronicle the case, news broadcasts and whatnot. Yan Li returned absent-mindedly. Because Ikimori has started grinding his chin with his face again. It feels like his chin is rubbing off a lot of the skin care products on Ikimori's face. This wave of beards has been subjected to unprecedented maintenance. Ikimori smelled especially good after her bath, even wrapped in her thick pajamas. Jimor rubbed himself for a while, probably got tired of it and left Li Yan's arms. She threw off her slippers, sat down on the couch, lay back, and then lifted one white Geo. Jiang Luan hurriedly stopped it. No. Jimor sat down with a regretful face, turned around, and lay down on Li Yan's lap in a lifeless manner. She remembered her conversation with Jiang Luan in the garden a long time ago. Since mom stopped it, this kind of thing should only be done if you love each other too. But it's still halfway there, and the mood is suddenly bad, particularly low. Rolling halfway around, he tucked his head against Li Yan's stomach and whimpered. Amazingly, what happened to? Jiang Luan knew what was going on with her daughter and didn't explain. On vacation and emotionally unstable. Aang, the captain of the bodyguards, delivered a cell phone at this time. Jiang Luan took it, glanced at the price tag and was very dissatisfied. Are you interesting, bodyguard captain? He grimaced. Boss lady, the diamond-encrusted ones are not. A cell phone will have to work for 10 years. Oh, it seemed like a lot of resentment had built up. Amazingly, Jiang Luan was poked and prodded, and sophisticately said, how could I be this kind of person? I mean, how come you didn't buy a phone case in tempered film? The captain of the bodyguards was expressionless. You can buy another one if you drop it not. Jiang Luan muttered. What do you call this? It's not easy for Li Yan to make money. How heavy is GMO now? Farting still stinks. Ikimori. Yan Li picked up the box and glanced at the price tag. That's good. 10 whole months pay. Remove the cell phone. Open, close, close again. Tinkered around a bit and started activating the new phone. Li Yan noticed Ikimori, who had sat up again at some point with a curious look on his face. What's wrong? Ikimori shook his head. Amazingly lifted his cell phone. Facial recognition. Ikimori came closer again. Or maybe record one for you too? Ikimori nodded. Amazingly handed over the cell phone. Across the room, Jiang Luan took out her notepad. On November XX. Amazingly advanced $29.999 cell phone, and owed 9 months and 18 days. Chapter 56, very emotionally unstable. Just picked up the signal. The cell phone was on vibrate, with all kinds of text messages and missed calls. 80% of the time, when Lin Qingxian created the rumor, the number was leaked. Amazingly has set it to accept contact from address book friends only. Delete nuisance text messages with one click. then picked out the usual apps and downloaded them all together. Jimor pulled his own cell phone out of his pajama pocket, poked and prodded it, and handed it to Li Yan. What's wrong? Li Yan took the cell phone without knowing what was going on, and was a bit stunned to see the interface. Let me record one on your cell phone as well. Ikimor lifted his chin. Amazing Li did as he was told, and with her he just had to coax her, record it and hand it back. Jimor's head rested against Li Yan's shoulder, clutching his phone with a happy face that was almost ready to bubble pink. Li Yan peeked at the giggling Ikimor, growing knowledge again. Just a moment ago she was crying, but now she's happy. Her mood is really fluctuating. Auntie, I'll return the message. Amazing Li stood up. Ikimori tried to follow, but was stopped once more by her mother's look. Not happy again. Laying on the couch, grunting, he fumbled for his console to play Tetris. Amazing Li sat in the chair where he was dining and read one entry at a time. At the top is mom's tweets with a dozen voices. One by one. It's all chicken scratch. Nothing was asked. As if everything was asked. Sent a voice to check in. Tell her what she ate today. That she took a bath. And that she'll go to bed in a little while. Mom was probably doing laundry at this hour, so she didn't reply. Scroll down for some classmates who haven't spoken. Most of them curse at first and later post apologies and messages of support. Pretend you didn't see the swearing part. Say thanks and delete the chat. Those who didn't apologize just pulled the plug. Open the dormitory group. Amazingly, it's already out. The work thing will be contacted specifically tomorrow. There's no time to drink. No go no go. Jang Young, if you can't drink, sit at the kids' table. Jang Won Hai, it's okay? Amazing Li, well, the next thing you know, it's none of my business. Jang Manhwa, got a new cell phone? How come I can't check the location? Amazing Li, you're still a human being? He cut out and cashed in on various short video platforms for a total of roughly 2W, and with a month off and 4 weeks of missing updates. This income is in the normal range. The screenshot was posted to the group, and Jang Won-hai also sent out the statement that had been made long ago. And last month Amazing Li spent most of this time on microfilm. According to the KPI split, the amount of money that can be shared is only 3,000. But I'm usually more frugal with my spending and still have about 2W in savings. No surprise that next year you have enough to pay for your own tuition. And a big bonus for Mother's Day and Children's Day and Father's Day. The economy is in very good shape. If you don't count the new phone, Jang, the top earner, immediately sent out a $66 red packet. Jang, seriously, in our rules there, the reception is at least one round of drinks, which is only 3 people. If you can't, you drink red. Amazingly, I had a weird disease that required me to take a cephalosporin every day. So I quit. Jang Young, just kidding babe, a can of beer, really just for fun. Amazingly, really? Jang Young, that's definitely not forced. Amazingly, well, wait for school to reopen for that. I don't want to walk around lately. Jiang Nianhua, JPG, Amazingly, you think I'm going to fall for that? I'm not going to click on it and read it. Jiang Nianhua, good guy is actually in the villa area. Dude, really being adopted? Amazingly, you're on a horse. Jiang Nianhua, it's hard to be idle these days. Iterate the technology, and hurry up and account for it. Amazingly, at work, babysitting for someone else. So I'll let you guys meet my boss when the time comes. Jiang Nianhua, nanny? How much a month? Amazingly, 3,000. River years. You it. Yen Li, what do you care? The script is written and the subplot is drawn as it is. Jang Won-hai, Chen you asked me again. What should I reply? Jiang Nianhua, wake up. Soul of the licking dog. Jang Young, wake up. Lickspittle soul. Chapter 1 High, awaken. Soul of a lickspittle. Li Yan's temples jumped. Amazingly, I'll contact her tomorrow. Just tell her I don't know. I didn't contact you. You guys don't add fuel to the fire. I was serious that day at the KTV. After thinking about it, he added, or else friends won't be able to be friends, and we'll only talk about work. I'm serious. They acted like they didn't see it. But there's no more mention of Chunyu. A few more words were exchanged, and the frequency of speech grew slower and slower. Amazingly guessed they were probably starting the internet cafe trifecta. There was no brotherly love at all, and Li Yan felt rejected and sad. Opened the e-commerce software, spent 3K, and bought the promised Xiaomi and a certain anime co-branded model of cell phone for my deadbeat sister in the afternoon. This kid, alas, is Big Brother afraid of threats? It's still not a pure brother-sister bond. Yenli tearfully deleted the $17.99 cell phone from her shopping cart. After thinking about it, I bought 2 more mooncakes and sent one to my grandmother and one to my family. And now I'm making up for the mid-autumn festival that I spent at the institute. Suddenly a wave of homesickness welled up, and that faint sadness lingered in his chest. He took 2 steps toward the door and looked up at the moon. Jiang Yuanzhou was happy. Planning to run in front of the face this time? Amazingly. I'm just out to blow off some steam. This family has wronged you? It's not like I'm asking you to brush the dishes, or do the laundry, or cook. GMO still holds you as a big baby every day. You really disappoint me too much. Li Yan looked at the lines on Jiang Yuanzhou's payat and shook his head indifferently. Not enough emotion. Jiang Yuanzhou shrugged his shoulders. Just memorize the lines. I'll be emotionally satiated when you bully G more. Li Yan treated it as if he didn't hear it and changed the topic. Seriously, why did you come to work as a bodyguard for Uncle Chi? He was silent. Half a day. Shivering, he took out his cigarette case, took one from it, and held it in his mouth, lighting a cigarette like a melancholy Robert Baggio. Phew, do you really want to hear it? Amazing Li turned around. Suddenly I don't want to hear it. Jiang Yuanzhou, good moods shift, like right now. Jiang Yuanzhou's good mood shifted to Li Yan. He sat next to Ji Moore and watched her play the game console. A little bit greedy. Lend me a little bit to play. Okay. Jiang Yuan froze. This was the first time Li Yan had approached on his own accord, and made demands on Ikimore. It's already a heavenly improvement. What's going on today? Actually, amazingly didn't know. It's probably a reunion with a friend you've just met, after being apart for a while, and suddenly you feel a lot closer. Ikimore inclined his head, staring blankly at Li Yan. Head down again. Then she put the game console in Amazing Li's hand. The fragrant face suddenly came closer, closed her eyes and eyelashes fluttered lightly, and her soft lips pressed against Li Yan's face, and quickly retracted again. The face grew red. Stretching his foot out on the marble, he ran to his mom in a panic, only to have his foot bumped by the coffee table because he wasn't wearing shoes. Whoa, cried out. Really? Very emotionally unstable. Chapter 57, An Uneventful Night, above. Checking to make sure there were no broken bones, Jiang Yuan led GMO up. She didn't cry too much and was soon coaxed by Jiang Yuan with a peach. Ikimore nibbled on a peach, occasionally taking his other hand to poke at his injured toe with a bit of concern. Don't you need to rub it in? It's not like you're 3 years old. Jiang Yuan laughed. It'll be fine tomorrow. Ikimori concentrated on eating the peach, enjoying it. Noticing Li Yan's sight, he looked at the peach in his hand, passing toward Li Yan. He shook his head. You eat. I'm not hungry. Picked up the console and played for a while, got a little bored and yawned. Go to bed when you're tired. Jiang Yuan admonished. Li Yan was indeed tired and smiled blushingly. Then I'll go to bed first. Ikimori moved quickly to get off the couch and follow him. Jiang Yuan also got up and turned off the lights. Amazingly, he suddenly remembered something. Auntie, hasn't my bed arrived yet? Where's the card customs? Jiang Yuan opened her mouth. Just by anyone. To match the room's decor. The room where Li Yan brought his belongings was Jimo's study. There was already a desk in place, and with Amazing Li's pile of crap not supporting the bed either. The explanation made perfect sense. If it wasn't for the severe traces of acting, Amazing Li would have believed it. It's not that I hate Ikimore. It's just a little inconvenient. Even if Chimore didn't care, he always had to be self-conscious. Washed up. Amazing Li fell asleep right against the pillow. Because he slept early, Ikimore awoke in the middle of the night. The small hand squeezed. I think it was the thigh. It didn't feel quite the same as Mom's. Before remembering that today it was Yenli who was serving the bed. Old happy. And then couldn't sleep. Tossing and turning, rolling around, adjusting various positions just doesn't help you fall asleep. Solely stay awake. Fumbling to turn on the bedside lamp, he opened the thermos and took a few painful sips of warm water through the straw. Get comfortable. Take 2 pillows and put your head up and turn your face sideways. Started sleep observation on Amazingly. Amazingly basically sleeps what he sleeps and wakes up what he wakes up. Very disciplined. Not even the lightest snore. Though the chest rose and fell very regularly. But Ikimori was a little uneasy. Took a finger and probed his nose. Ikimori was relieved to feel the warmth in his fingertips. Looking down, the t-shirt hemmed, revealing a sliver of belly skin. Although Amazingly worked out, it was just running to do some daily physical exercise. No deliberate abs, but the kind you can still feel if you push hard. Chimore reached out and poked his finger. It felt a little strange, different from his own soft stomach. Observed that Amazingly had not been awakened. She boldly put her whole hand up. Touché. Got a novel experience. Hey, after playing for a while, I got a little tired and yawned. Planning to turn off the bedside lamp and go back to sleep. Reaching out to probe his nose again. He nodded in satisfaction and reached out to turn off the light. The room fell back into pitch blackness. Amazingly opened his eyes. Who the hell can sleep when they get groped in the middle of the night? Wait until Ikimore's sleep is getting rampant. Amazingly opened his cell phone to see a message. Frowning as he closed the screen and opened his eyes in the deep darkness. After a while, he sent one back. Incidentally, He reached down and lifted the covers for Ikimori. In front of an apartment in the city center, the middle-aged man, full of fatigue, fumbled with the keys inside his purse, opened the door to the house in the dark. Squeak! The door was opened gently by him. Turning on the entryway light, he placed his purse on the shoe cabinet, gingerly removed his jacket and hung it on the hook. The moment he unbuttoned his cuffs was the moment he was most relaxed. Move your eyes down the hall. The TV was playing a cliched drama silently. My daughter, in her pajamas, cupped her cell phone and froze, wiping her eyes. Morning Kong turned on the living room light. It took Chinyu a moment to come back to her senses, revealing a forced smile. Dad, why didn't you say so earlier? With things straightened out, it's nothing more than a slow grind. They're too embarrassed to leave if I don't, so I'll just come back and rest for the night. It's been hard work, she said as she stood up. I'll put down a bowl of noodles for you. Chen Kong took a few steps closer and reached out to wipe the corner of Chenyu's eyes. Chenyu realized she had just been in tears. Flustered, she raised her hand and explained. Just got sleepy and yawned. You won't ask if you don't want to talk about it, Dad. After all, you're a grown-up. He dropped his hand and rolled up his sleeve, his tone gentle as usual. Dad will make you a snack as an apology for the other day. Chenyu bit her lip. Her eyes opened and reopened, and tears finally trickled down her face. She threw herself into her father's arms and wept silently. Morning generously said nothing but stroked her hair. Father and daughter sat opposite each other at the table. Chenyu had no appetite and just watched her dad eat. By the time Morning Generosity was done eating, she had calmed down quite a bit. Dad, have I done something unforgivable? Emotional things Dad doesn't know much about. Chen Kong put the bowl in the middle of the sink, washed his hands, and went to the foyer to take off his jacket and put it on his daughter. You've spent a year together before. You should know better than I do. Chen Yu's heart trembled. During this year, she passively accepted Li Yan's goodness without properly thinking about Li Yan. Can't Li Yan see the so-called test she set for him? That confession was rejected over and over again. Does Amazingly really not mind at all as he seems to? Think of the first time you met him. The one looking out at her. The boy who was noticed and lowered his head, somewhat shyly. At the end of the day, that sad look in the KTV mirror. Looking back, all her little tantrums are tolerated. But those details are brought up intentionally and unintentionally, emphasized over and over again when things start. The only thing he asked for from the beginning to the end was trust. None of it was given to him. Tears welled up in Chenyu's eyes, finally realizing what kind of stupid thing she had done. How do I redeem myself? Morn leaned her chin on her generous hand and waited patiently. Hearing his daughter's words, Morning Kong sighed. I don't know much about Amazing Lee. There's only one thing that's beyond doubt. He's a capable man. And courageous, too. Part of his courage comes from you, too. It was the time he once saved your lives over a decade ago, when he gained the strength to dare and seek what he wanted. Amazing Lee's experience is exceptional. Your mutual inability to understand each other is honestly not your fault alone. But there's something wrong with the way you resolve conflicts. Morning Kong stroked his already graying temples. I know you're not usually that sharp. It's that he usually treats you so gently that you can't even realize touching his bottom line. You are spoiled by me and your mother. There are some mistakes, daughter, that can be fixed. But some of it can't be helped. I talked to his father. He hates being doubted by others because of his past experiences. Desktop. Chenyu's deflated. But he hasn't said a single nasty word. Aha. He just told me not to mind what happened before. Thanked me for caring, and said he's fine. He is forgiving and has forgiven you. I know it's wrong. Well, Dad's sure you won't in the future. And probably he feels the same way. So can he give me a chance? Chen Kong said helplessly. I don't know. Dad is old. He's not old enough to fall in love anymore. Chen Yu broke into tears. Dad is looking forward to you bringing him home. The empty bedroom. Zhang Luan woke up from a nightmare and couldn't sleep from side to side. Checked my phone for a while. Still not sleeping. Folded 2 pillows against his back. Hands clasped in front of his chest. Actually also gave to know to the girl has bought chicken soup. TSK. So know how to still pretend in front of me. Ikimori's level is too low to practice without catching up. Chapter 58, An Uneventful Night, below. This piece is well done, with very clean compositions and just enough mood in each scene. The technique is raw and the scene transitions are stiff, but there is a saving grace. If a newcomer, it could be signed to the company. Nearly 50 years old, still handsome looking Chen Dongfeng, Guyu lying posture, posing on the sofa. It also looked rather tired. The other day, I attended a movie awards ceremony abroad as a judge and got off the plane at midnight. All he wants to do is talk to his beautiful wife. I can't believe I have to work. It's inhuman. Mo Qian narrowed her Danfeng eyes and detected his slightly bulging belly, knowing that he definitely didn't do a good job of body management abroad. A couple for more than 20 years. It's simply not too easy for Mo Qian to deal with him. Spend money on a hashtag greasy movie director hotspot. By the time the fanbase is crawling up the walls with wife fans, he'll be crying and showing off his salad at the same time. And by the way, it's a great way to build buzz for the newly opened movie. Chen Dongfeng did not yet know what kind of doom he would face, and was bent on satisfying his lust. Stop it. Shirshir is at home. Mo Qian slapped away his salty hand, picked up the remote control and replayed it. Talking about business, this microfilm isn't bad, is it? It's an acquaintance of our family. Guess what? Or an acquaintance? Chen Dongfeng raised his eyebrows and pondered for a while, unable to make sense of it. Mo Qian didn't bother to sell the story. Li Yan. Remember this name? A bit familiar. Chen Dongfeng rubbed his temples. Suddenly remembering, he sat up and nodded his head. What else is there to say? Hurry up and sign. Mo Qian spread his hands. People are still in college. You don't know in foreign countries. He has done something big these days. Chen Dongfeng listened to the beginning and end, and looked at her cell phone's chat log with interest. This child is quite powerful. A bit of means. At this point, the bathroom door opened. A stunningly beautiful young girl was standing in a pavilion. She was fresh out of the bath, and the idiom of as a lotus flower was true. The young girl had a slender figure, fair skin, and a standard melon face of unrivaled beauty, dressed in a short halter dress, revealing a pair of long white legs, a pair of slippers out of the 10 centimeters fine heels of the momentum, curling towards the bar of the hotel-style apartment. Removing the chilled grape juice from the ice bucket, he poured it into a tall glass, moved to the panoramic sunroof, shook the purple juice in the glass and took an elegant sip. Grape juice filled the mouth and the sourness between the lips seemed to transfer to the heart. It's only just gone up. She lifted the crushed hair at her temples and raised those shivering eyes overlooking the magic city at night. The seductive red lips gently opened, and the tone contained a faint sadness. Make an appointment with a stylist for me tomorrow, and dye my hair green. Chen Dongfeng was directly dumbfounded. What kind of script did this take? Mo Qian cried and laughed, returning, life is like a play. Chen Dongfeng? He brainstormed for a moment, and the corner of his mouth tugged as he came to the conclusion. A boyfriend in just 10 days? And you're still green? Which company? What's the name? I'll block it. Mo Qian. No company, named amazingly. Chen Dongfeng. He got up and lifted the pendulum-tanged sword on the parlor. I'll be back as soon as I go for my father. Mo Qian. Cecilia Chen. Meanwhile, sleeping Li Yan's feet suddenly cramped up. Sit up and squeeze. Ikimori woke up at the commotion around him and opened his eyes, his tone petulantly concerned. It's okay, it's okay, it's a little cramped. He squeezed his leg and felt relieved that it was okay. It's okay now. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Ikimori nodded his little head and rested his head back on Li Yan's arm. Soon there was another little snore. There's no open front on this thing. I'm just communicating with him in a friendly way. Chen Shirshir clasped her hands on her chest and sat on the sofa, indignantly saying, compared to her, I'm just inferior to my father. Chen Dongfeng was completely confused. What the hell is going on? Mo Qian, who was sitting on the side. In the past, Li Yan didn't want to bring up the matter of rescuing people, and coupled with the fact that Li Shirshir had also taken this path, he didn't take the initiative to make contact for fear of affecting Li Yan's life. I didn't realize that the home had been burglarized. Chen Dongfeng wrinkled his eyebrows. Just met once as a child. Mo Qian straightly rolled her eyes. I was saved by a boy when I was young, and when I grew up, I found out that he was a handsome man. If it were me, I'd have to find a way to taste it before I say it, or else I wouldn't be able to close my eyes if I died. Chen Shirshir shook her head. Mom, don't talk about people so superficially. A reunion after 12 years. How wonderful, said she lifted the sling on her fragrant shoulders, said despondently, not in person is not able to get that kind of feeling. Alas. Chen Shirshir sighed deeply. Chen Shirshir couldn't tense up and pounded her small fists on Mo Qian's chest. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Eavesdropping on people. On the other side, Chen Dongfeng pressed the WeChat voice, his tone chilling. I have a knife. Open the blade for me. Mo Qian. Chen Shirshir was expressionless. You can't win a fight. I was going to get it back for you. He's in the Qi family now. Mo Qian shrugged her shoulders. Try it if you can. I'll wear JK for you if you can catch him back. Chen Dongfeng's eyes flashed. Is this true? Mo Qian was helpless. Shouldn't you ask him why he's in the Qi family? Right-o. Chen Dongfeng was an afterthought. I remember that his daughter was scared the most, and I even introduced a psychiatrist. Alas, that psychiatrist later pulled the plug on me and is still a fan. It's all because that dog Ji Wanli is too scary. Mo Qian nodded. A few days ago, Ji Wanli consulted our side about acquiring the Lin family's industry and he slipped up. Li Yan is now accompanying Qi Moore, saying that he is treating her. But in fact, it's similar to being a door-to-door son-in-law. This kid's character doesn't look like he's bending over for a few buckets of rice. I think it's 80% that Ji Wanli has something on him in his hands. Chen Shishir pouted. Chen Dongfeng had his hands in his pockets, as if he was in control. Che, this kind of unorthodox tactic. We're just going to do it on merit. Shishir is so good looking. Won't she charm him to death? Besides, he's making a movie now, and he's in our business, so it's really not possible to dive in. Mo Qian. Well, your methods are really honorable. Chen Shishir looked interested, took another sip of juice and blinked. So what should we do? Chen Dongfeng put down the knife. Kai and talked. Isn't his movie nominated? When the time comes, I will go to be the guest of honor. 80% of the time, there is a dinner party. So that he can understand the status of myself in this industry, he will not be able to come over. First sign the contract, then find a random book and make Psyche the lead. Chatting about the script, communicating about the plot, directly hashtag newly rising little flower late night in and out of a hotel hashtag, firing a wave of gossip, followed by an official announcement firing CP. Anyway, the contract for directing the movie is according to the artists, and we run Weibo, so we have to be willing even if we don't want to. It's all packed up in a couple's store, so what's the point of running away? Mo Qian furrowed her willow brows. Why does this routine sound so familiar? Chapter 59, Jimore's daily life up. Early morning, Ikimori was full of blood, getting rid of the cotton coat, putting back on the beloved little dress, and genuflecting over the leggings. When he came downstairs, he saw Ji Wanli looking like he was dying. Zhang Luan is putting concealer on his dark circles. Don't want to go to work. It's worse than killing you to have a problem with your company's business, so you can just ignore it? I did not want to do it a long time ago. How nice to play with my daughter every day. But those professional managers I looked at are not to my liking. At this moment, Jimore came downstairs and waved his hand, like an old cadre going down to the countryside. Ji Wanli instantly came to life, raising his head and chest. Good morning, my dear daughter. Daddy has to go to work again. Give Daddy a kiss. Ikimori. She shook her head without hesitation, kissed Li Yan, then playfully blinked one eye and fired a wink beam at him. Li Yan smiled awkwardly. Uncle, good morning. Yesterday it was cloudy. Today it's overly perky. Early in the morning brow to brow. Look at Ji Wanli straight chills. My daughter is much better. She just feels lost. He reluctantly, step by step, got into the car. But the fact that his daughter got up on the rare occasion to see him off to work somewhat soothed the old father's heart. Sent off my old father. Ikimori sat down at the table and began to dry his meal ferociously. It was presumably intended to get back all the chi and blood that had been lost over the past few days. All at once, Zhang Luan yawned as she peeled the third egg for Jimore. For her part, Wuma was very happy and brought another plate of buns. Zhang Luan gave Li Yan a bun. I heard you say yesterday that you're going to work today, and you're ready to shoot again? Know that microfilm was a school event. In my spare time I was running short video accounts with friends, mainly animated shorts. Zhang Luan got interested. What type? It's more of a mixed bag. Whatever comes to mind. Zhang Luan smoothly folded the plate and handed it to Wuma, who was cleaning up, and asked, kind of curious, can I watch you work? Amazingly nodded. Of course. After breakfast, Chimo's mood became more and more relaxed, wearing round-toe leather shoes, sitting on the swing with double ponytails following the swing and swaying. Li Yan had a push. Zhang Luan casually mentioned a bite and chatted about idle days. How old is Coco? It's 12, read the first year. How are the grades? Much better than I was at first. The teacher thinks quite highly of her. She just has a bit of a strange personality and isn't very good at socializing. Li Yan sighed. Just don't get bullied. Zhang Luan nodded. Stranger likes her quite a bit. Call her to play with her next time. Equals smiley face. Amazing. Li gave her a high five and nodded. Good. Equals smiley face. Ikimori is so happy today. Li Yan smiled back, giving her another high five. Zhang Luan nodded. She would have been happier with her regular vacation gone, and since you're here today, she's even happier. Amazingly scratched his nose and didn't talk. After letting Jimore play for a while, Zhang Luan found a way to say a few words about her, and Li Yan was able to get away. Zhang Luan pointed to the gazebo in the middle of the courtyard. There's power under the stone table. You can sit there. Chimo can see you when he plays in the courtyard. Good. Plug in and turn on your computer. Looking at the boot-up interface, Li Yan wouldn't want to work if he didn't have nothing to do. Mainly the influence of the housemates. When he woke up in the morning, it was amazing that those three had only just gone to bed. I heard that yesterday started with a foot wash in the afternoon, had a big dinner in the evening, went to an internet cafe for half the night, and ended up jerking off. To the envy of Amazingly, these guys have been away from him for the past few days. and the pendulum has swung pretty thoroughly. I should have known not to check out last night. Turning on the computer, he first checked the mailbox for emails, which the three of them had been escrowing for the past few days. After a bit of mucking about, Ikimori came along and stared at the computer. Jongwon made a pot of tea, and Wuma brought a few plates of pastries and other treats. What is this? Jongwon curiously pointed to a picture that looked like a child's graffiti with some notes on it. These are a collection of little bits and pieces of ideas that are jotted down when inspiration strikes. Putting that together and then spending time honing the plot until it's saved up as a complete story. The script is basically done. After all, it's just a 2 to 3 minute short. Sometimes 100 words are enough. At most 200 or 300. And it's a little more difficult to draw a subplot. And expressing it in animation isn't at all the same thing as words. It's all very boring work. Jongwon didn't find it boring. She hadn't had a proper workday in a long time. She gave up much more for her daughter. Ikimori wiggled his legs. She was not interested in the content of the work, and after looking at it, she shifted her gaze to Lien, who was working seriously. Today went exceptionally well. It is possible that in the police station every day to watch the case documentary literature film, that type of work scene description is very professional, and benefit. After transferring the file to the group, who were still asleep, amazingly closed the computer. On the other side, mother and daughter have targeted the noon meal. A fierce conflict broke out. Ikimori's little hands crawled around the table as if imitating some kind of insect. He also stuck out his tongue and licked his lips with a mouthful. Looking up at her mom, she motioned. No way. Jongwon shook her head. No crabs today. Jimor pitifully stretched out a finger and engaged Jongwon. Jongwon frowned. Who told you not to cover yourself at night? No means no. When I say you're not well, you're not well. Stubbornness won't even give you food in the future. Jongwon was not at all used to her in a place like this. Jimor scratched his face and looked over at Lien. Her ragged brow twitched uneasily as she reached out and placed a hand on Lien's shoulder and sighed. Ugh. Lien could do nothing about it. You'd better listen to your mom. Ikimori sighed again. Eat when you're better. Lien could only advise her. Ikimori's hands rested on the table, mimicking the movements of a crab crawling, and sighed repeatedly. There's a call for dinner over there. Walking to the entrance of the villa, Jimor sniffed his nose and was instantly in a better mood. Tugging on Amazing Lee's hand, he ran to the table. Jongwon happened to bring out a plate of yellow crabs. Ikimori drooled straight away. No way. You even want to steal Lien's share? Ikimori. The dishes weren't done yet, and Jongwon had cooked today, too, so it seemed like she was going to make a big meal. Jimor reluctantly followed into the kitchen and argued with Jongwon. Lien shook his head helplessly and went to the restroom to wipe his face. Back at the table, just in time to see Ikimori sneak up on the little crab hand. Noticing Lien's line of sight, he hastily retracted, scratched his cue-bouncing ears, and smiled sarcastically with a heh. Chapter 60 Jimor's Daily Routine. Next, Ikimori ended up getting the crabs he wanted. Take the little shears and carefully cut open the crab legs. Dip them lightly in the vinegar and put them in your mouth. Stuffed. Jongwon qualified that the only thing she could eat were the crab legs, and the crab bodies were all Yen Li's. Hairy crabs are not an uncommon thing these days, but the Chi family is very serious about what they eat, so it must be good crab. Unfortunately, Lien belonged to the category of mountain pigs who couldn't eat fine chaff and didn't feel any difference. I ate 2 in a row and didn't bother chewing. There were only 3 or 4 crab legs left on Ikimori's plate. There was a rush. When Jongwon wasn't looking, he picked up a crab, broke off the legs and pincers and dropped the crab body onto his plate. One meal or the other, she could still tell the difference. Amazingly, just like that, it took a lot of effort to eat 5 crabs. After this meal, the shells on his plate were high on the base of his plate. Jongwon winked. Your hobbies and GMO are still very compatible. Both love to eat crabs. Anan, okay, let's cook a few more tonight. Ikimori couldn't agree more. Nodding wordlessly, Lien has been unable to withstand it, and if he eats it again, he will have to eat soft rice in his life. So he quickly stopped it. If he eats it again, he will have diarrhea. Ikimori, Little Flame actually made a traitor. Jongwon discovers the mystery from Jimor's small action and Lien's reaction, and the case is solved. Ikimori was put on trial and the penalty was ginger soup. She argued her case a bit, but the judge wouldn't hear of it, and the protest was null and void. Under the threat of no more crabs, she reluctantly took a lick. Then, spit out her pink tongue. Jongwon's face was expressionless. Don't pretend. When do you eat something that will make you vomit? Ikimori, after a couple sips, he really didn't want to drink it and pushed it to Lien. Looking over to his scowling mom, he explained, and pointed to the shells on his plate. trying to show that Amazing Lee needs ginger soup more than anything else. Jiang Luan knew she hated it and didn't force it, but he didn't want to let her off easily either. Drink at least half of it. As he was talking, the phone rang. Ikimori gave a mysterious smile. Jiang Luan, where I do not know what idea Jimor played, holding the phone, even the phone first not to pick up. Hands crossed, I see you drink. Ikimori furrowed his brow. Come on, take a big gulp. After a few seconds of stalemate, Jimo's eyebrows twitched up, and under Jiang Luan's gaze, he really took a big sip. Obviously you can drink. And you're still pretending. You child, she snapped, picking up the phone and walking toward the door. In the instant Jiang Luan turned around, Ikimori beamed, a dragon spitting out all the ginger soup in her mouth. Then he pushed the bowl to Li Yan. More. Amazing Lee. Jiang Yuanzhou, who was eating in the kitchen, saw the whole thing, came over to collect the dishes and patted Li Yan on the shoulder. A man who has become a family man has to have the awareness of becoming a food waste garbage can. Amazing Lee. Jimor glared at Jiang Yuanzhou, then looked warily at any moment she might turn to her mother. Her small hand raised, signaling Li Yan to hurry up and drink. Amazing Lee turned the bowl and with difficulty brought his mouth close to the edge. Seeing that he was hesitant to drink, Ikimori made a please gesture, paired with a look that was 3 parts encouragement, 3 parts pity, and 4 parts begging. Li Yan was completely unable to top it and could only give in. Taking a shallow taste, it actually felt like it tasted good. This uncle's craftsmanship is really not bad. Ginger soup can be made so delicious. Omega, how's that for tasty? You are so crafty. No. Mostly thanks to strangers processing. Amazing Lee. Jimor was silently cheering and urging from the side, and Li Yan could only do it. Jiang Luan finished her phone call and looked to the clean bowl on the dining table. At the table, Ikimori played with his fingers as if nothing had happened. Jiang Luan frowned slightly. This child was like this when he lied. The line of sight shifted to Li Yan on the side, but his face was suspiciously red. Are you allergic to crabs? Jiang Luan said with concern. I've had it before. It's not allergic. Jiang Luan was very curious. What just happened? It's fine. Ikimori nodded approvingly, and put on a puzzled look. Unfortunately, the snake drawing and poor acting was seen through by Jiang Luan. She stared at Ikimori with an expressionless face. Lies are not allowed to eat crabs for the rest of the month, and snacks are cut in half. Ikimori was clearly a little shaken, but still had a stiff upper lip, shaking his little hand in a desperate attempt to argue. Jiang Luan didn't say a word and revealed a dangerous smile. After the superior's pressure lasted for half a minute, Jimor couldn't resist and could only confess. Jiang Luan, who got the full information. Buzzing stranger, how could you? How can you spit it out and let Amazingly give you a drink? Ikimori bowed his head in frustration, peeking at his mom out of the corner of his eye. He was relieved to see that she was no longer angry. Okay, I'll let you have a crab tonight. No more of that, okay? Jimor instantly smiled and nodded his head. Unfortunately, Ikimori's skills are not yet up to snuff, and she can't yet see the hint of more effort in her mother's eyes. After dinner, take a walk in the garden to cool off. The villa has a large yard and a pond. There were quite a few aquatic plants planted in the pond, and Li Yan only recognized the lotus. But unfortunately the season was not right. The edges of the lotus leaves were a bit slightly scorched, and the lotus had long since withered. But a few fat koi still lazily swim in the clear pool water. There were a few splashes of bright colors present, which washed out the feeling of fall's decay, and the view was pretty good. Jimor skillfully grabbed a handful of bait from the bag and pulled Li Yan along to sit on a wooden chair by the pond. It seemed like they wanted to perform some kind of stunt. She spread her palm and fiddled with the bait with her fingers, counting 3 very small grains and scattering them into the pond. The carp smelled the food and began to race for it, and the pool water was as spectacular as if it had been boiled. Li Yan leaned down and watched with interest. Jimor nodded in satisfaction, but didn't continue feeding. After a few minutes, the koi that didn't get food dispersed. She counted 3 more and tossed them into the pond as the koi continued to flutter. 5 times later, koi. This time, Ikimori generously threw out a third of the bait in his hand. The koi didn't resist the temptation to fall for it again. With that, Ikimori was happy. A pool of carp were exhausted by just a handful of baits grabbed, and a couple of them went belly up. She clapped her hands in a refreshed manner. Ikimori's sad face. Li Yan looked on and felt an inexplicable pang. What kind of play is this? Seriously? Jiang Luan sighed deeply and spoke in a single word. If I let Jimor inherit the family business, I'm really afraid that she'll hang from a streetlight one day. Li Yan instantly understood and his cheeks twitched. Worthy of being Uncle Chi's daughter. Jiang Luan held his forehead. Ji Wanli hasn't been ruthless to this extent. He laughed dryly a few times, recalling the fear of being dominated by his boss when he worked part-time. Strong said, These carp are really tenacious. Jiang Luan shook his head. The koi in the pond will be replaced once every 2 years. And the koi that are replaced are like anorexia. They don't eat bait at all. So they can only be sent to the company cafeteria. This pool was new last month. And Ikimori can still play for quite a while. Amazingly felt like he saw his whole life in the carp. Ikimori was still proudly crossing his arms and shying his little belly. Aha! It's normal to be slightly perverted if you're that cute. Awesome. Had ha. Chapter 61, Going Out for a Good Time. Mordor University suspended teaching. Stationed a number of case officers, teachers, school leaders, everyone is at risk, but that's not relevant to most students. So, the unregulated college animals were having a wild time. This has led to a multifold increase in turnover for all the entertainment venues in the vicinity of the Magic City University town, which have extended their opening hours. Zhang Zhang's few people were quite resentful after being woken up by Li Yan at noon and working all afternoon, together with the fact that the paychecks had just been settled. It was imperative that Amazingly take them in style, and Amazingly was yearning for freedom after being locked up for 10 days. Jiang Luan also knew deep down that he couldn't be trapped and took the initiative to release him, and convinced Ikimori to eat crabs at home in peace. So Amazingly drove the car prepared by the Chi family, a small pink 2-seater convertible sports car, out the door. The car was one of the birthday presents for Ikimori's 18th bar mitzvah, but since Ikimori didn't even have a driver's license, it left the lovely convertible to eat dust for many years. Jiang Luan asked Li Yan to drive out and slip around, so as not to put it out of order. And so, the streets of Mordor at night are filled with streams of traffic. The 6'8" youth huddled in the cockpit, warily driving a little pink sports car with cat ears, stopped at a traffic light. It took Amazingly a moment to realize that Ikari didn't buy this thing with the intention of having a man in this car. The 5-seater Jeep next to him rolled down its windows. The big, bald, menacing socialite in the seat towers over him. It's hard to hold in the laughter. How much for it? Li Yan's face was expressionless. A gift from the lottery. You're in luck then. He picked up his cell phone and took a picture to read the map. His smile froze when he saw the price. 6 million? His mouth immediately changed. This little brother is a good-looking man, and he really is a man of good taste. Amazingly, this piece of can't even stretch its legs, and it's still worth that much? With essentially zero driving experience, it was all about the guts to drive on the road. Too bad his guts weren't worked up enough to withstand a 7-figure hit. So there was a honk from behind the little pink sports car traveling at 30 yards on the main road. There's something wrong with you. Asterisk. Add hashtag you and it took a lot of yelling and grinding to get the car into a safe parking spot. Get out of the car and walk 20 minutes to meet the trio. Come to a barbecue restaurant with a small frontage. The guest at the next table was showing off his beer. 3 in a row. Cursing. I am not intentionally late on the horse. The road there is a douchebag intentionally driving slow. It is not easy for the wife to let go, but also met this kind of old 6 I am really convinced. His friend counseled. Alright, drink all you want, don't talk about those useless things. Hurry up and sit down. Zhang Zhang bristled. Look at how sincere people are when they are late. The guest who had just dazzled 3 beers burped and turned his face sideways to see Li Yan. Amazingly. He was confused for a moment and scratched his head. Very embarrassed. Ha. What a fate. Just now it was this pussy who cursed dirty, but Li Yan himself didn't do anything. There was nothing to say. Now that you all know I'm driving here, you can't drink. Zhang Zhang pointed to a row of valets waiting for business not far away. Money. I'll pay for you. Just 1 beer and a valet? Are you burning through money? Just drink it next time. Li Yan spread his hands helplessly. Zhang Ninhua and Zhang Wenhai revealed mysterious smiles. Together, they lifted the gas can-sized beer can from their feet. Amazingly, the elementary school kids at the next table are gathering for dinner. Big brother with a group of school friends to raise a glass to celebrate. See this scene? Cold snort, che. Nothing. Crowd. Amazingly hugged and smiled. The elementary school student showed a sneer. Li Yan nodded and waved at the patrolling police officer. Uncle Cop, come over here. Elementary school students. A group of drinkers admired the elementary school students wailing and drinking fast. The patrol was a pair of male and female police officers. Both of them, Li Yan, knew each other. Ning Chang and Luo Yan ran. Ning Chang stopped the furious parents. Not the body flexible, will not be able to get a few belts. Luo Yan, on the other hand, chickened out and stole away, sitting right next to Li Yan. Hey, let me rub it in. Not really. I even ordered you takeout. And this is your attitude? She looked up and met the surprised gazes of several people and smiled. Am I interrupting? The 3 waved their hands, very formal in front of this uniform, and said, No. Amazingly, very disturbing. She treated it as if she hadn't heard and picked up a large skewer of squid and ate it. Don't take a stitch from the masses, Li Yan reminded. To mingle with the crowd. And besides, you haven't paid me for the takeout. Amazing Li did eat a lot and wondered. Not reimbursed? Never mind the details. Amazing Li. It can be said that Rohyunta is really unsuitable for this profession. But it was kinda a good thing that a few people weren't persuaded to drink with her around. Li Yan took a skewer of leeks and chewed. You guys aren't working on a case these days? There's still time to patrol. She shook her head. This precinct is basically in trouble and understaffed. The precinct next door will help out on daily patrols. But at night the leadership will arrange for us to come out for a couple rounds as relaxation. The online heat is being pressed. And people who put out catch-22s have been dealt with cleanly today. We're a lot less stressed and the last 2 days have gone particularly well. Yenli opened his cell phone and searched. And he felt relieved. He came closer and asked in a low voice. Injustice has a head. You can't just do this branch office and Lin Xinxian. Luo Yenran whispered. No comment. Amazing Li. But the gossip is to tell you that cases like this are slow. The leaders can fool you much better than you can. And they're dead anyway. Ness. Then it's only right to invite me mish. Eat, eat, eat. Can't order more skewers. Ning Chang was still criticizing and educating a few children. With a gentle tone and friendly attitude. Handsome? Shui. Why did you break up with you before? This is Li Yan in the pantry eavesdropping gossip. In the branch office for fear of her backstabbing. Has not dared to ask face to face. Outside it does not matter. He didn't think he was good enough for me. And there are too few men with self-awareness like that. So I'm going to have another go at it. Amazing Li. After criticizing and educating the elementary school students, Ning Chang walked over to Li Yan's table and smiled when he saw him. This is too much of a coincidence. Sit down. 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 He shook his head. Don't. It wouldn't be very nice to do personal things in these clothes. Yen Luo. She took off her jacket and unzipped her shirt, revealing the bottoming shirt inside, and handed the clothes to Ning Chang, playfully sticking her tongue out. Very helpless. He took the clothes and the men went off on patrol. Chapter 62, No Happy Ever After. By the way, are you going on Monday? Luo Yenran asked. Monday? Amazing Li frowned. Zhao Qingqing's funeral is set, east of the city cemetery, next Monday. Luo Yenran's skewer in her hand was a little difficult to swallow. Carefully said, Are you going? Amazingly collected his laughter and nodded. Go for it. She sighed. That girl who jumped off the building. That's really a shame. Did you guys know each other before? Recognize. A high school. Oh. She nodded. Why do you have to fight so hard and do so much trouble for her? She was my senior in high school and used to chase me. One sentence dried the intern emo. She touched her face and carefully observed Li Yan's expression. I'm sorry. I was in my freshman year of high school and she was in her junior year, and it was the end of the semester when I met her, so I hadn't actually seen her a few times. She didn't talk to me about what she was doing in college from start to finish, and I wasn't really responsible for it. I just couldn't see past it. It seems a little strange to say that, but it is what it is. Don't you like her? There were so many people who liked me in high school. There were stacks of love letters. I couldn't like them all. Crowd. Be careful when you dream about her at night and give you a slap in the face. Missy said indignantly. I was really hoping to dream about it, so I'll fight it, and I'll be able to comfort her parents with it. You really don't have a normal brain circuit. She drew a tissue and wiped her mouth, smoothing some skewers and stuffing them into a plastic bag. I'm off to find a boyfriend. By the way, are you seeing anyone? Amazing Li. What? To introduce me? Yeah, I've got relatives who are just the right age for you, so I'll let you get to know them then. You're too kind. Turn around and pull the plug on your WeChat. Then I'll print off a copy of your browser log and your pledge and send it to the school together and ask them to discipline you. Amazing Li. When the police comrades left, they lifted the gas tank again. I really can't drink. I told you I'm working as a nanny for a rich man's family and I have to go back to work later. He's telling the truth. Those who get paid, that must be working. Zhang Wenhai and Li Yan are from the same orphanage. The details were unknown, but he knew about the rescue thing. Including Xinyu also incoherent mention of this matter. Do babysitting probably what happened? Zhang Wenhai guessed a rough. However, Li Yan had always been reluctant to talk about this matter. And even if Zhang Wenhai was curious, he didn't want him to be embarrassed. Zhang Wenhai held up his wine glass and touched it with Zhang Jiang. Forget it, don't persuade. Zhang Jiang opened the tap of the beer keg to catch the wine. He was really puzzled. Babysitting? You have to work at night. What do you figure? Helping people out. Yenli spread his hands and raised his eyebrows. You guys know I'm a hothead. The more you talk the more confused I get. Zhang Zhang's words came out. Suddenly I remembered the day of the Shura. Holding hands from this old expensive car. He was so loud that the dog peeing by the tree gave a jolt of fear. Zhang Yanhua looked at Zhang Zhang with great dissatisfaction. Are you braying like a donkey? Zhang Zhang rolled his eyes. Do you remember the little girl who held hands with Old Li in front of Yintai that day? 10 days had passed, and a lot had happened in those days, and the memory was a little fuzzy. Zhang Yanhua rubbed his chin and began to recall. Little girl? A brainstorming session later. The drinkers at the next table looked over with great curiosity. That's a fancy table to play at and learn to bray like a donkey. Zhang Wenhai wiped their asses like an old mother and apologized to the disturbed guests. Sorry. Nothing. What are you guys playing? This donkey bray is so much like it. Didn't play anything? They're just hobbies. Zhang Zhang and Zhang Yanhua. What follows is an enjoyable conversation about them fanning the flames of fabricated drama. Because of privacy, Li Yan couldn't go into detail, but could only explain a couple of things in an incoherent manner. In the end, he gave up. Can't explain it to you guys. Li Yan put down the leek and said very solemnly. In short, I didn't eat soft rice. Several people were skeptical. These pussies are just having fun with him, and he didn't bother to explain. Changing the subject. That short film still needs to be changed at night. The words were interrupted. What's soft eating? Who is soft eating? A familiar voice rang out. Amazing Li turned back. The girl who spoke took off her mask. Sorry for eavesdropping on your conversation. Yi Wan, dressed in a sports outfit, her forehead slightly sweaty, joked. On this topic, I am very interested. Make sure to let me participate a bit. The similarly dressed Chen Yu came out of the kiosk holding 2 bottles of mineral water in her hands with a look of dismay. Amazingly pulled at the corner of his mouth. Pretending not to see it, he greeted Yi Wan. What a coincidence. Yeah, Yi Wan really didn't expect both of them to bump into each other here. Can we eat together? Amazingly turned back to continue his confrontation with the leaks, turning his back to them as if he were facing a common friend, and casually said, You're welcome. Chapter 63, Where does he know? Zhang Zhang moved his butt and moved 2 stools so that the 2 girls could plug in. Chen Yu sat next to Li Yan. Zhang Wenhai pushed in the menu. Order whatever you want. Today Li Yan is treating. Amazing Li. Chen Yu carefully glanced at Li Yan. Seeing that he didn't seem to have any reaction, her heart was a bit complicated, and she forced out a smile. Then I'm welcome. Amazing Li tangled with the leeks and muttered. You're welcome. Zhang Yanhua raised his eyelids. This pussy is really not going to lick? Or is he using a high-end technique? Trying to escape? He pulled his headphones out of his pocket and turned on the anime. None of his business. Garbage. All of you. Yi Wan took the menu pushed by Chen Yu and casually ordered a few skewers. What was clearly a diet turned into a snack. But Chen Yu's mind was very clear to her, so she could only give up her life. Hey, Li Yan, what was the short movie you just said? Yi Wan asked curiously. They all knew this lickspittle was staying up late on a regular basis at the time to juggle work and women. Still not wanting to make Chen Yu feel guilty about it, he never told her about it. As for whether or not you want to talk about it now, it's still up to the rightful owner to decide. So several people looked at Li Yan. Yan Li was very frank. We collaborated on running a short video account. I am a choreography major after all, planning ahead for graduation, so I was chatting about it. From these few days? Yi Wan asked. And Chen Yu was also quite curious. It's been going on since before I started school. Chen Yu's figure stiffened at his words and muttered. I can't believe you never told me about this. Zhang Zhang only felt amused and took the boss's plate, placed it on the table and pushed it to her. Seeing that Chen Yu actually had a few complaints on her face, he couldn't help himself a bit. When I went out with you on the weekend, Yan Li had to work in the dormitory in the middle of the night, and he didn't tell you because he was afraid that you would feel guilty and couldn't let go of the opportunity to be able to cultivate a relationship with you. It's been a year. Didn't you even realize that Li Yan was especially tired at that time? Didn't you ever care about him? At that time, he often yawned. Chen Yu did notice it and asked him about it, but he said it was because he was so excited to have a date with him the next day. At that time, Chen Yu still felt quite sweet. Now that I think about it, the best thing she could have done at that point would have been to care for him and tell him to go back to rest. How despicable to just have fun. Guilt, only guilt, like drowning in water. Li Yan felt the delicate body on his side tremble uncontrollably. He crossed his eyes at Zhang Zhang. What are you looking at, great sage? How do people know what you've done if you don't say anything? Are you really planning to burn some shekels out? He took a large gulp of wine and slapped it on the tabletop. Looking at Chen Yu, are you trying to pretend that nothing happened? Or, you shut up. Amazingly slapped the desktop. Zhang Zhang gulped and grunted, but he didn't say anything else. Chen Yu hung her eyes, forcing back her tears, and mumbled in a low voice. Thank you, Li Yan. Because of you, I've received many offers from very high-priced agencies with very good conditions, and my ideal is on its way to being realized. Well then, congratulations, but I lost you, and I'd rather not have any of that. Just to go back to a month ago. She lowered her head and clutched Li Yan's cuff. How can I make up for it? Is there nothing I can do to make up for it? Amazingly took a deep breath. You don't have to commit yourself like that. The meaning was already obvious, and Shen Yu's tears eventually slipped down her cheeks. Yuan didn't know what to say and could only think of ways to redeem herself. Shen Yu really knows that she's wrong. He finally realized that when you make a break, you get a break. If the words are ambiguous, it could hurt her even more. Even a stab is better than a lingering death. Li Yan picked up the wineglass and drank it all in one go. He was a very poor drinker, and after drying it, he wanted to vomit. It was hard to close his eyes. She's right, it's normal to not trust me. It's just not something I can accept, and I'm not going to be with someone who doesn't trust me. He looked at the pearly Chen Yu with an expressionless face. I was naive. I take back what I said the other day. We can't be friends. Stunned, amazed, dumbfounded, crying out in pain. Various expressions emerged from their faces, except, of course, for Jiang Manhwa, who was bent on watching anime. Sorry for spoiling your fun. Manhwa helped me pay for the advance. I'll go back first. He walked with a hurried gait toward a valet. Sitting on a small electric donkey, the figure quickly drowned in the hustle and bustle. The barbecue was really out of the question, so I switched to a quiet cafe. It's the ING cafe again. Zhang Wenhai was numb. Zhang also regretted. Honestly, drink is. Have to say that words for what? Where's Nianhua? Zhang Wenhai frowned when he didn't see anyone. Slipped halfway into the subway entrance, and now I'm guessing I'm almost home. Chapter Wenhai ran away again. It was an episode he was all too familiar with. Inside the box, 4 people sat across from each other. Chen Yu sobbed. Yi Wan softly consoled, and Zhang Wenhai was very embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Zhang had spared watching 1000 Pure Love anime, but he hadn't been able to draw a solution to the current situation from it. Really, the reality is much more complicated than anime. Alas, if I hadn't said that. Now he could slip away again clutching the gas canister. He raised his eyelids and looked at Chen Yu's pitiful appearance, and there was still a bit of joy in his heart. This still knows how hard it is. You know you're wrong? It's too late. Go ahead and cry. You just watch Comrade Li Yan eating hot pot and singing with little white flower. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Wenhai's arm poked him and scolded in a low voice. You laugh at your mom, and you still don't think it's messy enough. If you dare to say QQ pet birthday this time, I'll get you killed. Looking up and seeing the flying daggers in Yuan's eyes as she fired again, Zhang collected his laughter and reluctantly consoled. You just can't cry day into night and night into the morning without Yanli coming back, can you? So you might as well save your tears. Chapter 1 Hi. Yi Wan. I didn't expect Shen Yu actually really stopped crying, as if grabbing a life-saving straw, then. Suck it. You tell me. Suck it. How can I? Suck. Chase Li Yan back. I don't know where to go. You ask him. Zhang patted Zhang Wenhai's shoulder. I don't know Li Yan well. I don't talk much in the dormitory. Wenhai and Li Yan are brothers, and call his mom godmother. Wenhai designated line. Fart. You two are in the same profession. You sit at the same table every day. And you next door. I'm a ING broadcasting student. I just meet in the dorms at night, and I have to dub short videos, so I don't have the time to nag you guys. Needing Chen Yu's eyes for help, Zhang Wenhai fell into deep thought, though the brain goes blank. Where did he know to go? Chapter 64 Holding Back. The chauffeur stopped in front of the gates of the villa area in his pink-eared sports car. Either that or you can drive it yourself. Li Yan gave him a biting glance, and the driver instantly rose a few chills, but still held on to his smile and explained. It's not a few steps away, and it's troublesome for me to drive out. I've been drinking. Are you sure? I don't think you're much drunk, are you? So please drive yourself 2 steps. I still have to take care of the kids when I get home. Li Yan nodded. Well then, since you asked for it, there's nothing I can do about it. There was a bodyguard of Ikari Miles waiting at the door. Li Yan recognized it and beckoned. Big brother, come here for a moment. The bodyguard very doggedly showed a few fawning smiles. This is a grandpa. Get him under control and call the police for fraud. The chauffeur looked panicked. What? What do you mean? If I get in the car, it's not your turn to threaten to call the police on me for a DUI. And I don't have that kind of money to transfer hush money to you. The bodyguard also understood and was happy. That's a lot of guts. I didn't. Your bull ting me. Li Yan was too lazy to break it up with him, and without saying a word, the bodyguard clutched his shoulder with one hand, opened the door and lifted him out of the car. I'll call someone. No, I know the way. It's a couple steps. Just remember to take the car back. He got out of the car in style, his gait steady in the dim light. After turning a corner, amazingly stomped away from the trash can. Vomit. Vomit, 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 vomit. Crouching in front of the trash can, he took a paper towel and wiped his mouth, drew another one and wiped his nose and eyes. Heads up. It's a familiar face wearing sunglasses. Jiang Yuanzhou. Amazing Lee. He gave a disdainful smile. With the amount you've got, you're still going out on a wave? The corners of Li Yan's mouth twitched. Why are you out here? The stranger told me to come out and wait for you in case you lost it. Jiang Yuanzhou looked helpless. Noticing Li Yan's slightly distressed appearance, he smiled in a very elder-like manner. Want to accompany you for a walk? Although there was a bit of suspicion of pretending, but after all, he was also considered an elder. Li Yan nodded his head and said, good. The autumn wind was soughing, the temperature was suitable, and Li Yan was much more comfortable. Jiang Yuanzhou was the same height as Li Yan, but quite a bit stouter. The stride was big, and on closer inspection had a few military airs. Speaking without haste, didn't have a good time today? Did you? Okay. Anyone with a hard mouth can't get enough. But in case you don't come back at night and I have to catch you now, well, it's better if you don't have fun. Amazing Lee. A silence fell. Half a day. Why don't you ask me about being a bodyguard at my brother-in-law's house? Amazingly said very cooperatively. Oh, why? He took a cigarette out of his cigarette case and held it in his mouth with the same expression he had that night. Who dash? You really want to know? Amazingly, it's better if you can hold your tongue. It would have to start a long time ago. He sighed deeply as he slipped the black cloth tape back into his pocket. I was born into a military family, and my grandparents have been in the military for 5 generations upwards. Since I can remember, the 25,000 mile long march, the war of resistance, liberation, anti-U.S. resistance, self-defense counterattacks against India and Vietnam. These things seem to be burned into my mind. Every day was exercise, and after school there was targeted study, and the only extracurricular reading was military magazines, weapons magazines and the like. I didn't have a choice, but at that time I was still proud of my future career. But something happened that made me not want to continue in the army. That day, I broke my leg playing basketball with a classmate from school. My mother came to the hospital and instead of comforting me, she just looked at my leg inside, says I don't have what it takes to be a pilot, which is a shame for me. But she didn't ask me if it hurt or care why I broke my leg. I was young and aggravated then, but I didn't dare to get angry. I remember when I was fighting with my friends as a child, I just unintentionally said a swear word and I was punished by standing up all night. And then many more things like that happened. I started to hate my family more and more this lack of options for the future. But as much as I hated it, I finally had to join the team. I went to the India-China border and those San were very arrogant, and we were at a critical stage of economic development and it was not advisable to create trouble. The orders were to be patient. The conflict should not be too big or something. You couldn't even fight back if you were beaten. And at the most outrageous times, even the ones standing guard at one point were shot in the dark. But I'm not scared at all. I'm even kind of looking forward to it. When I die on the battlefield, will my parents be upset for me or not? Just how upset? He laughed and shook his head. In retrospect, it was really very childish. Anyway, I used to sign up to go on sentry duty back then, and when someone touched up, I would just hit them as hard as I could. The commander of the opposite stronghold quickly remembered me. I was really expecting a shot at me at that point, and I really wasn't scared at all. In my mind, that's how I ended up. I don't have any glimmer of expectation for the future. As a child I peeked in many times while my father was working and knew what a boring life he led. And so it went on for 5 years, finally waiting for that day. In that moment I felt like I saw exactly how wonderful my parents looked when they opened my suicide note filled with curses and accusations in front of those colleagues from the propaganda department as well as the leaders. But the so-called first-class shooter at San's place is too ineffective. But at a distance of 150 meters, it actually only sent a small piece of skull flying. What a ing dish. But it's a blessing in disguise, and I've gained my freedom on the condition that the honor of the family is preserved. When I woke up, I saw my mom crying for the first time, and my father gave up the job at hand and came over to see me. Later I realized that they knew what I had done from their leaders, guessed that I was seeking death, and saw my suicide note. I didn't want to talk to them at that point. After I recovered from my injuries, I retired as a disabled soldier. After I was discharged from the hospital, I never went home again. They called me once in a while. I rarely answered, and even when I did I never finished listening to them. During that time, I was really happy, with big compensation to spend as I liked. It wasn't until I met Ikwani that I realized the dangers of society. This crooked businessman cheated me out of my compensation as startup capital and cheated Jian Luan out of his wool. When they got married, I had a long talk with my mom and dad, and actually, to this day, we haven't reconciled. But the so-called family, there's no way to countenance it anymore. I have no talent for business, and I don't want to work in that direction, so I have to live my life as a bodyguard, which is nothing more than having a job. You know about this Ikimori thing, there is my responsibility, but Ikimori is really cute, and I'd make up for it by being her dog for the rest of my life. Amazing Lee. Chapter 65 Miraculous Ointment. No wonder he doesn't look normal. He's been beaten in the head. Li Yan helplessly spread his hands. In terms of my learning experience in choreography and directing, except for the part of being beaten off my skull, the rest of the experience is not dramatic at all. It is not long enough to make a movie. Zhang Yuanzhou pressed out his cigarette on the trash can. You're not a pleasant kid at all. It's not like I was born to be someone's favorite. But thanks to you, I'm in a much better mood. Zhang Yuanzhou smiled. Dumped by a woman? Amazing Lee. Pretty much. He sighed and looked at Zhang Yuanzhou. Have you ever been in love? Sort of talked about it. Well, a few. He thought for a while and gave his answer. From the look of it, he didn't have too many good memories of it. It all ended at the point of talking about marriage. The girl said I was carrying bags for other people. No good. Low pay, bad family conditions and so on. You're testing them? Zhang Yuanzhou shook his head. Not really. I wasn't too far out, so if I can't take it, it's just not right. Chimor's grandparents retired a long time ago and are now farming in the countryside. I make 20 a month, but I really don't have much to spend. When I wanted to find an aunt and uncle for Chimor, I made a little preparation in order to empathize with most people my age. Took the money I saved and mortgaged the villa here with a monthly payment of 19W5. What about you? Had a couple girlfriends. Amazing Lee shrugged. Not a single one. Zhang Yuanzhou looked at him in shock. Really? 1,000 times over. But chased a girl for a whole year. And it just ended tonight. Dumped? Yeah, I got dumped the night you guys came to get me. That's quite a coincidence. Ha! The voice was doubly familiar to Li Yan. Zhang Yuanzhou was also remembering the scene he watched when he got off the bus. The little girl you met in front of the mall the day you went to your house? Too, she dumps you and suddenly realizes she regrets it. You're not willing to forgive her. And in the end the hero meets a particularly rich heroine. Zhang Yuanzhou raised his eyebrows. It turns out that the brain-dead novels that Jian Luan made me read have archetypes in reality as well. That said, this thing can even write 800 chapters of love-hate relationships to earn money. Amazing Lee. Zhang Yuanzhou fell into silence himself as he said, asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really true. Amazing Lee. The two chatted idly and turned into the villa. Just after entering the door, Li Yan was locked by a pair of round eyes. In the doorway, Ikimori sat on a small stool. The bright light on her cell phone reflected her less than happy face. When he looked up and saw Li Yan, his cheeks bulged visibly. Holding up her cell phone to show it to Li Yan, her voice was not loud but clearly felt like she was complaining. Rambling. Recently there have been some nuisance messages that keep getting a blocking tone. Amazing Lee muted his cell phone when he got too annoyed. I didn't bother to read the messages while eating kebabs. Open it up later. There are 99 plus messages. /sun, /moon, /smile. Then, /angry. What are you doing? What are you doing? Asterisk 128. Chimor huffed and puffed and swatted the mosquitoes on his legs, and his face was covered with reddish packets. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. I was having a barbecue. Chimor licked his lips and looked at his hands. Empty. Ike Mori. She was very angry and felt betrayed. Li Yan tried to find Zhang Yuanzhou for help, but it turned out that he had already slipped away. I'll order you takeout. Humph. I'll bring it to you next time. Humph. She stood up, picked up a small stool, and twisted her head, her twin ponytails snapping. But she stood there, not moving. Small hands opened. I'll take you home. Ikimori let out a hum and allowed him to take the stool and hold his hand. Is it cold? She shook her head and pulled at the sock on her leg. Bitten by a mosquito? Is it itchy? She held amazingly with one hand and scratched with the other. Stop scratching. You'll get a scar if you scratch it. She obeyed and didn't continue scratching, but still looked concerned by the expression on her face. Tugging on Li Yan's hand, he trotted into the house. Come back. Jian Luan looked at the bag on her daughter's face, pulled open the coffee table and took out a bottle of ointment, handing it to Li Yan. She was waiting for you to get bitten, so it's up to you to take care of it. After saying that, Jian Luan stared at the program on the LCD TV. See, the plot is some kind of courtroom drama. It was just about time for the climax, and several of the concubines were already on their knees tearing up the floor. Jian Luan couldn't afford to miss it. Chimor took off his shoes and couldn't wait to fumble around his waist, and in no time at all, he revealed legs as white as congealed fat under his socks. A few reddish mosquito bags stood out. Li Yan took the ointment, opened the lid, and dabbed a little on his fingertips. Sit right next to her. Ikimori's ass shifted, resting her thighs on top of him, urging, rub on the ointment to stop the itching, then rub it and it will go away, Jiang Luan thoughtfully stated, eyeing the exciting drama of the palace fight. Li Yan on a mosquito bag, gently wiped it. The cold ointment made Jimor shiver. She simply sat on Li Yan's lap, her arms wrapped around her neck, her face pressed against Li Yan's neck. When Li Yan was slightly drunk, he instead had a kind of concentration, and he had gotten somewhat used to the contact with Ikimor, so there was nothing unusual about it. The main thing is that this ointment works very well. Just rubbing the mosquito bag went away at a rate visible to the naked eye. Kind of fun, but he didn't notice. With the wanton movements of his hands, Chimo's breathing became more and more ragged, and his body became hotter and hotter. He was just so focused on the science experiment that he didn't even notice that Chimor had gone limp and was leaning against his body. When the last mosquito bag was taken care of, Li Yan looked at her flushed face. He hadn't even reacted by this point. I'm just annoyed that my face is too red to find a mosquito bag. The ointment was so amazing. Just rubbing it would take away the raised mosquito bags. He wanted to go out to the garden and feed the mosquitoes himself and experiment some more. So like a dilettante, he went up and ran his hands over his smooth, delicate face, intending to find mosquito bags. That is, until Ikimori's gasp of brought him back to reality. Jiang Luan also heard it and watched Li Yan's movements as he touched Chimo's face. Jiang Luan, sigma, degree. Amazing Li. Jiang Luan. He looked down and saw Chimo's face unusually red and was shocked. She caught a cold from freezing? A fever so soon? Hurry up and put your socks on. Jiang Luan. With that, Li Yan picked up the pantyhose on the couch and was about to put them on Chimor. Jiang Luan, who was intoxicated by the palace drama, only then realized that Li Yan had a strange flushed red color on his face, and watched with a smile, not a laugh, as he clumsily put on Chimo's pantyhose like he was a child. Chapter 66, Catch the Monster Magonia's Weakness. You've been drinking? Li Yan held Chimor's fleshy feet into his pantyhose. Well, didn't drink much, counting just 2 beers. The car I let the valet drive back. Didn't crash. Oh. Jiang Luan felt a little amused, as if she was playing truth or dare. Stranger waited for you at the door for a long time. What's on your mind? Don't let her wait in the future. How pitiful to be bitten by mosquitoes. It's not nice to leave scars on legs so white. Very well. Jiang Luan probably understood Li Yan's current state. Reaching out, he pressed the pause button for the TV. The palace drama, which is not as exciting as playing truth with Li Yan. Jiang Luan suppressed her inner excitement and asked in as unusual a tone as possible. Does it feel inconvenient to live in our house? Every day to eat well, sleep well, but also can stick masks to see the projection, but also give me a salary. Say inconvenience well. Indeed feel a little. But Chimor is so cute. Her mom and dad so also helped my friend find a home. I must help her return to normal. Try to get used to it. Jiang Luan smacked his lips. His words were quite dense. Guess what? He really was on the end of it all before. Yenli had no qualms about squeezing Ikimori's calf and continuing to work it into his socks, occasionally rubbing it through the pantyhose to smooth out the creases. Chimor's face was so red that it was about to drip blood, and Jiang Luan had read Chimor's annual medical reports and knew that Chimor's heart could withstand especially well, so she thoughtfully intended to let her daughter enjoy herself a little longer, and continued to ask, did you miss Ikimor when you stayed at the police station these past few days? It's probably a bit of a thought, mostly because I'm relieved. She's so dependent on me, and I'm afraid she won't get used to it once I'm gone. Jiang Luan happily got high on melon seeds. How does it feel to sleep at night? Before, I was always afraid that Ikimori would catch a cold, but lately I've been a bit worried about something else. What's wrong? Jiang Luan was very curious. She was all over mine last night. Ugh, don't know how to tell you about this. Jiang Luan, sigma, degree. Subset of. Li Yan sighed, puberty. I can understand, but after all, Chimor is a bit emotionally challenged. What if she regrets it later? Sleeping in the same bed is not a wise choice. I should have refused at the beginning. What if she doesn't regret it? Even if she doesn't regret it, I can't be Willow. The pantyhose had been worn up to the thighs. Jiang Luan felt that time was running out and asked the most crucial question. Do you like Chimo? But Li Yan's final lifting of the pantyhose went very smoothly, helping Chimor to stand on the sofa and lifting the pantyhose up to her waist for her in one go. Li Yan looked up and saw Jiang Luan with a regretful face. Ikimori staggered, and he hastily wrapped his arms around him and hugged. He finally awoke from the self-hypnosis caused by focusing on the mosquito bag. Amazingly, Jiang Luan, who was so sophisticated, put down the melon and picked up the remote control, turned on the TV and continued to watch the courtroom drama as if none of this had happened. Amazing Lee bowed his head. GMO looked like a peach blossom in spring, her face scarlet. Breathing remained ragged. Zhang Yuanzhou's sobering soup had been in his hands for 5 or 6 minutes. In due time, he handed the soup to Li Yan. Drink it. I told you earlier, with this amount of you, don't go out and wave in the future. Li Yan dementedly took the sobering soup. Dundundans drank it all and put it on the coffee table. Amazing Lee is a man who can bravely face the status quo. So, he set Ikimori gently down on the couch. Stand up. Upstairs. Get the clothes. Get in the bathroom. Jiang Luan pressed the pause button and looked at her daughter triumphantly. I told you, letting him out is good for you, and you still don't believe me. Ikimori nodded his head with an I'm convinced expression as he clasped his legs and propped his chin up. What did you do last night? Ikimori, subset of. Touch where? Thighs? Or abs? Or face? It's not. Ikimori let go of the small hand covering her face, blinked, and pointed to her stomach. Somewhat puzzled, she looked at her mother, who was trying to speak. Oh. Jiang Luan revealed a mysterious smile. You're still too young. You'll understand these things when you grow up. Ikimori sad face. Zhang Yuanzhou. Chapter 67 Epilogue 1. The following afternoon. Inside a bomb shelter somewhere on the outskirts of the Magic City, Nie Qian came out of the bathroom and turned on the hairdryer just as she was about to blow out her hair. Seeing that Lin Xingxian was on the phone, he put down the hairdryer. In a dozen days, he was already bearded and disheveled, his valuable shirt half open. What had been a full upper leg now looked very dry and thin, but the hostile aura around him was even more prevalent. He ruffled up the instant noodles with his fork and took a big bite, responding from time to time with the phone clutched to his shoulder. Raising his eyes to look at Nie Qian, who had walked out of the bathroom, a rare tenderness flowed out of his eyes, pushing the remaining half bucket of noodles toward her. Nie Qian took a hairpin to clip up her wet hair, and next, took a small bite. Lin Xingxian reached out and ruffled the wet hair stuck to her cheeks, took the cell phone off his shoulder and crossed his legs as he talked to the opposite side of the room. I don't know what was said on the other side of the phone. His eyes suddenly became shadowy, as if he were a viper that hadn't fed all winter. Now you think to send for me? What? Want to kill to silence me? Lin Xingxian snorted. If I die, you guys can cover up those dirty deeds? Nie Qian knew that Lin Xingxian was talking to someone in the Lin family, every day at a fixed time. It was agreed that arrangements would be made today to get him out of the country. Now it's the deadline. Either things aren't looking too good, or it's the final encounter. Either way, she would soon be relieved. Stop bull asterisk 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 ting. Have you arranged it or not? Lin Xingxian was very impatient, her little thumb gently tapping on the receiver. Arrange for me to leave the country so you guys can still have a little more time to transfer your property. Otherwise I'll turn myself in. I may not get shot, but a lot of you will certainly die. So you can try. A few minutes later, he was satisfied with the answer. After negotiating some more terms to make sure he was clothed and fed when he left the country, he put down his cell phone. Standing up, he began to button up his shirt. Are you coming with me? Spoke to her, but did not look at her. It looked like he didn't think so, but his fingers were trembling and he couldn't snap the last one. Nie Qian raised her hand to fasten it for him and smiled gently. Of course we'll go together. Aha! Lin Xingxian held her hand. Good. He opened a safe behind the frame and took something out. Lin Xingxian had an extra pistol in his hand, as well as the belongings he had brought with him in his haste to come to this bomb shelter on the outskirts of the city, and he handed Nie Qian the purse that belonged to her. Why is there such a thing? Nie Qian looked at the pitch-black barrel with some trepidation. Lin Xingxian pinned it behind his waist. This is the last guarantee. Don't worry. No matter what, you'll be fine. He hefted his hand and gestured for her to take the bag. I'm going to check the surveillance while you clean up the house. At the mention of the word home, Lin Xingxuan's heart trembled a little for no reason. Suddenly it felt like this wasn't a flight, but a walk towards some wonderful place. Nie Qian took the bag and pointed to something in his hand. Can you not bring that thing? Lin Xingxuan's hand left the handle of the gun and smiled. It's on safety. Don't worry, it won't go off. Just afraid of accidents. She nodded without further insistence and walked to the bedroom. Lin Xingxian looked at her back with a gentle brow and turned to leave the cramped room. Inside the police station, Luo Yanran drank milk tea, ate stinky tofu, and stared at the computer screen, doing the lightest of the light work among a cadre of busy, anxious people. The youth across the street, who was crackling and writing case records, felt a stream of jealous sight and sneaked over to whisper a reminder. You should at least pretend a little. Luo Yanran inserted a piece of stinky tofu into his mouth, and he subconsciously chewed it. How does it taste? Yummy. She held up the milk tea again and handed it over. New product, try it. He took a sip and frowned. Too sweet. Luo Yenran nodded in satisfaction. Ning Cheng, now we are accomplices. Crowd. Ning Cheng coughed a few times and sat up straight, clenching his fist with one hand to block the blush on his face. Get to work. A young group member rolled his eyes and complained. Team leader, you're the one who's being hypocritical. Okay, we're all working. Ahem. Then keep up the good work. Luo Yenyan matter whisked the body, deep hiding the merits and fame. Keep eating the stinky tofu and staring at the screen. On the map, a red dot appeared abruptly. She panicked and grabbed her cell phone off to the side and received a message on it. Pudong T2. The red dot disappears quickly after the message is received. The people in the office stared at Luo Yenran in unison, seeing her snap on the police cap, which represents honor and responsibility. She stood straight and saluted. With the right words, team leader, a lead on the main suspect has been found. Ning Cheng's sword brows were slightly open, his eyes like electricity, gleaming as he stared at the cell phone message. Xiao Deng, go and notify the other case handling units. Yen Yen stay at the bureau to liaise. The others take a civilian car and follow me. Seeing Luo Yenyan trying to argue, Ning Cheng furrowed his brows and preempted. Obey orders. You're only in your internship now, and you're not capable of handling this mission. Luo Yenyan also knows that she shouldn't go. It's not that she doesn't dare, but mainly she is inexperienced, and it's easy to add to the chaos in this kind of case. Just wanted to be talked to like that by Ning Cheng. Really handsome. A group of people came out in a line, hand over hand, moving quickly and with serious faces. Naturally, she did not continue to touch the fish, and was responsible for liaison, which was also a very important task. After contacting all the units, more than half an hour had passed. The red dot reappeared. Luo Yenran synchronized the positioning information to Ning Cheng's communication device. This time, however, the positioning has been the airport's waiting room. Her heart grew restless, and then another message was received, confirming her unease. There's a gun. Her pupils shrunk, and she hastily opened the team's contact channel. Alert! Additional information available. Suspect is wearing a firearm. Alert! Additional information available. Suspect is wearing a firearm. Alert! Additional information available. Suspect is wearing a firearm. After repeating it 3 times, the squealing current was answered by a very serious voice. Continue to maintain contact. Please contact the airport and other units as soon as possible to prepare for an emergency so as to avoid civilian casualties. Understood. Even if you worry about it, the responsibility is primary. If a petty nature leads to failure to protect the property and lives of the public, Ning Cheng was really going to be disappointed in her, and she herself was going to be disappointed in herself. He's handled so many big cases, he'll be fine with this small scene. With a secret prayer in his mind, he pulled the landline and started contacting more synergistic departments following the process. From time to time, he raised his eyes to look out the window. A vehicle pulls out of the yard. A familiar face, young or old, walks determinedly towards their post. She was starting to get comfortable with it. 2. Chapter 68 Epilogue 2. Dozens of minutes ago, a middle-aged couple sits in an old fuel truck. It was a disguise that Lin Qingshan had prepared a long time ago. His face was covered with a face mask, still discreet, and a pair of round-framed glasses rested on the bridge of his nose. Nie Qian didn't wear a mask, but she also covered a face. Vehicles traveling on the viaduct. Lin Qingshuan's mouth began to curse continuously, the content completely devoid of logic. The trap was laid out so airtight that he didn't even react to it until the very end. Thanks to early preparation, the first time to follow the already prepared concealment process, hiding in the abandoned air raid shelters, nearly a week of tormenting agonizing fear, and the smoothness and tension of being about to come out of his cage now opened the floodgates of emotions he'd been holding back for so long. Old, undead fools, thinking that they can break their tails and give up some of their assets to survive? Lin Qingshuan's backslotted teeth made a toothsome rattling sound. He had gathered some information out of a need to gain the elders of his clan. This incident would never have gone that way with Amazingly alone. By the information received, the purpose is definitely not just him. As for not taking immediate action, it is only for fear that those rich people will no longer be willing to take over after being caught in a lawsuit. Lin Qingshan clearly know that the key people are absolutely all surveillance. Do what you can, but once there is a change will immediately be put behind bars. And for several days those old bastards have not moved. Absolutely deceived. Mistakenly thinking that they can pay the money to pass. Damn. Lin Qingshan slapped the steering wheel. A bunch of. If the focus was all on them, he would be in much less danger, and not in such a hurry to leave. The only thing that made him feel better was knowing that someone would be there to bury him. However, the person who planned this made Lin Qingshan sick to his stomach. This kind of big official, Actually really good enough to cooperate with this kind of person to set up a trap. I think this G family is also going to be finished. Bed bug, he's a bed bug. He could fail, but could not accept defeat at the hands of such a person. Prior to that, the problem had come up twice and he had solved it. The first time was because of a woman, and he didn't have control over it, but with this he was able to get a handle on it. The second time someone tried to get killed again. Didn't find out what did it, but spent a lot of money to completely eliminate the danger. Because of these two experiences, he learned a lot and stopped doing things in a loose manner. Spend almost all the resources you can on operating the area with the school at its core. The situation has been superb, and the bad things have been collected very thoroughly, just to be left alone when things go east. Everyone's weaknesses he held in his hands, and anyone who needed to take the fall from any angle was well chosen. For example, Constable Cho, whose son is away at school. Even if it's not good enough, he'll be able to pack up his belongings and extort the right kind of leverage to escape, but amazingly ruined it all, giving him no time to react at all. A lot of hard work down the drain. How could he not hate? The only thing Lin Xingxian couldn't understand was why there were so many resources surrounding this matter. It is completely out of line with the rules to investigate large conglomerates even when there is no empirical evidence. If you can't find out anything, and you get reacted to, you'll be jerked off completely from top to bottom. On the other hand, it is likely that they have already found out something in the dark, and that's why they are facing them in such a gentle manner. This is no longer an unusual stroke. Why would you trust this person? Amazingly, to such an extent, jealousy caused Lin Xingxuan's eyes to turn red. If the resources in the family could have been tilted in his favor earlier, how could it have come to this day? In the eyes of the co-pilot Nieqian was concern, and in her heart was unspeakable pain. She had finally waited for this day. Chapter 69 Epilogue 3, Airport. Ticket gate. Nieqian began to get jittery. Their likenesses were the same as the ID cards pinched in both men's hands. It even all passes facial recognition. She didn't know what means Lin Xingxian had used to actually get the gun through 2 security checks. The two sat down in the seats in the corner of the gate. Halfway through he went to the restroom, and now the pistol was on his belt. Lin Xingxian was very vigilant and waited until the riot police had patrolled to the farthest place before going to the restroom. And Nieqian didn't have any time to communicate with the police here. But there was no way she would let Lin Xingxian escape like this. Then what the hell was her whole year of humiliation? She wanted to take it herself, but Lin Xingxian was extremely defensive, and the probability of success was too low. And looking at Lin Xingxuan's cautious sitting position, the insurance should be on as well. Wait a little longer. If the police didn't arrive by the last 10 minutes before boarding, that was all she could do. Chang, you'll soon be able to rest in peace, she murmured in her mind. After the meeting, a synthesized voice came from the announcer's desk, informing passengers that the flight was leaving in 30 minutes. At the sound of the ding beep, both of their bodies suddenly tightened, and their holding hands both clenched and unclenched at the same time. Lin Xingxian glanced at Nieqian and smiled. Too nervous. Aha. She nodded. It's okay, it'll be over soon. Out of the corner of her eye, Nieqian glimpsed a young sweeper. The movements were skillful, but with looks and age like that, it was obvious that they wouldn't be able to do this kind of work. She withdrew her gaze and squeezed Lin Xingxuan's fingers, trying to divert his attention. Can we come back? He said softly. When the wind passes, the whole young will be fine, settled as a foreigner. The people in the country worship foreigners. In front of him, a man passed by, and Lin Xingxian stopped speaking, one hand feeling behind his waist in as slow a movement as possible. Nieqian's heart pounded. Good thing there's no anomalies. Waiting for someone to pass by, he relaxed again. The man turned a corner and held down his headphones. The suspect was alert and the raid didn't hold up. A pang of annoyance ran through Ning Cheng's mind. Stop checking tickets. Evacuate everyone except exit 13. Take cover. How's the sniper spot search going? There are no points on the flanks, and the probability of accidental injury from a frontal shot is over 95%. Cancel sniping and be ready for a strong attack when evacuation is complete. Get the paramedics ready. Time passed, and near exit 13 was a small supermarket with a decent amount of foot traffic. But after 10 minutes of work, the crowds were dwindling and the density of staff was beginning to increase. Nieqian looked for a topic to chat with Lin Xingxian to attract his attention, but eventually the anomaly was detected. Lin Xingxuan's breathing started to get ragged. Nieqian was like falling into an ice cave and could only pray in her heart. Nieqian didn't have time to stop a mother and daughter as they passed by. Lin Xingxian snatched her daughter from her mother's hands, pinched the back of her neck in a death grip, and pressed her into the cold stainless steel chair. Bang! The sound of glass shattering at the top followed. He crouched down and hid behind a stainless steel chair. The blackened barrel of the gun was pressed against the back of the little girl's head. All this time, how could he not understand? All suspicions, if any, were confirmed. The voice was raspy and resentful. Why betray me? Noise, panic, wailing, cries of pain, and the sound of police maintaining order resonate through the waiting halls of this international airport. Lin Qingxian didn't bother to hold the other hostages hostage. He just raised his gun and aimed it at the little girl, questioning the young girl who remained seated beside him. Lin Qingxian. Nie Qian reached out and gently soothed the girl who was sprawled on a chair and crying. Turn yourself in. Don't make me look down on you. Blood gradually covered his eyes. Why did you do that? Nie Qian gave a ridiculous expression. Lin Qingxuan's white teeth bit through her lip. So it's all a lie. And you can't understand me? Understand? Cheng Cheng's parents are like my real parents. She is like my real sister. You killed my sister and you want me to understand you? There was no greater sorrow than the death of the heart. And what little warmth Lin Qingxian had left died in the present. His gray lips stained with scarlet blood that flowed between his teeth. So you were counting on me from the start. And you were the one who contacted those ES a year ago? Bitch? Oh. Scum is scum. But that's not me. Asterisk 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 treadmill. It's still him. Lin Qingxuan's face was a mix of sinister and jealousy. You want the police to call him over? In order to protect the whistleblower. They would never let Yanli come to die either. So just die. His look grew more and more grim. What the hell is so good about him? Nie Qian continued to calm the little girl. Frowning, let go of this child first. Haven't you hurt enough people? The crowd at the airport had been quickly evacuated, leaving only the police with blast shields up, and loaded guns. Where are the negotiators? The middle-aged man with gray sideburns on one side lowered his headset and raised his hand. Hello, comrade. Our business has been taken care of. The suspect now has 2 hostages in his hands. Girls aged 7 years old exist as a realistic threat. Please ask if the background of the case is understood. He nodded, speaking quickly but spitting out the words very clearly. It was returned on the way here. I've been waiting for some time and have heard part of the conversation between the hostages and the suspect through your equipment. My recommendation is to go straight for the kill if conditions are right. Ning Chang. I'll make up the psychoanalysis afterward. You are in no way responsible for it. The conclusion is that there is a high probability that he will shoot. Not necessarily at whom. His partner on the field now is significantly more effective than mine. Ning Chang scratched his head. Now he's hiding behind the little girl. The negotiator nodded decisively. I'll go then. It was soon ready. He held up a horn, behind a blast shield, and spoke in as soft a tone as he could muster. Hello Mr. Lin. I'm a representative of the police and would like to. Bang! A burst of fire jetted out, leaving slugs on the blast shield. Cut the crap. Leave me alone if you don't want your hostages to die. The negotiator put down the speaker and looked at Ning Chang. It looks like the psychological team's analysis beforehand was very accurate. Ning Chang. He sighed and inclined his head to admonish the 2 colleagues beside him. You get the text to pull up a topographic map and look for flanking angles along the way. Ask the person in charge of the airport for assistance in finding a few more locations, as well as routes that can be traveled stealthily. Sniper instruments are too big. The risk factor is too high if you go over there. Use a pistol. I'll go. And you guys get ready. Understood. X2. Chapter 70 Epilogue 4. The hot barrel of the gun was pressed against the back of the little girl's head, and the little girl, who had been soothed and calmed down a bit, began to howl and struggle again as she was subjected to physical pain. Lin Qingxuan's eyes were crimson, and the movements of his hands became even harder, almost breaking her neck. Lin Qingxian. Nie Qian's eyes were wide with rage. Let her go. I'll just be your hostage. He taunted. Children are much more likely to compromise and give in when they are hostages, and she is much more valuable than you. Or do you feel emboldened by the fact that I won't shoot you? Lin Qingxian. If you don't let go of her, from now on, I won't say a word to you. Nie Qian took off her face skin and wig and dropped them on the ground. Lin Qingxian raised his eyes to look straight at her and snorted coldly. His eyes looked like they had formed a layer of frost. You think you're really that important? Nie Qian returned the favor with a look, and sure enough, she didn't say a word, just staring at each other. It seemed like a minute, and it seemed like a million years. Lin Qingxuan's hand steeply exerted force, and the girl stifled a grunt as her teeth knocked against the stainless steel seat, chipping one off. You're as vile as ever. Nie Qian inclined her head to the little girl, giving her comfort with a caress, and then, looking straight at him with disgusted eyes, a loss is a loss. Why don't you dare to face your end? To put it bluntly, you are nothing but a coward. Over and over again. I've been told I hate the upper echelons of the family, that they are beasts in their clothing, but I simply don't have the courage to deal with them. Just bully the weak with their same or even more beastly tactics in exchange for being a bargaining chip for them. That's your ideal? Change it to a crowning statement and say it to fool yourself? At a time like this, at least let me look at you a little. Nie Qian was sincere in these words, wanting to provoke him and succeed in replacing the little girl. In the silent waiting hall, Lin Qingxuan's crazy and wanton laughter began to echo. He laughed so hard he could barely breathe. So it's the old good triumphs over evil act again. He took a few breaths and grimaced. Well, he snapped. Then I'll give you that chance. I'll leave the girl alone and turn myself in. But you're going to die. Nie Qian reached her goal and nodded without thinking. Yes, let her go. Lin Qingxian aimed the gun at her, lifted the back of the little girl's collar and placed it on the clean yet cold tile floor behind the stainless steel chair. Ignoring the barrel of the gun, Nie Qian turned and knelt on the stainless steel chair, reached out to touch the girl's hair and pointed ahead. Those police uncles will protect you. Encouraged, she wiped her face and stumbled toward the wall of people. Nie Qian stiffened. Lin Qingxian wrapped his arms around her from behind. He hid his head behind her back and spoke in a voice only two could hear. I'm true to my word to you, and this gun won't be fired at you. But please, will you give me some time? When I'm done, I'll give you all the evidence of the Lin family. Nie Qian looked at the little girl's back and was silent for a while before finally nodding her head gently. Lin Qingxian sighed in relief and showed a look of relief. The tone was no longer the same as it had been a moment ago. It was gentle. You're right. I'm a piece of. After falling in love with you, I regret it. Those things that used to be desperately craved don't matter at all. He sighed. Alas, it's a shame time can't be turned back. You saved the girl. You get to live as a hero from now on, and I'll get what I deserve. Lin Qingxian fumbled with his pockets, and Nie Qian felt her fingers being hooked by something cold. I picked up a piece of scrap iron and spent a long time polishing an iron ring on a bomb shelter scrap lathe that I was going to put on you on the plane. You're really good. You even fooled me. I understand that if I hadn't done those things, you would have sincerely sympathized with me and we really would have been together. Not like this. But, don't you have a little genuine fondness for me? Nie Qian watched as the little girl was cradled in the arms of a police officer and the paramedics began to check for injuries. She was relieved. Turn your head. The expression on his face was as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. She gritted her teeth and said, every time, I am so disgusted that I want to vomit. There's no way I'm going to be with someone like you. And if it's not for revenge, I'd rather die. Lin Qingxian closed his eyes in pain. So who is it that you think of when you look at me with affection? Can you tell me the answer? Chang has a brother. She clenched and unclenched her fists, leaving only hatred in her eyes. If it wasn't for you, he would have gone to college with me, and I would have been incredibly happy at school with him and Chang. Since you destroyed my happiness, stop saying such things. It's really disgusting. Nie Qian secretly used her thumb to peel off the metal ring on her index finger. The metal ring struck the stainless steel seat with a crisp sound and landed on the floor rolling towards the distance. Lin Qingxian used his feet to reach it, but couldn't reach. His gray lips gently trembled and mumbled out, Nie Qian, that is my last. A little bit of my heart's desire. Ah. His eyes were nothing but paranoia. A heart that was already somewhat weak filled with monstrous possession. Why won't you just save me? Tell me you'll always wait for me. Tell me. He pressed the barrel of the gun hard against Nie Qian's forehead. She looked indifferent and snorted coldly. Garbage is garbage. Go ahead and shoot. You think I care? In order to give yourself a little psychological backbone, you thought of compelling me with such words. By now, still thinking of self-interest. If you truly like someone, shouldn't you let go of her if it will hold her back? If you're genuinely repentant and don't want to kill anyone, why do you carry a pistol? That's ridiculous. I love Zhao Yangshi, but I'm dirty now. Dead or alive. I won't hold him back. I'm better than you. Much better. She was full of pride even if she was covered in mud and held her chin high. You don't deserve me. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. He wrenched the battering ram and said viciously, do you still want the evidence? Nie Qian shook her head. You've been wanting to get the Lin family killed for a long time, so you must have been preparing for it for a long time. Shoot me. That way you can be shot too. Save yourself the trouble of sitting in jail for a dozen years and coming out to disgust others. Lin Qingxian completely collapsed. The wailing was interspersed with hissing, as if the trigger would be pulled the next instant. Several snipers, hiding behind riot shields, raised and lowered their rifles. A few older officers, behind blast shields, gestured placatingly, looking anxious, and the corners of Nie Qian's mouth curled up slightly as she died with an incomparable inner peace. She had completely crushed Lin Qingxian. Chang, I won. Nie Qian closed her eyes in triumphant pride and reassurance. Chapter 71 Epilogue 5. All the cacophony disappeared at that moment. Nie Qian wanted to freeze the last moment in the happiest time. Unfortunately, it can't be as good as it could be. It turns out that at times like this, it really is involuntary. The first thing that came to mind was 5-year-old her. Dirty crocheted girl. It was the first time I came out of the village to the big city and the first time I saw an asphalt road, but she wasn't happy at all. Neither got to eat KFC nor go to an amusement park, because Dad died. The first day he left the village to build a road for the townspeople. He was run into the dirt by a road roller. All she had on was a wide t-shirt with holes in it, not even a pair of pants, and she clutched an effigy in her hands as she knelt behind a slab of asphalt. The grandmother next to her grabbed her hard with a hidden movement and she wailed in pain under the crowd of onlookers. The closest man, looking young and wearing an ill-fitting suit, held a cell phone, very rare at the time, and made the call with a frown on his face. A lifetime of memories begins with this image. A scene came to mind like a walk in the park. Kicked out of the house with Mom by Grandma. Come to the big city and get uprooted. Mom took her to marry a man from the city and she has a father again. But her stepfather was a heavy drinker. And when he was drunk, he would hit and call her a drag. The first time she was beaten, her mom jumped on her. At some point, Mom would turn her back, and then later, there was not even comfort after a beating. Then Mom had a brother. She's even more redundant. Until the day she was almost killed by her stepfather when she was 8 years old. The picture is starting to take on color. A new mom and dad showed up. Nie Qian closed her eyes tightly as a smile reappeared on her face. They paid the medical bills of the dying, abandoned her, realizing that no one cared. They kindly adopted her. After the wound healed, in addition to her new mom and dad, she has a beautiful older sister, and an adorable younger brother. The new mom and dad treat her better than her own out of sympathy. As a result, she was beaten again, but this time it didn't hurt. It was the older sister and younger brother who hit them out of jealousy. They weren't very strong and it was like scratching an itch for Nie Qian. But then the new mom and dad found out. It was the turn of the sister and brother to be beaten. Nie Qian knelt on the ground and begged for mercy in a hoarse voice. That night, the family had a long talk. For the first time she slept in a bed with her brother and sister. It's a family for good. Lost and found, but gained and lost again. How could she fall in love with Lin Qingxian? There is only hatred. The sound of a gunshot brought her back to reality, and her body shuddered. Thoughts, however, did not fall into the darkness, and hearing several more gunshots, she still felt no pain, and slowly turned around. Seeing the scene before her, she lifted her foot. I'm in position. Good visibility. Requesting fire. Ning Chang had made a big detour to his destination and was a bit out of breath at this point. He leaned against the support pillar, his index finger rubbing the trigger, adjusting his breathing in preparation. Firing permitted. Came the clear command over the headset. Understood. Ning Chang had been on the front line of cases for many years and knew what this order meant in the current situation. If possible, they may not be shot. Turn around. Raise the gun. Aim for the target. Stabilization. Everything is done in 2 seconds. Bang! The blackened barrel of the gun, spewing fire, the bullet hit the suspect's wrist without incident. Ow! The mournful screams rang out at the same time as several gun-toting policemen rushed out of the wall formed by the riot shield. The suspect in front of him resisted the pain and touched the firearm with his left hand. Ning Chang sighed in his heart. When this action occurs, it has to be shot down. As he raised his gun to take aim, a ray of residual sunlight refracted through the glass just enough to mesmerize him. Shooting, he was 90% sure of killing his target. But he didn't dare gamble on the possibility of accidental injury. Ning Chang took a step to the left, dodging the dazzling sunlight, took aim, and pulled the trigger again. The bullet struck him precisely in the center of the brow. Scarlet blood slowly flowed out of the hole in Lin Qingxuan's brow. His eyes bulged out in death, but with the last of his strength, he pulled the trigger. A bullet penetrated Ning Chang's arm. Ning Chang couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt and covered his wound. And then there was a burst of gunfire like popping beans. Lin Qingxian begged for mercy and was beaten to death. Team leader, Team Ning. A group of people rushed over. Ning Chang instantly regained his composure from the pain. The bullet went out of the body, through and through, and only injured the muscle tissue of the lower arm. He covered his arm and exclaimed, I'm fine. Looking at the scene of Lin Qingxian, who was in an extremely tragic state of death and even had to be flogged. Ning Chang hurriedly said, I'm fine. Hurry up and stop the hostages from destroying the scene. The girl's tearful eyes were hazy, but her feet were kicking hard at Lin Qingxuan's corpse. Hearing Ning Chang's voice, he stopped moving. Taking a bank card out of his bag, he threw it at him. Start kicking again. Crowd. One of the first to arrive was a female police officer. She ran towards Nie Qian, then held her upper body in a death grip. As for the lower body, I'm sorry, there's nothing more she can do. It's all spoiled anyway. Those who had law enforcement recorders on them moved neatly to turn their backs and looked at Ning Chang with concern. Ning Chang. A dozen seconds later, Morn Kong, who had taken over command, ran over. The policewoman pulled Nie Qian away just in time. The paramedics also rushed over and bandaged Ning Cheng's arm wound. Morning Kong looked at the scene and covered his forehead, sipping his teeth. Ning Cheng explained his actions while being bandaged by the medic, and finally sighed. Bureau Chen. I'm sorry, there was nothing I could do at the time. You're absolutely right. I'm annoyed with. He looked around at the circle of subordinates whose eyes were fluttering. What the hell do you guys think? How are you going to explain to the inspector if the suspect is beaten up like this? Furthermore, the field is so smooth. What if there is a ricochet situation and an accidental injury? Report, just had no vision. Didn't know the suspect had been killed by Teen Ning. Report, we're all first-class shooters and we're guaranteed to hit the body without the bullet bouncing. If you don't believe me, wait and see. I judge the tiles under his body to be intact. Morning Kong rubbed his brow fiercely and waved his hand. Alright, hurry up and cooperate with the airport staff to restore order. The crowd began to go about their business. Chen Kong was also going to make good. And as he lifted his foot, he thought of something and suddenly glanced back at Ning Cheng. Frowning, where's the bulletproof vest? I didn't realize there was a gun until I left the house and didn't have time to get it. Don't you know how to ask someone to borrow one? It was a tense situation and it was just too late. And it was my arm that was hit, so wearing it wouldn't have helped. Morn's cheeks jerked at the bar. So it's all my fault? Ning Cheng hurriedly looked back for a patch. I'll write a review. Right. Credit is more like it. Chen Kong turned his back. You follow the doctor to take a film. If there's no problem, go straight back. By the way, repeat what you just said. It's useless even if you wear it to your little girlfriend, so you can remember it later. Ning Cheng. Chapter 72 Epilogue 6. Early the next morning, on the pillow, the lilting sound of a children's song plays. I'm on the side of the road. Found a penny. Amazingly would have been awake. Today is the day of Zhao Qingqing's funeral. He saw the contact and sat up from his bed. Hey, Dad. Well, it's been cooling down lately, it's cold, so remember to wear more. Good, and you pay attention. Anything? I need you to go to City Hall in the morning. The leader said there are some things to explain. I'm not sure exactly. Case closed? I'm not sure. They said they'd send a car to pick you up. Soon. Good. Beside him, Ikimore opened one eye when the phone rang. Seeing that Li Yan had started to put on his jacket, he opened another one. I'm going out now. He'd said hello yesterday. So Ikimori yawned and rolled over to go back to sleep. A black sedan pulled up in front of the door. The windows rolled down. And Morning Kong waved him over and handed him a bag of buns. Have some. Li Yan took the bag and ate the bun in 3 or 2 bites. The car was traveling through the streets. The villa was on the outskirts of the city and the stretch of road wasn't clogged. Amazingly sneaked a peek at the morning generosity of the cigarette refresher. It's pretty tiring to watch, but the mood seems good. Lin Qingxian was arrested? Li Yan really couldn't hold back and asked. Morning Kong shook his head. Amazingly frowned. Morning Kong said, shot down. Li Yan frowned again. Where's Nie Qian? Safe and sound. A smile began to spread from the corners of Li Yan's mouth to his entire face, and he excitedly patted Chen Kong on the shoulder. Awesome, hey. Morning generosity leathery smile. Should be. Only then did Li Yan awkwardly withdraw his hand and cower in the corner. Shivering. Arrived at City Hall and was introduced to an office. There was a kindly middle-aged man sitting at the desk, cupping a pen in his palm. He pointed to the couch. Not awake? Slept late yesterday. He sat down obediently. Young people have to take care of their health too. They have to go to bed early and get up early. Yes. He took the cup of tea and thanked him. The middle-aged man's face was gentle. Your father said you don't need a commendation. I think it's better to ask myself about this matter. Li Yan sighed and put down his teacup. This is so unfair. Someone suffered and I was rewarded for it. And it's going to interfere with my school life unnecessarily. He smiled. Then we will honor my wishes without fanfare. And the reward that is due will still be given. Well, it doesn't matter as long as it's not publicized. Li Yan sighed in relief. There is one more thing that needs to be communicated to you. Go ahead. This case needs to be kept confidential. Amazingly certainly wouldn't talk nonsense. But his good mood disappeared. And he couldn't help but furrow his brow and bite his teeth. Finally holding back his anger. Is it because smearing certain tax-paying businesses will cause losses? No. The middle-aged man laughed again. Since you're so curious, there's no harm in telling you some of it. Many parties will be liquidated, including the interest group you guessed. And we already have some evidence. They do things that are not tolerated by thinking about economics. Amazingly blushed and scratched his head. Sorry, that's something I won't spread. It doesn't matter. You won't be believed even if you shout downstairs at them. The middle-aged man sneered. Amazingly, the reason I said I wanted you to keep it a secret was because of another issue. It's extremely difficult to produce a good university, and it's extremely costly to inform the school once its status is in tatters. And many of the teachers are not involved in the case, so if public opinion is generated, it can't help but affect them. Amazing Lee nodded. That's fine with me. I have school to go to. Might as well make it better. The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. Thank you for your cooperation. Can I go now? You want to talk to an old man like me again? I'd be fine with that. Amazing Lee. He gently closed the office door. A long sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. Chapter 73 Epilogue 7. The matter is clear. The police officer took off his hat, signaled everyone to sit down, and asked Zhao Qingqing's family, is he allowed to be present? The slim woman barely managed to squeeze out a smile towards Li Yan. Of course. In the restroom of the cemetery east of the city, the officer pulled out the dossier. It started when your daughter was inadvertently made aware of actual evidence that Lin and the offender on campus had sexually assaulted the victim. On XX/XX/XXXX, reported to no avail. 3 days later, rumors began to circulate within the school about the impact of the public opinion she herself had circulated about being violated. The head of general services at a school, fearful of being exposed, lured your daughter onto a balcony and pushed her off to fall to her death. The officer sighed. Behavior was in the line of duty. Zhao's mother covered her mouth. I knew it. My daughter definitely wouldn't kill herself. Zhao father cried and laughed at the same time. She is not aggrieved. I thought she could not stand the aggression. All of Zhao Qingqing's family members cried bitterly. Mother Zhao sobbed with her hand on Li Yan's shoulder. My daughter really knows you well. She says it's the best fit with you. It's the same way you use it. Clarity. My baby ah. They were crying uncontrollably, and amazingly walked out of the lounge at his own risk and smoked in the doorway. Not long after, Zhao Yangshi walked up to him with red eyes. Auntie looks much better than she did a few days ago. Li Yan said hoarsely. After I got home to Mordor, I cried for a while and came back to my senses. But it's always crying at home. But it always gets better every day. R.I.P. and condolences. Zhao Yangshi sniffled. After being sad for so many years, it's good to know that my sister isn't aggrieved. So it's comforting at least. Amazingly nodded. Did you know my sister likes you? She's actually told me that many times. That year, Amazing Lee walked onto a high school campus for the first time and began the same hot summer that countless others had experienced. He only had one thing on his mind then: studying. Because of his experiences as a child, he was always a step behind in his schooling. It's not a bad score to get a good school close to home, but whenever he was tirelessly indulging in the sea of learning, someone was always trying to wreak havoc. Hi, my name is Zhou Chang and I'm the disciplinarian. The girl has some freckles on her nose, but her skin is white and her figure is tall. And she dresses differently from her peers, often boldly wearing skirts or very short shorts, and smiling and very sunny. There's no one who wouldn't have a crush on her the first time they met. Li Yan, on the other hand, was one of the rare boys who wasn't interested in her. Because I was raised to like girls, I don't feel comfortable with this kind of sudden contact. It is especially a critical time to catch up on your studies. Aha! Li Yan nodded perfunctorily. At that time, Li Yan's personality is withdrawn, rarely communicate with classmates. The most way is to nod in him 2 times. Few would seek him out a second time, but Zhao Changcheng is clearly an exception. She caught up with Amazing Li and said bluntly, interested in a relationship? Is sick. Li Yan also said bluntly, I'm sorry. Zhao Changcheng felt a little guilty. She didn't say anything else, but still followed suit. Li Yan got impatient. Can you stop following me? Zhao Changcheng looked at him with some guilt, as if afraid of poking his pain, and carefully said, your disease can be cured? Amazing Li, I'm not sick at all. Zhao Changcheng pondered for a moment and revealed a shocked expression. You're actually scolding me, at the expense of me caring about you. So Zhao Changcheng, who believes she has been let down, decides to let Li Yan not have a day of peace, including and not limited to, sneak attack from behind and put Amazing Li down, sitting across from Li Yan during meals and grabbing the soup he was beating, steal Amazing Li's exercise book and copy the standard answers where he intends to do them that day. All of this, he could put up with. But his classmates quit. Mr. Amazing Li. Oh, it's the class president. The homeroom teacher is looking for me? No, the class president sighed. Euphemistically. Our class hasn't won a red runner's flag in 2 weeks. Do you have a clue? No way. Of course, I did hear about it. The class president was very cadre-like. It's because you offended the student council's disciplinarian. So she's a little extra strict with our class. What do you think? I think it spurred us on. She pointed out the window. And both of them looked over at the same time. By the windowsill, Zhao Qingqing's slender fingers elegantly and slowly rubbed across the windowsill. Taking out her logbook, she gently ruffled the hair on her forehead. From your jacket pocket, using your index finger and thumb, Pinch out the red pen. A slow X was typed in the transcript. Squad leader, what do you think? Li Yan held his chin and nodded. She is indeed very sick. Class president. If you don't have a flowing red flag next week, I'm going to tell the homeroom teacher that he's not impressed with you. And what are you going to do in case he doesn't want to tutor you carefully anymore? So, Li Yan could only look for Zhao Chengcheng to beg for peace. Of course, he later realized that the class president was Zhao Chengcheng's best friend, but using this as blackmail, amazingly signed some unequal treaties. No ahas when we see each other. No picking an afternoon to play with her on the weekend. No walking her to the bus stop when she gets home from school on Fridays, and so on. This was still the treaty that was downgraded after amazingly argued his case. If you like a girl, don't always spy on her. Be bold and pursue no. Once in the cafeteria, Zhao Chengcheng said with some embarrassment. Amazingly frowned. What the hell? Don't pretend. I know what's on your mind. Why do you keep sneaking glances at me? She blushed. Amazingly pointed to her t-shirt. You have a hole in your shirt. As a result, his exercise book was stolen for a day. One weekend. The library, a routine afternoon of play. Zhao Chengcheng covered her stomach. I'm on my period. Congratulations, Li Yan said perfunctorily. I have a stomach ache. Li Yan looked at her pale face. So he said, you should go home early. I know there are ways to alleviate it. Zhao Chengcheng sighed. Stew me a cup of chicken soup. Go to the pharmacy and buy some motherwort. I'll come to your house to eat at noon tomorrow. Amazingly said expressionlessly. There's a pharmacy downstairs. Get some ibuprofen. Then they were thrown out of the library for arguing. Zhao Chengcheng still ate the motherwort chicken soup she had been longing for, even though it was store-bought and she paid for it herself. Li Yan also tasted a few bites and the flavor was okay. Chapter 74 Epilogue 8. The vast majority of the school is residential, while Li Yan's family is close by and runs a day school. Zhao Chengcheng started to ask him to help bring breakfast. Li Yan did not refuse. The main thing is that although Zhao Chengcheng is hanging around every day, but his academic performance is very good, and when he is tutored, he also has 50% of the class teacher's strength. The homeroom teacher has been getting a little tired of him lately, so amazingly needs a change of scenery. After bringing breakfast a couple times, the school started to gossip. Li Yan didn't care. Zhao Chengcheng cared a lot. They're all talking about us. Don't care about that. I girls still want to be clean. Zhao Chengcheng looked at him expectantly. What do you think should be done? Li Yan pondered for a moment. The new math teacher in the next class is very motivated, so I don't need to trouble you for now. And the breakfast cafeteria is not bad. That math teacher is a relative of mine. Amazingly, Zhao Chengcheng flashed a smile. I just found out the other day that the president of our class is your BFF. Amazingly countered. Zhao Chengcheng's smile stalled. Watch the VCR about this breakfast delivery thing. Amazingly said, pulling out his cell phone. Seeing the screen of his own swinging open the plastic bag, Zhao Chengcheng was furious. Talking about a relationship will die off. My family wanted me to go to college close to home, and since you're a senior, you should know the scoreline for that school. Unlike you, I don't have a choice. Li Yan sighed. If you don't want to be friends, forget it. Zhao Chengcheng grumbled in anger and left, but still together at dinner. After this time, Zhao Chengcheng decided that beating around the bush was useless to Li Yan and started to play straight balls. Eventually the confessions came like a routine. 3 or 5 days. Amazing Li is immune. Zhao Chengcheng did not take long to get tired of it, and slowly perfumed it. But the two are certainly becoming more and more like friends. Unfortunately, then something happened. One night, at the end of night study, it started raining. Li Yan brought an umbrella, so he volunteered to help his classmates who didn't have umbrellas on duty, so that he wouldn't have a hard time going back if it rained heavily. By the time the duty was done, it was just about time for the seniors to finish their self-study. On the stairs, he met Zhao Chengcheng. The two stopped under the eaves of the house. Zhao Chengcheng sighed. It's raining so hard. It's okay. Amazingly looked at the apparently smaller curtain of rain. It did get pretty heavy just now, but I didn't bring an umbrella, so I'm afraid I'll get wet. Li Yan's face was expressionless. No, that your roommate. Right. Go back together. Housemate. Zhao Chengcheng. She's picking up her boyfriend. Her boyfriend's on the prowl or something. Where to pick up? The roommate ran away under Zhao Chengcheng's murderous gaze. The showers were all one big burst. As we speak, the rain is coming down again. She looked at Li Yan with a smile on her face. He sighed. Let me walk you to your dorm room. But the rain is so heavy. I'm afraid my shoes will get wet. So you carry me. Zhao Chengcheng revealed a mesmerizing smile. So she took off the rain boots on her feet. Rain boots? The corner of Zhao Chengcheng's mouth twitched. Li Yan looked at her and opened his umbrella. Don't you want to go back to rest early? We still have to run in the morning. Let's go. Where is Zhao Chengcheng going to put her face when it comes to this? Exasperated, she took off her rain boots and threw them down the drain, clapping her hands together. Now there's no problem. It's clearly a toss-up for him. Li Yan took off the rain boots, but also handed over the umbrella. Exasperated, you take it to where? The umbrella also give you this always okay. Zhao Qingqing's breath smoldered as her thumb and forefinger elegantly picked up Li Yan's rain boots and threw them into the sewer. You're sick. Li Yan couldn't bear it. What kind of man is as petty as you? Would it kill you to carry me? The two were quarreling and arguing a lot. The principal and the head teacher later intervened. The two men each said what happened. Zhao Changchang is not too reasonable. Li Yan calmed down and intended to help her say a few words. However, Li Yan was just about to speak when Zhao Changchang's homeroom teacher came and simply said, Changchang scored 687 points on this mock test. The principal immediately changed his face. I say, Mr. Li Yan. Men do need to be more atmospheric. Li Yan flung his umbrella and left. Then disciplining me is it? This matter? Later Zhao Changchang approached him to apologize, but the relationship between the two went cold. It was already the end of the first semester, and Zhao Changchang also needed to study hard. Unequal treaties were abolished without a word. The two saw less and less of each other. During the second semester, you can only meet them once a month almost by chance, until the end of the college entrance examination. The two met by chance and Zhao Changchang invited him to drink a cup of milk tea. I got into the college of your choice. She was all smiles. Li Yan breathed a sigh of relief and also smiled. Congratulations. And so on. What the hell, my favorite college? You have to cheer up. Young man. Zhao Changchang looked like a senior. I'll break into the world then and wait for you to come. Amazingly. Ugh. It did affect you then. Even if I tried to teach you with all my heart, I still wasted your time. She shook her head helplessly. Your grades were so much worse. I decided not to interfere with you and wait for you to go to the same university as me. Saying that, she inclined her head and muttered, I can't believe you didn't even look for me. Cold man. Not afraid that I'll have my Taoist heart broken and get bad grades on my exams. Amazingly ignored the latter sentence and laughed. Okay, I'll be cheering. Finally, the walk out of the store. Zhao Changchang blinked and playfully spat out her tongue. Love you yo. Amazingly doesn't remember how he walked out of that milk tea store. Later, he seems to have started the day he enrolled. Stuck there again. Li Yan reminisced and recounted those vague past events with Zhao Yangshi. Wow. At that time, I was really angry. What kind of person would do that? Throwing my rain boots in. Yan Li was indignant. That principal was also screwed up stuff. I was going to make a big deal out of it. It pissed me off. I don't know when the tears started to flow from my eyes and my voice started to choke. He realized that he remembered almost everything. Until finally, the words, I might have liked her a little bit. Distant afternoons. That first meeting sunny smile. By the windowsill. That staged cuteness. The shyness turned to exasperation in the cafeteria. At the dinner table, pale face still giving him the look of chicken soup. Office, sizing him up carefully, and gamely inclining her head when she was noticed. Milk tea store, generously speaking out of the heart and shy to see the back of the people. Li Yan couldn't hold back any longer and lost his voice. For the first time, cry out in a big way. Those who hold back, those aggravations, those pains, those who are not willing, all that hate, those things that the heart has been hiding for so long that it doesn't want to admit it, all jumbled together into feelings that made him ache. It's finally time to release it. After a long time, he gasped and looked up, but everyone had a mournful look on their face, and no one showed any sign of mockery. Leaving, Li Yan told Zhao Qingqing's parents, I'll write it down and give it to you when I'm free. Instead, they shook their heads and refused. That's your own stuff. You don't need to give it to us. Zhao Yangshi's family, since then, stayed and settled in Magic City, but amazingly rarely saw it. Nie Qian changed to a university close to her home, and Zhao Yangshi entered the same school. Zhou's father is working as a police officer and Zhou's mother owns a flower store. When Nie Qian and Zhao Yangshi got married, they didn't have time to attend, and Li Yan sent a gift. Never crossed paths again. Occasionally, I recall the incident. Amazingly always had no reason to think they would have a good time. May the departed rest in peace. Except for that sieve. Of course. Hello, my name is Zhao Changchang. I'm the disciplinary committee member of the student council. Can we have a relationship? Of course. The boy nodded. Woman, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Zhao Changchang was silent for a moment, backing up on stiff feet. I'll think about it. P.S. Write me EMO. I'll write the extras for this thread when it's finished. Chapter 75, Rebellion. Airport. In the drizzle, Zhang Yuanzhou drove out in his car, and Ji Wanli sat in the passenger side, yawning. I have been out of the country for more than half a month and I miss my little one at home. Go and take a look before you go to the company meeting. It's winter, isn't it? Aha. Jiang Yuanzhou responded absent-mindedly. Traffic on the elevated road was a bit congested, and he reached down to move the map, and there seemed to be an accident up ahead. What honk? Jiang Yuanzhou changed lanes, was dripped several times, could not help but curse out. Usually Jiang Yuanzhou does not road rage. Ji Wanli looked at the time. His heart was clear. Why bother to personally come to pick me up? Stay at home and cook for stranger is not good. Ji Wanli put his chair back and reclined comfortably. He wasn't in a hurry. How's it going at home? Jiang Yuanzhou sighed. You'll know when you get back. Ikari sat up straight nervously. What's wrong with the stranger? Not adjusting to the new home? Or being bullied at school? None of it. She can fit in anywhere with Li Yan. It's just that she didn't go to school at all. Li Yan came back to eat at noon, and would come back first thing during lunch break and after school to stay with Ji Moore. So she's kinda happy. These days there are 2 other pets. A blue cat and a hamster. And when Li Yan is not around he runs to the kennel and gives the cat and mouse training. Ask the psychiatrist later. Ikari said. A little worried. Keeping fish is fine. Torturing mammals is a bit of a problem. Jiang Yuanzhou shook her head. Didn't torture them, and was precious. She named the hamster Stranger and the cat Little Fire, letting Jiang Wan call them every day. The cat already understands them. The hamster is still struggling a bit. It's rumored that next, Ji Moore is going to teach them to fall in love. Stranger is really challenging. Ji Wanli was somewhat relieved that his daughter had regained her childhood character. He looked over at Jiang Yuanzhou, who clearly had depressive tendencies. So what happened to you? Li Yan really isn't a thing. Jiang Yuanzhou ground his teeth. Bringing milk tea to Chi Moore after school at noon, and bringing baklava to Chi Moore after school in the afternoon. Chi Moore has been completely taught by him, and now I can't even finish the meals I make at night. Ikwani, worrying for nothing. Find an exit off the elevated and the road below is much better. It didn't take long to arrive near the campus of Mordor University. 2 blocks from the campus, there is a tributary of the Huangpu River. The property is on a long, narrow plot, with dozens of villas along the river and high-rise apartments in the back row. Riverview counts as being played by the developers to understand. Ikari put on his jacket and got out of the car. The villa is furnished and decorated as it was in the one on the outskirts of the city. The yard definitely wasn't as big as the one on the outskirts of the city, but Ji Wanli had found a way to expand it. The pond cannot be dug, but at least the garden pavilion should still have. Looking around, Ji Wanli is quite satisfied. Walking into the hall, Chi Moore was lounging on the couch with a months-old blue cat cub with a hamster on its stomach. Ikamo shoved a chip into his mouth, then a piece of freeze-dry for the cat and a melon nut for the hamster. Stranger Icky and Stranger the hamster, in a very happy mood. It's just that the blue cat isn't in a good mood, probably because I was watching Cat and Mouse today. Ji Wanli walked into the kitchen, where Jiang Luan helped put away the dishes and chatted with Wu Ma. Back, boss, something to eat. Ji Wanli rubbed Jiang Luan's shoulders and shook his head. I ate on the airplane. I'm not hungry. Jiang Luan looked worried when she saw him, pulling him out of the kitchen. What's wrong? Look at the state of the stranger. Ikari, what's the problem? It doesn't feel like much has changed. Ikimore turned his head to see Ikki Miles and reached out. Hi. Ikari reached out in greeting as well, about to go over and sit down, intending to try and see if he could stick it to his daughter today, but Jiang Luan pulled back. Look again. A few minutes later, Ikimore picked up his Coke and drank it down, belching. Keep watching TV. Jiang Luan looked at Ji Wanli. Understand? Ji Wanli was confused. It's okay to drink a little carbonated beverage when you're all grown up. Okay, you're coming out with me. The 2 couples entered the gazebo. Ji Wanli lit a cigarette, playing with the rubbing stone on his lighter, looking at the rain curtain outside the pavilion, and showing a guilty look. Wife, you've worked hard these past few days. I'm not giving you dumb riddles. Jiang Luan leaned over the table and said helplessly, you work much harder than me. It's GMO who's really not right. She's not just like this today. She's been the same every day lately. After sending Li Yan out in the morning, she takes her cell phone and sends him a message. After lunch, she plays chess with him in the garden. When Li Yan leaves, she goes to the pet room to play for a while or watch TV for a while, and then goes to take a nap. When Li Yan comes back, she gets tired with him and goes to bed happily. In just a few days' work, she's already assaulted fish. I went to a psychiatrist before I moved here and described Ikimore's status. The doctor said she's settled down and is perfectly capable of starting to reach out to the outside world and even learning to talk. But she doesn't want to. There was a time when even Li Yan wanted to go out for a stroll, and Chi Moore was pestering him to keep him away. Ji Wanli frowned. Doesn't she listen to you the most? She has her own opinions now. The rebellious period has arrived. Jiang Luan clasped her hands to her chest and grunted in anger. Suddenly she woke up one morning and wouldn't listen. Ji Wanli, what about Li Yan? You tell him to think of something. Jiang Wan sighed. It's because she felt like taking Li Yan under her wing that she suddenly became assertive. After the dust settled from the previous matter, Li Yan's willpower fell off a cliff. Chiemo can do anything as soon as he is pampered. And Chiemo now thinks that he can kiss on his own. Jiang Wan was high on melon seeds. Yin and yang, really powerful it. All rely on themselves. Do not want mom. Saying that, she began to sigh continuously again. I can't even enter her room now. If it wasn't for the bathing thing, Li Yan, that still holds up. I'd be completely useless. Ji Wanli frowned. This situation would be serious. Advise Li Yan to hold on. Jiang Wan rolled her eyes. That's not it. Li Yan, he is definitely not going to do that. It's Ikimore who thinks he's got the hang of it. Showed her a couple of TV shows and now when she says she's aggravated, she can oink when she says she's oinking. Turns around and makes faces at me. Which pisses me off. She's even nastier now than she was as a kid. Yesterday I ordered a bed and moved it into Ikimore's room so they could sleep separately and sanction Ikimore. That's what she did. And amazingly didn't even last a minute. Ji Wanli was envious. Can you think of a way to get stranger to pander to me as well? Jiang Wan sank a face. You think this is good? If it continues, they won't be able to get along. And Li Yan is treating Ji more and more like a sister. When some other girl takes over Li Yan's heart someday, Ji can only return to his old self. Ik Manri tugged awkwardly at his cuffs. I was just kidding. No wonder Jiang Yuanzhou was in a bad mood today. He should have felt it too. What's to be done? Jiang Wan threw the melon rind in her hand into the trash can. It's time to let Ji have a little sense of crisis. Chapter 76, the beginning of a daily routine? After the school resumed regular classes, all kinds of rumors spread, involving some innocent teachers. The school's new leadership, prepared to respond, hired lawyers on behalf of the wrong teachers, and sued several students for defamation for serious rumor mongering. After they publicly admitted their mistake, the case was dropped. It was just given a week's suspension for reflection. The fire is very skillfully held. No one dared to fan the flames again. It's not something that gets mentioned much in school. As for those girls who were harmed, naturally the officials will not publicize it, and they can quietly continue their studies at the school or be transferred to other universities in parallel. Li Yan didn't all know exactly who the people were, but he knew that everyone who was victimized had received a 7-figure compensation from the Lin family. What happened after that was much more interesting. After the Lin family expended this money, they were so graphic that they took out the evidence that Lin Xingxian had left behind. I've heard that the man who was actually in control of that Lin group was played by the official maneuver to the point of his mind blowing up. Caps are busting out at arrests. The entertainment industry is a daily earthquake as the investigation unfolds. A good chunk of this month's hit shows are off the air. The big guys are eating their melons and no one cares about this school thing. Li Yan gave Luo Yanyan, who worked overtime to the point of going crazy in the circle of friends, a compliment every day. But in the afternoon, there would be a few pictures of Ning Chang wrapped in bandages and carrying around lunchboxes, milk tea and the like. What? Team Ning cooks and delivers the food. It's so hard. I even peeled the shrimp today. It's too much trouble for Team Ning. The milk tea only has 3 points of sugar. The Ning team has a lot of control and so on. Anytime you see one of these things, Amazing Li slips away immediately, because he had taught Ning Chang all these moves. After a true love affair that day at the cemetery east of the city, inexplicably added Ning Chang on WeChat. Then I realized that I had become a relationship expert with Ning Chang. God have mercy. He's never even been in love. But being called a brother by a big brother of this curiosity was something he really couldn't handle. So if you don't have anything to do, you'll look at Sourpuss uploaders and learn from second-hand experience before passing it on to Ning Chang. But then Luo Yanran approached him for a chat and said that she felt that the recent Ning Chang licked hard. Wanted Li Yan to make a move to let Ning Chang recover a bit. Amazingly really kind of broke his defenses at that point and almost pulled the plug on the couple. But thinking about my browser history, I just put up with it. Hey, 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 hey. The burly man sitting on the edge wearing headphones let out a wry laugh. Amazing Li. He took off his Bluetooth headset and spread a shy smile at Amazingly. Li Yan had a chill. Did you get kicked in the brain while playing soccer on your lunch break? Zhang Jiang looked puzzled. No. So has there been any bumps on the head or anything like that lately? No. Zhang Jiang shook his head. Why do you ask? It doesn't make sense. Yanli picked up his cell phone and searched. What's with the sudden giggling when you haven't hit your head? Scrolling through the search results, it dawned on him, it must be the alcohol abuse. Zhang Jiang curiously inclined his head to look over and pinch Li Yan's neck. Are you having an itchy skin? Amazing Li slapped his arm in a sign of surrender. Still curious as to what good things have happened to this one. What's up with you being so happy today? Zhang Jiang held his big face. Aha, I'm in love. Amazing Li. Zhang Jiang, aha. Li Yan. You damn a whole so big job. Hoo-ah. Zhang Zhang fiddled with his hair against the front camera of his cell phone. There is an old township guaranteed graduate school place was replaced before. I'm not asking you to help, ask to come. Amazing Lee recalled. Seemed like a pretty petite girl. 5 feet 5 inches or so. Not even an estimated 80 pounds. He looked Zhang Zhang up and down a few times. 1 meter 9. 90 kilograms. There's plenty of room for both. Li Yan couldn't help but sigh. Can this work? What are you sighing for? Sighing and sighing all day long. Zhang Zhang frowned. Flatulence lately. Don't you mind? Li Yan continued. Didn't I tell you that there are school leaders registering to deal with this kind of thing? Right, Chant? I just accompanied her to run and submit some materials. Zhang Zhang shook his head and said, I just received news today. It has been re-examined. 80% no problem. And then, she asked me out to dinner this weekend. Aha. Amazingly put up with this dead out of him and asked, so when did you guys finalize your relationship? That's it. Not yet. It's just that in accordance with my experience of chasing a fan, I'm not far from success now. Li Yan gave a thumbs up. That's awesome. Why do I feel you're sour? Zhang Zhang sized up Li Yan. I know. What do you know? You know again. You are worried that I will repeat your mistake of licking the dog. Don't worry. Yi Si is not such a person. Zhang Zhang patted his chest. She's so nice. She even gave me a drink. And she even gave me a big bottle. Amazing Lee. He didn't know where to spit for the better for a moment. Just itching all over. Can't wait to share Zhang Zhang this dead out with Zhang Wenhai. And you get a big bottle too. Bah. I'm sorry. It seems like I've poked you where it hurts. Zhang Zhang patted his shoulder in embarrassment. Amazing Lee. What's so painful about this? Zhang Zhang proudly picked up his cell phone, flipped through the messages, and immediately became sad. C hasn't messaged me back in 10 minutes. Am I being a little too clingy? Ugh. Amazing Lee. He went over to see what the two were talking about, but was nonchalantly pushed away by Zhang Zhang. What are you looking at? Amazing Lee. Zhang Zhang pulled the screen and saw a message and laughed. Hey. Zhang Nianhua finally came out. Said he's treating us at night and even opened a gaming room. The program to position Nietzsche was given by Zhang Nianhua. This one got caught with a warning. Amazing Lee is suffering from this, and wondered if I could go out of my way to get him a few more years. Looking to contact the Morning Bureau specifically to ask about it. It turns out that the program is being looked at, properly contracted. It's said to make a lot of money. It's readily available and has been revised in several editions to follow the path of Amazing Lee's dog licking. Nowadays it works with minor modifications, but the procedures are very cumbersome. Modify the audit confidentiality and so on. Only to spend half a month to have news is considered fast. What did he say? TSK, 20W. It's a real fortune. Zhang Zhang looked at it, but his smile stalled. What's wrong? Amazingly asked. Zhang Nianhua said he's dropping out. Chapter 77, The Ideal. I'm not coming back tonight. It's fine. You must be in the middle of something. I'll hang up now. Zhang Luan hung up the phone and looked at GMO with a kind smile. More. Li Yan has something to do tonight and won't be back. Ike Mori. She picked up her cell phone. Aggrieved. I'm sorry. Something really came up tonight. Ike Moore. Zhang Luan watched from behind, her smile growing stronger. You don't think you can call him back by sending an emoticon? Ikimori sighed. Ugh. A bit sleepy. Zhang Luan yawned. I'll take an early bath and go back to my room to sleep at night. Alas. It's Li Yan's pillow that I forgot to bring over. Can you sleep alone? Shimore's expression froze. Slowly, he turned his head, meeting Zhang Luan's teasing eyes. Her rebellious heart was aroused, and without holding back, she grunted with a hard mouth. Zhang Luan smiled. It looks like it's possible. Ike Mori, sit down and eat first. Zhang Nianhua warmly greeted the few people. The charcoal fire was extremely hot, and the meat was roasted with moist oil. It's rare to have a barbecue, but unfortunately it's a casual dinner. Zhang Nianhua pinched meat and poured wine for several people. In the past, he'd watched anime to himself and chucked away other people's grilled meat with a smile. Never doing any of that. Zhang Zhang pressed his glass. I won't drink at the breakup dinner. You're just sentencing me. You have to give me the chance to plead my case, right? Zhang Nianhua's naive face revealed a sad look. I've poured wine once with great difficulty. Even if I'm cut off, you have to give me this face, right? Zhang Zhang still lowered his eyebrows, but he loosened his palms. Zhang Wenhai, on the other hand, had always been very talkative, always smiling. When it came to Amazingly, he also pressed his glass. Don't get me wrong. I just simply can't drink. Zhang Wenhai peeled his hand away. Zhang Zhang didn't hold back his laughter. Pour it on him. Zhang Nianhua was relieved and his smile thickened a few points. Several people relaxed. It's like there's nothing going on. Just simply coming out to let loose. Zhang Yanhua returned to his nature after drinking some wine and became a grandpa again, shouting Zhang Zhang to fill him up and mocking Li Yan for raising fish. After a meal, they were all slightly drunk. The four of them took a cab to the gaming hotel and bought peanuts and squash and a couple beers for the next game. Unfortunately, Amazingly was not helpful and was already in bed. Damn, he's the one who drops the chain every time. It's so boring. Zhang Yanhua took off his jacket and sat on the carpet to smoke. Amazingly rolled his eyes. I told you I wouldn't drink it. How in heaven's name can there be someone who can't drink that much? And it's not even an alcohol allergy. Zhang Zhang complained. Zhang Wenhai looked at his difficult appearance and handed over a slab of antidote to alcohol. I don't think he's drunk. He probably just has a bad stomach. Amazingly stuffed the pills into his mouth and rolled over. You've got your bags ready. Are you planning to leave tomorrow? The atmosphere plummeted into a bit of silence. Several people looked at Zhang Yanhua, who nodded his cigarette ash at the beer can. Yes. What are you doing after dropping out of school? You have to tell us about it. Zhang Wenhai sighed. Aha. Apart from the drawings I'm doing for short videos, I occasionally draw other drawings, telling you guys that I'm selling them for money, but I'm actually lying to you. The flesh on Zhang Yanhua's face wrinkled together. I've been working on a game with a few friends online for many years, but it's really hard to generate power with love. They were planning to wrap it up hastily and go straight online to make a fortune, but I've been reluctant. Now with this money, I can feed them and keep doing it. I'm confident I'm going to make a smash hit, and I probably did get a little impulsive, but I've been thinking about this impulse for a long time and I can't get it to go away. If I don't get it done, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I've always been weak-willed as a person, so I just blocked all the way back, and in this life I'm going to be all in on this one. Even if I lose, I'm willing to be a loser. I'm really sorry. You guys find another person to work with. Li Yan was happy. Not bad for someone who can make such obscene tracking software. The secrecy is quite good. Zhang Zhang sighed. Tell me earlier, I thought you were dying from some disease, so you hid it from us for fear of us being sad. Zhang Yanhua sighed. You should watch less anime about falling in love. You stepped on a horse. Weren't you the one who gave me an amenity in the first place? How was I to know that you could be that addicted and only watch one genre? Zhang Yanhua suddenly had tears in her eyes and inclined her head to wipe them away. I thought you guys would cut me off. Zhang Zhang spread his hands. You are so determined. Cut off. In case you have a good fortune is not a loss. That's what I thought. Zhang Wenhai nodded. Yanli sat up. Let's do this for the video. I've been uninspired lately. This year or so has drained me dry. The recent movies, the reviews aren't very good. Even our academics have slipped. What do you think? Zhang Zhang sighed. Almost every day I think about this matter. I really don't have the heart to study. I'm fine with dubbing. Zhang Wenhai laughed. But you guys are a bit miserable. It'll be hard to get your diploma if you keep getting it. That's it then. There is a cooperation with us to do science and technology has talked to me. Want to buy our account? 60W. I think it's quite suitable. Let's talk about it again and sell it. Li Yan helplessly looked at Zhang Yanhua. How can 20W be enough to make a game? When the time comes to support you a little, remember to count the shares. You more or less do a little planning. Don't be headless. Zhang Wenhai spread his hands. I have enough money. Zhang Zhang nodded his head. You can't drink that much money even if you drink. And I also feel that it's more reliable to take it and invest it. Zhang Yanhua's excitement was so overwhelming that he wanted to shed a few tears, but he held them back. Just nodding. Li Yan patted his shoulder. Don't get too excited. I'm fine. Hurry up and get on the number to play the game, or the room will be for nothing. Amazingly, there's something else I'd like to ask of you. Tell me about it, and I'll satisfy you all today. Zhang Yanhua nodded his head heavily, deeply moved. That's what? That's it. I'm making a love adventure game, you know? Watched Zhang Zhang play it. Li Yan nodded. How personal. There's a lickspittle character that's never been portrayed well. Can you write a line for me? Amazingly. Roll. Ha 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 ha. X3. It ended up not being a game. The four of them sat on the floor and talked all night long. Early morning. The alarm clock ordered for class went off and a few people woke up leisurely. Zhang Yanhua had disappeared. A piece of paper was left on the tabletop with 4 large words written in crooked letters. See you at the top. TSK. Really can pretend This pussy's hometown is in Zhejiang. Take a moving train and arrive in 2 points. I can't stand it. I need more sleep. Skip class and skip class. A few minutes later. Zhang Yanhua opened the door. You guys really aren't people. Really just don't send them. Several people leaned against the foyer, teasingly watching him. Zhang Yanhua. Chapter 78, Confusion. Ikimore cried and was scared half the night last night. Didn't hold back to shoot the door of Zhang Wan's room. Didn't shoot should. Then howled an apology. Until the time she fell asleep beside Zhang Wan. she still looked like a pear. Her eyes were red when she ate breakfast, carefully gauging Jiang Wan's attitude. To please her, as long as it was the breakfast that Jiang Wan brought, GMO ate it all in his head, eating too much and burping all morning. It wasn't until Jiang Wan was made to laugh that GMO sighed in relief. Amazingly isn't done yet, and it'd be a bad cake if mom got offended. It's better to muddle through if you can. Ikimore feeds the hamster melon seeds as he does so, while scouting outside the gazebo, sitting on the swing and talking on the phone. Jiang Wan. Mainly because my daughter had to come out and skedaddle. It wasn't arranged on Amazing Lee's parents' side. I'm glad you're free. So set it for this weekend. Lakeside Resort. Hanging up the phone, she turned back to the gazebo. Shimore hurriedly squeezed the hamster and hid it in his sweatshirt pocket. You don't have to learn this technique to fool the householder. Faking it, he picked up the iPad and took a phonics course. Open wide ah. This Ikimori is very skillful and opens his mouth wide. Ah. While learning, he also sized up Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan pretended not to see it, resting her cheeks as she watched Jiang Yuanzhou set up a pole in the flower garden. In his ears was Ikimori tirelessly replaying the first audio over and over again, until even the started to be perfunctory. It was only then that she turned her head back, just in time to see Ikimori pull her hand out of her sweatshirt pocket with a sheepish look on her face. Jiang Wan, however, revealed a smiling face. It's fine. Mom doesn't force you. Anyway, Li Yan has understood so much now. He can definitely be like mom in the future. And I don't feel the need to learn now. Shimore instantly had his eyes glowing, but subconsciously felt that it wasn't quite right. And with a pitiful look, he tried. How can mommy be mad? You'll always be my baby. It's not certain whether Amazingly takes you as a baby or not. Ikimori asked again. There's no rush at school. Amazingly is willing to accommodate you. And you think it's enough to hang out with him? It's pretty good now, isn't it? It's not enough for him to play with you alone. Ikimori didn't have the superpower of reading minds. Just giggling. It was just as well to be polite. She didn't want the hassle. She was too young then to realize that all the gifts of fate had long ago been marked up in secret. Jiang Wan fed Chiemo another piece of pastry. Ikimori took the snack with his mouth, in a very pleasant mood. By the afternoon, Ikimori was in a better mood. Carry a stool and wait at the door. Since it was Friday, Amazingly could stay with her for 2 whole days. After the daily routine of eating and bathing activities, it's not even past 7 o'clock. For one thing, it gets dark earlier after winter. Secondly, Zhang Yuanzhou's interest in cooking is not very high these days, and the dishes come out relatively quickly. And saying goodbye to running short videos, Yanli has happy free time. Plus, Ikimore's depraved magnetic field has affected him a bit as well. At this point he was leaning sideways against the couch, his laptop resting on the armrest. Opened the software to register a small number of net chess abuse, feel a little less addictive, and opened a small window to play anime, and finally open a window to play Plants vs. Zombies, a contemporary master of time management. He had learned from Zhang Yanhua to be as entertaining as possible in the limited time available. This will be very helpful to Amazingly in allocating his time in the future. Shi Moore, on the other hand, plopped down next to Li Yan and got bored after looking at him for a while, reaching out to scratch his arm. Why? She wasn't sure what she wanted to do, and froze for a moment, shaking her head. Amazingly returned his attention to the computer. Ikimore scratched his face, showing a touch of overwhelm. Subconsciously, she clung to Li Yan's head and reached over to rub her face against his chin. Amazingly put the computer on the coffee table and said helplessly, "What are you going to play?" She arched an eyebrow at that, giving a happy expression. Jiang Wan, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, didn't even need to look. Just by listening to what Li Yan said, he knew what was happening. After the move, Shimore had shown a bewildered look countless times, each time relying on the pampering he had begged to make up for the confusion in his mind. Jiang Wan knew clearly that her daughter was not sure how to treat Li Yan and her feelings. It's a bit silly to just try to fool yourself. It certainly wasn't good for her, but there are such things as feelings that words alone can't describe. Not to mention the fact that the target of the education was a deadbeat version of Ikimore. Jiang Wan thought a lot, and only came up with a way for her to reach out to more people and learn those things she should learn on her own accord. This was something Jiang Wan was very sure of. Ikimore is totally one of those love brains that can't be cured. With a little competition in that area, she could be backpacking to school in the next second. The point is that Jiang Wan is a bit worried that Li Yan has been abducted. But there's no other trick. Sooner or later, you're going to make contact anyway. I just don't know how many points Ikimore scored in his heart. 10 o'clock at night. Shimore was resting on Li Yan's knee, eyes closed, eyelashes fluttering gently. Li Yan cupped the ear-pulling spoon in his hand and worked with a serious demeanor. Who can say no to picking someone's earwax? It's just that Ikemore makes a rather strange sound. Ha! Aha! Jiang Luan didn't have any expectations at all. It's not like Yan Li had been drinking today. It's simply that Chi More's ears are more sensitive. I didn't realize that after pulling out for a while, Li Yan's face was already red. He looked up to meet Jiang Luan's gaze and his face became redder. Jiang Luan's heart was delighted. Seems like the score is kinda high. Amazing Li put down the ear scooper. He also let go of his other hand that was gripping Icky More's earlobe. Auntie, either you do it. Jiang Luan picked up the remote control. You continue. Ikimori slapped his thigh in displeasure, making a sound of urgency, but more like a pout. Li Yan could only blush and continue to labor. Finish pulling out your ears. Smacking his lips in contentment, Ikimori rolled over and dozed off on the floor. Got schooled yesterday and didn't sleep well. Besides, falling asleep would be a good way to get carried upstairs by Little Flame. She had to catch herself falling asleep. Jiang Luan obediently lowered the volume of the TV and asked Li Yan, do you have something tomorrow? It's fine for a couple days. I'm not even doing videos anymore. I'm pretty free right now. Well, it's good not to do it. Seeing as you've been strangely tired these past few days, you even rode a small electric donkey home at noon to accompany Icky Moore. And you didn't even take a lunch break. Amazing Li smiled. I'm not really used to naps. Then let's take a trip out together tomorrow. I see that the weather is nice and your Uncle Chi isn't working. Chi Moore doesn't like to go out these days, so it's time to go out and get some air. Yeah, by the way, there might be other people around. You don't mind? Never mind. Li Yan waved his hand. Jiang Luan let out a hum and looked over at GMO who was tossing and turning and couldn't sleep, mentally sighing. You can't blame Mom for telling you to rebel first. Chapter 79, Outing. The family assembled early in the morning. Even Mrs. Wu, the bodyguard, and others took the family on the bus. Chihuahua also took the opportunity to have a group reunion for the employees of the company. The elevated rows of tour buses were spectacular. On the Maybach, Ji Wanli sat on the passenger side, chatting idly with Jiang Yuanzhou. Ikimori chats idly with the cat and hamster. Jiang Luan and Li Yan chatted idly across the pool strings. It's a pleasure. Where to play? Jiang Luan was very excited. Shaoxangshan, the city's 4A-level scenic area, should be almost there. Every year your uncle's company reunion. He will follow once, but we won't play with the people in the company. We'll pack the resort separately. After living here for 20 years, I've only known an amusement park, a safari park, and nowhere else. I'm pretty much the same. Jiang Luan glanced at GMO. Whether or not I can go out and play in the future depends on you. I try as hard as I can. Jiang Yuanzhou holding the steering wheel couldn't hear it anymore. You try a hammer hard. Bring less food home. I can do the baklava. You shut up. Jiang Luan rolled her eyes. Can you make that kind of ground-up flavor? Jiang Yuanzhou, are you complimenting me? Jiang Luan. A happy Jiang Yuanzhou hummed a little tune and safely dropped the family off at the parking lot. This time, the group went out. Jiang Luan even gave the nannies and bodyguards at home a vacation. The things you bring will need to be packed by yourself. Even Ikimori had to wear a thermos around her neck and carry her pet bag. Private cars are only allowed to park in the parking lot, which is crowded. Jimor was very uneasy after getting out of the car. I can't blame her for having a sensitive personality this time. Boss Chi takes the opportunity to have a reunion, so all the attention is naturally focused on them. Because the gaze is too hot, the pet bag plus thermos cup, but also even the weight of the Chi More is added to the body of Li Yan. Now that's more focused. Li Yan felt a thorn in his side. Luckily, the pool boss was still privileged, and someone soon sent a viewing car to relieve him. Windy, 7 turns to the destination. The layout of the compound is nice, but there is only one building. Once inside, I realized that it would not be an exaggeration to call this place a resort. The interior is exaggeratedly spacious, with everything you need to eat and drink, even a dozen bedrooms. When choosing a room, Li Yan noticed that some of the doorways had do not disturb signs hanging on them. Is there anyone else? Jiang Luan nodded. Yeah. Ikimori needed to get more exposure to others, so he stopped by and asked those families to come here and hang out together, so you could take the opportunity to get to know them. Although the words were incoherent, Li Yan instantly understood. Aside from his childhood experiences, he had no other interactions with the Chi family in the past. Then it must have been the same experience as Ikimori. Realizing this, his expression suddenly became a bit strange. Not happy? I should have told you earlier. I wanted to surprise you. It's not that I'm upset. It just feels a little weird. What's so strange? Jiang Yuanzhou joked. Worried that people have to give their bodies to each other? That's not true. Amazingly shrugged his shoulders. Once you've chosen your bedroom, head to the 3rd floor to meet your guests. Seeing a stranger made Ikimori nervous again. A middle-aged man, who looked quite elegant, rose to greet the couple. First greeted them, and then cordially waved toward Jimor. More, do you still remember master? She nervously hid behind Li Yan. You learned to play chess from your uncle when you were little, don't you remember? Jiang Luan reminded. Ikimori poked half his head out, surveyed him for a moment, and shrank back. A young girl in a plain pleated skirt approached her. Ikimori, remember me? Ikimori wasn't afraid to face her, sizing her up for a few moments. A puzzled look crossed his face and he cocked his head in thought. Ah, Jiang Luan smiled in relief and looked at the young girl. Wenju, she's calling you sister. GMO gets his mom's confirmation and immediately abandons Li Yan and throws himself into Wenju's arms. Hugging her, Ikimori just giggled, laughing not for a few moments, but then crying again, whimpering and commiserating. Wenju was stunned at first, his eyes becoming gentle as he gently patted her back. GMO cried for a while before regaining his composure, hugging Wenju's arm and rubbing against her face. Jiang Luan chatted with Li Yan, who had fallen in line. GMO used to play chess with her father, Chiuju in G9 Dan? Jiang Luan blinked. You recognize it? Aha. Oh, I haven't even won a world championship. Chiuju Inji sat next to Li Yan with a cup of tea. The feeling that big brother is right next to me made amazingly a little excited. Uncle Chiu, I have a question for you. That time you obviously made it to the final of the Samsung Cup. Why did you abandon the game? Chiuju Inji laughed. At that time, I was affected by some things and felt that I couldn't play good chess, so I just refused to disgrace myself. What? There are still people scolding me now? No. Now our group of Go ticket holders all regard you as the pinnacle of history. Yen Li explained. Everyone likes to run scores on previous games these days, and your game in the quarterfinals of the Samsung Cup is the best in history, matching the AI by a full 89%. Shoujuinji put on a smile. Do you love to play Go? Yen Li blushed and scratched his head. Sort of a hobby. I'm terrible at chess. I like to register small numbers with new henchmen. Oh, we're chatting then. I especially like hanging out inside the rookie contest too. Amazingly, Jiang Luan noticed the corner of the hall and stood up. I'll go talk to your wife. I didn't notice just now. I'm really sorry. Fine, but we're divorced and she's not my wife now. Sorry, it's fine. I'm the one who should apologize. I was the one who came here uninvited. Otherwise Wen Fong wouldn't be so uncomfortable. The gloom in his eyes flickered away and he looked at Li Yan. There's a chessboard there. Let's play a hand. It's an honor to play a hand of guided chess with you. Li Yan's rainbow fart came out of his mouth. I never play guided chess. I always kill when I can. Haven't you ever played chess with a stranger? Li Yan suddenly didn't want to get off. The opposite side of Wenju's face showed shock. As far as she knew, her father hadn't touched Go since that year, so he hurriedly pulled Ikimori to watch the battle. Shimori also exuded shock. Little Flame actually wanted to play chess with Master. Wouldn't he want to kiss Master? That's not good. Under the extreme destruction of Ikimori, the game against the game became Li Yan and Jimori. It didn't make any difference to Li Yan. It was all the same anyway. Chapter 80, Wenju. This level is for dining plus entertainment. The open kitchen comes with a dining room with both Chinese and Western styles and even a bar for mixing drinks. There is no service staff present, but with the almighty Jiang Yuanzhou, there is no fear of not being able to use it. Plus, it's great to DIY your own, in addition to meals. With pool tables, ping pong tables, and even bowling facilities, indoor sports and entertainment are almost always available. On one side is a glass balcony with a curved shape and extremely open views. The glass alone is worth a lot of money, but the view is really good. Especially look across the lakeboat queue crowded people, and small sunshine steps like ants on the crowd. The mood can be a lot better. Good job healing Li Yan's grief from being abused by Jimori and Chiujunji in turn. Wenju didn't abuse him, played a hand of instructional chess with him very seriously. Li Yan was very pleasant, and with Wenju's forbearance, only lost half an eye. Even helped Amazing Li review the game after the inning. But, what's done is done. This next wrench is not right. This is the only hand here. This next point, the cheesy hand. Here are 3 variations to choose from. This down top, it's the big cheesy hand. Here should go to the ground to get the momentum. This downward thrust, anyway, it shouldn't have gone down like that. Amazing Li. Looking at the serious Wenju, Li Yan said against his will. You're quite nice. I hope more and more people love Go. Wenju remained serious in his demeanor. Ha, yeah, and love a hammer love. Chiujuinji had recognized his disciple, and the two whispered. You see, it's still the active professional chess players who know how to play. Ikimori clasped his hands to his chest and nodded with great approval. They want another round. Li Yan strongly disagrees. So GMO and Wenju begin to play against each other. Wenju made Jimori 3 sons. The layouts are each unique and the kills are very intense. By the end of the officials' closing, Ikimori finally couldn't hold on and started to fall apart. However, Her mood was unaffected, and her two thick eyebrows were gently furrowed in a serious manner. When Xiao Juanji saw Ji Mo's stance, he lamented inexplicably. What a shame. Well, it's just a little bit close. Li Yan pinched the lid of the chess basket and also felt sorry for GMO. Xiao Juanji shook his head. It's a pity that Ji Mo didn't take the professional path. It's possible for her to get the world championship as a woman. That would have been history-making. No one has ever done that in history? Amazing Li hadn't really looked into that. He shook his head. No. Male and female chess players in this business have been distinct since the beginning of time. At the table, Ji Mo had already cast his ball and admitted defeat, not wanting to listen to Wenju's replay at all. Squirming around restlessly, Wenju was very helpless, but didn't insist any further, putting the pieces away in the chess basket. Looking to Li Yan, the current number 1 in women's Go can't even make it into the top 50 in the domestic standings. I peaked at hovering around 100, but playing against the top 10 ranked players was a complete nightmare. Without winning a single game, Li Yan thought deeply. I've had nightmares every day since I met Ji Mo. You still have talent, but after becoming a professional, you can rarely enjoy playing chess. You should have more fun playing chess as an amateur in the future. Li Yan was surprised. You're not going to continue down. Well, last year I was recruited by the university on special leave, and I haven't played a graded match since that time. That's a shame. After a while of politeness, the Chen family arrived. Chen Shishir wore a wide-sleeved, chest-length hanbok, with exquisite makeup and a touch of yanhong color dotted on her brow, very excited about coming out to play and observed. The people were divided into 3 factions: the mom's team, the dad's team, and the ranks of young people. Ji Wanli and Xiao Juanji were in the path of necessity, and Chen Shishir politely greeted, "Hello, 2 uncles." Then it's straight to the target. Chen Dongfeng was wearing torn jeans and a broad-brimmed straw hat, but he didn't wear makeup to pretend to be young. "Hey, Boss Chi, Boss Chiu." Ji Wanli tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Big eyes round is here." Xiao Juanji and Chen Dongfeng did not socialize much, only counted as acquaintances, and nodded as if they had greeted each other. But Chen Dongfeng was very self-conscious. "Old Xiao, business is not busy?" Xiao Juanji retired from the military and then joined the real estate industry with the support of Ji Wanli, just in time to catch the wind. Today his reputation as a real estate developer is even louder than that of a retired chess player. Real estate has been in a slump for the past few years, and I don't have the heart for it. The assets are all discounted. How's your company's earnings, so I can get a foot in the door? I thought it was just the news messing around. It's really for sale. Unfortunately, you're one step too late. I've already let Boss Chi take care of me. I only have 30 shares myself, so I can't mix it up if I sell it again. But it's no problem at all to invest in the movie. Just take the bank interest and invest for fun. I don't have that kind of money. Miles says that's more like it. Ji Wanli to the 2 renewed T. Do not listen to him blindly fooled. His wife in charge of his family. He only cared about the face. What do you know about business management? You have to find his wife to talk about. Chen Dongfeng did not care. There is no way. Is this lying win life? When the time comes to find a son-in-law, hand over the industry, and go to a happy retirement. Old show. Don't do any business. Manage your finances. Enjoy life earlier. You're young. Have a second child or something. Retirement is retired. But having a second child is out of the question. Chen Dongfeng got the wrong idea and sighed. I have a formula. Either you try it on a dead horse. Xiao Juanji. When Fang and Jiang Wan happened to be passing by. When Fang greeted the two. It's been a long time you two. But her eyes didn't linger on Xiao Juanji. Wait for the people to leave. Chen Dongfeng awkwardly took off his hat and whispered. It hasn't been remarried yet. I've heard that it was just a small disagreement. Xiao Juanji picked up his teacup and exuded a touch of bitterness. I'm iron. She's steel. Touching and ringing together. Regret now. Is it too late? Ji Wanli silent. His family matters. Cannot manage. Chen Dongfeng followed his example and watched his eyes and nose. Xiao Juanji said helplessly. A movie star should have quite a lot of emotional experience. Right. Give me some advice. Chen Dongfeng took a deep breath. Say that again. Shadow Emperor. Okay, I understand. And this is how I'll pass on a mastery to you. Martyrs are afraid of stalkers. As long as they are stalked they are finished. Xiao Juanji. Chapter 81. At noon, Zhang Yuanzhou made a big show. After the meal, it started to rain. Zhang Luan had a straight headache. This weather forecast is too inaccurate. It's fine to play here, Mo Qian said in relief. When Fang held her coffee and watched the short movie playing on the giant screen TV with interest. It is Yen Li's debut novel that he has completed with his heart and soul. Using the conversations between the noodle shop owner's wife and the customers as a window to show the joys and sorrows of a neighborhood and to insinuate some social phenomena, the story is rather scattered. only to be wrapped up to the theme at the end. It belongs to the group portrait genre. The boss's wife is played by Chinyu. The couch. Wenju took a pen and paper to ask Li Yan for advice. It embarrassed him straight away, though he himself felt it counted as a triumph. But the point is, there were 3 frontline practitioners of film and television in the audience. Still, he made peace with his thoughts to Wenju. By the final scene, Wenju couldn't help but exclaim, ending with the boss's husband returning to the noodle shop is simply brilliant. A single scene that takes back all the remaining ambiguity and gives back the happy ending in the viewer's mind. Amazing Lee smiled blushingly, and Ji Moore, who was hanging onto Li Yan like a wombat, looked at Wenju warily. Without saying a word, she reached out and covered Li Yan's mouth as he tried to continue talking. Only then did Wenju notice the puffed-up GMO and couldn't help but puff and laugh. Reaching out, he pinched her cheek. It's not like I'm going to steal it from you. Ikimori wrinkled her nose, half convinced. Wenju. Jianluan carried a tray of drinks and put it on the coffee table, handing it to several people. Non-alcoholic cocktails. You guys try it. Thank you, Auntie. X3. Amazing Lee hadn't drunk any of this stuff, tasting it and raising an eyebrow. It had a boozy but non-alcoholic flavor that was practically tailor-made for you. This must be learned somehow, so that you can fool the wine monkey later. The rain outside was not too heavy, but it was slow to stop. Climbing a mountain in the rain was just silly, so the group continued to watch TV. A drama starring Dongfeng Chen was chosen and it was his turn to be publicly executed. Xiao Juanji was puzzled. Chen Kong is not coming today? He's busy right now. Ji Wanli sighed. And, after all, he's in that position. And with businessmen like us, there's bound to be something to be said for that. Or else Li Yan's parents could have been invited. Xiao Juanji nodded. There's really no way out. After a few glances at the TV, each of them couldn't see a piece of it. And a couple of the dads went off to have a cup of tea and a smoke. At that age, there's always something to say. On the couch, GMO and Wenju were both asleep. Chen Shishir finally had a chance to talk to Li Yan alone. As if she was concerned about the 2 sleeping people, she whispered in Li Yan's ear. Hello, my name is Chen Shishir. Then he inclined his head slightly and stuck his ear out, obviously trying to get Li Yan to follow suit. On the side, Jianluan hugged her chest and watched the TV, scowling from the corner of her eye. Gee, masterful. Look at that. The stupid daughter still leaning on Wenju's shoulder drooling, completely unaware of the theft was home, but Li Yan took out his cell phone without looking at it. Chen Shishir added Li Yan's WeChat with great regret, clicked on his avatar, found a family photo, and secretly nodded her head. At first glance, he was a family man, and it was just as expected. Do you remember the day of the playground? That's what you call yourself. That's Li Si. What does it have to do with me? Li Yan. Though choking on it didn't feel very good, but after making sure that was okay, it wasn't unproductive. Her fingers continued tapping on the virtual keyboard. You and Ikimori's sister aren't dating, are you? Yan Li froze. Are people in the entertainment industry that direct? Truthful response, no. There are a number of reasons for this situation. Chen Shishir, I've heard of it, but Jimore's sister is so cute. Aren't you impressed? Yan Li. Chen Shishir, I'm sorry. I'm just a little curious. It's in my nature to get high on CP. Amazingly, thanks for your help the other day. Chen Shishir, it's okay. It's okay. You go to school in Magic City University. I plan to quit the circle to study. Just happened to choose this school. In the future is the senior O/Shake Claw. Yenli, now there are vacancies in this area of the faculty at Mordor University. We'll have to go next door to the Media University to dabble in classes after a while. We suggest that you should just pick the Media University. When Ju is at that school, you can look for her. She's very nice. Chen Shishir, alas, if only I had known earlier. I've already enrolled in school and don't want to continue to bother my family. Besides, my mom bought the house next to Uncle Cheese, so it's a bit far from Media University. I'm afraid I'll still have to ask you. You won't be upset. /pity. On the side, Mo Qian peeked in, very puzzled. The daughter of my own sexually outspoken family. How come messaging with Amazing Lee is tea heavy like this? She covered her head. This silly kid didn't think boys would like this persona. As she thought, she raised her eyelids, meeting eyes with Jiang Luan, who was also peeking at Li Yan's typing on the other side. Even if it's such an awkward scene, 2 powerhouses, still very much at ease, all the while flashing an awkward, nonchalant smile. Yen Li, you're so famous. Coming to school will indeed be a lot of inconvenience. I have a roommate who is tall and powerful and very reliable, so I'll introduce you to him when the time comes, and once you've gotten acquainted, I'll take him when something comes up. Chen Shishir, well, thank you then. Amazingly, you're welcome. Chen Shishir, by the way, have you seen any of the dramas I've done? Do you follow me on Weibo? Snicker. Yanli, I'm paying attention now. I'll read it later. School was too heavy before. Not much time. Chen sad. But you've really wasted a lot of effort to make that wonderful short movie, right? I really envy that sister for being your leading lady. By the way, you guys aren't dating, are you? Amazingly, no. Cecilia Chen, single? Amazingly, aha. Cecilia Chen, ha. Amazingly, is she mocking me? Li Yan was in deep thought. The playground thing helped him. Originally, Li Yan was quite grateful. But what's with this yin and yang? Was it a bad word that offended her then? Wenju slept in a daze on the comfortable couch. At this moment, when he just woke up and saw Li Yan eyeballing with another woman, he was instantly on fire with no name. But the adults were there, so she couldn't say anything. One could only chow down on the Ikimori. Ikimori smacked his lips. Reaching up, he wiped a handful of drool from his mouth and smoothly glued it onto the face of Amazingly beside him. So, this sleep was out of her reach. Jiang Luan rightfully shook Jimor awake and passed Li Yan a tissue. Ikimori, how can you wipe your saliva? You're that old. Chiamo woke up and leaned on Li Yan's shoulder, not bothering with Jiang Luan. It's not like she did it on purpose. Sucking hard on Li Yan's face, leaving a red mark. Cocking his head, he gestured to his mom. She deliberately left saliva on Li Yan's face, which was the way she intended to complete the recovery. Watch the whole thing with Sissy Chan. Jiang Luan reprimanded. You're not allowed to be like this in the future. Ikimori, humph. She looked awkwardly at the crowd and said, it can't be helped. Ikimori is in this temper right now. Mo Qian smiled. Stranger is so cute, but Li Yan's temper is quite good. He should be happy. When Ju cupped Gmo's poem, I see those couples in school are like this. It's normal for GMO to look like this. What's normal about this? Chen Shirshir's head was full of questions. She didn't go to college, but couples still saw many pairs. Have college students evolved to this level? Society is moving too fast, too. And Gmore was very pleased with Wenju's aiding and abetting, rubbing it against her face again. Campus relationships are so beautiful. Unlike in our circle where so many mushy couples like this don't make it to the end. But I heard that Sister Stranger isn't dating her brother. Even though the enemy is outnumbered, the last general will not be defeated. Chen Shirshir smiled. Wenju smiled. Ikimori scratched his head. Amazingly was also scratching his head. Chapter 82, because Old Six can't play again. GMO didn't quite understand, but Wenju did. She looked puzzled, her scrutinizing gaze resting on Li Yan. Wenju narrowed his eyes and said leisurely, what do you mean? Yan Li, you guys talk about yourselves. What else would I have to do? Can't you see I'm scratching my head too? Gmore furrowed her brows. Although she couldn't understand, she just felt like Wenju was bullying Li Yan, so she got up and blocked her best sister. But this operation directly put Wenju will not whole. Stranger, I'm helping you Chi more oil and salt. Bullying Li Yan just doesn't work. Wenju, she shuddered. Subconsciously, he looked at Wen Fong, who was sitting by the window. But I didn't expect Wenju's impression of the always serious Wen Fong. At this point, she looked like she hadn't tensed up at all. You haven't even been in love yourself, so don't talk nonsense. After the words were said, Wen Fong couldn't help herself and burst into laughter. The air was suddenly filled with rapture. The women's families burst into laughter, except for Gmore and Li Yan. Ikemori, _ Jiang Luan saw that the atmosphere was quite good, so he pulled people together to play board games. Li Yan politely declined, found a corner seat, and casually took a science magazine and flipped through it. After watching for a while, someone comes. He raised his eyes, realized it was Wenju's mother, put down the magazine, and called out to his aunt. Well, amazingly, it's been a long time, as if just to say hello. When she sat down, she really didn't say anything else, just looking out at the lake view in the rain. Amazingly also relaxed and continued to read the magazine. It was only after about 10 minutes that Wen Fong spoke. Lu Hua is truly a marvelous person. Lu Hua was the full name of the grandmother of the orphanage, a name that Yan Li did not know until her death. When he first came home, Amazingly was so uncomfortable that he would go to her whenever the weekend was over. At that time Lu Hua always told him fiercely not to come next time, but Amazingly still goes every week. Lu Hua ended up dying of old age, presumably from too much of a good thing, without any disease. It was very peaceful to leave this life in the springtime. Did you and Grandma know each other before? Wen Fong nodded. I know. I knew her a long time ago. She was a teacher at the dance academy at that time and taught me. Grandma didn't tell us anything about her past. Li Yan revealed a look of remembrance. But now that I recall it, she was very concerned about our physique. And every child had to stand against the wall to correct their posture, saying that it was to cultivate temperament. What was Grandma's reason for not continuing to teach dance? A razor blade was shoved into the dancing shoes. Wen Fong sighed. These kinds of nasty things are becoming a tradition in our line of work. And the competition is too fierce. The training is intense. And there's no focus on the mental health of the students. But Ms. Lu was different. She was already an established dancer at the time. And the razor blade in her dancing shoes was put there by her husband himself. Her husband personally destroyed Ms. Lu's career in order to clear the way for his concubine. It was such a big deal that a performance at a diplomatic function was compromised. The higher bodies are very concerned and have sent someone to investigate. But Ms. Lu took the initiative to hide this, and even recommended her husband's concubine to participate in the performance. I later heard that Ms. Lu's family was not well off, and that she was able to dance when she was young because she was subsidized by her in-laws, and that she did this to repay her kindness. It wasn't until the day I found you that I was reunited with her. When Fong laughed, a woman so aloof would still be exasperated by a group of children. She looks really happy though. Li Yan looked out the window at the lake view and sighed. Grandma Lu is the best person under the sky. Seeing that the atmosphere is almost there. When Fong looked at Li Yan, I want to ask you for something. You say. He withdrew his maudlin color and listened intently. When Ju was raised by me to be too somber and didn't have a happy life. But I see that she's at ease with you. Probably because she's in love with GMO. When you're not doing anything, look for her to play around with more. In the past, I put too many restraints on her, and it wasn't until all these years that I figured it out. I wanted Wenju to choose her own path for the future, but I've had too much influence on her, and she's been afraid to tell me what she really thinks. Li Yan was puzzled, but there's still a lot of time, so take your time. I have cancer and time is running out. Wen Fong said. Li Yan frowned, but there was no emotion to be seen on Wen Fong's face. It was as if she was talking about something rare. I've been undergoing treatment abroad for the past 6 months, and both my children and my husband feel that I've already started a family abroad, so I should be able to keep it under wraps. The main thing is that Wenju is still too young. She has a sensitive personality, and I'm afraid she won't be able to withstand the shock. She's estranged from her family, and I don't know the best person to ask for this favor, so I'm going to have to ask you. Amazingly was silent for a moment and turned into a serious expression. I respect your thoughts. Wen Fong took a long breath. He said helplessly, you probably don't know me very well as a person. When Ju isn't troubled, I think she'll be much happier if you guys just make friends. Wen Fong said anxiously. Li Yan nodded. There's no problem with this matter. So what? Li Yan babbled with a serious face. It's mainly like this. I, as a person, am not very good at keeping secrets. I have a disease that makes me itchy if I don't tell the truth. So you can forgive me. Ha! At her shocked expression, Li Yan shouted. Uncle Chiu, your wife is sick. Wen Fong, what's going on? Chiu Juanji ran over in a hurry, followed by a group of people. Li Yan retreated behind the crowd. Auntie said she had cancer and was being treated abroad for fear of Wenju's heartbreak, so she pretended to start a family abroad. Wen Fong gritted her teeth. Li Yan, you bastard. Thanks to me trusting you so much. She broke away from Chiu Juanji. Don't stop me. I have to beat him up. She was never expecting it. This Li Yan is actually an old six. Chiu Juanji hugged her tightly. Wife, you forgave me a long time ago, right? I'll accompany you to get cured. I'll definitely get cured. Wen Fong's chest rose and fell violently in anger. Cut the crap and hurry up and bring this asshole over to me. With tears in her eyes, Wenju jumped into her arms. Mom! The family burst into tears. Except for Wen Fong. Of course, pointing at Li Yan, get your ass over here. Amazingly. Chapter 83 Green Tea. Back to the villa. Had dinner. Ji Wanli hung up the phone with Chiu Juanji and said, they plan to leave the country overnight. There's still hope. Jiang Wan brought tea. I asked my classmates to ask. There's still a condition for surgery, and the 5-year survival rate is very high. The cure rate is also 60%. Li Yan sniffed in relief and got anxious again. Will auntie not want to see me too much? Chen Dongfeng reached out and put his hand on Li Yan's shoulder. Wen Fong was flustered when things went wrong and took the bull by the horns, and will thank you when she figures it out. But right, when they return to China you still have to be careful. It's best to stay away from his family. Amazingly, Ji Wanli nibbled on his apple and said, thanks to knowing that, I don't know what she thinks. Every family has its own difficult experience. Jiang Wan sighed. If I had this disease, I'd have to bundle up Ikimori around me and peel apples for me every day. Mommy will teach you to peel it then. Ikimori nodded. Ikari was instantly comforted by his old age, and began to plan a day when he would take the time to pretend to have a cold. Chen Dongfeng leaned on the sofa with his long legs folded, brushing his microblogging, and suddenly said, by the way, it seems like that movie of yours is awarding prizes in a couple of days. Amazingly froze for a moment before realizing he was speaking to himself. Well, I was informed as well. Chen Dongfeng looked at the comments on his microblogging at a glance, and distractedly said, I've inquired about the news, and the results of the preliminary hearing are almost done. The jury group of 19 people. 9 people picked your one. The other films still have split votes. The review should be solid. How much is the bonus? Chen Dongfeng shook his head. There is no bonus. Reimbursement for tickets and lodging? Chen Dongfeng's cheeks twitched slightly. I should report it. That's good. Are you short of money? Take care of Shirshir for me and I'll give you a paycheck. I'm not short of money. Just asking. The main thing is that it's not like I'm the only one shooting it out. And as far as school goes, it's just a side thing. No need for a paycheck. Chen Dongfeng was not the kind of person who had to be polite. Jokingly said, alright, anyway, Chen Shirshir has money of her own. If you're really short of money you'll find a way to cheat some yourself. That's how I've been living my life. Amazingly. Chen Shirshir's face turned a little red. Dad, don't talk nonsense. Ikimore heard this and felt bad. Immediately, I talked to my mom about the allowance. Jiang Luan was high on melon seeds and squinted at her. Learn pinyin seriously for an hour and I'll give you $5. Ikimori held out both hands, meaning obviously, $10. Jiang Luan agreed readily, but you have to take a test every day. Chimor hesitated and nodded, then threw Li Yan a wink. Jiang Luan was in a very good mood. The attitude is really different when there is competition. Mo Qian witnessed the negotiation between the two mothers, and her mouthful of tea almost didn't spurt out. This is a big family. A hairpin is 5 figures. $10 for a bribe. That's too good to be true. You guys are pretty thrifty. Jiang Luan sighed. It's not that she's frugal, it's that she doesn't quite dare to let her touch too much money. In case she has to inherit the family business in the future it would be bad. Mo Qian was confused, but when it came to this kind of question, she couldn't ask more. Amazingly, on the other hand, thought of some poor carp. At once, he agreed with Jiang Luan's judgment that working as a laborer was hard enough. Do you walk to school, or do you drive? Chen Shirshir asked. I bought a little electric donkey and I drive that to school these days. She clapped her hands in pleasure. That's great. I'll be able to dabble then. I'll order a cuter helmet first. Amazingly. More. Chatting for a while, the Chen family went back to the villa next door for a temporary rest. Ikari Miles got into a confrontation with a tourist over an employee of the group's construction. It's in the hot seat and needs urgent attention. Ikimori is in a very bad mood because her dogman is scowling at someone else. When the people left, she argued with Jiang Luan. Wait until you learn to speak before going to school. Jiang Luan refused outright. This time it was Ikimore's turn to refuse. We can't trouble Li Yin in this way. He doesn't want to study. He just takes care of you at school. When you learn to talk, when I will arrange for you to go to school. Chimor looked at Li Yin accusingly and pouted. Li Yin couldn't care less. Not to mention that learning to speak was a good thing. You're better off listening to your mom on this one. Well, Jimor's learning talent Jiang Luan is very clear. Before it was just a pendulum swing. Eichmer's loss of speech stems from the psychological shadow brought about by the bandit holding a bloody knife and the threat of shut up more than 10 years ago. But these things, in the days of Amazing Lee's company, gradually dissipated. Jiang Luan also wanted to let Jimor enjoy his youth as soon as possible, just like a normal child of his age. The best years are fleeting. Study hard for a month, and no matter what, I'll let you go to school, okay? Jimor wanted to bargain, but Jiang Luan was not going to be greasy in this matter. She could only be depressed and seek comfort in Li Yan. Next door, Mo Qian took matters into her own hands and debugged the live broadcast equipment for Chen Shirshir. I'm really planning to take a break. There's quite a bit of momentum right now, so I can take a break from filming in case I get the right script. Immediately starting to announce the suspension of the live broadcast of the actor's career, Mo Qian still had to remind Chen Shirshir at this time. I don't have a mindset as good as Dad's yet. The right and wrong in the circle is too abrasive. I want to take a break. Anyway, in case the comeback flops, the family's resources are still afraid that they can't hold me up? That's true. You have indeed grown up. Mo Qian found a cleansing mask and tore open the package. Mom will put on your makeup. No need for that. It's just a live broadcast. It's nice to have beauty. Since I'm announcing my retirement, it's still a bit of a ritual. Alright, then listen to what Senior says. You. Mo Qian favorably nudged her daughter's forehead. Chen Shirshir spat out her tongue and smiled playfully, brushing up the broken hair in front of her forehead and enjoying Mo Qian's professional service. How did you feel about meeting with Amazing Lee today? How can I say this? She cocked her head. It feels a little weird. What do you mean? Not satisfied? That's not true. Chen Shirshir leaned back on her neck pillow and tilted her face. It's just like I imagined. Very reliable and worth relying on. It's kinda cute when he's shy, and although he's still a bit polite, it feels like he'll be a friend soon. But the thoughts of having to date or something like that have lightened up quite a bit since we met. Mo Qian smoothed the mask. Is it because stranger is in? There's one thing, if he maintains such a relationship with G more to go out with me, I definitely can't get over it in my heart, but I don't think he'd do that either. Mostly, I still don't know him very well. Imagination is imagination after all. But still, I'm looking forward to spending time with him. It's going to be a lot of fun. He's an interesting guy. That's true. Mo Qian nodded and teased again. So you don't want to taste it? That's still a bit of a thought. Hated law. You're causing people to say things. Mo Qian helplessly shook her head. Sure. You have a tendency to go for green tea persona. Let's put it away. Don't go for the black and red path. Cecilia Chen. Chapter 84. Time flows like water. Soon it will be Monday again. Yenli yawned and drove the little electric donkey from the underground parking lot. After winter, the weather turned so cold that it was only 10 degrees up and down in the morning and evening. He had always been afraid of the cold, and being the most solid fan of fall pants, he had already pulled them on. If you get hot at noon, go to the bathroom and take it off. It's better than freezing to death anyway. The warmth of socks over fall pants. It's a silent vigil in a cold winter's day. Oh, my pants. After reciting the poem, Lian stopped the little electric donkey to wave goodbye to Eichmore on the balcony on a daily basis, and drove out of the courtyard gate, turned the corner to Chen Shishir's doorstep. She wore a white shirt underneath, a beige knit vest over it, and a pair of jeans underneath. It's both figure-hugging and plain, and it's a little more innocent and ignorant than yesterday. Even her hair was just in a casual ponytail, quite refreshing. Chen Shishir was carrying a bag in one hand, and in the other she was clutching a pink helmet with a little yellow duck dipped in it, leaning against the mailbox, staggering as if on the verge of passing out. Hi, Amazing Lee. Good morning. Ha. Good morning. She covered her mouth and yawned. Then it was time to buckle up the helmet and get on the little electric donkey. You didn't sleep well? Screw the word good. Ah. She covered her mouth again. It's pressurized. I hope the process goes faster today. I need to catch up on my sleep. I have good news for you. I can skip a grade and enroll in the same major as you. Saying that, the top of the helmet smashed his head against Li Yan's back, and Chen Shishir reached out and rubbed it. Sorry about that, Li Yan said helplessly. Hold on a little longer. It's dangerous to fall asleep. Along the way, Li Yan's back was smashed numerous times, and he arrived at the school without any danger. Stopping the little electric donkey, Chen Shishir clutched the hem of Li Yan's clothes and walked towards the school building with the same steps. I'll take you to the faculty office first. Want to go wash your face? Chen Shishir was already out of her soul. Forget it, just take me directly to a place where I can sleep. The formalities will be made up later. Let me sleep for a while first. Yenli took out his cell phone and checked the schedule. The morning was in a large classroom, so he could blend in, and so it was agreed. Unexpectedly, Chen Shishir attracted everyone's attention as soon as she appeared. The classroom started to get noisy before the class even started. Amazing Lee started switching licks? Gee, I must say he's licking some high-profile ones. Is that our specialty? Definitely not. The school's beauties are posted in the forums. This is obviously in the same class as the school's flower that Li Yan licked before. If it's this major, there's no way there's no such person on the forum. It's probably a new student or something. Delayed enrollment. I'm so envious. I can't even lick this grade. Boilermakers have to pass you a cigarette when they meet. Why do I get the feeling she looks a little bit like a star of a web series? A female classmate quickly stepped forward. She was Chen Shishir's hardcore fan and recognized her at a glance, unable to hide her excitement. Sister Shishir, how are you? I'm your fan. Hello. Sleepy and confused. She subconsciously held out her hand. The female classmate shook her hand. How come Shishir-san came to go to school here? For amazingly, she withdrew her hand and patted it under her head. The female student's eyes bulged. Amazingly, whose head is dropping black lines. She said, for you. Female, it's not like Oh, I'm glad you're happy. Just like the last one. Afraid of trouble to take you to the top. Li Yan said expressionlessly. Do we know each other well? She walked away. Li Yan was secretly relieved. Gradually there were other students who recognized Chen Shishir as well, and the crowd began to cluster. Asterisk. Living stars that move. The day before yesterday, the live broadcast said to retire from school. I did not expect it to be our school. We are so lucky. Sister Sissy, give me your autograph. Move over and let me through. The scene was a little out of control. The culprit, Chen Shishir, couldn't sleep because of the noise and started to urge Li Yan. I'm so tired. I need to rest. Take me away. Li Yan sighed and could only use the skill of summoning divine beasts. Zhang Jiang, help. Half a minute later, Zhang Jiang pushed through the crowd and freed the two. Chen Shishir was lying on the desktop, sleeping very soundly. Amazingly took his jacket off and put it over her head. Because a lot of people picked up their cell phones and took pictures. Zhang Jiang was confused. What the hell is this situation? That's what happened. She's a star who didn't want to do it anymore. So she came to school, and her mom and dad asked me to help take care of it. Li Yan was concise and to the point. Zhang Jiang nodded slightly, understanding. I read pure love. I don't like harems. Let's just cut ties. Amazingly, off. I'll go then. Amazingly retained. Crazy Thursday will order you takeout. Righteous father, is it true? Well, just be a bodyguard for her at school. Zhang Jiang, as the vanguard of male virtue, decisively shook his head. I'm the one who has a girlfriend. I can't get too close to other girls. 3 cases of ouzo. Just summon you for a moment for special circumstances. I'll talk to my girlfriend about it then. Okay. I'd like to have a word with Saiki-san. Zhang Jiang, get lost. Hello, nice to meet you. Zhang Jiang, get lost. Hello, Zhang Jiang, get lost. Chen Shishir student, follow me to do your enrollment procedures first. Zhang Jiang, get lost. Li Yan frowned and looked at the back of the one who had fled. This seems to be the principal who has just left for office. Zhang Jiang sucked in a breath of cool air. Really? Amazingly shrugged his shoulders. It doesn't matter since you've already been scared off anyway. I won't be dissuaded. Zhang Jiang was a little apprehensive. Not so much. Just scare him like that when he talks you out of it. Zhang Jiang. Not long afterward, the principal re-entered, bringing along the gym teacher, the director of instruction, and others to hold up the fort. Zhang Jiang put on the headphones very cockily and pretended that what had just happened hadn't happened. Chapter 85. Inside the office, Cecilia Chen did the routine procedures of signing and paying fees with the help of her counselor. Li Yan stood off to the side with his hands behind his back, lost in thought. The principal sat on the bench and looked up and down. Yan Li? Yes, principal. Have a seat. It's not like I'm asking you to come and stand for punishment. It's just a casual conversation. The principal casually moved a stool. Feel like the school has changed from the past? Li Yan took the bench and thought about the meaning of his words for a moment, and only after a pause did he say, Don't worry. I won't report it just because of some trivial matter. Report it if you should. The principal waved his hand. It's not like I meant it to be. It's really just a casual conversation. Amazingly, there was a moment of silence. The principal grinned and said, It's a beautiful day. Yeah, it looks like it's raining again. It was a good thing the phone rang at the right time to ease the awkwardness between them. Hey, what's going on? Listen for a while. His face gaped. What's there to think about? Call the police to deal with it. He hung up the phone with a frown on his face and didn't forget to nod with Li Yan. I'll go first. Good. Amazingly sat down next to the counselor. Help organize the file together. The counselor was a woman, young, and very enthusiastic. The kind where she can even drive the students herself to take them on a run whenever they need it. What student loans, poor student aid applications and such issues. She knows more than the staff, so get along well with the class. She looked at Yan Li. Did you pass the makeup test? That's bound to pass. Gee, it's still bound to pass. What a shame. Hang it up once. Don't even think about the scholarship this year. It's not like I can get a first or second class scholarship. It's just the 500 for outstanding students, and I can only punch my meal card. You have a big mouth. You can eat in the cafeteria for a month if you save some. Mr. Jiang looked like he was mourning his misfortune. Li Yan didn't feel any pity at all. The food in the cafeteria is also too hard to eat. That's really hard to eat. Mr. Jiang agreed on that point, but I heard that the person in charge has been changed and there will be normal meals soon. He raised an eyebrow. This new principal is quite nice, but unfortunately not very chatty. I feel the same way. And this year I was finally allowed to rate as an outstanding counselor. Mr. Chang is dedicated and should have been rated a long time ago. How much is the bonus? Li Yan asked curiously. Mr. Jiang smacked his lips. Up 500 per month. This is the cost of living after deducting the mortgage increased by 500. The son can enroll in one more interest class. How shooty you are. Chen Shishir was doubly fresh as she listened from the sidelines. College life sure is fun. Another form was filled out and handed to Mr. Jiang. She scanned it and put it down. Frowning, he picked it up again. Teacher, what's wrong? The guardian you filled in amazingly? What's the use of looking for him? Chen Shishir was a bit puzzled. No, it's not impossible. College students are fully civilized. Guardians are only contacted for emergencies. It's better to fill in parents are more reliable. As Ms. Jiang was talking, the phone rang and she casually picked it up. Aha, responded a few times. The face doesn't look too good. Ugh, She hung up the phone and looked at Chen Shirshir. Some of your fans want to break into the school gate and are making a scene at the school entrance. Their emotions are quite agitated. We've already sent the police to intervene. And the school is afraid that there will be a dispute incident, so we need you to take a stand. Chen Shirshir's face sank a bit. I'll go over now. I suggest that you personally don't go over there. In that case there will be more people running over to see you to disrupt the teaching order. Mr. Jiang pondered for a moment. Just send a message on the social account. Chen Shirshir nodded her head, picked up her phone and edited a tweet on the fly, showing it to Mr. Jiang. Does this look okay to you? Mr. Jiang, who was originally a teacher majoring in media and had the ability to judge in this area, scanned it and felt that the wording was fine and nodded. Trouble you. After seeing her release, Mr. Chang returned a call to go back and explain the situation. Chen Shirshir was apologetic. I'm really sorry. I told them before that I hoped it wouldn't affect the order of the campus, and it still doesn't look like it's of much use. It's okay. You can't be blamed if you didn't start the problem. The school won't be able to distinguish between right and wrong. A student is a student. Other social identities cause repercussions. Just cooperate in dealing with them. I fully cooperate with the school side. I'm genuinely here to learn at the school and won't hype it up. Mr. Jiang rested his glasses and nodded slightly. This matter should be spread online by someone in the class. We will deal with this issue. Thank you, counselor. You're welcome. It took 2 class periods to take care of Sissy Chan's school registration. Incidentally, I learned that various counselors had implicitly warned students in their class groups, but the harassment increased instead of decreasing, as more people found out through inquiries that Chen Shirshir was attending the school. But with Chang being there, not many people dared to get close except for a few rabid fans. The school also felt that the momentum was not right, and carried out a more severe warning. And Chen Shirshir also sent a tweet similar to the warning. Plus, she doesn't care about her image, and bluntly refuses requests for pictures and autographs and such from rabid fans. By the last class of the morning, things were much better. Today Li Yan went to the cafeteria to eat after a long time. Zhang Wan secretly talked to Li Yan and asked him not to go home for lunch. 1. To accompany Chen Shirshir to familiarize herself with the campus. Secondly, to stimulate Ikki more again and try to get her to learn to talk as much as possible in a month. Ideally, a month later, arrangements would be made for Ji Moore to enroll in school, and after she adapted, Zhang Wan would be able to join the workforce without fear. Ji Moore's attachment has been felt by Li Yan since day one. But he also wants Ji Moore to get his foot in the door as soon as possible. There was no reason not to cooperate with Zhang Wan's arrangement, so it was bombarded with tweet messages. It should be Zhang Wan's notification. Just when it was time for class to end, Li Yan scanned his phone and received a 99+ message. Not coming back for dinner. /aggrieved. *99. There's no time to come back this month when you have lunch at school as well. This deception is officially sanctioned. Zhang Wan was very considerate and directly told Li Yan to copy over and she would deal with it. So Li Yan had no mental burden at all. Crying, it can't be helped that you learn to talk as early as possible, and I'm looking forward to going to school with you sooner rather than later. Ikimori, who had received the message, giggled suddenly with a special spoon for dry rice in his mouth. Emoji was returned, and the meal was ferociously dried up. Zhang Wan tucked his cell phone into his pocket in a cloudy manner, resting his cheeks, taking Li Yan to fool Chimor. One fool is one fool. Chapter 86, Happy College Life. Fish, do you think I should go? Yuan touched the movie ticket in her pocket with some hesitation. A cold wind blew by. Chen Yu gathered her windbreaker. Go if you like. Zhang Wenhai is quite nice. Ugh. But he asked him to help make an appointment with Li Yan, and he wouldn't even say yes. Since that night, Yuan often accompanied her for a walk, but Chen Yu was still unhappy, with no improvement. After the school resumed teaching, Li Yan did not live in the dormitory and did not eat lunch in the cafeteria. The only remaining chance for a chance encounter is gone. He even pulled the blackout of Chen Yu's contact information, and even the messages that Yuan sent over were read and not returned. Yuan noticed the trash can in front of her and yanked back Chen Yu, who was lost in thought. Be careful. I almost hit it. Chen Yu looked back. I'm sorry. Yuan sighed. Ugh. Pull yourself together. Well, Yuan, you shouldn't cloud your judgment of Zhang Wenhai for my sake either. If I miss it because of me, it will make it harder for me. I'll think about it. Yuan didn't want to irritate Chen Yu and changed the topic. How was your chat with Li Yan's sister? The phone vibrated and Yuan picked it up to check the message. His sister is very sweet and has been comforting me. Chen Yu smiled, then turned grim. Wan, actually it's not that I don't have the means to find a chance to spend time with Li Yan. I don't dare to. Aha. Yuan flipped through the message interface, her face becoming a little complicated. What's wrong? Chun Yu asked curiously. Yiwan hesitated and carefully said, "There's a star named Chen Shishir in school. You know that, right?" A touch of bitterness escaped the corners of Chun Yu's mouth. "She's with Li Yan now, right? You read the message?" "No. I was guessing. You remember I told you that Li Yan saved me as a child, as well as a few other girls. The girl in the white dress in front of Gintama that day was one of them." "You mean, her too? Well, that's why I'm the last person qualified to get close to him again." Yiwan was shocked for a split second and immediately relieved. Li Yan is not the kind of person who would like someone else casually. "I know. And that's why I don't deserve this kind of like, isn't it?" Long lines formed at the cafeteria. Chen Shishir's knuckles gently tapped the stainless steel rice bowl. Once awake, she put on a mask as an afterthought, but it was no longer very useful. But the feeling of being watched, Chen Shishir had long since gotten used to it and didn't feel awkward. Now, she was more interested in the school's cafeteria and asked Li Yan, "Is the cafeteria food really that bad?" Li Yan mused for a moment and described, "Not to the extent that it's hard to swallow. It's the kind that tastes mediocre with no sense of expectation. The key is that the chef's innovations for the dishes are so far ahead of their time that there's no way for the average person to appreciate his art," he said, feeling a little strange. "Why is the line at the cafeteria so long today?" Zhang Zhang explained, "Tomorrow the cafeteria will be replaced, and it will stop operating at night. And they all say that this is the last meal. All of them coming over to punch the clock. Pure and simple mental problems." If he hadn't accompanied Chen Shishir to the cafeteria to familiarize himself with it, he would rather go to Shasian Snacks to settle his lunch. Chen Shishir, on the other hand, nodded her head slightly with a grateful face. "Luckily I caught up. This is going out of print." Amazingly, when he got near the window, Yenli made his rounds and realized that the dishes were quite normal today. It was probably the last day of business and the chef was in a bad mood and didn't innovate. The three of them hit the table and took a random seat. Chen Shishir took a taste and put on a mask of pain. "It's worse than a boxed lunch." Zhang Zhang did not pick up his chopsticks and sat upright, his eyes gazing at a petite short-haired girl, waiting for her to come closer before beckoning. See, come over here." The short-haired girl's face abruptly reddened, carrying the dinner plate, her head lowered as she carefully sat beside Zhang Zhang. "Hi, school marm." Yenli greeted him very familiarly. "Meet often these days." "You, good." When she looked up, she frowned. "Oh, Li Yan." Amazingly, Chen Shishir, who was on the side, extended her hand very politely. "I'm Li Yan's good friend. Please take care of me as we meet for the first time." "You, hello." Yesi's face reddened again. Chen Shishir took a look at the lanky Zhang Zhang, and instantly felt sorry for Yesi. "Sister, you've worked hard. Don't look at Zhang Zhang like this. He's actually quite gentle." Li Yan muttered as he stuffed a piece of braised pork into his mouth. "Yes, you've lost weight. Eat more." I haven't lost any weight. What a brain you guys have in research. Eat more to replenish it." No brainer. It's all repetitive experiments. A piece of meat you let through. I'll let through. Yisi's family is not well off, and he is very frugal even when he fights for food in the cafeteria. Rarely hit the meat dishes. Zhang Zhang knew that she had a sensitive character and could not give her money directly, so every time they ate together in the cafeteria, they gave her meat. Before, Li Yan was listening to Zhang Wenhai dictate this image with a scowl on his face. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's true. Dog food is hard in the mouth. Chen Shishir had a knocked-out look on her face, staring straight ahead with chopsticks in her mouth. Zhang Zhang, find a girlfriend has not yet treated it. This must not 698 seafood buffet top? Li Yan smiled and said. "Li Yan, don't keep bullying Zhang Zhang like this. Yisi can return to normal just by seeing Li Yan. With everyone else." There was a look of social horror. Li Yan guessed that it was 80% of the husband-protector attributes enchantment. For Zhang Zhang, he was willing to be the bad guy. "Hey, it's actually mostly pretty fun." Zhang Zhang finally put the meat into Yisi's rice bowl as he wished, blushing and scratching the back of his head. It's fine. It should be a treat. It's all about spending mom and dad's money. Don't be so spread out and wasteful. Before Yenli brought me some monies, the treat is still enough. That should be saved too. Fine, I'll do as you say. Yisi lowered her head, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Looking at Chen Shishir, she almost chewed and ate the disposable chopsticks, and turned towards Li Yan with an excited look. "Let's all eat with them from now on. Don't you guys shoot anything like this?" Chen Shishir shook her head. "Those traces of acting are too heavy. How can it be that youthful? This is what I imagine a college relationship to be like." She inadvertently glimpsed a familiar figure, squinted her eyes and surveyed it, and murmured, "This is the heroine?" Chen Shishir stood up and shook her hand. As a result, a group of people responded in kind, tipping over a number of rice bowls and dumping grain all over the place. But no one is heartbroken just. It was originally bought to send to friends. Chen Shishir trotted a few steps and reached the girl. Your sister Chen, you right. It's such a shame that I didn't see you the day before yesterday. Good thing I came to school too. Let's eat together. Chapter 87, Embarrassing College Life. Just call me Chunyu. It's been a long time. With a polite smile, Chunyu did not refuse and obediently sat on Chen Shishir's side. Amazingly stuffed rice dead in his mouth and drank nori soup to smooth it down. Focusing on a dry meal is good for easing embarrassment. Yuan sat on the opposite side of the table and smiled towards Chen Shishir. Introducing herself. My name is Yuan. I'm Chen Yu's friend. It's so nice to be able to get the light to know a star. I'm retired all now, but I wasn't popular in the first place. Chen Shishir blushed and waved her hand. To say I'm in the light. It's still me who's in Li Yan's favor. Meeting all of you new friends. There was a good deal of unnutritious politeness for a few moments, worded with particular care as if it were a diplomatic meeting. When they're happy with their chatter. Amazing Li even ate his meal clean. Zhang's speed is even faster. Another hit are finished. The two can only look at each other. Amazing Li sighed. It was a pity that Zhang was already a captive of the woman. Otherwise he could have let him take himself away. Alas, this Yi Si is too slow to eat. Not long after, Zhang Wenhai also came. Hilarious. So, Sissy Chan made new friends. The welcome party was held in the cafeteria, which was exclusively for Chen Shishir. Chen Shishir is the closest to Chinyu. After all, she shared the hardships when she was a child, and at this time, she has already held hands. Fish, that short movie you acted in, that boss lady acted really well, covered up the original temperament, and completely substituting into the role. Chenyu felt the same way about her and naturally became acquainted. I'm just an amateur, not as good as you make me out to be. Seriously, I never say polite things to my friends. That last shot of yours was so emotional. I don't think I could have done it anyway. Chen Shishir rainbow ass kissing set after set. It's just substituting the situation, not the character. Chenyu chatted about acting and got in a better mood. There's a teacher who teaches acting who's very good, and he'll come to the school in a few days to hold an open class, so I'll help you get a spot if you're interested. Aha, definitely. Chen Shishir happily agreed. Then he asked, I remember that you have to have an object to substitute for the situation as well, so I'm a little curious as to who you visualize the opponent to be. Crowd. Chen Yu's smile stalled and she slightly lowered her head, unable to hide her gloomy color. From the sight of the crowd if anything, Chen Shishir confirmed that it was Yen Li. Chen Shishir could see that something bad must have happened between them. Was it a breakup? She hadn't really known there had been a time between them, or she wouldn't have mentioned it. While at the resort, Amazing Li said he didn't have a girlfriend. Chen Shishir thought that the relationship between the two was good friends or something like that, and now she was completely embarrassed. Ha ha. Geez, it's a nice day today. Chen Shishir's eyes fluttered, and Amazing Li was staring at the ceiling with his cheeks in his hands, his toes already picking at his socks. Zhang Wenhai timely relieved himself. Zhang, when are you going to treat us? Found a girlfriend. The 698 seafood buffet shall not be topped. Yes, I'm going to save up and treat you guys to Shaxian. Zhang readily accepted good advice. Zhang Wenhai pulled the corner of his mouth. If you have the guts to go to Shaxian to drink in the future, Zhang said in a righteous manner, how can you defile someone's innocence out of thin air? When did I take the initiative to drink? Which time was not you had to drag me there? Inexplicably received a large pot. See Zhang's pleading eyes. Zhang Wenhai suddenly heart. Just trying to be nice and take the pot next. But noticing that Yuan frowned slightly, he hurriedly changed his words. You remembered wrongly. It's Li Yan. At this moment, it was Li Yan's turn to frown. Dude, just 1 month without a dorm room, and these two are happy-go-lucky. That's a wimpy way to call my old man a lickspittle, but catching both of them at once is simply beautiful. Ah, right. I won't drink from now on. Okay. He looked at Yuan. Now there is a possibility of becoming a relative. He felt a lot more cordial, and raised his eyebrows. I will supervise for you. Don't worry. I'm a person who definitely doesn't act as a second fiddle. The corner of Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. Okay, you're already dating Zhang Wenhai? Li Yan raised his eyebrows. Why didn't you see the official announcement in your friend circle and blocked me? Yuan happily said. You still follow my circle of friends. Yes, it's blocking you. You're the one who didn't reply to the message first. Amazing Li was busy and forgot. Okay, I'm letting you know now that we're all teaming up to go to the movies tomorrow night. My treat. Tomorrow night I'm going to take a moving train to the awards ceremony. Yuan, the day after tomorrow. Awards day after tomorrow. Hotel tomorrow. Today. Not today. The day after tomorrow. Yenli nodded decisively. Okay, unblock it so I can take a screenshot and send it to my mom. Yi Wan. Zhang Wenhai rarely blushed. Have not promised. Not to tell godmother yet. Yi Wan was also shy. Amazingly looked at the two suspiciously. Are you sure you're not dating? No. Really? Amazingly sighed as he felt a sudden disappointment. Making me happy for nothing. I promise. Okay. Yi Wan was chipper to hide her shyness. Li Yan rounded his eyes, followed by some joy, and nodded his head repeatedly. Okay. Yi Wan gave a humph and inclined her head. As a family and friends group, shouldn't you make some preparations? At least put up some colorful ribbons and balloons or something. That has to be. Li Yan looked happier than Zhang Wenhai. Elbows and elbows. Go get some milk tea. It's on me. In the milk tea store. Li Yan's fingers tapped out stumps on his cell phone screen. Not long after, Zhang Wenhai received a call. Yi Wan didn't have the good sense to say, "You big mouth." Yenli said cheerfully, "Buy a pair of hanging cannons." Yi Wan, you're being a bit thick-skinned. Zhang Zhang was very dissatisfied with the cold shoulder he received. Amazingly laughed. So do you want to hang the cannon? Zhang Zhang. Chen Shishir hugged Chun Yu's arm, looking like she was knocked out of her mind. Fishy, college is so much fun. Aha. Chun Yu, however, gave a forced smile. It was only then that Chen Shishir realized afterward. I'm sorry. She shook her head. It's fine. Chen Yu noticed Chen Shishir's look of wanting to speak and whispered in her ear. It's not what you think. You don't have to worry about me. Chen Shishir hesitated. Can you tell me what happened? I've done things that he can't forgive. Chen Shishir's figure stiffened. The eyes became incredibly complicated. Did. Surprisingly. No wonder. Chen Shishir carefully guessed the boundaries of the language. Sometimes it's still understandable to be in love. Chun Yu. It's not what you think it is. Chen Shishir knew she had misunderstood and scratched her face. Oh. Then add a WeChat. Good. Chatting about classes at the milk tea store. Li Yan didn't even look at Chen Yu. Chapter 88 Social Security. Mud. Yen. Ikimore rose playfully from the small pony, calling his name in a stiff tone. Li Yan revealed a pleased smile. That's awesome. Learning to call me by my name on the first day. She scratched her face shyly and made a big jump onto the back of the little electric donkey. After she sat down, Li Yan picked up the pony on the ground and drove into the underground parking lot of the villa. In the hall, Zhang Luan rare flipped through a book of English original. Next to the notebook, she will from time to time lift the pen to do excerpts. Very serious look. Seeing the man return, he beckoned. Come over here and help me organize my notes. Chimore was holding an egg burrito with meat, eggs and ham sausage that Li Yan had spent a whopping $13 on, and chewing on it. An eyebrow furrowed at that. Little Flame isn't staying at home tomorrow and his mom is actually going to hog his time. It's just so bad. Li Yan without saying a word supported Gmore exclusive small horse sipper and sat across the table. Eat at home. Use at home. And lately, idle farts. It was a small favor he was naturally happy to do. To be able to get into a double first-class university, the vocabulary is naturally good. And I can see that this is an original English book about economic theory. But I just don't know what certain proper nouns mean. Organize your notes to understand the meaning for sure. But with Zhang Luan by his side, this was naturally not a problem. Amazingly took careful excerpts in his new notebook, just reworking the sub-paragraphs without much effort. Looking at his timeless handwriting, Zhang Luan envied him. Your handwriting is so beautiful. I just can't write it. Chi Mo inherited my shortcomings, and the Hanyu pinyin I copied today was like a limp noodle. Ike Mori, how well can someone who hasn't done homework since first grade write? Li Yan smiled. Chimore is so smart. He'll be able to practice soon. Ikimore, Omega. Zhang Luan nodded with great satisfaction. Yenli equals the ladder of progress for Ikimo. With that in mind, it can't and it will. Excerpting his notes, Li Yan's interest in the book rose a bit, mainly because Zhang Luan summarized it so interestingly. There is an assumption of rational man in economics, which assumes that everyone in society is trying to maximize benefits at minimum cost to facilitate the study of economic activity. Zhang Luan used the analogy of feeding the fish in the pond, using the least amount of bait to make the carp do the most labor. Also fed the fish for experiments and even took notes on the experiments. It feels like stretching it all out to do a thesis in that specialty. Amazingly realized more and more how much she had given up for her daughter. Obviously, he has a remarkable talent, but he can let it wear off for the sake of his family. He couldn't help but feel emotional. Auntie, don't worry. I'll take care of Chi Mo, and make sure you can help Uncle run the business without worry. Don't put that kind of responsibility on yourself. Zhang Luan could see Li Yan's mind and couldn't help but narrow her pretty almond eyes. It's a delightful thing to be empathized with. Raising a child is a lot of fun, and there is nothing that compares to the bliss of being connected by blood. But when a child grows up, it's always time to let go. You take care of Ikimori's moods too much sometimes, spoiling her more than I do, and that's not good for her. Li Yan's old face blushed. It's okay. You can be as casual as you like with your friends. Just make sure she has fun at school later. That's all that matters. Ikimori raised an eyebrow. Don't we get along as wives? So she lifted her eyes and looked at Li Yan with big watery Kazlan eyes, a hopeful look on her face, and pinched her little skirt. Mud. Yen, unfortunately, amazingly couldn't read minds. Well, when you learn to talk, we'll go to school together. Ikimori. Until dinner time. Chen Shirshir dabbles with the meal as promised, and Jimor's guard is up, especially listening to them talk about what was going on in school. Ikimori was jealous, her nerdy hair bouncing anxiously. Several times, she asked Yenli to help her peel shrimp to interrupt the conversation between the two. Then, the same expression appeared on Chen Shirshir's face, a meal where the moods of the two men kept shifting. But after dinner, Chen Shirshir was going home. It's so early, just hang out here for a bit longer. Zhang Luan retained. That's not true. A few more words and Ikimori will definitely work harder tomorrow. There was fan harassment at school today, and I'm going to go on air later to talk about it. So, do you need any help? No. I told Dad. He'll help with that. That's good. Until she leaves. It took a moment for Ikimori's dorky hair to go off alert mode. After taking a shower, Ikimori relied on Li Yan again. But it's cooler, the pajamas are thicker, and it's not as challenging as it was in the beginning. Li Yan was also used to physical contact with Ikimori, except she started humming after her shower and her face was a little hot. Count the days. It's the relatives again. Li Yan was concerned. Stomach ache? Ikimori nodded. Zhang Luan opened the thermos and handed it to Li Yan. He propped up the cup and fed Ikimori water. Zhang Luan asked, "Tomorrow is the award ceremony for that short movie of yours. Will it be broadcast live?" The school arranged for someone to go along, and I'm not sure in what form. I didn't ask in detail. Okay. Zhang Luan nodded. By the way, there's a suit in the closet that was customized for you. I thought it was for a formal occasion, and seeing as you don't have one in your closet, I prepared it for you. How much is that? You'd better not ask. Zhang Luan sheepishly inclined her head. That's going to be a couple months of paychecks. When this month is over, you'll double your salary with Ikimori alone, so that'll be paid back in 2.5 years. The corners of Li Yan's mouth twitched. That's not the way to do it. After thinking for a while he found an excuse. The recent investigation is strict. My father will be suspected of taking bribes. In the future, Auntie should not buy things for me. It's okay, make up a labor contract when the time comes, the same kind as a bodyguard. I'll give you a punch card, and by the way, I can also pay your social security. Zhang Luan clapped her hands. Right, I can also give you an internship stamp later. In the Qi family, Li Yan had never been able to convince Qi's mother. This time was surely no exception. The bed would still be stuck in customs if it wasn't for the mother and daughter falling out. Li Yan could only resign himself to his fate. That's really appreciated. You kids are just too polite. What's there to be thanked for? It's all proper payment for labor. Chapter 89, Bouncing Back. Time passes and white ponies pass. Another day of schoolwork is over. In the school parking lot, amazingly puffed and puffed as he stuffed his bags into the trunk. Mr. Zhang chewing gum, leaning on the car door to supervise the work, glanced at the logoof, the clothes and bags. Straight barking mouth, tisk, tsk, clothes and bags with Hermes, or a rich second generation nah. Deep hiding. Li Yan blurted out. I borrowed it from my relatives to support the scene. Don't pretend. I'm not asking you to borrow money. Mr. Zhang spat. When you were taken away by the police you were so calm. I could tell then. Your kid's family is 80% not ordinary. After loading the luggage, the trunk was closed with a snap. Li Yan sat on the co-pilot, spread his hands and said, in fact, it was me who saved the rich girl when I was a child, and now I am looking for me to bring a child to her family. And seeing that I am too poor, I borrowed the bag that my family did not want to show off. Mr. Zhang fastened his seatbelt and couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Worthy of being a choreography major. Open your mouth. She smacked her lips and nodded her head repeatedly. Not bad. It has that flavor. A few sentences outlined a story with a complicated plot. The rich family's daughter was saved by the protagonist when she was a child, and when they were reunited many years later, she had already married a woman. And seeing that the protagonist's life was down and out, she helped the protagonist in the name of bringing up a child. After a series of love-hate relationships, the protagonist realizes that the child is the result of one of his drunken love affairs. Not ashamed to be teacher. Li Yan straight applause. Teacher, I really suggest you into this industry. So brain. Outstanding works I really can't think of. So what kind of script were you thinking of? Seriously, and you don't believe me? Amazingly tucked his hand and said. Still, the story you made up sounds more plausible. Come on. I'm just a communications teacher. And you're an award-winning screenwriter. You can really hold it. Li Yan was dumbfounded and joked. If I used to hold the leader's stinky feet, I wouldn't be late in getting the title. If it was that easy, I would have been assessed a long time ago. Mr. Zhang sighed helplessly and looked towards the bustling crowd. There are so many people. I don't dare to drive. Do you have a driver's license? Amazingly. Carefully, he pulled out of the campus. I thought the school would arrange for a leader to go with me. That's true. Mr. Zhang looked in a good mood. 500 for 1 day of business trip allowance. That's really good. The reimbursement is also high. Let's eat something nice for the next 2 days. No kids in the house? Mr. Chang shrugged. My mom will bring it. Where's the husband? Leaving. Li Yan could only sigh. Hard work. Mr. Zhang didn't care so much. His tone remained relaxed. Yes, it's a real brain ache to pay the mortgage alone. And sometimes you have to chew on the old man's pension. There was a lot of chatter, and the evening rush hour traffic was jammed. Luckily, Mr. Zhang was experienced enough to buy the tickets with plenty of time set aside for boarding to the moving station. Incidentally, the car was parked at a Ford store near the moving station for maintenance. Li Yan was carrying most of the luggage and was already sweating by the time he reached the place. Young people, nowadays they don't know how to help out with some work at home. Amazingly, the award ceremony is scheduled at a small venue in NJ, and tonight's destination is a hotel. The moving train arrives at the station near the hotel at about 2 o'clock. Pick up your ticket, wait on the platform, find your seat, and put your luggage away. It was already dark when we set out. Forget about a boxed lunch. It's too late to get to the station. Okay, Amazingly stood up. I'll go get it. Remember to pull the invoice. I want the braised scallops. Amazingly nodded. It coincided with mealtime, and there were still plenty of people who compromised their boxed lunches as they did. The aisles were bustling with people. There are always unqualified people among them, pushing through the crowd and making a mess of the line. The safety officer can only advise in such cases. But crowded as it was, no clashes broke out. Li Yan moved slowly with the crowd toward the expensive and unpalatable boxed lunch. Suddenly, ah! A girl's scream rang out. At once the whole carriage fell silent. The girl was right in front of Amazingly. He couldn't help but furrow his brow and reach for his ears. Everyone was watching her, and Amazingly was no exception. As a result, the girl slowly turned around, looked straight at Li Yan, and reached out her hand to fiercely slap him. Pop! A crisp sound resonated throughout the carriage. Amazingly shook off the back of his hand. Good to react quickly and come up with a manual bounce back. It's kind of cool. I don't know if anyone filmed it. The girl's whole face was written with rage. Rascal! Amazingly! What's not to understand here? There was an outcry. The man in question, Yan Li, took a few seconds to realize what was going on because he was so engrossed in the awesome bounce back. You've got it all wrong. He suppressed his anger. It was cool to bounce back, but who the hell could be happy when they got dumped on for no reason? Still try to say this in a calm tone, and a higher volume of voice. If you get angry at this point, there's no defense. The girl's chest was heaving violently and she looked very angry. You just touched my ass. What other misunderstandings are there? I just had my hand in my pocket. You were touching it through your pants pocket. Li Yan couldn't hold back. I tucked it in the pocket of my sweatshirt. How can I touch it through my pants pocket? And you're sophomoric? She hissed. What's the big deal with you? You just squeezed yourself through and I made room for you. Didn't you see? Li Yan pulled out his ears again. Shame on you. The crowd on the sidelines began to whisper as well. The lad looks quite honest. I didn't expect to do such a thing. Not sure what's going on yet. There are still quite a few fairies these days. Girls have the guts to say that in public. Surely it's not a misunderstanding. Che, she's wearing her pants so immodestly that her panties are printed out. Doesn't she just want to be touched? The girl was wearing a pair of yoga pants, and the middle-aged man who spoke had his eyes wandering over them. The girl turned around, slapped one hand on the desktop, and looked intently at the middle-aged man who had spoken. Say that again if you have the guts. Amazingly rolled his eyes. Is really much. It's a crotch paste of yellow mud. It's either or not. With a sentence like that, he'd be categorized by this guy 80% of the time. Bitchy guy is really something disgusting. It's the 21st century. Don't girls have the freedom to dress? A woman dressed as an OL took off her headphones and held up her cell phone to aim at Li Yan. Don't you dare run. Yan Li didn't cover the camera and looked weak for doing so, tucked his hand back into his pocket, made a disdainful sound through his teeth, and said coldly, If you didn't do it, you didn't do it. Run chicken hair. Dare to do it. Shameless. What's wrong with you seeing it? How can it be a slur when a girl has the courage to face such things head on? The male college student said helpfully. Sister Tsinghua. That's a case in point. Yeah. It's not an isolated case. Just now there was no reaction whatsoever to that middle-aged male animal's outburst, and now you're excited to take sides with your own kind. The yoga pants girl gave the college student a biting glance. It was only then that the safeties pushed their way through the crowd, asked what happened and looked a little embarrassed. Amazing Lee looked calm as the yoga pants girl hissed. He observed Li Yan for a moment, and after thinking about it, advised, was it a misunderstanding caused by the crowd? I demand a female safety. You men are siding with the men. Amazing Lee glanced around at the people holding up their cell phones. It's nice to have the feeling that you're going to get cyberstormed. What a ing pain in the ass. Call the police for this. I don't have that much time. The girl held her head high and pointed to the ground. You will now. Right now. Kneel and apologize to me. I didn't touch it. Let the police come. Seeing that the crowd is crowded with no evidence. You are so emboldened. I'll do this justice myself. The girl waved her hand again. Li Yan stretched out his hand to block, but a taller man grabbed it first. He froze at the sight of his visitor. Why are you following me? Ikimori was afraid you'd be bullied, so I didn't realize it was prescient. Amazing Lee. Chapter 89 _ John Yuanzhou didn't wear his suit out today, changing into an unobtrusive sweatshirt, and he didn't even wear the sunglasses of his natal artifact. It was the first time Amazing Lee had seen him with his sunglasses off. It finally dawned on me where Ikimori's unusually flexible thick eyebrows were inherited from. Had a fight with Amazing Lee. Zhang Yuanzhou then looked at the safety officer and changed his look to a serious one. I'm his guardian. Help inform the passenger police. The safety officer was a little embarrassed, obviously not wanting to be bothered. It's just a misunderstanding. She just slapped my kid. Then I'll let him touch me for nothing? The woman rounded her eyes. And be reasonable. Let's check the surveillance and see what's going on. Thinking that a crowd of people can't see it on surveillance, are you? She slammed her satchel hard and started yelling and spilling her guts out. Come on, man. Look at these two shameless things. Bullying women is still justified. You don't have to take responsibility for touching anything. Safety rushed to persuade her, but she would not relent, as if she had been wronged. At the sound, a number of people got up from their seats to watch the fun, and those who didn't know what was going on also got up and wanted to watch the fun, making the already congested aisle even more chaotic. Some of the parents who loved to watch the fun, with their children still squeezing inside, rightfully separated. The sound of a child's crying began to be heard. People also started pushing and shoving and arguing with each other. There is a stampede on the horizon. It's killing me that this is happening at feeding time. The safety officer wiped the sweat from his forehead, did not continue to persuade the woman, rushed to contact the car radio to discourage. But it's going to take some time, and it's very confusing right now. Zhang Yuanzhou pushed a few people away and fished out the child from the ground who was nearly stepped on. Handed over to the passenger in the seat. He glared roundly. Aren't you guys afraid of getting people killed by watching the fun? The safety officer also began to discourage it. But many of the righteous did not want to leave and even argued with the safety officers. At this time, someone in the periphery shouted, Lao Wang, why do not you remember? Last time we stepped on people standing to cooperate with the investigation. Sitting in the seat will be fine. Hear me. Come back. The voice repeats itself over and over again from far and near. Li Yan was escorting the two children at this time, and when he heard the familiar voice, he sighed with relief. It was worthy of being a lecturer in communication studies. Even the people who were watching could be solved. The congestion did not continue to intensify because of Mr. John's play. A few minutes later, the car's radio finally went off and a couple of ride-along police officers arrived in a hurry, obviously much more seasoned than the younger safeties. Stern warnings repel. There was a scare to restore order before the next stop. One mother thought to look for her own child at that moment. It's surprising that the first moment wasn't to comfort the child or thank the safety officer. What just happened? I heard it was someone who was raped in the car. Is that true? Were they arrested? It was as if he was completely unaware of the situation his own son had just faced. The safety officer led the teary-eyed child to his mother and said helplessly, Fake. Ouch. What the hell was that all about? The safety officer, heartbroken and unable to hold back, frowned fiercely. Please watch the children in a public place. Just don't say it. What an attitude. She grumbled and left the compartment with the baby in her arms, and he cursed why the child had run away and lost it, as if he were entirely at fault. The safety officer sighed and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Seeing that things were almost done, the two occupants came to a few people. What's going on? The safety officer spoke in general terms. The passenger police frowned. Where is the man? The safety officer looked around and was also confused. Where is everyone? Writers, you're asking me? Safety. Jang Yuanzhou reminded. She went straight down when we just pulled up. Writers witnessed them coaxing children and helping to evacuate. One takes advantage of the chaos to run away, and one stays put to help. It is already a no-brainer as to what is right or wrong. Several people were invited to the staff rest compartment, and a meticulous record was made of what had happened. The near misses that resulted in a public safety incident are certainly well documented. When the fit was complete, Amazingly asked, "Will there be a punishment for her?" The passenger police officer sighed. Even if she nearly caused an accident that endangered public safety, but purely in terms of behavior, she did not break the law. Even here, we can only criticize and educate. As for the conflict between you, you've just been shown the surveillance as well, and there's no way to prove that you didn't touch. It's doubtful, but you weren't substantially harmed. Suppose I hadn't blocked that slap, I could have handled it? The passenger police officer glanced at the law enforcement recorder and nudged it, expressing the idea that he couldn't say that, but it meant this. Amazingly put on a smile. "Count me out. It's not like you get nothing for making this trip." The flight attendant upgraded Li Yan's trio to business seats. Also got a boxed lunch for nothing, even though it would have been reimbursed. Luckily nothing happened, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to explain. Teacher Jiang patted the footprints on his pants leg, his eyes shifted to Zhang Yuanzhou. "And this is?" Since the moment Mr. Jiang appeared, Zhang Yuanzhou pretended up, collapsing his batch face in a very serious manner. "Private bodyguard. No wonder it doesn't feel like a normal person. A retired soldier, I guess." He had a look of secrecy about it. In time to load up and get up. Li Yan's cheeks twitched. "Mr. Jiang stopped making a fool of himself and looked at Li Yan, resting his glasses. "Mr. Chang. Amazing Li. Treadmill. How do you explain that?" "Ryoko." Teacher Jiang couldn't help himself and tried. "Young master?" Yanli scratched his face. "My family is working class." "Understood." Mr. Chang nodded. "Low profile, huh? Really isn't." "Ah, yes. Actually, well, I babysat for this family's kids. The host family was pretty happy with me, so they set me up with a little bodyguard." "Mr. Chang, do you think I should believe it?" "It's good that you're happy. The train has arrived at the station. Please be careful when getting off. There are still benefits to having Zhang Yuanzhou. At least the luggage doesn't have to be carried by yourself." After a snooze, Amazingly was still a bit disoriented. "I'll do it." Zhang Yuanzhou took the luggage in Mr. Zhang's hand and looked at Li Yan. "Miss is looking for you." Mr. Zhang, Amazingly, pulling his cell phone out of his pocket. The screen was lighting up and a video call popped up. Muted while sleeping before. Fumble with the Bluetooth headset and connect. Icky Moore was sitting on the bed, wearing his regular vacation limited skin, the dinosaur pajamas. Looking well, he was holding a thermos of water, and his large eyes were gleaming. Seemingly unconcerned that she hadn't been able to reach Amazing Li, she spat out her straw and held out a hand. Hi. Not long after, Zhang Luan entered the picture holding a kitten. "Auntie, are we there yet?" "Just arrived." "Well then, be safe." The sound of the moving station was noisy, and after a few moments of chatting, he hung up the video call. The other side, Ikimori put down his phone and picked up his tablet. It's also Amazing Li on the pad, but it's a sneak peek. Ikimori smacked his lips happily. "Haven't you seen enough?" Ikimori hemmed and hawed and propped the tablet up, staring intently with his arms across his chest. Chapter 91, The Pathetic Thick Barrier. Walking out of the station, Zhang Yuanzhou walked ahead to lead the two, next to the black commercial car in front. The middle-aged man was well-dressed, glancing at the expensive watch on his wrist from time to time. Zhang Yuanzhou carried his luggage and stood still in front of the man. "Zhang Yuanzhou." The middle-aged man instantly switched to a flattering look and rubbed his hands together. "Zhang Dong, hello. I'm not a group director." The middle-aged man was choked for a moment, but there was no embarrassment on his face. His mouth even said, Yes, I remembered wrongly," and then walked quickly before Zhang Yuanzhou, took the lead to the back of the car and opened the trunk. Putting his bags away, he got into the driver's seat and started the vehicle. Airport Internal Road. This point of the journey, I do not know how many times into the rearview mirror to measure Li Yan. Zhang Yuanzhou pulled up the curtain in the back row to change his clothes, and in less than 2 minutes, he switched from the home version to his work clothes. Sitting back down next to Li Yan, his hand naturally rested on the armrest, and he lifted his cuff to reveal his watch to check the time. Inside the dimly lit car, Amazingly noticed a little red light on his watch. Stare. "Recorded all the time?" Zhang Yuanzhou nodded his head unabashedly. Amazingly. The car pulled smoothly out of the moving station. Because of the experience of being lost as a child, Li Yan had traveled for the first time in his life. Today's buildings are all pretty much the same. Plus they don't go into the city and still drive on elevated roads. Nothing special. But there was still a freshness about him. And from time to time he looked out of the window. The middle-aged man glanced up at the car's rearview mirror. First time in Nanking? Amazingly nodded. Yes, Mr. Ikari's family is really strict. Jiang Yuanzhou, as the officially appointed bodyguard, it is normal to have this association. Li Yan can't recognize down. Just say a mouthful of relatives to put off the past is. Before he could explain, Jiang Yuanzhou coughed twice and took over the conversation. The Yiki family has only one only daughter. The middle-aged man immediately looked trembling. Understood. I won't string gossip around. Mr. Jiang, on the other hand, looked at Li Yan with complicated eyes. So he is a bastard. No wonder he is so low profile. Amazingly. Jiang Yuanzhou. Cough. Cough. Jiang Yuanzhou coughed twice in a feigned manner and added, Mr. G and Mrs. G are very affectionate. He immediately returned. Understood. Jiang Yuanzhou rolled his eyes again. But you're half right. He counts as half a son of the Qi family. Eh? The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, gripping the steering wheel and nodding. Anan. Mr. Jiang, on the other hand, opened his mouth wide in shock. Amazingly, the atmosphere in the car became eerie. From time to time, the middle-aged man looked into the rearview mirror, revealing a look that was 3 parts fawning and 7 parts more fawning. Li Yan wanted to say a few words to him to ease the embarrassment, but the middle-aged man was obviously much more cautious. In his opinion, as a close minister of the Ikari family, the words spoken were similar to Ikari Wanli's unofficial statement. The middle-aged man who realized this had already been apoplectic. No wonder he personally called to arrange a pickup. This is properly a future to be reckoned with. And Li Yan actually got a little used to it. At 10 p.m., arrived at a business hotel in the center of town. Checked in with my ID and received 2 room cards. On the elevator, Jiang Yuanzhou stood with his hands folded, while Mr. Jiang interacted with the child by sending voice messages, and Li Yan and Jimor sent each other love packets. Look for the room number. Turn a few steps and you'll find it. Mr. Jiang remembered that his suitcase was still in the hands of others, and when he looked back, there was luggage on the ground, and Jiang Yuanzhou had mysteriously disappeared again. Where are the people? That's just the way he is. He'll show up when he needs to, and if you don't believe me, order a takeout and he'll be the one to deliver it. So professional. Mr. Jiang swiped his room card and entered the room. I'll clean up and come find you later. Yeah. Put the bags down and organized what I want for tomorrow. Surveyed the room. It's a pretty nice hotel and the rooms are pretty big, about 40 square feet. Bohemian carpet on the floor. 1-meter-8 king-size bed with floor-to-ceiling windows, and quite upscale furniture. But Li Yan had been hanging out at Chimor's house every day, and had had his eyes opened. Not that it's a dislike. If I hadn't been hanging out at the Ikimori house, I'm sure I would have been a little more excited. After waiting a while, Mr. Jiang knocked on the door. Upon entering, Amazingly poured her boiling water. Sitting opposite each other on the couch, the two looked at each other. A sadly thick barrier has come between us. She sighed. Yan Li, Sister Jiang, Mr. Chang. I'm not really interested in your privacy. I was just kidding before. She took a sip of her boiling water. Tomorrow morning is the rehearsal for the awards ceremony, and the evening is the official awards. So if it goes well, you'll have some free time in the afternoon. You can go have some fun on your own. Buy some specialties and stuff to take home. Isn't the teacher going? I came over to approach the organizer for you. After all, you belong to the school students who haven't joined the workforce yet. The school is obliged to send someone over. This kind of place, there are still some twists and turns. I'm afraid that if you sign some kind of contract in confusion, you'll be in trouble. Well, do you need help with anything? No money. When the time comes to see what there is to eat, buy some on the go. I'll just bring it back to fool the kids. Okay. You don't advance me money. Okay. I really don't have much money after I told you. Yanli picked up his cell phone and opened the takeout, having cultivated the habit of eating late-night snacks in the Chi family. Mr. Jiang glanced at it. Keep the slip for reimbursement and order a duck blood fan soup for me. Okay. She stood up and stretched. The phone rang, and she was about to step out of the room to answer it again. When she looked at the number and saw that it was the school's landline, she sat back down on the couch. Hello. In the earpiece, the other person spoke extremely fast. Mr. Jiang's face gradually became ugly. Glanced at Li Yan, whom, clamping the phone with his shoulder, he reached toward him. Give me the cell phone to use. Amazingly handed over his cell phone. Mr. Jiang opened Weibo and found a hot phrase. The video is mosaic. But how can you not recognize yourself? Amazing Lee is shocked, asterisk 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 asterisk. Mr. John said to the other party, this is an obviously edited video, and in a moment I'll write a report detailing what happened. After a few more words, Mr. Jung handed the phone to Yen Li. Hello, I'm Zhao Si. A tired voice came through the receiver. Well, good evening principal. I wanted to check with you about this. It's purely subtle. Okay, I understand. Zhao Si paused and added, the school will handle it properly. I'm well aware of your matter, and the school will be on your side. Aha. Li Yan pulled the screen. The video is mosaic. To human flesh also human flesh me. For the time being has nothing to do with the school. Right. On the campus forum, someone reposted the video in the tone of an eyewitness, insinuating that the person was you. Zhao Si lit his lighter to light a cigarette and exhaled. The school has already deleted the post in the first place, but the private dissemination is certain. Don't worry too much about trying to fabricate facts to smear our students. We can't agree to that either. Thanks. Good morning. Aha. Chapter 92. Teacher Jiang let out a long sigh and raised his eyes to Li Yan, who had a disinterested look on his face. I shouldn't have let you go buy food. What's that got to do with it? Mr. Jiang skimmed his mouth with a look of so much trouble and got up. I'm going back. Okay, do you want me to dictate it again? No, I remember about it. I'll get you to add to it when it's written. Aha. Get an early night's rest. Tomorrow's schedule has changed, so don't leave the house if you can. Li Yan looked disappointed, but still obeyed the leader. Okay, got it. Mr. Jiang barked a few more words, and then bitterly went to write the report. Left to himself, he poured himself a cup of tea and bobbed up and down with his tea bag. In the Chi family developed the habit of drinking tea. Brewed almost, tasted a mouthful. Straight frown, subconsciously lifted the tea bag, hesitated or did not throw it. It is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. After playing with his cell phone for a while, the doorbell rang. When he opened the door, Zhang Yuanzhou was carrying 2 servings of duck blood vermicelli soup and a bag of tea in his hand. Which one is yours? The non-spicy one. Amazingly glanced at the tea and raised an eyebrow. You bugged my room? Zhang Yuanzhou straight rolled his eyes. I bought it for myself. The hotel's tea froth is too hard to drink. If it is not G more afraid of you running away who is happy to keep an eye on you every day? Zhang Yuanzhou is after all a middle-aged man with a thermos of tea every day. Realizing this, Li Yan scratched his head awkwardly. So what? Can you even me out a bit? They sell it at the supermarket downstairs. Get it yourself. You can't drink it all either, can you? Zhang Yuanzhou reluctantly shared some with Li Yan. Li Yan pinched a handful of tea leaves and took the duck blood vermicelli soup. I forgot I didn't order it for you. What do you want to eat? Zhang Yuanzhou rolled his eyes and hummed. I bought it myself. At that moment, a delivery boy trotted over. Mr. John? Eyes watched as the delivery boy pulled out one exquisitely packaged takeout after another from the insulated bag. The box was small, and by the look of the small ticket it was all triple-digit premium. Oops, business trip is great. Tough talk, 30W don't want it. Have to make 3,000 a month. Amazingly. Beef pot stickers, chicken sauce xiaolong bao, duck butter pancakes. Li Yan decisively reached out to close the door, and Zhang Yuanzhou stopped it. Zhang Luan ordered it for you. I just dropped by. Zhang Yuanzhou didn't have the heart to share half of it with Li Yan. Auntie is so good to me. Don't act it out. It's not recorded now. Ikimori is asleep. Amazingly. Zhang Yuanzhou went to deliver the duck blood vermicelli soup to Mr. Jiang, and when he saw Li Yan still standing in the doorway, he asked, something wrong? Did you record the video earlier? There is. What's wrong with it? That ain't legal. There's still a problem with perspective. And there's other ways to go after that guy. Zhang Yuanzhou obviously didn't know what was going on in the hotspot yet. Li Yan said vaguely, what trouble is looking for? It's just a psycho. Just a question. Don't delete anon. 2 rooms across the street also had people ordering takeout, and the guy left it at the door, rang the doorbell and went to run the next order. The door diagonally across the street opened. A woman came out to get takeout. The woman with the takeout didn't notice them, picked it up and closed the door. It was the woman on the moving train. Zhang Yuanzhou narrowed his eyes. Yoo-hoo, what a coincidence. Li Yan pulled the corner of his mouth and sneered. I don't believe there's such a coincidence. The door to the room across the hall opened as well. I can't believe it's someone I know again. Li Yan, what a coincidence. The girl with wet hair, wrapped in a bathrobe, stood in the doorway. She noticed Zhang Yuanzhou again. Uncle, hey, he was carrying takeout. Want some? The girl waved her hand. No need. Hurry back and dry your hair. When Ju was on good terms with GMO, Zhang Yuanzhou still felt very much like an elder to her. She then remembered that she'd come out wrapped in her bathrobe, gathered it together, carried her own takeout, and closed the door. Jiang Yuanzhou glanced at Li Yan and restrained his kind smile. He came close to him, stretched out his index finger and pointed at his chest, threateningly said, I can remind you that Boss Chiu is not as gentle as he appears, and Ji Wanli is not the same personality. Weigh it before you reach out. Amazing Li, close the door and start tasting the Nanjing specialties. A bite of duck blood fan soup and a snack. The temperature was 6 or 7 degrees and the room was hot. Well, turn on the air conditioning. Life is so good. Today's the day. Bazaar black. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Amazing Li had only just taken a few bites. Put down your chopsticks and open the door. Wenju wore a set of Gmore's same autumn and winter style pleated skirt with pantyhose, a trench coat over it, and stepped on the hotel's disposable slippers. Her freshly blown hair was draped casually over her shoulders, and the smell of good shampoo drilled into her nose as she breathed. When we first met at the resort, her face was taut and only gave the impression of seriousness. The look was softer now, and with her hair draped, it added a touch of gentleness. She's changed a lot. When a family experiences a change, it can produce a change in just a few days. With her mother's narration, Li Yan could probably guess what kind of experiences Wenju had had. He also lacked a family at a young age and can very much empathize with that. She stood in the doorway carrying the takeout she had ordered. I ordered more. Let's have some together. Li Yan moved his body out of the way to welcome her in and said with fake politeness, Eichmer's mom ordered me quite a few as well, and I was going to ask you to help share them. Wenju stepped in. All the takeout boxes on the table were all open. He knew the man was lying. Really? I see you have no intention of sharing with me. Okay, the bottom still hasn't changed much. Li Yan smiled awkwardly. Tea, or plain water? Tea, good. Li Yan poured a cup of tea and handed it to Wenju. How's your mom? It's good. The tests were positive. Early stage. The man is abroad now. My father with him, preparing for surgery and convalescence. It will be some time before we know exactly what's going on. Gee whiz. Very sympathetic though. But thinking about her mom trying to eat people made Li Yan a little creepy. Wenju, however, suddenly smiled. You don't have to be so nervous. Other than my mom, my family, including me, are all very grateful to you. And your mom blames me? It's the first time I've ever heard my mom curse so hard. Amazing Li, don't mind if you do. My mom has that temper. Wenju said in relief. She told you what she didn't even tell her family. And you betrayed her. She just hates it when people betray. What's wrong? It's fine, it's fine. Li Yan pushed a box of untouched mushy snacks to Wenju. This is dessert. I don't eat sweet things at night. You eat it. Wenju graciously took it, picking up the spoon and bowing his head to eat, but his hair got in the way a bit. Do you have a hair tie? Amazing Li froze. What am I doing with this thing with short hair? Everyone else in love will ring a girlfriend's hairband around their hand. Gmore didn't give you one? Said Wenju slapping his forehead. I couldn't use it even if I had it. I'm sorry, I was out of line. Don't mind me. Wenju thought about it and coiled her hair, picking up an extra set of disposable chopsticks and using them as a hairpin to secure her hair. Li Yan picked up a piece of pot stickers and chewed on it, muttering, I really don't have that kind of relationship with Gmore. Chapter 93, The Middle of the Night. Wenju was different from Gmo's wild eating style. She chewed her food slowly and was not slow. I didn't eat dinner, probably feeling like she'd eaten a little too much. She explained. Gmore's meals are much larger than yours. The snacks Auntie bought me must have been arranged according to her rations. Li Yan pushed the takeout towards her. You add more fuel. Don't waste it. Speaking of Gmore, Wenju revealed a heartfelt smile. Gmore was particularly fond of food when she was a child. She was well liked in my father's chess club when she was a child, and the few rare times she quarreled, it was because someone else ate her snacks, but she was always willing to share them with me. It's petty though is all. Ha ha ha. She's also very protective of her food with the burritos and pancake nuts I buy her after school. Talking and eating as we went along was just too much, and in the spirit of not wasting food, the last few bites were tough. As she ate, Wenju's hair loosened a bit, and she removed the disposable chopsticks and tossed them into the trash. Long hair fell like a waterfall and was left long. It was almost down to his waist and looked wet without blow drying. She reached up and ruffled her hair, looking concerned. Didn't blow dry? Aha. Amazingly fetched the hairdryer from the bathroom and politely said, Want some help? Wenju hair is long. It is really inconvenient to get it yourself. Go to the barber store to wash more. At home is also when Fang is there to wash. She hesitated. Is it appropriate? Forget it then. Wenju. By the time she had blown out her hair, Li Yan had already made tea. Wenju draped his hair in a graceful manner and took a sip from his teacup. Frowning, Li Yan also took a taste. When I just drank a tea bag, I thought it was awful. but I couldn't tell the difference between a $14 bag of tea and the tea my aunt made. It's true that mountain pigs can't eat fine chaff, and it's a waste of the good tea of the Chi family. Get you another glass of plain water? No, it's not that bad. Doesn't that still make it hard to drink? Amazingly bellyached and refilled his cup with boiling water. Are you here for the awards too? Wenju nodded. A senior's work was selected. I worked on the script, so I'm here. Li Yan remembered that day when she was vainly seeking advice, and sweated a little. You're really modest. Wenju was unimpressed. He is pure gold plating to come. You rely on strength. The most golden award should be for you. This industry is the most nakedly vanilla of all. There are a lot of bells and whistles for the various awards. Even with Chen Dongfun's insider information, Li Yan didn't really believe in it, and came over just as if he wanted to get a better understanding. I wanted to go to the Holocaust Memorial Museum, and the scenic spots in Nanjing, and I made reservations before I came, but now I can't go because of the pitfalls. The organizers should have arranged similar rooms for the same group of people. And Li Yan looked at her and asked, do you know who lives next door to you? Wenju looked at Li Yan suspiciously. What are you doing? Nothing, just looked familiar and couldn't remember who it was. She's my senior's sister. She's a short video account maker. Sort of a web celebrity. I'm not too sure about the specifics. Wenju looked him up and down and tried. I can ask for the micro signal for you. Amazingly pulled at the corner of his mouth. It wasn't that he was interested in the pussy. Apparently the pussy was more interested in him. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Wenju thought he'd acquiesced. GMO is much better looking than her, alright. I didn't mean that. Oh. Li Yan picked up his cell phone and looked at the time. It's almost 0 o'clock. Oh. Are you kicking me out? No. Want to play chess together then? I brought Go. Go to my place. Li Yan hesitated. Maybe it's because my family is out of the country and I feel so insecure that I want to stay longer when I meet someone I know a little bit. At first, Wen Fang had also explained that she wanted to communicate more with Wenju and take care of him. What if Wen Fang returns home by then and asks if that's not the case? He couldn't sleep for a while anyway. So he agreed. Okay, play chess, play chess. In the hallway, a man stood in the doorway of Wenju's room, wearing a suit in the middle of the night, looking like he's about to hit the market. But Jiang Yuanzhou seems to have the same wimpy look, even wearing sunglasses at night. Li Yan was used to it and didn't find it much strange. Recognize? Wenju left the cat's eye. Aha! Hearing the door open, the man at Wenju's door looked back and smiled. Turning to face Wenju, he sized up Li Yan again, before his eyes finally returned to Wenju. Why can't you get through on the phone? I brought you some snacks. The man in the suit lifted his pockets. Little ravioli from the old man's stand downstairs. That stand looks smokin'. You'll like it. Cell phone was in the room so I didn't get it. I ate. I don't need it. Wenju faintly said. He wasn't the least bit annoyed and looked at Li Yan. This is relative. My name is Li Yan. He showed his joy and reached out. You made a bowl of noodles, didn't you? That's awesome. Stretching his hand, Li Yan switched his teacup to his left hand and shook his hand. You're too kind. My name is Dai Chang. Nice to meet you. I didn't realize you knew the schoolgirls. The nutrient-less pleasantries that led to the time being taken away from the abuse. Wenju was very unhappy, his brow furrowing the more he frowned. Dai Chang noticed this. I'm really sorry to bother you. It's okay. Wenju slipped his room card out of his sweater pocket and swiped it open with a drop. Want to come in? Is this appropriate? Forget it then. Daytown. Just before 0 hour. It started to rain. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows is a rainy night view of the city. And in the distance there are still 10% of the lights still on in the office buildings. And the hardship of the social animals is evident. In the room, Li Yan casts his hand to concede defeat and holds up the hot tea. His mind at peace. Under with Icky more. He's still trying to struggle a bit, and it's improved lately. Playing against Wenju, Li Yan never thought he could win. No matter what the industry, ticket holders can't mess with professionals. After a game of chess, she remembered to tie her hair. Articulating her hairband and gathering her long hair with both hands, Li Yan looked down, looking at the chessboard. She simply tied up her grip and started to put on her teacher's style. You're too conservative in this game, only thinking of defense and never playing in. This is a big no-no in chess, especially in an opening with black. One hand can't protect an empty space, but one hand can break someone else's empty space. I'd like to lose a few less dimes. That doesn't make sense. Losing by half an eye and losing by 100 are both losses. Especially when the enemy is so close. There's no chance at all of not playing a grueling game, only when playing chess. Wenju did not have any uncertainty and was full of confidence, listening to Wenju talk about chess theory for a while, followed by a review of the localized battles. When it was over, Li Yan picked up the black pieces and dropped them into the chess basket. Is Dai Cheng the brother of the guy next door? Yes. Oh, he couldn't help but frown. Mere coincidence was possible. But Fong looked into his eyes and it wasn't like seeing a stranger. It seemed to contain contempt for himself. The encounter on the subway was most likely intentional. It's simply inexplicable. I don't know what offended him. Simply for an award? Is this thing that important? You seem a little distracted. Wenju looked a little disgruntled. It's too much to ask people to be serious about abusing vegetables. Li Yan spat in his heart and looked at the chess game. Sorry, I just got distracted. Let me repent a move. That's not good. Amazing Li. Chapter 94 Inexplicable Storm. The board is not a very good material, but the pieces still make a nice sound when they fall on it. But whether he was playing chess in a nice-looking garden or in a hotel room, Amazing Li was always miserable, because the opponents are strong and never hold back. What a naive person Ikimore seems to be, trying to get himself killed on the chessboard. Why would you want to play chess with me? I'm such a novice, because no one else will go down with me. How could it be? At least the senior who brought you ravioli would be willing to go down with you. Dai Chang is even weaker than you and unwilling to learn. When he plays chess with me, he'll say weird things and pretend to be sophisticated. It's disgusting. It's better that you're more realistic and play chess like my father, said Wenju staring at Li Yan's hand stuck in the crack of his toe. Yanli drew his hand back. Sorry, get used to it. Wenju shook his head. It's fine. You can feel free to be as casual as you want. This is actually quite good. I thought you hated people with no rules like that. It's annoying. Amazing Li. But you're not being unruly. You're just treating me as a friend. So you're not being formal. Wenju looked at the chessboard. Li Yan pinched the chess piece and didn't know where to play. People from intellectual families talk in the middle. Are you complimenting me? Or are you being sarcastic? Wenju looked at him expressionlessly. At least it's not sarcasm. She arched an eyebrow, looking in a good mood. It was probably because of this nature that she seldom had friends to talk with, and it was so hard to catch one who had a lot to say. The board then doesn't seem too focused. Mainly Amazing Li's chess power doesn't require her to focus. A few more games were played, and by 2 in the morning, Wenju still looked refreshed. Amazing Li had to yawn continuously before he was let back into the room. Midday. The alarm clock dinged and Amazing Li walked into the bathroom in a daze. When I came out, I was already completely awake, and I slept quite well at G. Moore's house, and I didn't feel much tired when I stayed up once in a while. Wrapped in his bathrobe, he pulled back the curtains. It was gray and still drizzling outside. It's a little late for this plum rain. Li Yan winced, though the room wasn't cold. But he's afraid of the cold. Opening the bag of clothes on the nightstand, he pulled out the unopened shirt. The plastic piece held the collar of the white shirt all penciled in. Auntie Kong had the tie all sweetly pre-tied and slipped it on. The tie looked nice too. And with the Icky family's handiwork, it must be worth a lot. Expensive has its benefits. At least it looks better than the ones Mom picked out for Dad from the ground floor. But Li Yan inexplicably didn't want to wear it. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Amazing Li slipped yesterday's clothes back on and stroked his warped hair as he opened the door. Mr. John's eyes were a little dark and he was carrying breakfast in his hand. Looking furious. Damn. How I deserve to die. Mr. Chang. Li Yan took the breakfast, motioned Mr. Zhang to the sofa, and took out a bun to nibble on. There's no prize for me? Well, even your name was shaved off the attendance list. Mr. Zhang was holding an extinguished cigarette between his fingers, probably so sleepy and confused that he forgot to throw it. Amazing Li removed the cigarette from between her fingers and tossed it into the trash. Things come out? Pretty much. There wasn't much of a furor about the awarding party receiving a tip. Go back then. Just go back? Right. Why go back? It's an honor you deserve. It doesn't seem like such a big deal to not want it. No aggravation? No commiserations. So what am I here for? It's a waste of time to stay here. Obviously on purpose. Yeah, they can't tell. Li Yan chewed on his bun and said vaguely. It's okay to give this award to Lin Xingxian. It's okay to give it to Dai Cheng. But not to me. Zhang Yuanzhou leaned against the doorway at some point and nodded towards Li Yan. The video has been edited and can be sent anytime. Mr. Zhang sniffed and looked surprised. What video? The entire video of the moving train. Very clear. Not the surveillance kind. Zhang Yuanzhou explained. Amazing Li, I don't think I mentioned this at. So you want to clarify? On the contrary. Zhang Yuanzhou nodded. Mr. Zhang was obviously relieved and crossed his eyes at Li Yan. If you have this, tell me earlier. It's not that I didn't want to tell you sooner. The point is that I haven't seen it myself and I don't know if it will work. Zhang Yuanzhou sent a copy of the video to each of the two men. Mr. Zhang watched it almost frame by frame twice and nodded. It's not a big problem. The perspective is a bit strange, but it's enough to prove innocence. It's just a matter of making up a reason why it was filmed. Li Yan thought for a moment and said, Just say that the school has requested a documentary or something, and the school should cooperate. Mr. Chang said approvingly, it's a statement. Proving innocence is still so troublesome? Zhang Yuanzhou was somewhat unimpressed. The trial of the masses has always been a matter of suspicion. Mr. Chang explained, once public opinion is shaped, it is always handled with care anyway. Zhang Yuanzhou gave a thumbs up. Can't understand. Amazingly. He casually closed the door. Let me know if you need to go out. Amazingly tugged at the corner of his mouth. I can fight. No, you can't. Amazingly. Mr. Zhang washed his face at the faucet in his room, taking hand sanitizer and rubbing his knuckles, which had been smoked for quite some time and were a bit yellowed. He said awkwardly, letting the kid smell it out is going to get him scolded again. Hard work. Get used to it. Mr. Chang sat down on the couch and craned his neck. When are you going to send it? Posting it when the story starts to fester further will have the least impact. Posting it now is again suspecting a crime. Li Yan looked at her and said helplessly, Teacher, it's all ready this time, so don't test me. There was room for maneuver if the video evidence was submitted to the awarding authority now. And she sighed heavily. It's not easy to have a chance to be famous. Do you really not want this award? It's not a matter of wanting it. I think it's too suspicious. It's simply inexplicable. It's not an amazingly conspiracy theory. It's too much like it's coming at him specifically. He'd rather not have the award and get angry. The attitude of the awarding party made him feel that there was no honor in the award. Is the award that valuable? Mr. Zhang scratched his eyebrows. The circle is still somewhat famous, but ordinary people no less. I think it's because I want to use this opportunity to come into the public eye, so it's hard to rub off on public opinion events. That's all the more reason for me to pinch and wait for the results before releasing the evidence. Amazingly had a head full of lawsuits. What a nerve. Mr. Zhang frowned. I'm afraid it's hard to get along in this business when you offend people like this. Can schools change majors? Are you serious? I'm not that talented. And I'm not that excited about killing myself in this kind of business. She glanced at Li Yan for a few moments. Still in such a bad mood when you have a solution? Too good to be true. Go out and have some fun. I'll do some wrapping up with the awarding party. I'll contact you when it's ready. She comforted Li Yan with a black eye. Don't think too much. Hard work. It's not hard work. I've always been there for the furry kids. Chapter 95 The Importance of Keeping Warm. Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? At the entrance of the hotel, Zhang Yuanzhou leaned on the stone lion and looked Li Yan up and down. The down jacket is on? Temperatures are in single digits. This time do not wear when to wear. This down jacket can be expensive 999 it. To wear more or lose. Zhang Yuanzhou rolled his eyes. Do you know how much that suit of yours costs? Amazingly covered his ears and dodged the number. It's not like I'm going to ask you for money. You're afraid of a hammer. He pressed out his cigarette on the stone lion, casually threw it into the trash can, jogged a few steps to follow Li Yan. Where to play? I'll give you a ride. With his beloved duffel coat in his pocket, Amazingly walked out of the hotel around the flower beds and said absently, Can I go shopping alone? Zhang Yuanzhou smiled. I can make you feel like you're strolling alone. Say, where do you usually hide? Not telling you. Amazingly. Where to? To drive? I'm going to work out at the park in that next neighborhood. Ask the family to put a set up for you. Count the balls. Walking in gossiping. Oncoming 3 people, recognized from afar. Wen Ju, Dai Cheng, and the woman who was looking for trouble yesterday. TSK. Zhang Yuanzhou sipped his teeth straight. Karma na. Using his foot to fiddle away the dog, Zhang Yuanzhou casually patted his pants leg. I've checked. This girl is called Dai Chengying. This brother of hers was born to a woman outside her father, but now she's the queen of the palace. What a mess. The third child is bigger than the biological one. Isn't there a throne to be inherited? When the relatives in the main palace are eaten up, won't this branch of the Ifei come to the throne? You watch less courtroom drama. When Zhu and Dai Cheng both walked in front, Dai Chengying followed behind, with a look of great respect for his elder brother. Good acting. Zhang Yuanzhou nodded approvingly and whispered, It looks like she genuinely hates you. Look at that look on her face when she saw you. She couldn't wait to slaughter you for meat. Amazingly. She's supposed to hate every man equally. No. She especially hates you. I recruited her to mess with her. I'm going to go get a popsicle for the show. Do you want one? No. Just don't follow me if you can. Zhang Yuanzhou really went to the kiosk to buy popsicles, and in the blink of an eye, he couldn't find anyone, and the opposite side also noticed Yan Li. When Zhu shook his hand and jogged to meet him. Have you had breakfast? Eat. Have you eaten? Li Yan looked Wen Zhu up and down, seeing that she had just a knit dress over her, and asked, You're not cold? It's a bit chilly. It's much better after breakfast. I didn't know it was going to cool down coming up. Seeing Li Yan loosen his scarf, Wenju waved his hand. No, I'm fine. What don't you need? Amazingly tucked in his scarf. Wenju, it's actually still a bit cold. Oh, go back and get dressed. Forgot it. Amazingly nodded his chin toward the next store. Get it from that one. I'm not going to haggle over the price. These are so expensive for what they sell on the street. Li Yan, Uncle Chio is so rich you still want a bargain? Dad gave me a card with a lot of money on it. But my mom won't let me use Dad's money. But your parents have made up. Wenju looked shocked. When did they make up? Amazingly looked shocked. What? Still not reconciled? Wenju frowned. What do you mean? Amazingly, my mom only promised a cure. Have they made up? We'll talk about this later. Dai Changying had already come close, and it was hard to hide the color of disgust in her eyes. Dai Chang, on the other hand, looked thoughtful. Senior Dai Chang, you met him yesterday. This is his sister. My classmate, Dai Changying, amazingly nodded. Well, recognizing Dai Changying, scum. Wenju froze for a few seconds before she reacted and looked at Dai Changying. You said the one on the moving car is Li Yan? Dai Changying collected her expression and pouted, generally aggrieved. Well, yes, that's impossible. Really, I wouldn't lie to you. Li Yan glared at Dai Changying. Then what were you running for yesterday? Call the police. What's the point of calling the police if you're not willing to admit it? With a look of watering eyes, she hid behind Wenju. Li Yan's cheeks twitched. So damn good at pretending. She's an acting major, I think. Wenju froze. How did you know? Dai Changying. Dai Chang innocently said. There may be a misunderstanding in this. What's the misunderstanding? Don't pretend. Li Yan pointed in the direction of the hotel. He just took away all my room cards, and I had to buy my own breakfast. What do you mean? I don't know. Daytown was determined to play it off to the end. Wenju frowned. There's breakfast at the hotel? Yan Li nodded. Aha, it's still self-serve. And I heard they give one bird's nest per person. My counselor was pissed off when she didn't get a breakfast roll. Li Yan chatted and spat with Wenju while not forgetting to stab the siblings a few times, not taking the matter to heart at all. Dai Changying. Daytown. You wait. Dai Changying stomped her foot and left in a huff. I really don't know that this matter has anything to do with you. Wait for me to understand before contacting you. I believe you are not this kind of person. If it is really a misunderstanding, I will definitely clear your name. Li Yan raised his eyebrows. We don't know each other that well. Dai Chun looked at Li Yan and sighed softly, then looked deeply at Wenju, rested his glasses and revealed a helpless smile as he chased after Dai Changying. Wenju and Li Yan winced at the same time. Li Yan looked at his trotting back and could still see the hem of his scarf swaying around, living like the hero of a Japanese idol drama. It's also too good to pretend. Wenju clasped her hands over her shoulders, having been licked by Dai Chang's eyes, causing her feelings of cold to intensify. Looking around the room, he finally looked across the street to the cafe. There seems to be air conditioning there. Li Yan took off his down jacket and handed it to Wenju. Wrap it up first, and remember to say more good things about me in front of your mom. The down jacket was meant to be long, and on the shorter Wenju, it was almost dragging to the floor. Aren't you cold? Yan Li proudly lifted up his knit shirt, revealing his thermal underwear, padded. Wenju, aren't you hot? Kind of. Cafes in the center of Nanjing still have some business, even on weekdays. Li Yan's heart was dripping blood as he looked at the Chinese and English interspersed, long list of prices. Wenju, on the other hand, was much more decisive. Get me a Blue Mountain coffee. Amazingly smoothly closed the menu, not having a piece of cake. Wenju shook his head. Just finished breakfast. Oh. When the waiter saw Li Yan close the menu, he still stood aside very insensitively, holding up the pad, and had to wait for Li Yan to order. He tugged at the corner of his mouth. Latte, with sugar. The waiter pointed to the small wooden box next to him. There are cubes of sugar in there. Feel free to add more. Aha. Chapter 96 Drinking Office. Wenju took small sips, listening to Li Yan explain the cause and effect. The vinyl in the cafe played concertos by I don't know if it was Mozart, or Beethoven or some other musician. And I don't know what concerto. Piano playing made Li Yan yawn, but luckily there was still coffee to support. You mean, Changying deliberately? Wenju listened and put the mug back on the cup and saucer, picked up a small spoon and stirred it, pursed his lips and continued. Is it a misunderstanding? Li Yan rubbed his brow. I originally also thought if I was overthinking it, but what a coincidence. A moving car just happened to meet a destination person who just happened to also find fault with me. Wenju sensed the disgust in Li Yan's tone. And after a moment of silence, he got up and said, I'll go talk to her. It's almost $100 a cup of coffee. Drink it first, and there's no need for that. You won't get anything out of it. Wenju sat back down on the couch, his hand still on the countertop. I'm on pretty good terms with her. You were close to Chi more when you were a kid, right? Would she tell you when she did something bad? Li Yan used his own understanding of Chi more to make a very rude analogy. Wenju scratched his face, confused. She didn't do bad things when she was little. Li Yan grinned. How can she not do bad things? Well, this matter you don't need to care about. Maybe just a misunderstanding. Wenju frowned and finally nodded. The two of them sat in the cafe for a while. Li Yan looked at the time. Bring some specialties from Nanjing for my family. Want to come along? I have no one left at home to buy specialties for. Wenju rested her cheeks and immediately pursed her pink lips, a pair of eyes narrowing slightly as she looked through the glass at the camphor trees swishing down the street. Anan. Ha ha. So, Li Yan awkwardly snapped his paws. Your own mouth is too indebted. How can there be no one at home? Amazing. Li looked up. Dark brown pupils, hair combed to look like an adult. The young man in front of him was a bit older than Li Yan. The bags under his eyes were quite deep, and he felt more tired than Ikari did when he got off work. A suit with a lined vest was on, much more formal than Jiang Yuanzhou, who only wore a jacket and unbuttoned it to walk and fling it around. He unbuttoned his suit in one smooth motion and took off his jacket and casually folded it on top of Amazing Li's down jacket. Little sister. It's been a long time. Wenju shifted slightly, vaguely relieved. Well, brother. Wenju moved in cautiously, making room for the man, who sat down and nodded towards Li Yan, recognizing him with interest. Li Yan? Well, I am Chiu Yuanqi, Wenju's brother. I've seen pictures of you with them when you were little. I didn't think I'd really recognize them. Ha ha ha, nice to meet you. You're welcome. Li Yan nodded. Chiu Yuanqi beckoned for the waiter, ordered an Americano and a croissant. What are you two drinking? This cup isn't finished yet. Li Yan picked up the cup and took another sip. This thing still has a bit of sour flavor. Really cannot drink. Wenju shook his head as well. I'm enough too. Chiu Yuanqi didn't force herself, her hand resting on her chin as she looked over at Wenju with a smile on her brow and eyes. These past few days I've been doing things for Dad. I really didn't have the time to come and see you. I've finally finished, and you're the only one in the house right now, so I'd like you to move in with me. There's a maid to take care of you, so it'll be easier for you. Wenju shook his head. I'm used to it. It's fine. I'll call you a babysitter. It's really not necessary. Then I'll follow you. Saying that, Chiu Yuanqi gave Li Yan a helpless smile. Yanli pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly. As someone who has a sister in person, these two feel more or less polite. Maybe that's what sisters look like when they grow up. It's depressing. The coffee hasn't come up yet. There was another familiar face, the middle-aged man who drove a Bentley to pick up Li Yan and the others that night. Despite the big belly, the posture of picking up the watch and checking the time was still very dashing. Old Zhou, are things finished? Chiu Yuanqi saw people coming and also hurriedly greeted them. The middle-aged man nodded. Well, there doesn't seem to be any problem with Mr. Zhou here. The payments and contract documents and such need to be handed over to your secretary. Chiu Yuanqi nodded and looked at Li Yan. If you don't mind. Don't mind. He moved his ass in. Chiu Yuanqi attentively summoned the waiter of the cafe. Lao Zhou did not look at the menu. Just a cup of hot milk. This stuff is not on the menu. Li Yan sips a mouthful of acidic coffee, secretly rolled his eyes. I should have known to order milk as well. This is a friend of Uncle Aki's, and Uncle Aki asked to come and help me with something. Old Zhou wiped his hands and very doggedly shook hands with Li Yan. Dare not be, is the subordinate of Mr. Chi. A trace of undetectable emotion flashed through Chiu Yuanqi's eyes, which was quickly collected. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you guys to know each other. Old Chen Zhou nodded. Yeah, I went to pick it up last night. Li Yan immediately picked up the second half of the sentence. Little Li, just call me Little Li. For this kind of attentiveness due to some special reasons, Li Yan is really grateful. Actually, Uncle Jiang was joking with me that day. What a joke. Oh, no. It's fine. Just getting to know each other, said Lao Zhou looking to Wenju. Did it affect you guys? Chiu Yuanqi kindly explained. This is my sister. I'm sorry, I really didn't know. MS. Chiu. Wenju didn't correct himself, just shook his head. It's fine. At this point, the chat is divided into two blocks. Wenju and Chiu Yuanqi chatted about some family matters. Lao Zhou introduced some scenic spots in Nanjing to Li Yan. After a quarter of an hour of yanking, Amazingly faked a glance at his phone. I'm going to go buy some stuff. You guys keep talking. There was obviously reluctance in Lao Zhou's eyes, and Li Yan didn't resist pumping his cheeks. It was such a complicated experience to be retained by a middle-aged man other than his own father. Wenju didn't hold back a snort of laughter either. I didn't realize Li hated me that much. amazingly touched his nose. No, no, just tried to sneeze. I'll come along. Wenju stood up at the right time. Xiao Yuanqi smiled and got up. My sister has grown up and can't stay, so I'll give you a ride wherever you're going. The corners of Wenju's mouth were a little unnatural. It's not like that. Just put it down on the nearby walkway. Xiao Yuanqi looked at the middle-aged man. Old Joe? I know a street where the locals go where things aren't pitched. Just find yourself a gift store and wrap it. Li Yan instantly smiled. That's really great. Chapter 97, actually, it's okay. The driver unlocked the doors and Wenju and Li Yan got out. Old Joe pointed to the alley. There's a store with a wooden sign in the alley that I know well. Report my name for a discount. Okay, thanks. Pulling the car door closed, Wenju reached out and tightened his down jacket, pawing at the alleyway in front of him through the crowd. Seems like that's where it is. Go to that store first? Li Yan looked remorseful. Why didn't I ask him what his name was? Wenju. Unexpectedly, the owner poked his head out of the facade on the phone and waved at them. What a drip. Li Yan smacked his lips straight. Surname Zhou knew Ji Wanli earlier than I did. And this bit of your Dao is not enough to stuff people's teeth. Behind him, Jiang Yuanzhou coolly lit a cigarette. Didn't you use stealth when you were shopping? Why are you showing your head now? Wenju, on the other hand, was much more disciplined and called out to Uncle Jiang. It's still your daughter who knows what she's doing. Just like when she was a child. Jiang Yuanzhou glanced at Li Yan. There's still 600 left in this month's salary. It's just enough to buy a gift for my niece. Do you have a problem with that? Amazingly, there are still 23 days left in the month. I'm happy to. Big deal. Steal cigarettes from Ikari. What do you care? You're happy. Car. Old Chow hung up the phone and rubbed his ears with some concern. Xiao Yuanqi opened the window, stuffed a cigarette into his mouth and handed one to Lao Zhou. Is it otitis media? Go to the hospital. Bad throat? Forget it. Xiao Yuanqi smiled sarcastically. Can you guide me to meet Uncle Ji once? He's traveling these days, I think, and I don't really make small talk with my boss outside of business, so I'll give you a secretary's number. Xiao Yuanqi exhaled a mouthful of smoke, which was quickly dispersed by the wind. If only I had spent a few more days with you, I could have learned more. Lao Zhou smiled. Mr. Qiu is polite. There will be opportunities to work together. Only then did Xiao Yuanqi smile with satisfaction. I used to work for my father all the time, so it's not easy for me to go solo. I'm really afraid that I won't be able to do it well. Old Zhou glanced at Xiao Yuanqi. Doing very well? I'm at your age still don't know anything. If not meet Mr. Qi, sooner or later was severely beaten. Xiao Yuanqi. 20 minutes later, arriving at the entrance of the moving station, Lao Zhao patted the driver's shoulder. This is the next one. Xiao Yuanqi laughed. Send it in. Points on your driver's license are nothing. There are still rules to be followed. Xiao Yuanqi didn't insist anymore. I'm sorry for the trouble these past few days, and I may still look to you for advice in the future. Definitely. Lao Zhou stood still, waiting to see no more taillights, and casually called a cab. When he entered a private club, Lao Zhou chatted with the receptionist in a very kind manner. Little one. Ah, why are you still doing it here? The two had known each other for many years. Weren't you the one who introduced us? The receptionist frowned. Old Zhou leaned against the bar. Helpless, how do you not have some ambition? At least when a middle-level cadre's also into awe. She was never very polite to Old Chow. I'm not a ing people pleaser. Who told you that you need to be able to serve people to be a leader? Look at your big brother's outfit. Old Zhou flicked the suit on his body, revealing a taboo look. I advise you not to do pyramid schemes. After so many years of not being caught, you can stop now. Forget it, people like you can't be persuaded. Your boss is waiting for the joint in the box. The expression on Ikari's face, standing at the bar and eavesdropping, was wonderful. The receptionist was not afraid to meet the boss, but only grinned a reluctant smile. The two men went into an ordinary parlor room in the clubhouse with a pool table. Zhou poured tea for Ikari. Ji Wanli lay on the sofa and crossed his legs. I said you didn't have a family for so many years. Just for this woman? Ha 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 ha. See and laugh. Why don't you tell us what you do now? Or if you don't believe me, you can take her to the office. Old Zhou grinned again. If I really do this, I won't even be able to make a joke today. With that he handed over his teacup. Also, she's married. Ji Wanli paused, then sighed, took the paper cup and patted the sofa. Sit down. Aha. How about Boss Zhou's son? It's a struggle to be a village chief in our village. Who can be a village chief right from the start? It's all a slow learning curve. Just don't be a bad person. Not necessarily. Old Chow frowned. Ji Wanli nodded. I understand. Is he still allowed to participate? It's limited to that. Ikari looked a little disappointed. Lao Zhou nodded. Understood. The two had been together for a long time, and they didn't have to talk to each other too much to understand. There was a knock on the door. Well timed. Mo Qian took off the sunglasses of her mask, revealing her exquisite makeup. What's the attitude of the receptionist at the door? Can't you find a better place? Lao Zhou. Ji Wanli smiled. I've endured it, so you should endure it too. Mo Qian sat on the opposite side of the table, first reaching out and shaking hands with Lao Zhou, and looking to Ji Wanli. This is the friend who introduced me to work together? Ji Wanli gave Mo Qian a large sum of money for his shares and did not interfere with the operation. The specific matters were left to Lao Zhou to approach her, and today was specially to introduce them to each other. Ji Wanli nodded. The company's former general manager doesn't want to go into the board of directors to retire, and still wants to find something to do. Mo Qian was slightly shocked. Is Mr. Qi that attached to this industry? He's not just in charge of this one thing. He's currently taking care of all my personal assets. Ikari wasn't hiding anything. Mo Qian was quite touched by what she heard. Just being willing to say such things to her meant that Ji Wanli treated their family as friends, but she couldn't care less if her own daughter bucked or not. It shouldn't affect the fellowship, right? Right. There's also Qiu Juanju's son who wants to get involved a little bit, and wants to discuss it with you, more or less letting him take up a little bit of the shares. Ji Wanli added. How much? Buy as much as he dares to pay for it out of my pocket. Just talk to him about the details. Old Zhou respectfully handed over his business card. Mo Qian took it in the same manner. Where's Chen Dongfeng? Didn't he say he came to Nanjing to stand up for Li Yin? After the business was finished, Ji Wanli began to chat idly with Mo Qian. Mo Qian sighed. I thought not to let him blindly involved. He did some crooked ideas. Let him earn money. I didn't realize that something had happened. I should have known to let him come. Ji Wanli straight shook his head. People in your line of work, not to say shot. I think the average sentence will be 3 years. It's really fun. I'm sorry to hear that. Mo Qian was a bit embarrassed. I'll think of something. Ji Wanli waved his hand. There's nothing to it. Let's just talk about friendship, regardless of business. Mo Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Old Chow rubbed his ears and pulled out a headset. Put out some woozy sounds outside. Old Chow turned off the power to the outboard, his cheeks twitching slightly. These are the so-called judges? Do they all judge these things? It's a good thing I didn't take a wife. If I had married those people back home, I would have been castrated sooner or later. Mo Qian was puzzled. What is it? Just listen to what you people in this business say in private. Old Zhou looked very embarrassed. I wouldn't do that to Mr. Qi's friend. Mo Qian wiped her face. The manager of a large group is really too good at his business. How do you do it? Acquired a studio for makeup thinking it would work and didn't think it would. Mo Qian froze. When was it acquired? Old Chow smiled awkwardly. Midnight yesterday. Mo Qian. Ji Wanli interlaced his fingers and said with a serious face. I'm sorry. I don't know about this. I don't do this. Mo Qian. Actually, our industry is okay, right? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Mo Qian. Chapter 98, Scumbag. Bought specialties back in front of the hotel. Mr. Chang has also finished handing over. This time Li Yin obeyed. No longer take the moving car. Take the car arranged by Zhang Yuanzhou to go back. When Zhu brought a gift to GMO, and bought 2 others to put in the courier station to send out of the country in the afternoon. Seeing her about to take off the down jacket, Li Yin waved his hand. Forget it. You keep it. Just remember to return it to me after dry cleaning. When Zhu hesitantly said, either I go back too. There's nothing to do here. Didn't you come with a friend? How bad to leave. Also, when Zhu nodded, bye-bye then. By the way, if there's anything to call Zhang Yuanzhou directly. He's like a god who can solve anything. Li Yin reached out toward Zhang Yuanzhou. Business card. Zhang Yuanzhou rolled his eyes. I called her a long time ago. Zhang Luan arranged it. Yanli laughed awkwardly. Ha ha ha. So, when Zhu wiped his face to stifle a laugh, tell Chi Mo. I'll go find her when I get back. Zhang Yuanzhou was happy. Recently Ji Moore has fallen in love with fishing. Remember to buy a fishing rod. When Zhu. The car slowly pulled out of the downtown area. On the way, Zhang Yuanzhou frequently looked at Li Yin from the rearview mirror. Amazingly, Zhang Yuanzhou. The atmosphere fell into awkwardness. Li Yin coughed twice and broke the silence. When did Chi Moore fall in love with fishing? Zhang Yuanzhou said expressionlessly. Zhang Luan's circle of friends posted pictures. Oh, aha, ahem. Yan Li. What did I do wrong that you keep looking at me like that? Planning to do me halfway? Zhang Yuanzhou raised his eyebrows. Our family has been in the military for 5 generations, and we haven't indiscriminately killed ordinary people like you. That's good, but exceptions can be made. Amazingly, Mr. Jiang giggled. Is this how you guys usually talk? No. X2. Only talk to him like that. X2. Mr. Chang. It's disgusting. Amazingly, Jiang Yuanzhou. After a few more minutes of silence and getting on the highway, it wasn't a holiday, this road was still pretty empty. Jiang Yuanzhou was also able to distract himself and talk. Boss Chio's daughter seems to have some interest in you. TSK, 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 and giving her clothes to wear. Jiang Yuanzhou glanced at Li Yan and gave a haughty humph. No, you are sick. I thought something was wrong. People or family adults went out and were upset. A random person they know is like family. Mr. Jiang, _. She was already so nauseous that she was starting to tremble. Obviously, Mr. Jiang was misunderstanding something, and Li Yan explained. This is my friend's real uncle. The corners of Mr. Jiang's mouth twitched slightly. That's okay? I only like women. Mr. Chang. I misunderstood? Amazingly nodded in satisfaction. You are so misunderstood. Mr. Jiang stroked his cheeks with a look of realization. Oh, right. I remember the campus group saying that you were the school flower's licking dog. Who is the school flower? Amazingly, Jiang Yuanzhou took over. Shan Yu. Amazingly, that little girl. Well, I have an impression. Mr. Jiang nodded. An acting major. Right. Is good looking. Jiang Yuanzhou laughed. That down jacket is still bought by someone else. Amazingly, Li Yan pondered for a while, as if there was really such a thing, and showed his teeth, as if there was really such a thing. By the way, that was last winter when she went with me to pick it out. How did you know about it? This closet was the only coat in the closet that hadn't been hung up, and it had been stuffed by Auntie to the very bottom of the closet as a down jacket, which amazingly still thought was strange at that point. I remember when I stuffed the clothes into the duffel bag. Jiang Wan's expression was extremely odd. How did you know? Jiang Yuanzhou snorted coldly. Don't care about these details. Teacher Jiang took a look at Li Yan. She didn't agree to be with you, so she let another woman wear this dress, wanting to be angry with her. It's true that you're still a little boy, too innocent. TSK, TSK, TSK. One word, innocence. That's two words. Li Yan's face was expressionless. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yanli laughed awkwardly. See, our teacher who teaches choreography is that imaginative. Jiang Yuanzhou was expressionless. I feel the same way. Amazingly, Jiang Yuanzhou gripped the steering wheel and teasingly looked at Li Yan. If GMO finds out, do you know what will happen to you? Li Yan remembered those koi in the pond and his cold hairs stood on end. What's going to happen? Jiang Yuanzhou smiled slightly. From what I know of her, she'll probably wear the duffel coat all winter long. Within 3 years we'll buy the same model of that down jacket to wear. Amazingly. Cut. So what? She wears that dress every time to talk to Chenyu. Teacher Jiang looked at Li Yan with a face full of sympathy. This is also too ruthless? The mansion is really a place to eat people. She's actually fine not going to school. Amazingly's eyes fluttered. Jiang Yuanzhou crossed his eyes. You're vain. You're just doing it on purpose. Amazingly argued. It's really not. Either you turn around now and I'm coming back. You sure are vain. Amazingly. Stop it. Then you buy me a cigarette. Mr. Chang. Amazingly, Che. I'm not going to give in to hegemony. Dusk. Arrive home. In the courtyard. Jiang Yuanzhou grabbed a cigarette in his hand and walked idly in the courtyard. And from time to time, he also knocked into his hand, like the general of a victorious general. Jiang Wan curiously said, when did you smoke this brand of cigarettes? Has consumption been downgraded? Jiang Yuanzhou said proudly, Li Yan bought it for me. Jiang Wan was jealous and casually took off her apron. He didn't even bring it for me when he came back this time. Before turning around to go find Li Yan, Jiang Wan suddenly reacted and looked at Jiang Yuanzhou suspiciously. Say, what's the secret? Jiang Yuanzhou scratched his head. Ha, there is nothing secret. He just think I work hard. Sympathy for the elders is also very normal. You're weak-minded, which I have. Are you telling the truth? What truth? The car recorder has a record on my side. Jiang Wan picked up the cell phone and flipped through it. Hey yo, deleted. You're quite the professional. You really have a weak heart, don't you? Jiang Yuanzhou's eyes fluttered. That is a rented car. Can you not delete it? By the way, where did you get the record? You sure are vain. Jiang Yuanzhou. By the pond. Li Yan, who didn't yet know that Jiang Yuanzhou had defected, was receiving a warm welcome from Qimor. The fishing rod was transferred to Li Yan's hand. Ikimori hung onto him. Mud. Amazing. That's a lot of progress. Hey. After a few moments with the fishing rod, the cell phone in the pocket of his sweater started to buzz. Qimor got off Li Yan's body and retrieved the fishing rod, still moving a few buttocks away, and raised his hand to signal Li Yan, who was cupping his cell phone, to pick up the phone. The caller ID is Zhang Zheng. Amazing Lee picked up the phone. Hello. I heard from the teacher that you're back. Yeah. What? Let's all have dinner and a movie tonight. I'm a little tired today and don't feel like going. Stretching one's head is also a knife. And shrinking one's head is also a knife. I'm not a ing cuckold. After a long time, Li Yan sighed. Alright, I'll go. Chapter 99, No Good Feast. It's dinner time. Table. Ikimori drooled at the crab, picking one up and placing it in Li Yan's hand. He made a gesture to separate it. She knew she wouldn't get scolded as long as she shared her food with Amazingly. Li Yan skillfully broke open the crab lid and divided half of it to Chimor. The other half was placed on the crab lid. Give it to her when she's halfway through. Jiang Luan brought out a plate of fried greens from the kitchen, and when she saw GMO sheepishly lowering her head to eat the crabs, she said in a bad mood, "Don't you keep spoiling her, or she'll always grow up." Li Yan smiled a few times and took the bowls and dishes from Wuma and distributed them to GMO. And Jiang Luan turned around to serve another bowl of ginger soup and placed it in front of GMO. Gmor's big eyes glanced at the yellowish ginger soup, suddenly realized that things were not good, and thought he was hidden wink at Li Yan. Amazing Li. Gmor today you have to drink this bowl of ginger soup or not, or else you'll only have this one crab. Ike Mori, take a sip. Ikimori shook his head. Jiang Luan glared at her and started the death countdown. 1, 2. Ikimori stuck out his tongue and licked it, both eyebrows knitting together. Jiang Luan clasped her hands to her chest and stared at her. Don't pretend. Take a big gulp. Mother and daughter had a few rounds of competition. GMO drank half a bowl. Jiang Luan did not force it anymore. Auntie, I'm going to the city in the evening. Coming back tonight? Back. The keys to Ikimori's car are on the bookshelf. So take it. Chimor glanced at Li Yan and tugged at the hem of Li Yan's shirt as if nothing had happened. Shoving rice furiously into my mouth. Chewing and chewing. Wiping my mouth. Getting up. Smiling. Shaking my mom's hand goodbye. Then he took a big step ahead of Li Yan. Li Yan used his eyes to ask Jiang Luan for help. Just pack some leftovers for her. Don't spoil her. Jiang Luan rested her chin and looked at GMO. You finish your pinyin mimeograph at night. I don't want to earn $20 tonight. It's almost Christmas. Only $100 won't be enough to buy a gift. Ikimori struggled for 3 seconds before letting go of the hem of Li Yan's shirt and sighing. Li Yan was a bit curious. What kind of gift? Jiang Luan seems to be remembering something funny, covering her mouth and snickering. The other day to see me turn over the circle of friends. She fancy a car. She intends to earn money here in me to buy for you. Bicycle? Ha ha ha. Pretty expensive. The kind that will run on 4 wheels with a little gas. Amazing Li. Ikimori frowned and glanced at her mom, always feeling duped. Beckoning a small hand, he summoned Jiang Yuanzhou, who was squatting in the kitchen, grubbing rice. What's going to be made for you to eat? Jimor shook his head and gave him a look at the picture she had saved on her phone. Cell phone typing, Christmas present. Jiang Yuanzhou smiled faintly. Don't worry, Ji Wanli can afford it. Amazing Li. Jimor didn't have much understanding of Ji Manli's ability to earn money. Moreover, Jiang Yuanzhou said so he thought it must not be very expensive. So he nodded reassuringly. The phone typed another line dash, I'll earn money to buy it for Little Flame. Jiang Yuanzhou was aware of what Jiang Luan had done with her in terms of trade. Learn to talk properly, and you'll give her $10 an hour for her allowance. And every day, they set KPIs that Ike Mori had no way of accomplishing and couldn't even get the full amount. Seeing Jiang Luan who was making eyes, he forced a smile and patted Jimo's shoulder. You cheer. Under Chimor's determined gaze, Li Yan drove out of the parking garage in the little pink 2-seater sports car. The Chi family strictly adheres to the principle that dinner is served when it will be dark, and it's not even 6 o'clock when they go out after dinner. The destination was an undersea restaurant in the mall. Look at the group photo. These guys are buried in folding 1,000 paper cranes. By the time they got to the place, they were already inside. How come you've been late these past few times? Zhang smacked his lips in a very disgruntled manner. Amazingly made up a random story. Traffic jam. Opposite Yuan crossed his eyes and politely refused the waiter's service of pouring drinks. This is an honored guest. We'll drink water when he comes. I'll pour it for him. Li Yan from the good. I'm wrong. I pour into it. You don't know how hard we folded 1,000 paper cranes to save $30. Yuan rolled her eyes. Yanli gritted his teeth and said, this meal is on me. Yuan reached out her hand in triumph and high-fived Yi Si beside her. Yay! Yi Si withdrew her palm and weakly responded. It's expensive. It's better to AA. She looked even more formal in a place like this, looking like she'd never been in a place like this before. Zhang looked like he was heartbroken. Whose girlfriend was heartbroken? Li Yan happily said. Or Sister Yi Si is kind enough. I agree. Zhang ate to pay for 2 more people. Yesy, then it's better if it's on you. Amazing Li. Everyone was happy to see Amazing Lee suffer, just except for Chen Yu, who was sitting in the corner, even huddled with her two best friends. She still felt alone. He still hasn't looked at me. Yiwon glanced at Chen Yu with her afterglow, while the three smelly men across the street were happily chatting about something unintelligible. Didn't we agree that you would pour the water? Yiwon knocked on the empty water cup. Pour, 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 pour. Li Yan picked up the kettle and poured it for several people one by one. Chen Yu had been looking at him, and the glass of water was in front of her again. Li Yan reached out to take it, but Chen Yu grabbed it and held it first. Li Yan could only probe over and pour her water. Only then did she realize that Chen Yu had carefully put on her makeup today, and her hair had been styled very intricately, so at least a lot of effort had been put into it. I don't know if I even paid to have it done at the store. The white dress and shawl she was wearing was one she had worn the first time the two of them had gone out to dinner. The reason why Yanli could remember it so clearly. It was Yiwon who said that she had persuaded Chen Yu for a long time to change her clothes, thus extorting him for several cups of milk tea. She really looked good that day. And today too. It's only been a month. What could have changed? But emotions are different. There is no way to recover from a heart slash. Others can tolerate it. But Li Yan couldn't force this kind of thing. Seeing Li Yan just glanced at him, Chen Yu lowered her head again. Yiwon frowned tightly. When had Chen Yu ever been so cowering? Li Yan, this cargo is also stubborn enough. How to pretend, not even pretend a little. Also, do not look at what today is the day. She reached up and lifted Chen Yu's chin. At Chen Yu's stunned expression, she spoke. Li Yan, Chen Yu had her hair and makeup done today. She looks great. Did you see that? Li Yan pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly and poured water for himself. See, it looks good. Chapter 100. When we came back, we all tacitly agreed not to continue talking about it. Li Yan also stopped avoiding Chen Yu's eyes. It's been made very clear and there's no need to cover it up. Cheers kept drying, but the glasses were filled with sour plum soup and soy milk. Yanli had already eaten and casually put in a few chopsticks before stopping his chopsticks, serving a line of people with a left-handed leaky spoon and right-handed communal chopsticks. Not only do you have to pay but you also have to contribute. It's just unconscionable. Yanli shook the funnel and looked around. Where's Cecilia Chen? Yiwon picked up a piece of meat, helplessly said. She has an endorsement, the brand side of the anniversary, and do not want to give up the liquidated damages, set to fight for the second half to arrive. What's the point of rushing over in the middle of a movie if you're not going to watch it in the second half? Change it, go to KTV. Oh, drinking? Sip a little. Zhang Zhengdong Shandong people's DNA moved. There are girlfriends in this, dare not make a mistake. But obviously the mood is pleasant a few degrees. Zhang Wenhai is in the student council, and there's a field day coming up in the second half of the year, so he's been very busy lately. Picking up his phone, he crackled back a half-dozen messages before putting it down. Amazing Lee returned his plate to the pan and warmed it up. The student council is too busy too. It's okay, there are benefits too. Zhang Wenhai asked for a towel to wipe his hands. Li Yan, you know about the campus forum the day before yesterday, right? Li Yan nodded. I heard about it. The school said it was controlling public opinion. The impact won't be too big. The students know all about it. It's not like we don't know anything about what happened before, and a week will pass. It might not be that easy. Zhang Wenhai sighed. You had a 10W bonus, remember? Some people were eyeballing it, and there was more to say. The head of the city hall had said there was a reward, and out of the need for confidentiality, a sum of money was given in the name of an outstanding college student. The money was so disturbing to hold that Li Yan casually donated it, not taking the money at all to heart. It actually has nothing to do with microfilm either, but to the average student this honor is the reason for the microfilm. No matter how much more it works, it's not a work he shot alone. It was meant to downplay the impact, and it's a real pain in the ass to bring it up again. Li Yan rubbed his brow fiercely. I really didn't think about this. Chen Yu was concerned. Does the person who wronged you know who it is? I know. What she's going to do I don't know. I'm a commoner. What's the point of tossing me around? It had been a long time since she had spoken to Li Yan, and just having an unusual conversation with him made her heart itch a little, and then a pang of heartache flooded through her. She picked up a piece of bok choy and swallowed it into her stomach to press it down, and asked, Are you living at Ikimori's house now? Amazingly wiped his face and said incoherently, Well, is there any connection? Yiwon's eyes rolled. Oh, it's that little girl who couldn't speak in front of them all that day, right? Amazingly nodded. Yeah, that's hard enough for you. Good food and drink every day, and a villa to live in. But when it comes to hard work, it's really quite hard, especially when it comes to sleeping. To be honest, Ikimor's sleeping face is, really, quite exaggerated. Chen Yu thought for a moment and said, Then it might not be a mere accident. And being close to Uncle Ji always leads to a lot of trouble. realizing that what she said was ambiguous. She searched for a compliment. Not that there's anything wrong with Uncle Icky, but there's always the possibility that someone might take advantage of this to get something from him. Yenli couldn't figure it out and asked again, "What do they get out of this?" Chunyu sighed and said, "I remember when I was in elementary school, someone wanted to get to know my dad. He purposely let his kids bully me, and then invited my mom to dinner when he called the parents. That time, my mom almost fell for it. There are a lot of things like that. Borrowing you to contact Uncle G would be unlikely and wouldn't be used in this way, but it could be something else. If there is a relationship, it will be very troublesome. In short, you be careful." The words were not yet spoken. There was an unexpected guest. A black jacket was worn over it. You can see the blue lapel inside. Luo Yenran patted Li Yan's shoulder. "We meet again. Why don't you like my friend circle? Come with me. Just for this? Don't you know yourself? Are you kidding me? Or are you using interrogation techniques with me? You're overly concerned. Ha 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 ha." And then, the laughter ended abruptly. "There's no way. To be admissible. I'm the one who took the initiative to receive it. Give some face." At this moment, Chen Yu stood up. "Hello, I'm Chen Kang's daughter. Today is my birthday, and I'm the one who invited Li Yan here." Luo Yenran looked toward Chen Yu and narrowed her eyes. Li Yan looked creeped out. "She's joking. Let's go, let's go. What are you nervous about? I dropped my contact lens. Help me find it." "Amazingly." She put on her contacts and grinned. "Fishy, right? I even hugged you when you were little. Chen Yu, my name is Yen Yen Luo." She pointed to herself. "Don't you recognize it?" Chen Yu froze for a moment before reacting. "Sister Yenran. Wow, it's been years." Luo Yenran was even happier, working overtime until now. "I haven't even eaten. Can I eat together?" "Of course." She pulled up a stool and sat down for a dry meal. "Sure enough, it's a relationship." Li Yan rolled his eyes. Luo Yenyan glared at him. "Who's a connected person who's still reduced to taking the auxiliary police exam?" "Ugh." Amazingly sighed. "How is it that every time I pay for something, how is it that you find your way over here?" Luo Yenran's mouth was stuffed to the brim as she muttered, "Maybe this is fate. What the hell is going on?" Li Yan folded his hands on the table and leaned his head on his hands, like a salted fish in a completely posed sitting position. Luo Yenran raised her eyebrows and condescended. "You really don't know?" Li Yan's own father was at least in this unit, and he had spent some time with Luo Yenran, not to mention that her law enforcement recorder was not on at all, so he didn't waver in the slightest. "I probably know. Tell me. Someone called the police and said you were molesting." "Sure enough. In person. Dai Changying? Even the name? I don't know." Amazingly, Luo Yenran intercepted the look cast by Qingyu. As expected, he immediately misunderstood and smiled badly towards Li Yan. Explaining to Qingyu, he said, "Fishy, don't worry. This guy is quite reliable. He was wrongly accused." Qingyu smiled bitterly at her. Her eyes complicated. Luo Yenran poked Li Yan with her hand and whispered, "Scum, planning to hang her? Watch out for the morning bureau to lock you up. Let's talk about this later." Li Yan had no desire to joke and crossed her eyes. "What do you mean I was wrongly accused? No matter how much of a friendship, people in this kind of unit would never jump to conclusions when they are not sure." Although Luo Yenyan loved to joke around, her professionalism was still there. There is something fishy about it. Luo Yenyan shifted from eating melon to being vain, avoiding her eyes. "Ha ha ha. I just think so." Amazingly smiled. "Think I'm a good person? Ch." Luo Yenran changed her face in Sichuan opera and despised. "Just those few websites recorded by your browser. You also have the nerve to mention character." Amazingly. Chapter 101, Failure to Play Again. "Fortunately, sister on duty. Always better than others to straighten you out, is not it? Eat your meal is not bad." Luo Yenran complained. Li Yan gave her a chopstick of tripe. "Eat more. Count on you having a bit of a conscience." Luo Yenran dipped into the seasoning. "Do you have any evidence that can clarify yourself? It's kinda troublesome if you don't." Amazingly nodded. "Yes. Full video." Luo Yenran rounded her eyes. "How did it come about?" "You control me. With outsiders and an important event, it was obvious that the others couldn't play. So Li Yan took the initiative and said, 'Have you eaten enough?' Luo Yenran nodded. 'Almost. Go. You're not staying longer? Later is fine. I won't bother you. Just find a corner and play a few games of King's Honor to kill time. I have to go home later." He had already made things clear with Chenyu, so he could stay a little less. Just a little less. Chenyu said fondly, "Is this the end of the line? Well, you guys have fun." One high patted for me. Chenyu clearly looked lost. "It's fine. I'll just treat. I'd better do it. Happy birthday. I'll make up the present afterward." "Aha. I signed with an agency and am already planning to take a break from school. I'll see you on TV later." Not so fast. Ha ha, see you then. After the two left, Li Yan looks quite innocent, but I didn't expect his heart to be so heavy. Yi Si didn't dare to speak at all just now. Yi Wan sighed. In the past, he used to be all goofy. These days are completely different. Zhang Wenhai explained. We grew up in an orphanage. There were always people who bullied you, and if you didn't want to do something about it, you would be bullied to death. He was considered older then. In elementary school, a lot of things were handled for us by Li Yan, and he was involved in every fight. But don't worry, he will never count his friends. Zhang Zhang patted Zhang Wenhai's shoulder. What kind of life did you guys used to live? It's actually kind of fun. Zhang Wenhai hemmed and hawed. For some reason, Shen Yu began to wipe her tears again. At this time, the Seabiscuit employees came by holding up a happy birthday light sign. In the underground parking lot, Luo Yanyan caressed the little pink sports car with a look of love. Where did this come from? A gift from the lottery. Li Yan slapped her hand away. Don't touch it. You can afford it. Hey, why do I remember that this car seems to have been auctioned off by Ikari? Amazingly, how can you recognize it? Rohyanta scratched her head. Could it be that I'm remembering it wrong? You must have misremembered. Also, how do you know Ikari? Then how do you recognize it? Amazingly got into the driver's seat as if nothing had happened. Ha, it's okay. When he reached the door of the police station, Li Yan realized that things were not quite right. There were 4 bodyguards in plain clothes at the door. Luo Yanran surveyed them from the corner of her eye and whispered to Li Yan. Something's not quite right. Yanli laughed awkwardly. Ha 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 ha. You're being paranoid. Walk into the office. Sure enough in. Jiang Luan squeezed her purse in one hand and yawned. Ike Moore, seated next to her, snuggled close to her as Zhang Yuanzhou stood at his side. A silhouette flashed by as the two entered. Amazingly, Royan, you say you don't recognize it? I don't too. Ha ha. If I guessed correctly, what's hanging on you is Ji Wanli's beloved daughter, Ji Moore. Right or wrong? Ah. Ha. Luo Yanran ruffled the dull hairs on Ikamo's head, and Ikamo began to shiver in fear. Luo Yanran sighed. It's still not good. She took a few quick steps towards Jiang Luan. Auntie Jiang. Jiang Luan looked up to recognize her, and smiled warmly. Yan Yan, right. Why did you run here? It's hard to be idle. Jiang Luan. Li Yan sat down in his seat, and Chimo relaxed so much that he fell asleep with his head tilted and began to drool. Jiang Luan supported her head and placed it on Li Yan's shoulder, nuzzling towards the police who did that side. It's fine. Get busy with your go. Luo Yanyan took a look at the sweaty intern and the eloquent well-known lawyer, and with the will to die a dead friend, she decisively said, it's fine. He'll be fine on his own. I'll catch you up. There's that lawyer. On 2 half-wits who can make a one-word statement. Jiang Luan also knew her small mind and said, just wait until GMO sleeps soundly. Good. After a few minutes of silence, Luo Yanran really couldn't hold back. Auntie, can I ask you a question? Ask. You are Amazing Li's guardian? Jiang Luan nodded. Yes. His account is on my family's account book. What? It's time to investigate the case. No. How could it be? Luo Yanran said resentfully. Amazingly tugged at the corner of his mouth. Why didn't I know that? Didn't your mom tell you? I said it might be a bit of a hassle at my house so it would be easier to do it that way. And she did say yes, and also that you agreed. Amazingly was caught up in his memories. Finally remembering that it was really happening, he wiped his face. I remember that night when I was packing my bags. My mom said something like, you're kind of getting married once today. I thought it was a joke. No wonder your mother and I met at first sight. Amazingly, I'll be home in a few days. Luo Yanran laughed with a blossoming smile. Going back to my mother's house for a visit? Amazingly. Cell phone ringing. Jiang Luan answered a phone call and said a few minutes of time before hanging up. Make a statement. Jiang Luan said to Li Yan, who was playing with blowing Chimo's dull hair. How are things? Just say it truthfully. Don't be afraid. Does he look scared? Last time, he lifted the bar with me for a week. Luo Yanran was very helpless. That's because you guys have wronged him. If it wasn't for the sake of investigating the case, I would definitely want a statement. Jiang Luan spoke softly, but with great vigor. Luo Yanran shrunk her neck. Auntie, don't be angry. I'm not mad at you. Now that you're here you have to work hard and treat it like a career. How can you be so out of shape just because you know me? Luo Yanran didn't dare to make a mistake at all with Jiang Luan and bowed her head. I was wrong. Okay, you're busy. It was the first time Li Yan had seen Jiang Luan look so serious. Chapter 102, Bad Luck. After making a statement, Li Yan carried GMO to the car. A shivering look. Looking at Zhang Yuanzhou creepy, afraid that GMO fell. Fastening his seatbelt, Zhang Yuanzhou spat out. Your physique is paper mache. So unforgiving. Li Yan shook his sweater, which was wet from G Moore's saliva. and said in no uncertain terms, "I'm freezing." Jiang Yuanzhou awkwardly started the vehicle, looking for a compliment. "It shows that she has a good appetite. I promised her to go back and give her another crab to eat." Jiang Luan shook her head helplessly. "Eat as many as you want." Sleeping Chi Mor heard the crab, opened his mouth and bit Li Yan's shoulder. Shivering, Li Yan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as he was sneakily attacked. "Jiang Luan." She reached out and pinched Ikimori's face. "Wake up, you haven't even eaten yet." Ikimori's thick eyebrows twitched uneasily as he opened one eye and surveyed his surroundings, realizing that he was seated in an incredibly appropriate seat, and one hand reached upward to squeeze at Li Yan's face. Peacefully, he closed his eyes again. Jiang Luan dotingly rubbed her daughter's head. "It never grows up. Chi-Mor really loves crabs." Li Yan laughed. "Yes." Jiang Luan inclined her head to look out the window. "I remember the poorest time. The family's rice is only enough to cook porridge. At that time, Chi-Mo was only 2 or 3 years old. That age is very greedy and capricious. Do not give her good food. She can roll on the ground. Every week there is a market in the village. I go to the stall to earn some money, each time to buy 2 crabs, a single pot of crab porridge for her. 2 will be enough for her to eat a week." Chi-Mor pretends to steal food. She all rolled her eyes, and at night can hold the pressure cooker to sleep. She probably remembers that flavor and has to have crab every time it's in season. Amazing Li grimaced. "She's sipping me again." Jiang Luan took a look. "Does it hurt?" "It's okay, a little itchy." "Then you'll have to put up with it. It's almost here anyway." Amazing Li. Nearby is the Huangpu River. It's cold and foggy. Jiang Yuanzhou slowed down the car and turned up the air conditioning a bit. After all, it was Ikimori who did the sin, so it's good to take care of it. However, with Ikimori keeping the heat in, Li Yan didn't really freeze. Jiang Luan took out the Chi-Mor Ultraman pattern thermos from her carry bag and opened it to hand it to Li Yan. "Drink some? It's fine. Not bad for these few steps." Li Yan scratched his face, which was tickled by the hot air, and apologized. "I'm really sorry for making Auntie run out in the middle of the night." Jiang Luan shook her head. "It's idle at home. Bringing Chi-Mo out will be good for her. Plus this may not be your problem." "You think so?" Jiang Luan inclined her head and revealed an ambiguous smile. "Also? Who is it?" "Amazing Li. Morning Bureau's daughter?" "Amazingly. Loyalist. I did get someone to follow you, but I didn't follow you into the restaurant. I remembered it was the Morning Bureau's daughter's birthday and guest." "Well, she has that insight too." Li Yan opened his mouth, thought about it, but still swallowed in his heart and nodded. "Yes." When Jiang Luan saw Li Yan's hesitant look, she guessed his mind. "You don't feel comfortable with me getting someone to follow you, do you?" Li Yan nodded his head nor shook it, and could only smile awkwardly. He was uncomfortable in his heart, and Jiang Luan was bound to explain himself. "What else would my own daughter do? Ikmanri didn't offer you $300,000 a month in the first place. He wasn't trying to take the money and knock you down." "Ha?" Seeing Li Yan's confusion, Jiang Luan continued to explain. "The cause has reached his point. The opponent is capable of using any means. I'm afraid you'll accidentally fall into the trap, and you don't dare to talk to us. By talking to you about money, he is telling you that you can feel free to talk to your family if you are in trouble, because you are worth money. In the future, your trouble is likely to be caused by contacting Ji Wanli too close. The higher you climb, the more people's hearts and minds are haunted. Under the sky, there are always people who have crooked ideas. I remember when your Uncle Chi's business was just starting out. There were no less than a dozen people who wanted to throw him into the Huangpu River and feed him to the fish. Finding someone to follow you is because I'm afraid you'll get into trouble, including Jiang Yuanzhou videotaping you as well. Be careful in public places. It's too easy to find some trouble for people these days. Try to take a car when you go out in the future, but don't worry too much. Your Uncle Chi isn't a vegetarian. He'll be fine soon. I already have a rough idea of what's going on with this, and that little girl will apologize to you face to face soon, so it's up to you to figure out what to do." Commiserations. Li Yan listened to the explanation and understood a few points. Looking down at the sleeping Chi-Mo, he laughed. "Actually, it's quite happy to be needed. I'm used to being wrong since I was a child. I don't feel anything at all. Chi-Mo was asking you to take care of her." Jiang Luan rubbed her brow and spat. "When I was little, I took care of her, and your Uncle Chi was always spoiled. Now she's still the same as when she was a child, but she's grown taller than me and isn't afraid of me at all. What a headache. Ikimori is smart. Well, she's working hard on her phonics tonight and already knows what her ex-girlfriend says." Amazing Li. As Ikimori slept, he muttered, "Morning, morning, donkey." Jiang Luan avoided Li Yan's line of sight. This child, what is said about the donkey, is probably craving donkey meat hot roast? Amazing Li. Second half. KTV. C-Suite in the box. It was Chunyu, who was dressed in a burgundy halter one-piece dress and a blazer. The face was covered with makeup, still reflecting a few points of scarlet. Holding up the microphone, he sang his 12th sentimental love song, singing and crying at the same time. His voice was muffled. Breakups should be decent. Don't say sorry to anyone. Chen Shishir took off her jacket, threw off her mask and took off her sunglasses, and looked at Zhang Zhang. Big guy, what's going on here? Zhang Zhang took a shallow sip of beer. She said that from now on, she's going to get drunk on her career. Chen Shishir's cheeks twitched. Sad to this point. Li Yan came by, right? Well Zhang Zhang sighed and shook his head helplessly again. Back then, Li Yan also did this whole thing once. What kind of sins did I create? Zhang Wenhai dismantled. I remember you persuade wine but one glass after another at that time. Happy and bad. Zhang Zhang, why did he leave again? Chen Shishir wondered. The police are at my door. It's that thing that's been rumored on the school forum. Chen Shishir frowned. Where's the prize? And no more. Chen Shishir sighed. Bad luck. Chapter 103, a worthless guy. Shishir, you're here. Chen Yu rubbed her reddened eyes. I'm sorry. I'm the one who should apologize for coming so late. Chen Shishir took out a delicate gift box from her bag. I don't know what you like, so I just bought a random necklace. It goes better with the V-neck gown. Remember to wear it when you walk the red carpet later. Well, I'll wear it if that day ever comes. Signed to which agency? Star. Chen Shishir nodded. Well, it's rare to find a company that takes the movie star route. It's a good fit with your temperament. B or C level contract? It should be considered a C-rated one. The split is less but the conditions are more lenient than a B-rated one. It's quite good. And with your eyes it certainly doesn't fool you. Well, the contract got someone to read it. Chen Shishir smiled. I wish you a bright star. It's just a pity. If only I could sign my family's. It can't be helped. My dad knows Uncle Chen and there is a suspicion of benefit transfer. I can't harm my dad's hard-earned half-life career for my own ideals. It's hard for you too. I'm happy enough that my dad agrees. A few hours ago, Dai Chang stood in the spotlight and posed for photos with the big names who presented the awards. He has given so much for this award, but will get so much more. His father was dictatorial, and even when he was allowed to participate in the company's business, he always told him what to do and gave him little power at all. The family was originally an investment company in the circle, and only in recent years did they set up an agency to train their own actors. It seems that there are quite a lot of people, but they are nothing in the industry, and they do not add up to half of the first tier. Not many actors can even be named, and the most popular ones are just third-rate grassroots who make short videos. Now that he has won this award, his father can look upon himself, not to mention a big partnership project that my father didn't even negotiate. I didn't realize that the cost of this benefit would be so cheap, as long as dealing with an unknown college student is really affordable. Dai Chang can't wait to kiss the surnamely. Brother, you promised me before. Dai Chang Ying whispered. Dai Chang frowned. Don't act like a debt collector. Aha. She lowered her head. When Ju leaned through the crowd and sat down next to Dai Chengying, your favorite director just spoke. You just missed it, but I recorded it. Dai Chang and Dai Chengying exchanged places and handed over their cell phones. When Ju frowned, very displeased. It's his work I like. As for what he said on this occasion, it doesn't matter at all. I'll take you to meet him later when there's a dinner party. Chiu Yuanqi made an appointment for me. I didn't go. When Ju gathered his wide-down jacket around his body, picked up his cell phone, and glared at a chat window, Dai Chang's smile stalled. Why didn't your friend come? You should know better than me. Why? You must have misunderstood. When Ju rubbed his eyes, I'm sleepy. I'll leave first. From the time Li Yan left, she had no interest in this ceremony. In fact, she hadn't been too interested in it originally. It's just that her family education made it impossible for her to be rude. Looking at her back, Dai Chang clutched the trophy in his hand. Brother, I explained it to her. Are you sure you were touched? What? I ask you, did you indeed do what I asked you to do? Well, Wen Ju might just be fooled by him. That Li Yan is not a good person. Wen Ju is very simple. I'll just talk to her more. Dai Changying explained. You'd better not think otherwise. Aha. She answered and then fell silent. What about moon watching? Amazing Li stood in the doorway with his arms crossed drinking a cold punch. Zhang Yuanzhou was disturbed and turned his face sideways without any good humor. Any comments? What a free spirit. I wish I could find a job as free as yours in the future. You still think arranging security is a joke? Zhang Yuanzhou fished out a toothpick from his pocket to pick his teeth. But I've been quite idle lately. Ji Wanli won't be leaving the country for a short while, and I'll be able to fish with Ji more. That dangerous? It's okay, just once or twice in a while. There's basically not much going on at home. Foreign countries are more menacing, but we have more guys we can use. But if we really get serious at home, It's really hard to do. After all, we can't bring weapons. It's still true. What's the matter? Want to ditch Icky more? Yen Li shrugged. I'm just simply curious. But it feels kinda exciting to have a little visit. Zhang Yuanzhou held the back of his head and said helplessly. You think it's a police movie? Only cuties these days, only take a knife to deal with people. The ones who really have the means are like that lawyer in the police station just now. Just make a trip like that. Zhang Yuanzhou held out a finger. 100? Zhang Yuanzhou, might as well let me stay the night then. What are you heartbroken about when Iquanri can earn it with the blink of an eye? It's not yours. That's not what it says. Risk bearing. Benefits do not. Your conscience is safe. See people's money in their pockets hard. You have to chi more married you not? Zhang Yuanzhou threw the toothpick. A look of sudden realization. Oh. So, I did not expect you in a big game Li Yan said expressionlessly. I also read the novel that Auntie Jiang recently recommended to you. Zhang Yuanzhou. Rich people are all so stupid. The world has been peaceful for a long time. I've been prepared for this for a long time. Li Yan scratched his face. What benefit can I get from tossing it? You ghosts know what kind of curves they have. Every time I drive for Ji Wanli, meet Ji Wanli and the board of directors gang of old bangers a car, I have a headache. I'd advise you not to think about it too much, or a bottle of sleeping pills won't be enough to keep you going for a month. Li Yan stepped open the trash can, pinched and flattened the paper cup and threw it in. I don't want anything, just don't look for trouble. That's enough. That's fine, right? He turned to go back inside. Zhang Yuanzhou lit the cigarette he had extorted from Li Yan and deflated his mouth with a look of displeasure. No talent at all. Chapter 104, The Stars. I know all about it. A medium-sized man at a wide sandalwood desk wiped down a flowing star-shaped ornament on the desktop. The air conditioning in the office was turned on sufficiently. The man only wore a thin plain-colored fitted cotton shirt, and in his hand, he also pinched a folding fan. He turned around and glanced at Xiao Yuanqi. What's wrong? LV light dust? Don't play dumb. Borrowing my hand to spend money on Dai Cheng's family's company shares, and sending me the shares for nothing. Mingli and secretly let me take the brokerage contract of Boss Dai's daughter. So-called closer relationship. Your LV Qingsuan Star Entertainment. Still need this kind of third-rate brokerage company? LV Qingsuan sat back on his own wide chair, took out a box of cigars from the drawer, took out one, finished handling it with the guillotine-style cigar cutter on the desktop, and handed it to Xiao Yuanqi. Recently the Cuban embargo started again and the prices of cigars have gone up. The other day I asked my secretary to go and buy all the domestic ones and tasted them all, and they were still the best to smoke at $20 a pop, and actually had more flavor than any of the Cuban cigars. Xiao Yuanqi frowned, dissatisfied with Lu Qingsuan's indifferent attitude, and wanted to say something else. Lu Qingsuan knocked on the desktop and interrupted. Xiao Yuanqi, we've known each other for quite a few years. You should stop talking to me with such an attitude. Your father is the most discerning I've ever seen, able to dispose of his assets the night before the property market dropped in value. I'm spending money to make friends with the future boss Xiao, not to play mind games with the current Xiao Yuanqi. Lu Qingsuan laughed. I just figured out that Xiao Juanji only gave you a little bit of money because he was afraid you'd lose it all. You're too much of a gambler. It's not the way you gamble if you want to. Lu Qingsuan took the lighter in his hand and leaned over to light Xiao Yuanqi's cigar. This one you have is Cuban. You can't buy it. I'll ask someone to send you some. By the way, try the domestic one later, and try for me if I'm the only one who thinks so, and the secretary won't tell me the truth. Xiao Yuanqi took a drag, mesmerized by the smoke. I'm not a cutie. Tell me what you're going to do. Xiao Yuanqi held back the sourness in her eyes and stared at him closely, and Lu Qingsuan folded his hands and just shook his head helplessly. Xiao Yuanqi, you still don't want to make friends. He sighed. I've been able to stand my ground in this business because I've made a lot of friends. And of course, I've offended a lot of people. Lu Qingsuan pointed to the rosewood chair under his buttocks. When you sit in this position for a few years, you'll know the rules of being here. When you reach my age and have suffered a few losses, you'll be able to learn the ability to get things done outside of the rules. Of course, someone who gets it the first time they sit in this position is a genius. He leaned back in his chair in a weary fashion and reached out to wave a finger between the two. You and I aren't. What you can find out, someone else can find out. People who hate my guts can stand all over this room, so why am I sitting here fine? Don't talk to me like that if you want to cooperate. This is your last chance. If you don't believe me, go ahead and try checking me out. Xiao Yuanqi's hand shook and the cigar fell to the ground. Are you playing with a green plum? Lu Qingsuan lowered his eyelids and stared at Xiao Yuanqi, who had picked up his cigar. Xiao Yuanqi patted the stain soot on his shirt and tucked the burned-out shirt into his belt. Even if you're Chow Chow, I'm not Liu Bei. Even if I'm Liu Bei, you're not Chow Chow. Lu Qingsuan heard but laughed out loud. Even if you are Chow Chow, I am not Liu Bei, even if I am Liu Bei. You are not Chow Chow. It's too wonderful. Ha ha ha. Your father should have given you the money in his hand earlier. Chiu Yuanqi, however, was a bit puzzled. Lu Qingxuan collected her smile and waved her hand. In the future, let's go to the downstairs cafe. I don't like chatting with you here. The contract is in my secretary's office. Just go and sign it. What contract? 5% of Star? But you'll have to put up $60 million. Chiu Yuanqi froze. What do you mean? Unfair? Even the market value of 5% of the shares was 10 times that amount, and his heart was pounding, hesitant to believe in such a good thing. So he whispered and tried. Where's the directorship? You're given a seat at the table, and you find random people in the departments below you who want to be involved, including finance, below the level of business manager. Of course, Chiu Yuanqi's eyes grew hotter. Really? You're only worth $70 million in total, so I'm too embarrassed to ask for more, so at least I'll leave you some. Lu Qingxuan raised her hand and looked at her watch. The secretary will be off work by 12 to celebrate his wife's birthday, so please ask your lawyer to come early. What do I need a lawyer for? I still don't trust you, LV Qingxuan. Chiu Yuanqi decisively signed her name and carefully put the contract attachment into her carry bag. The money will be there by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Lu Qingdan nodded and greeted his secretary to send him out the doorway. The secretary stood in front of Zhu Yuanqi's car window. Mr. Chiu, I've already paid the private detective's fee. You shouldn't give it again. The secretary stroked her temples, but I don't think he'd dare charge again. Chiu Yuanqi first froze, then snapped. Let General Manager Lu rest assured. Also, Mr. Lu explained that you told the little girl to stop looking for trouble. Little girl? The last name is Dai. What is it? Didn't you arrange this? Ha? Oh, I see. Walking out the front door, Chiu Yuanqi then dialed Dai Cheng's number. Tonight's harvest was enough for him to do anything for Lu Qingdan. Of course, this loyalty can't be counted after the money shot contract is finalized tomorrow. Squeak! There was a toothsome scraping sound. Behind them the wooden door opened. The secretary walked out of the office with a sense of humor. Out of the room came a pale-faced girl, clutching a bear doll, sleepy-eyed. Star, awake? Lu Qingxuan hastily extinguished his cigar, his voice gentle. The girl opened her eyes and complained. You're smoking again. It was really distracting, so I took a drag. The girl poked her head out and looked at the butts in the ashtray. It's obviously 2. Ah no. 1.5. This one was smoked by someone else. I don't care. Give me $1.50. LV Qingxuan took out coins from the drawer and pressed them into the girl's hand. Reaching out, he pressed a button on the landline. Tell Mrs. Wu to come up and bathe the young lady, and bring up the rice on the way. Lu Xingchen complained. Can't my brother wash me? Lu Qingdan doted on her and rubbed her hair. You are so big. Either brother give you a wash once? Don't. Lu Qingdan. Hey, you can go to school tomorrow. School is fine, but you can't go out with your friends at night. You have to come home. You said it 800 times, especially not to play in the bathroom, where the water is too dirty for your health. Wash at home. It's so pointless to have Mrs. Wu washing me all the time. Change someone for you? Well, change the man. LV light. Lu Xingchen mischievously spat out her tongue. Hey, I'm in good health now. The doctor said that as long as I don't run a marathon, I'll be fine. So don't you keep bothering me. Lu Qingxuan rolled his eyes. It's hard enough for me to run. You don't always be so naughty. Make good friends with others at school, and be good to people. I'm nice. Ah, yes, yes, yes. You perfume me. No. There it is. Pay out. 1 piece. Lu Qingxuan took out a card from the drawer. The money will be called in tomorrow. Keep it and use it for school. Lu Xingchen shook his head. I'll take a piece. Chapter 105 The Fairness of 5L. Early in the morning, on the road leading to the school, the small electric donkey was stopped by the traffic police. Chen Shishir held onto her helmet with a look of death. This student, it's dangerous for you to be on the road like this. Don't sleep on your motorized vehicle. The traffic policeman admonished Li Yan. Pay attention to your girlfriend. It's not as safe as wearing a helmet. Li Yan accepted the criticism with good grace. Well, I'll pay attention. But she's not my girlfriend. Though. Chen Shishir lifted her mask and got up the idea of teasing Li Yan, and said with a bad smile, yes, I'm his buddy's girlfriend. But we drank too much last night. He slept at my house. Now we are in a hurry to go explain to my boyfriend. Traffic police. Can you testify for us? Chen Shishir's eyes were very clear. Actress, she was a professional. Traffic police. Or he'll be beaten to death by my boyfriend. She added. The traffic policeman carefully surveyed Li Yan for a while, and his cheeks twitched slightly as he unclasped his mask. Li Yan. Good morning. If you really need help, I can take leave from my leadership and coordinate for you. It wasn't that Li Yan couldn't take a joke, but there was an acquaintance in front of him. The moment the traffic police officer undid the mask, he was confused. Ning. Chang? She's talking nonsense? Why are you working here? Can't go back to CID with my injuries still fresh. And there's a shortage of people here. So I came over to help. Don't learn that from Yen Luo. Don't you ever do that again. It's not very nice. Amazingly defended helplessly. It's really not. Chen Shishir's face was buried in her stomach. Ning Chang stared at Li Yan for a moment, struggling internally. Promise me that you won't do this again in the future. And I can help you lie this time. Amazing Li. I'll explain it to you next time. I'm running late. The little electric donkey drove away, and Chen Shishir was completely sober. That said, he's so righteous, and urges you to be good. He's such a nice guy. She gave a thumbs up. Why are you so sleepy every day at school? You can't really afford to have someone drive you there. It's no fun to ride in the car. The electric car is the real college life. Chen Shishir reached out and pointed to the buns hanging from the motorized cart. Amazingly took it off the hook and handed it to her. When will Chi More go to school? Chen Shishir chewed on her bun and slurred. Auntie Jiang said she's a fast learner. Another half a month or so and she'll be ready. Not bad. She's so funny. I wish I had a sister like that. Chen Shishir broke her fingers and counted the days. Ugh. It's such a shame that the games she missed out. Li Yan shook his head. Ikamo won't dare for a while. There are too many people. It's easy to get scared. Chen Shishir patted him on the back. Don't be too protective of her. When will you be able to live a normal life like this? Makes sense. When you get to the school building, climb the stairs and enter the classroom. Sure enough, it was greeted with a look of disdain. Zhang Jiang yawned and walked over from the last row of the latter classroom. And after standing beside Li Yan, he swept the circle with his stern eyes. Don't listen to the wind. The trio swaggered to the last row, still greeted with disdainful looks. Alas, there is no deterrent to speak of. Li Yan rested his cheeks and opened his cell phone to play Happy Dissipation to ease his worries. Chen Shishir still gave a thumbs up and complimented. So handsome. Zhang Zhang's old face blushed. Yesterday, when I sent Yi back, I scared away a stray dog, and she said the same thing about me. Amazingly rolled his eyes. Who asked you? Zhang Zhang sighed. I see that on the forums. There are many girls who have made plans to say that they want to splash you in the face. Just don't throw. Lend me your raincoat later. It's not that. Which is like this. Chen Shishir lay on the table and continued to catch up on her sleep. This raincoat of yours is really great. Even the collar cannot get into the water. Li Yan took off his hat and stroked his hair. Asterisk. Even his hair is not wet. TSK. Mineral water to wash his face. What a luxury. Zhang Zhang greatly admired his optimistic spirit. Squatting next to the garbage can and elegantly lit a cigarette. Reminding, in a moment into the cafeteria to splash vegetable soup will not be able to do anything. That stuff can be hot. Li Yan shrugged his shoulders and squatted beside him, plucking a wildflower and sticking it on top of his head. So let's go to dinner later. The vegetable soup will be cold by then. Why us? Zhang Zhang gave him a cross look, picked the wildflower on his head and stuck it on Li Yan's head. Yi has been so busy with her experiments lately that she can only meet up during meals, and I still have to accompany you. Yanli fished a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket and placed it on top of his head. Zhang Zhang took it down and took a look at it, and it was actually 100 cigarettes that suppressed his love brain, mainly because early in Yi said this matter. Zhang Zhang put the things into his pocket. A family does not say two words. Things for you to do properly. Sooner or later I have to give you a block once. Enough said. A female classmate came over aggressively carrying a mineral water bottle. Wow. Scum. Cursing, he ran away. Li Yan wiped his face, water running down his hair. Zhang Zhang smiled sarcastically with his cigarette in his hand. If it gets wet, you can't smoke it. What a waste. Li Yan touched his pocket and stretched out his hand. Cut the crap. Did you bring tissues? What a lack of morals. How dare you engage in a sneak attack? You've got to be kidding me. I pull all my poop paper from your drawer. I said how to use it so fast. Well, you can't blame me. We use you for the whole class. Amazingly, the two of them riffed for a while, and no one came splashing around for a good 10 minutes. But, front, the big one is coming. On the opposite side, a little girl strained to carry a 5L bucket of mineral water, moving towards Li Yan with difficulty step by step. Her face reddened. Finally, she gave up. Cocking his head, he looked at Li Yan. Stare. Zhang Zhang. Amazingly. Little girl. Omega. Zhang Zhang. Amazingly. She didn't think, by any chance, that I would lift the bucket up and splash myself. Li Yan put on his hat with a blank face, and then took it off after thinking about it. It was already wet anyway. so it was just the right time to wash his hair. Zhang Zhang pondered for a moment and said, "Can we order takeout? I'm so hungry." "You said it earlier." Li Yan shook his head and took out his cell phone and handed it to Zhang Zhang. "What's for dinner?" "Spicy hot bar. Don't choose if you have soup. I'm not looking out for you, trying to keep you warm." Heartfelt. The little girl across the streets, Omega, had started to twitch. Seeing that the two were leaving, she became anxious and tugged on Li Yan's raincoat. "Help me." Amazingly held back a little, and then a little more. Couldn't help it. Broke down, almost to the point of tears. "Little sister, you are more or less reasonable." People at least splashed and ran away. Even if it's not clear, it's still considered to be for the sake of fairness and justice. "This fair justice of yours is a bit too big. I can't fulfill it." "What do you mean?" "I just want you to help me bring water to the classroom." "Why are you crying?" Li Yan froze. "Really?" The little girl nodded. "Aha." She took out a big pack of napkins from her sweatshirt pocket, painstakingly unwrapped it, drew a piece of paper to reach it, didn't reach it, and could only hand it to Li Yan. "Do it yourself. Your hair is wet. Help me carry water after you're done with it." Chapter 106, You're Giving Too Much. Li Yan drew 2 more sheets of paper to wipe his head. "Remember not to buy such a big pack in the future. You'll run out in 2 days. The little girl took back the large packet of napkins and tucked it into her sweatshirt pocket. "Why? That's my experience after 2 years of college." Zhang Zhang. "In that case, senior, my name is LV Xingchen. A year in choreography." "Oh, I choreographed 2 years." Lu Xingchen was pleasantly surprised. "Then please take care of me." "Senior." Li Yan lifted the bucket. "I Li Yan. This is Zhang Zhang, our class president. If you have something to find him, we'll take care of you." Zhang Zhang. Lu Xingchen nodded and looked at Zhang Zhang. "In that case, then I'll be counting on Senior Zhang." Zhang Zhang pulled the corner of his mouth. "Aha." Li Yan had already walked out a long way, and Lu Xingchen jogged after him. "Senior, don't take my water away." The words just fell. Li Yan turned the corner and met 2 blue-uniformed men who stopped him. The officer at the head of the group squared his shoulders and said, "Come with us." LV Xingchen stopped his steps in shock. "I was just joking. He didn't take my water. You guys out of the police speed is also a little too fast." The police officer looked at the little girl and then at Li Yan, scratching his face. "Just this little girl? Ha?" She tiptoed to look at Zhang Zhang, who had arrived behind her. "Is this your buddy?" "Amazingly. Explained clearly?" Luo Yanran asked again in a low voice. "Ning Cheng really isn't a thing." Li Yan spat out a sentence. Loyalist fumbled for the handcuffs. "The people don't fight with the officials." Li Yan immediately showed a pleasing smile. "What a righteous person. So concerned about my oldest brother's affairs. I'm very warm in my heart." Luo Yanran nodded her head in satisfaction. "Things have been clarified. Let's go." "You're still shameless. You can still laugh after being splashed." "You saw it?" Local Twitter swipes. Lu Xingchen was completely confused and tugged on Luo Yanran's sleeve. "Uncle Police. He was helping me carry water. There was no robbery." Luo Yanran looked at Li Yan, signaling what he should do. Li Yan helplessly handed the water to Zhang Zhang. "Over to you, Don." The raincoat is returned to you." Li Yan took off the raincoat, felt relaxed and looked at Lu Xingchen. "If you have anything, look for Zhang Zhang. Don't be like me in the future. Study hard. Well, you're going to have a good makeover in there, too." Amazingly. Yan Yan Luo. Zhang Zhang. After seeing Li Yan being escorted away, Lu Xingchen sighed. "I didn't expect that the handsome senior who would help me carry water would also commit a crime. People are really complicated. I thought I would have more stories with him." Amazingly was cleared of wrongdoing, he would have been happy. It's even better when you meet a happy person. Zhang Zhang speculated and laughed. Will do. Then he pointed to himself. "I'm a handsome guy too, I guess." Lu Xingchen froze and laughed very awkwardly. Ha. Handsome senior. What insignificant people said about looks, Zhang Zhang never cared about, but comparing it to amazingly is another story. "I have a girlfriend. He doesn't." Ha. LV Xingchen's eyes rolled. "That's so. No girlfriend yet, so do I have a chance?" Zhang Masawa this chin, seriously pondered. Intending to salvage the fragile heart of an ignorant girl, he doesn't like the cute type too much. He likes that kind of high and cold. He thought again about the icky mort he had met earlier. It's hard to say. "It's okay to talk for a day. I'll pay you." Lu Xingchen fished a dime out of his pocket, thought better of it, and shoved it back in for a 50-cent one. Zhang Zhang's heart instantly balanced, revealing an unusually pleased smile. "You give too much. Starry Lu." Chapter 107. Pity. Do I really look that much like that kind of person? Li Yan sat in the police car and ate the small bread sponsored by Luo Yanran. Luo Yanran handed him a bottle of mineral water. You're still serious about joking with you. No need. I drank my fill long ago. Li Yan tore the bread and sent it to his mouth. Ning Chang really doesn't look like someone who would joke around. I thought he took it seriously. Actually, well, he's still a little skeptical, and has come to me specifically for confirmation. What exactly is my image in his mind? Kids who need the police uncle's help to get on the right path. Luo Yanyan spread her hands and said, he's even more nagging at me. Just bear with it. He doesn't have many friends that way, so talk to him more. Tonight I want to eat snail powder. You tell him. You wouldn't ask him for it yourself. I want to be surprised. What a surprise you're playing with a man who makes his living in detection. Luo Yanran scratched her head. So annoying can't hide anything? Birthday surprises and whatnot are seen through at a glance. You've had a hard enough time too. You too. You've wasted a lot of water in one day. Haven't you? Amazingly. Let's not keep hurting each other. Luo Yanyan sighed. Say, can you ask Boss Chi not to send a lawyer? The interns don't want to do it. It's not easy for me to have an intern I can branch out to say. Still coming? It's 10W at a time nah. It takes 5,000 hours to earn that from handing out flyers. Luo Yanyan rolled her eyes. Solve this case 10W. Not come once to give so much. You think printing money Oh, let him stay a little longer then. Sit down for a moment. Amazingly sat down on a stainless steel chair, took a look at the counter's toilet paper, and drew one to continue wiping his hair. Look up at the local news put on the TV. Today, a gang posting pornographic cards was arrested by the police. It is reported that the gang had posted 3,000 pornographic cards overnight. Yenli sighed deeply, recalling the fear of being dominated by an agent back then. Ugh, $20 an hour. And I was given 10 bucks. The female police officer at the counter gave Yenli a look. You're sympathizing with criminals? No. Fairness and justice I have experienced today. How can I sympathize with criminals? Li Yan twisted his head to see the lawyer Feng sitting in the office serenely serving tea water. Jealousy burned, and sighed and sat back on the stainless steel chair. Across the room, two men were handcuffed to chairs. How did you get in here, old boy? Li Yan raised his eyelids. If any felon would have been taken into custody long ago, he wouldn't be handcuffed in the hall like this. Idle as he was, Li Yan shrugged his shoulders and said, it's hard to say. What about you? What's the offense? Send cards. Amazingly. Are you going to confess or not? Recruiting hair, 3 months in jail at most. The police here don't dare to beat anyone. Asterisk. Awesome. That hard? How much money do you guys make? That's not old. Their interest in blowing awesome came up, but a middle-aged man blocked the two of them, and they were very displeased. Make way. The middle-aged man turned his face and obediently sat next to Li Yan. Li Yan's body stiffened. The criminal across the street beckoned, and amazingly tugged at the corner of his mouth. TCH? I'm not killing anyone. I'm just talking to you. The accomplice next to him was also amused. Such a coward. Amazingly sat over to the two handcuffed ones and sandwiched him between them. The middle-aged man crossed his legs and looked at the three with a smirk. Li Yan stiffened and whispered to the two men. Gradually, rapture filled the air between the three. It's a real pleasure talking to you, old boy. You're not blowing awesome, are you? To get that much money? No, let's partner up. You leave a number. Li Yan took a few steps back, patted his pants leg, and looked at the middle-aged man across from him. Bureau Chen. They've all explained themselves. Morning Kong nodded. That saves me the trouble. 2 inmates. A number of police officers passing by just now were supported away by Chin Kong with his eyes and secretly hid on the counter to peek. All came out to salute at this time. In the hall, a dozen police officers stood in the crow's nest. 2 inmates. Li Yan doggedly tucked his hand to pretend to be a bully. The two of you will not come out to retaliate against me. Right. The morning bureau is so powerful. 2 inmates. Chin Kong shook his head helplessly. Take it away. After the two left, Morning Kong laughed. Can't you come here to work from now on? It's the two of them, stupid B. Not too smart to catch a coincidence. Levels are fine, but after all, they are out of order and should be used as sparingly as possible. Amazingly, I have no intention of doing that. That's a shame. Well, what brings you here? It was all over the news. Had to come. Now it looks like I can go. Morning Kong smiled. Thanks to you, the legend of me solving a case without saying a word will circulate here. And it's much easier to coordinate things with this spot. You're kidding. The lady at the counter personally brought 2 cups of tea. It is different when an official comes. Drinking hot tea in silence. Morn sighed generously. It's a shame. You flatter me. Chen Kong glanced at Li Yan, who was playing dumb, and smiled. I mean Chun Yu. Li Yan took a sip of tea and added. Your wife has lifted me up. Did you know from the beginning that you had saved Chun Yu? Li Yan pinched his paper cup. Once when I was looking at the photos, Chen Yu flipped over to the group photo. She might have forgotten, but then I did too. Pity. Morning Kong repeated again. I'm sorry. I'll bring it. Morn generously carried a paper cup and patted Li Yan's shoulder. Let's go. I heard you solved the case? Luo Yanran's eyes were filled with jealousy. Li Yan nodded his head and shook his leg, took his chopsticks and picked up a piece of diced chicken and threw it into his mouth, chewing it with a big mouthful. Small point. Hand holding the pinch. My third-class merit. Luo Yanyan covered her face. It's not easy to draw lots for my turn to pick up the cheap. Can brag with Ning Chung. Yanli said proudly. Now it's my turn to brag. You know this kind of cutie. How many years does it take to come across one? Hey, even if you don't give out some rewards, you're still talking smack. Li Yan was dissatisfied. Luo Yanyan straight rolled her eyes. Not for you to hit the rice well. $12 it. That's okay. I'll pack another one to take with me later. Chapter 108. Lawyer Feng moved a chair and sat next to Li Yan, extending his right hand in a friendly manner. Hello, we meet again. Looking at his face was like looking at $100,000. Li Yan shook it perfunctorily. Hello, if you don't want to deal with it personally, you can contact me directly. Want to add money? Lawyer Vaughn, you're such a joker. Ha 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 ha. Amazing Li came back with his own cup of boiling water. So want to add it? Seeing that he really thought it would cost him something extra to deal with this, Lawyer Phone got up a teasing mood and laughed. Our fees are very fair, and we only charge once for a case. Oh, then see what you want to do about it. There's still a choice? Li Yan drank a mouthful of water, stole a packet of Wangjai small steamed buns from Luo Yanyan's drawer, and listened to 10W Feng's tall tales. He nodded. With the fact that we already have some of the facts, we can go in the direction of defamation. As for whether it's civil or criminal, it depends on the judge's ruling. The probability is that it's civil, but I'm still somewhat sure 10W is not. Lawyer Feng, can we do it justice? The lawyer froze. Justice? What do you mean? Amazing Li, you mean, it doesn't have to be handled that badly? Li Yan put down the Wangzi steamed bun and said helplessly. Generally speaking, what is the punishment for this situation? It's a law and order case. Apologizing and compensating is basically all that's needed. A more serious administrative detention for 3 or 5 days. He straightened his tie. It's not that the public opinion is particularly serious. The most hopeful thing here is a negotiated settlement. Oh, that's it? That's it. It's clearly an intentional crime, and public opinion hasn't spread widely, but it's just enough to affect your life. There's a reluctance to investigate here, and I can find a way to find evidence. Want to add money? Lawyer Phone was all but helpless. So what if you want it? So what if you don't want it? Just kidding. You don't mind. Li Yan looked at him and said, it doesn't affect me, mainly because I don't want to get into trouble. That's all. Trouble? Lawyer Feng frowned. Seeing the people coming he spoke. Let's hear what they have to say first. Dai Chung walked in first and smiled sarcastically towards Li Yan. Li Yan's face was expressionless. Dai Chungying, who was following closely behind, came closer and bowed. I'm sorry, it was me who misunderstood. When it was on the hot search, we got someone to remove it at the first time, and also already posted an apology video on my shake. So there was a bit of a delay. Hotshot? It was on for a while just now at 12 noon. Lawyer Feng was speechless. No need to look for evidence. This is considered aggravated. Li Yan, however, frowned straight away. Luo Yanran returned to the office with a small book and glanced at Dai Chengying. You are the person in question? Dai Chengying revealed a timid look and shrank back before lowering her head and saying, yes. What's with the hot search? Loyal put down her pen. I don't know. Luo Yanran moved a stool and gestured for her to sit down. Okay, what about the school forum? Dai Chengying sat upright, her hands on her knees, her eyes staring at her toes, struggling for a moment, raising her head and biting her lip. I was thinking that you guys wouldn't be able to deal with it, so I registered myself to send it out in a few small numbers. Attorney Feng. Li Yan's frown, however, got tighter and tighter. Is this a rush to jail? Well, he's not stopping. Lawyer Feng happily added some hot water to Li Yan's paper cup. Rohirang jotted this down in her book and continued. You mean you felt that someone was committing lewd acts on you and then misinterpreted it to be him? Is that correct for the situation? Aha. Amazingly shook his head. That's impossible. If you had been truthful, even if you said you might have gotten cut up by someone else, Amazingly can all choose not to prosecute and accept the apology. But Jiang Yuanzhou was recording the video. If there was this paragraph, Jiang Yuanzhou would definitely be able to know about it, and it wouldn't have caused such a ruckus on the moving train. I'm sorry. Dai Chengying bowed again. The award for the movie has already been appealed for you. We are not colluding to deliberately frame you for this award as you think. Amazing Lee nodded perfunctorily. Aha. Can you give me a few minutes? In a moment Wenju will bring the evidence over for me. Wenju? Li Yan stared intently into her eyes. If you guys are calculating to this point, it's useless to ask anyone to plead for you. Dai Changying scowled. Dai Chang stepped forward and said, Student Li Yan, my sister, she really knows that she's wrong. She can be punished however she wants. But we really didn't mean to set you up. It's just an award. It's not that important to me. I'm going out for a while. Li Yan stood up and shunted away the remaining half a pack of wanted little steamed buns. Dai Changying looked down and skimmed her lips. Dai Chang was really a pig. This surname Li can know so many people. Can it be an ordinary person? But she didn't care. If she didn't get the benefit of the doubt, she didn't get the suspicion. At the very least, it's just a small supporting role to do what you're told. And that's what it would have been. As long as you don't have to go to jail. A moment later on a hot search open live to apologize. There are victims in. Everyone will sympathize with their own characters. I wonder how much money I'll make at night and how many fans I'll draw. Now that the contract was in Xiao Yuanqi's hands, he wouldn't withhold himself for Wenju's sake. She needs money. Dai Changying clenched her fists. As Li Yan finished his small steamed buns at the door, Wenju came over, carrying a paper bag in his hand and handed it to him. Here, your down jacket, dry cleaned. Li Yan had no complaints about Wenju. She was simple and serious girl. I'm just kidding. I've worn them myself for several winters and never washed them. Wenju blushed. That would smell like me. Hearing this, Li Yan felt as if he had committed some kind of crime. Right. Wenju took out his cell phone from his jacket's pocket and handed it to Li Yan. This cell phone was taken by someone on the moving train at the time. Brother managed to buy it. Do you want to see it? Li Yan shook his head. No need. It doesn't mean much. As if casually, he said, why does your brother go to so much trouble? It's too much trouble for him. Wenju helplessly said, he said Dai Changying is my friend. So he signed her into the company. A week ago. Before this happened. Now that he's the boss, he feels responsible for his employees. And he's especially embarrassed for you. And specifically asked me to apologize to you. Your award, he said he would find a way to pay you back. That award wasn't necessary. I appreciate the sentiment. Thank your brother for me. Li Yan smiled. You send the phone inside. I don't really like the atmosphere inside, just stay here for a while. The lawyer will take care of it. I'll catch you later then. Amazing Li handed over the paper cup. Just in time to refill my water. Aha. Wenju took the paper cup. Li Yan looked at Wenju's back inside. How pathetic. There are no family members left in the country who are genuinely interested in her. For the sake of Wenju, Li Yan didn't want to pursue this. Whatever they wanted, he wanted no part of it. Chapter 109 Patience. The video has not been edited, and the video background information shows the right time. Attorney Feng spoke. Li Yan nodded. That's definitely right on. You can't tell if you're off by 10 seconds or so. If it hadn't been on the hot seat, the libel charge would still be hanging. But now then just sue. He looked at Li Yan. What do you want to do? Li Yan glanced at Wenju, who was leaning against the doorway and playing online chess on his cell phone, and shook his head. No need. You help me ask Dai Changying if she's willing to talk to me alone. Not long after, Lawyer Feng led Dai Changying in. Li Yan glanced at Lawyer Feng as he sat in his chair. You go out and bring the door with you. Attorney Feng. I was going to be more serious, but it doesn't feel like it has much to do with you, and you won't get much out of it. Aha. Dai Changying breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, it was all a misunderstanding. I have a little bit of money that I can pay you back. Money is not necessary. It doesn't matter if it's a misunderstanding or not. Li Yan lit a cigarette and flicked his fingers on the desktop. Tell me who did it. What do you mean? She looked at Li Yan blankly. Better lawyer up. Amazing Li patted his ass and stood up. I bought the hot search just to make money on the air. My mother is a vegetable. I need money to hang her life. Dai Changying met Li Yan's scrutinizing gaze. Don't look at me like that. I'm telling the truth. You can check. Even just one sentence counts as the truth. And I like to hear the truth. Yanli sat on the other side of the bench, put his cigarette on the chair, crossed his legs, and untied his somewhat loose shoelaces to retie them. Looking up at her she frowned. Say, what else? I really don't know anymore. I'd rather Daejo die. I'm not interested in your family's business. Li Yan's frown deepened. Where's your boss? There's no problem with Wenju's brother. With a stepmother around. Dai Changying has long since learned to lie without changing her face. Believe it or not, at least there is an answer. Li Yan pestled the half-empty cigarette into the ashtray. Sometimes fake is better than real. He was worried about Wen Feng, who was still ill, and Wenju, who was alone. Everyone in the orphanage was taken care of by others all those years, so they had to put up with it for once no matter what. Well, you go back. I'm not going to press charges, and you leave me out of it. Li Yan picked up a cup of warm water from the water fountain and drank it. Then don't tell Wenju. Li Yan found it funny instead. You're treating Wenju like a little cutie. Or are you afraid your boss doesn't want you? Just because I don't want to be under Dai Cheng's hand doesn't mean I like being under Chiu Yuanqi's hand. Facing Li Yan's contemptuous attitude, Dai Chengying was obviously furious. Her body trembled a little. Wenju and I are just friends. How could someone like you, who is so high and mighty, understand my feelings? Feelings? I've been splashed all morning and I haven't even cursed you. You are nothing but hypocritical. Amazingly looked over at her, expressionless. You'd better hope I can be hypocritical. As far as my heart is concerned, it would be a wake-up call to the people behind you if you were locked up. The matter ends here. You won't be implicated. And don't do the whole splattering thing again. Cyber violence is useful to others. It's not useful to me. He smiled as he thought of Zhang Jiang. I used it all to tease my buddies. He gazed at Dai Chengying and advised earnestly. I advise you that you'd better get the hell out of here, or you'll end up in the worst possible situation. If you don't believe me, you can try again and see if what I say will come true. Dai Chengying finally started to get scared. Amazingly didn't want to say any more. Squeaky. The door opened. Wenju held up his phone with a leap of faith and shared. I won, yeah. This is a professional chess player. Li Yan, unlike his earlier appearance, gave a thumbs up and praised. So powerful. Dai Chengying. It took Wenju a moment to realize her rudeness. Look at Li Yan. Look at Dai Chengying. You guys are done talking. Amazingly nodded. I'm going back to school, and the school has sent out a notice that I'm fine. Dai Chengying lowered her head pitifully. I'm sorry. Then she hugged Wenju and cried wooing wooing wooing, saying something like it's all for the money and a momentary lapse of concentration. Wenju, who was being held, looked at a loss for words. Amazingly didn't really want to see this kind of scene and walked out of the room. Once again, the canal stumbles upon two crime world wizards who hand out small cards. Hey, do you two count yourselves in? Two inmates. Man, you two are on TV and you think you can take it hard? You think the police department can't handle a case with 0 confessions? So we both have you to thank for this? The policeman in the back pushed them. Cut the crap. It was originally 3 to 7 years. Now it's within 3 years. You still shouldn't thank people. Two inmates. Speak. Thanks. X2. Li Yan was amused a lot by these two silly BR. Be good when you come out. Don't ever look for me anon. Or you won't have this kind of good thing if you are locked up again. After sending off Wenju and then saying a few words to lawyer phone, Li Yan was able to go back to school. In the corner, Luo Yanran was busy hiding and playing King's Honor. You can even touch fish here? There haven't been many cases lately. And it's lunch break, you understand? Hurry up. Give me a ride back. It's too expensive to take a cab. I'll do it for you. Luo Yanran straightened her eyebrows. Promotion tournament life and death. Screw up and send you back to lockup. Touché. I've had a lot of time on my hands lately. Playing every day. What segment? Diamonds if you win this one. Me? Starburst. Gee whiz. If I didn't have time to play. And so, Luo Yanran's little Wuling drove out of the yard. Leaving the downtown area, Luo Yanran glanced at Li Yan in the back seat. Your kid is really capable of causing trouble. Don't say it. I just want to study in peace. Who did I mess with? Nothing good has happened to me since I was taken by Uncle G in the middle of the night. Hey, why don't you call the police to arrest him? Let me see the fun too. She gripped the steering wheel, smiled and looked at the rearview mirror of Li Yan. Now she has guessed what Li Yan is doing. Shrugged his shoulders. You let's get it cheap but also sell a good boy. The morning bureau, the pool boss, and make a movie of that who. And, ahem. What do you do not get rich ah? What's that ahem? The twins? Luo Yanran crossed his eyes. She had mentioned a while ago about introducing Li Yan to someone. You still really miss it? That's not true. I'm just afraid they're as psychotic as Ikimori. It won't be. Her family is full of doctors. If there was any disease it would have been cured a long time ago. Li Yan suddenly realized. It's a relative to your family. I can say that. Luo Yanran. You set me up again. I don't even have this occupational disease. I don't want to know. You had to talk to me, didn't you? It's fine. Luo Yanyan suddenly tapped the steering wheel. By the way, recently our bureau is going to make a film on anti-fraud. You write me a few scripts. Li Yan raised his eyes. Write a few? You think you're flinging seeds? Just a short 3-minute kind of video. Amazingly nodded. How much? Yen Luo. Can't work for nothing. Made the cut for a reward of 200. Out of our bureau. How many? 30. Is it 200 apiece? Or 30? You still want to get all 30 of them? We've contacted all the schools in the neighborhood. I'll give you an internal booking of one is not bad. The money is not much. But you can sign your name. And there are rewards for upward evaluation. Forget it. Inspiration has dried up lately and I can't write a word. Luo Yenran stopped the car in front of the school. Go down then. Amazing Li handed back his cell phone. Farewell forever. Yen Luo. Looking at Li Yan's back as she ran towards the school entrance in the afternoon, she shook her head helplessly. Picking up her cell phone and pressing the bright screen, Luo Yenran's smile gradually froze. Chapter 110, The Backstabber. Choreography. The oldest difficult-to-employ major is having a second spring in the new media age. The least can find a studio to do editing. Employment in the Magic City is actually not bad, but compared to the average salary of a science and engineering major with the same degree, the average salary is going to be quite a bit lower. But since I chose this profession, there is definitely an element of following your dreams. As soon as the class was over, students who were encouraged by their counselors grabbed their phones and started recording videos. Nothing more than international politics, the situation in the Middle East, the inside story of a love child collapsing a house, and the postpartum care of a sow. But after this semester, they'll realize that nothing works. There are professional people to talk to about those professional things. Where is the turn of them who have rolled 3 years of college entrance exams with no time to read idle books? And Starry Lu, who had just come to school, was infected by everyone's efforts, but she didn't know anyone in her class and didn't know how to get involved. So out the front door of the class and in the back door to another classroom. The view from here is completely different. Zhang set out a set of tea sets from Poundland 19. 9 and performed the Shandong School of Tea ceremony to Qin Shishir for the first time. The purified water that I shunned from my girlfriend's lab is really extraordinary. Zhang narrowed his eyes. Starry Lu. Cecilia Chen. You let it out. Ah, what did you do with that bad woman? LV Xingchen naturally also know. Her counselor also said this. The school specifically notified to Li Yan to clear the wrongdoing. Uncle Policeman says it's better to learn from your mistakes, so just let her apologize. So, Chen Shishir gave up half of her butt, and LV Xingchen was flattered to sit on the other half of the stool, heaping a smile. How come you guys don't have anything to do when we are so busy in our class saying, ugh, no way. Chen Shishir sighed. We could have been busy too. It's just that some people didn't want to participate. Lu Xingchen looked at Zhang Jiang, who spread his hands and looked at Li Yan. So LV Xingchen also looked at Li Yan. Ugh, college life is so boring. So what am I doing here at school? It's the same for everyone. There's no such thing as a thrilling experience. You won't get a chance to be bored when you want to be when you get to work. Lu Xingchen picked up the small cup, smacked a mouthful, and found that the flavor was okay, so he drank it in. Zhang Jiang poured her another cup with an air of great satisfaction. Shouldn't going to college be about being passionate, participating in various competitions, and then going to the pinnacle of life? Chen Shishir still wanted to fight for it. Right. Lu Xingchen nodded his head very approvingly. When you were an actor before you came to school, it was the pinnacle of life for the acting student next door. But it's a writing and directing program now. So if I have a script and don't write it, I'm not here for nothing. Only people who can direct, act, and write can become legends and leave their names in movie history. Lu Xingchen nodded his little head. Yes, I heard that the director is awesome and can sleep with whoever he wants. That's why I came. Cecilia Chen. Zhang Jiang. You have grasped the essence of this profession. Li Yan patted her shoulder and nodded gratefully. Lu Xingchen scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm not that good yet, La. Chen Shishir didn't hold back from giving Li Yan a blow to the head. You don't bring the little girl down. Lu Xingchen spread his hands and said, I'm just kidding. No, you guys just practiced me alone. Li Yan rubbed his head in a bad mood. Writing a script. How can you guys write it without putting pen to paper? Just using your mouths to support me. LV Xingchen, a professional comic, clasped his hands on his chest and nodded his head again. It makes sense. Chen Shishir, then how to write low? I don't know much about the subject of anti-fraud. Luscious still nodded. Yeah, amazingly, just make up any story you want and I'll figure out a way for you guys to string it together. Luscious nodded again. Good. When the bell rang, Zhang Jiang neatly stuffed the tea set into the drawer, and Lu Xingchen leapt back into the classroom with a whoosh. Mr. Jiang, looking very tired, was writing today's board on the blackboard, and today he was talking about the history of the development of communication. Li Yan was still interested in this. After all, he had been spread a few times, and picked up his notebook to listen carefully. For her part, Sissy Chan has begun work on her screenplay. 10 minutes later, Chen Shishir tugged on Li Yan's sleeve. I don't know what to write after that. He looked over at Chen Shishir's creation that he had been thinking hard about for 10 minutes. Underscore. It was a rain. So much rain. The hero kisses the heroine in the rain. Amazingly froze for 10 seconds. Chen Shishir lay on the table. I can't write anymore. Either you teach me or you help me write. This scene is very moving as a final act, and the rain here should be represented in the movie as emotional, either depressing, cathartic, or sad, and you can work in all three directions to make the movie follow through on that core emotion and portray what the hero and heroine are going through. Understand? Chen Shishir suddenly realized. I know. 5 minutes later, Chen Shishir tugged on Li Yan's sleeve. It's not like I know what to write on the back. Amazing Li took the book. An overcast day. The hero got caught with a prostitute. After all that's happened, the heroine forgives the hero. It ended up being a rain shower. So much rain. The hero kisses the heroine in the rain. Yanli glanced at the script and froze for 30 seconds. Chen Shishir remained on the table. I really can't write. You said you'd be round. Li Yan smiled slightly. Barely taught. Well, the design is very skillful and carries out the catharsis. But the story is not complete enough. Why did the hero go whoring? Why did the heroine forgive the hero? This matter is clearly stated. It's a very perfect script. Understand? Chen Shishir shook her head. I don't know. Amazing Li. Zhang Zheng took a look at the script and didn't strain himself. He didn't tense up, causing Li Yan to not tense up either. The two men didn't hold it together. And naturally the counselor couldn't either. Li Yan, Zhang Zheng, stand up. What are you two laughing at? Zhang Zheng took a look at Li Yan and immediately chose to betray his teammate. He showed me the script he wrote. It was so wonderful that I couldn't hold back. Chen Shishir had already died socially to the point of slumping on the desktop. Li Yan straightly ground his teeth. Well, at least Chen Shishir is a public figure. It would be bad if it got out. Well, it's just an outline, and I'll give it to you when it's finished. Mr. Zhang's anger diminished by 3 points. Before Li Yan mentioned a mouthful of not wanting to engage in this industry anymore, which made her kinda concerned. She didn't think it was pretending. She took her place and continued her lecture. Serious subjects like anti-fraud require the most of what we have learned in this class. Knowing that humor is important among the elements of communication, it's not too much of a stretch to rate it as the most important in that subject matter. And the humor of the camera is the most elusive. And the expression will be worlds apart from words resorting to images. Mr. Zhang walked over and held out his hand. Let's first experience Yan Li's expression of this sense of humor. Amazing Li. Chapter 111 Faith in the Golden Master. The teacher is really great. The podium is deep and students benefit a lot. No wonder he can be a university teacher. Li Yan's desire to survive is unusually strong. Yeah. Awesome. Teacher Jiang looked quizzically at LV Xingchen, who suddenly appeared. Which class are you from? Writer and director of a year. I'm looking for Li Yan students to help me read the script. Lu Xingchen was trying to find Li Yan to write a counter-fraud script, and finally was pointed to the office. And she was really here. Mr. Zhang got interested and took the notebook. Let me see. I was on the side of the road, and I found $1. Hand it over to the police uncle. He took it and ran away. Turns out he's a fake cop. Mr. Zhang put down his notebook and smiled. How's your academic performance? Lu Xingchen tilted his head in confusion. What do you mean by this? You can change your major if you get good grades. Starry Lu. She pinched a strand of pigtail in aggravation and looked at Li Yan. Amazing Li whistled with his hands behind his back. Looking up. Not long after, Chen Shishir opened a crack in the door and peeked in. Found the scenario less stressful than expected. Knocked on the door and called out, report. Come in. Upon entering, Chen Shishir apologized to Mr. Zhang very sincerely. Mr. Zhang smiled gently and pointed to the workstation beside him. Feel free to find a stool to sit on. Poured boiling water for them in passing. Li Yan, who was still punished, rolled his eyes when he saw it. It was really a difference in treatment. I can tell it's not Li Yan's handwriting. Usually he listens to the lessons quite carefully. Why are you joking today? Chen Shishir rubbed her fingers in embarrassment. That was a script I wrote. Before Mr. Zhang could say anything, Lu Xingchen smiled faintly and faintly said, how's your academic performance? Li Yan picked up the conversation. You can change your major if you have good grades. Yay! X2. The two high-fived in celebration. Mr. Zhang clasped his hands on his chest and looked at Li Yan with a stern look. Knowing your classmates' learning difficulties, you don't help even if you don't. But you also make snide remarks, regardless of a few words. It's all written down by Shishir with passion. Amazing Li, this is what you just said. Shut up. Li Yan pointed at LV Xingchen. She just said that too. She's still a child. And you're comparing yourself to her? Amazing Li. LV Xingchen proudly pushed up her breasts that didn't have much material. Chen Shishir condescendingly stretched her waist, revealing an elder no smile. Starry Lu. Peek between the two. The teacher and student didn't care. Mr. Zhang was thinking more about Yan Li, And Li Yin was thinking about how many stars he could get on the king's honor tonight. She leaned back in her chair and tapped the desk with her pen. You'll be responsible for teaching them to finish their scripts, at least to the level of an entry, or else you'll get 10 points off your conduct, and you'll get a failing grade in my class. This is an open call for the district. Are you kidding me? Amazingly deflated. It didn't matter what the draft was, mainly because I wouldn't be able to fish with Ikemori on the weekends. It was hard to have set entertainment to his liking at the Akari house. Who's kidding you? I always keep my word. Li Yen shrugged. I'm afraid that the class will have a problem with it. They also want to participate. I'm really afraid that all the money from the 30 parts will be paid for me alone. What can they have a problem with? They had the nerve to have a problem with you after cursing so hard before? You really have the ability to earn it all. Li Yen sighed helplessly and waved his hand. Fine. To be honest, I'm not really interested in this amount of money. What? There's still money to get? Lu Xingchen's performance was very exaggerated, showing a shocked expression. Where is the office of our first-year counselor? No one has signed up for our class yet. Mr. Zhang pointed next door and said in a cloudy voice. Go ahead. Yan Li will take care of it for you. LV Xingchen disappeared with a whoosh. Mr. Zhang picked up his teacup and looked at Lu Xingchen's dashing back. What a lively girl. Amazing Li. Sure, even if. Do not see on the real normal. Li Yen, you can still have what opinion? Teacher Jiang put down his teacup and started to criticize Li Yen with his hands clasped on his chest. There's a chance to exercise and there's money to be taken. Where's your motivation? Amazingly pulled the corner of his mouth. Yes, you're right. Chen Sure, on the other hand, shook her hand. In this line of work there is faith in the gold master. How much money is money? Teacher, you should respect my professional ethics. That was me being abrupt. Mr. Jiang looked at Chen Sure with great relief. No wonder you're popular. After saying that, she glared at Li Yen again. Amazing Li. This next class is recess, and one more class before school is out. Some students grabbed their cell phones and swiped short videos, while others ordered takeout ahead of time. And Li Yen, as a VIP subscriber, picked up his cell phone and booked Gmore's pre-dinner snacks with the owners of the stalls at the entrance. 1 durian lasagna, 1 egg and ham and tenderloin hand pie, 10 thumbtacks. Li Yen looked at Chen Sure. What would you like to eat? She shook her head. I've gained weight at Uncle G's house lately. I don't dare to eat anymore. LV Xingchen looked at Chen Shure's chest and then at his own, sighing deeply. In the world, there's always this kind of unfairness. Why can you grow up without eating? Amazing Li looked over at his newfound friend. What do you want to eat? I'll make you a reservation or it'll be a long wait to get out. LV Xingchen poked 2 fingers at each other and said in an aggravated manner. I've charged all my money on my meal card, so I don't have any money to give you. It's okay. Lu Xingchen's eyes sparkled with little stars as she gave a thumbs up. Handsome senior. You're so generous. Just let me swipe my meal card when the time comes. Starry Lu. Chapter 112 Arching Fire. Hi. Gmore sat on a small bench in the doorway and greeted Li Yen, who had just returned. Li skillfully grabbed the small bench and placed it on the front seat, shoving a handful of pancakes into her hand. She sat back on her motorized cart and wailed on a handful of pancakes. Li drove the little donkey around the yard several times out of care for her. She waited until she finished her handful of pancakes before pulling into the basement. Ji Wanli was rarely at home at this hour and stood at the door talking to Jiang Luan about something. Seeing his daughter looking happy made him a little unhappy. As a father, it is indescribable how it feels when your daughter is happy because of another man. The family has all the cars to do all the dishes. You end up being so happy to take a ride in a motorized car and eat a handful of pancakes. Ikari Miles sadly dangled his cigarette and looked out at the evening sun in the sky. Jiang Luan also took this living treasure to no avail. Guess who had to bring him in? At this time, Chen Sure had already finished changing into her home clothes and rushed to rub her nose in it. Auntie, Uncle G is here today too. You're so busy. You're always out of sight. Ji Wanli smiled broadly. If you want to eat anything, I'll ask someone to make it for you. It's all good. I'm not picky. You and Gmore are quite good. Not picky about food. Gmore just like vegetables and pork, beef, mutton, chicken and duck. Except for crab seafood are not too fond of eating, so I'm going to entrust you to accompany Gmore to be plainer. I've never had home-cooked food that good, and I'm getting fat at home. That's good. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Sure sat down on a tatami mat to write a script. Gmore and Li Yen had just come up from the basement. She was in a happy mood carrying the cupcake and showing it off in front of Jiang Luan before she spotted Ji Wanli, with his hands behind his back. Gmore nodded at him as if he was inspecting a subordinate. Then he ran to the refrigerator to get amazingly a Coke. Ikwani, get Dad a beer, Ikari said, undeterred. Ikimore looked at him sideways and took a green bottle of Sprite out of the fridge and held it up and raised it. Ji Wanli smiled. That's fine too. She trotted over and placed the sprite in front of Ikari. Ran off again. Feeling strange, he twisted back to look at his own father again. Stare. You remember the last time it was like this was over 10 years ago. She's still a kid who has to stand on a bench to open the refrigerator. It's no longer used today, but the action is still exactly the same. Ikwanri hid his face and waved his hand at her. Go on. When Jimor turned around, Jiangwan drew a tissue. It can't be helped, even if you don't want to. She's grown up. He opened the can and poured the clear liquid into the glass. The bubbles sank and floated, reflecting Ji Wanli's frustrated face. I can't give her anything but money. The key is that this child also do not want money to spend. A pancake is enough. Gudong, gudong, gudong. He raised the glass sadly and drank it all in one go. Give a man a car instead, and I still have to pay for it. You say who can suffer from this aggravation? Jiangwan. I can't write at all. Let me see you write. Chen Shishir ripped out a page for every time she was dissatisfied, to the point where the notebook was nothing more than a shell, only to ask for help from amazing Li. And the weak-willed Li Yan has been seduced by Ikimore and has given up creating. Have fun playing Plants vs. Zombies with Ikimore. It was only when he was cued by Chen Shishir that he snapped out of it, awkwardly giving the computer to Jimore and putting his hands on his chin to put on a stony look. Today, I'm not inspired. Disturbed Ikemori. Jiangwan touched Jimo's head. They have to do their homework. You study first. You'll have to do it later too. Jimore clenched his fists and nodded, his eyes twinkling as he stared at Li Yan. Hurry up. Now 2 people are listening to your lecture. Chen Shishir urged. Li Yan rubbed his brow, who was always staring at schoolwork after school, not thinking about touching the fish. Only a student who hadn't been to school for so many years, like Cecilia Chen, would be so enthusiastic. You know what the most important thing about writing a script is? Chen Shishir's original writing book had already been torn up, and asked Jiangwan to borrow a notebook, picking up a pen with the intention of taking notes. Listened to this and thought hard about it, not expecting an answer that could be answered by Young. She shook her head. Li Yan's face was serious. Enthusiasm is enthusiasm. Enthusiasm is the most important thing. The will to make sure to write the perfect script can make you overcome all difficulties. Snap, snap, snap. Ikimori applauded with great civility. Li Yan smiled shyly. Cecilia Chen, if you fool me again, I'll tell the counselor. She pointed at Jimore. If enthusiasm worked, you would have married Jimore a long time ago. Jiangwan. Ikimori. I don't know why, but Ikimori had a very hurt feeling. Ji Wanli and Jiang Yuanzhou, who were smoking in the doorway, moved neatly to shake off their cigarettes and roll up their sleeves. The result was a glare back from Jiangwan. The 2 men retrieved their cigarettes and squatted in the corner to continue smoking, looking up at the sunset at a 45-degree angle. That's the color of sadness. They're both close to being able to write a screenplay. Inside the house, it was then that Li Yan realized the seriousness of the situation. The man is going crazy with his coding, and he'll say anything. Hastily, he copied an apple from the fruit plate and handed it over to take her mind off it. Giggle. Chen Shishir nibbled viciously. On one side, Jimore tugged on Li Yan's sleeve and looked at him pitifully. Li Yan picks up an apple and offers it to Jimore, but she makes a show of peeling it. As a result, Li Yan immediately picked up the paring knife to give Chiemo peeling. Looking at Chen Shishir's mouth, this big mouthful of apples almost did not choke. What's the most important thing about writing a script? You'd rather say ah. Li Yan peeled the apple so fast that the skin of a whole apple didn't break. Clap 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 clap. Ikimori applauded again. Chen Shishir had reason to suspect that the boy was doing it on purpose. She gave a sweet smile. You must have peeled a lot of apples for girls. How did you get so skillful? So strange. Amazingly. Ikemori slowly turned his head, with a nuclear goodness smile. Stare. Li Yan clenched his hands into fists against his mouth and put on a serious demeanor. The most important thing about writing a script is that it can be sold. Before Chen Shishir could open her mouth, Li Yan immediately interrupted the spellcasting. It's genuine, and it's what the teacher taught. I didn't say what you said was wrong. Chen Shishir helplessly spread her hands. Commercialization must be the goal. I'm making web series. That kind of drama is more purely profit-oriented. The audience's love is the goal. This I understand. What else? Ikimore, sta. We're not trying to capture the hearts of the audience now, but the hearts of the judges. Yan Li sighed. We're writing a counter-fraud script for amateurs, and this kind of book is the most troublesome. Chen Shishir nodded. To write something easy to understand and also interesting, the difficulty of writing this kind of story is very high, but I can't even write the tough ones. I can only write the simple ones. Ikimore, sta. Wrong, very wrong. Amateurs must make it complicated, preferably so that people can't understand it, and as if they could understand it at one point. It has to be cloudy and have a very advanced feel to it. In short, the more words the script has, the more money they feel they've made, the more it will pass. Ikemori, ZZZZ. Chapter 113, Nightmares. Isn't the content the most important thing? Chen Shishir looked at Li Yan in puzzlement. Li Yan skillfully opened a drawer and took out a blanket to cover Chi more. Content is important. Of course, but passing is the first goal. If you want to make money, you have to get past the producers and investors as well. Otherwise it's not pointless. When you put it that way, I feel even less inclined to write. Right. Cecilia Chen. Seeing Chen Shishir's expression, Li Yan got nervous again. How can I teach writing a story? I can't teach it at all. Either way, you don't care about any anti-fraud or other frameworks. Just write a story. It doesn't matter if the structure is complete or not. As long as it's considered a story, I'll pick it up for you. Anything? Sure. Told you not to go back to bed. Amazing Lee sighed in relief. See you later. As soon as people leave, Chimor opened his eyes sad face. Zombies? Aha! The two happily continued to fight. A cozy little room. The bed frame was covered with pink stars. Sprawled out on the fur carpet, Lu Xingchen couldn't even put on his socks for the hard work of creating. Feeling a stream of eyes behind her, she hurriedly closed the book and half sat up, tucking it into her pajamas. Don't you peek. Are you writing a Hulu story? How come the main character still breathes fire? A script for an anti-fraud propaganda movie. A school assignment. Does counterfeiting also involve breathing fire? Lu Xingchen pouted. Don't you care? I know seniors who can round me up anyway. She tilted her head and looked at Lu Qingxuan. You're not allowed to check on them. My good friends are all very nice. It's only been a day, how do you know they're good? They brought me water and made me tea to drink, and treated me to delicious food that I couldn't even eat in line, even though I had to pay it back on my meal card. And most importantly, promised to help me earn money. Lu Qingdan really couldn't understand what she had done in a day's work. Are you sure you went to school? Go on. How else can you even write a script? That one of yours is considered a script. Stop. Lu Xingchen puffed out his cheeks. None of them said the writing was bad except for the teacher. That senior who's the best at writing, even said that my writing is very wonderful. Don't doubt yourself. Keep up the good work. What is your teacher's name? Lu Qingdan frowned. Stop again. Lu Xingchen punched a fork in his chest. Even though the teacher was upset with my script, that was a spur to me. The same teacher who encouraged me to earn money and forced my newfound senior to help me. Lu Qingxuan's cheeks twitched slightly. What kind of school is that of yours? If you bully my friends and teachers, I won't talk to you anymore. For her brother's 100,000 reasons, Lu Xingchen could only give an ultimatum. He shook his head helplessly. Too grown up to control you. You should have had this realization a long time ago. Lu Xingchen nodded with great relief. She took her book out of her pajamas and tucked it under her pillow, lifting the covers and getting under them. I'm going to bed. I have to get up at 7 tomorrow to go to school. Did you have a nightmare yesterday? Luscious closed her eyes. Aha. Want a sleeping pill? The doctor said a maximum of 2 a month. So no more today. Then don't push yourself. You can take a day off. It's not easy for your body to recover. Don't get exhausted. I don't want it. There's Xiao Long Bao to eat in the cafeteria. And the big guy promised to help me stand in line. Who's the big guy again? Make tea. Ha. ZZZZZZ. There were bleak white walls on either side and cold white tiles underfoot. Inside the closed corridor, in the flickering light, look toward the distance. It's like an infinite stretch of space here. Can't see the end of it. All that could be seen was a dull darkness. There was a disturbing drop sound in my ears. Suddenly, a short, blood-red figure walked slowly toward her. LV Xingchen slowly backed up. A cold wind blew, and the silhouette suddenly grew in size and lunged towards her. Drops of blood seeped out of the figure and dripped onto the tiles. Puddles of blood soon spread like a spider web. In the blink of an eye, it filled the entire space with the color of blood. Lu Xingchen crouched down as if resigned to his fate, closing his eyes and trembling. Medium? This flavor is so medium. LV Xingchen opened his eyes. The color of the blood around him didn't change, but 2 desks that were put together suddenly appeared in the middle. It also has a very cheap tea set on it. The purified water that was shunted from my girlfriend's lab was extraordinary. Lu Xingchen stood up and said in shock, "Why are you guys here? It's so scary here. Quickly go. Amazingly, oh, see you then." Lu Xingchen froze, and then crossed her arms and grunted. "Why don't you follow the rules? Shouldn't you say I'm here? Don't be afraid at this time? I for one have always been the most respectful of women's wishes. Then will you stay here? It's okay." Zhang Jiang was taller than her, even sitting on the chair, and looked at him condescendingly. "Why are you shaking? There was blood, and a black shadow, and it ate me every time." Chen Shishir gave up half of her ass. "Sit." This time, Lu Xingchen directly embraced her. Chen Shishir sighed and took out her notebook. "Help me see how it goes." How are the grades? You can change your major if you get a bad grade. Lu Xingchen looked at Li Yan, puzzled. Why aren't you cooperating this time? Amazing Li looked pensive. I was wondering how she managed to casually pull out a book in her dress. Cecilia Chen. Lu Qingdan stood by the bedside, looking at Lu Xingchen, who was laughing so hard that he was rolling on the bed. Relief. Tucked her in, grabbed a screwdriver and planted the guardrail. Early morning. Woken up by the alarm clock. LV Xingchen's hair was a mess as he sat up and lay down again. Forget it, I'm not going today. Thinking about it, he sat up again. Better go. Then lied down again. After 3 times, she resigned herself to getting up. Brush your teeth. Wash your face. Comb your hair. Not long after, Lu Qingxuan saw her crying and sobbing sister come out of the bathroom. He walked over quickly. What's wrong? I can't comb my hair right. And the image of a beautiful girl in their minds is going to fall apart the next day. Lu Qingxuan's eyelids jumped. Ask auntie to comb it for you. It's okay then. LV Xingchen sighed in relief. By the way, I had a new nightmare last night. It was horrible. They all said I was too cute and had to ask me to play with them. Pulling me around caused my back to ache. Lu Qingdan. It's good that you're happy. Chapter 114 Li Yan's Daily Life. 1. Temperatures dropped to the point where frost began to fall. Li Yan lacks sleep when it gets cold. Of course, the main reason was that yesterday he played Plants vs. Zombies with G Moore until 2 in the morning, and it was all said by Jiang Luan. The first class was the older, more talkative professor, who just plopped down in his duvet to catch up on his sleep. Zhang at the same table was secretly stuffing Xiaolongbao into his mouth, while Chen Shishir on the other side was writing furiously. Soy milk? Chen Shishir shook her head. No, drink it yourself. Zhang picked up the dusty kettle, poured a cup of soybean milk into the cup, slipped 2 packets of seasonings out of his pocket, tore open a packet of soy sauce, and a packet of chili oil and poured it into the cup. Take disposable chopsticks and fiddle and fiddle and fiddle and the soy milk starts to solidify. Cecilia Chen. Where did you get a hot kettle of soy milk? Zhang smiled faintly. The aunt who fought the food is my hometown. Where's your seasoning? It's all little packets of takeout ingredients. And there's a drawer full of them. Even the stinky tofu flavored ones. You want to try them? The flavors are unique. No. Give me a cup of sweet. Chen Shishir handed over her own cup. White sugar, brown sugar it is. Zhang pushed Li Yan. Take something from you. Li Yan arched his body, and Zhang took out a brown sugar cube and brewed a cup of soybean milk for Chen Shishir. Then the front row and the back row. As long as the thermos was empty, all rained down half a cup. The first class of the morning passed quickly and the bell rang for dismissal. LV Xingchen swaggered into the classroom. 5 minutes later. Zhang, my. Drinking soybean milk is drinking soybean milk. You have to add stinky tofu sauce. What kind of serious illness are you having? Li Yan cursed and awoke. When he looked up, he saw Lu Xingchen holding a disposable bowl, gulping down the salted soy milk. A pair of innocent eyes looking at Li Yan. But the movement of the spoon didn't stop at all. Aren't you afraid of throwing up when you eat this? Lu Xingchen rolled her eyes. I'm not pregnant. The surrounding students dared to speak out because they were bribed by the soybean milk. While Zhang caged his cuffs like a boss. It's time for you to accept something new. You haven't even tried a bite in 2 years. Today Comrade Star accepted the challenge for the first time. So try it as well. It's guaranteed to refresh your mind. Li Yan pondered for a moment, looking at Lu Xingchen's big mouthful. He faltered. Then make me a whole bit of it too. And so, morning run between classes. You, the 2 of them, LV Xingchen and Li Yan, flopped down on the edge of the playground and threw up. LV Xingchen looked at Li Yan with reddened eyes. Luckily you're here. Vomit. What nonsense are you talking about? Otherwise people must think I'm pregnant. The 2 threw up all over the place. The morning run was over and the 2 men washed their faces, set out for the kiosk to receive compensation from Zhang. I forgot that I have to run in the morning today. Zhang smiled sarcastically and rubbed his steaming slab of hair. LV Xingchen held up 2 hot dogs and carried a sweet corn in his pocket. Looking indignant. Xiaolongbao for nothing. I'll get you more tomorrow. And tomorrow's specialty is noodles with lard. After the cafeteria changed cooks, the limited food for each meal is especially delicious. Since he knew that Lu Xingchen was an interloper, Zhang took special care of her. Lu Xingchen chewed hard on his hot dog. Then I'll forgive you this time first. Zhang nodded. Then try durian sugar flushed soy milk tomorrow. That one is good too. Lu Xingchen was very witty and suspicious, but as a result, after being egged on a few times by Zhang raising his big thick eyebrows, she still accepted the challenge. Just drink. With that she looked to Li Yan. What about you? What do you think I am? A dusty old face greeted him. You didn't call me for the supermarket potluck? Li Yan saw Zhang Wenhai and handed over a roasted sausage. The games are coming soon. I just saw you drawing a line on the playground. You're busy. There's nothing to prepare for the games. Just come as usual. The main thing is that the student council has too few people now. Zhang Wenhai ate the roasted sausage in 2 bites. If you two are free, come and help out at noon. No go no go. I agree to eat together with Yi Si at noon. Zhang Zhang refused without mercy. Zhang Wenhai looked at Li Yan. I'm not going either. I can't play with the student council. Who told you to be rotten? I was going to start writing my script at noon. My teachers are threatening to fail me if I don't. It can't be helped. Someone has to do it. Zhang Wenhai sighed. Lu Xingchen looked left and right until Zhang Wenhai's gaze rested on her and she greeted. Hi. Hello. Zhang Wenhai flashed his trademark smile. Lu Xingchen struggled hard and pulled the corn out of his pocket. You're hungry, right? This is for you to eat. Zhang Wenhai was very moved to politely decline. His hand on top of her head, bowing to look at her. They didn't even see that I was hungry. Thank you, little sister. Are you the daughter of the supermarket owner? LV Xingchen's smile chafed, slapped Zhang Wenhai's hand away, and opened the plastic bag to nibble on the corn. She's a freshman, amazingly reminded. Chapter 1 High. Zhang Zhengji rolled his eyes. Who can blame him for not being able to get up in the morning and not eating breakfast? The three left their desperate backs and headed for the classroom, leaving Zhang Wenhai, whose one careless word led to being viciously disliked. In the wind. That's rude, Lu Xingchen asked, gnawing indignantly on his corn. What program did you guys sign up for at the games? Zhang Zhang, shot put and javelin. This year the limit is that a person can report up to 2 events. Alas. Amazingly, I signed up for the 5,000 and 3,000 meters. Just you? Lu Xingchen bristled in disdain. Amazingly wiggled his fingers. Last year, I came second in both events. Just this. Ha! Lu Xingchen's brain flashed with golden light. His index finger pressed on his brow, making Conan's signature move. Could it be that there is your lifelong enemy in school? The kind of classmate that you can't beat in everything. You say, did the same person get those 2 gold medals? Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Li Yan nodded. Lu Xingchen looked like he had already seen through everything. Tell me who it is. I'll help you drug him and fix him. And the glory of the choreography major will be guarded by me. Ah, right. Li Yan nodded perfunctorily. That guy just drugged you today. Lu Xingchen looked at Zhang Zhang, who was smiling and narrowing his eyes, and fell into deep thought. I really did have a blind spot. So we're winning? Zhang Zhang sighed. I just said that this year, except for the collective program, each person can only apply for 2. Alright then, can we set up a stall to sell water then? Lu Xingchen rubbed his hands together. Li Yan glanced at her. There are volunteers. Can't sell. Feel free to give it away if you want. So can you deliver stinky tofu flavored soy milk? Your intentions are too obvious. LV Xingchen sighed. It's my first time participating in the games. And I can't participate, I always have to help out. Don't add to the confusion. If not for the fact that the homeroom teacher has already reported it to me, I don't even want to participate. It's been a month since I ran. Li Yan touched his gradually merging abs. Chapter 115 Li Yan's Daily Life, 2. Li Yan picked at the cafeteria's lunch and flipped through Chen Shishir's masterpiece from the morning. Any comments? Not bad. The writing is quite nice. A murderous aura came out of Chen Shishir's eyes. Amazingly choked. You haven't finished it yet. And if I make you change it, you'll be even less able to write next. Is it bad? Chen Shishir looked a little frustrated. No. Amazingly shook his head. Unexpectedly good. It's a story that could work. I'm afraid you're a tiger, so I'm afraid to encourage you. Chen Shishir immediately revealed a smile. Well, I'll finish writing it. Across the room, Lu Xingchen puffed his cheeks out and squinted at the man. What a cunning man. Air. It was too big a mouthful and she choked. Yi Si passed her the soup. Slow down. Lu Xingchen smoothed down on the soup. Are you pushing the limits of your throat? Zhang Zhang looked at LV Xingchen happily. Lu Xingchen waved his hand. This time I missed. I can swallow a dumpling in one gulp without even chewing it. Zhang Zhang finished eating a long time ago and took a toothpick to pick his teeth. It's not easy for you to survive until now. LV Xingchen's body stiffened, soon wielding the rice spoon again. It was rough. After eating, a few people strolled around campus to kill some food. On the road, there were many fewer people ogling Chen Shishir, and the scumbags who used to sneak a peek once in a while were no more. For one thing, he was used to it, and for another, Zhang Zhang's intimidating power was no joke. He always had a smile on his face, but when he really got angry the average person couldn't take it. LV Xingchen looked left and right and noticed a couple holding hands in the distance with their arms across their chests. TSK, 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 and youth. It was also the first time Chen Shishir had wandered around the school, a relaxed feeling she hadn't experienced in a long time. College life? It's great. Zhang Jiang rolled his eyes and whispered to Li Yan. What are they lamenting about? You could emote if you could charge your meal card 20,000 at a time. Zhang Jiang had a sad look. We only have the capital to feel emotional there if we land the public examination. Big brother, you're only a sophomore. In our place, except for those 10 years or so before the high school entrance examination belongs to the protection period. The rest of the days are only this one goal. Otherwise the eating table can only do the children's table, said Zhang Jiang emotionally. Do you know what the concept of the children's table is? You can't even open a bottle of wine. I've missed many bottles of flying Mao Tai. Yanli scratched his nose. You don't go alone? Who told you it didn't go by the wayside? Amazing Li wandered around and sent Yes back to the lab. Zhang Jiang turned back frequently. People don't run. What are you worried about? Li Yan yawned. Go back and take a nap. There was a guy just now who seemed to be on good terms with Yes. Li Yan is to take Zhang Jiang cannot help. Every day to watch pure love anime. But no people. No one than Zhang Jiang more like pure love manga hero. You mean that bald guy? Lu Xingchen helplessly spread his hands. He's not as handsome as you. Even if he puts on a wig and looks better than you, he can't beat you. Before the words left his mouth, Baldy walked past the group. Taking a look at LV Xingchen, he shook his head and left. Starry Lu. Zhang Jiang stood dumbfounded. His grief was no greater than his heart. Yi Si's academic career is ruined. She scowled and could be wimpy. I'll go apologize. Zhang Jiang patted the top of her head. I'll go. Zhang Jiang took a big step to catch up with Baldy and pressed his shoulder, and panic was written all over Baldy's face. Seeing this, Lu Xingchen covered his face. Either, or I should go. Li Yan, on the other hand, was old and tenseless. Rest assured, in this world, there is no man that Zhang Jiang can't handle. It sounds a bit perverted and a bit powerful. Chen Shishir commented as such. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, Zhang Jiang returned with a spring in his step. So it's my hometown. Lu Xingchen applauded wordlessly. You are Hu Baoi. Shu. Marvelous, marvelous. It's not that great. The three men met up and went to find Amazingly, who was parked in front of a bulletin board in the distance. He was seen frowning, looking seriously at an announcement and muttering, Talent. What talent? LV Xingchen burrowed in front of Li Yan and stood on her tiptoes. Student, who used his position to make a profit while operating the campus confession wall, has violated the campus system and caused a very bad impact on the reputation of the school. In a female tone on the confession wall praising the appearance of male classmates, luring them to add his personal WeChat. The number of deceived people reached 3 digits. LV Xingchen's cheeks slightly twitching. Nowadays, are all men simple to this point? The school's punishment announcements are really that wonderful every time. Li Yan left the bulletin board with satisfaction. Lu Xingchen clenched his fists. I want to operate the confession wall, and I feel that I can make a lot of money. Is that friend of yours able to help operate it? Chen Shishir pointed to the police car not far away, where the culprit was being unloaded into the car. You'd better think of some serious ideas. Our entire school's male students have become targets of discrimination. Zhang Jiang tucked his cell phone back into his pocket and gloated. The circle of friends is sending out unscam statements. Luckily I have a girlfriend. Li Yan watched the genius accept the trial and lamented. No wonder the daily anti-fraud. Who can withstand this tactic? Hey, isn't this a good script to make $200? Lu Xingchen was still so in love with money. Li Yan nodded his head very approvingly. It's quite good. It's better to find male students from the school to participate in the performance. Like you, and then make Shishir-chan the female lead. That would be a hit. Yanli was adamantly against it. There's no female lead in this thing either. Chen Shishir, however, unexpectedly encouraged LV Xingchen. Good. We can take a picture of it and send it to the school. It's better to trust others than to do it for your own people. Yay. Then I'll have 2 scripts, yay. LV Xingchen jumped up in excitement. Half a minute later, both men's eyes were focused on Li Yan. Zhang Jiang cheerfully complimented Li Yan. Can you still sleep at night? The corners of Li Yan's mouth twitched slightly as he glanced at the message on his cell phone, his face becoming even more grave. How in the world is a sled zombie going to win a fight? Zhang Jiang, what are you talking about? If we don't win the fight we won't have to sleep again tonight. Chapter 116 Li Yan's Daily Life, 3. Amazing Li, who no longer chooses to swing for the fences, bottled up at the start, because LV Xingchen was just too annoying. At noon, back to the dormitory to play games. Lunch break mostly, was originally a quiet time, but she sits across from Li Yan and writes inexplicable stories in crooked handwriting. The mouth is still broken and mosquitoes screaming almost. It is simply a spiritual attack. Amazing Lee tried to speak several times. But when you upset this kind of person, they are prone to spilling their guts. And when you think about it, it's a pain in the ass. So you put a pair of headphones in your ears. Listening to a song? Lu Xingqian poked his head out and pointed to Li Yan's ear. Can I hear it? Amazing Lee thought that letting her listen to the song might help to calm her down a bit. 1 minute later. Since the embrace cannot linger, why not leave at? When it came to the climax, LV Xingqian took a deep breath and opened his voice with deep emotion. Enjoy, while side by side. Tears flow, voice breaking. Cecilia Chen. Amazing Lee. The two of them walked out of the classroom, leaving behind LV Xingqian, who was immersed in her wonderful voice. How can she be judged by common sense, and why can't she sing when listening to a song? Amazing Lee reflects deeply on his irrational behavior. What to do? Chen Shishir hugged her book and looked towards the office. If I can't, I'll go borrow the office from the teacher. Then I'll go too. No. Then she's sure to come looking. Then at least Mr. Jiang won't get any sleep. Behind her. Mr. Jiang said faintly, I can't thank you enough. I'm kidding. Aren't you always sleeping at this hour? I came when I heard the screams. I thought there was a homicide at school. Mr. Jiang leaned against the railing and yawned. Can you take care of her? I still have 2 classes to teach this afternoon. Li Yan pondered for a moment and had a flash of light. Blocking is better than dredging. Put dead love on her. Her voice should be fine when it's muffled. Mr. Chang weighed in and nodded. I still have some golden throat in my office, so don't let her throat get inflamed. Starry Lu, who was through the glass window, sang lovingly. Chen Shishir sighed. Buy more, teacher. In a flash, it was the last class of the afternoon. When the bell rang, Li Yan shook his wrist, which was sore from copying from the board, and closed his textbook. Zheng Zheng carried the basketball. Playing or not, you'll be home late and there'll be no food. Alas, you haven't played with me since you moved out of the dormitory. Zheng Zheng raised his eyebrows. Come over to play a few games on the weekend. An exercise on the way. More or less a sense of collective honor. The games are coming up soon. All right. Okay. Then we'll play soccer for 90 minutes with extra time. Get the hell out of here. I'm done with your unlimited soccer. I almost didn't shovel it last time. After Zhang Zhang greeted Chen Shishir and Lu Xingqian, he merged into the crowd heading back to the dormitory. Chen Shishir's school bag was also finally packed. Go. Chen Shishir and Lu Xingqian walked out of the school building arm in arm. Today was probably the last day to warm up, with the sun making the most of what was left of it. Some of the students coming and going were discussing what they were going to eat for the evening, while others were discussing who was going to play support for the evening. The 2 little girls in front of them giggled as they didn't know what they were talking about. After listening to the afternoon class, Li Yan only felt that his head was empty and he didn't know what he had learned. 2 more years of internships, then working day in and day out like mom and dad, then starting a family and raising your own kids, then they cycle through it as well. It sure is boring to think about, but it sure is a lot of fun. If that's true, life is actually kind of smooth. He just hoped it would stay this smooth. Hurry up, my fried sausage is getting cold. In front, Lu Xingqian urged in a hoarse voice. Coming. Amazing Lee took a few quick steps. After receiving the pre-ordered snacks, he watched as LV Xingqian was picked up by a car and drove Chen Shishir to her place in an electric car. The little electric donkey parked in front of the house. In front of him was Ikimore with his head cocked and thought about something. A smile swept across her face as she looked back. Amazing Lee. Ikimore rounded his already large eyes, seemingly shocked that she was able to say his name clearly. As an afterthought, he began to shy away and cover his face. Secretly, he cracked his fingers and looked at him. Then it closed again. Then opened again. Finally, ran. Amazing Lee. After a delicious meal, Chen Shishir and Li Yan sat on the coffee table to write their homework. Jimore rolled around shyly beside Zhang Yuan. What homework? Zhang Yuanzhou curiously looked at Li Yan lying on the table and scribbling. Don't you always use a computer? Teacher doesn't know what kind of wind he's pulling, making us write essays and having to write them by hand, said Li Yan, putting down his pen. Finally finished writing. Chen Shishir was still meditating and was a bit frustrated when she looked at Li Yan's cloudy appearance. Is that the difference in talent? Zhang Yuanzhou picked up his book. When I was 8 years old, I had a fever because I caught a cold. In that late night when the north wind was howling, my dear mother couldn't get a cab, put on a poncho for me, and carried me on her back to rush out into the pouring rain. Cecilia Chen, how on earth can you water 800 words? Zhang Yuanzhou put down the book, unable to bear reading. I have good stories I can still write for my teachers, and I'm so in debt I don't even know where to start. Yanli picked up his laptop, opened the document, and sat down on the couch. After adjusting the formatting, you are in a desperate situation of typing and deleting. Jimore also walked away from Jiang Yuan and sat very reservedly across from Li Yan. taking an automatic pencil and copying pinyin while reading. A minute later, Chimor moved to Lian's face. After another minute, Ikimor stuck to Lian's side. After another minute, Lian opened Plants vs. Zombies after Chimor's frequent eye please. Zhang Yuanzhou tucked his hand. I can see that your daughter is a ladder that hinders Lian's progress. Zhang Luan looked helpless. I can't help it. As long as Lian is here, Chimo can't learn how to learn. The moon creeps up the branches. Ikimor finally fell asleep and started rolling around in bed. Amazingly closed the computer and put it on the nightstand. Ikimori rested her head against his stomach, securing it in a big position. The headlights illuminated the curtains for a moment, and there was the faint sound of descending stairs. It should be Akari Manri coming back. Li Yan recovered Ikimori and closed his eyes. Chapter 117 on the future. Saturday noon. Zhang is sitting on the steps with Li Yan in the sun. What are you doing this afternoon? Playing soccer? Li Yan held the back of his head. It's okay. Where's Zhang Wenhai? I heard there was a meeting. With field day next Wednesday and school day a month from now. A rare weekend to spend a morning in a meeting? How would I know to go? Not a moment too soon. The soccer club and the Shandong hometown group converged on the soccer field. Yetha's balding mentor has also become a replacement member of the hometown group. It looked like EC had been blessed by the disaster and was probably able to prosper in his studies. After half a kick, Zhang Jiang and Li Yan were drinking water on the sidelines. Li Yan picks up his cell phone to return to Gmor's emoji urging him to go back. Zhang Jiang then sent a selfie to his girlfriend. Hey, is that Zhang Wenhai? Across the street, in the playground, Zhang Wenhai was alone, pushing a cart and drawing auxiliary lines for the school track. Amazingly frowned. Check it out. When he reached him, Zhang Jiang took the cart in his hands, smoothly covered the small lid of the bucket cart, and pushed it aside. Just let you do it alone? We can't take this kind of punishment. Come on, let's go play soccer with me. When Zhang Wenhai saw Zhang Jiang, he was a bit surprised, but he said helplessly, stop it. This year's field day is organized by 2 schools together. There are a lot of people. I still have to go shopping after drawing the lines. Li Yan shrugged his shoulders. In previous years, you couldn't get a turn in purchasing, so how come you're the only one to do it this year? Promoted? Director of Logistics Office? Zhang Wenhai smiled bitterly, taking cigarettes out of his pocket and handing one to Zhang Jiang. The 3 of them sat on the edge of the bleachers. Alas, this year is different. Before, the student council had more power, but since the school has changed leadership, the student council is more tightly regulated, and now it's just a working organization. Zhang Jiang frowned. What do you mean? Li Yan rolled his eyes. In the past, all the people from the student union were selling new student campus cards and broadband installation. Occasionally, the disgusting kiosk and the milk tea store and fried chicken store in the school also voluntarily give a little sponsorship to the student union, which adds up to a lot of money a month. A year down is not a large sum of money. The game's such a big event is a good time to even out the books. Cannot rush to go. Asterisk 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 that's too shady. No money, no job? Zhang Wenhai sighed. That's only part of the problem. Not everyone joined the student council because of such a small amount of money either. The school has tightened up its control, and it's much fairer to give credits, and there are people who join for the sake of honors and scholarships. The main reason is that after a month it will be the school festival, so they left the games all to me, and only wrote a few freshmen to help me. Zhang Wenhai pointed at the few freshmen who were pushing carts and looked very social. Can you give up the soccer field and let us row the line first? Li Yan sighed helplessly. Send me the purchasing list on my phone, so you can take them shopping. I'll ask them if they are willing to help. Zhang Jiang wiped the sweat on his face with the corner of his shirt and walked towards the soccer field. Where's Yuan? Li Yan asked casually as he kicked a small stone. She's with Chen Yu. Being an assistant to her is also considered an early internship. I heard that Chen Yu has already gotten a role as the 3rd female in a TV drama. The director thinks highly of her. Pretty good. I'm quitting student government when I'm done with this. I've got an offer from the TV station, so I'll have to go mix it up over the weekend first. You're pretty curly. Zhang Young Choi rolls, and every night he's in his dormitory going over the requisitions. Good lord. I don't even know what I'm going to do from now on. Zhang Wenhai glanced at Li Yan. Aren't you planning to be a director? I can plan to have a cameo role in your movie. I don't have that plan anymore. I'm going to go to work and earn some money to save up to open a kiosk. Of course, the script has to be written. In case it gets picked up, maybe I'll get rich, and then I'll collect the rent and live on it. And I'll be available anytime you guys come to play with me. Zhang Wenhai throat knots rolled up and down a bit. Why are you salty like this? The mood is still not very good. Well, it's not. Ugh. Let me be honest with you. Li Yan sighed, rubbing his 2 hands together as he held them together. His brows furrowed. There's a girl who likes me a lot. Chapter 1 High. Her family is extra rich. The kind that told you before about babysitting at her house. Chapter 1 Hi. She belongs to the kind of girl who is especially simple. I don't know how to face her. Li Yan looked at Zhang Wenhai. Don't look at me like that. I didn't cheat on her. She broke up with Chen Yu completely before they found me. Can I not believe you? You continue. Zhang Wenhai raised his hand to signal him to continue. What I feel for her, I can't say. Among them, I also have some responsibility to bear, because there are some things that no one can do but me. Li Yan looked at the confused Zhang Wenhai and said, by the way, do you understand? You keep talking. Maybe I'll catch on. For Zhang Wenhai's high emotional intelligence, Li Yan did not get comforted at all. Explaining, it's that case when she was a child. She is one of the girls. Because of that incident, the psychological shadow is heavier. Need me to open up a little. Zhang Wenhai nodded. Then I understand. Chen Yu is one of them. Yan Li looked around and whispered. Chen Shishir is actually one of them. Chapter 1 Hi. Back to the girl. Amazing Li rubbed his brow. There's just one thing that's troubling. How? She's always going to stick it to me. And I'm someone who doesn't want to draw attention to myself. There's something about this thing that can be fixed a little. Do you like people? Li Yan pondered for a while and said. It's okay, not the no-no kind. If we separate now it will still be a little sad, and I don't know what will happen in the future. I see. Zhang Wenhai nodded. It's just a little bit worse than Chen Yu back then. Amazing Li looked around and picked up his cell phone. After a moment's hesitation, it was turned off, and waited until the phone was completely off the screen. It's okay for you to say that. When he finished, he turned it back on. What are you doing? There are things one has to guard against. Things that concern my life. Okay, go ahead. Someday she'll grow up, and I guess her father will give me a hush money then. So I'd like to open a kiosk. Zhang Wenhai pulled the corner of his mouth. What does that have to do with you not wanting to be a director? Sealed and still hanging out in front of the camera every day? What if that girl still likes you? There's no such thing as getting something without a price. Li Yan interlocked his hands even harder. It's not easy for my parents to live a peaceful life, and I don't want them to be scared for me. I don't understand. Zhang Wenhai looked at Li Yan. What are you afraid of? Although I don't know what you're thinking, the future might not be as bad as expected. Sometimes you're too pessimistic. Well, yeah, you're right. Li Yan smiled and patted Zhang Wenhai's shoulder. How can there be an accident? There's no way people will even look at me. Nothing will go wrong. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Zhang Wenhai is the most knowledgeable person in the world about him. The future he spoke of was the outcome that would be cruelest to him and best for everyone else. Chapter 118 Li Yan's Daily Life 4. Back. Zhang Yuanzhou raised his eyelids. Yo, body so dirty. Beaten? Volunteer labor. Delineating the playground. Li Yan patted the lime on his body. It's not the games soon. Zhang Yuanzhou's eyes wandered in the direction of the inner courtyard. Gloating and shaking his leg. You're dead. Due to you not coming back in time. G Moore is very angry. Sure enough, Ikimori's cheeks had puffed up to an all-time high. Both cheeks were suffocating red. The dorky hair rhythms are also amazing. Any faster and you could have smashed the bee flying around overhead. Taking off the plastic bag on the electric car, Li Yan rubbed the back of his head. Oops, there's something arranged for me to do at school, and I'm actually busy until so late. Ikimori was ultimately inexperienced and was halfway out of breath when he was baited by the cunning man. But just as he tried to take the plastic bag, he was instigated by the bad guys. Zhang Yuanzhou also followed Li Yan's example with his hands on the back of his head, tilted his head to the air and said, bullying people who haven't been to school. This kind of thing can be done by anyone. If you don't want to come, don't come back. Still looking for excuses, dip a little lime who will not. Do not know outside and which woman to play so happy. Thanks to Zhang Yuanzhou, Jimore's gills once again broke through the all-time high. Unfortunately, this time Jimore was wearing a double ponytail again, and Li Yan was leaning in close. It was the first time he'd ever gotten 2 slaps in the face from his hair. How can I put it? A very novel experience. It's like, is this ing evaluation time? Amazing Li took a few quick steps to follow, reaching out to flick the bee that was about to perish off her head. Poof. Ikimori sidesteps his face. Amazing Li. Ji Wanli stood on the gazebo with his sleeves gathered and gazed out, in a happy mood. Yes, 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 yes. Unfortunately, he hadn't even been happy for a minute before Chimore pulled Li Yan into the house. Ugh, Ikari said as he shoved a cigarette into his mouth and sat back down to continue the video conference. Mr. Chi, do you mean that you have no other opinions on the arrangements for North China for the next quarter? Who told you that? Ikari opened the file and looked at a few figures. The goal is too low. The budget is too high. Employee salaries can be reduced appropriately. I have a program here to reduce costs and increase efficiency. Ji Wanli interrupted with a nod. This proposal is very good. A 30% drop for management, a 20% drop for the middle level, and a 3% increase for the grassroots can fully mobilize the employees. Mr. Ikeda. Ji Wanli interrupted again without expression. Workshop efficiency is not a problem. The sales volume is a problem. You tell me whose salary to lower? The program hit back to redo. Salary adjustment also out a specific program. Subject to what I say. Ending the call, he closed the computer and rubbed his brow. With the weather so cold, there's still a trip up north. Jiang Wan was in a good mood. Immediately she could also accompany Ji Wanli out. She crossed Ji Wanli, not willing to go back to my house? Which is not true. It's been a long time since I've been there. Who wouldn't be happy to see my old husband? Ji Wanli sheepishly averts his eyes and looks at Zhang Yuanzhou. Brother-in-law, go back to your old home to see if you don't? Zhang Yuanzhou cursed in his mouth, pushed the small electric donkey into the garage, and Li Yan this pulled out the electric car key. Listening to it, he shook his head. No go no go. I've already applied for the school security guard. I can earn 3,000 more a month. It hasn't passed yet? Ikari Miles stubbed out his cigarette. Let him be. I can't be persuaded. Jiang Wan sighed helplessly. Zhang Yuanzhou parked the small electric donkey and it was time to cook. Taking off his apron and tying it on, he walked into the kitchen. Found out. Home was stolen. Li Yan was wearing Ikamo's apron. Tomatoes on the cutting board. Knife in hand. About to cut. See hi more. Zhang Yuanzhou, why are you thinking about cooking? Zhang Wan smiled and leaned against the refrigerator. Ikimori wants me to cook her dinner. Says she's tired of eating at home. Zhang Yuanzhou. Aha. Ikimori nodded his little head. Two thick eyebrows raised. It was a condition she'd been thinking about for a long time. It's okay to come back later. It's not like you didn't come back. I was so angry just now, but I didn't expect it to work. See hi more. Ji Wanli saw his daughter's unproductive appearance. Straight heart. Opened the refrigerator to take a listen to the beer. Out of sight out of mind. Zhang Yuanzhou was still undeterred. Wanting to fight for his right to feed GMO. You won't just look and think you can cook. I learned to cook when I was 5 years old, but it's been years since I've done much serious cooking. Yan Li smiled. But my family has laid down tomato and egg noodles a few times on birthdays, and even my sister says it's delicious, so it should be okay. Ikimori nodded very cuddly. Aha. Zhang Wan patted Li Yan's shoulder. Then I'll leave today's dinner to you to fix, and put down a few more bowls. Ha? Well, I'm afraid you won't be able to eat it. What's not to eat? And it's been a while since I've had noodles. Ikimori, who had learned on the sidelines that he would have to share it with his mother, was not in a very happy mood. Ikimori, buzzing. Girls can't be stingy. Zhang Wan pinched Jimore's face. Amazing Li turned to get the bowl. Ikimori, Omega. Amazing Li turned back. Ike Mori. Zhang Wan didn't continue to criticize GMO. Instead she smiled. It's okay to pretend to be generous. Oh. Jimore was in the kitchen eyeing Li Yan's skillful movements. It was worse than killing Zhang Yuanzhou, who had never come in to see him in the kitchen. Jimore. So he grabbed a can of beer as well and sat down across from Ikari. After a while, Jimore ran out, gesturing something with one hand, pointing at Li Yan in the kitchen, beckoning the two to come and see. Receiving supreme instructions, the two men made their way to the kitchen. With one hand crossed, she proudly pointed at Li Yan, who had pawed the pot and started the oil fire. With a remarkable look, Zhang Yuanzhou glanced away from his face and let out a small ch. Ikari muttered expressionlessly. She didn't even show off like this back when she was pestering me for my first school bag. Ikimori looked at the two men with displeasure. Zhang Yuanzhou clapped his hands in spite of his words. Wow. So powerful. Ji Wanli was even more speechless. So amazing, yeah. Jimore finished his display and left them alone. So the two men each added a dozen additional beers. A meal is over. Ikimori ate 3 bowls and finished the rest of the noodles, sitting in the doorway to untie all the ties of her skirt around her waist, rubbing her stomach and burping. The two people who had just finished drinking were also much better drinkers than Li Yan, and their faces didn't change much after drinking. Ji Wanli took a drag on his cigarette and looked at Li Yan, who was taking small bites of noodles. Although Amazing Li can make it, he truly doesn't like noodles. Take good care of Ikimori. It's the only child I have. Don't ever hurt her. Ji Wanli's aura of seriousness in speaking caused Li Yan to sit upright and subconsciously replied back. I wouldn't dare. He listened, reached up and stroked his furrowed brow, stretching it again. This answer, though irreproachable, was not really satisfactory either, and he flattened the can and threw it into the trash. Responding to change with no change is not an inferior strategy, but it is by no means superior either. Li Yan only nodded in response. I'm not your real father either. It's not good to teach you how to live your life. Ji Wanli patted his butt. Just say that much. After saying that, he stood up and very childishly tiptoed and sneaked closer to Chi Moore, intended to startle her. Chapter 119 Li Yan's Daily Life, 5. Li Yan accompanied Ji Moore to stroll around the garden to spend time. With her hands behind her back, she backed her pinion and looked over at him for a moment. He'd smile a little and compliment her. Amazing Li. Aha. Iki Moore nodded in satisfaction as he got a response. After strolling around for a while, Ji Moore's stomach didn't bulge as much, so he freed his hand behind his back and spread his 5 fingers restlessly. Amazing Li then pulled her in circles. After wandering around a few times, Ikimori was a bit tired. The two of them just find a random chair to sit on, and Ikimori wiggles his legs. In a good mood. The moon reaches the middle of the sky, and the stars are high in the sky. She looked up at the night sky, and Li Yan reached out to support the back of her head so she wouldn't be diaphragmatized by the edge of the chair. Under the moon, the fuzz on Ikimore's face was visible, his long eyelashes blinking as he stared out at the moon. Well, her skin is in great shape. Amazingly, she whispered in a soft voice. Aha! Amazingly. Turns out it's just 2 words. Auntie Jian went to so much trouble to teach a loneliness. This one has no antecedents, no consequences, and no facial expressions, so it's really hard to guess. At the entrance to the villa, 3 people peeped in with cameras. She learns your accent to talk. Hey. Zhang Yuanzhou visited Klippeikmer with interest. Ji Wanli pushed Zhang Wan. What is my daughter saying? She said the moon is so beautiful. Zhang Wan's eyebrows twitched, disgruntled. So she touched the fish again today. Ji Wanli's cheeks twitched slightly. When did she learn such an advanced vocabulary? She's usually not interested in the humanities. Zhang Wan smiled slightly. But she's interested in Li Yan. Not interested in the humanities. This point belongs to the maternal side of the inheritance. Zhang Yuanzhou is the same situation. So he asked curiously. The moon is really beautiful. What is the meaning of awe? When Natsume Soseki translated foreign works, he translated I love you as Suki Ga, which means the moon is so beautiful. And the Japanese pronunciation of I love you is very close. It's a more romantic way of saying it. So I guess she read it from somewhere today. Zhang Yuanzhou bristled. The little Japs really aren't anything. And they've taught my niece to be bad. Ji Wanli crossed his eyes. You're going to let her say I love you directly to Li Yan? Zhang Yuanzhou. Ji Wanli just finished his words, then covered his heart. So sad that he squatted aside to smoke a cigarette to go. As for Li Yan on the chair, he really couldn't understand much since he didn't have a full-level translator Zhang Wan there. When Ji Moore finished speaking, he continued to follow the best program recommended by the 36 situations men simply can't refuse. Keeping his 65-degree angle and looking up at the stars, he showed his round jawline to Amazingly. After a minute, the neck hurt a little bit, so I put my head down, realizing he hadn't responded yet. Iki Moore sighed. I can't believe it didn't work. She'll just have to make do with what she's got. Amazingly. Still can't understand it. And it's a long hard sentence when I hear it, but I vaguely feel like I've heard it once before. He was deep in thought, intent on recalling memories. The other side. Zhang Yuanzhou looked at Zhang Wan. What kind of romantic talk is this? You're overrating your niece. How many other romantic sayings could she know? Zhang Wan spread his hands. Then did she say actually, the noodles you make at night aren't good again? Zhang Yuanzhou sighed as he broke his fingers and realized that a word was missing. No way. She's not going to say actually, you make good pasta at night. There are only 2 people together who still don't tell the truth. Zhang Wan. No? Zhang Yuanzhou frowned. She said, when are we going to have a child? Zhang Wan smiled and narrowed her eyes. She's still so fond of children. Zhang Yuanzhou digested this huge amount of information and choked speechlessly. Is that like kids? Ikari's hand over his heart got even harder. What the hell did he do? Zhang Wan rolled her eyes and glanced at Ji Wanli, who was on the verge of eating his cigarette. She hasn't even said why there are no children for so many days. So you can just sneak in. Fair enough. Ikari let go of the hand covering his heart. Chinese temperament is always like to reconcile the compromise. Such as you say. This room is too dark. Must be here to open a window. Everyone must not be allowed. But if you advocate tearing off the roof, they come to reconcile and are willing to open the windows. Thanks to the great man of letters, Lu Sun, for watering me down by dozens of words. Ji Wanli reconciled and compromised for a bit. Still not reconciled. What is It's not like Li Yan said anything, and besides, even if he knew it would only fool Iki Moore, and he dares to fool Iki Moore? Jiang Wan. So what do you want? Want to be a grandfather? Ji Wanli found himself unexpectedly in a desperate situation, choosing the lesser of 2 evils and compromising. Muddle through. Aren't you a good judge of character? Still not sure about Li Yan? It's not so much a matter of being relieved or not, It's a matter of thinking about whether or not he can pick up where I left off, and it still feels like it's barely there. Jiang Wan was happy. All recognized to this point. What is still heartbroken? Ji Wanli sighed. Taking over and my daughter are two different things. Under the moonlight, the more important one of Ji Wanli's eyes burned at Li Yan. Li Yan didn't think of it after all, and saw that she looked like she wouldn't stop. He also looked up at the moon and acted very distressed. After staring for a moment, Ikimores forgot what was originally said, because in the moonlight, the knot of Li Yan's throat attracted her even more. She reached out and touched it, gradually becoming addicted to it. Ikwani, Jiang Yuanzhou, Jiang Luan, TSK, TSK. Gradually, Ikmer's expression changed to 3. Ikwani, Jiang Yuanzhou, Jiang Luan, TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiang Luan turned off the security camera and shut down the tablet in the process, not giving them a chance to watch the replay. Watching it again would be excessive. Ikwani, Jiang Yuanzhou. 10 minutes later, Jimor and Li Yan returned hand in hand. Jiang Luan observed Jimo's expression without leaving any traces. After analyzing Ikimore's micro-expressions, he found that he couldn't make a definitive conclusion. Ikimori was just simply looking quite happy. It's not a problem. She looks like this all the time with amazing Li. It should have shown more excitement if it had been kissed. There are two possibilities. One is that it didn't work out at all. The second is more frequent and desensitized. The first possibility Ikimori shouldn't be too happy about, and the second one doesn't have a high probability of passing with Li Yan. Jiang Luan observed Jimore's lips. As it turned out, she had already picked up an apple and eaten it. Well, then, the case can't be solved. Jiang Luan was very sorry. A careful child like Amazingly doesn't need to be observed at all. And if a full-rank scout couldn't find out what was going on, let alone the other two. A long silence. On the ground were scattered cigarette butts, and overhead was a bright white moon. Ikari looked up at the moon overhead and asked, "What the hell did he do?" Chapter 120. What should leaders do? The weekend went by in a flash. Overnight warriors with deep dark circles under their eyes, and equally tired Rolling King students, walked into the classroom at the same time. The overnight warrior is Amazingly, and the king of roles is none other than Cecilia Chen. Sisai Chen's state is the passionate stage that anyone who aspires to be a creator goes through. Amazingly, on the other hand, is part of the burnout phase and can't write a word. And the all-nighter was mainly because Ikimore kicked him down a couple times last night. Li Yan regretted very much that he shouldn't have played King of Fighters with her. During the time he was playing zombies, Ikimori should have been alerted when the sleepwalking cosplay shooter made the pa sound. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why do you have such heavy dark circles under your eyes? Yenli took out a large hot meat bun and stuffed it into his mouth. Don't mention it. He pulled his thermos out of his book bag. Pour me a cup of soy milk. Eating buns with soy milk. After breakfast, Li Yan instructed Zhang Jiang, "In a while, that short winter melon from the first year will come over. Don't let her wake me up. And remember to wake me up for the counselor's class." When he finished his instructions, he slumped down on the table and fell into a fitful sleep. Congratulations. Zhang Jiang was smiling, sleeping like a dead pig. The counselor pulls your ear cannot wake up. You that section counts absenteeism have to write 3,000 words of review. Just write it. Just make a copy on Baidu. Li Yan woke up refreshed and happy from his sleep. Only then did he notice that there was only Zhang Jiang beside him. Where's Cecilia Chen and short winter melon? Went to the counselor's office for pointers, and they're both eating takeout. Li Yan frowned. Am I the only one who's a light bulb for you? Zhang Jiang sighed. Today, Yi Si's experiment can't leave anyone behind, so she won't eat with me. So it's just us today? That's not true. Zhang Wenhai said to invite us for dinner. Probably a guilty conscience after all the work I did for him over the weekend. Li Yan rolled his eyes. A guilty conscience invites us to eat in the cafeteria? Hiking to the cafeteria. Zhang Wenhai, who had arrived early, punched in 3 meals and took his place. Yo! The cowboy bone is $16 apiece. The chicken leg is $6 apiece. There are actually 2 more. Zhang Jiang revealed a satisfied smile and patted Zhang Wenhai's shoulder. You kid. After finding a girlfriend, the human affairs aspect has improved too much. I almost don't recognize you. The standard of the cafeteria has improved a lot since the school management has changed. Jiang Yuanzhou's cooking level is certainly good, but the bad thing is that the seasoning is a little too healthy, and the soy sauce is used sparingly. An occasional rough feed from the cafeteria is good for moodiness. Li Yan looked at the sumptuous dishes, glancing at Zhang Wenhai's full of sincerity appearance. His heart was clear. This is clearly a home banquet. He barred his mouth. You can't escape anyway. Eat it. Sure enough, halfway through the meal. Alas! Zhang Wenhai sighed. What? Zhang Jiang chimed in. It's not a good campaign. What's wrong? The lines aren't all drawn, and it hasn't rained for a couple days. It's not like there's nothing to do after the line is drawn. Alas. Mainly because half the budget for the games is allocated to the school festival. Zhang Zhang frowned, then save a little. You can't save anymore. Zhang Wenhai rested his cheeks, his face showing sadness, his eyes glancing at Li Yan frequently. I've been lazy lately, not so lazy that I won't even help you. Li Yan chewed on the crunchy bone-in meat. What the hell? Just say it. Meaningful enough. Zhang Wenhai gave a thumbs up. Come with me to the student union in a while. We'll divide the freshmen up. Li Yan's cheeks twitched slightly. I'll just do hard labor. They're all freshmen who just finished high school, and it's $2 more expensive to go out and buy groceries. So how do you expect them to organize? It's not like I can do it all by myself. Since the leader is still in the meeting, Zhang Wenhai took the budget table and Li Yan stood in the corridor to discuss. Here's the budget sheet I made. Take a look. Amazing Li gave a cursory scan of the project and glanced at the crossed-out budget figures. How much money is left? Zhang Wenhai compared a number. Li Yan rolled his eyes and Zhang Wenhai folded his hands. What's the riddle? Lu Xingchen poked his head out. What brings you here? Teacher told us to come to the library to borrow books. And it just so happened that we ran into Big Individual at the basketball court. And he showed us the way, so we stopped by to take a look. Chen Shishir held several thick specialized books in her hands. That's bound to be Mr. Chang driving them away for a nap. Zhang Wenhai probably explained the situation to Chen Shishir. Lu Xingchen clasped his hands to his chest and nodded slightly. Although you weren't very polite to me that day, I'm willing to help out on the basis that you're Li Yan's friend. Thank you. Thank you. Zhang Wenhai was flattered. Lu Xingchen waved his hand in a very broad manner. It's a small thing. Yan Li gladly handed over the budget sheet. After you. Lu Xingchen pushed it back and waved his big hand. I'm not looking at this, so go ahead and let it go. Amazing Li. Chen Shishir laughed. I'll help too. Li Yan looked at LV Xingchen, who just didn't look very useful. What are you in charge of? Li Yan was afraid that she would mess up and smash the porcelain first. I'm in charge of leadership. She crossed her arms with a look of determination. At that moment, the door to the student union room opened. The two Four Eyes shook hands cordially and walked out of the meeting room side by side. Today's meeting was very productive, shedding light on some of the issues and pointing the way forward. Keep it up and it's bound to produce excellent results. The other also nodded with a smile on his face. It has been a pleasure working with your school, and we will continue the discussion about the event venue tomorrow. The two four-eyed boys must have gotten high from the meeting, talking so loudly that even a few people in the distance could hear them. Guests play, and the two parties in the student union room disperse. A group from an outside school came in their direction. Li Yan saw the proper face of a four-eyed boy and realized that he was still an acquaintance. Li Yan, I didn't expect to meet you here. Dai Chang flashed a standard smile. Pleasure to meet you. You're welcome. Thank you for your magnanimity and not pursuing my sister's capriciousness. Dai Chang laughed. Let's have a meal together. As an amends. Li Yan secretly spat. You have said capricious, but also pursued not to be a person. Eaten. Well, next time there's a chance. Dai Chang looked at Chen Shishir. The most crucial thing about this school festival is Chen Shishir. How could he not recognize her? It's great that student Shishir agreed to help with this school festival. Why didn't you come to the meeting? Is it that you've been too busy lately? There's no need to be so polite. I won't be organizing events, you guys work harder. Chen Shishir said expressionlessly. Well, it is indeed tiring. Dai Chang sighed. There are so many chores that it does take a lot of thought. Cecilia Chen. Well, then, I won't interrupt. After the people left, Li Yan looked at Lu Xingchen. See, this is what a leader does. How spot on the condolences are. Do leaders have to be that inviting? People haven't adjusted in that state yet, or they'd be a little more gracious. Lu Xingchen nodded slightly, but it looks impressive. And hard work. I'd be willing to be. Chapter 121 Preparation for Sports Day. In the afternoon, Li Yan asked his counselor for a leave of absence. Since I have to help out, I'm sure I won't have enough time after school. Luscious looked particularly excited. Amazing Li looks particularly headstrong. It was a good thing that Chen Shishir was there to add some buffs to the Parus in the student council who were fooled by Zhang Wenhai. Coming to the meeting room, a dozen people sat in a circle, and almost all of their gazes were cast on Chen Shishir. The room was well heated, and Chen Shishir took off her jacket, revealing her lined turtleneck tight sweater, a black wool sweater that accentuates the feminine curves even more. It was a scene that was enough to make the blood of all the teenagers in the seats spur. Next to her, LV Xingchen also took off her jacket, also wearing a tight sweater. She took a look at Chen Shishir and put it back on. The world is so cruel. In contrast, Chen Shishir was just sitting there with a smile on her face, and the teenagers started to strike all sorts of pretend sad poses. This scene was like the scene where the female lead of a female-oriented novel makes her appearance. But these people on the opposite side could only be considered passers-by at best. Zhang Wenhai was greatly embarrassed and smiled awkwardly at Li Yan. Li Yan was also embarrassed to the point of scratching his wrist, recalling how he seemed to be this same wimp in high school. Although there is no specific object, pretending is the same pretending. Among them was a freshman, unblinking, tall, handsome and white-faced, with a very straight face. At first glance, he was an honest man who could work, and Li Yan silently remembered him. Zhang Wenhai coughed to break the weird atmosphere. Time is very tight. Let's start straight away. Let me introduce you to. With that he glanced at Li Yan, who received the look and threw it at LV Xingchen. Zhang Wenhai then looked at Lu Xingchen. Her name is Luscious, she added tautly. Be in charge of this games with me. Zhang Wenhai looked at her, fearing that she would get stage fright. So he asked, do I need to say anything? LV Xingchen nodded and stood up. Hello everyone. I am LV Xingchen from the first year of choreography. As the person in charge, I hope that this meeting will be productive, clearing up some issues and pointing out the way forward. Let's work together and make outstanding achievements. Amazingly, directly copied the words of the four-eyed boy. After a second of silence, Zhang Wenhai started clapping, and then everyone clapped. After LV Xingchen finished her leadership, Li Yan took out the budget report. According to executive member LV Xingchen's plan, let's discuss the procurement first. The budget is a bit not quite enough. We need to cut some of it. How much are the cuts? Cut as much as you can. The line across the street was silent. Zhang Wenhai's statement has already been cut once when he asked for the price. They didn't know how much money there was, and some even suspected that Zhang Wenhai had embezzled it. Chapter culture is also really no way to directly tell the truth that they have long ago put down. But now well, with Chen Shishir participating, the chances of them running are not great. Zhang Wenhai directly stated the number of cuts needed, and the crowd fell silent again. Chen Shishir smiled. Let's cheer together. The A's and B's began to fall into various kinds of contemplation. It's a bit douchey, but at least no one is complaining. At this moment, Gao Shuaibai broke the atmosphere that Chen Shishir had carefully created. This budget, he said, frowning in thought, it's just not doable. Amazingly, looking at the wrong people, Lu Xingchen's eyes were firm as he retorted. No, it's possible. She rested her hands on her cheeks, her lips pursed in a straight line. I've already discussed this budget with him, and it's perfectly feasible. Inner OS, I'm so handsome. I'm so handsome. Yay! Gao Shuaibai stretched his brows and looked at Li Yan. I wish to hear more. Amazingly, what parts do you think can't be scaled back? Amazingly asked rhetorically. First, bottled drinking water. Li Yan interrupted, can be scaled down, replaced with barrel water. 8 yuan a barrel. Large quantities may also be cheaper. Disposable cups can hold 250 milliliters, counting the average 200 milliliters. A bucket of water can supply 100 trips to drink. Paper cups 5 cents a. 100 trips cost at 13 yuan. I estimate that 3,000 visits will be enough. $400 is enough. Nope. Student A frowned. I've seen the tables from previous years, and in years past we've all needed at least 3,000 bottles just to supply the athletes. How much is lost in one sip? Are they all taken by athletes? In that case, why don't we have public water points? If you're not really thirsty, you won't come to get water if it's in a bucket. Not to mention that many people will buy their own drinks. Li Yan thought about it and pointed to the printer. Print a few water conservation signs first. Isn't that too shabby? Student B spoke up. The games have been delayed this year and it's all cold. So it's not good to have hot water available? How many places are going to be set up? Student C asked. A playground put 2 is enough. External power supply, remember to report to the school authority, lest something happens to take the blame. Drinking fountains, I see you have one in the clubroom. The other we will go to building 1 together to move. I have already contacted it. Li Yan picked up the vibrating cell phone and looked at the crowd. The water is delivered. Who's going to get it? Seeing that no one spoke, Chen Shishir raised her hand and said, I'll go. So, Chen Shishir didn't have to go. After chatting about a few more ways to temporarily discuss with Zhang Wenhai, Gao Shuaibai no longer had an opinion. The rest of the money can be cut slowly and collectively. Seeing that he was no longer needed, Zhang Wenhai took a few of the lovelorn freshmen to arrange other things. Remember to post the safety signs. Every year there are accidents at the games, and having the signs in place makes our responsibility a lot lighter. Individuals in charge of the playground. When you see a patrol cop, a school leader, or an older mentor, offer to bring hot water. They remember you, and it will be good for you in the future. You may not do it. It is not mandatory. Identify all the doctors on rotation in the school infirmary during those 3 days and get contact information. It's our business too? Where's the head of the school? If it worked, it wouldn't happen every year. Yan Li pulled the corner of his mouth. Leaders just need to be responsible for leading. Starry Lou. Safety-wise, we can't go wrong with an extra layer of insurance. Contact the rotating doctor, I'll take care of it. That's it exactly. Cecilia Chen guest recorded the meeting. Finally, each item was copied and distributed to the student council member responsible for that item. Chen Shishers wrote their names in her own hand and signed her, so I'm sure they won't lose it. Lu Xingchen put his hands behind his back and waved his hand in a very dignified manner. Alright, dismissed. Chapter 122. You're so despicable. Actually using Sister Shishir. Lu Xingchen carried his toolbox and followed behind Li Yan. Hammer. You still don't admit it. I said give me the hammer. I want to smash the wire jam. Amazingly rolled his eyes. How about putting your precious toolbox down and smoothing the wires for me? Lu Xingchen pouted and raised the wire above her head. Why are you being shady? It's not like they've ever done any work. Li Yan climbed up the ladder and fumbled with the iron nails from his pocket. Everyone is unhappy when they have to work and don't have any money to earn. And things can't be done at all without your sister Shishir in the picture. Didn't I send Zhang Jiang to protect her? After smashing a few cards, Chen Shishir came. The water fountains have all been put in the indoor stadium for now, and they've gone to the janitors to carry water. Hard work. I didn't really do anything. It's just that they were all talking about how the water seller didn't bring it in. Send an expensive 50 cents a barrel. Cecilia Chen. Alas, after saving so much money, you can only pay for one day's meal. Lu Xingchen also knows the way of the capitalist, and has no sympathy for his subordinates. It's nice to have something to eat, a ladder to hold up. Haven't really done any work yet. Starry Lu. Being the narrow-minded woman that she is, Lu Xingchen immediately began to take revenge. She poked Chen Shishir's waist and muttered in a low voice. Isn't Sister Shishir angry? He kept winking at you during the meeting just now, clearly bullying you. He told me about it when you asked the counselor for a leave of absence. Chen Shishir looked at Li Yan who climbed down the ladder. Right. Don't forget my appearance fee. What appearance fee? LV Xingchen queried. Just go out and buy me dinner. Sure is a despicable man. Negotiating while I'm not around. Lu Xingchen crossed her arms. I'm going too. Chen Shishir, who was a bit taller than LV Xingchen, took over the toolbox and handed tools to Li Yan. It was inevitable that the action would touch the hand, and this time the pressure on the wire card didn't look back and touched it directly. Amazingly only had one insincere apology. Chen Shishir's face fell flushed. LV Xingchen, Theo. Chen Shishir lustfully fanned herself with her hand. It's a bit hot after just running a few steps. Luscious. Oh, by the way, what did you just say? Didn't say anything about what you guys were going to eat? Lu Xingchen raised an eyebrow and leaned back tactically. Going to the Lujiazui Center building? No. Li Yan can't afford to pay. Lu Xingchen shook his head. Li Yan looked at Lu Xingchen. Is it expensive? I heard 5,000 to start. Chen Shishir was puzzled. The last time I went to do a program one person only ate 200 ah. You mean the restaurant? Lu Xingchen nodded. Li Yan looked at Lu Xingchen in confusion. What are you talking about? LV Xingchen, Theo. Cecilia Chen. Lu Xingchen tucked into his shirt pocket. I just thought that a dinner at a package hotel seemed a little more upscale. Li Yan carried the ladder with one hand and rubbed the scruff that G Moore was not allowed to shave off with the other. It's quite nice to go and eat if you're $200 a person. I haven't been there yet. We'll go for a celebratory dinner after the sports meeting. Zhang Jiang is definitely bringing EC. He'll pay for it himself. And Zhang Wenhai is going to be with the student council. So there's not much money in that case. Chen Shishir sighed softly with slight disappointment. Lu Xingchen leaned his back against the ladder and surveyed Chen Shishir with his pockets in his pockets. When she was about to speak, Chen Shishir covered her mouth and raised a finger at her mouth. Shoo! LV Xingchen didn't know many people in the first place. Not to mention having the best relationship with Chen Shishir. Since it was Chen Shishir who needed to keep his secret, it had to be obligatory. She nodded and took the mince out of her pocket. Eat? Keep it for yourself. To protect your voice. Starry Lu. An afternoon of hard work. Zhang Jiang led a group of juniors to carry something elsewhere and passed by the playground. The group's foreheads were glistening with sweat. It's not quite right to touch the fish like that. Chen Shishir was a bit embarrassed. She and LV Xingchen were both giving Li Yan a handjob and didn't do any work at all. We were supposed to be guest stars, and I was going to need a hand here. And they were too embarrassed for girls to work. LV Xingchen was not the least bit embarrassed, tucking his pockets and making observations on the pure love males. When approaching Chen Shishir's domain, even if you're tired and gasping for air, you have to speak a few degrees higher. Various people surveyed Chen Shishir out of the corner of their eyes. After the people left, Lu Xingchen sighed. Boys are really simple. They can see through it in a glance. Then, she said unwillingly, I'm not just a little bit shorter, a little bit less developed. The differentiation is too obvious, mostly because you've been with your sissy san all day, and you can attract some attention if you're alone. Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows. Really? If you shut up. Starry Lu. She pursed her lips, picked up the front camera of the phone and sold it, looked at Chen Shishir again, and silently put the phone back into her pocket. The god of chests has been so unfair to me. Amazingly would always be genuinely comforting to his friend's troubles. Big is good. Small is bad. That's true. Lu Xingchen nodded. I heard that it's too big to buy clothes, and it's easy to get wind in your clothes in winter. Chen Shishir pursed her lips and held back her laughter. Lu Xingchen suddenly felt something wasn't quite right and stared at Li Yan. I didn't hear you clearly just now. Say it again. What I mean is that we have to look at things dialectically. There is an objective evaluation of the good and the bad of things. I won't help you if you don't tell me. You're not much use anyway. I'll take Sis too. She won't go with you. Chen Shishir, however, broke up the conversation and said, I'll listen to Star. Li Yan's cheeks twitched, and Lu Xingchen didn't budge, so he had no choice but to repeat it in a very fast speech. Big is good. Small is bad. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment and raised his head angrily. As a result, he only saw Li Yan's back. Lu Xingchen sulked and looked at Chen Shishir, who was holding back her laughter. What's there to like about this kind of dog man? It's not like I said I like him. Chen Shishir denied it. Stare. She gestured with her fingers in a way that would make the stick quake. Just a little bit. Luscious nodded. Then tell me what there is to like. Cecilia Chen. I'm curious. And if I'm curious, I won't be able to sleep at night. If I can't sleep at night, I won't be able to keep my secrets. Chen Shishir wasn't a teenage girl and wasn't as shy about this aspect of the topic. I can't say. It just feels a bit strange. It's not like I've ever been in love. I see you've been rumored. Lu Xingchen spread his hands. Ha? Oh, that was my first show when the producers paid to rub it in for promotion. Lu Xingchen scratched his head. Well, actually at first I thought you guys were some kind of relatives. Sister Shishir, you have a feeling of being especially close to him. Yes? Chen Shishir recalled. I was probably exposed to it for a while when I was a child. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up with an expression of finally eating a melon. Fine shiver. Chapter 123, Chen Shishir's Memories. Not really. I have a feeling he won't agree. Chen Shishir was a bit hesitant. Is it Black History? Lu Xingchen became even more interested. Not really. People want to know. Lu Xingchen rubbed herself against Chen Shishir's side. You're my best friend. Chen Shishir was a bit beckoned and admonished. Then you have to keep it a secret. I can't remember. And you're not allowed to ask him. Okay. If it backfires, I'll ignore you. Don't worry. I swear on my character. Chen Shishir looked at LV Xingchen with some skepticism. Starry Lu. You're too much. Lu Xingchen grumbled under her breath. I don't want to hear it. I'm sorry. Lu Xingchen pulled out a pack of want snow cakes from somewhere and took a bite. I forgive you. Hurry up and talk. Chen Shishir held her head high and began to reminisce. The first time we met was a complete accident. It was a summer, where something happened. She frowned as she spoke of the thug's specific behavior, her knuckles whitening a bit as she propped her hand on the bench. Chen Shishir swept over the dead little girl in an incoherent manner, seeing her agonized look and slightly shaking body. Lu Xingchen didn't continue to get to the bottom of the matter, but just handed over a want snow cake as a sign of comfort. Chen Shishir took it and didn't eat it, just held it in her hand. The door suddenly opened, and the rock that Li Yan threw just happened to stun the thugs, and I think he said some line from a cartoon. I forget. LV Xingchen heard this and sighed in relief. I guess to know it was like this. Isn't it feel can be handsome? Chen Shishir shook her head. No. They were all scared silly. He looked fierce at that time, and we were still afraid of him. It was only when he came over to pick us up and pat the ash on us and spit at the bad guy that I realized he was here to save us. And it stinks to tell us. You're saved. Hurry up and run. What's the point of talking all that nonsense? What if that bad guy wakes up? How can we run? We're all shivering, and two of us fainted. Chen Shishir sighed, her expression somewhat ashamed. Thanks to his look of conviction, we weren't that scared, but thinking that there were still two people to take away and running slowly, I wanted to leave them behind and run by myself. Now that I think about it, it's a good thing I was dragged by him. Lu Xingchen clasped his hands on his chest. At that young age, it's normal to be scared. Even now, I would run when I encounter such a thing, but if Sister Shishir is there, I won't run. Chen Shishir laughed and put the want snow cake to Lu Xingchen's mouth as she took a bite. Did Li Yan scold you then? No. He even complimented me on my bravery and said it was great that I wasn't shaking anymore. Asked if I could carry one person on my back and he said he couldn't carry two. I tried and realized I couldn't. I was so anxious that I cried, because I thought for sure he wouldn't let me walk alone. And as soon as I started crying, they all started crying. What then? It was a very old, broken temple, and the door panels were removable. Amazingly had already started to remove the door while we were crying and told us to help alone. but we couldn't move because we were crying so hard. And that's when he got really angry and told us to cry quietly so we wouldn't wake up the bad guys. Then we took the door panel off together, and he smashed his hand trying to smooth it outward. The nails were smashed and bleeding straight through. We cried again. What about him? Luscious asked. He was smashed when he screamed very loudly, but did not cry. He went back to carry the 2 girls who had fainted, and after carrying the girls, he saw that we were going to cry for a while, so he told us not to look back. We heard a few bangs and then Li Yin walked out of that temple shaking. Did he smash the bad guy again? Luscious asked again. I didn't dare to look. Chen Shishir sighed. He pinched his injured finger a few times, screamed in pain, and stopped shaking, took a rope and tied it to the door panel, letting the few of us who could move drag it. Aren't you guys out of strength? How did you drag the planks? At first it did not pull it. Then, Chen Shishir's cheeks twitched slightly and continued. He scared us and said that the bad guys were chasing us. We then pulled desperately, and when we realized that we were too scared, he lied to us and said that he threw another stone and knocked the bad guys out. We pulled for a while and ran out of energy again, so he said he was coming after them again. Starry Lu, can't you guys just run? He's got us all chained up with a straw rope. Lu Xingqian was silent. Who can top this? It's scary to think about. But when we pulled halfway up the mountain, he untied us and told us to separate and run down the mountain to call for help. He stayed behind to take care of the 2 fainting girls, but the police were already here and we were saved. And he's not afraid? Lu Xingqian raised his eyebrows. Then we got better and went with Mom and Dad to see Li Yin. At that time he was in the arms of the orphanage director, shivering non-stop and mumbling something. Taking a personal doctor said that he would have aftereffects and could induce mental illness for the rest of his life. Lu Xingqian revealed a look of pity. Then I'd better not bully him. It's too pitiful. Maybe the doctor said that on purpose to make more money. He should be fine now. Well, that makes sense. Lu Xingqian nodded slightly. Saving your life in return for your body, right? Cecilia Chen. Lu Xingqian suddenly realized that something wasn't quite right and held his cheeks. 6 people would be a bit difficult to choose. Well, seems to work if they all come. And you still get a day off a week. Cecilia Chen. LV Xingqian's curiosity wanted to be fully satisfied. Picked up his cell phone and searched. Changed several keywords, but did not find out about this matter. Too much time has passed for the case to be confidential. Lu Xingqian scratched his face. Is that bad guy dead? To be shot, I guess. I don't know. And why exactly did he take you guys? Blackmail? Chen Shishir recalled, still shaking her head. I can't remember, but it certainly wasn't for money. Lu Xingqian frowned his thinning eyebrows. And what exactly is that for? You promised me not to ask amazingly. Don't worry, I won't. I'll definitely hide it in my stomach for the rest of my life. Lu Xingqian patted his chest and assured. Chapter 124, Childishness. After they talked and waited, Amazingly came back. He took out the warm water bag from his pocket and handed it to Chen Shishir. Thanks. She pursed her lips. Starling Lu. Lu Xingqian took out his frozen, purple hands from the pockets of his icy clothes. What about me? I have purple hands. Can't you see? Chen Shishir put the warm water bag in her hand. He just saw it and brought it to you. Lu Xingqian scratched his head in embarrassment. Ha ha. Shivering dust. Didn't think you were still an arrogant Amazingly. Let's talk about this later. Li Yin stared at her. I remembered that I brought a pack of want snow cake as a snack. Why is it missing? Did it fall on the ground and you picked it up? Lu Xingqian shook his head decisively. Impossible. I didn't pick it up. Greeting Li Yan's scrutinizing gaze. Lu Xingqian sheepishly glanced elsewhere. Did it fall on the ground before? But it seems like a sanitation auntie just swept the floor there. So it might have been picked up by the auntie. Either you go to the lost and found to look for it? Yenli looked at her mouth covered in white snowcake foam and nodded. I'll believe you when you swear you'll never find a boyfriend and end up alone if you eat a snowcake. This is too hard. She frowned and reached up to wipe her mouth. Starry Lu. Ha 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 ha. Chen Shishir laughed her ass off. Lu Xingqian sulked for a while. Take a break. I can see you're turning white in the face. I'll just do the rest with Li Yan, and I won't need the ladder next. Lu Xingqian tucked the warm water bag into his jacket. Alright, I'll be there in a bit then. Lu Xingqian doesn't look too well. She shouldn't have been allowed to come alone. Li Yan sighed. Either that or send her back. How can she go back? Yan Li shrugged. Let her stay in the student council room afterward. You seem to be particularly concerned about her. Chen Shishir came closer to him, winking. You don't like this type, do you? I'm not that perverted. Li Yan locked eyes with her for a split second before he averted his gaze and took a half step back. You're a little too damaged. She smiled and carried her hand as she walked alongside him. Walking in silence, the banana leaves on his side rustled by the cold wind. Across the street, the sanitation ant chased a ball of paper that had been rolled by the wind. Li Yan quickly walked a few steps, picked up the garbage and put it on the dustpan. You're also unlucky enough. The garbage runs away when it sees you. I've seen it several times. The wind just specializes in the ground. Auntie Sweeper took out her thermos and took a sip. You're a student, aren't you? Skipped class? So good school. Schooling should be good on Lu. She glanced at Chen Shishir, whispered to him, this girl seems to be delicate. You do not work hard to learn well, and later cannot earn money. People are not willing to follow you. What to do is good. Li Yan smiled. That's the truth. But that's just my friend. All the more reason to study hard. Auntie Sweeper gave an ambiguous smile. The sky was overcast. Chen Shishir looked at Li Yan, who was laughing and joking with the sanitation ant in front of her, and only felt her heart boring. A man, occasionally childish, with some crooked ideas, polite, friendly to friends and conscientious. He always laughed, and sometimes he sulked and thought about something. Happy things are always spoken, and boredom never hangs on your face. When I first met him, I was as comfortable with him as a friend I hadn't seen in a long time. Spent some time together, yet felt far away from him. Never know exactly what he cares about. Chen Shishir suddenly envied Jimor, who sat on a small bench and waited for him to come home by bobbing his head. She could take Amazing Li's hand anytime she wanted, stick to him, laugh and make fun. Unlike her, he showed the courtesy of a friend just by getting closer. Tired? I see you're fidgeting. Li Yan gathered his lapels. I'll be fine by myself. Why don't you take LV Xingchen to the student union room to blow off the air conditioning? He joked. They'll be jealous of me if they stay with me all the time. Chen Shishir looked back. Not too happy. Let them be jealous. Amazing Li. A woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. When Li Yan saw her look, he immediately began to reflect on where he had offended her. Unexpectedly, Chen Shishir came closer to him, hands wrapped around his arms and pressed against him in a lover's gesture. Feel a rush of softness and warmth. Li Yan's body stiffened a bit. What's wrong? I just want to see what it's like when they're jealous of you. Li Yan couldn't see Chen Shishir's already reddened cheeks and believed it. I'm afraid they'll sack me in the middle of the night. So do you feel at a loss? He tugged at the corner of his mouth. You're a public figure. It's okay. My mom's been helping me delete what's coming out online. That's even worse. It's fine. I'll explain it to my mom. Chen Shishir added. You haven't answered my question. You're at too much of a disadvantage. Li Yan tried to pull away and was held tighter by her. I actually wrote a script with that plot, and I wanted to experience what it's like to hang out at school with your boyfriend. I've read the script you wrote, and there's no school. It's not written yet. The short video is a 5-minute shoot at most, and the amount of drama is more than enough. Do you resent me and think I'm a pain in the ass? Chen Shishir drew her hand away. Her voice began to tremble, and Li Yan realized that something was wrong. What's wrong with you? She took a deep breath, some words rolling around in her mind before she finally swallowed them back. I'm sorry. I'm on my period and I'm not in the mood. Li Yan breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Jimor is often like this too. He will suddenly sulk. I still have some brown sugar cubes in my drawer. Would you like to make some water to drink? At that, she choked and hid her face. Aha! Yan Li held his knee, bowed down, and said with concern, is everything alright? Does it hurt? Let's find a place to sit. Aha! She covered her eyes and sniffled, almost holding back. Pity. Amazing Li is a stinky. Uncle John's soup is very good, and Jimor can get a lot of relief every time he drinks it. Cold and quiet campus. A boy with his arms and legs standing in the cold wind. Crouching on the floor was the girl who was crying loudly. The hero is still oblivious to the fact that it's his own fault. Frozen for a moment, he hastily crouched down in front of her. Amazing Li had heard that this thing had pain to pass out, and if it did, her father would have to chop him up with a knife. I'll take you to the infirmary. Can you come up by yourself? The pent-up anger in Chen Shishir's heart was instantly halved. Aha! Huffed a little, and whispered, don't you look back. Li Yan did as he was told, carrying Chen Shishir on his back and walking quickly on his way to the infirmary. You're going slow. I'm having a hard time. Li Yan slowed down. Do you have any paper? Didn't bring it. Then I'll rub it on your clothes. I don't want anyone to see me like this. Any snot? Yes. Will it wash off? You can't spare a single piece of clothing? Chen Shishir was a little angry again. Quite expensive. Chen Shishir. I'll buy you a new one. That's money too. How bad to waste it. Chen Shishir was furious. Then I'll rub your hands. You pass them over. Are you alright? Chen Shishir was a little weak and pretended to be weak again. I was angry with you. It hurts. Chapter 125, Ring and equal to. In the large living room of the single house wrapped in the center by the courtyard, the girl was leisurely killing time. 3 p.m. Until Li Yan's dismissal from school was Ikmore's regular swinging time. She was lying on her back on the sofa at the moment, crossing her legs, her pale calves swaying restlessly, eyes glued to the cheesy soap opera on the TV, not forgetting to observe Jiang Wan's movements. As long as Jiang Wan wasn't paying attention, she reached out and grabbed a large handful of potato chips and stuffed them into her mouth as much as she could, chewing noiselessly with her mouth closed like a hamster. Jiang Wan raised her eyelids and let her go. She couldn't manage for long anyway. When you get fat, you'll know better. She looked down at the book on the coffee table as she knitted a scarf. In past winters Ikimo had stayed at home and never went out. It's all going to school now, so at least knit her a wool hat and a scarf. Fly slowly, dear. Beware of the thorny rose ahead. Jiang Wan tingled all over when she heard this music, but it's a good thing that Ikimori is starting to listen to songs like an ordinary girl. It's still pop music to her. It was important to realize that Ikimori's time had been stagnant for over a decade, and Ikimori, who heard the alarm clock, ran upstairs barefoot, panicking as he started to take off the pajamas on his body, because amazingly is coming back soon. In a short while, she walked down the stairs in tears. Her shirt buttons couldn't be buttoned correctly. It wasn't that Ikimori didn't know how to dress. It was mainly because she messed up whenever she was in a hurry. Jiang Wan smiled helplessly and beckoned. Come here, I'll buckle you in. Straightening Ikimori's buttons, he tucked the hem of his shirt into his bustier and found a tie to bind it to her. Jimor inhaled hard, making Jiang Wan tie it tighter to look thin at the waist. I'm going to work with your dad. What are you going to do? Oh. Jimor smiled smugly. Li Yan, what if he doesn't like taking care of people? Jimor shook his head, very confident. In the future, if you have a family, you won't even be able to bring up children. Jimor smiled again. Li Yan, but he has to go to work to earn money. Jimor thought for a moment and patted his chest, saying he could go by himself. Who would want you to work when all you have is a kindergarten dropout degree? The university lets you sit in on classes. They don't give you a degree. Seeing GMO sneaking a look at her, Jiang Wan realized something. You're not planning to spend your whole life learning to speak in my place and earn my 10 yuan an hour salary, right? GMO shyly scratched her head, not giving Jiang Wan a chance to criticize her. Running to find where I put the little bench that I casually threw away yesterday. Jiang Wan took it out of the cupboard and handed it to her. Chen Shishir's voice is so nice. All you can do is What if Li Yan likes her? Ikimori, ring in equal to ring in equal to. Jiang Wan. Sitting on a small bench, Jimor picked up the pixel game console that Li Yan had given her to pass the time. This one picked Tank Battle. A one-man challenge against 4 retarded man machines. Drip drip drip. Drip drip drip. Ugh. Ikimori's pixel tank is taken out. She scratched her head. Amazingly plays like it's easy. After playing several games until the familiar sound of a small electric donkey sounded, she turned off the console and stuffed it into her jacket pocket. Put your hands on your knees and sit very nicely, Omega. As a result, electric car carrying Chen Shishir passed her by. Chen Shishir has a stomachache. I'll send her in first and come back to pick you up later. Ike Mori. 5 minutes later, the broad-minded puffer fish cost limited Ikmore still went up the stairs from the underground garage with Li Yan. On the sofa, Chen Shishir half-tripped with a miserable face, about to get retribution for lying. She had a real stomachache this time. Jiang Wan covered her with the blanket, took a look at Cost Pufferfish Chimor, and smiled slightly. Li Yan, go make a cup of that medicine that Chimor usually drinks. It's in the first compartment of the kitchen medicine cabinet. Good. Amazingly took a teacup from the coffee table and went into the kitchen. Ike Moore. This treatment is exclusively for her. Li Yan brewed the medicinal soup and brought it to Chen Shishir. Drink it, be careful of the heat. Ike Moore. Saying exactly the same thing and talking a little softer. Chen Shishir forced out a smile. Thank you, get some rest. Chimor, Sigma, degree winky face. And an extra word to get some rest. Chimor's sense of crisis reached max. After dinner, Li Yan realized that there was something strange about Chimor today. Sitting on the couch looking god-awful and not eating much. After sending Chen Shishir back, Li Yan peeled an apple for her. Ikimori took the apple and said, somewhat stiffly, Crab. You. The tones are like a foreigner learning Chinese for the first time. Li Yan was also happy that Jimor was able to learn how to speak and responded with a smile. You're welcome. Looking as if he wasn't quite satisfied, Ikimori put the apple back in the fruit bowl. Jiang Wan was afraid that the apple would oxidize and reached over to take it, but Mo held it down. Jiang Wan. Li Yan observed the apple, peeled well looked to Jiang Wan, Auntie, what's the swelling? Jiang Wan said helplessly, if you tell her have a good rest, she'll be fine, because he noticed that Ikimori's dull hair was not even alive anymore. Although he didn't know the reason, Li Yan realized the seriousness of the matter. So do as you're told, get a good night's rest? Ikimori clutched his chest and tilted his head to the side. Be gentle, Jiang Wan added. Amazingly, rest well. Ikimore still didn't look too happy, but instead picked up an apple and ate it. But Dulfer had only regained 10% of his usual vigor. What's wrong with Ikimore today? Li Yan asked. It was only then that Jiang Luan noticed Li Yan's tired demeanor. She also instigated Chi Mo to lose his temper, although it was for Chi Mo's good. But in the end, she was a bit embarrassed. This matter also has to be blamed on me. You're all so tired and you're still told to worry. So don't mind her. Hurry up and go rest. Amazing Li smiled despite his uncertainty. I'll be fine. The whole point of me being here is to take care of her. After 2 months of being together, Jiang Luan had already treated him as family. Hearing such out-of-sight words, a slight frown was raised. She finally got it. Why did Ji Wanli suddenly start having a problem with Li Yan? Men really do know best. She thought that the way Li Yan had been acting was due to shyness and discomfort, but it turned out that she was the one who was blinded. It's still tiring to deal with Ikimore every day, isn't it? Amazingly pretended to laugh and just wanted to say no, but Jiang Luan faced him with an unprecedented serious demeanor. There is no tenderness, no kindness, only seriousness. Silence. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Li Yan scratched his head in embarrassment. Auntie, I'm sorry, I'm still a bit uncomfortable, but I'll get used to it as soon as possible. You don't have to worry about me. Chapter 126 Li Yan in a situation and Chi-Mo with itchy skin. Jiang Luan looked over at Ji Moore, who was sulking on the couch and chewing on an apple. But this shallow distress didn't hurt her. It even benefited her. Moreover, once Li Yan took the initiative to approach, the anguish immediately dissipated. All she had to do was say the word, and amazingly would do it 100% of the time. But it was that 100% that went wrong. This meant that even if Jiang Luan used a consultative tone again, it would be an irresistible command for him. Jiang Luan was already very attentive to Li Yan's feelings, but Chi-Mo was also her daughter after all. Ikimore's change makes her overly happy and Li Yan is acting too mature. It made Jiang Luan forget that Li Yan was also a not-so-young child. Auntie? Jiang Luan sighed back. How are you? Follow me. Jiang Luan led him towards the gazebo. Looking back from time to time, he was seen following along, only yawning halfway through. No complaints, not even a frown. Walk candidly to the gazebo. You sit first. She picked up the kettle on the countertop and caught the water and set it on the heating pad. The two waited in silence and acquiescence for the water to boil. The water's boiling. You go home, Jiang Luan said, amazingly snapped out of his daze. Ha! I said, go home. Auntie, did I do something wrong? Li Yan was greatly puzzled. Jiang Luan poured him a cup of hot water. I'm not holding it against you, kid. She smiled and handed over the cup. I'm Ikimore's mom and I love her very much. You're also a child, but I can't do anything to sympathize with you. Even if I like your character like that, I was not able to take good care of you in the end. I'm very much in your care here. I'm just a little too tired from working on school stuff today. I won't lie. It's true that I'm still a bit out of sorts, but I'll get used to it soon enough. Jiang Luan nodded and folded her hands on the stone table. Looking at him warmly with her usual smile, Ji Moore is very dependent on you. I know. I won't let you down, and I won't let Uncle down either. You still don't really think there's some kind of fund, some kind of video. That's just Ji Monli holding back all these years and catching you together with Jiang Yuanzhou. You sneak around the room and do something intimate and Iquanri won't know about it. But the last step is best taken after you get married. She joked, eavesdropping Jiang Yuanzhou. Li Yan blushed, thinking that Jiang Luan was just testing himself, and sighed in relief. I know Uncle Chi was joking. I wouldn't do something out of the ordinary like this. Chi Moore will grow up one day and meet someone better. Jiang Luan frowned to break the atmosphere. Why can't that person be you? Li Yan opened his mouth and didn't know how to answer. Looking a bit flustered, Jiang Luan finally realized what the key was in his flustered appearance. Amazing Li is putting on a show, performing the role of the one that Ikimori needs. The answer to this is a no from the beginning to the end with him. This was something Jiang Luan couldn't accept. It's not a matter of Ikimori being cured. She knew that even if Li Yan relied on acting, she could still make Chi-Mo better step by step. Nor is it a question of whether or not Ikimori will be happy in the future. Even without Li Yan, Jiang Luan had a way to make Chi-Mo happy for the rest of his life. The problem is that Li Yan is also someone's child. During the time he spent healing Ikimori, he gained nothing at all, only dissipation. Jiang Luan's conscience would never allow such a thing. She didn't wait for Li Yan to think about it and pursued. Can you accept Chi more if she keeps relying on you so much? I didn't think about it. Li Yan became more and more overwhelmed. You haven't even thought about it. Jiang Luan repeated with certainty. You never thought about it. She sighed deeply. Really? Ikimori has done all she can. She was a little discouraged just now. but in a little while she'll be back at it. And that's a credit to you for coming along for the ride. That's enough already. Amazingly, you did a great job. You had a nightmarish beginning and a ridiculous reunion. But it didn't matter to Ikimore. You were all she knew. For over a decade after she turned 6. And you told us she'd change. Of course, people change over time. So are you trying to steer Ikimore to make the changes you want? I'm afraid so. But have you ever thought about how pathetic you should be the moment you actually reach the result you want? It's our fault. You go back. I'll figure it out. Just take care of it for me at school. It'll be easier for you too, without it affecting you. Just please, wait until she's comfortable with it before you tell her what you think. She might be sad for a while. I'll find a way to keep her from pestering you. And you will always be welcome here. You are a guest that I, Jong-won, and my husband, Ji-wonli, will never, ever refuse. This is my pledge as an elder. Li Yen gripped the porcelain cup, his body trembling gently. The trembling became more and more violent, like fear and like anticipation of something. His eyes were a little red, and the corners of his mouth gradually drooped, revealing an aggrieved demeanor. Auntie, you said she wouldn't change. Can you guarantee that? It was as if Jong-won had seen him for the first time. At this moment, he was exactly the same as he had been as a child, trembling in Dean's arms. Weakness, fear, paranoia. Jong-won felt bad, bypassing the marble table, a handful of him into his arms. So it is like this. So it is like this. You are still not good, right? Don't cry. Auntie should not say this kind of thing. Auntie isn't kicking you out. She's just afraid you'll get tired. You're fine as you are. Very fine. Auntie, promise what you say. Amazingly huffed. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. Auntie, you tell me. He repeated. Jong-won looked toward the gawking Chiemo in the distance and gently bit her lip. Auntie can't guarantee it. Jang Yuanzhou moved closer. Leslie Yan's struggles hurt Jong-won, but amazingly just warbled and cried and subsided again. Finally, he whispered, I want to go home. After saying this, he let out a soft snore in Jong-won's arms and fell asleep. Ikimori behind the glass. Jang Yuanzhou carried him into the bedroom. Downstairs, Chimor was on fire and stormed out. She never expected to have her home stolen by her mom. Aha! Jong-won! Aha! Jong-won, how can you doubt Mom? Ikimore hugged his chest and took a big bite of his apple, his mouth broken. You know, amazingly had never even cried in her arms. Jealousy has turned her face away. Jong-won covered her forehead and had a headache. If I can't recover tomorrow, what should I tell you? There's also a tantrum-throwing Ikimore. One thing was certain though, at least Chimor was not an optional presence in his mind. Jong-won wouldn't lower her evaluation of Li Yen because of this. Being able to endure to this extent was already superhuman perseverance. She had studied psychology on her own to a certain level for Ikimore's illness. Grabbing a piece of paper, he began to recall Amazing Lee's words and actions, copying them on the paper, doing a psychoanalysis, and looking for the logical links behind them. Chimor looked at the paper, his cheeks twitching slightly. Mom actually likes Amazing Lee to such an extent? I may be a mom, but I can't be a mom. Do you want Daddy to quit? If you can't, you'll have to go to. Jong-won didn't know what her exasperated daughter was thinking. She just wanted to understand what was going on with Amazing Lee. After having a head start, Jong-won found a book on the shelf and flipped through it. After some effort, she understood a generalization. Ignoring the tossing and turning tormented Chimo, Jong-won drank a few cups of tea in silence. Holding a teacup, Jong-won looked incomparably serious at GMO. Can you guarantee that you'll only like Li Yen alone in this life? Chimor, degree. It turns out that Mom made such a hard concession. That she herself. She engaged in a good deal of brainstorming, sighing heavily. Ikimori opened his mouth in some frustration. What do I guarantee? I'm asking you. Jong-won said breathlessly. Jong-won. Ugh. Chimor sighed deeply. Jong-won beckoned towards GMO with an expressionless face. Come here, lie on my lap. Ha? Ikimori looked at her dully. Haven't spanked your ass in over a decade. Itchy skin. Chapter 127, Idol is Idol. After knowing that Jong-won did not mean that, GMO relied on the trick of playing tricks plus and being cute to avoid a beating. She rubbed her head and yawned, waving goodbye to Jong-won. Jong-won pulled her back. Sleep with Mom today. Ikimori, don't be capricious. He's not well. Ha? Ikimori exclaimed. You didn't learn a single word except Li Yen, did you? Jong-won blared at her without any good humor. GMO struggled to go upstairs. Jong-won added, no need to go to the doctor. Come here. Accompany Mom for a snack. Ikimori still shook his head. Eat crabs. Chimor, ring in equal to. She has a firm expression like she wants to join the party and is determined not to be tempted by material things. Jiang Luan crossed her arms and ordered. Mom has something to say to you. You're not allowed to leave. You'll wait here. Otherwise that beating you just received will be made up tomorrow. Only then did she sit down at the table with a reluctant look on her face, looking upstairs from time to time. This is like giving up on amazingly by being tempted by food. Ikimori felt a little guilty. Jiang Luan glanced at GMO. With your uncle watching, there's not much use for you to accompany him. Poof. Outside the kitchen, only the hall light was on, and the dining room was somewhat dim. Afraid of the dark, Chimor walked into the kitchen and sat on a small stool in the corner, eyes fixed on the ghostly blue stove fire. Dumbfounded. Jiang Luan also moved a small bench and sat beside her. Amazing Lee is going home for a while. Ikimori shook his head. He's homesick. Chimor frowned and crossed his arms. You can't go home with him. Men need their own space sometimes. Jiang Luan made an analogy. Just like your father. Besides working and coming home, he occasionally wanders around the house alone a few times. What do you mean amazingly is not that unproductive? What is your father's place in your heart? Jiang Luan, you'd better not let your father know this, or Li Yan will have to suffer in the future. Ikimori sighed, putting up 7 fingers and withdrawing one. Jiang Luan shook his head. Ikimori withdrew 2 fingers. Jiang Luan still shook her head. This touches Ikimori's bottom line, and she's not happy about it again. You can't always be so capricious. Sometimes the tighter you bolt, the farther away you get. Distance creates beauty. Understand? Ikimori shook his head. Jiang Luan, since capturing Li Yan, Chimo was getting more and more oily. If Chimor didn't want to, based on the sense of responsibility, Li Yan would force himself to continue to take care of her. Things just got worse. The responsibility is heavy enough. Not to mention the fact that this slimeball doesn't even make sense. Jiang Luan rubbed his temples and racked his brain for a solution. Strange. Mom has to be honest with you. Ikimori looked at her with a disinterested look. Jiang Luan resisted the urge to give her a spanking and spoke. Li Yan actually doesn't like you. Chimor. Jiang Luan. GMO. Equal smiley face patted Jiang Luan's back, signaling that the joke she told was funny. Jiang Luan endured and endured, almost failing to hold back. Is there anything about you that attracts him? Can you write a poem in 7 steps? Speak in a tongue-in-cheek manner. Or can you speak in jingles? He just told me that he's hurting inside. Under Jiang Luan's vocal guidance, Chimo finally had a hint of a moving expression, so she continued to raise the stakes. You're pretty much perfect, but ultimately, you're still so far off. The woman I love should at least know how to smooth talk. Auntie, I really have no way to face my heart. I can't go on. I'm sorry. Jiang Luan imitated Li Yan's tone of voice, with exaggerated movements. After the act, she looked at GMO. He cried after he finished. I think he should like you a little bit, otherwise he wouldn't be in so much pain. But he said that he swore that the woman he would marry in the future would at least be a woman who can skillfully speak smooth words. Chimor, Sigma, degree. The great educator Jiang Luan succeeded, and Jiang Yuanzhou, who was eavesdropping at the bottom of the stairs, as well as Ikwani, who just walked in the door. Chimor was already sick and tired. You know how to read all the words in that elementary school language book first. Jiang Luan looked serious. Do you think getting Li Yan is that simple? Chimor sad face Will you be able to learn properly from now on? Ikimori nodded. Go on. See you can't sleep either. Go read a bit. After GMO left, Jiang Luan was so distraught that she rubbed her face straight. I don't know who it looks like. Ikwani. Jiang Yuanzhou. You guys eat. GMO can't eat today. Want to put down some noodles? Jiang Luan brought out a plate. I just had dinner with the department manager. Ji Wanli shook his head and handed Jiang Yuanzhou a crab. It's not right to keep using Li Yan to trick her. Jiang Luan glanced at him. You think I want to? She's planning to use learning to speak as a long-term meal ticket. Whoever cheated her shouldn't have given her money. Ikwani. Jiang Luan looked at Jiang Yuanzhou. How is Li Yan doing? Nothing serious. Slept solidly. Jiang Yuanzhou sighed. The medical checkup was complete, but the psychological problems were not found. What does a psychiatrist do? Alas, you can't blame the psychiatrist for this. There are neither symptoms nor aberrations. Jiang Luan helplessly said. Everyone has more or less bad moods. They can't all be treated as diseases. Although Li Yan is emotionally out of control, he has no tendency to attack people. It's not like he suddenly became a pervert. What's going on? Ikari wondered. Jiang Luan told the general story and his guess. Ji Wanli pondered for a moment and asked, People are okay? Jiang Luan nodded. It's fine. He's coming home? That'll have to do for now. It's too complicated for me to understand. Ikimori just doesn't have to be sad. Jiang Luan said helplessly. She's already sad now. That's not what I'm talking about. Ikari sighed. What about afterward? What happens? I'm not a fortune teller either. How can I know? Jiang Luan was a bit angry. You can't be too selfish. If you let Li Yan take on so much pressure, what can you give him? A couple sweets, more or less, or give him the family business? Li Yan's pursuit of life is similar to Chi Mo's. With his ability he can fight for it on his own. So why should he take on this responsibility? He tied his hands just because he was afraid to let us bother. What Ji Moore can do in the future is only up to her to figure out how to fight for it. Then what am I earning money for? Ji Wanli's expression froze. Jiang Luan thought he was heartbroken for his daughter. She was never expecting that Ji Wanli was unwilling because of this. So she comforted. Idle is also idle. Ikari was not at all comforted. Chapter 128 Departure. Early in the morning, it was foggy and misty, and it was going to be light or not. Smoke one? At the door, Ikari handed a cigarette. Amazingly pushed. No need. You're like me. Not much of a hobby. Ji Wanli picked up the cigarette holder. This, you can't quit. Anyway, you won't live at home anymore. So it's okay. Ikari fished out his lighter and lit it for him. Amazingly was flattered mixed with shame. Ji Wanli noticed the change in his demeanor and didn't relieve him. Just continue to talk to him in the tone of an elder. Children like you are rare. I am not in a position to understand. Ji Wanli said regretfully. It looks like we don't have that fate, and I'm going to have to trouble you to help us fool Ikimori for a while. I'm sorry. That was all Amazingly could reply. This was meant to be imposed on you. You don't have to apologize to me. Ji Wanli's gaze shifted to the bodyguard changing shifts at the door. We've gotten so used to living like this that we've forgotten how stressful it can be for unusual people. There are gains and losses in the world, and not being around your parents at a young age makes you much more mature than your peers. That's why we were abrupt. He added with a sigh. You overrate me. After a few more moments of small talk, Amazingly sat upright and cautious. Ji Wanli doesn't feel spoiled either. Asking him about some things at home and just making small talk. Until the sky grows white. While Ji Moore is still asleep you go back earlier. Jiang Luan has taken leave for you. By the way, your things in a while I'll let Jiang Luan bring them home for you. He tightened his tie. I should go to work too. In the car, Jiang Yuanzhou held the steering wheel in silence. Yenli awkwardly scratched the back of his head. I'm sorry. It's fine. Jiang Yuanzhou said in a salty manner. Had breakfast yet? Eat? Amazingly. What exactly are you trying to say? It's not crisp at all. Jiang Yuanzhou said impatiently. Amazingly looked up in the rearview mirror. Jiang Yuanzhou couldn't see his eyes with his sunglasses on. Isn't it bad if I just leave? What's wrong with that? Jiang Yuanzhou's tone remained the same. Haven't you been looking forward to this day? Hey, what do you take me for? I'm not hypocritical to that extent. Li Yan said in a joking tone. I'll amend that then. When Ji Moore returns to his original state, you sitting in the car like this and leaving silently is what you expect. Jiang Yuanzhou pulled his lips apart with a leathery smile. Jiang Luan is heartbroken for you. If you ask me, I'll let you be. Li Yan froze, then smiled bitterly. So even you know. Jiang Yuanzhou. He knows a hammer. Yesterday was to hear Jiang Luan say. He originally did not believe. How nice of Ikemori. Good looking. Well built. Rich. If you don't want to take it, why don't you leave? Isn't that pure insanity? Jiang Yuanzhou looked at Li Yan in the rearview mirror again. Don't hold on if you have a disease. I'll find a way to cure you. Amazingly. Jiang Yuanzhou gripped the steering wheel, still trying to redeem himself. If you don't go back, you won't be able to go back. With his intellect, he could only think of such stinking tricks as agitation. But Li Yan didn't answer anything. Even so, Jiang Yuanzhou slowed down the car as much as possible. Li Yan did not have such a heavy heart, but simply thought that since he had been seen through, how could he still have the good sense to stay? He didn't want to lose his cool again, and he was homesick. Cocking his head to look out the window, he was almost there. The camphor trees along the road are also still green in the fall. The first rays of morning sunlight were dappled in the shade of the branches. Under this dappling, an electric car drives by. One young man, probably on his first day at work, woke up early and froze to the point of shivering in his skimpy clothes. The familiar breakfast place has a bustling crowd in front of it, and the increasingly bloated owner's wife is getting better at collecting money. In front of the bus stop, drowsy commuters jostle for the same bus as students with heavy backpacks. A little girl with a ponytail, bouncing along, easy, happy. She sang cheerfully the casual ballad My brother joined the family. More new study. Went to look at new desks today. Gave me $800. I don't know if I can get it. If you don't have enough, ask my brother for it. Baza hey. Amazingly. Your new desk would. Coco Lee. Amazingly. Li Kik's expression went from stunned to more stunned. Why did you come back? Just came back to see? Come back and stay. She was silent for a moment, sighed, and patted Li Yan's shoulder. Then he pursed his lips and looked at Li Yan with some pity. Li Yan didn't know where she was thinking about, but he wasn't in the mood to make small talk with Li Kiki. Li Yan saw his sister and got off. It was not far from home. The two of them went home on the spot, until almost to the door of the house. Li Kiki said in a jar, "Beaten? Amazing Li." Li Kiki patted his shoulder again and pursed her lips. "You don't have to find it hard to say. I won't tell mom and dad." "What the hell were you thinking?" Amazing Li pressed his temples tiredly. "You tell me why they kicked you out." Li Kiki clenched her fists rather angrily. "How can they be so unreasonable when they obviously grabbed you out of nowhere? They are just bullying you, to be honest." Li Yan was both touched and helpless. Explaining, "It's me who couldn't stay because I didn't quite fit in. They didn't kick me out. They were very nice to me." Li Kiki froze and tilted her head to look at him. "Really?" Amazing Li nodded. "It really couldn't be more true." "Well, that just can't be helped." Li Kiki spread her hands and lamented. "I was planning to visit you in a few days. Why aren't you in school today? Juniors are going to mock midterms and we'll be on vacation. Where's mom and dad? Going to work? I'm the only one home, and I was given money to buy a desk." She pouted and muttered. "Originally your room was promised to me as a study. You can fit a desk in your room too. Then I wouldn't be able to do yoga in my room. Can't we do it in bed?" Li Kiki clapped her hands together. "That's true. Amazing Li. Seriously, you just scared me to death. Like a lost dog." Li Coco pulled the key from around her neck and opened the door. Frozen shivered as he slipped the key back in. Hell knows how much she insisted on hanging her keys around her neck. Li Yan pulled the corner of his mouth. "Is it as exaggerated as you say? Please look in the mirror." Li Kiki pointed to the full-length mirror above the shoe cabinet. Amazing Li, as handsome as ever. "Mirror." Li Kiki shook her head helplessly. Shameless. After looking in the mirror, opened the door to his room. Empty. Zhang Yuanzhou did not even leave a piece of paper. All pots and pans, cleaned up particularly clean, but there was still a folding bed, prepared for Li Yan's temporary return to stay, because he hadn't been home for a long time and the season had changed. Dear mother hadn't laid it on. Li Yan could only comfort himself in this way. "Where's my bedding? I'll get it for you when mom comes back and opens the door. Then let me sleep in your bed." Chapter 129 Out of Control, 1. At Li Kiki's strong request, Li Yan didn't get any sleep. The siblings fell into a rare shopping trip together, with a small change of destination. Now not only did he have to pick out a desk for Li Kiki, but Yan Li also had to buy himself a couple changes of clothes. The reason is simple. Amazing Li's family's belongings were treated as personal assets by Ikimore. Zhang Luan was so persuasive that he still couldn't bring a single hair out the door. He only had to let Zhang Yuanzhou make another trip and send a card to let him purchase his own. When Li Kuko realized that Li Yan's family belongings would not return, she was a bit resentful of Jimo's unreasonable behavior. Until Li Yan swiped his card to buy a few pairs of underwear, she inadvertently saw the numbers. Li Kiki was Zhang Luan's convinced people with reason moved. "They're still nice to you. I guess you don't know any better." The two of them walked out of the lingerie store. Li Kiki lamented as she did. Li Yan decisively handed over the card. "Here, for you to swipe." He pointed to the only luxury store on this street of the common people. "Go buy it." Li Kiki realized that Li Yan's mood was not quite right and pouted. "I'm just joking. Don't get on the bandwagon." "You're not joking. You're trying to test me to see if I can't stay because I can't hold my head up because I'm being bullied by money. Don't put words in your mouth. I'm just worried about you." Li Kiki frowned straight away. "Don't use it." Li Kiki was a bit angry by Li Yan's attitude. "Are you throwing fire at me?" Li Yan glanced at her. "Why did you just give Uncle Chimor a face? I don't know anything about it, except that I saw that you weren't too happy when you came back. And you don't tell me. I'll take it that you were bullied in her house." Li Kiki was really aggrieved. Her eyes were red, clenched her small fists, and walked away without looking back. "It's none of my business. I'm going back." Li Yanfang woke up. This was thinking from his standpoint, not thinking at all about what was going on in Li Kiki's eyes. He caught up with them quickly and apologized. Li Kiki wiped her tears. "What's it to me if you're upset? I'm not in your way. I'm Coco Li." A sentence that made Li Kiki unable to do so. She was a little dismayed at how this man had gotten so good at coaxing women. "Say that again." "I'm louder." "Amazing Li." Li Kiki urged. "Make it quick." Li Yan hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't compromise. "Either that or you'd better go back." Li Kiki, however, breathed a sigh of relief. "It looks like you still haven't changed much. I thought you were deranged." "What the hell were you thinking?" Li Yan said helplessly. Li Coco asked rhetorically. "What the hell were you thinking?" Seeing Li Yan frowning again, she waved her hand. "Forget it. I'm not interested in figuring out a troublesome man like you. Keep strolling. I bought 2 sets of thermal underwear, 2 plain wool sweaters of the same style and different colors. and 2 windbreakers and 2 pairs of pants. I ended up going to a brand name store to get a whole pair of discounted sneakers, none of which were expensive. It took half an hour. Li Kiki didn't have a good time shopping, and although she was a little upset, it all looked good on Li Yan. It's just annoying. Supermarket and so on. After picking out desks, Li Yan picked up his cell phone and looked at the time. I'll ask my mom in a while what she's having for dinner, and counting the time I spent on groceries. I'll be home by 2 in the afternoon. Li Kiki was greatly spoiled, and took him no way, only helplessly said, as you like. In short, at noon I want to eat a big meal. Eat what? A self-serve barbecue bar? A new one. Okay. Taking a taxi to a shopping complex in the center of the city, Li Kiki led him to a very nicely decorated store, and the waitress was quite enthusiastic. Sit-down position first checkout, per capita 198, the price is truly not cheap, but it's been a long time since I've eaten with Li Coco, so it's only right that I spend some money as an older brother. Li Kiki ran to get a can of wanted milk and sipped into the straw. Amazingly chucked a few slices of meat and spread them all over the skillet. Bake it so fast, it'll be full in one go. You won't lose money? So can you cut back on the drinks? I can't eat it back anyway, so I'll just eat what I like. You're responsible for eating more and leveling back the money I wasted. It's good that you're happy. Li Yan helplessly picked up a piece of roasted meat and placed it on her plate. Li Coco wrapped the lettuce, opened her abyssal mouth and stuffed it into her mouth. What's wrong with you? Ugh. You have no idea how rolled up middle school is now. Li Coco looked a little emo. Okay, you don't say. Yenli gave her another piece. Eat. Li Coco a whole bunch of whining complaints. Was choked to death by him. She was very dissatisfied with this irresponsible behavior of Li Yan said. Hey, Li Yan, you're here too. A soft female voice broke Li Kiki's spellcasting. Amazingly looked up, saw the visitor, and raised his hand in greeting. Hi. The one who greeted him was Jimore's best friend, Winju. She was wearing a beige sleeveless sweater over a white long-sleeved shirt today. The lady's tie was tied loosely around the smooth, delicate neck. The simpler the outfit, the more deadly it is for a beautiful woman. Coco Lee. This is my sister. I guess so. You guys are so much alike. Hello. Li Kiki implicitly nodded slightly and silently gave up a seat. Can we get together? Wenju behaved properly at all times, without any rudeness. Have a seat. Yenli beckoned the waiter. Add one more. The waitress looked at Wenju with some confusion. Did this lady pay once? He might not have remembered if he had been any other guest, but like Wenju, even if they were to reunite after 3 or 5 years, it would be mistaken for fate. You didn't come alone? Wenju shook his head. No. Our school arranged for purchases and came with the student council. Li Yan retracted his earlier comment. This is too rude. Come with your classmates and switch tables. Wenju took the new cutlery set out by the waiter and thanked him. Amazingly, your classmates will have a problem with that, won't they? Wenju took another handful of warm water from the waiter and thanked him again. We disbanded after dinner, and I was going to say hello and leave. Amazingly, aren't you going back to school? There are no classes this afternoon. Why aren't you in school? Wenju took the hot towel handed to him by the waiter again and thanked him once more. Take a day off from work. Li Yan smiled sarcastically. The waiter finally ran out of things to pass and regretfully left. You study too hard. Wenju sighed. It's good to take a break once in a while. Li Yan's eyes flicked away and he said awkwardly. Ha. It's not bad. As long as there were outsiders around. Li Kiki put on her high-flying disguise. At this point very quietly sitting next to Wenju, nodding in time with the rhythm of the speech. Purely as an atmosphere group, but it felt like at this pace, she'd soon be on her own with Wenju. Chapter 130 Out of Control, 2. When Li Yan's eyes darted around, he happened to see another acquaintance looking around outside the store. He prompted Wenju with a look. He's looking for you, isn't he? Wenju followed the lead of Li Yan's eyes and happened to meet the eyes of Dai Chang in the doorway, and in a very rare display of impatience, apologized to the two. I'm going out for a bit. Go for it. Amazingly smiled. When Wenju stepped out of the doorway, Li Kiki stopped pretending, lettuce wrapped in meat, and opened her abyssal mouth again. Are you tired? Li Yan said helplessly. Li Kiki swallowed with difficulty and took a big gulp of wanted milk to smooth it down. Finishing another sip, she burped. How many people don't live in a mask these days? Where did you get all those life mottos? That's not important. Li Coco pointed to the door. Aren't you curious about what they're saying? Not curious. Li Yan chucked a slice of meat and looked through the glass. Expressionless, at the smiling Dai Chang as well as the grudgingly smiling Wenju, Li Kiki spread her hands and said, this sister seems to be in trouble. Won't you lend a hand? At least it's a friend. Wenju isn't that stupid, and Four Eyes isn't capable of that either. I have no use for going over there other than causing her trouble. Li Yan rubbed his brow. I don't even want to get involved with this kind of person, but she just had a sneak peek at you, and she wants you to go. Hey, are you planning to get involved and pursue Wenju for me? Don't do this kind of trouble, okay? I'm already upset enough. Li Yan's voice plummeted a few degrees higher and he dropped his chopsticks. Li Kiki couldn't help but tremble in fear. After seeing Li Kiki's reaction, Yanli came to his senses and slapped the back of his head hard. I'm sorry, Coco. I really didn't mean it. Li Kiki was first angry, then a little aggravated. But when he saw his chagrin, and remembered his reaction in the morning, he couldn't care less. He was only worried. She sat beside Li Yan and poured a cup of hot water. Is everything alright? What's going on? It's okay. Amazing Li's hand cupped his thumb with a sense of displeasure. I probably didn't sleep well. You don't usually talk so solidly. Yanli forced out a smile and took the glass of water she handed him. Really? At least you won't stab yourself in the heart. Li Kiki sighed. What kind of person says what's in their heart when they're angry? Although Li Kiki was caring for him, she did have a deserved component herself. Li Yan glanced at her. You know that too. You don't get an inch on. You bullied me twice. Li Kiki was completely puzzled. The other sister is so beautiful. I give you a boost. You still take me to spread evil fire. I don't know what's going on myself. He pressed at his stormy temples. I've got a bit of a headache. They're coming in. Sit down. Li Coco put her kneeling feet down on the cushion and sat honestly. Refill another cup of hot water for Li Yan. What a coincidence. If we weren't back and forth we could have eaten together. Dai Chang rested his glasses, his demeanor looking sincere. Yeah, what a coincidence. Li Kiki and Yanli sat to the side. So Wenju and Dai Chang had to sit together. He looked sideways at Wenju. I'm going to watch a movie with Wenju. Do you guys want to join? Wenju frowned straight away. This was clearly not what she meant, and she looked to Li Yan as if for help. But Li Yan had a splitting headache when he came in, and didn't even notice Wenju's eyes. He held one hand to his forehead, his thumb naturally rubbing his temple so that he could not be seen as unusual, and said casually, We'll leave you to it, although the reason is unknown. But there must be a four-eyed reason for Amazing Li's abnormality. Li Kuka hated Wu and Wu. Her eyes darted around and quickly came up with an idea to relieve Wenju. Didn't Sister Wenju just make an appointment to go shopping and pick out some clothes for me? Yeah. Wenju nodded smoothly. I made an appointment with her first. Sorry about that. Wenju wasn't someone who wouldn't say no. But Daytown didn't make a clear statement. It just came across as particularly enthusiastic. To say I don't have feelings for you or we're not right for each other at this point would be overly self-conscious. And her upbringing has made it difficult for her to say that. Though she didn't feel too embarrassed to say no. But Daejo was always coming up with so many invitations to put her in awkward situations that she just didn't get tired of it. Therefore, he wanted Li Yan to cooperate, by means of which he could make Dai Chang die. Even if he acted ambiguously, if the target was Li Yan, Wenju could accept it. The people closest to her were too far away, and amazingly just happened to be the one that could be trusted and within reach. It wasn't like or wanting to be together. Something as definite as that. It's very muted and will only surface when needed. What bothered Wenju was that in the few days that he didn't see Li Yan, the times of need were getting more and more frequent. But things didn't go the way she wanted. Dai Chang frowned slightly. Still not discouraged. I've accompanied my sister on a shopping trip before, and I know of a good store. Let me accompany you guys to take a look. Amazingly stood up and interrupted him. Excuse me, I'm going to the restroom. The vague anticipation in Wenju's eyes turned into disappointment, and then it shifted to something iffy. Finally looking at Li Yan's back, a few moments of confusion could not help but show in his eyes. It's too obvious. Li Kiki secretly spat. What had her own brother awakened that was suddenly so appealing? A little headache afterward would be acceptable in that case. Dai Chang on the opposite side didn't have a brain circuit as clear as Li Kiki's, but he also understood the meaning contained in Wenju's eyes. Li Yan doesn't seem to want to go much. Dai Chang hid his jealousy well, and pretended to smile helplessly. It's not good to force him. There are just such impatient people. Wenju didn't listen at all, his eyes following Li Yan until after his back disappeared. Did you just say something? Coco Li. What other people thought? Li Yan no longer had time to care. It was as if 10,000 mosquitoes were buzzing in his mind. He was dizzy. Boss, get me a pack of cigarettes. To what? Just that one. Amazing Li casually pointed to one. And give me a lighter. Sitting in the darkness of the security exit, he lit it with a shaky hand. I don't know if it's the nicotine or if it's just quiet enough here. Amazing Li felt better. 1 minute, 2 minutes, and he finally regained his composure. The door to the security exit was opened and some light came in. Seeing the visitor, Li Yan pressed his temples again. Are you annoying? Chapter 131 Out of Control, 3. Are you on drugs? No matter what kind of person, Seeing Li Yan in this hollow and unstable state, they would have this suspicion. Blood gradually covered Li Yan's eyes, but the door to the security exit was closed, and with the light in the way, Dai Chung couldn't really see it. Go call the police if you like. Don't stay here. Yen Li opened the cigarette case and accidentally shook off a few, fumbling with them from the floor, until he found one and stuffed it in his mouth, the drifting fire illuminating Li Yan's hideous face. Dai Cheng subconsciously took half a step back when he saw his face. Get out! Get out! He bit down on his cigarette and snapped. Dai Cheng was similar in size to Li Yan and was not afraid of him, and his subconscious movements were only affected by the strange atmosphere. Instead of reacting, he snickered a little. Are you crazy? Amazingly took a drag on his cigarette in silence. There are some things that you don't even know what their purpose is. He wasn't afraid of Dai Cheng at all, and even found it laughable. But this is clearly not simply jealousy, or a framing for a movie award. The cost is too high. The bad things he had experienced, and the even worse things he could foresee in the future, were the real reasons for his reluctance to move forward. Yen Li scratched his itchy scalp and raised his eyes. How can anyone be so stupid and confident as you? You don't think you can take advantage of your mouth by acting crazy? Are you smart? Stupid. Alone together. Dai Cheng did not need to put on the air of a gentleman like a jade and directly sneered back. As long as you pursue Wenju you can get beauty and property together. As long as you target me you can pursue Wenju. How in the world can there be such simple running logic? Li Yan scratched his scalp again. You might as well be sincere. Girls are very sensitive and they can read your mind. He thought of Iki more for no reason. Scratching his scalp again. And what sincerity do you have to offer? I don't know how you can be so close to her though, but what about your intentions? Ha! Dai Cheng tugged at the corner of his lips. Since you know Wenju, you must also know who her father is. My family is at least a businessman worth over 9 figures. What about you? That shabby smell on your body can't be covered up. And she's the only one who's young enough to be compelled by someone like you. Ugh! Amazingly felt the wetness and stickiness of his nails and didn't keep scratching as he wiped the blood onto the armrest. I never reached out to her. And how did you happen to show up here? At this store? Guess you wouldn't believe me if I swore an oath to you. Dai Cheng thought this was a sign of weakness. He pursed his lips, stepped closer and looked at him condescendingly with his hands clasped on his chest. It's good that you know what kind of a commodity you are. Oh! The evil fire in Li Yan's stomach was a bit overwhelming, and he could only control himself by pinching his fingertips, not to pick up his fist and punch him in the jaw. A teacher. A grassroots civil servant. This kind of family dares to think so much. And that Chen Shishir from your school is the real daughter of the movie star Chen Dongfeng. I don't know where you got your luck. You have access to her. You don't have to think about her. It's not something you can covet. The satisfaction one gets from being able to step on someone's self-esteem, especially someone like Li Yan, is indescribable. He patted Li Yan's shoulder. Behave yourself. Li Yan shook his head helplessly. There's no way. There's really no way. Dai Chung didn't understand Li Yan's words and just laughed. Invest in a better reincarnation in your next life. Why are you checking on my family? Amazingly asked. It's so easy to look up this kind of stuff. It doesn't even cost $1,000. If I don't behave, my parents will lose their jobs? What about my sister? Find someone to bully her? Amazingly dropped his cigarette. Dai Chung frowned. I'm not that underhanded. Seriously, if I were to do what you think, you wouldn't even be worthy of sitting at a table with me. Li Yan looked at him expressionlessly. You are really crazy. You should be suffering from hysteria. Hurry up and go to the hospital. Dai Cheng felt that Li Yan was really incomprehensible. Li Yan used the flashlight of his cell phone to shine the light and picked up all the cigarettes scattered on the ground and stuffed them into his cigarette case, while sneering, if people like you can make it, I'll call out to your father. In one sentence, Daejo broke the big defense. Amazingly grimaced. Silly BR. I hear you're preparing for the school festival with my school and planning to make a big splash? You should listen to me or you'll mess it up. Baby. After all, Dai Cheng still had a few points of city. He breathed sharply for a while before regaining his composure. What kind of dream did you have? Li Yan suddenly realized that his head didn't hurt anymore and happily patted the ash on his but before he felt his scalp burning and rubbed it. Luckily I met you. Dai Cheng. Honestly, you're literally the angel that saved me. Day Town. Amazingly walked out of the security exit with his pockets in his pockets, humming a song. On the other hand, Daejo was inside the security exit, smashing his cell phone. Chapter 132, Probably Tenderness. I'll go back first. Dai Cheng greeted Wenju and left. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist punching Li Yan and affecting his image in front of Wenju. It's not like it's a bad opportunity anyway. Li Yan, on the other hand, picked up a piece of meat from the grill plate and stuffed it into his mouth, lamenting, that's what I've been living hard for until now. Coco Li. Wenju's willow brows furrowed lightly. Are you? Alright, Coco Lee, it's okay, it's just that the meat is so good. Coco, get me a plate of fatty beef. Lee Keek's lips gently opened and closed. I do not know what street to curse, and took the empty plate to get the meat. When Ju noticed the blood scab on Lian's forehead, and the dust on his body, there were inexplicable emotions running through the beautiful eyes. It was thought that the situation was that Amazing Lee had clearly noticed but was unwilling to relieve her. It turned out to be a misunderstanding, and Lian all but fought over her. What a gentleman! Sure enough, he wouldn't let himself down. When Ju took out a wet wipe from his bag and sat down next to Lian, reaching out to wipe for him, "You're bleeding. Let me wipe for you." "Oh." I grabbed it. Lian took the wipes from Wenju's hand hanging in the air. "I'll do it myself. You can't see." Wenju was going to insist. "It's okay, the phone has a front-facing camera." He actually used such a poor excuse and thought I couldn't see it. Is that what they call arrogance? Wenju hid a smile. Coco Lee after taking the meat. Lee Coco doesn't have mind-reading skills, but if a person can be so happy with such an obvious rejection, they must have brainstormed something. Like, if you told me you were breaking up with me, you must be terminally ill and don't want to drag me down. Something like that. What is this guy? Lee Kiki pondered for a while and came up with an answer. This ing is a dog licker, isn't it? This kind of pretty face, gentle character, elegant demeanor, waist thin and legs long 100-level big sister is really licking dog? Lee Kiki hid the huge shock in her heart and sat down with a smile, carefully observing the big sister across the street, her intentional and unintentional glances at Li Yan. Even the waiter at the grill had a look of love injured. The point is that in person I really don't feel like I'm hiding anything. That's just unself-conscious teenage mindset. Lee Kiki looked again at Yan Li, who was flipping the meat without any distractions. What she, Lee Kiki, was thinking, Li Yan knew in a blink of an eye. But there are such beautiful girls around. Why don't you want to think about it? Lee Kiki held her cheeks and softly whispered, "Brother, did you find a girlfriend in college?" Li Yan was jolted by this brother. Out of money again? Lee Kuku in front of outsiders were so say big feel ashamed. Barely gritted his teeth to hold back. No la, is to ask. You recently did not look for me to chat day. People are so lonely. Oh. Then I'll talk to you every day from now on. Li Yan's cheeks twitched slightly. He sent Lee Kiki at least a dozen times a month. She would only reply once or twice a month when she was strapped for pocket money. Wenju, who didn't know what was going on, guffawed. Is Kiki in high school or middle school now? First year. Lee Coco laughed. Is school heavy? I still remember some of the knowledge from middle school. If there's any homework you don't know how to do, we can share it together. Wenju took his cell phone out of his bag and displayed the QR code. Lee Kiki successfully added his friend, and contentedly put it back in his pocket. Li Yan winded up eating several plates of meat and wiped his mouth. Kiki, give you some money to call yourself home. I'm going to school. What about my desk? Come back tonight and buy it for you online. You said you were taking the day off. Rest? It's only rest for those who have no talent. Tomorrow is the school field day and I'm going to volunteer. Coco Lee. Wenju then shook his hand. Tough. I'll accompany Kiki. Lee Kiki turned her worry into joy and nodded repeatedly. Good. Furniture store. Lee Kiki and the owner of the store argued. A bite price of 800. This quality of yours is not good. Lee Kiki gestured an 8. Seeing the boss somewhat hesitant, she added, I'm just using it now, and I'll have to change it later when I'm in my monthly cycle. At that time also come to your home is not it. The owner of the store is also open wide-eyed, doing business for so many years. I did not expect there is such a bargain. 80% of them are also from poor backgrounds. Although it was supposed to be a stock item, he was really half selling it. I haven't seen a kid who's as good with money as you are in a long time. 800 is 800. He joked. You'll have to remember to come to my house to change when you have kids. I've got a brother who's having a baby and he's coming to your house to buy a bunch of cribs and stuff. So you're making a killing. But you have to get it to me and have it installed before you pay. Yes. The store manager cried. I'll put it on you myself. On the side. When Ju listened in disbelief, Lee Kiki walked out of the store satisfied. You're amazing. You can actually haggle and get it that much cheaper. When Ju laughed. I learned from my brother. He buys cheaper groceries than my mom does. Lee Kiki shook her head helplessly. Too bad. He doesn't like shopping. But my brother does have a birthday coming up, so I'll have to get a present for him. Shall we go to the front again? Birthday? He didn't tell me. When Ju frowned. When? We're all over the lunar calendar. And this year it seems to be the 25th of the next month. Christmas? Yeah. Let's go to the women's clothing store out front. When Ju gulped, slightly looking forward to Li Yan wearing women's clothing. Coco Lee. Anan. I forgot to mention that his birthday is the same day as mom's, so he asked me to get a gift for him. Then he doesn't have a birthday. But my mom will buy him one. Wenju's eyes became gentle and envious. Your family has a good atmosphere. That's not true. The main so many years. The family is always so polite. This is not let me buy it. But my mom is similar. Last time I went to a stall, I bought a $10 game console and gave it to her. Wenju. Ugh. He's a nasty one. He's been able to put up with everything he's wanted since he was a kid. Hell knows what he wants. Including my mom, don't even know what he likes to eat until now. Seeing as how the hell he's afraid we'll poison him. Wenju's eyebrows arched in a smile as she listened to Lee Cuckoo's rambling complaints about her brother's oddities. In her ears, all she heard was love. She really envied this simple happiness. It would be nice to be part of such a family and be able to share in that happiness. The two of them had a conversation, mostly with Lee Cuckoo talking and Wenju listening. By the way, what do you like about my brother? Lee Keek's tone was the same as always, as if she was discussing what to eat tonight. Sure enough, Wenju took her bait. Well, it's probably tender. After blurting it out, Wenju's face exploded red. She waved her hands in panic. No, I misheard you. I thought you said, well, that what? Admired about him or something. Seeing her hand wringing, Lee Kiki was very satisfied and curved the corner of her lips. And her merit was not as deep as Li Yen, so she could only pave a little more. Sure enough, a big melon was eaten. It's fine. I won't talk to him. Lee Kiki opened the mineral water and took a sip, sighing. He has some stinky problems, but he's good to his family and friends. But being in a relationship with him would probably suck. From my standpoint as a sister, nothing matters as long as he's doing well. But boyfriend and girlfriend or husband and wife is another matter. He does have some troubles, but as long as you believe in him, he won't let anyone down. Wenju rubbed her head. It's impossible for me and him. Why? Because there's no way I could do such a thing. Chapter 133, Shame. When I got to school, it was still lunch break. Li Yin found the sad Chen Shishir at the door of the classroom, as well as LV Xingchen, who was singing Tibetan Plateau in the classroom. What happened to you? Why don't you live at Chimo's house anymore? Chen Shishir frowned. I went back for lunch at noon. She was crying while memorizing jingles, and her uncle was still sharpening knives in the kitchen, and I heard that he had broken one. Completely unable to stay. You hurry back. It's okay, just sharpen the knife. There are laws to protect me. Li Yen patted his shaking leg. I mean Ikimori, can you bear to cry while memorizing jingles? People are just learning to speak a little. Li Yen leaned over the railing and looked into the distance. I don't have no choice. I don't have the face to live anymore. It's good for Chimor to be able to talk earlier. When she comes to school, I'll accompany her. Chen Shishir sneaked a glance at the side of his face. His lips were pursed almost into a straight line, and he couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. Just a little serious. Hey, why is there blood on your head? She took a pack of wipes out of her pocket and pulled one out. Let me wipe it off for you. Yenli skillfully took the wipes from her hand. I'll do it myself. You can't see. The phone has a front-facing camera. Amazingly blurted out. The top of your head you can see. Chen Shishir was expressionless. No way. No way. You think if I rub you twice, that means I like you? Then let LV Xingchen rub you. Yenli pulled his mouth awkwardly. It's better if you do it then. Chen Shishir had originally killed herself with a knife and still had some hard feelings, but compared to LV Xingchen, it was still her who had a higher status. In her heart, she was secretly delighted, and tried to say, yo, people Lu Xingchen is so good looking, you can't even look at it? That's not true. Amazingly sighed. She can't reach it. Cecilia Chen. Half a minute later LV Xingchen walked out of the classroom in a less than pleasant manner. How is the state today? Chen Shishir asked. LV Xingchen held a mint candy and said hoarsely, it was fine, but just now I suddenly sneezed a few times, and it messed up my rhythm. It feels like someone is saying bad things about me. You're too paranoid. Li Yen said this on his lips, but his eyes moved to Chen Shishir. Lu Xingchen narrowed his eyes. Sister Shishir, it's really you. Cecilia Chen. She picked up the wipes and interpreted what had just happened a little. Why don't you wipe it for me? I can't see where it is. Male voice. It's better to let LV Xingchen do it. She's more helpful. Original voice. She can't reach. Male voice. Lu Xingchen carried his hands behind his back and looked at Li Yen. The situation is true? Partially true. Which part? Oh, don't worry too much about details when you're a human being. Punish you for buying me a kielbasa. Any comments? No. Please or not? Lu Xingchen tugged at his collar. Please. In front of the kiosk, Chen Shishir and LV Xingchen were both holding a barbecued sausage, which also came with a cup of xiangfeng pei. Didn't I say you took a leave of absence because you had a fever? Zhang Wenhai, who had come to fix lunch, said with concern. It's done. It doesn't burn too bad. Cough. Get me a cream tea. So amazingly had a cup too. What's the situation? There's no problem with the progress, and there's even a half-day break. All that's left is the cordon for the javelin, shot put, and other dangerous competitions, and some banners to pull. Zhang Wenhai crunched and gnawed on a corncob. The main thing is that the student presidents on both sides also inserted a speech. The schedule also needs to be compressed a bit. After the race the next school has to take a bus back. There is no way to adjust. Luckily, I had you to help me out, or else I really wouldn't have had time. Amazingly was happy. What else is your student president heavenly angry about? Tell me to make me happy. Lu Xingchen puffed up his cheeks. He shouted at us for a meeting at noon today and wanted to continue withholding our funding for the games. Luckily Zhang Wenhai didn't take him on. Chen Shishir nodded. Very annoying, and taking me to task, saying that my program is rather extravagant, and that I only agreed to sing a song on stage for the school festival, and it didn't cost me anything. Li Yan was even happier to hear it. Does the president have any work instructions today? Zhang Wenhai spread his hands. Then there must be. You guys don't need to go. Li Yan, you are more meticulous. Bring someone to check for me. How can you not go then? You have to. When Zhang Wenhai saw his attitude, he knew there was something in it. Since there is something in it, and it's amazing Li's thing, there is only support. Zhang Wenhai said bluntly, what's the plan? Just coax him, and when the time comes, you'll watch my eye. LV Xingchen stared roundly. Does it work for men to take off their clothes and tease their hair? Cecilia Chen. Amazing Li. Zhang Wenhai glanced at Chen Shishir with a look of realization. So you set my little comrades up. I said, why are they all preoccupied lately? Chen Shishir's face almost turned red as she pointed at Li Yan. He came up with the bad idea. Where do I know all this? Li Yan said helplessly. That's your free play. I only let you sign. You're denying it. Chen Shishir huffed. I sacrificed my color and this is how you treat me. Sweeping ants, kiosk owners, passing principals. Amazing Li pressed his face against the wall so that the principal wouldn't recognize him. Good. You're really denying it. Chen Shishir's face turned even redder with anger. You started to promise me everything, and now this. Passing principal. Student Chen Shishir. What's wrong? The principal peeled up Li Yan and froze. So it's you. Ha ha ha. We're acting. And you know I'm a choreography major. After Amazingly made up his speech, he righteously put on a look of being disturbed. Oh, that's right. The principal sighed in relief. By the way, I still have that trophy of yours, and a bonus you didn't come to pick up. Raider, 18,000. Yan Li nodded. Add a WeChat and transfer me. Principal, where's the trophy? There you go. That doesn't work. The tracery is solid gold. Then please, principal, forget it. It's incomplete then. Keep it for the school as a souvenir. Seeing the principal's less than pleased look, Li Yan, who was blinded by money, hurriedly looked for a remedy. Want to spread the word? I'm too embarrassed. Don't. The principal transferred the money on the spot, patted him on the shoulder, and kindly admonished. You are talented, and you are willing to participate in school activities without pay. Good for you. Yan Li very doggedly concurred. It is a blessing for our students to have you as our principal. The principal looked reminiscent. You remind me of a deceased person. Oh, who is it? Corruption used to still have the death penalty when it was shot. Ha 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 ha. Your humor. The principal gave him a deep look. As long as it's beneficial to the majority of the current students, anything you need can be directed to me, as can any student. He walked away with his hands behind his back. Li Yan wiped his face in shame. Chapter 134, The Miraculous Student Council. The student government at the university is really a wonderful form of organization. Few exist in society that can function less than the student body president, but just such a group of people can bring out the bureaucracy. Student union room. The full staff is in place. The student council chief has not yet arrived. Li Yan sat down next to Zhang Wenhai, patiently and meticulously repairing his nails with a nail clippers file while asking, where is he pooping? Procedurally, it's important to report to the teacher on the reunion committee first. Can't you report it earlier? People have a day job. Amazing Li. Switching from left to right hand, he skillfully polished each nail. The student president with the black-rimmed glasses had just arrived. The delicate drop of sweat on his forehead was matched by just the right amount of panting and a quick stance. Suffice it to say that the delay was not his desire. Sorry for being late. I spent some time at the reunion committee teacher. He reached out and took the meeting outline that the vice president had printed on A4 paper, and rested his glasses. Let's first confirm the arrangements regarding the field day. It's under Zhang Wenhai's responsibility, right? The crowd looked at Zhang Wenhai. Amazing Li, you didn't dump this nigga on him, don't you remember? And Zhang Wenhai is used to it. Nodding, the games are held every year. The process is clear. The two schools are co-organized. The preliminaries will have a few more groups. The games will be extended by half a day. One more Friday afternoon. The schedule has been prepared for posting. The student president cocked his head and gestured with both hands. Can you compress it some? It can't be reduced any further. This matter is mainly handled by you. I was originally not good to say. The problem of time since you plan. I have no opinion. But the two schools together. Just such preparation. Whether it is shabby. Zhang Wenhai picked up a pen and pinned it to his face, making a contemplative gesture. What specifically needs to be improved? There's still an afternoon left. It should still be too late. It's just an overall feeling. The president looked around. What do you think? Indeed. A little. It's really worse than last year. Zhang Wenhai nodded and picked up his pen. Aha. What about specific suggestions? You guys say it. I'll write it down. So the crowd was silent. There were a few people with indignant looks on their faces, especially the freshmen who accompanied Zhang Wenhai in his work. They had actually done hard labor and had to be talked down to. The resentment is certainly not small. I know. You guys are working hard. The student council president sighed. But the impression of a friendly school is important. And there's nothing I can do about it. Zhang Wenhai, you do need to do some self-reflection. Zhang Wenhai, still holding the pen and with an attitude of listening attentively, took notes. Reflect on why you got your head in the sand by joining student government and only thinking about dropping out as a sophomore. Next to him, Gao Shuaibai saw it and laughed. Do you have a problem with that? The president frowned. No, just wanted to ask where improvements are needed. Alas, I don't want to refute you guys again in front of so many people, but then, since I always ask so, I have to say it. The welcome has to be a welcome. You can also prepare some snacks and fruits for the participating students. Why don't you go and do these simple tasks? Freshman A, budget cut in half. No money. The big heads are at the school festival. And these are things that everyone has to get over. Freshman B, I see from my circle of friends that you guys have gotten together 3 times. The student president slammed his pen. You mean I'm using your money for food and drink? How much effort did I put into approaching the friendly school to be so unpopular with you guys? Approach my ass. The student next to him inclined his head and grumbled in a voice that could only be heard by those nearby. Amazingly secretly spit the melon rind into his hand. This student president is really a bit of a show. And I don't know where Zhang Wenhai offended him. The attack Zhang Wenhai, on the other hand, did not have any emotions of joy or anger on his face, turned the page and sketched the school on the paper, thinking about it for a little while before painting black in certain places. Doing what? A teacher from the school next door might drive up. I think they parked somewhere. Li Yan sneered. Anyone who is not blind knows who is doing the real work. Eat and drink willingly. But when the campaign starts, the end result is a question of who takes the fall. In the place of Zhang Wenhai arrangement, the result is most likely to be rewarded on merit. After carefully observing the circle, he realized that outside of the vice president and other officers, the cadres, the ordinary student council members basically had no good face towards the student president. This confirmed Li Yan's thoughts. The student president probably knew what he was going through today and was a bit colorful. Li Yan had long heard that the student council had been holding chicken feathers as a sword for years, and belonged to the existence of people who hated dogs among the students. I didn't realize that the internal situation was so optimistic, but it's still too slow to rely on them to overthrow the rule. Li Yan whispered a few words into Zhang Wenhai's ear. He frowned at first, then stretched with a "you're such an" expression. Li Yan raised his hand, signaling that he could start the show. Zhang Wenhai coughed twice and pushed back his chair to press a few freshmen back into their seats. The president was also in a hurry, but he did scribble a bit. He looked to the student president. There really isn't enough money left on our books to buy fruit snacks. The school has an interest club for cooking, and I've already asked them to make some cookies and other small treats. The student president also went down the slope. Just be prepared. Just say you understand just now. With that said, he looked to Li Yan and frowned. Zhang Wenhai smiled and explained. There wasn't enough manpower, so I called a few friends. You're Yan Li, aren't you? He frowned tighter. Our student council even assisted you when you made a short movie before. Li Yan smiled and nodded. Right. The student president wasn't you at that time. Alas, the former student president was still on good terms with me. I didn't expect it to suddenly disappear. It's really strange. The more Yan Li said, the happier he got. He really did have an uneasy relationship with the student president. Student president. As we all know, the former student president was Lin Qingxian. There are only a few tidbits of information as to exactly what his downfall was. They are not too sure about Li Yan cooperating with the investigation. They only know that suddenly something happened. A few students don't know if they dropped out or what. And the school management has changed. That was months ago. Today, none of that matters. He was just jealous when he saw Amazing Li openly receiving 10W and an award for a movie. What's more crucial is that Dai Chung Fong just had a phone conversation with him. The student president narrowed his eyes and tapped on his desk. I heard from a friend at the friendly school that you openly talked about making trouble. Chapter 135. Hey, ha, Li Yin frowned. Is what Dai Chang said, right? How can you turn black and white upside down like that? He looked furious. I met him at noon and ate barbecue together at the complex. I didn't realize that while we were eating, he said bad things about our school. I then argued with him and he slandered me like this. Li Yin slapped the desktop. How can people be like this? Our school is still running activities with their school. I also have a sense of collective honor, okay? Oh, the student president frowned, recalling the day after the meeting when Dai Chang and he had a rather familiar chat. The two seem to have won the same movie award, so they must know each other. Dai Chang is a hypocrite at first glance, but his family's business is no sham, and he's been offered very generous terms in private. And what about amazingly? There have been rumors about him on the school forums, and the man is widely recognized as having questionable character. Previously, he was seen holding hands with schoolgirl Chen Yu, and now he is close to Chen Shishir. And recently there are rumors of him molesting women. Probably a well-to-do scumbag, but he doesn't seem to be telling a lie. Dai Chang's high and mighty look was very much like someone who would say such a thing, but siding with Li Yin did him absolutely no good, and there was no way to offend him. Chen Shishir doesn't know if he's a cousin or some kind of relationship, so he has some energy behind him. How else can you make an award-winning short film on your own? To put it bluntly, in his heart Li Yin and Dai Chang were both on the same path. We'll discuss this matter later. The student council president sighed and made peace with the situation. My goal is to just get the event done. As for what others say, it doesn't matter what happens. It's good that everyone is working together to get this done. He repeated, amazingly nodded him and sat back down. It doesn't matter what the student body president thinks. If you can get past this point, you're halfway there. The next part of the process, amazingly bragged about him a few times. Zhang Wenhai took over all the trouble and gave all the credit to the student president. After the meeting, the two men paired off to go to the restroom. You're going to cudgel him? Zhang Wenhai shook the water off his hands. If you do, I won't intern at the TV station. Li Yin dried his hands on his shirt. Just wait for the school festival and then entrust the student council to random people. Anyone is better than him. That Gao Shuaibai is good. Ha? Zhang Wenhai thought for a moment and said indistinctly. Oh, you mean Wang Yi? He looked at Li Yin a little lost in thought and admonished. Li Yin, take care of your health. People who don't catch colds all the time, catching a cold once in a while can be quite serious. Ha? I'm fine. Taking time off is just finding a break. But I see that you've been fidgeting today. Zhang Wenhai touched Li Yan's forehead. Well, it really isn't hot. Told you it was fine. Li Yan slapped his hand away. Don't be angry. Chapter 1 High. Side by side, the two walked down the stairs and around the flower beds in the direction of the playground. The cold weather has left the flower beds largely bare of vegetation. Instead, there are a few moonflowers still in bloom. This flower is much like a rose, but much skinnier and blooms in all seasons. It opens almost in January. Qimor and Jiangwan both quite like. Qi family villa flower beds planted the most is also them. Li Yin, I'm talking to you. Oh, he laughed awkwardly. Got sidetracked again. What were you saying? What's wrong with you? Zhang Wenhai said with concern. I don't know what you're working on these days, but I can still tell if you're high or not. What's bothering you so much? Dezhou chanting. You can keep that kind of person in mind? Don't lie to me. I can't hide it from you. But I was actually thinking about what we're going to have for dinner tonight. Chapter 1 High. He asked again. Do you still babysit? Couldn't handle it. Home to stay now. Come to my house for dinner tonight. The word is here. Zhang Wenhai's thoughts flowed. That day at the playground, amazingly had revealed some of his inner truths. Li Yan had always been very thoughtful, and Zhang Wenhai had rarely seen him confused. The first time was when I came back from the backcountry. The second time was when Dean's grandmother died. The third time was when she was dumped by Qinyu. Villa. Qimor's eyes were as red as rabbits, and he sat sullenly on the swing, mouthing the words, eat poof not spit poof chop. Zhang Luan was really a little heartbroken. Well, you can rest now. You're hoarse. Ikimori pinched the book and shook her head. It's not that amazingly doesn't care about you. Ikimori's dull hair immediately springs back and awakens. He can't come back yet, but you'll see him soon. The tongue twister isn't anything important. Jiang Luan rubbed her head. But you have to learn how to speak well. Oh, don't give Li Yan too much trouble. Ikimori nodded, her dorky hair quivering, and asked, what's trouble? Well, like not being able to move to hug him or let him kiss your face or sleep with him. Ikimori, what he originally had he could care less about. As long as he lost it, he will come back for it. Zhang Luan laughed. The further away you are from him, the closer his heart is to you. Just 10 days or so will pass in a flash. Ikimori nodded his head as if he understood. When you learn to talk, you can go to school. Is it okay for you to be alone? Is it okay if mommy isn't home? Go. To Li Yan's house? Shimor stumbled but spoke clearly. You've wanted to go for a long time, right? Jiaomuan helplessly rubbed her head. I'll ask your father to think of a way. In other people's homes you have to learn from Li Yan and be polite. But his parents definitely won't let you sleep in the same bed. Ikimori, can that thing be returned to amazingly? Ikimori shook his head. Jiangwan. Ikimori swung and swung on the swing, giggling a little from time to time, and frowning and sighing from time to time. Ever since Li Yan appeared, Chiemo was getting better and better every day. Right away she'll be out of the house, into the school, and into the family. Her future will surely be brighter than her past, and there will be no more surprises. Jiang Wan suddenly didn't quite give up. Will you miss your mom when she's not with you? Chiemo sniffed and jumped down from the swing and hugged Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan hadn't had time to be moved. Ikimori, ha 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 ha. Jiang Wan. Chapter 136, the nervous and exciting sports day begins. On Wednesday, the games opened. For a while the red flags were waving and the crowd was huge. The students greeted the sports event with a neat pace, a strong body and a good spirit. The students will use their wisdom and sweat to show their tenacity and youthful enthusiasm on the competitive stage, competing in style and at a high level to create good results. Zhang Wenhai deserves to be a broadcasting major, and year after year to do hosting. Scripts are wooden, froze to pull out a large set. The mood is set and the microphone is handed over to the guest of honor. The school leader took the microphone and blah, 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 and finally announced the start. The majors held up a sign parade round. The school leader said the beginning, immediately scattered. In half an hour, the preliminaries began one by one. Many people ran around the venues, cheering on their fellow majors as well as their seniors. Lu Xingqian was especially excited and ran to Li Yan, stomping his two short legs non-stop. Zhang Zhang's lead balloon smashed off the line. Oh, what the hell? I heard it was close to breaking the all-time record. There's one last round left in the preliminaries. Aren't you going to watch? Did you ask for the name of the previous record holder? Wang Yi said thoughtfully from the sidelines. I heard that last year's freshmen had some particularly powerful ones who basically broke records before the school changed the rules. Talking about senior Zhang Zhang? Right. And now that times are different. Zhang Zhang was banned, and amazingly rejoiced. It's finally my turn to get the title this time. Wang Yi smiled faintly. I'm in. Yeah. LV Xingqian watched the fun. When is the preliminaries for the 3,000 meters? I must go and watch. Wang Yi laughed. The first match of the afternoon is. Who do you think will win between me and senior? Can you get out of the preliminaries? Lu Xingqian looked him up and down at his thin arms and legs. Wang Yi, what are you doing here? Aren't you in the infirmary? It was only then that Li Yan remembered Wang Yi's division of labor. Wang Yi scratched his head. Senior, I have a girlfriend. I asked you to keep an eye on those medical school sisters in the infirmary. What does it have to do with you getting a girlfriend? It's not like I asked you to go on a blind date. Li Yan didn't have the good sense to say. Wang Yi was a bit vain and defended. I just feel embarrassed that you guys are running around outside and I'm idling alone. So what if something happens? Amazing Li sighed. Any contact info? I've pulled together a group that can all be contacted. Wang Yi picked up his cell phone. Opened the microphone. Saving lives, too. How come so many people have retreated? He was surprised. The answer is on the riddle. Li Yan quickly figured out. No good temper. Who asked you to get this name? But also to save lives. This is not pure have a big disease. They are also like us or just students. Not afraid to take responsibility? When people are around, they are embarrassed to leave. In case something happens, someone takes them with them and they're not responsible. Understand? Wang Yi was very embarrassed to admit his guilt. Then hurry up and get in touch. He hastened to make amends by bouncing over to the WeChat phone, which was quickly answered on the other side. Hello, schoolteacher. Still in the infirmary? In. The two of them exchanged glances, and Wang Yi understood. I'll hurry now. Forget it, don't get mad at your girlfriend for seeing it. Li Yan sighed. Just keep an eye on it here. Wang Yi was guessed into his mind and smiled awkwardly. I could have eaten with my face, but I had to sell hard labor. Li Yan belabored. If it weren't for the fact that the kid was a bit of a human being and could charm and confuse little girls, this kind of light work wouldn't have been his turn. Li Yan glanced at Lu Xingqian. Are you leaving? She pointed to herself. I get to live off my face too? Yeah, you're not quite able to blah blah blah. LV Xingqian blushed and scratched her face shyly. Not too good. I don't like females. Amazing Li. The two of them passed by the bulletin board, where Chen Shishir was sitting on a hard chair, with a lost and found registration sign on the desk in front of her. Since it was a joint program between the two schools, Wenju was also sitting with Chen Shishir. Wenju was the first to spot Li Yan. She brushed up the broken hair on her forehead that was blocking her view. Picked up something again? Which has so many things to pick up. Only LV Xingchen picked up a lot of food. Who dropped a packet of chili fries can still go to the lost and found to find it. All were eaten by her. Wenju hid a light smile and took a piece of chocolate out of his pocket and handed it to the scavenger. Please. LV Xingchen was greatly embarrassed. But people were sincere. It was hard to say no. So I took the chocolate and put it in my pocket. Chen Shishir's eyes were grudging. Xing Chen. I'll switch with you. Sitting hurts my butt. Sister Shishir. I sympathize with you though. Lu Xingchen sighed. You don't know how difficult my task is. It can be said that if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Can picking up chili fries and eating them be considered hell? Starry Lu. Let's go. It's all the same anyway. In a moment, LV Xingchen will sit here with the infirmary schoolmates as well. It's close to all three playgrounds. Lu Xingchen puffed out his cheeks. Then I'm not going. You haven't eaten enough? I'll get you some food from the kiosk later. Alright then. Lu Xingchen heard that there was food, so he reluctantly compromised. Duck necks, potato chips, roasted sausages, bear crackers, bubble gum, and chili fries. Row. Chen Shishir raised her hand and said, I want it too. Good. Li Yan looked to Wenju. What about you? Wenju shook her head and smiled warmly. I don't snack. I only eat a little chocolate when I have low blood sugar. Cecilia Chen. Well, I don't eat it very often either. Lu Xingchen looked up and saw Li Yan with a look of complete incomprehension. The way he just gesticulated at Wang Yi made it look skillful. So it turns out that the actual combat experience is so shallow. Could be faking it? She sneered. Ha, man, I've seen through your little trick. Lu Xingchen looked down at Li Yan's legs and suddenly discovered a new continent. I just realized you're so Thai. Amazing Li. You're actually wearing stockings today. So perverted Yo. LV Xingchen raised her eyebrows. What? Chen Shishir climbed up onto the table and bumped her head right against Wenju's. The two looked at each other without words and sat back down again in silence. Li Yan seized the pants. This is sports tight pants. To run in the afternoon to change in advance. Are you a turd? Lu Xingchen went up and touched it. It's just stockings. A little thicker. Li Yan slapped her hand away. Don't touch it. It tickles. Clearly audible gagging X2. TSK. You're quite sensitive. Clearly audible gagging again X2. Li Yan's cheeks twitched slightly. You're a real pervert. You stroked my leg hair. Can you not itch? Lu Xingchen froze for a moment. You dry vomit. Take the hand straight to the table to wipe. Is it necessary? Li Yan felt offended. But after half a day's delay, old chit-chat wasn't a good idea. He yanked up Lu Xingchen. Let's go and bring the people first. Wait for the people to leave. Beside the bulletin board, Chen Shishir picked up her cell phone again. Wenju also held up the book. The two men were facing different directions. There was a faint sound of cheering and encouragement in the distance. The silence of the place is even more so. The quiet and eerie atmosphere lasted only a minute. I can already see it. Chen Shishir said as she looked at her cell phone. What do you mean? Wenju was also not looking away. Flipping through the pages of his book. Do you like Amazing Li? No. You misunderstand. Just friends with a better relationship. Wenju said expressionlessly. You're the one being too obvious. He carried me. Ha? It was yesterday that he carried me from here to class. Oh. Wenju just spoke in a bland tone. But the corner of the page was accidentally pinched by her. And the sound of paper tearing was clearly audible. Chen Shishir looked in her eyes and smiled. Can't pretend anymore? Can you? Chapter 137, the tense and exciting matchmaking also begins. He's G. Moore's. Wenju smoothed out the pages that weren't completely torn, closing the book to clip the pages properly. Who stipulated that? Chen Shishir supported her desktop with one hand, her body tilted in Wenju's direction, her sideburns hanging down on the desktop as she leaned in close and whispered. They're dating? Wenju shook his head and said truthfully. I don't know. I can't read the message G. Moore sent me. That means no. Chen Shishir was already a bright woman, and when she heard this answer, her brow arched to look even more spiritual. Since that trip until now, their mode of getting along, there has been no change, at least for Li Yan. That won't work either. Wenju's brows furrowed lightly as he looked deeply at Chen Shishir. Did GMO hurt you in any way? You're going to do this. Li Yan is very important to her, so it doesn't matter what Amazingly thinks? No wonder he moved out of Chimore's family. Chen Shishir said inside. I admit that Chimore's family takes care of me a lot, but that's not how things work. If Li Yan and I are dating, I'm willing to put up with it until Chimore recovers. Yeah, then there's no problem. And I'm sure Uncle Ji Wanli and Auntie Jian Wan won't have a problem with it. No. Wenju shook his head. No. He's Ji Moore's. If you think of Ji Moore as a friend, don't do this. How? Chen Shishir watched Wenju's reaction with interest. I only intend to pursue him. The choice is his, isn't it? Wenju pinched the corner of his coat, shook his head, and couldn't make sense of it. It's immoral. Oh, it's immoral to pursue someone your friend likes. What if he likes me and actively pursues me? Should I reject that too? He won't pursue you. Wenju pursed her cherry-colored lips. So low. He's just like that. Chen Shishir spread her hands and said, the only way to know if he likes me is for me to pursue and see. The immorality in your mouth doesn't exist. Oh. Chen Shishir laughed at Wenju's confused and anxious attempt to refute her. You're a really good person to understand. Because you're on better terms with GMO. You feel that you're more accepting of GMO being with Li Yin. Wenju's white and delicate hands clenched and unclenched their fists. She took a deep breath before regaining her composure. It's not like that. I hear your mother keeps a tight rein on you. Don't you dare? Don't you dare talk about my mother. Wenju's always light smile had a rare anger on his face, and his cheeks suddenly reddened a bit. It was angry, visible more than usual, and somewhat adorable. All I said was that your mother disciplines you very harshly. You will be angry obviously because you also feel that your mother is wrong, but you won't allow me to say it. Chen Shishir's eyes were somewhat compassionate. Aren't you conflicted? I've been to a doctor's friend for my aunt's illness, but Uncle Chio has a better one. I mean, no offense. I'm just telling you what I think. Wenju, you can be more honest. If you really like Li Yin, Auntie Wen won't object or even support you. Do you believe me? I didn't like him. Wenju grunted in exasperation. There was some feigned anger this time. Chen Shishir even found her back and forth transformation a bit cute. What does it matter to me if you don't like him? I've already planned on it anyway. Chen Shishir nodded her head with great satisfaction. Your kind of character is not enough to fear. The competitive fight to the finish on the 19-way board is very cool, and there have even been players who have lost 5 pounds in one game. If Wenju was truly soft, he wouldn't be able to get down to this level. By Chen Shishir repeatedly provocation. She also came to temper. If you can't compete with Ji Moore, can't you even compete with you? Chen Shishir? He fought for me and his head bled. Wenju put his hand on the title page of the book, not even realizing that he was blushing. One hand crossed his arms and held out his chest in a remarkable manner. Cecilia Chen. She wiped her face. Yesterday at noon? Wenju nodded. Right. Hell. Amazing. Li scratched himself. Anyone who looked at Dai Chang and Li Yan in such a non-confrontational stance looked like they had been in a fight. He couldn't even be bothered to rub him down with kindness, and even carried her to the infirmary the day before yesterday under the mistaken impression that she wasn't feeling well. Chen Shishir simply broke the defense, but still had to endure fighting. It's no big deal. It's not necessarily for you. He's usually pretty calm. Wenju fiddled with the pages. It's just a better relationship between friends, so maybe he's more angry. Cecilia Chen. How the man looks a bit like Icky Moore after he's broken. Chen Shishir sulked. As Li Yan's friend, we will definitely send you an invitation when we get married in the future, and the gift note has to be accompanied by more. Wenju. The two men were openly shooting at each other. In the distance, the woman who exudes sophistication in the way she raises her hands and feet walks with her arm around the waist of the athletic attired, youthful man. And that's not all. One of the woman's delicate hands was still groping up and down the man's waist and squeezing it from time to time. A satisfied smile was on her full red lips. Who the woman is, I don't know. And the man being groped was all too familiar to the two. It's Yanli who just went looking for someone. Lu Xingchen followed behind, his tender face full of fear. The trio arrived in front of Wenju and Chen Shishir. Hello guys. Li Yan nodded slightly. Wenju, you are good. Chen Shishir, what are you doing? Dedicated to the cause of science. Amazingly sighed. The hand of the woman beside him even rested on her abdomen. Chen Shishir was almost exasperated to the point of heart attack, and barely managed to keep a smile on her face as she said, You're still old and unhappy? Who could be happy about this? Yan Li sighed again. There's no way around it. It's all about the school. Chen Shishir was so angry that her canopy was smoking, but the woman's hand hadn't stopped moving, and even tapered down. Wenju and Chen Shishir both rushed to control the woman's left and right hands. If you really can't, you guys find a place. Not in front of us. Chen Shishir's teeth were about to be crushed. You guys don't misunderstand. Li Yan waved his hand. It's her condition. The condition is that you let her touch her enough? Wenju also revealed a dangerous smile. Lu Xingchen looked displeased, not knowing what to think of, and shivered. More than that, he also wants his entire body. Had I known I wouldn't have gone. Chapter 138. Tense and exciting infirmary. Up. Go back in time to a quarter of an hour ago. Academic building. Walking out of the restroom. Lu Xingchen opened his wet paws. Can I ask you a question? Can't. Oh, so Chen Shishir or Wenju? Who do you think will be more popular with the boys? Lu Xingchen reached out and wiped her hand on the corner of his coat. Li Yan pulled back his clothes and gave her a blank look. What are you going to do? I came to college to get a boyfriend and wanted to emulate the style of these two sisters. It feels like it will help me. They have boyfriends? A word woke up the dreamer. Lu Xingchen said indistinctly, I see. I'm the same level of beauty as them, so I don't need to imitate them. I'm so happy for your family that you're so optimistic. Starry Lu. So let me ask it another way. You have to choose one of them. How do you choose? Why not you? Lu Xingchen looked a little happy, even if he knew it was a lie. Who wouldn't want to hear good words? She lost her eyes, let her guard down, and was so happy that she rubbed her hands together. What about adding me? Amazing Li rubbed his hands together in a similar fashion. Then I'll be able to use a little elimination first. Starry Lu. You're so damning. Do I really have no one? Li Yan sighed. What's your hurry? It's only been a few days since you came to school. In my hometown, as long as it's a girl, there's no worries about getting married. And the men can't even get a wife without 18W8. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. That much? Amazing Li. A meal card that can be charged 20,000 at a time can still look at this bride price. Seriously, Li Yan, aren't you going to get a girlfriend? Knowing two people that good looking, you're not going to try to chase after them? It's too hard to chase girls, so I'll rely on my mom to set me up on a blind date in the future. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up again. Your mom still arranges blind dates for you? Amazing Li. Did you land from an alien ship? Starry Lu. She was silent for 3 seconds before speaking again. By the way, Li Yan hurriedly interrupted. I didn't sleep well yesterday and I have a bit of a headache. So don't be so dense with your words. Leave some topics. You'll have something to talk about with Chen Shishir and the girls later. It's so pointless talking to them. I don't even know what to say. Talk to Chen Shishir about the recent TV series Love Beans and so on. Do not know the words, just casually mention the name of a star. She will give you the news. It is estimated to be quite addictive. Wouldn't you? Well, you just ask her to read the book what it says. She will also tell you. You just have to pretend to understand. She will keep talking to you. Alright. I'll try it later. Realizing that there was a problem, Lu Xingchen frowned. If you know so much, why don't you talk to them? Li Yan sighed. With an inferiority complex like mine, I'll stutter when I strike up a conversation with a beautiful woman. Lu Xingchen finally stopped nagging. Arriving at the infirmary door, Li Yan spread out a hand. After you. You apologize to me first. Pretty girl, please. Li Yan had always been a take it or leave it kind of guy. That's more like it. Lu Xingchen grumbled in anger and pushed the door open. But with her nesting personality, she showed her cowardice at the sight of a stranger and stretched out a hand. You, good. A gentle voice came from the door. Hello there, come to see mommy? Starry Lu. Li Yan explained for Lu Xingchen, and the schoolmate apologized repeatedly. Lu Xingchen forgave her atmospherically, mostly because she had a feeling this wasn't too easy to mess with. Li Yan had no more time to waste, and bluntly explained his intention. I'm sorry to leave you alone on duty here. The school has prepared some snacks for the volunteers. Although they're not anything good, they can still pad their stomachs. I don't know much about this kind of stuff. Li Yan held the handle of the medical box with a very enthusiastic look. If there's any equipment that you can use, senior sister, tell me about it and I'll ask someone to come pick it up later. The friendly school's medical major's sister leaned back in her chair and didn't move. Her long legs wrapped in black silk arched up as she laughed, trying to trick a girl out of her life with just 2 words. It's better for the boy who just called, to be honest. Amazing Li. That would be a bit of a problem. Li Yan inclined his head and fired a ray of help at the more pleasant Lv Xingchen, and Lu Xingchen returned a very unrighteous you're on your own look. The frog pendant on her cell phone was pinched out by her sister with a croaking sound, and she sat on the sofa chair and spun around twice with a stomp of her feet. I'm fine here. I don't want to go out. Yan Li smiled awkwardly. Okay, is there anything you need? I'll get someone to bring it to you. Anything? The schoolteacher smiled and gave the white belly of the frog pendant another squeeze. Aha! With just a casual look on her face, Li Yan shuddered a little. This was the first time he had experienced a feeling similar to a tribute restraint, and the schoolteacher's smile grew wider. Really? Yan Li felt his scalp go a little numb in the face of her smile, gulped, and snapped. Really? She looked up at the ceiling and seemed to be thinking about something. Instead, the hands moved faster and faster. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The frog pendant makes an urgent purring sound. Well, order me a grilled cold noodle. Haven't eaten it for a long time. I see that milk tea is quite hot. All the little girls on the street are taking it now. She looked at Lu Xingchen with a smile. What brand is better? Lu Xingchen, who had never seen the market, only drank one kind, Xiang Pei Pei. School marm. It's really quite good, Lu Xingchen said seriously. The schoolteacher laughed and reached out to squeeze her doughy soft face. Sugar is still taken as a tonic in many poor places though. You won't be needing it, will you? Is fragrant puffy that powerful? LV Xingchen said in shock. School marm. This little bitty one doesn't seem to be faking it. Just do what she says. She compromised. It can cost a lot of money to hire a doctor. So treat yourself to a treat next time you meet. And a doctor? Students don't call themselves that. But Li Yan was relieved and stood up. I'll ask someone to send it. He also finally understood the reason why Wang Yi fled. This guy is not a good person either. Not even mentioning a word. Li Yan couldn't even guess what she was going to say next. The last person to give him that feeling was Icky, who was all aha. Wait. Well, that one wasn't a guess either. You turn around. Still didn't guess that one. LV Xingchen and Li Yan, with their second faces, looked at her in confusion. The schoolteacher looked a little impatient. I said for you to take a turn. Lu Xingchen followed her gaze to Li Yan's thighs and understood again. She whispered. I told you. You're wearing those tie stockings. Amazing Li. The urging became more urgent. Come on. Take a turn. Chapter 139 Tense and Exciting Infirmary. Next. Sister? Tell you to take a turn and you won't? Never been to a KTV? The schoolmate was getting quite impatient. Lu Xingchen has never been there though. But this was school. And she was a food-loving personality who had heard these kinds of tales. Sure enough, this sister's idea fit right in with what she had imagined. Lu Xingchen sat back in his chair, one hand clenched in a fist against his chin, the other palm raised upwards. Urge him to start the show. Amazing Li did as he was told in great embarrassment. Phew! A very long whistle. Li Yan looked at the two customers with their legs crossed in horror. Who the hell blew this? Turn around again. I didn't see it. The schoolteacher said. Lu Xingchen raised his hand again. Amazing Li. He spun around again. Phew! At the same time, hard-soled leather shoes made a crisp sound on the floor. Li Yan turned around and locked eyes with a pair of eyes as quiet as deep pools. The two leaned extremely close. Part of them already pressed together, and the hot air of their breath puffed on his face and was inhaled by his nasal passages. He held his breath and took a few steps back. Don't move! She frowned in displeasure. School marm. I said don't move. She circled around Li Yan a few times, her breathing gradually becoming ragged. Although she didn't know what she was going to do next, LV Xingchen's face remained red. Can I continue here? The schoolmate ignored her words and asked Li Yan. Can I touch it? Li Yan refused without thinking. No. Unfortunately, she didn't care what Amazingly had to say. It's just a notice. Soft and warm hands covered the back of his neck. After a few gentle squeezes, the technique was so skillful that Li Yan felt inexplicably familiar. He finally reacted. There was no further struggle. Continuing to struggle is too disrespectful for someone like that. It would really be too happy to dissect you in person. A strange flush spread across the schoolteacher's face. Lu Xingchen's face turned even redder. Is it that happy? Wait, what did you say? The senior sister ignored LV Xingchen and immersed herself in her own world. The veins, the bones, the nerves, the muscles, it's like growing out of a textbook. She felt from the obliques to the tailbone, to the Achilles tendon of the calf, to the front, and back again. Have you ever signed a body donation agreement? Now that she has nothing to do with gender, but is just a person obsessed with medicine, Li Yan forced herself to endure her physical discomfort. The doctor advised me during my first medical checkup, and I signed up. Which unit? Ichichi. Well, I have my future employment picked out. I can live quite a long time. Li Yan laughed. I would see it even if I had to spend more money and only had one breath left to hang on to. The schoolteacher said rather regretfully. If you were to die now, basic education in medicine would be quite efficient. Amazing Li. I spent 2 years in Africa on a humanitarian ambulance team, where people just don't have enough basic education in medicine and have a high mortality rate. Are you really not willing to dedicate yourself? Yanli pulled the corner of his mouth. I am just as enthusiastic as I can be, but I am not going to hang myself for the medical education of my fellow Africans. Solving the suffering there is not a doctor's problem. The schoolteacher finished touching it once and regained a few moments of sanity. Sorry, I lost my temper. It's okay, I can understand. Can you understand again? She crouched on the ground and pointed to a certain area that Li Yan was covering. Can't you really touch here? Li Yan was righteous. The bottom line is there. Is dignity that important? Aha. He nodded decisively. I'll pay. You named the number. Amazing Li. Really? No. That's too bad. She sighed. A pair of willowy brows frowned tightly before gently stretching, as if a solution had occurred to them. I will marry you. Amazing Li. He really couldn't guess the man. That. Senior sister. I have to go. I really have something to do. Li Yan took half a step back. She nodded. Jogging back, he grabbed the medical kit and patted the top of Lu Xingqian's head. Take that AED off the wall. Lu Xingqian shrunk his head, afraid of being dissected by her. Saying that, she very naturally wrapped her arms around Li Yan's waist and traced over his ribcage. It's really so bandy. My favorite part is this ribcage. And you are the standard-looking one. You don't have your cell phone. That's not mine. The master will take it later. She turned back to greet Lu Xingqian. Hey, little bit, hurry up and take it, enough or not. Thus, the two of them walked out of the school building in a gesture that looked extremely ambiguous to outsiders. With a more ambiguous dialogue. Talking. Will you take it off and let me touch it? No. I said I could marry you. She puckered her lips and winked. You like it saucy? Your purpose is a bit too pure for me to accept. Li Yan said expressionlessly. The schoolteacher sighed. I'm not bad looking, I guess. Aha. Where's the figure? Aha. You are what? Pretty good. Then why not? I don't understand. I can't do hard labor for the school and get married in the process. I haven't lacked credits enough to do that. Then do you have any terminal illnesses where your body won't have a lesion and you'll suddenly just die? She had a very expectant look on her face and her hand was still on Li Yan's waist. Li Yan tugged at the corner of his mouth. Senior sister, can you not continue? With my current reputation, after 5 years of study, if I were to travel abroad, I would be paid this amount for a year's treatment. The woman gestured. Can I impress you? Li Yan is now very sorry. Why do you have to come and hire someone yourself? Wouldn't it be better to let Wang Yi come? But he can't really hate people who are obsessed with a cause. Does touching my bones help you in any way? Amazingly asked curiously. Not much help, to be honest. But having a body like that in my room is like an antique enthusiast having an heirloom in his room. That's pretty good. Li Yan's cheeks twitched slightly, further sensing her obsession. The schoolmate started trying to impress Li Yan again. Not getting married is acceptable, but you need to have a wedding and deal with my parents. Well, you'll also need to fool your madam to make it work, but for someone like you, it shouldn't be a problem. Amazingly, that's how it happened. Lu Xingqian gave a short description and took a sip from his teacup. You mean, this schoolmate has already decided to be Li Yan's mistress? Chen Shishir rubbed her temples. Has the competition unknowingly gotten this intense? Amazingly, is that what I mean? Lu Xingqian scratched his head. All in all, the situation is complicated. It's better to hear Li Yan explain. Wen Ju smiled, looking over at Li Yan. Creepy. Before Li Yan could say anything, the schoolmate took out a small smartphone in her pocket. She frowned straight at the caller ID and rather regretfully squeezed that rib again. I have to go. Someone will fill in for me later. MUA. She gave a flying kiss towards Li Yan and waved. Bye-bye. We'll see you again. Chapter 140. Not a moment later, the schoolteacher changed her clothes and trotted back. OL attire. Changed to a floral dress and stockings to white. Even very professionally, he put a white coat over it, and with a timid look, he bowed. Hello. You guys. Crowd. Compared to them, Li Yan and Lu Xingqian were more familiar with each other, and the two of them exchanged glances. Amazing. What do you think? Lu Xingqian clasped his hands to his chest and talked to Li Yan in a low voice. It's possible that the clothes come with their own attributes. The black ones have a higher attack power. The white ones will be milder and might add some intelligence or something. Makes sense. Lu Xingqian nodded slightly, glancing at Li Yan's thighs. Either that or you can switch to white as well. I have to run this afternoon and need the offense. Starry Lu. When on earth would she ever beat Amazing Li in the direction of a fight? Opposite. Being watched by a line of people with strange eyes. Sister White abruptly blushed, so flustered that she didn't even know where to swing her hands, like a drowning person on the shore, and Lu Xingqian noticed a detail. In a panic, she flung out the frog charm from her coat pocket. The mind was suddenly clear. Switching between the two forms, the accessories are of course different. Amazingly also found out. Li Yan and LV Xingqian glanced at each other and both revealed a look of understanding. He looked at his schoolmate White. Did your sister tell you to come here? Hey. LV Xingqian couldn't help but make a sound and look at Li Yan. Didn't I just say it was a matter of equipment? Schoolmate White, however, sighed in relief and nodded her head repeatedly. Aha, my sister told me to come over. Lu Xingqian collected himself and nodded his not-so-smart brain. That's right, I guess so. Li Yan gave her a blank look and smoothly moved a stool for her schoolmate White. Sit down first. He removed the stopper from the thermos. Is plain water okay? Well, she said, still looking timid. You're twins? This is all obvious to you? She was shocked. That really is my twin sister. Crowd. The personalities are all different, as normal humans would suspect. Well, Maybe I'm just more perceptive. A few pleasantries were exchanged with her, explaining the location of the medical equipment. By the way, I learned her name, Han. Just hearing the name gives me a bit of a tummy ache. Then, Li Yan felt a familiar sight scanning over his body. Han's eyes burned, still with a consultative tone. That, you cannot turn around. Once you're back in the game, you're back in the game. And amazingly has already mastered some of the tricks of the trade when it comes to working at a karaoke bar. Turned around. Phew. Li Yan stared tightly at Lu Xingchen. *******. It's really you. And Han opened his mouth wide like its frog pendant. Wow. 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 She wrapped her arms around Amazing Li in excitement. Will you let me dissect it? The scene was a little out of control, and the reaction was bigger than her sister's. The two of them, Chen Shishir and Wenju, one pulling, the other smoothly, kept her under control in her chair. Chen Shishir smiled. Show some restraint. Lu Xingchen clasped her hands on her chest again, which she would be familiar with. According to the process, you should first touch him for a while, then ask him if he had signed a body donation agreement, and then finally think about the autopsy. Han suddenly realized and gazed at Li Yan. Let me touch it. Your sister touched it. Ask her later. Han frowned and said unhappily, my sister is already very powerful. I haven't even started yet. You'll be of more help to me. Since I let her touch it, I should be able to as well. Amazing Li. Seeing that Li Yan actually faltered, Chen Shishir was furious and reminded. This is in public. Han looked around and pointed at the restroom. Let's go there. Cecilia Chen. You calm down first. Wenju placed a paper cup in her hand. Drink some water first. After drinking a few mouthfuls of hot water, Han calmed down, his eyes staring at Li Yan without letting go. Like seeing a lifesaver. He muttered, with veins like this, even I can do it. Chen Shishir, on the other hand, bit her nails nervously. Now here's the situation. She had a hard time making up her mind, but half an hour's work, threatening characters +2, and the twins complement each other with a bond bonus. She couldn't really be happy about it. Wenju, on the other hand, was more rational. As she said thoughtfully, I've heard Chimor's mom say that Li Yan's health is very good. Very good is very good. As far as this is concerned, Chen Shishir frowned. Wenju made an analogy. It's like when I see a good chess piece, or when you find a heartwarming script. Li Yan is what the doctor sees as a good script and a good chess piece. There are so many doctors on the street. You can't just go up and touch Li Yan when you see him. Chen Shishir was still puzzled. The average doctor doesn't have that judgment, and for most, it's just a job with more responsibility. The ones that are as obsessed as this one, it's all about the individual. Twins, doctor. Chen Shishir's memories were triggered, thinking of some sort of possibility. Wiping her face, is there such a coincidence under the sky? No, they should be in the capital. Wenju, do you remember the names of the twin sisters who were with us? Can't remember much. Wenju shook his head, but there's one thing in particular that impresses me. They don't seem to have compounded surnames. What's this about? It would have such a deep impression. Saying that, she was feeling a bit strange, and for the sake of confirmation, Wenju came closer to Han. That, senior sister, your last name is Nangon, right? Han shook his head. No, my last name is Nan. Surname Nan. First name. Oh, ha. Your family really knows how to pick names. Lu Xingchen scratched his face on the side. Will it hurt my stomach? Han. Will. Saying that, Chen Shishir had a few familiar feelings. Why did you pick this name? I was given this name by my grandfather himself. Her face was thick with reverence and pride. The hint of timidity swept away. Lu Xingchen got excited and unwrapped a bag of melons from the drawer. Several people also grabbed a handful each and put them in their hands. Han had obviously told this story so many times that he quickly got into the swing of things. This story goes back to when my mom was in her 3rd trimester of pregnancy. My grandpa happened to be free that day. It was also fortunate that my grandfather personally accompanied her to the labor and delivery. It was supposed to be just a routine checkup, and on the surface it looked perfectly normal, so the doctor didn't care. But Grandpa noticed subtle abnormalities and kept asking the doctor to take a closer look. Upon closer examination, the doctor really found a problem, and one of the fetuses had very troubling symptoms. If confirmed, there is a strong possibility of not being able to keep it. Grandpa got nervous and invited many doctors from the relevant departments to join him for a consultation. Of course he wanted to keep both kids, but after doing various tests, the results were still very bad. The only option they diagnosed was that they had to remove the sick fetus or they couldn't keep both. Lu Xingchen frowned his sparse eyebrows in a nervous manner and couldn't help but interject. So did it end up being saved? Amazing Li. Nangong Han didn't get angry, smiled warmly and pointed at himself. It's me. I'm just asking. Don't dramatize, Lu Xingchen said in dissatisfaction. Nangong Han. Chapter 141, Her Troubles. My grandfather was in a hurry when he got the news. Originally, TCM practitioners usually don't treat family members, but when I heard that a child was going to be removed, I couldn't care less. Starling Louis interjected. Why can't we show the family? Nangong Han explained, to a stranger. It is just a simple doctor-patient relationship. Looking and sniffing is not a problem. But family members are different. Some shameful condition. The patient is not willing to open up with the family. There is another point. Often years together, the judgment of the pulse case will also be biased. Fellow doctors, knowing that their own family's Chinese medicine practitioner has taken the pulse, will be more cautious. This stacks up and is detrimental to treatment. Western medicine uses a lot of instruments, and the diagnosis of what they find is relatively fixed, so they don't have that to worry about. Then can't we find other better Chinese medicine practitioners? Lu Xingchen asked again. There's nothing better. Nangong Han held his head high. LV Xingchen was shocked by Nangong Han's unintentional display of strength, and did not have the courage to continue to 100,000 reasons. She was finally able to continue. Because of this, none of my grandfather's family's illnesses were seen by a Chinese medicine practitioner, mainly because no one dared to make a diagnosis. And even my mom went to the hospital for a checkup because my grandfather persuaded her to go. But when he came up with this result, he couldn't accept it and had to take the pulse himself. Sickness is indeed tricky. Even he spent 3 days in the study, but came up with diametrically opposed results. Surprise! It can be cured, said she looking out of the corner of her eye. The crowd all clapped their hands silently. Wow! So powerful. It wasn't that they looked down on Nangong Han's grandfather. It was mainly because they already knew the outcome. But my grandfather wouldn't agree to it anymore because the disease would not only affect another fetus, it would even kill my mother. In this situation, there was no way my grandfather could force it any further. But my mom insisted on listening to my grandfather. And finally it was really cured. I was born. Lu Xingchen held her hand. Congratulations. It's great that it's finally born. Nangong Han blushed. It's okay. So that's why you're called Nangong Han. Nangong Han spat out his tongue. Too happy. I forgot to say. Lu Xingchen touched her hand and sighed with emotion. It's been 20 or so years. You're still so passionate. I'm really happy for your family. Amazingly. Nangong Han. With a red face, she added. My father was in the family, and originally I took my mom's last name, but the life was saved by my grandfather, and although the life was saved, there were slight after effects. Taking my grandfather's surname and taking the after effects as my name, I got my name. I think it's very nice. Thanks to the surname Nan. Lu Xingchen very sympathetically patted Nangong Han's shoulder. It's nice to hear. Li Yan looked at Zhang Wenhai, who was walking from the distance with a black face, and shrunk his neck. I'll leave first. Later, I'll go with you. The heirloom jade seal ran away, and Nangong Han naturally refused. Chen Shishir tugged at her. You're a doctor now. You can't leave your post. She sighed and looked fondly at Li Yan's back, until it was out of sight. He sat back down, and when Zhu and Chen Shishir had remembered when they were halfway through hearing it, it's the twins alright. Chen Shishir is ready to recognize a kiss, weighing the words, that. Nangong Han. What a coincidence. How did you come here? Chen Shishir asked. Oh. Nangong Han was a little out of breath. My sister came back from abroad and landed at Hangzhou Airport. I haven't seen her for years, so I rushed over to pick her up. As I passed the entrance to the school, I noticed a medical student check in and couldn't help but go over there. Then I was taken to the infirmary and I remembered to pick up my sister. But everyone had left and I thought it would be hard to leave the infirmary unoccupied, so I asked my sister to come over. Then I took a bathroom break and my sister was gone again. When Zhu looked at Chen Shishir, your school's style of doing things is really unique. Lu Xingchen played with Nangong Han's frog pendant. This is Li Yan's idea. Put a sign at the entrance of the school. Then find a handsome guy to trap the medical students at the entrance. She said that medical students start their internships in their sophomore year and have a certain level. So for the sake of a handsome guy they'll come and report to the school as well. When Zhu nodded. Not bad for Li Yan. Cecilia Chen. Lu Xingchen smoothed the sleeves of her blouse. Sister Gong Han, do you know Chinese medicine? You might as well call me by my full name. Hearing me gives me a stomachache. Nangong Han sighed. Sort of know a little. Take my pulse, she said with some excitement. Nangong Han reached out and put his hand on her shut pulse, pondered for a moment, and raised his head expectantly. Hasn't he been eating less recently? Starling Louis, that's a lot. She let go of Lu Xingchen's wrist and broke her own fingers, the anticipation in her eyes changing to gloom. No, I'm not in a position to practice medicine. You try it. Again. Lu Xingchen softened. Nangong Han took a deep breath and started again, this time for a much longer time. Do you often feel physically hot? I have chills. Are you always waking up at night these days? I've been sleeping pretty well lately. Do you feel bloated at that noon? Probably. Nangong Han was becoming less and less confident. Lu Xingchen, however, felt the magic of Chinese medicine more and more, and actually guessed correctly every single time in reverse. I'm hungry just after breakfast. Nangong Han, go on, Lu Xingchen urged. Chen Shishir slapped her on the head and glared at her. It was only then that Lu Xingchen noticed that Nangong Han already had tear tracks on her face. I'm sorry. She lowered her head. It's okay, it's me who is useless. If you really have any hidden problems in your body, Nangong Han said in the middle of the sentence, has sobbed uncontrollably. She studied Chinese medicine with her grandfather after school from the age of 8 and can now memorize thousands of prescriptions. Do say pulse case and she will be able to memorize the right remedy? He began studying Western medicine in college and chose a clinical specialty. Prior to his sophomore year, the score was ranked first, way ahead of the pack. It wasn't until her internship that she realized she couldn't even do the basics of hooking up water to a needle. It's even been over a year, without a single success. Finding grandpa trying to take someone's pulse at the medical center, and not once has his pulse been accurate. My sister, on the other hand, in contrast to her, began studying Western medicine because medical terms were obscure and few people made up smooth words. Can't always memorize it. In those days, grandpa was forever praising himself and belittling his sister. But today, my sister has been doing volunteer clinics in Africa for more than 2 years, and is making a name for herself. The number of patients cured can be counted in thousands. My sister came back to continue her studies and to learn Chinese medicine from my grandfather on the side. And where is she today? Her pride, the years of suffering and nightmares, had become a joke for people to see. Where is he? Where is he? Nangong Han couldn't care less that her eyes were wet with tears. Even if she couldn't see the road ahead, she still stood up and hobbled towards the front. With veins like that, I can do it too. If it's really not possible, I'm dead in the water. Chapter 142. You're okay. Helping Nangong Han back onto the stool, Li Yan rubbed his temples straight. He was tried by Zhang Wenhai for the crime of groping for fish, and was sentenced to half an hour's hard labor, and released only at mealtime. Come back is to call everyone together to go to the cafeteria to eat. After all, we are all service personnel. Eating public food should be divided. I didn't realize it was just a little while ago. Nangong Han cried into tears for the time being. Even someone like Lu Xingchen can cry until he hiccups. Asked both Wenju and Chen Shishir about it. But they weren't the roundworm in Nangong Han's stomach, and they weren't sure what Nangong Han was thinking. One can only tell the truth about what happened when two people took their pulse, as well as repeating the last words that came to him. Li Yan listened to the clouds and moved a stool to sit across from Nangong Han. I don't quite understand though. Do you need me to do anything? Will you let me zap it? She huffed. Amazingly. Nangong Han wiped his eyes and gestured. Can. Li Yan would nod decisively. It's perfectly fine to do something for the healers. Nangong Han immediately stopped sobbing, so surprised that he could hardly breathe. Really? Really? You're really nice. People say that all the time. Nangong Han grabbed his wrist. Go buy some alcohol and a needle. Amazingly. It's all there in the medical kit. Nangong Han looked around. Where's the medical kit? There's no rush. Let's eat our meal first. Cafeteria. Put together a table of beautiful women, including a pair of twins, and it was quite a spectacle. Li Yan also learned that Nangong Han's sister's name is Luo Qingdai. She also has a cousin. Luo Qingdai took away a shrimp from Li Yan's plate, and Luo Yanran beside her followed suit. Li Yan, long time no see anon. Luo Yanran smiled very smugly. Qingdai, Han, these two are my cousins. I'll introduce them to you now. I've come to know it fairly well. Luo Qingdai peeled the shrimp shells. Let me touch it and you don't even want to. You still know each other. Amazingly. Wait, what does touching it mean? It's just touching it. From the top to the bottom Luo Qingdai's tone was ambiguous, and winked Li Yan a bit. Luo Yanran frowned. Are you fooling around outside? But grandma will check your body. Just check. I'm not doing anything. Luo Qingdai said indifferently. Luo Yanran was a bit unconvinced. The way you are now with this, it is estimated that you have to split your legs at least a dozen times in order to have this kind of power. No. It's mainly because he looks so cute. Yo. Will still blush. Luo Qingdai pointed at Li Yan with a surprised look. Cecilia Chen, Wenju. On the other side, the atmosphere was just as happy. Lu Xingchen felt very guilty because he had to take his pulse and made Nangong Han cry. As soon as she sat down, she began to take the initiative to shell the shrimp for Nangong Han. and also gave her the meat on the plate. Her body was full of maternal splendor. As for Lu Xingqian's own meals, he got them from Li Yan's plate. Eat more. Look at how thin you are. Lu Xingqian sighed and silently clipped away one of Li Yan's chicken legs. Nangonghan glanced at LV Xingqian's parched figure and fell into silence. And Yan Li, who was also eating quietly, had a plate of hard vegetables divided up between them. I've got a long run in the afternoon and I'm going to collapse if I don't get something in. Take the already swept plate and go to the counter to get a new order. Shell, let's go out with Yin Yen this afternoon. It's been a long time since I've gone shopping. I just came back to China, so many things I have to buy. Hey, so happy. 2 full years in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by disturbing faces and at risk at any moment. Back in her home, which was surrounded by friendly compatriots and was safe and bountiful, Luo Qingdai kept a smile on her lips, even if it seemed to outsiders that she was too cheerful for her own good. Nangonghan shook his head. I won't go. There's no doctor here. Then I'll go with Ranyan Luo for 2-0. Aha. She nodded. Luo Qingdai frowned gently. Her previous sister was not like this. Communications are poor where she is. Not to mention the internet. That price is so high that it hurts even her. As a result, she knows very little about the changes in the country. And on limited occasions it would be nice to report that she is safe. I haven't spoken to my sister in 2 years and I don't know what happened. So she looked over at Loyalist. But Luo Yanyan was a dilettante. She couldn't read the eyes at all, and just waited with bated breath for Li Yan to come back from playing dishes. After dinner, the original team returned to work. Did you guys sign up for any programs? When Zhu shook his head. I have low blood sugar. Chen Shishir sighed. Mr. Zhang was afraid that I'd break my face if I fell and didn't allow me to report it. I originally signed up for 2 people with 3 legs, but no one can match me. Lu Xingqian shook his head rather regretfully, then looked at Li Yan. Shut up. It's not like I was going to say anything. Amazing Li spread his hands. The 4 of them chatted, but they were actually paying attention to Nangonghan's movements. However, amazingly doesn't work that magically. The miracle did not occur either. By now, he had 3 band-aids on the back of his hand, and as Nangonghan's hands began to shake, Li Yan knew deep down that he must not let her continue, or his emotions would break down again. Don't be in a hurry. I can continue this afternoon when I'm free. Li Yan calmed her down and said. Nangonghan didn't say a word, silently finished sterilizing the needle with alcohol and stuffed the needle back into the needle box. Sorry, she apologized dryly, and even though Li Yan didn't say anything, she still put on a stance of waiting to be scolded. It's as if experienced it a million times. Nangonghan tidied up the medical kit, put it back in the drawer, and stood up, his body as stiff as a puppet on strings. I'm going to the toilet. Even if you haven't known her long, she still looks heartbreaking. What's more, when I was young, I had a bond with other people besides LV Xingqian. I'll go take a look. Chen Shishir stood up. Wenju, I'll go too. Lu Xingqian naturally followed, looking back at Li Yan and frowning. Li Yan gave her a blank look. I don't go to the ladies' room. Who told you to go? She rolled her eyes back. You useless thing. Amazing Li. It's all gone, and it's finally quiet. During the lunch break, there was no game, no more buzz. Li Yan felt a little tired, lay down on the table and fall asleep. Chapter 143 Yi Lianchen. The preliminaries are about to begin. Yan Li pulled cigarettes, a lighter, a cell phone, a charger, sticky notes, a mask, toilet paper, and a banana from the pocket of his shorts. He entrusted his entire body and life to Zhang Jiang, especially this banana. Don't let LV Xingqian snatch it. I hid it for the whole morning just to eat it after the run. Zhang Jiang. Lu Xingqian blankly glanced at him, somewhat distracted, her mind all on Nangonghan. At the edge of the soccer field's lawn, she hugged her knees, her eyes staring blankly ahead, like a homeless stray dog. Amazing. Can you think of something? Lu Xingqian nudged towards where she was. I'm not a god. I've let her zap it all. It still doesn't work. What can I do? Amazingly opened the band-aid on the back of his hand and wiped away the blood, revealing 3 red spots. Bounce around, press your legs, and start warming up. It's not like she's going to school here. Sooner or later she's going to leave. Everyone has his destiny. Nangonghan can do medical research even if he can't be a doctor. As usual, healing the sick and saving people. Lu Xingqian sighed, but it's pathetic. Don't mind your own business. There are many more poorer people than her in the world, and some of them don't have enough to eat. You're so cold-blooded. Lu Xingqian blanked him again and grumbled under her breath. Then why didn't you throw her away when you saved her in the first place? Amazing Li. What do you mean? He wasn't there when Chen Shishir recognized her. Lu Xingqian knew he had slipped up, and his eyes flicked to it. But Li Yan reacted extremely fast, staring at her for just a moment. He guessed. I was skeptical. I didn't think it was really that coincidental. Starry Lu. Zhang Zhang carried the number plate and patted him on the shoulder. Called, "Here, your number plate." Amazing Lee crouched down on the track in a daze. Next door, a sharp-tongued classmate glanced at him. "Not warming up? You're really conceited." Amazing Lee. "Last year, I was third in this program. This year, Zhang Zhang is not competing. The first place must be mine." Amazing Lee. "The preliminaries don't really matter, but I still hope that you'll be able to give it your all and be able to catch up with my back." Amazing Lee. "In these 2 months, I am still insisting on running laps every day, but you are indulging in beauty. Honestly, my heart is a little disappointed." He sighed. "Women, a drag on a warrior. I hope that through this match today, I can make you wake up." Amazingly frowned and stood up, shaking his arms and legs and wringing his neck. He secretly rejoiced that his opponent had finally gotten serious. Otherwise this match would have been too suspenseful. "Let's have a man-to-man fight," he said with some excitement. Amazingly looked back. "Are you talking to me, classmate?" "Sorry, just got a little carried away." Yen Li apologized without any apology. "Well, you're a student at Friendship School, aren't you?" Li Yan asked. "I'm from this school." "Oh, sorry I haven't seen you at school." "Ha ha. School is big. There are just a lot of people. I used to run into you every day when you still insisted on running laps in the playground." Amazing Lee. "Classmate. On your mark." The referee holds up the starting gun. 3. The two of them crouched at the starting line, and this student whispered, "My name is Yi Shuai, and after this race, you will remember my name." Amazing Lee did remember his name later, and it's very impressive. The kind that you can remember after 3 or 5 years. Not only Amazing Lee, but the whole school can remember him. Certainly not in this way. Men's 3,000 meters. That's just 7.5 laps. 10 minutes out. Even the last one was finished. There is no need to fight so hard in the preliminaries. Li Yin stuck behind Yi Shuai and followed him for 7 laps, and the last 200 meters sprinted and pulled 20 meters. At the finish line, Mr. Zhang handed over his paper cup. "Looks like the championship is secure." Yi Shuai's counselor also smiled. "Our runner-up is also solid." "Yes." Yi Shuai's buddies gathered around. "Awesome, all monkey. This time actually let him follow you for so long." Before they were all directly crushed. He was silent for a long time before he said quietly, "Take me one at night all night and work out a chicken workout." Li Yan didn't know that his behavior of trying to save energy had degraded a hot-blooded young man alive into a salted fish. He high-fived Zhang Zhang and handed over his belongings. "The second one looks familiar. Do you recognize him?" Li Yan put the cell phone back into his pocket. "You mean what's his name, Yi Liangchen? Not too familiar." Oh, what the hell? Where's my banana? I didn't eat enough for lunch. It was just stolen from you by Starry Louie when she was cheering you on." Amazing Lee. Returning the number plate to the counselor. The two went to find Zhang Wenhai. Li Yan originally estimated that this student president will not help any favor. After all, the school festival is more important. The name is right, but I didn't expect to give even one person to Zhang Wenhai, except for the freshmen. They were basically friends of Li Yan, Zhang Zhang and Zhang Wenhai. Luckily, Zhang Zhang was more helpful and could call in 2 or 3 people to help whenever he wanted. Li Yan will be more fixed. Our girls, although the shoulder cannot carry the hand cannot lift, but at least sitting in the post is very honest. Nuts. Don't work even if you don't. Someone complained to the league committee and had to ask me to explain. I'm so ed. Zhang Wenhai was so busy that he was dizzy and grumpy. Zhang Zhang bit his cigarette and carried a stack of soft cushions. Su to go ah. Are you stupid? The fact that people can become student president is that they have a good relationship with the reunion committee teachers. It's useless to sue. Actually, it's really useful to complain to other leaders. But even if Zhang Wenhai becomes the student president, it's still the same group of people working. By the time the sophomore and junior gang of jerks command the freshmen to do it, it's even less efficient. The group cursed and puffed as they plowed through the sand pit and mounted the high jump frame. What a hoot! Luo Qingdai, draped in her suit, shook the bag in her hand and looked left and right. I'm used to it. Working at the police station, there's hilarity every day. Luo Yan cheerfully. Luo Qingdai looked at a nearby jewelry store. Han Han likes this kind of thing the most. Let's pick some for her. You don't have enough clothes for yourself. Just for your sister. Luo Qingdai laughed. I wear her. I don't know how to pick clothes. And she buys good-looking ones. As long as you buy a few pieces to have fun, you can change back to a closet of clothes. Isn't it a good deal? Your grandmother had it all prepared for you. And I only took my vacation after 8 phone calls a day urging me to come and take care of you. What the hell? Living abroad alone for 2 years and needing a loser like me to take care of you. Still really looking down on me. Luo Yanran grumbled in anger. Uncle promised you a date with that cop? That certainly did not promise. No money to spend on no money to spend. Fortunately, I bought a house early. Now still afraid of him? Luo Yanran looked indifferent. Luo Qingdai speculated difficult to get always have to go through the process. This industry of men's self-esteem are strong. Do not whole yellow. By the way, I have a plan. Luo Qingdai revealed a curry smile. Chapter 144, if you're too unethical, you'll get what's coming to you. Have a baby. The two men looked at each other heroically. Ready to get pregnant? I'm not here yet today when I'm supposed to be, so it's possible that I've been hit. I was planning on going to the hospital this afternoon. Really? Luo Qingdai was happy. Grabbed her wrist. Go to any hospital. Take the happy pulse I will. Seem to have no. Are you any good? Ning Chang is so good. How could he not be? Luo Qingdai. Maybe it's because I'm not at a high enough level. In a moment we'll go back and let Han Han take your pulse. Luo Qingdai said sheepishly. Luo Yanran froze. Don't you know yet? Don't know what? She was also giving out prescriptions at your grandfather's medical center before. And something went wrong and she almost got into a lawsuit. Your dad was going to change her specialty. And she all but ran away from home for a few days and just got back. Luo Qingdai found it unbelievable. Impossible. Don't frame me. Really? Luo Yanran sighed. She dropped out of the Northern University and failed her internship. It was only later that she went to your grandfather's medical center. And ran away from home after the accident. Found a small clinic to work as a caregiver. And your father was furious. The reason why Luo Qingdai went abroad to accumulate clinic experience is that she thinks her talent is not enough and she relies on her hard work to make up for it. In the future, it would be fine to stand in the same position as Nangang Han, or slightly inferior. As long as she didn't drift further away from her sister, she was content. Upon returning home, this is what happened. Luo Qingdai really couldn't believe it, but remembering her sister's mood today, she started to get nervous and then scared. She held onto Luo Yanran's arm. Her face went white. No wonder she was free to pick me up. Yanran, take me back to school. Let's buy something first. It's been over a year since this happened and it won't take long. You don't understand. Luo Qingdai's hands began to tremble. I can be a good cook or a good teacher in my life, but Nangang Han can't. Can't be a doctor, she'd rather die. Yanran, hurry up. Don't be anxious. There's nothing you can do if you go back now. Luo Yanran helped her sit on the rattan chair in front of the coffee shop. It's been a year. Could it be that serious? For as long as she could remember, she wanted to be a doctor. She just had one wish, to be like her grandfather and save many other selves. Luo Qingdai gasped softly. Not to mention cold cold's externally soft and internally strong nature. There are only two paths in her life. Either to shock the world or to die of depression. Now she's going the other way and has been for over a year. Don't be anxious first. Let's take our time. Having been a police officer for a while, Luo Yanyan already had enough calmness. She called out to the waiter to order 2 cups of hot cocoa and comforted Luo Qingdai. Let's think of something first. The family can't help. And it's even more impossible for me to persuade her. If I had known I wouldn't have been in a hurry to return home. She's under even more pressure now. Luo Qingdai shook her head straight. Suddenly, she thought of someone. Li Yan. Luo Qingdai tapped her head. Li Yan can do it. Luo Yanran had a puzzled look on her face. This was too much of a stretch, but she quickly figured it out. Indeed, he was able to piss off Nangang Han to the point of operating on him. No, Luo Qingdai was a bit excited. Li Yan's body is particularly standard. Operating on him is simply easy mode. Even if you read from a textbook, anyone with enough guts can open him up. People who are too unethical are really going to get their comeuppance. Luo Yanran's cheeks twitched slightly. Then how about getting him to open up for you? Having been discovered by Luo Yanran's blind spot, Luo Qingdai fell into deep thought. There. Luo Qingdai thought of a way and was overjoyed. There's a surgery that doesn't need to open the chest and doesn't cause organ damage. And it's also good for me. Luo Yanran curiously said. What is it? Open one for me too. Can't open it for you. Luo Qingdai's eyes averted. Oh, what's that? Circumcision. Luo Qingdai blushed. Royan, she is also out of this family. More or less understands some. Explains, but the key is that Chill can't even zap the needle. That's why the sophomore internship can't pass. Either start from zapping the needle first. Cutting that thing is still risky. Right. In case you give someone that what to do. It might still not work if you put it that way. Luo Qingdai sighed softly. Professional internships aren't supposed to be particularly difficult things. I'm afraid it's the heart that's the problem. How could this happen? She clapped her palms together in remorse. Into the night, Luo Yanran packed out the guest room for 2 people to live in. Ning Chang is embarrassed to be here. The night shift is gone. Just the 3 of us sisters. Cooking or going out to eat? I'll do it. Luo Qingdai rolled up her sleeves. Chill, what you want to eat? Nangong Han pursed her lips. Sister will do whatever she is best at. I ate a baked cold noodle at school and I don't feel very hungry. Luo Qingdai remembered. That was bought for me by Li Yin. Why didn't you bring it back for me? Hey, it was eaten by me. Nangong Han plopped down on the down comforter. I'm a bit sleepy. Sleep for a while. Call me after dinner. The two walked out of the guest room, taking the door with them, and turned on the kitchen light. Amazingly is really useful. This will do? Luo Qingdai against her head. She's always like that when she's in a bad mood. When you blew up Chill's favorite glass jar with firecrackers when you were little. She laughed like that and ended up crying her eyes out in her room. I also received a beating on the first day of the first month to talk to Wu. The complaint is still from you. Luo Yenran rolled her eyes. Then sighed. Then Li Yen is just useless. Really an embroidered pillow. Luo Qingdai. You as far as? You won't understand until you've experienced it. Luo Yenyan's resentment was on the verge of summoning the evil god as she said slyly. Have you ever played in a promotion tournament? Plain but clean and tidy under incandescent lights. It's the home of Amazingly. The monthly exam is coming up. I want to drink chicken soup tomorrow. Li Kiki stuck to Li Mother. Is it good? Don't stick it to me. It's stir-frying. Mother Li said without a word. It's in the pressure cooker. Multiply it out yourself. In the living room, Li's father clutched a cigarette and leaned back on the sofa to watch the news broadcast. I say, it's almost time to eat. Old Li, you also move your hand. Is it possible? Didn't I give birth to a son? Li's father put out his cigarette and joked. Came back and fell asleep. You get him up for dinner. The family was at the coffee table, watching the newscast for dinner. Each family has its own habits. Li Kiki has been like this since she was a child, and she is also used to it. And it is a good thing that she has a lot more material for writing essays during the effort of eating. Amazingly chopped a chopstick of bok choy. Mom's flavors don't mean much after one meal. He looked to the chicken thighs in the soup and extended his chopsticks, but she was slapped away by the sensitive Li Kiki. You wash the dishes, and I'll let you have this. I can't wash today. I took the day off from Dad. He's coming. Li Kiki looked at his hands densely packed red spots. You swollen? Too unethical. Retribution. Li Yen put the chicken leg into the bowl. I heard from Sister Wenju that you've met a new girl, Li Kiki said as if nothing had happened. And who is Wenju? Mother Li was a bit puzzled. Not just 1 out of 6. Was it good? Extra nice. You cannot think about it. What conditions we? Li's father chopsticks a piece of green vegetables, looked at his son. By the way, I heard that in a few days Ji Wanli's daughter wants to come and live at home. Yen, do you have a clue? Amazingly. Chapter 145 blah, blah, blah. Never heard of it. Li Yen said truthfully. Li's father put the greens into his mouth to chew and looked at Li's mother. What about this? Can she get used to our family's food? Mother Li took a few spoonfuls of chicken soup, stirred the rice into the soup, and glanced at Li Kiki. Our daughters all dislike it. It's just that occasionally the dishes are fried and salted, said once. It's not like I have any intention of disliking it. Li Kiki contained her chopsticks and carefully glanced at her mom. Eating is not a problem. It says that he is not a picky eater. Li's father held his rice bowl and looked at Li Yen. Is that so? Aha. Amazingly nodded. What do you love to eat? Mother Li asked. Crabs. Ouch. Mother Li frowned. We can't afford the good ones. Just hairy crabs. Live enough to move. Just bring them in for steaming. Really? That'll work. Mom, you're really planning this? People contributed money and effort to send my son home back then. Mother Li spread her hands. Besides, this daughter is a bit tired of being raised. It's good to have a fresher one. Coco Li. Amazingly. Even if you're rich, you don't have to eat shark's fin, ginseng and abalone all the time. Our food isn't bad. It's just that the place is smaller. But people just don't mind. So we should do our best. Li's father pondered for a moment. Let's vacate Li Yan's room. Li Yan froze. Ha, Keek's room is too small for 2 beds. Father Li glanced at him. Why? You have an opinion, nah? You can talk to Ji Wanli. If he agrees, I have no problem with it. Li's father took a toothpick and shaved his teeth, with a good-natured look, like he was telling a joke and like he wasn't. Yen Li was a bit confused and only scratched his head awkwardly. Oh, I thought I wasn't allowed to live at home anymore. Can't you be a mom or a dad and not see your child? I don't know the details, but there's something going on in there. Meh. Li's father dropped the toothpick and began to collect the bowls. Amazingly. After washing the dishes and cleaning up the yard, Mother Li took today's portion of fruit out of the refrigerator. Li Kiki, on the other hand, moved a bench and did her homework on the coffee table. Amazingly broke off a banana and handed it to her. Don't you have a desk? Li Kiki sighed. It's not going to be yours soon, so I'll just write it on the coffee table so I don't get used to it again later. Li Yen frowned. How long is Ikimori staying? Father Lee crossed his legs. What do you think? Amazing Lee. What's wrong with you? Lee's father frowned. Isn't it your decision to take care of this Ikimore situation? If you want to do a good thing, you have to do it to the end. You can't start something and not finish it. Dad. I didn't say I don't care, Li Yan explained. But she doesn't have to come to our house either. She goes to the same school as me and I can just take care of her. You don't have to worry, Mom. Mother Lee picked up her phone to look up recipes. I'm starting to learn how to cook today. Yeah. Lee Coco was quite excited. For his part, Amazingly sighed and sat down to watch some TV, which he really couldn't get into. Then he went to the bathroom with the basin in his arms to take a shower. What happened to him the last 2 days? I don't know. I thought he came home because G Moore was coming to stay at the house, but it doesn't look like it. Mother Lee looked over at him and asked, then why did son come back? He didn't tell you? Lee's father was surprised. Ha, I thought he told you. Mother Lee frowned. I'll ask later. Aha. After a while, he changed his mind. Forget it, don't ask. Picking up the remote control, Lee's father leaned back on the sofa. That's his own business. Single-family home on the banks of the river. Into the night, it was quiet. G Moore was wearing a thick robe, sitting on his beloved little bench, as if squatting in front of Jiang Wan, who was knitting a scarf. Ikimore was not a meticulous character, and the hem of his robe dragged on the floor without even noticing it. And Jiang Wan didn't say anything about her, letting the corners of her clothes fall to the ground in such a dirty state. She had been holding her cheeks and looking at the crippled moon overhead for a long time. The month really didn't. Stumbling and failing to speak properly again, Ikimori shook his head in chagrin. Jiang Wan, however, smiled. I'm afraid there's not a lot of time that mother and daughter can spend alone together. That's why she treasures it so much. Ikimori, ha? She twisted her head back, her thick eyebrows raised in a very disgruntled manner. Used to call her stranger. Why Iki stranger today? After Li Yan left, she was not in a good temper, especially liked to find fault. Jiang Yuanzhou suffered the most. One moment salty yuck yuck yuck. One moment light yuck yuck yuck. He had completely lost confidence in his identity as a cook, and today it was all Jiang Wan and Wu Ma who were cooking. Ik Manri was treated similarly. The morning greeting was completely gone, and the meeting of eyes was a blank stare. Jiang Wan glanced at her and said, Dad has made a deal with Li Yan's dad, so you can stay at his house. Chi Moore, equals smiley face. Jiang Wan. Ikimore twisted his head back to look at the moon. After a few seconds, it suddenly let out a strange ha 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 laugh. Half a minute later, suddenly turned back. Equal smiley face patted Jiang Wan, and turned back to look at the moon. Jiang Wan shook her head helplessly, holding her dull hair that was wagging like a dog's tail. G Moore, if Li Yan treats you badly, will you be angry? Amazing Li. No. Chi Moore. The words were stuttered. Not as good as which Jiang Wan could still understand. Matching the expression. Though, she guessed, you're saying Amazingly won't treat you badly? Ikimore spread his hands and let out a cut, with a very understated look. Jiang Wan almost didn't hold back. What would you do if Amazingly treated you badly and ignored you? Cut. Jiang Wan. So, she let Ikimori reminisce about her childhood. Chi Mo took a beating. Finally settled down. Even the clothes are well gathered. Very good behavior to sit on the bench. What would you do if Li Yan treated you badly and ignored you? Jiang Wan asked again. It's all been tolerated, and I can't believe I have to fight. Chi Moore was instantly anxious, covering his butt. You, just, hit me. I didn't just want to pick a fight and hit you. I asked you a question. Jiang Wan said helplessly. Ikimori grimaced and cocked his head. Start thinking seriously. With her intelligence, it didn't take her long to figure out how. Ikimori, 3, this is not going to work. Jiang Wan scratched her hair in annoyance. Why can't this guy listen? She watched as Ikimori changed her beak again, somewhat adorably, and kissed her. Jiang Wan helplessly rubbed Jimo's head with a warm smile. No matter what Li Yan does to you, if you can stay like this, it's a way to go. He's accommodated you for so long, you have to accommodate him a bit too, right? Chi Moore, however, didn't listen at all, and just spat out his pink tongue, tilting his head in disgust. Blah blah blah. Jiang Wan. Chapter 146, The Great Waste. The next day, early morning, Li Kiki took a horn comb and combed her student hair in the mirror. The old-fashioned wall calendar next to the mirror was still on yesterday's page, so she ripped it off by hand, balled it up and threw it in the trash. It's still a festival today. Yuki, watching the news yesterday, it's already snowing heavily in the north, and it's only about to get frosty in the south. However, the proximity to the sea and the heavy water vapor make the physical sensation a bit colder. The dental cup in Li Yan's hand was heavy with water vapor. He rinsed his mouth, spit in the sink, and turned back to ask, which one to have for breakfast. Whatever. Lee Kiki put the comb back into her pocket. I told you to get up so late, causing me to have no bus to ride. What does my getting up late have to do with you missing the bus? I was thinking that you would want to send your cute sister to school once in a while, and it just so happens that you got up late today, so I'm going to fulfill that wish. Lee Kiki wiped the cream and rubbed it on Leanne's clothes. Hell, I didn't know it would be that cold today. It took a big detour to send Lee Kiki sake, and he was really late. When I got to school, I checked in with my counselor first. Seeing that he had helped to organize the games over the past few days, Mr. John was reasonable and understanding. Coming over to the bulletin board, a few people got a set of flying chess to play from somewhere. Although it was a game of rolling dice over luck, there was still some calculation involved. And Wenju was rightfully the first to win, holding up the book to read it. Nangong Han, LV Xingchen, and Chen Shishir were left to continue the fierce battle. Sister Han Han, you can take 5 steps, and you can fly straight through with that chess piece. Lu Xingchen pointed. Nangong Han was obviously distracted. Oh, didn't see it. Forget it. She looked up to see amazingly and only nodded. The enthusiasm of the previous zapping was gone, and he became more and more moody when he saw him instead. Chen Shishir and LV Xingchen won one after another. Playing games for entertainment like this is no fun as long as someone doesn't take it seriously. Lu Xingchen found it tasteless, so he took the flying chess back into the box. Li Yan was in a bit of a dilemma. He had heard from Zhang Wenhai yesterday that the counselor at the friendly school had complained about them. It said that the school nurse did not clean the wound when treating the abrasion, and the injured student even went to the hospital to have it retreated because there was debris embedded in the wound which also enlarged the injury. The words are exaggerated, but even if there is some fault-finding involved, the claims are reasonable. But Nangong Han was invited by him, and to find someone else to come over would not be a good way to save face. But there is a way. Is your sister coming over today? Li Yan mentioned as if casually. Well, she just told me it's on its way. Nangong Han looked toward the white coat hanging on the bulletin board and said grimly, I'm sorry. Ha ha. I mean the afternoon's exercise is more intense. I'm afraid you won't be able to keep busy. Li Yan scratched his head awkwardly. Nangong Han wore a dark green coat today, lined with a black wool sweater, outlining moving curves, his hair freshly tied in a ponytail, and the bangs in front of his forehead were also pinned up with a strawberry-patterned hairpin. It was a cute outfit, but the whole thing still looked somber. How's your hand? It's fine. It's completely healed. Don't be discouraged. Li Yan laughed. Forget it, I'm not this material. Nangong Han also smiled. Only the pretense of being relaxed was too obvious. Li Yan didn't know how to persuade her and waved his hand with everyone. I'll go help first. Bye-bye. X5. It's a nice day. The sun is out, but the atmosphere, which had been lively and cheerful, fell silent. Lu Xingchen had originally approached Nangong Han a few times, but she was always out of her mind. And after getting a hint from Chen Shishir shaking her head, she didn't continue to insist. So she tried the chatting method that Li Yan taught her yesterday. And it worked. Nice chat with Wenju and Chen Shishir. Mainly chatting with Chen Shishir. She couldn't understand what Wenju was saying, but she was afraid that Wenju would be too bored, and would ask Wenju about the contents of the book in between gossiping. For that matter, Chen Shishir appeared more interested than her, but didn't seem too fond of Wenju and wouldn't participate in the two's exploration of the book's contents. Although quite happy, LV Xingchen was still secretly despondent. The world of women was just too complicated and she was a bit confused. Managing the lost and found, a casual position. Students who find something usually give it to a counselor, who gives it to the student council, who then sends it over from the student councils. If something is lost, the process is the same, and in any case, it's a handover with a couple of student councils. As for those with thieves in mind, they don't quite dare to come here. The general pick up to find a single sister. In addition to these at a glance to see the family, the temperament of the women are good. Ordinary people do not even have the courage to get close to, and even to see it is ashamed of themselves. Most people are living on a tight budget every month. How dare they think about this? In fairy tales, love stories between commoners and princesses are commonplace. The reality is much harsher. And the two classes are even reproductively segregated. It is not in a physical sense, but in fact. So here comes the same class. Daizhou and the student president walked up the steps side by side. Wenju. Daicheng took a few quick steps and came to Wenju. Why are you here? I thought you wouldn't come. In Wenju's consciousness, this person had fought with Li Yan, so naturally he wouldn't put on a good face. Do I still need to inform you where I'm going? A trace of anger flowed out of Daicheng's eyes, but he quickly collected himself. I don't mean that. Are you misunderstanding me in some way? There's no misunderstanding to speak of between us. Wenju picked up the book again. So, Dai Chang misinterpreted the meaning again and asked with a smile. How's the planning for the school program going? I'll finish my work diligently. Wenju stared at the page and returned salaciously. Well, I'm very comfortable with you. It's just a routine question. After all, our professional program is the most important thing. Wenju just frowned and didn't reply. Sitting between Wenju and Chen Shishir, Lu Xingchen glanced at the rambling Dai Chang. The man was annoying. As for the student president beside him, there was even less to say. He can't do things well. He can't talk. He doesn't even have a face as good as Li Yan's. And he doesn't even do bad things as well as Li Yan. Totally pure big loser. Chapter 147, Heart Disease. Always love to secretly poke string gossip Lu Xingchen. This time is to forget to say quietly. Accidentally said out of the heart. And very goatish to find complimentary. I'm joking. Dai Chang was in Wenju's way and wasn't in a good position to snap. But the student president started to get nosy. Which major are you in? And who told you to talk to your classmates like that? Lu Xingchen scowled. I said I was joking. Chen Shishir raised her head and glared at him viciously. Even Wenju put down his book and glanced at him. His lips pursed into a straight line, gently patting Lu Xingchen's little brain. He comforted. It's fine. Dai Chang, on the other hand, pretended to relieve LV Xingchen and digressed to Chen Shishir. I didn't expect the school to arrange for you to do this kind of work. The student president redundantly interjected again. I don't know what they were thinking. How could they? The school festival is more important. I can't help it. I'll find someone to replace yours in a little while. The student president looked like I have a bitter feeling. But I can't do anything about it. Scratched his eyebrows and sighed. It really doesn't work to have things explained to them. There were also complaints from students who were injured yesterday. And I don't know where to find the school doctor. This kind of thing that can be done with a random medical student moonlighting for a bit. Why is it just not done well? Luo Qingdai, who had just arrived here, was originally grinding her nails in boredom. She wasn't clear about what was going on here. Chen Shishir and Wenju were very saved up, so she didn't feel the need to add to the chaos. Hearing this, and noticing the lowering of the head, more gloomy Nangong Han, originally worried about her, now even more angry. Pulling up Nangong Han, let's go. Sister, I promised Li Yan. I can leave. But you can't. She blinked and gave a forced smile. I'm fine. It was my fault in the first place. Lu Xingchen was also anxious. Her friends were so hard to come by. She couldn't care less. She slammed the desktop. You hurry up and get out of here. Invoking everyone at once, the student president could only give himself a step down. Walking over to Nangong Han, I didn't know you were here. But the student complaint is a fact. I'm not blaming you. It's our officer's poor organization. I apologize on his behalf. Chen Shishir coldly grinned at him. You don't need to represent him. You're not worthy at all. Chen Shishir impatiently interrupted. Either you first think of explaining to the principal why the investment for the school festival was withdrawn, or get out now. How dare he take the responsibility? Cold and sweaty, he apologized again to Nangong Han and left. Dai Chang looked helpless. He's also concerned about school activities. So be considerate. Chen Shishir raised her eyelids. I'm also someone who has participated in the workforce. You can find someone else to talk about this kind of bull *********. Dai Chang could only pretend to give a generous smile. And then stay here can only touch a nose. So he followed the student president to leave. The heart, however, is like a fire. To go on like this, when the time comes, does it really talk about work with Li Yan? Will it not be a joke? This student president was really stupid enough that he wouldn't even dare to talk like that in front of these people. But then again, if the person organizing the school festival isn't stupid, how can he be in charge of everything? There are a lot of things that other people don't know, but Dai Chang knows it very well. The company that sponsors the joint school celebration of the two schools is called Pathfinder Investment, a subsidiary of Dongfeng Media, which is none other than Chen Shishir's father's business. And Dai Chang's family's company is a producer of movies and TV dramas and other entertainment industries. The actors' resources are poorer, and need to get on this relationship. It couldn't be that this benefit was taken by Li Yan. Dai Chang thought for a moment and caught up with the student president. Girls are like that. They can't help it. He shook his head. As long as it's for the good of the school, I don't care. The stoic and helpless look, as if truly aggrieved. Oh man, all things are self-evident if you make a noble stand for yourself. You have the heart of the light wind, but some people are narrow-minded. Cannot see you good. Dai Chang sighed deeply. Your person I know. Suffered aggression is also their own tolerance. But let some people who think highly of themselves to take your place. That cannot be good. He let out a bitter laugh. I have limited abilities, and I'm thinking of resigning from the school leadership. Keep the student president pretending and things will have to go his way. So Daejo kept his mouth shut. Not even half a minute later, the student president couldn't help himself. Who are you talking about? Zhang Wenhai? Day Town. What did I tell you before? Have you forgotten? Li Yan? The student president let out a cold giggle. Someone who would only nod his head in front of me. At most he can fool girls. What can he be capable of? Day Town. Dai Chang was stunned at what had happened that could have given him such an outrageous idea. It took him a lot of effort to make the student president recognize Li Yan and his evil plot. The student president finally tensed up. What to do? Dai Chang sighed with relief and poured out his thoughts. Let's do this. Shell, is everything okay? The man is purely and simply sick. Their concern made Nangong Han's heart feel like it was gripped by something. Some of the touches brought sourness, but more pain. That kind of dense fear of the future. So that Nangong Han is as if falling into hell. Do you want to rely on the mercy of others to live? Her fingers trembled gently, recalling the first day the nightmare began. That day, she began her internship with her mentor. The family was in a position to allow her to observe and ask questions from a young age though, but never let her practice. To a doctor, a patient can never be a tool for experimentation, especially the elders of Nangong Han, who are all of superior medical ethics and skills. Nangong Han had been suffering for so many years, finally able to personally get his hands on it. The first night could not sleep at all. She had fantasized about it too many times, and was already more prone to nervousness and excitement than normal, and as a result, she was criticized a few times by her strict mentor for not being well rested and for just yawning in the morning. Nangong Han then became even more nervous. The girls begin their familiarization with the work of a nurse first, and the most frequent work in the clinic is to give fluids to patients. On the first day, everyone gets one chance, usually looking for kind and mildly ill patients, and some of them look at the young nurses who fail, and whisper reassurances, and are the best people to talk to. But the tutor mistakenly thought that Nangong Han's attitude was not correct, so he put her at the end of the line. Very, very bad luck. When it was her turn to go up, it was a very grumpy middle-aged man. Chapter 148, I heard you're in trouble. It was a big deal that day, and the middle-aged man trashed the infusion room clean. In fact, this is a middle-aged man who came to the city to work. He didn't find the right way and didn't get any work for a few days. Already have no money for the next meal. Deliberately looking for hospital trouble. Just want some money. By chance found that this hospital has interns only to the evil to the gall. And the saddest part is, even though Nangong Han's hands were trembling with fear at that time, the needle was still steadily inserted into the middle-aged man's veins. But in any case, this is an incidental and extremely unlikely event. And for anyone else, a few days off would have passed. But the harsh tutor and the constant family pressure, as well as Nangong Han's extreme self-confidence, eventually turned into complete unease. The second time was only a little bit worse. The tolerant patient let Nangong Han try again. Originally in this kind person's relief she could also succeed. However, one of the students, who was always behind Nangong Han because of her usual grades, grabbed this patient just to deliberately embarrass her. This student easily did everything under Nangong Han's eyes. It's not complicated at all. There's no deep past. It was simply two occasional setbacks linked together that completely crushed Nangong Han. She was under so much pressure that her hands began to shake from that day on whenever it was time to heal a patient. Sitting in a doctor's chair, the medical knowledge in your head will be forgotten. After that it got worse and worse until it was impossible to continue his studies. Nangong Han looked at his trembling hands, and teardrops barred down on the backs of his hands. It's all over. She couldn't save a child like herself, like her grandfather. You can't be like Grandpa, who is old and still trusted by all his patients to be wonderful on the operating table. One cannot go to distant countries, as my sister did, and save hundreds of sick people with precise diagnosis and just 1 or 2 pills that can be bought for a penny or two in the country. All this greatness and nobility and sanctity will have nothing to do with her in the future. Even the simplest veins like Yen Li's, she could no longer do. Secretly drying his eyes, Nangong Han didn't want to continue to be pitted by others. Just sitting there in the hard chair with his head spinning. Shill. She was called a few times before she looked up numbly. What is it, sister? Shill. Someone fell. Do you want to go check on them? Nangong Han raised his head and forced a smile. Sister, go. I can't do it. Luo Qingdai skillfully put on her white coat and lifted the medical box and walked quickly. And then those pitying eyes came again, and she bowed her head once more. I don't know how much time has passed. Sister, chill. Lu Xingchen pushed her. It's time to eat. Oh. She nodded and followed the crowd. When we got to the cafeteria, everyone started drying out their meals at full strength. The final of 3,000 meters starts at 1. The preliminaries of 5,000 meters at 3. It's too tiring. You take a good rest. Zhang Wenhai patted Li Yan's shoulder. Li Yan rounded his eyes. You know that too. Why didn't you say so in the morning? Don't care so much between brothers. I know you can do it. LV Xingchen looked at Wang Yi. I didn't watch the second round of preliminaries yesterday. Did you make it out? Don't care about those details. Wang Yi changed the topic. I see on the forum that the school nurse is good looking and whatnot. There are so many people saying that they want to fall down on purpose and want the school nurse to bandage them up. What should we do? Should we stop it? Crowd. Wang Yi was glared at straight away and lowered his head to continue drying his rice in silence. LV Xingchen clamped a piece of green pepper and put it on Li Yan's plate. Eat more. Take the championship today. Remember to get the pink color for the notebook and thermos for the prize. I like it better. Why should I give it to you? Li Yan rolled his eyes. Take it home and my sister can still compliment me. Lu Xingchen stroked Li Yan's head. Great, great, great. Li Yan slapped her hand away. Step aside. Then I'll take a thermos. Lu Xingchen compromised. No. Then I'll quit this afternoon. You can do it if you like. The other student president found someone to take over. And you're still needed? Lu Xingchen rolled his eyes. Just take over. I'll just be able to watch the game. Lu Xingchen poked and prodded Nangong Han. Let's go together. Nangong Han nodded. Good. Lu Xingchen showed a big smile. On the opposite side, Chen Shishir, who also had a desire for loot, chucked a piece of braised pork to Li Yan. Eat more. And refuel for the run in the afternoon. Amazing Li froze. Well, 3 quetzales. Wen Ju also chucked a shrimp. Hard work. Thank you. Thank you. Luo Qingdai, on the other hand, took the liberty of sandwiching a slice of ginger. It can sweat and is good for running. Amazing Li. By the way, I have to go out this afternoon. You find someone else. Li Yan said indifferently. Go ahead. We don't have to be responsible anyway. In the afternoon, the student president took over all the work in full. Even Zhang Wenhai was laid off. So Li Yan also has no position to help. Li Yan and Zhang Wenhai are happy to do this kind of work for free. You're really a realistic man. Luo Qingdai rolled her eyes. You can't wait for people to leave. Yanli scratched his head. Then turn around and I'll give you 2 sisters the prize for the run. That's good enough for you. Cecilia Chen, Wen Ju, Starry Lu. Afternoon. The girls all lost their jobs and became free. So they all met at the stadium to watch Amazing Li's final match. After receiving his number plate, it was still early. So Amazing Li jogged around the track to warm up. After all, it's a competition between 2 schools. So it's a big shame if you lose your footing. Returning to the starting point, he met an acquaintance. Yi Lianchen, why do you have such heavy dark circles under your eyes? My ing name is Yi Shuai. He rolled his eyes. Went on an all-nighter yesterday. Li Yan was surprised at how this person changed so quickly. From struggling youth to the rapid metamorphosis to the internet-addicted teenager, Li Yan was very curious about his journey. Don't you work out every day? I just realized how happy I am to not force myself to work out in the morning. Yi Shuai had a lazy look on his face. A little exercise now and then is good for the body. No. I didn't have a talent for sports, but discovered I had a talent for playing games. You know, just by getting started, I took the entire dormitory flying. Yi Shuai was very proud. In the future, I plan to be a technical stream anchor and walk up to the peak of my life. Congratulations. Well, I heard that you have encountered some trouble. Yi Shuai smiled. After all, we know each other. I can solve it for you. How come I don't know what kind of trouble I'm in? Amazing Li wondered. Chapter 149, it's really a huge trouble. The school forums are saying that you're embezzling public money, and they're making a good case for it. I don't believe it though. With clear and stupid eyes like yours, you're definitely not a bad person. Yan Li knew who did it with his ass. And this kind of dirty water was as hard to explain as rumors of molesting girls. It's true that the money was spent from his hand, but there are invoices for all of them. But what's the point? Conspiracy theories are loved by all. This look is Dai Chang's handiwork. With this kind of person who doesn't like to get his hands dirty, most likely still encouraging the student president to do it. But Li Yan doesn't intend to be the student president, and doesn't have a good reputation to maintain. Instead, it's much less psychologically burdensome to pit the student president. Thus, he looked at Yi Shuai with interest. How does brother Lianchen intend to solve this? I'm called Yi Shuai on my horse, but Yi Lianchen is not a bad name. Yi Shuai nodded his head, seemingly acknowledging the nickname. I'm going to help you post and clarify the rumors. Our dormitory accounts are all cleared up to LV15, and we are still quite famous in the school forum. Yan Li nodded. Well, then what happens if someone blocks your vests? Yi Shuai was reminded of this blind spot and tugged at the corner of his mouth. Dude, you'd better fend for yourself. Amazing Li. Between the bull *******, the game is on. On your mark. The referee teacher held up the starting gun. 3, 2, 1. Ready. Bang! Athletes were like arrows, sprinting off the track at the same time at the sound of the starting gun. Li Yan still followed Yi Shuai. First lap. Not too bad. On the second lap, Yi Shuai's breathing became noticeably ragged. You go. He spared a good-natured reminder even if he had enough to do so. Amazing Li then passed him and started to lead the race. Yi Shuai's speed was getting slower and slower, and by the time he was on his fifth lap, he was already at the end of the pack, and Li Yan had already lassoed him for a lap. His panting was extremely heavy, his veins showed on his forehead, and his person was already thin, so he looked rather creepy at this point. Give up if you can't. Yi Shuai's face showed pain, but he still shook his head. Even though he gave up long-distance running, he still wanted to finish what he started, and Li Yan felt that he should be fine as he had been exercising for years. So he overtook him. After half a lap, only several cries of surprise could be heard, and Li Yan noticed Yi Shuai on the opposite side of the playground planted straight to the ground. His pupils shrunk, and he immediately abandoned the race and ran straight across the playground. The crowd has filled up. Scram! Zhang Zhang shouted angrily, kicked and pushed, separated the crowd, picked up Yi Shuai, and placed him on top of the lawn. A couple of teachers rushed over as well, and someone was yelling for a doctor. Zhang Zhang looked at Li Yan and frowned. Can't wake up, no pulse. Li Yan's face darkened. You go disperse the crowd, except for the doctor who can't be let in. At this time, Lu Xingchen was like a god of war, carrying a first aid kit and running to rush over. Behind him followed Nangong Han. What about the AED? I remember that one works. Amazing Li asked. Lu Xingchen nodded and took out the white compact instrument from his jacket and handed it to Li Yan. After she had delivered her things, she was done with things and left. Deep in her heart, Li Yan looked at Nangong Han. Does it work? It should work. I asked if you can use it. Li Yan snapped. Will detect it on its own. Nangong Han trembled. Amazingly followed the instructions of the instrument, took off his shirt, and mounted the fittings on his chest. Can you CPR artificial respiration or something? I can't now. Not until it's better. She stumbled. It's better to wait for the school nurse. Yan Li nodded, trying to keep his tone as gentle as possible. Can you check him out? It's only up to you now. Nangong Han was still trembling, but still nodded, closing in on his nose. He made sure there was no voluntary breathing and confirmed the pulse at the aorta. The status was confirmed before the instrument responded. I think it's acute heart attack. The instrument response ended and it began to operate. As the AED discharged, Yi Shuai shuddered a few times. This thing really works. Gradually his face regained a few points of blood color. At that moment, a young man in a white coat rushed over. Li Yan looked a bit familiar, but he didn't think deeply about it, so he handed the person over to him. The school doctor probed Yi Shuai's nostrils and frowned slightly. The breath is weak. Then he put his hand on Yi Shuai's chest and prepared to apply pressure. Hey! Nangong Han couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Problems? Nangong Han always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't think of it for a moment. Seeing that she couldn't say anything, the school nurse just assumed that she was just watching and scolded get lost. It then pressed down on Yi Shuai's chest. Cough. A painful groan. Yi Shuai's cheek suddenly reddened a few points. The school doctor still felt that the pressure was useful, and pressed again, but found that the pressure could not go on. Nangong Han, who had been observing from the sidelines, exclaimed out in shock, there is a foreign object in your throat, sucked in by your pressure. The school doctor was first stunned, but when he noticed Yi Shuai's condition, his face suddenly turned white. Why didn't you say so? Amazingly heard the commotion, then remembered and snapped back. You're a ING student council officer, aren't you? I learned first aid, all because she didn't say. ****** Your mom. Amazingly pushed him away. Yi Shuai's windpipe was stuck by the stone, struggled a few times, and fell into unconsciousness again. Li Yan felt his pulse. Fortunately the heartbeat was still there. Nangong Han's face was full of snot, tears, and his mouth was murmuring in pain. It's my fault, I forgot to check. A couple of students looked at it a few times, asked about the situation, and walked away. A situation that medical students simply could not handle. Never put this together. Li Yan took off his top and covered Yi Shuai with it, pulling down his sleeve and roughly jerking his hooch on Nangong Han's face. Crying counts as time. She froze in shock at Amazingly. You listen now. The fastest an ambulance can get to the school is 15 minutes. And 15 minutes of stopping breathing. You tell me if it's certain death. 5 minutes. Brain damage. Is irreversible. Seeing that she was still able to answer, Li Yan changed his attitude and said in a good way, now that it's stuck, is there any way to take it by hand? Sharp stones that can scratch. Tissue. Well, you're right. So what else can be done? Running out of time, Li Yan spoke extremely fast. It can be carried. Nangong Han covered his head in pain. I forgot. Doctor, do something. Li Yan added. Nangong Han shed another tear as she bit her lip, trembling more and more violently. Tracheotomy. The terminology sounds desperate enough to make it impossible for any but a specialized physician to do so. Starry Lu, go yell, is there a doctor who can do a tracheotomy? Li Yan rummaged through the first aid kit and there was really a scalpel. Handing it to Nangong Han. You install it. I won't. Someone said. All the instructors in the medical program at our school went to the forum. Would you? I'm just a big lifetime. No one dares to do it. And the wrong position can kill you. Li Yan closed his eyes and fell into despair. He pressed his hands on Nangong Han's shoulders. You're a medical student from North University. Have you ever seen it? Seen. Read. Many times. Seeing that Nangong Han's fingers were scratched by the scalpel blade, even installing a cutter head can be like this. Li Yan suppressed the mania in his heart. He's dying. Can you help? Nangong Han shook his head with a look of horror on his face. You're a doctor. You're motivated to be a doctor. Yan Li emphasized heavily. But she already still looked like she had no talent. Li Yan sighed deeply and stopped insisting. He's on the verge of death. You're the only doctor in the school these days. I'll give you 5 seconds to shake it off and tell me where the trachea is. Jail time is on me. The trachea is located in the neck as well as in the thoracic cavity, which is located directly behind the sternum, in the esophagus. Nangong Han began to recite. Where the is it? Point it out to me. Nangong Han pointed to a spot on his neck. Give me the scalpel. No, you're not a doctor. Nangong Han held the scalpel tightly, like he was holding all of her. This is not a toy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Yan's eyes widened in anger. But the Nangong Han, who was unmoved no matter what, surprisingly stopped trembling. Though snot and tears stained her face again, she calmed down. She has been imagining it since she was a young girl and has seen countless videos of surgeries. In the back of my mind, I don't know how many surgeries have been done. It's like a dream. Nangong Han spread his hands. Sanitizer. Chapter 150, Treating a Dead Horse as a Living Horse. You can only beat a dead horse. Man, help me out. I don't know how to play. Li Yan looked at the older lifetime who had struck up a conversation before. He frowned as he watched the whole thing here, completely unable to trust Nangong Han. Shaking his head straight, she can't do it. Please, he's dying. If something happens you just go. I'll take the blame if there's any. I'll give you a knee. The great lifetime gluttony that had settled upon him, the statement made in the last desperation, and the calm handling of the party, represented that Li Yan was not the kind of person who talked the talk. Good. He nodded, striding out of the crowd. Many people showed signs of movement, but only 3 people in total stepped out of the crowd, and they began to rummage through the medical kit to find something useful. The lifetime rinsed the cut wound on the outstretched hand of Nangong Han and put on a waterproof band-aid, while later squeezing no-rinse alcohol gel on her palm. There's no disinfectant. Make do. The other 2 moved with extreme dexterity to pad the back of the patient's neck with clean white bandages. In a moment, if you accidentally hit a major artery, I'll hold it down while you stitch. This thing can be sewn on? Then you hold it down and I'll sew. I'm more extreme. It's better if I do it. The 2 middle-aged teenagers are now on the field, but they are not afraid to go out. Shut up. Nangong Han put on his medical disposable gloves in an absolutely standard position and coldly said, Scalpel. De Li Fang also put on his gloves, used alcohol cotton balls to thoroughly decontaminate the scalpel, and handed it to Nangong Han. Prepare the trachea. Several people were stunned. Li Yan took out the fountain pen from his pocket, removed the cap and the refill inside, leaving only an up and down ventilated barrel, and handed it to the lifetime. Sterilize it. It's still infected no matter how much it's sterilized. He took it and frowned straight away. Only those who survive deserve to be infected. Shut up. Nangong Han, who held the scalpel, added, amazingly, greater life. Binding tape. This thing was for controlling patients. Li Yan still knew this, and the other few people naturally knew it better. Except for the big lifetime who was playing the next hand. The 3 of them looked at each other, and then quite tacitly one of them used both hands to control the head. The other one pressed his left hand and foot, and Li Yan pressed the right hand and foot. Nangong Han aimed at the site the moment he gripped the scalpel. Her hands were extremely steady. Scratched through the layer of oil skin and then the tissue inside. The eye saw a small cut in a white tube. Several medical students breathed a sigh of relief. Pilot tube. Dyson handed the sterilized pen tube to Nangong Han. She carefully inserted the pen tubes into the windpipe, looked into the chest cavity and said, Oxygen. Several. Nangong Han frowned and glanced at the first aid kit. Remove that suction device. She maintained the stability of the pen tube with one hand, and held the suction device in one hand, aimed at the pen tube and pressed the plastic chamber of the suction device, then loosened to take it out. The plastic chamber of the suction device absorbed the outside air and expanded again. and Nangonghan pressed the pen tube by sticking it in again. After a few times, Yi Shuai's chest began to rise and fall. This is clearly a return to autonomous breathing. Unspeakable surprise passed through the eyes of several people, but the pressure on their hands and feet became heavier. Yi Shuai gradually regained consciousness and opened his eyes, feeling the pain in his neck. Ho! He tried to cough and couldn't cough. He felt it was very hard to breathe. He couldn't speak, and his neck still hurt a little. Tried to touch it, but couldn't move my arms or legs. With amnesia from lack of oxygen, he couldn't remember anything. Yi Lianchen, don't be nervous or struggle. The situation is a bit complicated now. Someone will come to help you in a while. You'll be fine. Li Yan comforted. Yes, Yi Lianchen, I'm happy to know you as a friend. We'll have another chance to run together. Yes. Shut up. Nangonghan glanced at Li Yan. Don't talk to patients in my operating room. Amazingly. Nangonghan brought his face over and observed the state of Yi Shuai's pupils, nodding his head in satisfaction. Yi Shuai obviously settled down a lot when he saw the beautiful woman. Yi Lianchen, blink if you feel a little tickle in your throat. Yes. He blinked. Don't cough. This will put you in danger. Can you understand? Nangonghan's tone was gentle. Yi Lianchen, blink your eyes again if you can understand. He'd gotten used to the title, and now that he was still powerless to resist, he just blinked again. The after effects of the lack of oxygen came up and he felt his eyes go black and he fainted again. Several people kept taking turns calling out to him and still couldn't wake him up, but the chest was still heaving slightly. After about 10 minutes, the sound of an ambulance came in to settle a few people down. A couple of nurses carrying stretchers were led here by the teacher. What's the situation? Cardiac arrest. Unable to breathe on his own with a foreign body in his throat, explained Dyson. This student performed a tracheotomy and restored spontaneous breathing to him. He just had a temporary awakening and fainted again, suspecting hypoxia. The two nurses saw this and ran back to the car to get the oxygen tanks and the air intake tubes. The accompanying doctor stayed in place to observe the wound, took the pen tube that Nangonghan had been holding fixed in her hand, and glanced at her. You can let go now. Nangonghan heard this and let go of his hand. Then he collapsed softly on the lawn, gasping for air. The nurse changed Yi Shuai's proper equipment with a sharp hand, and took care of the trauma in passing. The doctor accompanying the car checked Yi Shuai's state and found the stone stuck in his throat, and also couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. After looking around, I couldn't help but exclaim, you guys are awesome. Come directly to me for future internships. Which hospital? Ichichi. Can you get in? Touché. The accompanying doctor stared at Yi Shuai and casually said, carrying an oxygen tank. She followed the stretcher. Which one is coming with me? I'll do it. The yeoman's balding counselor raised his hand. How's it going? Some big guy just stopped me and I never could see. The accompanying doctor smiled. Quite perfect. Such symptoms, such rudimentary conditions, and still managed to bring the man back to life. Hear the word live. Violent applause began to erupt around them. The Lifetime looked at Li Yan. What's this young lady's name again? Nangonghan. The Lifetime roared in pain. Nangonghan. The crowd of onlookers said in unison. Nangonghan. That's awesome. That's awesome. Is there such a compliment? Great merit. Lu Xingchen rolled his eyes straight up. She, who had wanted to go and show off her credits, silently hid back in the crowd. Li Yan also sat down on the grass. Shivering, he pulled the cigarette out of his pocket, and with a gently trembling hand, lit it. Exhale a cloud of smoke. How exciting. Give me 5. Yeah. High-five the 3. The 4 of them sat on the grass looking at me and me at you, giggling non-stop. Chapter 151, You're a good man. Just now did not feel cold. The excitement is over. Li Yan began to look for a jacket to wear. Legs too weak to stand up. On the ground to crawl 2 steps to get clothes to wear. At this moment, Nangonghan stood up and looked straight down at Li Yan. Li Yan, who had woefully put on his jacket, looked up just in time to meet her eyes, which had regained their aura. Afternoon. Warm sunshine. On the yellowed lawn. Li Yan sat down cross-legged with a smile so sincere that it couldn't be any more sincere, and reached out to give a thumbs up. Congratulations. Did it. Nangonghan coyly pursed her lips and tensed her cheeks so as not to make her smugness too obvious, but the excitement was hard to suppress. She opened her arms and pounced on Li Yan. Li Yan just finished running and nervous for a long time. Slowed down the energy inevitably a little off. Really cannot hold such a weight. The smooth flow by the Nangonghan pounced on the ground. Could not help but stifle a grunt. Thank you. Feeling the trembling of her delicate body, Li Yan smiled and patted her back as a sign of comfort. He could be sure that this time Nangonghan's trembling did not come from fear. You really did it. When Nangonghan heard these words, Woody let out a cry of pain. How much time has come for aggravation, indignation and resentment, all in tears and sobs. A complete and total catharsis. Li Yan lay there, looking up at the blue sky and white clouds above his head, letting Nangonghan cry on top of him. After a long time, she stood up. Tears at this time are the best makeup a woman can wear. Unpowdered. With a face like a peach blossom. A violent roar erupted from the watching crowd. Together! 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 Amazingly! Nangonghan's shyly red face. Would have liked to relying on a moment. This is really embarrassed. Cover the face squatting aside. The useless bystander Chen Shirshir applauded insincerely. Her person is just easily affected by the atmosphere. And incidentally looked at the passerby Wenju. And said expressionlessly, stayed for 2 days. And she's become the heroine. Wenju rubbed his hands that were red from clapping. But she's really good. I should have known I'd go into medicine too. It's enough to come like this once in my life. Lu Xingchen couldn't be more pleased. Then I've had enough for one lifetime. Thanks to me bringing all my stuff. Why did you bring this over? Wenju asked curiously. I worked hard to get this from the infirmary. So how could I just pick it up for them? So I brought it to the playground after dinner, intending to put it back in the infirmary later. Wenju Feng, the principal, who had been anxiously blocked out by Zhang Jiang, was also relieved. Quickly reacting to the fact that this has happened and continuing without a school nurse is simply taking the lives of students for granted. Instantly organize the teachers around you to call off the games. This side of the celebration, he was kind enough not to stop it. And at that moment, the Honorable Lord Student President arrived just in time after the teacher leaders had left. As usual, pushing through the crowd, he walked into the center surrounded by his classmates with his head held high. The student president looked down on Li Yan from above, frowning straight up. How did you give in to this? The surrounding students, at once, whispered, I saw him earlier, came over to take a look at him and ran away. This is still the student president? I'll be damned. Now come out and claim the credit. That's the wrong thing to say. The student president isn't here to take credit, mostly to dump the pot. Out of such a thing he was originally hard to take the blame. Good thing this time he pressed the hands. There is no responsibility. As long as the pot is immediately firmly welded to Li Yan, everything will be fine. Don't think that this logic is outrageous. In normal times, many people and things run according to this logic. Why isn't the school nurse here? Who told you to handle it yourself? The student president crossed his eyebrows and rebuked angrily. Amazingly laughed and patted his ass and stood up, his fists gradually tightening while his face faded. Oh, do you have any guidance? Let the school nurse stay at the school in the first place and this wouldn't have happened. The student president's eyes widened in anger, really blending into his emotions. He was a top-notch actor at this moment because he believed the words himself. Letting you get involved was the biggest mistake I've ever made. And if that student doesn't survive, you're solely responsible. Nice guy. Amazingly called out straight away. The student president was still immersed in his world. And in his consciousness, the object of the crowd's accusation was Yen Li. All good things are supposed to be his doing. All problems are the responsibility of others. And this time, as usual, everyone will stand with him and criticize those who stand against him. But he forgot that this wasn't his student union room. I could you up. The freshman couldn't really listen and spat. What did you say? A single word shattered his dreams. Without waiting for the next half of his sentence to percolate, those dead eyes saw a hand remove his glasses, and then saw the approaching fist until it came into close contact with his cheek. It was only then that the student president showed his disbelief as amazingly flew in to add a punch to knock him to the ground, riding him for punch after punch. Asterisk 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 your mom's school nurse. Weren't you the one who talked the school nurse into taking a leave of absence? You asshole. How many calls did I make? Do you know? Medical students. Medical students. You know that too. So you mother asterisk 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 let the officer come. A crappy student president. And you're still addicted to it. Zhang Jiang was a warm-hearted person who couldn't bear to see someone being beaten, and hurriedly pressed down the student president who was about to get up, and added a kick in the process. Aya, Li Yan, don't fight. Amazingly had gone red and kept greeting him in the face. Corruption. Covet your mom's head. And you have the nerve to find someone to post it. Only $3,000 in total. I can covet to buy you a grave nah. And molesting girls. I've never done anything bad in my life. Even the old lady you see falling down has to be helped. You can still bully an honest man like me. Good thing I have a big belly. If it were anyone else, wouldn't it be Jade syndrome nah? Asterisk 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 Q. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Thanks to the anger saved up for him by the student president, the feeling of disengagement gradually disappeared from Li Yan, and the speed of his punches became faster and faster. With left and right, the more he fought, the better he felt. The student president was being beaten over the head, while amazingly was looking up for someone to beat up and passing as he did so. The result of not seeking. More upset. The movement of the hand harder and harder. Seeing that the situation was not right, Zhang Wenhai hurriedly pulled Li Yan, but he could not stop the fiery Li Yan. Zhang Zhang, people are getting killed. Zhang Zhang, who kept saying ouch, 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 reacted only then. Letting go of the student president, he stopped amazingly. You really ran to beat him to death. Li Yan evil fire spread out, and kicked him again after recovering his sanity. Waste, resisting or not resisting a little. Not at all addictive. The student president who had been suppressed to death by Zhang Zhang just now. Money. Li Yan extended his hand towards Zhang Zhang. Ha! Lend me some money. Zhang Wenhai and Zhang Zhang began to feel the pockets on their bodies. Shoved a few dozen dollar bills and dimes from his body into Li Yan's hand. He counted out the tickets one by one and flew them over the student president's body, finally throwing a handful of the remaining dimes in his face. Take it for your brain. Li Yan spat. A close-by girl picked up her cell phone and appeared to be about to make a call. Li Yan glanced at her. Call the police. I'll wait here. No. The girl waved her hand and blushed, like a quail coy. I just want to add the senior WeChat la. Feel that you are very careful, and very gentle. I quite like you like this. Where's the tenderness? Someone muttered in a low voice. There's one thing to be said for being handsome. It's quite handsome, but it's outrageous for you to say that. Remembering to take someone's glasses off before hitting them. Isn't that attentive and gentle? Crowd. Amazingly. The girl twisted her petite body again. Senior. The interruption made the hostility in Li Yan's body subside, and he smiled. The girl smiled back. But next, her smile stiffened. I'm sorry, you're a nice guy. Girl. Chapter 152, those who are afraid to take the blame should take it more often. What's going on? The head instructor looked to the student president who was lying like a dead dog on the ground. At his inquiring glance, the students very silently fell silent at the same time. Amazingly patted the grass clippings on his jacket and raised his hand. How did he fall? Chen Shishir exaggeratedly covered her mouth and bumped away from Li Yan. Wenju nodded. Yeah. Luscious, my god. How do you fall like that on the lawn? The onlookers also reacted by making up something about rolling 6 times with your face on the ground or something. The instructor's cheeks twitched slightly. Terrible. How he suddenly fell. Nangong Han jogged over. A meter away. Perfunctorily picking up a few things and looking at the director of instruction. Reporting to the teacher. He's fine. He also gave a sneaky hurry-up gesture to Li Yan, director of instruction, who was treated like an idiot. There was a young assimilated counselor in the crowd who reacted at that moment and explained what had happened in the ear of the director of instruction. I see. The head instructor listened and nodded. Let's have some students take him to the infirmary. I see. But say it. The student president slowed down. A little anxious, not caring about the pain on his face. Director, you are hurt badly. Don't talk. The head instructor interrupted him with nothing good to say. Student president. At the same time, a vicious line of sight was cast. He started to get scared and just wanted to get out of this place, which afterward he realized that he seemed to have violated the wrath of the people, but no one wanted to bother, and in the end it was a couple of student council officers who took him away. The director of instruction watched a few people leave, rather disgustedly skimmed his lips, looking toward Nangong Han is smiling. You are the students who just saved people, right? Being praised like this in full view of everyone. Nangong Han's face abruptly reddened, coyly pulling her hair back and nodding. So can you help look at this injured student? Can't. Nangong Han said decisively. Director of instruction. He had just seen the general course of the rescue, and belonged to one of the members who had been stopped by Zhang Zhang, and only wanted to let them celebrate for a little while longer before they came over earlier to evacuate. Therefore, the director of instruction was well aware of Nangong Han's weaknesses. He smiled and looked over at Amazingly. Nangong Han immediately changed his face. I'd better go. Li Yan looked at the director of instruction. Teacher. Before he could finish his sentence, he interrupted with a kick. Don't say a word and follow me. Principal's office. The head instructor poured him a glass of water. Wait here. I'll go out and take care of something. I hid it. Amazingly said bluntly. I know. That counselor and I talked about it. Purely because he deserved it. The head instructor rubbed his brow. He was not to blame for what had happened, and obviously would not be in a good mood. Yeah, he deserved it. Amazingly gleefully. Director of instruction. Sit down for a moment. The principal walked into the principal's office with an extremely smelly face, without seeing Li Yan in general, and sat straight on the sofa chair in front of his desk. Smoothly, he slapped his cell phone down on the table, clasping his fingers together and setting it on the desktop, his eyes staring straight at the screen. Without disturbing him, Li Yan went to the water fountain to refill a glass of water, and in the meantime went to the restroom. and when he came back with his pants belted, the principal had changed his appearance. Mercifully rubbing a pair of brown hands together, he murmured joyfully, "It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive." Li Yan was shocked. "It's still possible to die? Principal, you think it's a joke?" He didn't have the heart to say. "I just think that Nangong Han is so professional and still hasn't been saved. Yi Liangchen is also too pitiful. The person's name is Yi Shuai." The principal nodded his desktop. "I don't even know whether to say he's unlucky or lucky. This student had an all-nighter the day before he participated in the competition. The hospital checked his medical records and asked about him. The body is so poor that it still insists on anaerobic exercise every day. And I don't know what the picture is. I was scolded by my comrades in the hospital." The boy. The principal shook his head straight. "And thanks to his young age and good luck. Amazing Li, do you have a clue?" the principal asked when he saw Li Yan's odd expression. Ha. Where do I know to go?" Li Yan's eyes dodged. "Buzz off." The cell phone on the desktop began to vibrate. He picked up his cell phone again and looked at it, taking his old glasses out of the drawer and looking at them carefully. The corners of his mouth pursed tighter and tighter until he was furious. "Asshole." A slap on the desktop startled Li Yan. "This takes money from the school to eat and drink. Not only that, takes 5,000 for himself, 800 for each of the officers and 500 for each of the members. People's organizers complained to me in the morning, and the head teacher only found out." The principal frowned. "I heard that there are 00 online that you have corrupted money." "You have corrupted no. Greedy. A total of 3,000 was given to me, and I coveted 2,800. Li Yan said conspiratorially. The principal glanced at him and sulked straight away. "The teachers in the reunion committee have problems too. Reunion teachers are usually retention students. The age usually isn't too old, and with a little luck, you'll be in the school administration in a couple years. It's an okay avenue for advancement. Student president for you?" The principal pulled on Li Yan for no reason. Li Yan thought for a moment and said, "There's a student named Wang Yi who is very responsible and quite good." "Okay, let's do what you said. I could tell by listening to you that time at the commissary that you weren't holding back any good farts. Your family is probably fortune tellers, even thinking of such accidents." He clamped his cigarette and instantly changed his demeanor, narrowing his eyes to look at scrutinized Li Yan. "Ha, why would I bother coming to school if I had that?" The principal nodded. "Oh, so what did you think originally? Tell me." "Amazing Li, planning on jacking the student president somehow," he repeated. Li Yan scratched his head somewhat sheepishly. "I'm going to take everyone working on the last half day and just go on strike. They've been complaining for a long time. They'll oblige. Aren't they afraid of school penalties? Mainly because I think you're more fair. I can just go to you and sue you." Li Yan scratched his head awkwardly. "But I didn't intend to interfere with the course of the games. I just wanted to pick a fight at the end. Why don't you just come to me?" the principal said seriously. Li Yan said helplessly, "If I don't do some work, they won't believe me, and you won't believe me either." At those words he relaxed a bit. "That's really no problem. The police comrades arrived just now, let's go make a statement." "Amazing Li, when you give your statement in a moment, you can be vague about what happened, and what happened to the people, not necessarily how it happened. Don't you have to explain that to the guys? I've already gotten the other teachers to make arrangements. They need to explain a little more carefully, and I see that you have more experience, so I'll let you stay here with me and be nervous for a little while." Amazing Li, it's a shame the student council officer who pretended to be the school nurse hasn't been found by now. Someone who doesn't dare to take responsibility. It's better for his growth to take more responsibility. About that part, just be honest. The principal snorted coldly. Amazing Li habitually cupped his stinky feet. "You're such a good principal who cares about the growth of your students." Principal. Chapter 153, Today is a good day. With this kind of thing going on, the games definitely won't happen, and the rest of the year, plus the weekend, is 3.5 days, which is considered a mini vacation. Still sincerely hoping to give the person who created the term mini vacation a little shot, but Li Yan was quite happy. The school informed him that it was best not to go out, so he stayed at home in name only, helping to do the laundry and cooking, playing games and reading books and listening to music in the spare time, fulfilling and happy. About the school festival, he pressed on. Can't get out of the house to see people, can't see people to discuss. Time is like water in a sponge. Squeeze it and it goes away. The time spent touching fish just goes by so fast. 2 days, in the blink of an eye, passed, and the fiasco that is the game saw a blue background notice, with clear facts and a rare speed of handling. And the school handled the situation with no mercy at all. When you enter college you are an adult and responsible for what you do. Student president, withdrawal from the university. Students who share the spoils are informed of the punishment plus on probation plus in their files. the officer who mounted the school nurse is given an additional complimentary year off and returns next year to repeat the year. Reunion teacher. Dismissed plus filed, school nurse on leave of absence laid off along with him. And the 3 students from the friendly school who stepped up to the plate righteously were offered guaranteed spots in graduate school. An outcome that made the medical students who watched but did not participate twist with jealousy. When De Lifetime learned the news, he said that he would kowtow to Li Yan 3 times the next time they met. Li Yan returned a promise, and so far no reply has been received, and I do not know if it is done or not, and the responsibility of the school side. Because of this incident for the local publicity material, light take light release. Internal meeting self-examination, even if over. What should be liquidated has been liquidated. What should be rewarded has been rewarded. And what should be alerted has been alerted. Just a little bit of bad luck for Yi Shuai. The treatment didn't cost anything, and he got a nutritional bill and an insurance settlement, so I don't know if it will make up for the double trauma of his mind and body. However, Li Yan and his buddies have already made an appointment to visit Yi Shuai together on Sunday. Magic City. A pretty boy in a yard somewhere is lying in a rocking chair, flipping through a book and sunbathing. I'm on the road. Found a penny. The cell phone is ringing. Li Yan was having a good time reading the book, so he cursed when he was stirred up and climbed up in the rocking chair, unplugging his cell phone from the charger. Looked at the call display, actually still out of town number. With his experience of being abducted and not even able to get out of the Magic City, dialed out of town number 98% are sales promotion. No houses, no loans, no games, no abortions, no moonlighting. After a string of slogans, he hung up the phone and tucked it into his pocket, picked up the book and sat back in the rocking chair. 1 minute later, ding ding, the text message beep sounded. These days the sales pitchers all play this combo and have long since seen it. And anyway, answering the phone and receiving text messages isn't a deduction these days. After a while the phone called again. Once I saw that it was another out-of-town number, I just hung up, put the phone on silent and continued to flip through the book. It's a rare sunny day these days. Not to mention he's the only one in the house with a nice book on hand. Can this be disturbed? It's not possible at all. After a whole mid-morning of pleasantly touching fish, I didn't realize it was time for lunch. It was only then that Li Yan climbed up from the rocking chair. His mind and body were completely rested. He was in an extremely relaxed mood, pushing the door into the house. The first thing he did was turn on the rice cooker and nodded in satisfaction. Leftovers confirmed. Opened the refrigerator. Eggs confirmed. Discovering the carrots from the storage compartment under the stove, Li Yan was shocked. Even the carrots are confirmed, and there happens to be one left. Geez, what day is today? How did it go so well? Cracking the eggs into a bowl. Clutching the large bowl he had all to himself, he cracked the eggs and quoted the song. It's a great day. The heart can do what it wants. After singing a song, Li Yan looked at the prepared materials on the board and frowned. It seems like there is still a little something missing. What is it? What are you going to make for dinner? Scrambled eggs. Do you eat scallions? I see there's some kind in the phone box. Yeah, amazingly slapped his palm. How could I forget about this? When he finished, he turned on the gas stove. Help me pull. The words hadn't even left his mouth before he winced in hindsight. The voice. The resentment was great. Could have been attracted to the song? Amazingly slowly turned his head. In front of her was the teenage girl holding up her cell phone. Full of resentment. Crap, Li Yan exclaimed. Nangon Han. Amazing Li. Nangon Han. Amazing Li. When did you get here? Nangon Han glanced at the call on her cell phone that was automatically hung up again, tentatively confirming that it wasn't intentional. So she put the phone back in her bag and righted the position of her satchel as she said with a grimace. Starting with your confirmation of the carrot. Amazing Li. He turned back to turn off the fire and asked, how did you know my house was here? Through Lu Xingchen contacted Chen Shishir through Chen Shishir contacted Wenju through Wenju know the school where your sister is going to the school to find your sister to ask about your home address. Judging from the fact that Nangong Han didn't need to break her sentence and could finish it in one breath, her resentment had already reached a level where she could summon the Witch Demon King. They all actually have my cell phone number. Amazing Li hadn't responded by this point. Nangong Han nodded. I got your cell phone number right at LV Xingchen's place. And guess what? Hey, weird, she asked herself as she clasped her hands to her chest. No one answered. She pouted her lips. What do you have a clue about this? Amazing Li has been asked this question many times recently. Only this time it's impossible to fool around. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I called. You said you do not abort. I texted you that I am Nangong Han. You do not return me. I changed the phone number. You directly hung up. Nangong Han frowned. Any opinions about me? You can say it in front of me now. Li Yan pointed to the diced carrots on the counter and the egg mixture stirred with the leftovers in the bowl. That leaves only the scallions. Go pluck two. We'll split this bowl of egg fried rice in half. What do you think, Nangon-han? Seeing that he failed to impress her, Li Yan rubbed his hands together with a very doggy look. If you have any orders, I'll do them. Although there was a misunderstanding, it was a bit much to ask yourself, and it was obvious that there was some kind of emergency before he came to him. Otherwise as to go to the school to find Li Kuko well, to know Li Yan as a real brother. Do not know which class she is in. Then come with me. They're all open for dinner. Nangon-han pulled him and walked out of the house. Ha! Amazingly stopped dead in his tracks. Nangon-han was furious. Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave I'll call the police and say you molested me. This plot sounds so familiar. Li Yan touched his pocket. She was on the verge of crying with anger. I don't care if you have an abortion or not. Molestation or not. Hurry up and follow me. Don't you worry. I have to lock the door first. Yanli found the key and locked the door to his house, hiding the key behind the mirror in the process. On second thought, he slipped the key back into his pocket. In case he couldn't make it home on time again, he could use the door opening as an excuse. I'm such a witty man, Li Yan thought as he did. Chapter 154, A Great Misunderstanding. All the way out of the alley, Nangon-han's pace was extremely fast, deliberately leaving Li Yan behind. And when Li Yan quickly tried to keep up with her, Nangon-han started to scatter. So come a few times. To Li Yan's physique this exercise does not matter, but it is her tired enough. In order to save some strength for Nangon-han, but also afraid of the neighbors to see not very good, Li Yan followed her ass. Slowly walk. But every time Nangon-han exceeded Li Yan 5 or 6 meters will stop and so on almost, and then quickly step forward. Step extremely heavy. Dun. Li Yan was beginning to wonder if her shoes were rented, and what was wrong with not using them more to suffer losses. Women are such elusive creatures. Can you get over being angry and tossing yourself around? Seeing that this is not the way to go on, Li Yan spoke up. I was wrong. I shouldn't have not answered the phone. And, Li Yan racked his brain and couldn't think of anything. Shouldn't you put green onions in fried rice? Nangon-han. What have I ever offended you about? Other than not answering the phone? We haven't even spoken a few words. Nangon-han recalled it, and it seemed that it was indeed the case, so he said in response, it's true that you shouldn't put green onions in fried rice. So no scallions, let's go back and eat? It was rare to put together a fried rice with all the ingredients, and Yanli was not too shy about it. Nangon-han became anxious again and tugged on his sleeve. Just elbow with me. Being abducted to the car, Li Yan still didn't know what Nangon-han was up to. Ask her and she won't say. Li Yan then studied the interior of this car on his own. It was a little less interesting than the car that Ji Wanli had arranged to specifically transport Ji Moore, but it was a little more spacious, and the seats were still facing each other. Amazingly opened the refrigerator and took out a can of Coke. Can I have some? It's best not to drink it. It's unhealthy. Nangon-han glanced at him. Amazingly put it back. Never mind. You might as well drink it. It's like I don't want to part with a can of Coke. Sitting in the car sipping a Coke and glancing at the driver driving in front of me had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This is a familiar road. Where to eat? Nangon-han shook his head. I'm not quite sure where it's located. My dad asked a friend to borrow the manor for my sister and I to live when we go to school. Li Yan froze. Didn't you study in the capital? Being dropped out of school. Face is lost. How can I still have the nerve to go back? Nangon-han sighed. I don't have any good friends in the capital, so I plan to study here. Can you get used to it? My parents work here. My sister and I used to come here every year during winter and summer vacation when we were little. What's not to get used to? Nangon-han pouted. You don't seem too happy about it. No, you're too sensitive. Then you are happy. Amazingly scratches his head. Happy. Inexplicably, Nangon-han subsided and returned to a peaceful and quiet appearance. From the information he had gotten, Nangon-han's family were all good-level doctors, and according to Big Mouth Lu Xingchen's account, her family even has both Chinese and Western medicine. Amazingly began to think about it. In case a family member has an illness, a better relationship makes it easier to seek medical attention. So, he gave a fawning smile to Nangon-han and said without words, learning medicine is bitter. The income is really good, haha. How much to borrow? I'll ask my dad. Amazingly, I don't borrow money. I've saved up some pocket money. I can give it all to you without you having to pay it back. Amazingly, that, ventured to ask, do I look that poor? Nangon-han ruffled a strand of her hair braid with her fingers and blushed. It's okay to be poor, as long as you work hard. Oh, good, very good, not bad for twins. This one is just as unguessable. Noticing Li Yan's puzzled face, Nangon-han reacted. Did I misunderstand? Yan Li nodded. I'm actually quite rich for the average of my age. I also had a part-time job before, and my income was okay. Then you're still working pretty hard. Nangon Han pursed his lips. I'll be blunt then. I don't spend a lot of money. So meals are fine with AA or taking turns buying. My family is full of doctors who aren't used to holidays. And neither am I, so there's no need for gifts. Of course, I still want a gift for my birthday. Nothing too expensive. Usually when you're busy, tell me and I won't bother you. But when it's been too long, I'd still like to meet up. What do you think? Amazingly, Nangon Han. Although he couldn't understand it, from reading between the lines, Li Yin felt that things didn't seem right. What do you mean? Is there anything else you don't understand? Nangon Han blushed through. It's my first time falling in love too. I'm in love with you? Amazingly was shocked. You shouldn't be so loud. Nangon Han tugged on his sleeve with a shy look. There are still outsiders around. Just wait a minute. We need to discuss this matter. Nangon Han smoothed her hair braid to the back of her head, and also straightened it with her hands, sitting down obediently, a pair of watery eyes looking at him. You say it. Li Yan's cheeks twitched slightly. Can you be more casual? I think it's better to be serious. Nangon Han's gaze burned. When did that us start? When giving Yi Liangchen first aid. How exactly was it determined? In the middle of winter. Li Yan's cold sweat was still running down his forehead. That I hadn't been drinking, so how did I break? Isn't everyone shouting together? Nangon Han put his hand against his lips and tilted his head to look at him. When I was a freshman, 2 of my classmates started their relationship this way. Amazingly, that's a big misunderstanding. What kind of person just looks at the last bit and doesn't ask about the process? Oh, have you told anyone else about this? Nangon Han shook his head. No. I think this has to be done after asking your opinion. Amazingly was half relieved. He moved his butt and sat directly across from Nangon Han, saying and gesturing, it's like this. Your classmates, they may have been together for a long time. Then one of them confessed to the other, and the crowd started shouting together and marry him and so on. Then the one who was being courted said yes to the one who was courting, and the 2 of them got together. Not so with us. People were just making good-natured jokes about our gesture of recognizing and encouraging us for rescuing the sick. We've only known each other for 2 days. No. To be precise, the 2 of us have not been alone at all. Nangon Han's face began to go green for a while, and after a long time, she unwillingly said, why did my cousin tell me that this is 2 people together? Huma lo. Li Yan immediately made a WeChat call to Luo Yenran. Moses? Don't Moses. What did you say to Nangon Han? Ha. I just joked with her. What did she say to you? Saying that, Luo Yenran paused. The won't take it seriously, which is so exaggerated. Hurry over, waiting for you to eat. Li Yan hung up the phone and looked at Nangon Han. Nangon Han. Amazingly, Nangon Han buried his head into his knee socket. Minutes of mental struggle later. I beg you. Finally realizing that he had made a huge mess, Nangon Han's originally white face turned even whiter, so ashamed that he could barely breathe. Can you not talk to others about this? If I can't stay in this city, I really don't know where to go. No third, fourth person knows about this. Li Yan looked at the driver. In the rearview mirror, pitch-black sunglasses obscured the driver's eyes as he finally said his first words since getting in the car. Don't worry. I won't say anything to Boss Ike and Madam. Li Yan, degree. Chapter 155, Chiame. Should have thought of that. Even Li Yan knows that he has to please the doctor. Let alone Ji Wanli, who regards his daughter as his life. And right now thanks to Luo Yenran, this douchebag, the atmosphere was awkward to the extreme. Leaning in the corner position farthest away from Li Yan, Nangon Han's face looked like a dye booth had been opened. Red for a while and white for a while. Stick to the cushions and be completely faceless. Emotions build up to a point where you start banging your head against the leather seats. It's a good thing it wasn't her family's car that she was riding in and cherished some of it, or she would have had to have a concussion. The destination was reached in an eerie atmosphere. Halfway through the drive amazingly guessed. Ikari's villa on the outskirts of the city. Luo Yenran waited outside the door, wanting to lead Nangon Han inside. Nangon Han retreated half a step without giving the slightest bit of face. Nangon Han, Theo, Yen Luo. Seeing Nangon Han grunting in anger as she went around her, Luo Yenran looked at Li Yan. Did you make her angry? Woody, I advise you not to ask either. Li Yan's eyes fluttered as he surveyed the yard from side to side. Not much changed from when he was there. The koi in the pool should also be served. Looking much livelier. What are you looking at? Nope. Li Yan followed behind Luo Yenran. Came all the way. Now to go back they 80% will not agree. What are you calling me for when you're eating with your own family? Ha, you don't know? Luo Yenran glanced at him. I was not expecting to be that close to you. How come I never heard you mention the fact that you saved my cousin when you were a child? First, I've only known about it for a short time. Second, we don't know each other very well. Hey, 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 hey. You're not making any sense when you say that. I've personally made a dish to entertain you. Luo Yenran was dissatisfied. It's so hard for me to get time to read at home, and the sun is so nice today. It's all for nothing. Luo Yenran spread her hands and said, there are books to read here too. The gazebo there. It's not better than your house. I still prefer my doghouse. Amazingly sighed. Besides, it's full of bossy president loves me or whatever. Or books on economics and management. So how am I supposed to read them? How do you know? Amazingly. You know, Luo Yenran had seen Chi Mo and Jiang Luan at the police station in the first place. I can't believe this can't be associated. More people suspect that she went through the back door to have this class on. This person would be damned if she could solve the case. She slapped her head, finally coming to a realization, and glanced at the helpless Li Yan, feeling offended. What's in your eyes? Nothing, just worried about your solve rate at the office. The two men entered the villa. Of course nothing had changed. Ikari couldn't be rich enough to redecorate a bit for them. On the sofa in the hall, a hale and hearty old man with 3 fingers resting on the position of the young girl's wrist, said something with a serious look, finished a sentence, paused, and waited for the young girl to finish her record on the notebook, and then continued to give an explanation. Look at the stance of teaching medical knowledge. The old man, noticing the arrival of his guest, let go of his granddaughter's wrist and revealed a warm smile. He was casually dressed in his pajamas, as usual with the amiable old man next door, probably because he had done a lot of good deeds on weekdays. His longevity eyebrows were growing to the corners of his eyes, slightly hunched over. He rose to meet them. Li Yan felt flattered. Welcome, welcome. You're too kind. The 2 hands were held together, and his 2 wisps of long life eyebrows abruptly knitted up. Hey, your pulse is good. Amazingly. 2 minutes later, Yan Li was successful in his application and became the material to teach Luo Qingdai. Who can resist the temptation to get a free pulse? Right above the center of the wall of the left-inch vessel. Well, the pulse travels like a bean. Qingdai, you try it. She put her fingers on Li Yan's wrist and nodded. So this is how the bean pulse feels. I remember the books say that patients with this pulse usually have pain somewhere, and some are even extinct. Amazingly frowned. But I'm not in pain anywhere. Then you might be dying. Luo Qingdai nodded slightly. Amazingly. Don't be ridiculous. Even if you really take out the extinct pulse, you can't say this. In case the patient really dies, it's hard to say whether he died from your fright or illness. The old man frowned and reprimanded his granddaughter. Amazingly, Luo Qingdai on the surface of the good behavior to listen to the training. Grandfather turned his head on the tongue to make a face, obviously not afraid at all. The bean pulse is an artery, and there are a bewildering variety of them. Well, it gives a sense of turbulence and uncertainty. It should be that something in the party made him unusually alarmed to show this kind of pulse. He smiled at Li Yan. Drink more cinnamon rice wine soup in a while. It will be good for you. Oh, that's a relief. Li Yan sighed in relief. Nangong Han, in order to see the boyfriend, spent an early morning to braid a lot of braids. At this time is in the mirror to unbraid hair. When he heard his grandfather say that, his face darkened. As for that, even if she misunderstood, she wouldn't be unusually alarmed. She quickly walked over and put her hand on Li Yan's wrist, quickly releasing it and explaining to her grandfather. I haven't taken a proper pulse in a long time. He looked at Nangong Han with concern. How is it? Just as you said. The palpitations were extraordinary. Turning back to the bathroom, she couldn't tense up and blushed terribly as she went to the restroom to continue brushing her hair. Nangong Han's grandfather reached out and put his hand on Li Yan's wrist again. Hey, how come it's worse? In front of the mirror, Nangong Han's face stank even more. Luo Qingdai revealed a suspicious look. You weren't afraid of people almost dying on the playground. How could you be afraid of my sister to this extent? As a result, Nangong Han's face became even more and more smelly. Li Yan finally deeply realized the magic of Chinese medicine. He smiled awkwardly. No, it has nothing to do with Nangong Han. Chinese medicine emphasizes on looking, smelling, questioning and cutting. That is, to understand the condition from the signs, pulse, questioning, and sometimes the family members follow, but also from the family member's situation, to contact the patient. Even Western doctors have to utilize these types of factors in their outpatient clinics. So, the job description of a doctor is similar to that of a police officer when you get down to the nitty-gritty. Therefore, Li Yan couldn't fool anyone with this statement. Luo Qingdai was in high spirits and ran to the restroom to help Nangong Han comb his hair and set the intelligence going. The old man is indifferent. All this age, for young people's love affair has no interest in exploring. She'll scare you? Ha ha. No. Oh. He looked over to the table and very kindly took Li Yan's hand. Dinner's ready. Let's go ahead. Chill Mom has been here for years. She's very good at local dishes. It should be to your liking. He pressed Li Yan to sit down, picked up the bowl in front of Li Yan and shoved the chopsticks into his hand. Don't be so formal. We don't have that kind of rule in our house. We all just sit down and eat. Clip yourself in. I'll serve you. He carried the bowl. How is this going to work? What's the line? The old man cheerfully said. You saved my granddaughter twice. Especially for Han Han, the grace is the same. From today onwards, we are family. Amazingly. Anon. Chapter 156. People are realistic. Take this driver who was sent specifically by Equanery to pick up his friend. Who pays his salary? Who helped him the most at work? Who always orders takeout without forgetting to order one for everyone? LOL. Yen Li is usually quite polite, and by the looks of things is also very likely to be the successor boss. The job paid well and the boss treated them like human beings, so he did plan to do it to the end. Though it was also promised that Amazingly would not talk to Madam and boss about it. But, it's been a long time in the making. The driver finally thought of a way to be loyal and make a phone call. 10 minutes later. Fine. I'll be sure not to tell the boss's wife. You know I have the tightest of mouths. Okay. Turning off the speakerphone and hanging up the phone. Zhang Yuanzhou looked at Zhang Wan. I didn't say anything to you. Zhang Wan. Jimor was in a very good mood the other day, and immediately got to stay at Li Yan's house. Immediately packing her dresses, consoles, snacks and stuff overnight. But not right away. After all. After a few days, Jimor began to be upset again. In a bad mood. Looking around, even the cat and hamster were raised by Jimor disliked the fast depression. Originally, Zhang Wan did not want to spoil her, and did not intend to call Li Yan to come and see her, for fear of spoiling her, but also have to worry that she does not know what to do in Li Yan's house. But it was a nice day, so I coaxed Jimor out into the sunshine in a few words, as to how to persuade him. Nothing more than Li Yan is not coming, just too busy, be a woman to be more tolerant, and so on, blah blah blah. Although Jimor is smart, but after all, he is not versed in the world, and he is a little shallow in this aspect. Just after being Pua a meal, his mood is much better, and even very witty to derive a little, and think that she should also be like Li Yan, to find some serious things to do. Picked up a branch and played with it, picking at the mud in the flower beds, planning to plant some potatoes and peppers and cabbage and such after digging the hole. The main reason was that just now Jimor had a video call with his grandparents, and they showed Jimor the crops that had just been harvested. It looks like it's delicious. Ikimori thought she should have a talent for that as well. It's only been a short time since I've been doing this, and here comes the annoyance. Hey, get what, Lu? Zhang Yuanzhou squatted to her side. Ikimori rolled her eyes and moved a meter away from him in a crab position, hoping that he would leave consciously as he had done before so that she could continue to open up the field. She didn't realize that he had come back up to her again without relenting. Call uncle. Zhang Yuanzhou followed the temptation. After you call me, I'll help you dig traps, and trick Li Yan over at that time. How about it? GMO gave Zhang Yuanzhou a cross look, walked around in front of him, picked up a branch and continued to huffing and puffing to open up the land. Since kidnapping Li Yan, Jimor has gotten a lot better. Zhang Yuanzhou intends to restore the relationship with his niece, but he is suffering from handling security matters for Ji Wanli and is not that available. And recently Ji Wanli is not traveling anymore, so he is finally free. Then he moved towards Ikimori every day, but the little girl had grown up and forgotten the deep friendship she had played with him as a child, which made Zhang Yuanzhou very despondent. Just want to take advantage of catching Li Yan recruiting cats and dogs to make common cause with Jimor for a bit. But looking at the situation, Jimor should not have heard it just now. Zhang Yuanzhou this is happy, patting his butt, backhand passing behind Jimor. Just now Xiaozhou said how Li Yan came. Jimor dodged and blocked him, pressing a branch against his stomach with a burning gaze. Zhang Yuanzhou, you're not busy? He feigned irritation and slapped the branch away. I'm busy, I have to go out now. I'll be back in half a month. Ike more. Zhang Yuanzhou let out a humph and followed Jimo's example, going around her. Realizing that the threat wasn't working, Ikimori switched to a different style of play. Uncle, Ikimori, Omega, something? Li Yan, Ikimori warned, raising an eyebrow. Zhang Yuanzhou also put up a stink. Oh. I'll talk to you when I come back. Jimor, Omega, you really want to hear it? Ikimori nodded. Aha. Then follow me. Ikimori tugged at the hem of his shirt to follow him, afraid he'd run away. This joy of having a follower had not been experienced by Zhang Yuanzhou for a long time. Going to the gazebo and sitting down, he pushed his cup. Pour the tea. Ikimori, I'm leaving. Zhang Yuanzhou exerted extreme pressure. Jimor got anxious, opened the tea canister and grabbed a large handful and threw it into the cup, lifted the freshly boiled kettle and poured it. Finish pouring the tea. Early this is not it. Zhang Yuanzhou raised his teacup and took a sip. taking a long breath. Ha! It's nice to have a hot cup of tea in the winter. Looking at his scalded red hand, Jiang Luan tugged at the corner of her mouth and went back to her room to get the burn cream. Have to hold the cup to do what? Ike Moore pouring tea is not very good at it. It does not deserve it. Chi Moore. Equal smiley face knocked Zhang Yuanzhou's back. Zhang Yuanzhou bowed and enjoyed himself for a short while, then said, "Alright, don't get exhausted. Seeing as you're so sincere, I'll tell you about Li Yan." Iki Moore sat dutifully. Zhang Yuanzhou repeated the driver's original words, slightly embellishing some unnecessary rhetorical devices and verbs, like colorful, fangirl, and so on. Chi Moore was originally excited, but he fell silent halfway through hearing it. When Zhang Yuanzhou finished, she picked up a branch and swung it. Feeling that it wasn't too much, she switched to a hanger and swung it again, but it still wasn't enough. Finally, she picked up a shovel. Ji Moore tugged on Zhang Yuanzhou's shirt. "Go find Li Yan." "Zhang Yuanzhou, you're going to shoot him to death?" Zhang Yuanzhou showed a look of surprise and felt his pockets to find his car keys. "Go go go. Was planning to deliver burn cream, Zhang Luan. The other girl invited you to mess with you. Just a little misunderstanding with Li Yan. You want to beat her with a shovel." Seeing that Mo is still old and unconvinced, Zhang Luan glared at her. "If you really beat her up, how will Li Yan look at you?" Ji Moore, dash. Zhang Luan imitated Li Yan's speaking voice and said, "Oh, talking to a girl is a matter of control. I'd better not get along with Mo. She's hurt so poorly. It's all because of me. I'm going to take care of her." "Oops, you can't eat right now. Let me feed you. Either that or you'll move your wounds if you take a shower. Let me help you. This is good. Li Yan is really with her. Thanks to your shovel. When they get married, they will have to ask you to be the matchmaker. And the shovels will have to be tied with red ribbons as witnesses. Here's something awesome for you. You won't have dinner tonight." Iki Moore. Zhang Yuanzhou comforted. "Not yet, knocked it. Alright, dinner is still to be eaten." Zhang Luan glared at him. "Don't say anything. What if you hit someone at school in the future? I'm not going to go to school to intercede. There are too many people for her to fight." Zhang Yuanzhou spread his hands. Zhang Luan was silent. Halftime. Alas. She looked over at Ji Moore and sighed deeply. "It's difficult enough. Our family just has more money, but unfortunately people don't care about that. Forget it. You'd better eat more at night. They're all human beings. They can't really top it without some stamina. Iki Mori, you'll be able to study after a while. So be good." Zhang Luan patted the top of her daughter's head. Chi Moore raised his head, revealing his eyes thirsty for knowledge after a long time. Moving Zhang Luan. "Listened?" Ikimori nodded. "Listen to what I say?" Ikimori still nodded. Thus, Chi Moore began his research on the subject of Li Yan. Chapter 157, I have a friend. A table of 10 dishes, meat and vegetables. The presentation is much more sincere than Zhang Yuanzhou. Everyone was seated, and Nangong Han's grandfather was very enthusiastic, constantly laying dishes for Li Yan. "It does taste good." Luo Qingdai and Luo Yanran both moved their chopsticks quickly. One hadn't been eaten in a long time, and the other hadn't tasted mom in years. Understandable. Nangong Han, on the other hand, was much more restrained and chewed slowly. Several people had already eaten for a while before the woman took off her apron and took her seat. Nodding slightly towards Li Yan, "The hospitality is not good. At home I was going to make scrambled eggs for dinner myself. Your cooking is great. I love it." Nangong Han's mother smiled lightly. "It's good if you love to eat. Auntie, your cooking is so delicious." Luo Yanran's mouth was stuffed with a bulge and slurred. "How long will you stay here?" "I'll come and eat every day. I took a vacation today. I have to go back at night. Recently your aunt and uncle's company is quite busy." Nangong Han's mother laughed. "Let Han do it in the future. She doesn't do any worse than me, right?" "Ah." Nangong Han was a bit lost in thought. "Aha, in the future, Yan's sister will look for me when she eats. Alright, I'll look for you for a change when I'm tired of Ning Cheng's meal." Luo Yanran was overjoyed. All in all, a meal that was enjoyed by the hosts and guests. After the meal, Nangong Han and Luo Qingdai helped wash the dishes. Rohyanta held up until she was holding her back and went to work. "Take a stroll to cool off?" the old man suggested. Amazingly nodded. "Good." The two walked around the yard. "This place is so nice. It's estimated to cost quite a lot of money." The old man looked up and down at the arrangement. "It's just a little too spacious for a doll to live in. The house is not popular, and it's easy to get sick." Amazingly compensated with a smile. "Watch the steps. It's fine. I can see it. You don't have to care about me." The old man carried his hands. "See, you are quite familiar." Saying this, he slapped his head. "It's also true that Ji Wanli's daughter and my two granddaughters fell together. Old age, memory is poor. You've known Uncle G for a long time? Well, the old man laughed, back when his wife had an emergency when she had the baby, and I don't know where she inquired me into it. I couldn't even afford to pay for the clinic at that time, or it was spread out over a couple months for me. He was rather a sentimental man. Later on, he developed and opened a pharmaceutical factory for my son. Although both sides have money to earn, it is always my son who owes him. Pretty good. Amazingly smiled. Is quite good. Day by day better. When I was small, my parents are starving to death. Nowadays eating, the late generation are advised to eat less meat. I am practicing medicine I cannot know well, but also cannot control the mouth. The old man talks a lot, pulling a line from one side to the other, but amazingly kinda loved it. After strolling back, the old man pinched Li Yan's wrist, stroked his beard, and narrowed his eyes. The palpitations are better. The depression is still heavy. Amazing Li, nice guy, thought he was here as a chaperone, but it turns out they gave him the condescending treatment. Either you prescribe me some medicine? What's the use of prescribing medicine? The heart is not in a good place to have depression. The old man helplessly said, it's good to endure things, but don't endure the disease. But now the problem is not big enough to affect anything, but it's time to start paying attention. Well, thanks Grandpa. It's no fun when you're always so polite. At this moment, Nandong-han stepped out to throw away the garbage, glanced at Li Yan, and handed him a bag. Heavy, take a bag for me. Good. Li Yan nodded. Grandpa, I'll go first. Go go go. The two of them walked out a few steps, and Nandong-han looked back to make sure no one was following. Then he stole a glance at Li Yan. I just asked Sister Huma. What? Amazing Li wondered. She tensed up and blushed. It's that thing just now. Amazing Li. He originally relaxed a lot. Mentioning this, suddenly embarrassed again, not already in the past. A misunderstanding. Oh. Nandong-han slightly lowered his head, but his eyes glanced upwards to observe Li Yan's demeanor. Memories of the conversation with Yen Yen Luo before dinner. Sister Huma, I have a question for you. Ask. Here's the thing. I had a friend ask me about it and I didn't quite understand it, so I came to ask you about it. It has nothing to do with me and I was just curious. You have friends here so soon? Aha. Nandong-han, who had been found out about the bug, nodded his head stiffly. Luo Yen secretly snickered. Say it, let me hear it. It's like this. That friend just got along with a boy for a short period of time and fell in love with that boy. Isn't it not too normal? Nandong-han frowned. What's the point? Time is not the measure of a relationship, right? Nandong-han nodded approvingly and continued. But that boy seems to be very resistant to that friend. Oh, is that friend of yours as cute as you? Rohyanta asked with a tilt of her head. Geez, I'm not cute. It's just like me. Royan, she's still so in love with flattery that when she's complimented, her bottoms show. With such a shallow heart, if he really stayed with Li Yan, I guess he would find 10 or 8 mistresses outside, and this cousin wouldn't be able to find out. Luo Yen was instantly worried. Asking you what to do, Nandong-han urged. Luo Yenran came back to her senses and looked at her delicate and cute cousin. She didn't hold back to pinch her face. It's hard for people in general to resist your kind of, my friend, Nandong-han emphasized. Aha, your friend type. Luo Yenran continued along with her. It's possible that the person your friend likes isn't quite normal. No way. That boy is a very calm and righteous person. How could he be abnormal? After saying that, Nandong-han added, I heard it from my friend. That good? Loyal pretended to be surprised. Have I seen it before? Nandong-han's eyes fluttered. That's definitely not true. So are there any similar ones? Kind of like Amazingly. Nandong-han pursed his lips, his eyes glancing upwards. Maybe. Probably. A little bit like it. Oh, this completely smashed porcelain. Luo Yenran nodded. Like Li Yan, right? She didn't know how to describe it for a moment and thought for a long time before she said, this kind of person has a special term in our industry. Stuffy. You're also talking a little too hard. Nandong-han pouted. Luo Yenran was dumbfounded. You like Li Yan and want to fall in love with him, right? We were talking about my friends. It's nothing to do with Miak. Nandong-han rubbed the corners of his coat, thinking about this matter. So happy that his heart was flying, completely unable to hide his emotions. But my friend would like to have a relationship with the boy, who kind of looks like Amazing Li. What should I do? Luo Yenran was already powerless to spit at her inexplicable persistence. Chapter 158 Ranking. Luo Yenran still thought hard about it. Chill. I can't see people like Li Yan. She frowned. Not to mention me, even Ning Chang isn't sure. With that, she sighed and continued. So the resistance he showed could have been hidden. It was that even more stupid. After understanding Nandong-han's 100 turns of the teenage heart, Luo Yenran also understood the reason why Li Yan called just now. She looked at Nangong Han. Can you understand? Nangong Han didn't continue to pretend, and said grimly, I know. He's trying to draw a line with me, and doesn't want me to get the wrong idea. Luo Yenran laughed ridiculously and smoothed her hair. That's why he deserves your liking, otherwise a random girl like you, and he spends 2 days with him, won't he just move on? That's true, huh? Nangong cold immediately cloudy to clear, so don't be anxious about it. More get along, or possible it. Luo Yenran was relieved to see her so optimistic. Yeah, it took me a lot of effort to take Ning Cheng down in the first place. How does a sister do it? Luo Yenyan smiled smugly. I was pretending that I was kicked out by my family at that time and had no place to stay, so I relied on his house. But this method might be a bit difficult to deal with Li Yan. After all, your family arranged such a big place for you. Alas, I blame Grandpa for that friend. Nangong Han looked rather regretful. Having to arrange this place for me. Luo Yenran suddenly thought of the girl who hung on Li Yan like a koala at the police station that day. Oh, you're actually right if you want to blame him, Law. Aha, I've figured out what to do. Rohyant was curious. What to do? Day by day. It's like a new love. Oh, tell me in detail. Luo Yenran raised her eyebrows. How exactly is it a raw love? Ha? Luo Yenran spread her hands and said helplessly. After all, she's still a little kid and can't understand this kind of adult joke. Nangong Han's face turned red. Oh, you're listening. You know that kind of birth control? You or a doctor should be able to get that kind of medicine. The more Luo Yenran thought about it, the more she felt that this matter was feasible. Might as well give it a try. Li Yan will definitely be responsible. Nangong Han's face turned even redder. I wouldn't do that. Nangong Han stood dumbfounded for a long time, and the top of his head had begun to steam. Amazingly, it's okay. Seeing Li Yan come up to stare at her, Nangong Han firmly covered her face that was as red as a boiled shrimp. No. I'm just a little bit hot. Well, either you go back and rest for a while. I know where the trash can is. It's fine. I'm fine. Let's go together. Nangong Han sucked in a few mouthfuls of cool air and calmed down quite a bit. The fact that she didn't continue where she left off made amazingly relax. The two of them walked in silence for a while. Nangong Han didn't run to the front this time. Just not far away from half a meter away. Thank you, she snapped. What's there to thank? Yen Li shrugged his shoulders. She gave a scissor hand and playfully poked her tongue out. Thanks to you, I can continue to be a doctor. I was scolding you the whole time. It's good that you don't hold a grudge. How come? I know you were in a hurry. Nangong Han tilted his head and recalled. In fact, I was scared and angry. Then I gave up. When I moved the knife I thought I was in the operating room. That feeling can be amazing. But I'm much calmer now. I won't be like that again if I encounter this situation once more. It's best not to run into that situation again. It was almost a dead ball. Li Yan regretted a bit after saying that and rubbed his brow. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. It's fine. Doctors are all going through life and death. As long as it's saved, there will only be a sense of accomplishment left in our hearts. So put your heart in your stomach. This profession is amazing, Li Yan exclaimed. Hey, it's okay. She rubbed the back of her head, looking a little sheepish. By the way, we're considered good friends now, right? Nangong Han suddenly asked. That's for sure. Yen Li joked. Being friends with an awesome doctor. It's not a loss by any stretch of the imagination. Ha. Nangong Han's ears were so soft that he couldn't help but be pleased once he heard the flattery. It was also the first time that Li Yan had seen someone that outspoken. And it was kinda funny. She giggled for a moment and then asked, there are closer and more distant friends. Which one do you think is closer? Me or that big guy friend of yours? No glossing over. I want the truth. Amazingly, being too blunt doesn't seem like a good idea. Say it. I promise I won't get mad. Nangong Han threw the garbage into the trash can. Li Yan pondered for a while and said, or Zhang, I've known him since the beginning of the school year. I'm sorry. Nangong Han really wasn't angry. She just drew a small ranking table in her mind, intending to see where she currently ranked in Li Yan's mind. By the time she climbs to the top tier, the day-to-day strategy will have worked. So she recalled those friends around Li Yan, and then asked, oh, how does it compare to that skinny, somewhat bookish boy? Zhang Wenhai and I are hairdressers. We grew up together, Li Yan said awkwardly. Nangong Han nodded slightly. Well, I guess this is the first tier, but it's a boy, so it doesn't matter. What about that tall girl? With that girl with a great temperament? Actually, this was what Nangong Han was most curious about. Amazingly, something like that. He thought for a while and said with difficulty. After all, they were all girls he'd met as a child, and there was no point in being close or distant. as if it appeared as if he had something on his mind. Hearing this, Nangong Han's mood visibly cheered up. She's only been here 2 days. 2 days. These two girls have known Yen for a long time, so it seems that they're nothing. Nangong Han began to drift. Where's LV Xingchen? Then it must be you, because she's of no use whatsoever, Li Yan said decisively. Nangong Han was so satisfied that he nodded his head repeatedly. Aha. Good. I see. Then we're still pretty good friends chant. Yeah. When he asked about LV Xingchen, Li Yan was relieved. This kind of question, as long as someone patted the bottom, it would be fine. It could only be at the expense of Lu Xingchen, but she really wasn't of any use. Li Yan looked at the time. I'm planning to visit Yi Liangchen this afternoon. Do you want to come along? Come along. Nangong Han nodded. This is my first patient. Then I'll give them a call. Li Yan was secretly delighted. So that would leave tomorrow's time free for reading. Chapter 159 Intelligence and Attack Power. Luo Qingdai unimaginatively leaned against the doorway with one hand crossed and nibbled on an apple. Not far away, her usually quiet sister became unusually talkative. I don't know what to say to the man, but I'm not sure what to say to him, and I'm not sure what to say to the man. Sit properly. What's it like to lean against the door? Luo Qingdai's mother chided on her lips, but still moved the stool. Get used to it out there. Change slowly. She sat down dutifully and took a big bite of the apple, and when she saw that her mother kept staring at her, she flipped over the side she hadn't nibbled on and handed it over. You eat it? The woman stroked Luo Qingdai's hair painfully. You never ate apples before. Yes? Luo Qingdai frowned. I don't even remember. Oops. It's good to have fruit to eat, the woman added with no small amount of sadness. All of a sudden it's like you've grown 10 years old. You never used to help with the dishes. You never left it to chill. Luo Qingdai. Have I been that much of a pain in the ass before? She turned back. 8.5 times out of 10 times Chill cried as a child. It was because of you. Luo Qingdai smiled sarcastically. It seems like it, but unfortunately it's not that close when I grow up. Now it's not easy for me to make her cry. In the future it'll be up to Chill's sweetheart to pick up where she left off. Luo Qingdai's mother followed her line of sight to Li Yan and was dumbfounded. Your grandfather loved him, but I think your grandmother would have liked him more than your grandfather. Luo Qingdai raised her eyes. Then shouldn't I snatch it from Han Han? If she can't win me, she'll have to cry again. So who will you help then? Definitely help Han Han. She can cry and you can't. Her mother joked, rubbing her hair. You two spend more time with Grandpa. His health has been poor lately. After a long goodbye, when this topic was mentioned, Luo Qingdai was also sad. Is Grandpa dying? Can still live 3 or 5 years of? Must not first teach you first. Save your grandfather gossip. The old man's face is stinky. No good mood. Rest enough to roll in. Did not go to school before the weekdays with me to the medical center. Luo Qingdai. I've only just gotten back home and wanted to hang out for a few more days. Aren't you afraid I'll die? Luo Qingdai. After saying goodbye to her family, Nangong Han bounced around and set off with Li Yan to visit the doctor. In fact, it was originally enough for 2 people to go there, and other idle people had little to do with the matter. But Lu Xingchen had to go along for the ride. The important thing is that she also pulls a Weibo group, in which she ate Chen Shishir and Wenju. Said they were going shopping after visiting the sick, so they were going too. So Li Yan called Zhang Wenhai and Zhang Jiang also. The game's tired enough. Incidentally, also go out to play a trip. Not enough time to surf the internet. Playing video games can still be. Today happened to be pulled out by Nangong Han, so it was a day early. Visiting was no longer the goal, and the hospital became the rallying point for everyone, probably because they lived in a relatively remote area. When Nangong Han and Li Yan were sent to the hospital by the driver, several people were already sitting in the hall, studying which place to go shopping. You guys went and saw it? Lu Xingchen looked down at the fruit basket in Li Yan's hand and grabbed a handful of cinnamon balls. There you go. You and Sister Han Han go and come back quickly. We still have to go shopping in a while. How come I didn't know I was going shopping? Nangong Han was puzzled. It's all in the group 8 everyone. LV Xingchen slapped his head. I forgot. I didn't add you on WeChat. Add 1. Nangong Han flashed the QR code. Well, so go shopping or not? Nangong Han rejoiced. Go on. My sister doesn't even have any clothes to wear. Buy her a few sets so that she doesn't have to wear mine all the time. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Yan and Nangong Han both went to the building to wait for the elevator. Lu Xingchen took out the handful of cinnamon balls she had just stolen and gave everyone a few each. Chen Shishir curiously said, how did you see that she was Nangong Han with a single glance? These two sisters are so alike that I don't dare to recognize them. Coming to visit the sick 80% is Nangong Han chanting, and Lu Xingchen isn't as cautious as you are. She's just a tiger then. Zhang Jiang joked. Lu Xingchen blankly glanced at Zhang Jiang and crossed her arms and bullishly said, It was Li Yan who taught me to tell the difference. Luo Qingdai prefers to put out an attacking outfit and Nangong Han prefers to add intelligence. I observed during those 2 days at the games and it was indeed like that. What attack on intelligence? The black one adds attack and the white one adds intelligence. Isn't that common sense? I see Li Yan saying it with conviction. Chen Shishir looked at Zhang Zhang. What kind of common sense is this? Zhang Zhang was also confused. What the hell? What white and black? Stockings ah. Lu Xingchen tugged on the leggings on her leg. I just wore a pair of white ones today. With a little intelligence on purpose. Crowd. Zhang Wenhai looked up for his brother and said, Li Yan is joking with you, but it's really like that. Nangong Han is a bit gentler than her sister, so wearing white isn't. Lu Xingchen was very stubborn. Look, Sister Wenju is wearing white today. Sister Shishir is wearing black. Suddenly, LV Xingchen realized the blind spot. Hey, why are you all wearing stockings? Aren't you cold? I'm wearing pantyhose. Though. Chen Shishir inclined her head to avoid Lu Xingchen's scrutinizing gaze and vaguely said, This is just what I wear on a daily basis. When Zhu glanced at the ceiling, the pants were washed and not dried, so I just found a random pair of socks to wear. Zhang Zhang and Zhang Wenhai glanced at each other. In each other's eyes saw the word regret. How to get on Li Yan's big pussy when the cold days out also have to stick 2 pounds of fruit. It's all about eating people. Can they have a good time following it? If I had known how good it would be to double row in my dorm room, I wouldn't have had to get into this mess. The two men regretted the moment. 12th floor of the hospital. Postoperative monitoring area. Achoo! Li Yan rubbed his nose. Nangong Han fished the mask out of his pocket. Where one? He put on his mask and pinched the metal strip on his nose. 80% of the time it's Starling Louis bad-mouthing me. She's not that bad. Nangong Han laughed. In what ward? I forgot to ask. That's it. Standing in the doorway, Li Yan checked his clothes and patted the dust on his body. Inadvertently noticed that the fruit basket inexplicably empty a position. So adjusted the layout of the fruit. Did not expect a sorting out also more than a mango. Casually put into the pocket. A moment we won half. What a man who knows how to live. Chapter 160 Tyranny of the Majority. Woman behind her who witnessed the whole thing. Ahem. You guys are. Yenli turned around. Hello, we're here to see Yi Lianchen. She didn't know when her son had changed his name, but too many times to bother correcting it. Pushed the door open. I'm his mom. Come on in. Originally still with a fluke, Li Yan stiffened. Gift giving also back to touch even if, and even be caught on the spot. He really wanted to find a place to die before he did. The two of them smiled awkwardly, and the woman smiled back. She was even a little used to the fact that there weren't many normal people visiting her today. Pushing the door in, the ward was in good condition, and even had a living room, which was filled with fruits and snacks and milk and the like that had been casually purchased for the visit. I don't know what kind of psycho said a box of Hijiro's jelly, and the person choked on a stone and went to the hospital. Isn't this purely picking a fight? But Li Yan was instantly balanced. He wasn't the oddest one out at least. Oh, 80% is LV Xingchen. Continuing inside, there was a blue curtain separating them. Inside the curtain is the hospital bed. Yi Shuai was lying on a white sheet with a bandage and immobilization at his neck. At this time is holding up the phone to brush Jane. Listen to the BGM. Li Yan no. 80% is the video of the young lady dancing. It doesn't look like it's recovering normally. Li Yan sat down on the edge of Yi Shuai's bed, put down the fruit basket, and took out mangoes from his pocket and fastened them on it. Yi Lianchen, feeling better? Yes. His neck couldn't move. His windpipe had just been sewn up, and he couldn't speak, so he could only move his eyes. And instead of seeing Li Yan, he saw Nangong Han. Yi Shuai couldn't speak and picked up his cell phone to type and show his mother. She took a look and turned around in a hurry. Her attitude turning 180 degrees and holding Nangong Han's hand. You're Marshal Ye's savior, right? Nangong Han shyly scratched the back of his head. I just did what I was supposed to do. Law. Nangong Han pointed at Li Yan. It's mainly because Li Yan reacted in time. Otherwise he really couldn't be saved. The woman looked at Li Yan and became even more emotional. She's a single mom, so she is the only one who handles everything for her son. Rushing to the hospital, signing autographs, getting money together for surgery, dealing with relatives who instigated her to make a big deal out of it, trying to pay out more money, communicating with doctors, and caring for her sleeping son. It's only been 2 days and she's a little frazzled, but as long as there was nothing wrong with her son, it was nothing for her to work harder. In the morning, the principal of her son's school, with several police officers, informed her personally of what had happened after the successful operation. This single mom's hands were shaking as she accepted the compensation money. It took her a moment to realize that his son had truly gone to hell. So much gratitude to both men. Thank you. She was unusually emotional and almost incoherent. Thank you so much. I really don't know what to say. Come on, have a mango first. Amazingly. What am I talking about? She wiped her face. When Marshall Yi is well, I will definitely personally come to the door to say thank you. You're too kind. They're all classmates. It took a while of politeness before the two were able to get away. On the elevator, Amazingly breathed a sigh of relief. It's nice that his mother is a reasonable person. Is there any that are not reasonable? Li Yan nodded. You're not a doctor yet, and cutting her son a cut like that could even cause a life-threatening infection. If she takes it seriously, there's no place for us to reason. So true. He looks so obscene in person. I didn't expect his mom to be so nice. Nangong Han looked at Li Yan with relief. She knows you like to eat mangoes, so she gave you all the mangoes from the fruit basket. Such a big bag is enough for you to eat for a long time. Amazingly. You guys are so slow. Lu Xingchen complained. Why did you bring back so many mangoes? She looked at Li Yan suspiciously. You stole it? Roll on, roll on. Li Yan opened his pockets. Everyone take a few and eat them. It's too tiring to carry them around. One held 2 mangoes and walked out the door of the hospital. The chief family's driver somehow timed it just right, and the car was parked right in front of the entrance. Nangong Han was a little embarrassed. We called it ourselves, I guess. We can't always ask you to pick up and drop off. The driver pushed up his sunglasses and looked at Li Yan. Amazingly. Either that or go up there and come all the way. Everyone got into the car with a brain. When Zhu looked around and had a familiar feeling. This is Uncle Chi's family's car, isn't it? I think I've been in it before. Well, yes. Uncle Chi is so rich. He comes to my grandpa's house every year and brings expensive gifts. Nangong Han frowned. I don't know how that sister is doing. My mom gave her a psychiatrist for a while back then. It seems like things aren't going well. By the way, you haven't met her yet, right? Nangong Han looked at Li Yan curiously. Amazingly. Seen. Chen Shishir snatched the answer. I've seen it too. The earliest among us to have seen it is Chi Moore. Oh, Nangong Han nodded. How is she? Can she talk? Almost. I heard her whispering to her cat when I was dawdling at her house last night. Chen Shishir looked at Li Yan. That's pretty good. You'll be going to school soon, right? You're looking forward to it. Chen Shishir was a bit tentative. Well, I'm so happy for her that she's finally going to school. Li Yan took a long breath. When Zhu keenly sensed the anomaly and frowned straight away. What the hell happened? He hadn't treated Iki more like this before. Not with any obvious favor or disfavor, but at least he didn't outright make it a task to take care of her. She looked over at Chen Shishir. For her part, Chen Shishir shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she didn't know. The destination was close, a few words away. Several people got off one after another. Li Yan clapped his hands. All right, let's separate the men and women. Zhang Wenhai and Zhang Zhang both exuded surprise. Sure enough, the comrade in arms was still that familiar comrade in arms. I object. A discordant voice rang out as LV Xingchen raised his hand. If we want to play, let's all play together. Several of the girls nodded in agreement. Still trying to fight for it, Zhang Zhang negotiated. We don't have any clothes to buy. I'm against it. Lu Xingchen continued. Minority follows majority. Let's have a democratic vote. Raise your hand if you agree to go shopping. The results came out quickly. 4-3, and the consultation failed. Zhang Wenhai reached out and put his hand on Li Yan's shoulder. Li Yan, I thank you for letting me experience what tyranny of the majority really means. Shouldn't have picked up LV Xingchen. Ugh, Li Yan was simply numb. Had he known better than to just go home? Seeing that a few people still had opinions on the democratic vote, Lu Xingchen began to pry at the corners and looked at Zhang Zhang and Zhang Wenhai. Oops, you all have girlfriends. Do you need to consider buying a gift for that her of yours for Christmas? Are you suffering from not knowing what gift to buy? Follow us and give the answer in one afternoon. And so, 2 people shamefully betrayed. Never mind. I'll buy clothes for both my mom and my sister on the way. The school gave out $18,000, and they haven't even touched it yet. That's right. Lu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 161I. Amazingly on the couch found him suddenly very attractive today. The eyes of the big girls and small daughters-in-law on the road would unconsciously show greed and desire. It's mostly the bag hanging around your neck that's worth more. The 3 turds were on the couch in the store and began to retrieve what brands the logos belonged to, trying to find the prices of the corresponding styles. A pair of socks can be sold for 2,000. Or is it human? Zhang Wenhai was shocked. Zhang Zhang spread his hands, but it can be said that it is. Pussy's money is really good. They come to the small commodities market figure what? A bag can wrap a store. Purely idle. Li Yan patted his ass. I'm going to buy a hot dog. You 2 go with me. Zhang Zhang shook his head. Not hungry. Someone snatched the bag and killed me, can't afford to pay for it. Li Yan rounded his eyes. Come along. It's always hard to eat at someone else's house. Yan ordered stinky tofu, guandong boiled, and some fried skewers. Feast on it. Zhang Jiang and Zhang Wenhai are in charge of the guard. After stuffing a piece of stinky tofu into her mouth, she saw Chen Shishir run out, remove her mask, and open her mouth. Ah! Li Yan looked at her and handed over the sign. Cecilia Chen. It's hot. You're better off eating it yourself. Li Yan explained. Chen Shishir inserted a piece and bit into it, and it was really hot. Spitting out her tongue. Hoo. You're not going to hang out? It hasn't started yet. Chen Shishir glanced at the kanto boiled in Li Yan's cup. I want to eat seaweed. Li Yan took a pair of chopsticks and handed them to her. Didn't eat? Ugh. Calorie control at every meal for figure management. But to go shopping? Eat a little down to balance the energy loss. It's not good to be too skinny. Right. Chen Shishir held the seaweed, eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. But the oily fried skewers on the plate eventually deterred her. While Li Yan took a skewer of bok choy and stuffed it into his mouth without any pressure. Zhang Jiang pointed at the bags around Li Yan's neck and curiously said, how much are these bags worth? We can't even find out. Chen Shishir was still very specialized in luxury goods, and she could tell after a couple glances. Chill's basics. Less than 3W, Wenju. Well, Auntie One is a bit more strict in her control, but it goes well with what she's wearing. The main thing is that LV Xingqian this. Chen Shishir compared a $300,000? Zhang Jiang asked. 3 million, and the style has to be a lotted one. 000W to get it. Li Yan sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This bag is worth 20 in her hands. I thought Wenju's bag was the most expensive. Chen Shishir tugged at the corner of her mouth. Yes. She has the temperament to look good carrying anything. Zhang Jiang asked again. What about that one of yours? More than 100. I forget. Chen Shishir helplessly said. Actually, I don't feel much for this. Mainly because artists need this for some occasions, and I only have 3 or 4 of them to change back and forth. 3 turds fall silent. Chen Shishir covered her cup to warm her hands. I'm considered less in the circle. My income didn't reach that level. I rented more. Lu Xingqian is different. She's covered in big brands. Not a single day is a repeat. Just the ones she changed this week are enough for half a fashion show. Li Yan said resentfully. I thought that LV Xingqian's family was at most middle class, dressing like an old man of the soil day in and day out. That's true. Chen Shishir glanced at him. Compared to Chi Moore, it's still a bit worse. How much? Asked Amazing Li. Genuinely curious. It's not a matter of price. Chen Shishir knocked on the desktop. Foreign luxury goods are all sold with individual labels, but the clothes on Chi Moore are all top quality Su embroidery craftsmanship. I've participated in a program about non-heritage before, and the dressmaking materials alone cost 100,000 a foot, and it takes 2 horses to make one dress, not counting the rest. And 4 of the best embroiderers can only make 1 dress a year. The artists haven't that face. Money are not selling you. Chen Shishir continued. My mom inquired. The local leaders rely on this clothing is to attract investment to come. How much money are not sold? Now that I think about it, 80% of the time it's Uncle Icky who puts a price on this stuff. And all those bracelets, earrings, hair clips and whatnot that Chi Moore has been throwing around. TSK. No wonder you have to arrange for bodyguards. I'm tempted to grab it. Amazing Li. Can this go to school? Chen Shishir almost spat out a mouthful of soup. You just care if she can go to school? Yeah, that's what Uncle Chi asked me to do. Li Yan frowned. What else could I care about? Chen Shishir gave him a deep look. Something very unusual for them would be enough for an ordinary person to use for a lifetime. Aren't you moved by it? I know it's worth a lot of money and it wouldn't hurt them to give it to me. Like Auntie gave me a suit, and Uncle Chi tried to take off his watch and give it to me the day I left. Li Yan pulled down his cuffs to reveal his wrist. I can't afford to wear a watch like that on this hand. I can't wear a suit like that. It's not that I regard money as dirt, nor did I feel that they insulted me with it. On the contrary, the respect I received at Uncle G's house moved me so much that I even changed my impression of rich people quite a bit. But then, I understand one more thing. The richer you are, the higher you stand, the fewer friends you have, and the fainter you are with your family. That's why I say I admire Uncle G for being able to juggle his family. But even at his level, he still doesn't have a lot of friends and has never, even once, been able to pick up the phone with the ease of his tone. There's no guarantee that a life like that would be possible with hard work, but to go through the motions for a life like that is something I don't want to do. So I'm telling you, I'm totally unimpressed because the price tag is too high. I'm pretty much out of my league. Just be happy. A house, some cute kids, and a man ready to face all of life's difficulties. Isn't that what most women wish they had? While he was not moved, Chen Shishir was thoroughly moved. She lowered her head and took small bites of the seaweed. It's like a glimpse into the future. She doesn't have a lot of money, but it's all she's earned. Enough to buy a house. Save the rest. Go back to work and get by. Screw show business. Who needs all that fame and fortune when you have such a cozy place? She said seriously, raising her eyes. As a result, Zhang Jiang and Zhang Wenhai were seen frantically rubbing Li Yan's hair. Asterisk 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 asterisk, that's a cool line. It's amazing how poor people can be so refreshingly unassuming. Cecilia Chen. The atmosphere was completely shredded by the gag. Chen Shirshir stomped her feet in anger and left without saying a word. Next time I must go on a date alone with amazing Li. Chapter 162, the Mark 6 of the World of Courage and Virtue. Li Yan finished eating the stinky tofu and fried skewers, cleaned up the garbage a little bit, picked up the cups that were multiplying the Kanto boil and threw them into the garbage can together, and sighed straight. What a waste. I can't believe I don't eat the whole thing. People don't dislike you, but you still dislike them. Zhang Wenhai shook his head helplessly. I haven't eaten it. Don't say anything. It's a big sin to affect the artist's value. Chapter Wenhai said to shop together, but the girls can hold each other. Li Yan, in addition to carry things to follow their ass, is in two close friends smoking cigarettes and bowl asterisk 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 ing freezing to death in an electric car these days. Amazing Li tweaked his hand. If you can't, go back to the dormitory and live there. Zhang Jiang proposed. Li Yan shook his head. The school dormitory fees are refunded to me. Halfway back to pay, still have to pay the full amount. Too pitiful. Bear with it. Zhang Wenhai raised his eyebrows. Buy a four-wheel tram. Recently subsidized. The cheapest 50,000 down. Don't you have a bonus? Add the money I saved before. A total of only 30,000. Mortgage, then I have no income now. Do you want mom and dad to give? If you are still doing short videos you can still consider it. Li Yan sighed. By second hand chanting. Hey, right. I see someone in the same city selling it. Only 20,000. Zhang Jiang opened the app and looked at it. Look. It's still there. The girls use it themselves. 95% new. It's only been opened for 3 months. Li Yan rolled his eyes. Right. A girl's own use 95% new. You can also believe. If it's really that good, wouldn't it have been sold earlier? People have been hanging for a week. It's not like it's a loss to go and look at it. But if it's not, we'll just go out and have fun. If it's real, it's $30,000 cheaper. And there's nothing to do tomorrow anyway. Zhang Jiang followed the good advice and said. Li Yan was also a bit impressed. Either ask around? Zhang Jiang handed over his cell phone. Contact yourself. He looked at the picture and the car did look pretty new. Still pink. And amazingly took an immediate liking to it. A real man should drive this kind of car. Only 20,000 yuan. But also what Mercedes-Benz BMW. Pure Love Warrior, hello. Hey, hello. Pure Love Warrior, is the car out? Is it listed at 20,000? Yes. The other formalities will have to be done by yourself. I've been quite busy lately. The transfer may not be so fast, but you can wait until the transfer is completed and then pay me the money. Li Yan rolled his eyes. Busy and still able to return in seconds. Really? Pure Love Warrior, can I have a chat on WeChat? Hey, it's not very convenient yet. Pure Love Warrior, can I see the car tomorrow? Hey, I happen to be free tomorrow morning. Let me send you the address. Pure Love Warrior, okay, how do we get in touch then? Hey, let's get in touch on this. Pure Love Warrior, okay. Li Yan handed the cell phone back to Zhang Jiang. 80% is an intermediary, not even leaving contact information. What if the person's parents are too good looking and are afraid of you harassing them? Zhang Jiang said in a conspiratorial manner. I've given you a way to think of something and you're still 7 or 8. Li Yan patted his shoulder. This is how poor people like me are. There's no way around it. Just put up with it when you meet them. I'll just lend you the money to buy a new one. I can't afford it. Then play soccer with me every week as interest. I'd better not borrow it then. Zhang Jiang. Zhang Wenhai glanced at his cell phone and asked, is it morning or afternoon to see the car? Morning. What's wrong? Wang Yi just said that your school wants to find us to talk. Probably the student president has changed and wants to ask what to do about the school festival. Zhang Wenhai saw Li Yan start to roll his eyes when the alarm bells went off, and first took a precaution. You're the one who wants to take on this job. Don't push it all on me. Li Yan was happy. Didn't Wang Yi get elected as the student president? You can push it to Wang Yi. Makes sense. Zhang Wenhai slapped his palm. Are you guys still human? Zhang Jiang spat. Li Yan leaned over the railing and looked down at the warblers happily playing under the overpass. Nangong Han noticed Li Yan on the catwalk waving his hand in greeting, and Li Yan waved back at her. Nangong Han smiled and pointed to the store in front. Li Yan made an okay gesture and picked up the cigarette in his hand. signaling that he would come after smoking. After dismissing Nangong Han, he explained, "It's not that I don't want to participate, it's that I don't have the means to participate anymore. I wanted to fix the ex-student president, but I caused Yi Liangchen to almost die. I can't take it if anyone else gets in trouble. I think the school festival will go with Dai Cheng." Yi Liangchen said that at the end of the day, "It wasn't you who caused it." Zhang Wenhai frowned. "Of course I didn't cause it, but I was a part of it after all." Li Yan turned his back and leaned against the railing. "The games have come to nothing. The school is far more concerned about the school festival than the games, and once I get involved I'll be bad." Zhang Zhengji rolled his eyes. "You have an Ultraman transformer or something. As long as you are there, monsters will appear now? I also didn't realize that Ultraman turned out to be a documentary." Li Yan took out the transformer he had just bought at the stationery store, pressed the button, and as the two wings unfolded with a click 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 click, the transformer emitted a dazzling light. Like sunlight through the night, dawn creeps across the sky. Zhang Zhang. Asterisk 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 asterisk, why did I ghost buy it? Li Yan felt all over his pockets. "Where's my small ticket? Just now, you rubbed into a ball and bounced off." Zhang Zhang said expressionlessly. "Blanche, forget it, send." Yanli thought back as if he had bought it just to give it to Chi Moore, and he slipped the transformer back into his pocket. Before going back to Eichmer's house, always thought of bringing something back to her. She was weirdly pathetic at home, so she probably got used to it. "Zhang Zhang, what the are you talking about?" "I was just talking about somewhere." Amazing Li scratched his head. Zhang Wenhai reminded with an expressionless face. "You said you'd do bad things when you got involved." "Oh, Amazing Li nodded, reclining on the railing and pointing at the female group haggling with the vendor. "Because of them, men are useless and blame girls for being pretty." Zhang Zhang glanced at Li Yan. "Yi Si was right. You are a wimp. What does have to do with good looks? What does that have to do with anything?" Zhang Zhang scratched his head. Li Yan thought about it. He would know later anyway. There's no point in hiding it. "I'll reintroduce you to them. Then, Wen Ju, the daughter of a real estate developer. Chen Shishir. Her family's agency is one of the best in the industry. If she really wants to shoot a movie, she definitely not just this heat." Nangong Han's elders are all highly regarded doctors, and his parents also run a pharmaceutical company. "You have also seen a girl with hair like a spring, called GMO. Is also Chen Shishir, mouth with silk and satin as a rag to make that. Chen Yu I don't need to introduce. His father you all know. Can you understand?" Li Yan looked at Zhang Zhang. Zhang Zhang frowned. "You touched the hex in the world of righteousness?" Amazing Li, if you have to say that, doesn't seem to have a problem. Chapter 163. What does that have to do with your status as an Ultraman? Zhang Zhang asked again. Yan Li, you still don't understand? You're going around and around to confuse me. Just now I was a bit inspired to say. Zhang Zhang spread his hands. Let me give you an analogy. These people are like golden branches, and I am like what I just thought. Probably the relaxation of the past few days is too much. Li Yan's brain is not very good, and Zhang Zhang, a fellow choreography major, immediately understood. I've realized. I get it. I totally get it. They're the golden branches. So you're the outhouse. The golden bough needs you to fertilize it close by. And some people who want to come and pick the leaves and enjoy the flowers or whatever will stop by and take a. That's why whenever the flower viewing activities start, it's best for the thatched toilets to be closed. Otherwise they'll have to overflow when they're full of poop. Zhang Zhang was quite proud of himself. This analogy is really wonderful. Next time the counselor asks for homework I will write this one. Amazing Li. Zhang Wenhai slapped his palm. That's right. Amazing Li. Right hammer right. Amazing Li rolled his eyes. But since they have so much energy, there's absolutely no need for you to take Daiqing seriously. Zhang Wenhai said helplessly. He mainly didn't want to tire someone out. What's the matter? People have a lot of work to do day in and day out, and I'm taking this kind of small thing to their parents for help? Li Yan wiped his face. I can afford to lose this person. They can't pull this face to deal with school students, right? But your thatched toilet is still covered by the golden branch, and it looks like it can't be moved for a while. Zhang Wenhai frowned. Golden branch is not the key is their parents. As long as not involved in the interests of thatch, even if it is a hiatus, and then have to find fault with, is to take me to brush the sense of existence, so that even if disgusting people, there will not appear I have no way to accept the consequences. That's why I said I'm the only one who can't do this job. Zhang Zhang held Li Yan's hand. Thatch, I understand you. Zhang Wenhai sighed. Ah Mao, although it's very unwilling, you also have your own hardships. I won't force you. Amazing Li, if there's any real bitterness, under the overpass, each girl's face was flushed with excitement. They ran at a fast pace, their skirts fluttering and their smiles swirling to the point of intoxication. Due to family or various reasons, they each have their own struggles. It's not easy to be able to have fun every day. I'm going to try my best to create the conditions for that. He looked at Zhang Wenhai. After all, after being favored, one can't be too selfish, can they? What about you? What do you want? Zhang Wenhai looked at him. Hey, here's every day to have fun including me ah. Li Yan pointed to himself. Last school are fast to suffocate me. And do short videos and what the games, well are a few semesters. I cannot enjoy? Chapter 1 Hi. Zhang. As they spoke, the group of people quickly ran up to the footbridge, and LV Xingchen took the lead. Standing in front of Li Yan tugging at him. Caught stealing by the boss? Run so fast. A dog's mouth is a rich man. She waved a scratch card up and down in the palm of her hand. Man, this card could buy your life. Amazingly, have you taken the wrong drugs? I won the lottery. Lu Xingchen smiled. Amazingly, 20 of. Bingo. LV Xingchen pointed at the scratch card. You guessed it. 125W. Arrived exactly 20W. What? Li Yan rounded his eyes, glanced at the prize number and amount in his eyes to confirm it, and regretted it. Why didn't I think to buy one? Lu Xingchen looked around. I told you, this Li Yan person loves money the most, and you guys still don't believe me. Nangong Han and Wenju and Chen Shishir. LV Xingchen spread his hands. I told you to passively resist. Originally we were to share it among the 7 of us, but now it's only the 4 of us. God is unfair. The poorest in this are the 3 of them. But then again, they didn't covet it. Regret is certainly still a bit. Seeing Li Yan's look of unwillingness, Nangong Han tangled his fingers in his hair. My share can be divided in half to Li Yan. Wenju and Chen Shishir said in unison. No. Nangong Han, why? I own it Before the two could make up a reason, Li Yan waved his hand. Gifts are also taxable, and it would be more than worth it to transfer this money in case my card is blocked. Then I can treat you to dinner with that half AC. Nangong Han hooked his fingers in the belt around his waist. Small movements like a thief with a weak heart, and also thought that other people did not see that kind of thing. Natural nerdiness has gone against the grain. Chen Shishir as a trio of master-level characters, to a certain extent, also grasped the weakness of Nangong Han, so the yin and yang said, Io, so how do other people in the school think? But also thought that you guys are in love. Nangong Han face burst red. The top of the head instantly began to smoke. Obviously CPU dry burning. Hastily waved his hand. I did not have that meaning. Oops. Just wanna thank Li Yan well. I suffered his help you all know I'm just trying to thank Li Yan. I've been helped by him. She rubbed her hands restlessly around. Her fingertips pinched red, and finally looked at Li Yan with big round eyes. Right. Crowd. Turned Li Yan's face all red. This kind of no confession is better than confession. Pure feelings without skill, pure love girl trick. Back to the basics to a certain realm. The lethality for male creatures is increased to extermination level. If it wasn't for Amazing Lee's high decimation line, he would have taken it. Chen Shishir regretted her behavior of handing over words just now. What kind of family is this that can send their kids to BYU and at the same time raise them with no more heart than a grade schooler? No wonder I was frustrated as soon as I joined the workforce. Li Yan is also really out of the head, just out of the head. Have to be so handsome. Now the innocent girl is in love. Things are going to be great, aren't they? Chen Shishir is quite anxious, but he doesn't dare to say anything for fear of making another big move. On the side, Wenju didn't have as much of a mind as Chen Shishir, but her solution was more reliable. Ask Jiang Wan for off-site assistance. Of course, in Wenju's mind, she was simply looking out for GMO. Luckily, Li Yan was only controlled for a moment. I appreciate the love. Didn't you treat me to a big meal at noon? That's enough. Fine. Nangong Han was splashed with cold water and also lifted his status. Then go and collect the money first before anything goes wrong. Li Yan said. These guys draw too much attention, and it's always good to slip away early. He went to the bank to get a card for LV Xingchen, and then went to the nearby lottery center to claim his prize. Because of Starry Lu's strong resistance to donations, it was done in an hour. Walking out of the lottery center, she pinched the bank card. The corners of her mouth out of the crystal saliva. Fortune. There is really so much money inside. I can take out. Chen Shishir. Doesn't your family give you money to use? It's all intimate payment or credit card swipes. Lu Xingchen wiped his mouth. This is still the first bank card I've ever gotten. And the first time I've ever earned money. That's a lot of money to make on this treadmill. Li Yan spat. LV Xingchen crosses his waist. That $5 principal is I earned. And then and everyone together to put up money to buy scratchers. This is not considered to have earned it. Earned 10,000 times that easily by my shrewd mind. Lu Xingchen narrowed his eyes. If it's 10,000 times more. How much was that again? Don't buy it. Nangong Han advised. At first, when they watched LV Xingchen's petty and barbaric tugging with the shopkeeper, they had advised them. Several of them could foresee the headache that the lottery owner would have if the scratch-off didn't win. I didn't realize that LV Xingchen could really traitorous luck. I'm not that stupid. LV Xingchen opened his shrewd eyes and exploded with a brilliant light. Put your money in me for shares, and I'll bring you guys to continue earning money. This is a classic case of mistaking luck for strength. Sooner or later, money earned by luck has to be given away by strength. Li Yan, Zhang Zheng as well as Zhang Wenhai all think the same way. This money to LV Xingchen is no different from floating in the water. But it can't be helped that apart from LV Xingchen, the other three really don't care about playing with this amount of money in the water. When Ju was elated. Yeah. Chen Shishir spread her hands. It doesn't matter. It's just fun. Nangong Han looked at Li Yan inside. Giving it to me is just saving it anyway. Chapter 164. Early the next morning, Amazing Li takes his two little friends for a nice breakfast as an outing for the day. Zhang Zheng couldn't even open his eyes, stuffing crab meat Xiao Long Bao into his mouth. Why am I so indebted that I have to recommend a car to you? He pointed at the door. Li Yan, look, it's not even dawn. Are you still human? The crab meat Xiao Long Bao here will be sold out if it's late. Li Yan explained. You're full and counting. Is that good enough? He was a little bit too excited to have the first car of his life soon. That's more like it. Zhang Zheng beckoned and called for the waiter. Bring 10 cages of crab meat. The waiter came over. I'm sorry, the crab meat ones are all booked up. Your table is only booked for 3. Yan Li hurriedly shoved the last one into his mouth, grimacing as it burned. Zhang Zheng, with his vindictive spending, a breakfast still cost amazingly 300 plus. Zhang Zheng ate straight hiccups, holding a toothpick in his mouth. Let's go to that 288's buffet at noon. Oh, turn around and talk about it. Li Yan tucked his hand and crouched in front of the store. Hey, I really don't believe that you can transfer the car in one morning. Zhang Zheng cupped his cell phone. The only contact can be on me. Amazing Li ground his teeth straight away. I can't believe I was counted out by the bean batch. It's only 6 o'clock after breakfast, and it's not even light yet. Find a place to sit. Zhang Wenhai said helplessly. Is it blowing in here? Li Yan rolled his eyes. At this point except for the breakfast store which is open. Spent 300 and still not allowed to sit. Next time do not come to eat. Finally, the three freezing and shivering wandering the streets finally found a 24-hour convenience store and suffered until dawn. At 8 o'clock, make a date to meet at the park. It was about time to wander off to the park again. It turned out that people were late, and 3 people were sitting on the stone chairs, rubbing the old man's stereo to listen to the Huang Mei opera, leaving home to save Li Lang. Who would have thought that the royal list would be the best? Li Yan took off his woolen cap, straightened his hair and put it back on, and couldn't help but spit out. Winning the scholarship and still being looked at by the princess, meeting the emperor to save Li Lang, and finally living happily ever after. What the hell? If we're going to do this movie now, we're probably going to lose money. At that time is still the Sui dynasty. People Yang Jian is full of lawsuits. Do this not be arrested to dig the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal even good. The old man listened to straight rolled his eyes. Would have liked to line up with Li Yan, but saw that Zhang Zheng beside him was tall. Turned off the stereo with his backhand cursing and left. I told you to talk too much. Now there's no more theater to listen to. Zhang Zheng sighed. Other people's cars look hopeless. Cannot be anxious. A cold wind blew. Zhang Wenhai tucked his hand shivering. Looked to Zhang Zheng. Still no news back? No. I guess I was stood up. Zhang Zheng glanced at Li Yan. So the buffet at 288 at noon still counts? Buy a new car still have to go to part-time job, which have that free money anymore. Li Yan scratched the back of his head. This hat worn for many years balled up so much that it stung and scratched. He looked at his cell phone. Wait for another 10 minutes. Let's go back to school to find Wang Yi. 10 minutes passed. Li Yan stood up. No credit at all. Even if it's a liar. Well, at least come and lie to me. Hey, isn't that one? Zhang Wenhai pointed at a small pink trolley parked in the corner of the park. A tall girl in a hooded sweatshirt and mask stopped the trio. Don't go. Let's go to the closing. Amazing Li. Chen Yu, this car is yours? Zhang Wenhai froze. Chen Yu took off her hat and mask, revealing a slightly tired face. I'm sorry I just wanted to look at you a few more times. I'm afraid that you'll realize it's me and leave. Amazing Li. Got a broker. Paid an extra 2,000. And got my new license plate in the morning. I'll transfer the money to you. Chen Yu nodded. You just put me off the blacklist and turned directly. Sorry I forgot there was this. Li Yan awkwardly took out his cell phone and lifted the blacklist to transfer the money. Yuan rolled her eyes at the side. It would have been better not to say this. Chen Yu, however, just laughed, as if she really didn't care. It's fine. I know. She knew she no longer mattered in Li Yan's heart. What's with the sale of a newly purchased car? When I first bought it, I only considered the convenience of reading and going home. but now I have to run around to catch a notice that the range is not enough, so I'm going to change it for a different one. Li Yan nodded. Also, I'll make up for you some more. A car like yours could have been sold more expensive. Sell it second-hand in the future, not to mention for a girl's own use. Chun Yu smiled. Ask you then? Sure. Li Yan graciously agreed. Chun Yu, however, looked even more forlorn. Do you want to have lunch together? I've got a date with a friend. Sorry about that. Next time. Li Yan joked. But I'm afraid I won't have that free time when I'm a big star in the future. For you, I'm at your beck and call. Just like you used to be for me. Chen Yu pursed her lips. I've really changed. You look a little tired. Take care of yourself. Yan Li couldn't say anything. He picked up his cell phone to check the time. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Chen Yu didn't continue to press on, knowing that it wouldn't work on Li Yan. She looked to the two people behind Li Yan who were tucking their hands and whispering about eating melon. What will they do if you send us? I'd better take a taxi. The company can reimburse me and save you some electricity. Okay, bye. Aha. Chen Yu took a few steps closer. Amazing Li took a half step back. I just smoked a cigarette. You'll be sick if you smell it. I lied to you then. Li Yan had no more excuses and Chen Yu hugged him. A hug between friends isn't too much. Only idol dramas do that. Li Yan looked up in embarrassment. It's probably because I just made a cameo. I'm not out of the movie yet. Chen Yu greedily tightened her hand, wanting to stick tighter. You don't ask me if I have a kissing scene. You didn't stick your tongue out when you stole a kiss from me before. I should still count it as my first kiss. Amazing Li. The hug lasted 10 seconds before Chen Yu let go. It was impulsive. Li Yan shyly blushed. Chen Yu sighed. I was expecting you to reach out and ended up touching it. I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? For not sticking out your tongue? Chen Yu cocked her head. For all sorts of things. Amazing Li was very sincere. Then you'd better not apologize. So I'll feel guilty. Chen Yu ruffled the hair at her temples in a slightly regretful manner. Even when we were at our closest, you were this polite. Alas, it's a bit late to tell you now. Actually, girls are usually more expectant than boys, so you can be a bit more nonchalant. Amazing Li blushed. Thank you. Chen Yu's heart stuttered as she poked her own scars just to have a few more words with Li Yan. The thought of him being that way and that way with someone else in the future was a bit overwhelming, not wanting him to see him as unproductive. So Chen Yu inclined her head and admonished, be careful on the road. Well, may your star shine. Chapter 165, A Simple Meal. Can I skip dance class this afternoon? I'd like to take the day off. Well, rest. Yiwan handed over paper. Wipe your tears. I thought I held back. Chen Yu took the paper and wiped it off. You're going with them. It's been half a month since I went out with Zhang Wenhai. I haven't had much of a date yet. How can I leave you alone? Besides, they have things to do this afternoon. They're not going to play. What is it? Said it had something to do with the school festival. How time flies. I forgot about this matter. Chen Yu frowned. How did Li Yan get involved? Isn't he completely uninterested in this sort of thing? The last time was still 4. She choked again at the words. I don't know. Yiwan shook her head. Zhang Wenhai hadn't told her about Li Yan changing his mind. Can I join you? Chen Yu was a bit perturbed. No way. Yiwan frowned. This time, our school celebration is sponsored by other enterprises. Don't be stupid. You can't afford to pay for the conditions even if the breach of contract is more lenient. Well, Chen Yu sighed. Hey, does it seem like the artist companies under Sister Joe have arranged to go to similar events? I see the circle of friends, they complain about it every day. Yiwan spread her hands. People are deliberately posting it to their friend circle just to point you out, wanting them to trip you up. Who told you that you don't want an agent in the company? I thought you wanted to familiarize yourself with the business. Don't care about those details. Yiwan inclined her head. I was wondering if there was a connection to our schools, which is pretty close by. Chen Yu blinked. You ask? As far as you're concerned, don't you mind? There is a connection to say that. And then again, go to a trip is not a loss. The exposure is no longer small is also exposure. I can't understand how Star, which is not even the lowest level of actor, still has to participate in this kind of event. The school celebrations of 2 nearby schools, both of which also have this level of corporate sponsorship, is even more incomprehensible to me. Ride my beloved scooter. It never gets stuck in traffic. Li Yan drove in a happy mood. The car is pretty small, but it's actually a 4-seater. Zhang Jiang was sitting in the co-pilot and bowed, and Zhang Wenhai was sitting in the back row and also bowed. Drive ing slow. There's only one airbag in this car. Zhang Jiang was scared enough. Dude, it's only 40 yards. If we slow down anymore, the car behind us is going to drop us. Li Yan said helplessly. Why do I feel like riding a roller coaster? Zhang Jiang was trembling with fear. I won't ride this car even if I die in the future. Decided. I'll buy you the buffet at 288 for lunch. Thanking me for letting you meet your ex-girlfriend? And bought her car as a souvenir? Zhang Jiang was still so fond of stepping on thunder. Amazingly. Zhang Wenhai laughed. Why are you so happy? Completely talking it out? Amazingly nodded. Doubly relieved. Yeah, she can even joke with me. It's quite good. It's not so awkward to meet up in the future. Zhang Wenhai leaned against the seat. Wang Yi is at the school entrance. Pick him up and we'll go directly to dinner? There are still bad battles to fight in the afternoon. Okay. For big guys in this car. Squeezed like a grandson. But the good thing is that the food at noon is more advanced. There is something to look forward to. The destination was a downtown self-service. 300 per capita is not a luxury in the center of the Magic City. But everyone is a student. And it has been a rare opportunity to improve the food. Getting out of the car. Zhang Jiang held the trash can and spit out a few mouthfuls of acid. And took the paper towel handed by Zhang Wenhai and wiped his mouth. I must eat a full meal today. Or else I'll suffer this toss for nothing. The waiters at the restaurant reception were all scared back half a step by Zhang Jiang's vicious aura. Yanli handed the car keys to the reception, went to the front desk to write off the vouchers bought by Meituan, and followed the waiter to their place. Walking past the screen, he suddenly winced and looked at Zhang Wenhai. Why do I suddenly have an ominous feeling? Coming into position, Li Yan's premonition was fulfilled. At the next table is the F4 group that was shopping yesterday. Hey, what a coincidence, X4. The four girls shook their hands. Amazingly. He looked toward Zhang Wenhai, frowned and whispered, you leaked the news? It's not like I'm that indebted. It's not like I don't know that Lu Xingchen is in the way. LV Xingchen's two sparse eyebrows twitched as he loudly called out to the waiter. Pull the table to pull the table. Already, the money is paid. You can't not eat. A few people put away their dishes and then went to the buffet area to forage for food. Li Yan sat in the most inward-facing seat, across from Wenju, intending to crack the case first. You guys made a date to come here for dinner? Wenju glanced at Lu Xingchen and said incoherently, sort of. Nangong Han pushed over a plate with cupcakes on it. LV Xingchen pulled us girls into a group, saying that you'd go out for a nice meal today without us knowing. So we found a cafe to stare at your beauty group together. He. Amazingly. He picked up his cell phone and changed the settings. I told you. Lu Xingchen crossed her arms. You scheming man. You thought I didn't see it when you were sneaking around yesterday. How sneaky of me. Li Yan said helplessly. I'm discussing the school festival with the friendly school later, so I'm stopping by for dinner. He was planning to make it clear to Dai Chang, so that he could happily touch the fish in the future. Otherwise he didn't even want to accompany Zhang Wenhai to make the trip. By the way, 288. Do you know how long I have to save up the interest before it's enough? Lu Xingchen rounded her eyes. What kind of family are you? So extravagant. Amazingly. More than that, Li Yan even bought a car in the morning. Zhang Jiang brought 2 large plates of meat and placed them on the table. Feeling that it wasn't enough for a round of food, he ran to the battlefield to continue taking them. Wow. Luscious stared roundly. Make me conk out. Several girls were quite interested and urged Li Yan to take them to see it. Only Qin Shishir had sultry eyes. Yesterday, I said I wouldn't bend over for Boss Chi's 3 buckets of rice or something, but today I've fallen. It must be from Chi Moore. Otherwise how could Li Yan afford a car? Li Yan was not keen enough to notice Qin Shishir's emotions to this extent, but the others, whose curiosity apparently could not be suppressed, flipped photos from their phones to show them. LV Xingchen scratched his face. You're so flirty. You even bought pink ones. Used. It's only 20,000, and it can seat 4 people even with the driver. Li Yan didn't quite agree with Lu Xingchen's statement. Chen Shishir was visibly relieved. Nangong Han's teenage heart cannot be suppressed. Driver's license test out has been afraid to drive. This kind of car feels like I can also drive. I also want to save money to buy a. Wenju smiled. G Moore will definitely like this color. Chi Moore? Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows. Who is it? The corners of Chen Shishir's eyes trembled lightly. Nangong Han was instantly alert and tilted his head to look at Li Yan. I'll go get some food. He stood up and looked at the plate with a disgusted face. Shaking his head straight, what the hell did Zhang Jiang take? Crowd. After Li Yan cast his recluse technique, under the curious eyes of LV Xingchen and Nangong Han, Chen Shishir and Wenju ambiguously said a generalization. LV Xingchen had already known about Li Yan's rescue from Chen Shishir, and probably knew some of it, so he didn't ask further questions to satisfy his curiosity. Nangong Han as a personal experience, but also know that GMO then reacted greatly, has been affected by that incident, did not expect to also be first. The mood was a little complicated. It didn't take long for Yanli to return, but he's got a woman with him in addition to carrying a tray. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Yu. This is my first time meeting you. Please teach me more. The girl introduced herself graciously, and incidentally patted Li Yan's shoulder familiarly. Pampering, you always remember what I love to eat. Right. I'm so hungry, I can't even walk anymore. After a few people returned the salute, they saw Chen Yu move so skillfully and naturally, totally taught. Nangong Han rubbed his face. Chen Shishir clasped her hands over her chest. Wen Ju twisted his temples. Lu Xingchen even took off his shoes and waited cross-legged for the show. She had never thought that a simple meal could be so wonderful. Chapter 166. Time goes back to when Amazingly was excited to run to school to call his buddies to wake up because he was looking forward to his favorite car. On a rare occasion, Jiang Luan also got up when it was still dark. Take off your pajamas, put on a shirt, tie, stockings, and lift up your wrap-around skirt. Grabbed the eyeglass case from the nightstand, opened it, and slipped on the pair of black-rimmed flat glasses inside. At that moment, the work alarm clock went off and Ikari got out of bed right on time. Turn around, turn back, turn around again. Ikwani. Jiang Luan spun around, her heel stepping on the tiles with a crisp sound. Doesn't it look quite like a teacher? Why didn't you wear it last night? Ji Wanli and his daughter's thick eyebrows trembled. I had a meeting with all the managers of my department today, so I couldn't skip work. What does have to do with you? I'm wearing this to get ready for Chi More's lesson in the morning. Jiang Luan crossed his eyes. Chi More as a child liked to pester Jiang Luan to play role-playing. What Jiang Yang Daobao and the people's daughter, evil mother-in-law and daughter-in-law and so on. What the TV put on what to play. And my own daughter has special hobbies and doesn't like righteous roles, usually playing villains such as the gangster and the wicked woman. It looks like it's a bad student and teacher plot this time. As he thought so, Ji Manli lapsed into silence again, his cheeks twitching slightly. What did you show Ji More last night? Ha? Jiang Luan frowned. What are you talking about? Ji Wanli buckled his belt and took off his jacket from the hanger. It's fine. I'm getting off early today. Just remember not to change your clothes. Then I'll sleep with Iki more at night. Ikwani, I won't send you to work today. Turn up the hall heater. Jiang Luan spat out her tongue. Ji Wanli smiled helplessly, kissed Jiang Luan, and walked out of the room with his briefcase. Half an hour later, Ji More changed into the high school girl's uniform commonly known as JK's that thing, and Jiang Luan went down the stairs back and forth. There was a blackboard in the lobby and even a podium was moved. There were also 2 student seats prepared. Jiang Yuanzhou yawned and sat on one of them. What's the point of yelling at me to get up early in the morning? Jiang Luan held the ruler in her hand and gently patted it. This is more atmospheric, and it also allows Chi Mo to get used to school in advance. Chi More sat in his seat, holding a hot meat bun to eat, with a sleepy look on his face. After breakfast, Jiang Luan began to copy the board book she had prepared yesterday and prepared for class. Finish copying the board and turn around. Chi More, zzzzzzzzzzz. Jiang Luan ring ruler against the desktop. Sneered. I heard that Li Yan went shopping with 4 girls yesterday. I wonder how the shopping went. Chi More, sigma, degree winky face. If you don't listen well, Li Yan will soon be taken by someone else. Oh. Jiang Luan continued to raise the stakes with an expressionless face. Chi More, sigma, degree. But if you can study hard. Jiang Luan picked up the ruler and pointed it at GMO, saying seriously, the one who holds the beauty will be you. When the time comes to have 3 or 5 kids with Amazingly, it's up to you. No fines now anyway. Ike more, equals 3 equals. In 3 words, then the man spent the amount of money for me to let Chi More correct his attitude to study. On the other hand, Jiang Yuanzhou's cheeks twitched slightly. Meh, just one Ikari conversation or being chased by someone with that experience? He inclined his head and muttered. Jiang Luan clasped her hands to her chest. When I was a secretary to the leader, in 2 years' time, I helped my colleagues in the unit to take down all 3 of the leader's daughters. Jiang Yuanzhou fiercely recalled a certain dinner. The host family married 3 daughters in one go, and they all cried out at that time. He wiped his face. Where did people offend you? The leader had to introduce his son to me. Since he's so enthusiastic, I naturally have to return the favor. Jiang Luan shrugged. Class, you listen to me well. In the future Chi-Mo will have to count on you. Thus, Jiang Yuanzhou also corrected his attitude, seeing that the atmosphere of learning began to intensify. Mr. Jiang cleared his throat, tapped the word Li Yan on the blackboard with a ruler, and began. The purpose of this series of courses is to help Chi More students master certain relationship skills in order to achieve the purpose of forming a family with Li Yan. Ike Mori, 3, Student G More. Get your attitude right, or there's no way to continue unfolding. Teacher Jiang knocked on the blackboard again. Iki More, Omega. Jiang Luan nodded with satisfaction and continued. The great teacher once said that practice is the only standard for testing theory. But, Mr. Chi-Mo knows very little about theory, so we need to start with the basic theory first. Section 1. The history of family relationships. Jiang Luan tapped the blackboard. Students Ji Moore and Jiang Yuanzhou, please take out your textbooks from the drawer and turn to the first page. Iki Moore dutifully took a thick book out of the drawer, turned to the first page, and sat upright. Jiang Yuanzhou, I'll be damned. I'm really doing textbooks. Jiang Luan crossed his eyes and continued. Existing studies have shown that human beings have constituted family relationships for tens of thousands of years from now. It began with the group marriage system, which is more common in nature, and the matrilineal clans naturally formed because of the dominance of women in gathering, tool making, and in the group marriage system. Women were respected in society and were dominant in both production and economics. There was no concept of fathers and husbands back then. It wasn't until the development of animal husbandry and agriculture that males, who were more physically capable, dominated, and patrilineality replaced matrilineality. Animal husbandry and agriculture allowed clans to have a surplus of production, and in order for assets to be inherited by one's heirs, it was inevitable that the group marriage system would end, and the concept of husband and wife arose. Classes also emerged along with the development of society, and naturally a ruling class emerged, and gradually women became dependent on men in society in general in order to fulfill the needs of domination. It was not until recent times that personal dependence was alleviated. 10 minutes later. Ji Moore, zzzzzzz. Jiang Yuanzhou, zzzzzzz. Jiang Luan knocked on the desktop fiercely, and the two of them snapped out of it, scratching the back of his head as it were. Jiang Luan erased the board book with great regret. She had been preparing for a long time and sighed. Forget it, it's a waste of feelings to talk to you guys about this. Let's get right down to business. She pulled a couple of pictures out of her pocket and sucked them onto the blackboard with a suction cup. Chun Yu, Chen Shishir, Wen Ju, Nangong Han, Luo Qingdai, and finally a picture of Li Yan. GMO stretched out his two hands, his eyes filled with thirst. Li Yan, give it to me. Jiang Luan pulled out another bunch of Li Yan's photos from his pocket and slapped them in his palm. If you don't sleep for 30 minutes, I'll give you one. Ji Moore sad face. Chapter 167 Nangong Han equals shovels. The unspoken rule of modern society is that men are usually on the offensive side of the relationship market. And Li Yan. Jiang Luan pointed to Li Yan's picture and then to Chen Yu's. Once launched an attack on this MS. Chen, I roughly understand this experience, and I can only say that Iki Moore students are very lucky. Almost. There's no need for us to carry out this lesson. Jiang Luan clasped his hands to his chest. But from this incident, and the process of getting along all along, we can see part of Li Yan's character. For the most part, he is very forgiving, empathetic and able to sympathize with others. This personality is doubly reflected when it comes to relationships. He's very delicate and a girl in a relationship with him must be very happy because he notices almost everything. This matter was investigated by Jiang Luan himself. Jiang Yuanzhou didn't know the details and raised his hand to ask, what about an example? Jiang Luan glanced at Ji Moore. In order to take care of student Ji Moore's emotions, it's better not to give examples. Iki Moore, Theo. Jiang Yuanzhou. Jiang Luan continued. But this kind of subtlety also has two sides, leaving the good side for others at the same time. It also causes Li Yan to be vulnerable in terms of his feelings. He suffered some injuries during his pursuit of MS. Chen. And then he lost control of his emotions due to the invisible pressure brought on by a certain person in our family. Mo squinted at Jiang Luan. It turned out that it was what she did wrong that made Li Yan dissatisfied before she ran away. Jiang Luan. Mainly because of you. Jiang Luan didn't have the good sense to say. Ji Moore, Sigma, degree winky face. Ikimori poked herself in the cheek and winked. I am cute. Ah yes, but amazingly doesn't like you. Ji Moore, Sigma, degree winky face. Ji Moore picked up the book, the other finger in the temple drawing circles. Self-consciousness is very good. I am very smart. Will memorize the yes, but amazingly doesn't like you. Ji Moore, Sigma, degree winky face. Ikimori racked his brain and began to think of his strengths. Jiang Yuanzhou reminded. You're still rich. Ah yes, but amazingly doesn't like you. Ji Moore, oh. Jiang Yuanzhou. Then, how do it? Ji Moore looked frustrated. Jiang Luan knocked on the blackboard. Due to the lack of emotional foundation, Li Yan is in a passive state of acceptance for all your intimacy. That's why it makes him build up pressure. If you don't want the pressure to continue to build up, you should keep your distance. So sleeping in the same bed is out of the question. Holding hands without moving is also a no-no. Kissing him is a no-no. Understand? Ike Mori. Jiang Luan crossed her arms and said, otherwise I'd better leave Wuma with you and let your uncle take you to and from school every day. Iki Moore had to compromise. Well, by noon, Ji Moore collected 6 photos of Li Yan in various poses, different attire, and different demeanors, and moodily lined them up on his desk, his eyes staring at the photos as he took a rice spoon and stuffed rice into his mouth. Jiang Luan held her cell phone as she answered the message, hilariously laughing from time to time. What? Jiang Yuanzhou asked curiously. Jiang Luan leaned back in his chair, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he pointed at the photo on the blackboard. My informant told me that Li Yan is now having dinner with them. Snap. Ikimori's rice spoon fell to the floor. Kick off the bench. Stand up. Run to the door. Open it. Freeze. And close it. Coat. Jacket. I also want to go. Jimor stomped his feet anxiously and dragged Jiang Yuanzhou out by the back of his neck collar. Due to Jiang Luan's morning of education, Chimo was no longer blindly optimistic about her situation today. Learning that Li Yan is now in contact with other girls, Jimor subconsciously wants to go and wreak havoc. Jiang Luan, on the other hand, was much more calm. Had enough? Aha. Ikimori nodded repeatedly. Jiang Luan reached out and soothed Jimor's rhythmic droll hair. Eating alone with a girl might be a problem, but eating with a group of girls who have a crush on him would be a sure bet that nothing would happen. You're just adding to the chaos even if you go now, Jiang Luan said, her cheeks twitching slightly. When did you leave the shovel at home? Jimor hid the shovel behind his back. His eyes flicked to the ceiling, and he toe-kicked Jiang Yuanzhou. Go. No. Can. Go. Jiang Luan glared at her. If we go now, Li Yan will think that we're still sending people to follow him, and he'll be under even more psychological pressure. He won't believe you when the time comes to say anything. Understand? Ikimori let go of the shovel and flopped sullenly on the couch. Jiang Yuanzhou straightened his collar and said suspiciously, I didn't ask anyone to follow Li Yan. Where did you get the informant? Nangong Han. Jiang Yuanzhou was even more surprised. She will tell you? I added her friend as her distant cousin. They're such a big family, they can remember anywhere. Jiang Luan shrugged her shoulders. I just said that I am in the capital city in the redress business and asked her if she wanted to introduce her to her boyfriend. The rescue at school. She must have a crush on Li Yan. The little girl's family has never been in love. She must be eager to find someone to talk to about her teenage heart. Wouldn't it be perfect to confide in a distant cousin that you haven't seen in many years? Especially if you're in the bridesmaid business. Jiang Yuanzhou wiped his face. It's not good to dig a hole for others like this. I didn't dig a hole for her. I was serious about teaching her how to chase Li Yan. Jiang Luan inclined her head. There's still a little reservation though. Humph. Chimor clasped his hands over his chest. If you don't listen to me, amazingly is going to be with her Ike Mori. She sighed and got up from the couch, sitting back in her chair. Jiang Luan also continued the morning session. Regarding competitors, things are pretty bleak right now. Chen Yu, there's no need for too many introductions. Chen Shishir joined the workforce very early and thus has some experience. Unfortunately, the relationship experience is too little. To Li Yan although some offense but the effect is very little. Jiang Luan did not say much. The main people live next door, afraid of GMO carrying a shovel in the middle of the night to find Wenju. Jiang Luan glanced at GMO, her eyes fluttering. She's a good friend of Jimo's classmates, so, don't need to be worry about it. And Nangong Han is the one to be most wary of. Although he is not well versed in the world, he has a very pleasing personality. The family is also not like the others, so it won't give Li Yan a lot of pressure. Ikimori-san, put down the shovel you're holding. Ikimori. Jiang Luan sighed deeply. Stranger, why don't you understand? Li Yan is not destined to be with you. He is not your private property. Like someone at least care about his feelings instead of causing him trouble. Forget it. Jiang Luan put the ruler back on the podium. It's too unfair to Li Yan. GMO. Get along with him as you see fit. Mommy can't help you for the rest of your life. Chapter 168, Too Dark. Cafeteria. Due to Yuan and Chen Yu joining midway, the number of people was raised to 10, and no more tables could be seated together. After talking to the lobby manager, they were given a waiver of the extra charge for the box. Inside the enclosed space, the heating effect had an added effect, and the group of women all took off their jackets, but only LV Xingchen insisted on wearing it, just to maintain her last dignity. As soon as she entered the box, she sat down next to Wang Yi and offered her courtesy frequently. LV Xingchen was so excited that he couldn't sleep at night ever since he found out that Wang Yi had become the student president, bent on mixing up an official position. When the time comes to carry the authority of the government to bully and oppress the little people, such as Li Yan, a grassroots person who was getting more and more impolite to her. As for the two people sitting on Li Yan's side, Zhang Wenhai, Yi Wan, they hadn't seen each other for a while and were talking in whispers. Zhang Wenhai is an introverted person who does not act intimately in front of crowds and mostly just smiles and listens with a sidelong glance. But Li Yan could tell he was in a very good mood. And Zhang Zhang was in an excellent mood. completely forgetting the unpleasantness of the car ride and spinning the roasted meat and rice without any distractions. Whether or not you still throw up when you turn around is another matter. On the opposite side, the four of them, Nangonhan, Chun Yu, Wen Ju, and Chen Shishir, were very politely courteous to each other. It's a nice day. Ha ha ha, are you eating this? I've been on a diet lately and so on. The atmosphere just seemed very odd when you couldn't start a conversation at all. The unidentified Nangonhan was sitting beside Ching Yu, scratching his ears, unable to do anything, and his line of sight frequently skimmed over Li Yan. Wen Ju, for her part, was quiet as always, head down and taking small bites of her noodles with meat sauce, and sometimes Wang Yi would pamper her a bit after LV Xingchen licked them, just enough to keep from being bored. Among them, only Chen Shishir roughly understand the original cause of the incident, but his head is also full of scientific questions. How in the world is the defeated dog resurrected? And Chen Yu, who was in the center of the girl's surroundings, had a lot of thoughts. The same as a woman. What Manhwa cannot see. Now everyone has a chance, only she is the most remote. Amazingly, on the other hand, is completely outside the situation. In a while it would be the rendezvous with the friendly school, and he was thinking about how he would be able to take himself out in front of Dai Cheng in a while still allowing Wang Yi's work to go smoothly. He's so happy to read. The weird atmosphere lasted for some time before Li Yan kicked Zhang Zhang. Let's switch places. I'll talk to Wang Yi for a while. Aha! Zhang Zhang chewed the meat and picked up his plate. Switching places with him, Li Yan looked at LV Xingchen after he took his seat. Is it okay if I have a chat with your Lord President? Can't I listen? Luscious Star crossed her arms. Suit yourself if you're idle. However, LV Xingchen couldn't hear it even if he wanted to, and both of them were communicating close to their ears. And as soon as she leaned up, Li Yan stopped talking, infuriating LV Xingchen. After a few sentences of explanation, Li Yan smiled. Think about it. I don't believe in anything else, but Zhang Wenhai and you, I believe in both. Wang Yi nodded. Li Yan put on a smile, carried an empty plate, and pushed some food in front of Wang Yi. Eat more. You're too skinny. Well, thank you, senpai. You're too much, and you're not even going to clip me. I can't even clip that steak. Lu Xingchen protested loudly. Amazing Li glanced at her. You can stand on the stool. Starry Lu. She glanced at Wang Yi and threatened. Did you promise Li Yan to be the vice president? I'll report you to the school if you're doing this in private. It was still the senior who recommended me to be the student president. Wang Yi said helplessly. Lu Xingchen was silent. After a few moments, she had another epiphany. The student presidents all had to listen to Yan Li. So, wouldn't it be a bigger official out of nowhere? This man is despicable to this extent. She knew the officialdom was dark. She didn't expect it to be that dark. That's fantastic. LV Xingchen, Heartsuit. What are you going to do? Li Yan chucked a peanut into his mouth. I want to be the vice president. Lu Xingchen raised his hand. How can public power be private? Amazingly continue to output at the peanuts. And it's not like I'm on the student council. LV Xingchen, Theo, you don't have to pretend. Lu Xingchen hugged his chest. I saw through everything a long time ago. Let me join you. Amazingly. On the side, Wang Yi looked at Li Yan with an inquiring look in his eyes. She's talking nonsense. Lu Xingchen sneered and whispered. There really is some kind of conspiracy between you guys. Are you planning to monopolize the student union? Then each of you will find 10 girlfriends in the school and live a happy life without shame. Wang Yi. Amazingly. Roll. Find me 10 as well. Lu Xingchen said with a threat in his eyes, or I'll have to talk to them. Amazingly shrugged. Wow. I'm so scared. LV Xingchen got angry and started to break the pot. Standing on the stool and looking at Nangonhan and the others, he started a rumor. Li Yan said that sooner or later, you guys will all be his girlfriends. Li Yan's cold sweat instantly ran down his forehead, covering his mouth while yanking her off the stool. He looked over at a few of the women and laughed awkwardly. Ha ha. Why is this little thing so full of crap? Wen Ju pulled back his hair and smiled. Nangonhan rested his cheeks and looked at Li Yan. Chen Shishir leaned back in her chair and clasped her hands to her chest. I haven't seen you in a few days, and your appetite has gotten so big? Chun Yu smiled. Li Yan let go of Lu Xingchen and glared at her. Hurry up and apologize to them. Lu Xingchen narrowed his eyes. Vice President. Apologize to them. Li Yan could only soften. She got a bargain and scratched her head. Oops. I just made that up. Sorry sisters. Yan Li nodded in satisfaction and sat back down. Looked down and ate a peanut. Looked up, and the cold sweat came back down. Because a couple of people's movements didn't change at all. I swear, I'll never get a girlfriend in my life if I ever say that. Geez, I don't even believe you would say such a thing. Nangonhan picked up a piece of sushi. I see you didn't even eat much just now. Here, Amazing Li sighed in relief and took the plate. Thank you. Chen Shishir beckoned. Come over and sit down. There's nothing to eat on your side. And, oh, Amazing Li looked at the empty plate. They were all taken care of by Zhang Zhang. He smiled sarcastically. I'll get it. Zhang Zhang wiped his mouth. I didn't pay attention and ate the one you took as well. You eat some first. I'll go get it. There's something else to do in a while. Don't make it too late. Amazing Li. Chapter 169. Nangong Han took the lead, moving his chair to the side, lifting a chair to his side, and waving Li Yan over. You're sitting there impeding the big guy's play. Better come to us. It's a great honor, so I'm going to do what I'm told. Amazing Li took his plate and took his seat. Nangong Han's sad face. Here, this is healthy. She chucked a piece of okra onto Li Yan's plate. Thanks. Amazing Li picked up the plate and took it. You shouldn't always be so polite. Nangong Han chucked another piece with a disgruntled look on his face. No picking it up on a plate, and no thank yous. Amazing Li. Nangong Han nodded in satisfaction. That's right, don't speak in that tone in the future. How you get along with the scholar and the big man is how you're going to get along with me. Li Yan's cheeks twitched slightly. I know about the big guy. The scholar is talking about Zhang Wenhai? Nangong Han scratched his head. He looks quiet and feels like he loves to read. She looked at Zhang Wenhai embarrassed. I don't know your name. I'm sorry. It's fine. How Li Yan gets along with me is how you get along with me. Zhang Wenhai smiled tolerantly. Li Yan picked up the okra and put it into his mouth to chew. This slippery and greasy texture. Can't really talk about delicious. Chen Shishir glanced at the sweetly smiling Nangong Han with a naive look. Not expecting then. A few words brought them closer together, and even managed to ingratiate herself with her family and friends in the process, so it was true that she was a more dangerous and ruthless character than Wenju. Seeing Li Yan swallowing with great difficulty, Chen Shishir silently refilled her cup of juice and served it to Li Yan. Healthy is healthy. Is it not too uncomfortable to eat? This juice is freshly squeezed. It is also very healthy. 3 quetzales. You are welcome. Chen Shishir smiled happily. Hey! Li Yan put down the cup, wiped his mouth, and looked at Nangong Han. What's wrong? That cup is Shishir's. Nangong Han bit her lip, a pair of big eyes casting a scrutinizing gaze toward Chen Shishir. Clearly there is clean to say. Cecilia Chan, Epsilon, I thought Li Yan wouldn't mind. Last time Zhang Zhang asked him to borrow water to drink. He gave it to Zhang Zhang as well. Chen Shishir looked at Li Yan with a pair of clear eyes. You don't think it's dirty, do you? Amazing Li, no. Aha. Chen Shishir took back the cup. You'd better get a new one. Chill is more hygienic and can't look at this. She naturally picked up her glass and drank the rest of the juice. Nangong Han. Nangong Han secretly ground his teeth. Originally she was a bit skeptical, but now the situation became very obvious that this woman also liked Li Yan. Too much heart. Amazing Li will definitely not like this. Chun Yu, who was on the side, looked straight to her heart. These childish actions were something she had done in the past, but now she didn't even have the courage to make intimate gestures anymore. Afraid that Li Yan would care and alienate her, she looked to the side of the silent Wenju, and the two found the same cowardice in each other's eyes. What's the situation? Shen Yu scratched her face, and Wenju froze. Then, both of them smiled awkwardly and nonchalantly at the same time. Hey, just now, Zhang Zhang said that you guys have business this afternoon. Chen Shishir casually put her hand on Li Yan's shoulder and came a few points closer. What is it? Discuss the school festival with friends from the friendly school. The student president changed to Wang Yi after the sports meeting accident. We need to communicate. Li Yan spread his hands. I'm incidental. Mainly Wang Yi and Zhang Wenhai. Nangong Han looked at Chen Shishir's salty hand and started grinding her teeth again. And with a bright idea, she put her hand on Li Yan's thigh. My mom went back to work, and I don't have many friends in Magic City, so I'm bored. Take me along on the school festival. I can continue to be the school nurse. The school has changed the school nurse now. Li Yan scratched his head. And I don't participate in organized activities on school days. Zhang Wenhai laughed. The school festival is a semi-public event. Current students can invite friends and family, probably in the form of issuing passes. When the time comes, they will pull groups. Just pull you in. A few people pulled a few lines, but both of their hands were still on Li Yan, and they didn't know if they were tired or not. Li Yan put down his chopsticks. I'm going to the restroom. Ran to smoke a cigarette outside the store. Shook his clothes, dispersed the smell of smoke and returned to the box, sitting back in silence to the seat next to Zhang Zhang, only to hear Lu Xingchen excitedly say, Yay! The afternoon activity is decided. Go to the tea house to play board games. Tea house? Li Yan rubbed his eyebrows and looked at Zhang Wenhai. It can't be the one we have. Zhang Wenhai pulled the corner of his mouth and looked at Zhang Zhang. Zhang Zhang vainly buried his head in dry rice. Amazing Li. Wenju saw Li Yan's difficulty and asked, "Will it get in your way? Either play somewhere else." "No, I've been to that one. The box is very private." Chen Shishir laughed. "When you're done chatting, come back and play with us." LV Xingchen glanced at Li Yan, the old god. "Originally, I was going to go with you guys as the vice president, but I need to take a leave of absence in order to entertain my friends." "It's good that you're happy." Li Yan sighed in relief. "Yay!" Lu Xingchen happily ran around the box. "Is the school festival with school?" Chen Yu asked. Amazingly nodded. "Yeah, then this school festival is really big. Even our company has arranged for artists to go." Chen Yu pursed her lips. "What a coincidence. I'm also on the list." Li Yan subconsciously frowned slightly. His school didn't have any other artists scheduled besides Chen Shishir, so it was Dai Cheng's school, specially arranged for you? Chen Yu blushed and inclined her head. "Not air." Seeing her incoherence, Li Yan couldn't be sure, but he didn't have a good impression of Dai Cheng, so he urged, "Be careful. This kind of work isn't that good." "Aha." Chen Yu felt warm inside. "Thank you, Nangong Han." The eyes were drawn. Amazingly had so many confidants. Nangong Han rubbed his cheeks. Chen Shishir was also greatly alarmed and tried. "I see that you have been controlling your diet. How come you picked this restaurant to eat again?" Chen Yu smiled graciously. "By coincidence, I had a trolley listed for sale on a second-hand website, and it happened to be bought by Li Yan. I wanted to find a random restaurant to eat at noon, and came to the city center to hang out, and happened to see this car, so I came over to rub it in, though it's because I can't sell things a bit cheaper." Chen Yu joked. "So just get Li Yan to treat me to a meal, as a way to make up for it." Lu Xingchen rubbed his hands together and looked at Li Yan. "We're also destined to be together, so pay for me as well. Who told you to have nothing better to do than look at my American group?" Li Yan rolled his eyes. Chen Yu looked at Chen Shishir. Her eyes dodged. It's all because of LV Xingchen. He had to drag me here." Starry Lu. Chapter 170 Happy Table Games, Up. After finishing lunch in a happy atmosphere, everyone rushed to the second half in Nangong Han's special car. Only alone Amazing Li was left to follow behind in his little pink trolley. The afternoon sun was warm and pleasant, and the traffic, slowed by congestion, drove on and off, with anxious people constantly honking their horns. At the stoplight, Li Yan wiped the tears that flowed out from yawning. "Ugh, I want to take a nap. It's only 3 kilometers, but it took half an hour to get there. The tea house at 1 o'clock is still early for the meeting, but even if the friends of the friendly school have already arrived, Li Yan will not go there early. Scrolling through my phone's chat logs, the line arrived 20 minutes ago. On WeChat, LV Xingchen at him several times, and the content was invariably, 'Is it a car accident?' and other good wishes." Walking into the tea house, Li Yan looked up and down. The decor is exquisite and the ornaments look like they are worth a lot of money. This kind of place must not even be a thought to go in at his level of spending. The waitress woman, who was still wearing a cheongsam in the middle of winter, smiled and bowed slightly when she saw the guests coming. "May I ask if you have a reservation?" "With a friend." The ranch room. The waiter led them to the door, and Li Yan pushed his way in. They were already in the middle of a battle of the 3 kingdoms. There was a teapot on the table, a few delicate snacks, and some peanuts and melon seeds and other dried fruits. There was also a small fire pit set up next to it with a wire fence, and the already defeated Nangong Han and Chen Yu were staring at a roasted teapot each. Yanli roasted the fire and rubbed his hands. "What are you guys doing?" "Roasted milk tea." Nangong Han lifted the clay pot and poured a cup for Li Yan. "Try it." Li Yan tasted it. The flavor was good. Just no sugar. She really is still so health conscious. Chen Yu knew that Li Yan preferred sweets and picked up her teapot to refill it for Li Yan. "Try what I made too." Noticing that Li Yan's drinking speed had obviously become faster, Nangong Han beamed. "I should have known that I would have put sugar in it as well." Amazing Li smiled awkwardly. "Aren't you guys going to join us?" "I was killed by the eldest individual." Nangong Han sighed. Chen Yu pursed her lips. "My identity as a rebel was recognized, so I was besieged." "Kill." Hey, there's no more flash. Zhang you traitor, give me death." Lu Xingchen stood up and flung out his cards with great vigor, then sat down in style and waved his hand towards Li Yan. "Is the roasted milk tea ready?" "Bring it up for me." Amazing Li. Roll. Zhang Jiang flipped open his identity card and rolled his eyes. "I'm a ING loyal minister." "You heartless dimwit." Lu Xingchen's cheeks twitched slightly. "Then why were you looking at me with thieving eyes just now?" "I'm giving you the eye." Zhang Wenhai sat beside Yuan Stone on melon seeds watching the show and laughed. "I don't blame LV Xingchen. Even I thought you were a rebel." Zhang Jiang. Now, Chen Shishir, Wenju, Yi Wan, and Lu Xingchen remained on the scene. The situation was very bad at this point. There was another traitor plus a rebel, and the Lord was left with only one loyal guard. And the dim lord still doesn't know who that remaining loyalist is. Lu Xingchen looked around at the three people. His clever brain began to run. Squinting at Yi Wan, just now when I mistakenly killed the loyalist, why did you also hit the kill? Yi Wan, where do I know to go? I also thought he was bad, so I helped you fight. Makes sense. Lu Xingchen nodded and looked to Chen Shishir and Wenju. Then why don't you two fight? Cecilia Chen, Wenju. Chen Shishir explained, didn't Zhang Jiang just say that he is a loyal official? That's why I don't think we can just fight. Wenju rubbed his fingers. I don't have a single kill in my hand. I lost them all and left the peaches all ready to save you. One is loyal and bent on saving the Lord, while the other actually doubts the Lord's judgment. Lu Xingchen nodded slightly. That's clear. She pointed at Chen Shishir. You, either a rebel or a traitor, definitely plotting against me. Cecilia Chen. After one round, Chen Shishir was surrounded and died. Ha ha, it really is a traitor. Lu Xingchen laughed triumphantly and looked at the two. There's only one traitor left, so I'm sorry you can't turn the tide. You kill each other. She handsomely tossed off a straight hand. Me, pass. Yi Wan sighed in relief. This cargo was finally smart for once. It was Wenju's turn. She drew her card and smiled slightly as she revealed a weapon card. Zhuge crossbow. Kill, 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 kill. Yi Wan only has 3 drops of blood. Use to peach, or to die. Looked at Lu Xingchen. She lied to you. All she has left is to kill. I am a loyal subject. Ah. Lord, save me. LV Xingchen was empty-handed. I lost it all. Yi Wan. In the end, Lu Xingchen was also taken out by the infinite kill effect of the Zhuge crossbow, and the traitor Wenju was victorious. So treacherous. Lu Xingchen muttered unconvincingly. Li Yan was high on melon seeds. Who told you to get carried away? You deserve it. Come on, you come to play. See if I get you. Lu Xingchen glared. Li Yan replaced Zhang Jiang and restarted. Li Yan glanced at the identity plate. Lu Xingchen arrogantly laughed. Ha 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 ha. I'm the Lord again. Amazing Li. Is this how the game is played? Shouldn't the Lord hide his identity? Li Yan tucked his hand, looking at a few martial arts cards, making a contemplative gesture. There are a total of 3 rebels, so if you directly besiege the Lord, you won't win. Starry Lu. In that case, both the traitor and the loyalist will help, and you should know that the traitor will end up going one-on-one with the Lord, so that's 4 against 3. Nangong Han explained the rules to Li Yan. Oh, so, Li Yan nodded his head and touched up a martial arts card. But the rebels only need to kill one of the Lord's men. The win rate is still high. I'd better go with Hua Tuo. Are you that kind? Lu Xingchen clasped his hands on his chest and said suspiciously. There's no way. If I were a counter thief I would have just picked Zhang Fei and learned Wenju's infinite kills to directly finish you off. Li Yan spread his hands and said. Ha, give you the benefit of the doubt. It was Nangong Han's turn to choose a military general. She glanced at her identity card and was actually a rebel again. Not in the same camp as Li Yan. Thinking about ending the game quickly, she also wanted to be a lord and feel what it was like to be protected by Li Yan. So, Nangong Han chose Li Yan's remaining Zhang Fei and smiled vilely. Jia. Chen Shishir, Gigi. Up puts Yi Wan, who died due to her lord's incompetence. Jia. Starry Lu. Kill. Green bag. Kill. First aid. Kill. Flash. In one round, Li Yan, who was loyal and protective of his master, became the biggest obstacle to the rebels. But thanks to the first round of loyalty and protection, he won the trust of his lord and barely survived under the protection of his peers. Then, within a few rounds, 3 brightly colored rebels drank their way off the line. Chapter 171 Happy Table Games. Below, there's another mole left. Lu Xingchen folded his sleeves with both hands. Ha. But this time I have 2 loyalists. Li Yan also tucked up his hand. Well, can you judge? Everyone's acting so loyal and brave. It's hard to recognize them. Lu Xingchen rubbed his chin obscenely, grinned, and pointed at Wenju. However, I've seen through everything long ago. Sister Wenju's expression is the same as the last one, so please go out first. Wenju, I really am a loyal subject. Wenju realized she couldn't impress this dim-witted ruler and had to turn to Li Yan for help. Li Yan looked at LV Xingchen. Lu Xingchen picked up the milk tea and sipped it, barring his mouth, his eyes like electricity. I also listened to her slanderous words on the last put. Li Yan, you can't be tempted by beauty. Li Yan hesitated for a moment, ultimately fighting to kill. Being tempted by beauty, this hat cannot be taken. Then I'll just have to apologize. Right. Lu Xingchen stroked his palm and laughed. So Wenju fell in line and flipped over his identity card. Starry Lu. Wenju surreptitiously flipped through Li Yan's identity card with a sly look in his eyes. Lu Xingchen caught Wenju's demeanor and, guilty that she had caused the same room, looked to Qing Yu. 1 minute later, Traitor Li Yan smiled with a dirty smile on his palm. Jia Jia Jia. Starry Lu. Li Yan's Hua Tua had almost unlimited healing, plus the protection of all the loyalists to save up their weapons and warhorses, while LV Xingchen's equipment was pretty much demolished because he was targeted by the rebels. It's a no-brainer. Lu Xingchen lost his cards. You guys are so devious. Yay! Li Yan and Wenju high-fived. Sister Wenju, you are a loyal servant. Lu Xingchen huffed. You play a trick, actually cooperating with the traitor. Wenju inclined his head. Who told you to harm me? LV Xingchen held the Lord's identity card. I must win one as the Lord. You guys draw cards. Once again, she opened the game by ignoring all defenses and directing everyone to take out the two loyalists, Li Yan and Wenju. In one fell swoop, he became the most dim-witted lord in history. LV Xingchen was furious and decided that he would never play Three Kingdoms killing in his life. Find the werewolf kill deck. Let's play another one. This one's for everyone. It's 2:30. It's about time. Zhang Wenhai looked at the time and interrupted, taking off his jacket from the hanger and handing it to Li Yan. Here, yours. So soon? Amazingly took his jacket and stood up. You guys go ahead and play then. Wang Yi took off his headphones and closed his laptop. Go go go. Can we fight? Zhang Zheng yawned. It shouldn't be a fight, so I'll call out to you if it is. Li Yan pointed to the tatami mat. I don't need it anyway. You go sleep on the tatami. Yi Si had to keep an eye on an experiment last night, and Zhang Zheng stayed with him as an escort until 2 o'clock. Zhang Zheng looked at the several ladies and inquired, can I sleep here? Whatever. You sleep your way, just don't mind us making noise. Lu Xingchen shook his legs and got high. Then let's play mahjong. Sister Wenju will be my counselor and play for $100 apiece. The women. The three walked out of the box. Which room did Dai Chang make an appointment with you guys? Li Yan looked at Wang Yi. Wang Yi picked up his cell phone. Call the box at the Ink and Bamboo Pavilion. Good guy. The box fee is going to be 999. This Hongmen banquet has put down blood money. Zhang Wenhai put on his jacket and staggered. The party Chen Shishir intended to book. Good thing to be booked away to not spend on this waste of money. Have you planned how to raise the white flag? Zhang Wenhai asked. While strolling through the small commodities market, Li Yan had already explained to Zhang Wenhai why he couldn't participate in the event. It's easy for accidents to happen at such large events, especially if one party is intent on tripping up and order is out of order. Once an accident occurs, the next Yi Liangchen may not have the same luck as he did, and Li Yan's involvement is not as good as his lack of involvement and Dai Chang's lack of sabotage. Li Yan put his hands behind his head with a bored look. Surrendering isn't easy. The main thing is how to make it so that it doesn't affect your equal communication. I was afraid of this. Wang Yi isn't too reliable right now. Zhang Wenhai sighed. Wang Yi. Li Yan reached out and shook his non-existent feather fan. So, it's up to my brocade bag of tricks. What's the plan? Zhang Wenhai asked cooperatively. My brilliant idea was to extort 18,000 from Dai Chang. He looked towards Wang Yi with a look of endurance. I did it all for your sake, Lord Student President. Wang Yi, how did it become for me? Wang Yi was flabbergasted. You are really not very reliable. Really think I want this money? Dinner time you can still promise me now. Li Yan said, changing face. The school festival is held in our school. At that time, this money with the name of collecting venue fees into the public accounts. The funding is not an additional amount. Li Yan scratched his head. Actually, this matter is also my fault. If I wasn't in a bad mood at that time, I wouldn't have been provoked by him. Asking him to collect money in my name is considered sending him a handle. Plus I don't participate in specific things. Dai Chang naturally won't take it more seriously. As far as how to fight for your own school, I can't help you guys. Zhang Wenhai still feel pity. Li Yan a belly of bad water. But bad water used in the right place is also really useful. He is good at solving practical problems. How to set up an event. How to staff it. And what's missing to replace it with something else. And Li Yan is good at solving people's problems. No matter whether it's a trick or a lure. But those who participate in it do get benefits. No matter what the starting point is. But the result is that they are always willing. Wang Yi was embarrassed. In that case, I just simply feel that Senior is not a bad person. You misunderstand. I'm not really a nice person. Then at least it's not bad for me. Wang Yi laughed. Zhang Wenhai rolled his eyes. It's not bad for you. And he also picked the time to organize the school festival to recommend you to be the student president. Only then did Wang Yi feel that he had fallen for Li Yan's big pussy and tugged on Zhang Wenhai. Senior, you have to help me. Take your time. Isn't there still officers in the school? Yes, oh. They are all off school. Zhang Wenhai indistinctly. Wang Yi. Zhang Wenhai. Amazingly. Where the hell is the Ink and Bamboo Pavilion? Li Yan changed the subject. All turned around and back to square one. Still no box. At that moment, a waiter happened to pass by. "Hello, may I ask where the ink and bamboo pavilion is?" Zhang Wanhai asked. The Cheongsam-clad waitress very professionally spread her hands toward the next door. 3. When he pushed open the door, the warm air tickled his face, and Li Yan lifted his sleeve to wipe it off, looking up and down in the process. From the inside, this box is a bamboo building with a duplex structure, and the furniture is even made of Xianfei bamboo, which is quite high class. The key is the bamboo building in the center of the floor-to-ceiling glass separated from the courtyard. Quite interesting. Li Yan estimated the outrageous price of 9,999, probably because of the tiger in the bamboo forest. On the second floor of the duplex, a man in formal attire whose face could not be seen was throwing dead chickens with feathers out of a small window that opened in the glass wall. Near the corner of the glass wall, there had been a collection of chicken feathers, and their dismembered flesh. Li Yan bristled. His family's chicken soup was considered to be an improvement of food, and people could just waste it just for the sake of pretending. I can't believe it's still an old hen. Shameful. He tucked in his sleeves and sat cross-legged on the tatami mat. Across the room, Daejo took off his glasses, huffed, and wiped them with a silk cloth. His movements were slow, and he intended to use this attitude to wait for Li Yan to speak first, so he could gain a psychological advantage. Amazingly chewed on the tip of a toothpick and watched him quietly as he pretended. Let's see how long this can rub. He finished wiping his glasses, put the silk cloth in his hand, picked up the hand towel again and began to wipe his face. Li Yan couldn't stand it anymore. It wasn't over until he was ignored. Chapter 172, Don't go to the opposite side. What? Daejo raised his eyes. I'm looking for the student president. Oh, Li Yan took Wang Yi's shoulder. Student president? You tell him school festival co-op is cancelled. Wang Yi revealed a hesitant look, and Li Yan snapped. Speak. He scowled and repeated. The acting was clumsy enough, and it was a good thing that Dai Chung didn't wear his glasses, otherwise he would have been able to see Wang Yi's face as he held back his laughter. But the acting regardless of Dai Chang when the real thing on the line. He shook his head straight, tossing the hand towel aside and finally putting glasses on those dead eyes. You get to say what decisions the school makes? Li Yan frowned, not knowing where he got his backbone, so he slapped Wang Yi. Say it, people are looking for you to talk. Well, we have a more liberal school spirit and the student government has more discretion when it comes to organizing major events. Li Yan saw that Dai Chang was still looking like a cloud, and he couldn't say the blackmail line. It's also good that it wasn't said. On the bamboo ladder, the man feeding the tiger came down. What's all the noise about? Qiu Yuanqi smiled as she stepped down from the steps and grabbed a towel from the tabletop to wipe her hands. Qiu Yuanqi was Wenju's brother and had met before. What's going on here? Dai Chang's bottom line was completely unexpected by Li Yan. Hey, we've met before, don't you remember? Qiu Yuanqi sat next to Li Yan and opened the drawer with her hand. There was a box of cigars inside. Taste it? Wenju's brother. I remember you. Li Yan waved his hand. Forget the cigar. I won't. He took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out and pinched it in his fingertips. Still smiling. This one will always be. Amazingly took it and said thank you. Can the two of us have a few moments alone? Amazingly nodded. Of course. The two then went to the tea room in the cubicle. The kettle made a plopping sound, and Qiu Yuanqi poured the tea without slowing down, her posture somewhat similar to that of Wenju. I'm not very proficient in the tea ceremony. This is still something I learned from Wenju. Alone. Qiu Yuanqi was much more comfortable than at that cafe in Nanjing. The suit fit him well. He was 6 years older than Li Yan, had been in the workforce for 3 years, and was much less boyish in appearance than Li Yan. Is it because you're curious why I'm here? Qiu Yuanqi said helplessly. I didn't want to come either, but I had to come. There are some things to explain to you first. Your school's sponsorship. It's Pathfinder Investments that put up the money. Pathfinder Investments. This business was co-founded by Ji Wanli and Mo Qian. I had some involvement, and I have a small stake in the Daejo family's company. All for my father's sake. Of course. He pinched the bridge of his nose. But your conflict with Dai Chang including Dai Changying has nothing to do with me. But it's coincidentally come to this. I still need to explain it to you. I'm worried that Wenju will have some misunderstanding about this brother of mine. And, of course, worrying about what the other elders think of me. Can you see what I mean? This was an open and honest statement, and Li Yan was relieved. I've met Auntie Wan and Uncle Chiu. They're both very nice people. I'm Wenju's friend. You're Wenju's brother. I'm supposed to respect you. Certainly wouldn't bother the elders with catch-alls. Nor have I ever shunned anything I didn't deserve. Li Yan didn't think Ji Wanli would let someone who had little use for him get involved in a business he was running. Much less do they think that a family that produces a character like Wenju's will also produce nasty people at the same time. I won't do anything about the school festival. Li Yan sighed. It would have been irrelevant. The main thing is that Dai Cheng's attitude is a little too angry, including his attitude towards Wenju. I'm sure you know something about that. Qiu Yuanqi took a sip of tea. After joining the workforce, I realized that there's no way to talk about some things. After all, there's cooperation in place. But want me to acquiesce is also absolutely impossible. Once the harassment to Wenju, his eyes became sharp. I don't care about this amount of money. In fact, he's actually looking for the wrong person to find me. If it wasn't for the sake of meeting you, I wouldn't have come. Qiu Yuanqi smiled. As far as Wenju's family is concerned, I'm on your side. She also seems to be quite well, you probably understand. Amazingly, Qiu Yuanqi refilled his cup of tea. By the way, Chen Shishir is in the same class as you? Amazingly nodded. Right. That. Take care of her for me. Inexplicably mentioning Chen Shishir and supposedly helping him take care of it. Li Yan already understood what Qiu Yuanqi meant. Whether he simply likes a girl or has an ulterior motive, Li Yan can tell the difference. But he is not a person who loves and hates clearly. Plus he may not be a bad person if he values personal interests. But Chen Shishir is also his friend. Aunt Mo Qian is a very powerful person. Of course Uncle Qi is too. They are both people who won't let their families compromise for their careers. Li Yan leaned on the back of his chair and continued. Chen Shishir is quite good. She's a simple person like Wenju. Why don't you let Wenju introduce you to someone more suitable? As long as she's sincere enough she'll be able to impress her. Talking to my sister seems too much of an ulterior motive. You're misunderstanding me. Qiu Yuanqi stroked her hair. It's just that I've met her once before, and I was planning to wait until she finishes her studies before making contact. He looked at Li Yan and said sincerely, I'm not going to hide it from you. I love girls like Chen Shishir. The love field is like a battlefield. I wouldn't back down if I were anyone else, but you are kind to my sister. If you have this intention, I will never mention it again. You've said it's like a battlefield. There's no such thing as backing down or not backing down. But the main thing is, I don't have this idea. Still saying that I misunderstood. Brother Yuanqi, you're the one who really misunderstood. Li Yan helplessly spread his hands. Really? Qiu Yuanqi smiled. Like a joke. Li Yan, however, got serious. I truly want to be friends with you, or at least not go to the opposite side. So that's something I won't lie to you about. Qiu Yuanqi nodded. I feel the same way. It's best to become relatives. Amazingly. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Qiu Yuanqi stubbed out his cigarette. It was fun talking to you. Uncle G also thinks highly enough of you to spend money on a mediocre school festival. And 80% of it is because of your face. Li Yan shook his head. Uncle G's daughter is coming to school after all. I'm afraid it's for his daughter's sake. Yeah, I didn't know about this. Qiu Yuanqi extends her hand. Anyway, in the future, as long as I can help, there's no harm in saying so. Amazingly shook his hand. That's great. The two walked happily out of the tea room. There was no need to make the words too clear, but the meaning was understood by Li Yan. Today Qiu Yuanqi was sincere enough to open up and explain everything to Li Yan. It's false that Amazing Li wants to be friends with him, but it's true that he doesn't want to go to the opposite direction. When Fang had explained that she would help take care of Wenju, Li Yan was afraid that Wenju would make things difficult, and he didn't want to cause trouble. It's possible that Dai Chengying was arranged by Qiu Yuanqi, but it doesn't matter anymore. It would be very nice to be able to maintain the status quo with Qiu Yuanqi. Although he was the unexpected man, he gave the unexpected surprise. Chapter 173. Walking out of the tea room, Li Yan then said, so it was a misunderstanding. Qiu Yuanqi chimed in. A bit of conflict is normal. We can still be friends in the future. It was only then that Dezhou nodded in silence. It's none of my business next. Just talk to the student president. Li Yan smiled at Dai Chang. Hopefully, we'll never see each other again. There wasn't much to talk about next, and a few people left the box after a few polite words. Qiu Yuanqi was obviously not in such a good mood as Li Yan. Although it was a reciprocal conversation, the reciprocity itself was the problem. A fledgling brat. Why should he have this attitude towards him? Qiu Yuanqi's imagination was that Li Yan would agree painfully if he was really smart, but he actually gave him a lesson. How can anyone who is not out of society understand what the exchange of benefits is really all about? Books are for reading, not for pretending. He didn't understand why on earth Ikari would like such a hypocrite, but enough hypocrisy that it's not much of a threat, and half a good thing. Qiu Yuanqi opened the door of the sports car and looked at Dai Chang. Don't mess with him anymore, and contact me anytime you have news. Dai Chang was still more respectful on Qiu Yuanqi's face. Got it. He watched him drive off in his sports car before spitting on the ground. What the hell? What did you guys say? Zhang Wenhai asked curiously. Oh, that's Wenju's brother. Just a casual conversation. In any case my influence is gone. Li Yan shrugged his shoulders. Zhang Wenhai hadn't seen Li Yan this relaxed for a long time. Happy for him too. Since beating up the student president to vent his anger, Li Yan looked much calmer, and even more so today, all a bit like he was heartless as a child. With a shift like that, they must not be just chatting, they must have solved some real problem. But either way, it's a good thing. TSK, 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 so happy in having a casual conversation. Amazingly, is it that obvious? Wang Yi frowned. Why can't I tell? He's not quite like a normal person. I've been with him for a long time. Zhang Wenhai explained. Amazingly, the three of them went to the bathroom together. On the sink, Wang Yi squeezed some hand sanitizer in his hand, and the whole person was dumbfounded, as if he had been shocked by something. After a while, he sighed and whispered to Zhang Wenhai. You're right. Senior Li is indeed different from normal people indeed. Chapter 1 Hai. Wang Yi, Ugh X2. Li Yan drew a piece of paper to dry his hands, and lit a cigarette by hand. You guys go over there first. My mom called me. I'm going to go back to one. Well, the two of them exited the restroom in silence for a long time and stood in front of the Chilan room waiting for Li Yan to go in with them. Wang Yi sighed. No wonder Senior Li is always so confident. Don't you mention it, okay? I was careless today. Otherwise I wouldn't have gone to the restroom with him even if it killed me. Zhang Wenhai rubbed his eyebrows. But you're wrong about one thing. The confidence in your eyes is what he's performing for others to see. That lazy look just now is the real confidence. Well, he gives off the impression of being reliable. No wonder so many girls like him. Wang Yi looked at Zhang Wenhai. Does he not know? Zhang Wenhai rolled his eyes straight up. If you can see it, can he not? That just made him a little unsure again. It's hard to tell. He was such a wimp as a kid. Hell, I don't know what he was thinking. Wang Yi was very nosy and came closer. So which one does Li Yan prefer? It's hard to say. Zhang Wenhai frowned. It's not LV Xingchen anyway. Wang Yi, then I still need you to say. What's the chatter? Don't come in yet. Lu Xingchen pushed open the door, scaring them both straight. Seeing them react like this, Lu Xingchen squinted his eyes and scrutinized the two of them. Are you guys bad-mouthing me? How can? Ha ha. Vice President is too much. Where are they bad-mouthing you? They're bad-mouthing me. Behind them, Li Yan glared at them. Less nonsense. The three returned to the room. Who won the money? Li Yan sat cross-legged on the tatami mat. Ha 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 ha. Nangong Han shyly scratched the back of his head. I won 150. Wang Yi took a tangerine peeling. Square in the next door did not even drink on the water, not play 100? LV Xingchen looked like she was having palpitations. Sister Chun, you said it's against the law to gamble that much, so we'll just play for $1. Zhang Wenhai was surprised. We've only been there for less than half an hour, and we can win 150 times? Hey, I grew up playing mahjong with my grandmother. Nangong Han winked. So I was always pretty good at math. It has nothing to do with being good at math at all. LV Xingchen touched out the change retrieved from his pocket, revealing a look of remorse. Sister Wenju and I touched 3 pieces of mange in the first hand. The upper hand listened to and was able to who 14. Played 2 rounds by your single hanging self-touching. Actually doubting her strength. Nangong Han pouted in dissatisfaction. Then keep fighting. No come no come. Beat to death will not play mahjong with you. Hey. Nangong Han glanced at Li Yan, deeply regretting not being able to let him see his heroic posture as he swept through the 4 directions. Zhang Wenhai removed the fire pit under the wooden coffee table, covered it with a blanket, and a circle of people sat down around it to keep warm. Luscious Star strings together a werewolf slaying deck. Who's going to be God? I'll do it. Zhang Wenhai raised his hand. 1 hour later, Zhu Wen and Yan Li became the resident chess-playing guests at the corner chess pier. As long as they're civilians, werewolves knife these two. If it was a werewolf, the civilians would have voted these two out of the game for the simple reason that these two work too well together. The two of them, Li Yan and Wen Zhu, lined up as wolves in the first hand. In the first round the two gestured in disgust, allowing Wen Zhu to cheat the witch out of her medicine by knifing herself. When Li Yan blew up his own prophet to lift Wen Zhu's hand during his speech, the true prophet Lu Xingchen rightfully began to fight back, and the next speaker, Nangong Han, blew herself up as a witch, confessing that she saved Wen Zhu, confirming Li Yan's claim. It pissed LV Xingchen off enough, but the identity of everyone in this round is still in doubt, and here comes the more tawdry beginning of the second round. Amazingly is still self-sabotaging because there's no medicine to save him offline, but it can also be branded with the steel mark of a prophet, sacrificing himself so that Wen Zhu, who had been lifted by Li Yan, would thus become an iron good man. In the following rounds, Wen Zhu always looked innocent, saying some nonsense and then quietly watching the good guys tear into each other. The scene was spectacular. Anyway, Wen Zhu and Li Yan had a great gaming experience. It's hard to say the same for the others. Second handle. 2 more werewolves. A group of friends who hadn't played much werewolf kills learned that there was such a thing as self-knife. So the 2 of you randomly knifed a good guy on the first round. The witch rightly chose not to save. In the second round, Wenju knifed himself, and as a witch, Chen Shishir fell for it once more. But resident prophet LV Xingchen was obviously much smarter. Finding out the identity of the self-knifed werewolf, Wenju, and by the way, bailing out a handful of the good guy, Nangong Han, who had been detected in the previous round. Li Yan started to strongly support LV Xingchen and Nangong Han this time and voted Wenju out. The third knight of the night did not hesitate to put Lu Xingchen knife. And then it's all about cooperating with Nangong Han to cast the good guys the whole time. Chen Shishir was still a bit skeptical of Li Yan, but Nangong Han was more simple and thought that Li Yan wouldn't lie to her once again. This resulted in a failure to return the vote, and amazingly had a great time getting personally involved in tearing it apart. Chapter 174, People. But from the third hand onwards, the game was over for Li Yan and Wenju. No matter what is said, it will be doubted in basically a round robin. Instead, they tore into each other even more, with all sorts of yin and yang, and it was quite enjoyable. But the body, Li Yan eat melon, often have to fall into the who you help metaphysical questions. Even if there is God Zhang Wenhai repeatedly emphasized the rules, it still had little effect, and it was causing him a great deal of stress, until Li Yan realized that there was a foot rubbing on his side. Not knowing what it was going to do, he raised the quilt to take a look and retracted it, still not knowing who it was, and when asked everyone said no. But since learning of this operation, there has been a significant increase in the number and frequency of foot appearances. This stuff is horrible too. Played until it would be dark or not, finally ending the tearing game. Everyone stood up and did a little stretching, and several of the men were very self-conscious about facing the wall. Rented for about the same amount of time. Everyone puts on their shoes on the foyer and gets ready to leave. Is there a second half? Lu Xingchen rubbed his hands together. I want to go karaoke. Chen Shishir, Li Yan, as well as Zhang Jiang subconsciously frowned in unison when they heard LV Xingchen mention karaoke. Chen Shishir wiped her face. Ha ha ha. Still have to go to school tomorrow. Don't play too much. Then come to my house to cook and eat together. Nangong Han proposed. Wenju, not so good. It'll disturb your family. It's fine. It's fine. It's just me and my sister at home at night. Nangong Han cheerfully. There are a lot of rooms. If you don't want to leave you can all stay. Starry Lu. Nangong Han. The two apparently reached an understanding. I'm going back to the dormitory to write a report, so I won't be joining you. Zhang Wenhai laughed. Yiwan, well, I have to go home. Zhang Jiang, I have to bring dinner for Yi Si. Wang Yi, I have to write a report too. Amazingly, I have to go home for dinner or I'll get scolded. He also went home for dinner, and lived in Jimore's house for so many days, and didn't see his family come to visit. Chen Shishir's cheeks twitched slightly. Your tutelage is so strict. Careless. How about just making up a random excuse? Chun Yu smiled. We're all girls. It's really inconvenient for him. Nangong Han looked a bit regretful. What a pity. I'm quite a good cook to say the least. Chen Shishir shook her hand. See you tomorrow then. The evening rush hour was backed up a bit and the car was left with leftovers by the time I got home. Sitting down with a bowl of rice, he raked all the leftovers onto a plate, giving the other empty plates to Li's mother to wash first. Car bought? Li Kiki, who was doing her homework in her room, poked her head out. The headlights just shone. Is it yours? Aha! Li Yan nodded and pointed outside with his chopsticks. It's parked in the yard. Oh. Li Kiki immediately ran out to visit. Mother Li finished washing the dishes and took off her plastic gloves. How much did it cost? 20,000 points. Li's mother froze and wiped her face. The car is older than you, isn't it? Amazingly new. The original owner drove it for just 3 months. Who can sell a new car that cheap? Li's mother frowned, suddenly thinking of a possibility. It can't be a Maserati, Porsche or something. Quack 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 quack. Li Yan chewing celery. Heard this stopped his mouth. The mind boggles. What Maserati can be sold for 20,000? Is a small Wuling. Oh. Mother Li laughed. It's nice. Easy parking. Yeah. After caressing the new car, Li Kiki walked back to the hall with her pockets in her pockets. Mom, didn't you say you were going to the supermarket in the evening? Now go chant. Mother Li gave her a blank look. There will be guests later. Guests are not to see you. Li Yan and not finished. Not likely we are in people are not good to talk. Li Kiki shrugged her shoulders. Mother Li pondered for a moment and nodded. That's true. What the hell? Where are the guests from? Car keys. Li Kiki held out her hand, and she hit on the idea of riding in Li Yan's car. Her brother's assets were hers, and the car was certainly hers sooner or later. Li Yan still did not know what the guests mean. Surprised took out the key from his pocket. Here, we have our own car. Why do we need someone else's? Mother Lee slapped away Lee Kik's hand. Amazing Lee. Coco Lee. Ugh. Okay. Lee Kiki tucked her pockets and looked at Lee Yen. People, do you want something to eat? Get 2 Cokes and some chips. Mom, people say that. Lee Coco looked up. To buy or not to buy? Drive Santana to go. You don't say those useless. Lee Mother picked up the car keys from the shoe cabinet. Wait for the guests to come. Snacks, fruits and other things remember to take out. Amazing Lee. Oh. 3 minutes after mother and daughter left, guests arrive at the door with bags of fruit. John Yuanzhou said expressionlessly, "Why are you alone at home?" Chapter 175, Drive carefully. Many businesses don't have a distinction between winter and daylight saving time. As the weather turned cooler and the days became shorter, many of the community animals had to go home in stars. The office building is still lit up in the dreary night. Top floor office. You guys play. Mo Qian followed up Chen Shishir's video call. Remember to call your Auntie Jiang if you don't go back at night. After all, you're staying at someone's place now. I know. By the way, does Mom know how to cook? Chen Shishir turned to the cutting board, displaying the ingredients, and lowered her voice. I want to make braised fish. What should I do for the first step? Liking to eat doesn't mean you can do it. Mo Qian pinched the bridge of her nose and advised. Baby, listen to your mom. It's not easy for this fish to grow so big. Don't waste it. Mom, this isn't the time for sarcasm. Chen Shishir whispered. Then I won't lose completely. Even the dumbest one made a cold-skinned egg. You know how to make a cold skinny egg, and you call people the dumbest one. Can't you make a cold tomato? She gave tomatoes, cucumbers, skin and eggs mixed together. Chen Shishir gritted her teeth straight away. When it's my turn, all that's left is this fish. Don't you know how to make it? Mo Qian had to state the truth. I only know how to cook instant noodles. And the braised fish you ate when you were a kid was actually all takeout from the same restaurant. Chen Shishir was stunned. Go ask Li Yen. He looks like he can cook at first glance. Mo Qian finished, then furrowed her brows. You're not planning to show off to him, are you? Chen Shishir was silent for a moment and nodded. Don't make the whole virtuous wife and mother persona that's so difficult for you. Isn't it good to be a stupid beauty? Mo Qian gave professional advice. Chen Shishir sighed. There's someone who has taken the dummy persona firmly. Beauty or not is another story, but it's blocked the path. Now I'm failing to reach the average line. I'll be deducting big points. They've sent the dishes to the group. Mo Qian. Then you're on your own. Chen Shishir hung up the phone in despair. Mo Qian laughed on the couch. Bang, bang. 2 knocks on the door. Mo Qian shifted from the sofa to the boss chair at the speed of light, finished his expression management on the fly, and reached out to make a fist against his lips. Ahem. Please come in. She relaxed her taut body when she glanced up. Old Chow. Who did I expect? Lao Zhou took out 2 documents from his briefcase and flipped them over and pushed them to Mo Qian. Mo Qian flipped to the last page. Saw the party is Qianrua Investment. Pen on the signature plus official seal. Transferred back to him. Mr. Mo. At least look twice. Boss Chi can't pit me. Mo Qian spread her hands. General Manager Zhou is so busy. I'm just too embarrassed to grind my time. After signing, Mo Qian only began to turn over her share of the retention and fell into silence. Boss Chi bought the whole office building? Renting it to me for $1 a year? What does that mean? These 3 consecutive questions. Lao Zhou did not answer any of them, only nodded and said, yes, but, Mr. She can break the lease at any time. And you can take a look at the entry for compensation for breach of contract. I see. No problem. After the enterprise operates to a certain extent, the cost of changing the office space is very high, which belongs to the normal terms. Mo Qian looked at the crooked word Chi more on the signature of the party. This building is $1.6 billion, which is not a small amount even for Mr. Chi. It's not so much that you really have so much money that you don't have any place to spend it, is it? I'm not sure about Mr. Chi's arrangements. Old Joe loaded back the contract and glanced at his watch. I have a meeting in 30 minutes, so I won't bother. Good. Quack 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 quack. Today's celery is extraordinarily hard. 80% from the next door grandfather. Li Yan and do not want to waste food. Hard to chew and eat. John Yuanzhou left the fruit on the table and sat across from Li Yan. Is it good? It's okay. Amazing Li swallowed hard. He very highly emotionally saved the day for his family. My dad was working late and my mom and my sister just left, saying they had guests at home and went out to do some shopping. That's when my sister's phone call came in. It was inconvenient to eat. Li Yan turned on the speakerphone, and Li Kik's voice came from the earpiece. Let me know when you leave and we'll come back. Li Yan hurriedly hung up. Jiang Yuanzhou. Amazing Li, haha. Jiang Yuanzhou was indifferent. Your mother is afraid that I won't be able to talk to you well if she's around, right? It's very kind of you to understand. Li Yan picked up another piece of celery and chewed it, then swallowed it hastily. Remembering that his father had said that Ikimore would be coming over to stay in a few days, he explained, Ikimore definitely won't eat this. Zhang Luan said that GMO could not come. Zhang Yuanzhou took an apple to nibble on from the fruit he had bought. Li Yan's mouth and hand movement stopped for a split second before he asked, is that what Auntie Jiang originally said? Well, the original words were it's better not to bother Li Yan. You go and talk to him. He'll be embarrassed if I go. Zhang Yuanzhou said expressionlessly. The word is brought. Zhang Yuanzhou put down the apple he had nibbled and got up. Wait a minute. Amazingly hurriedly got up after him. Can't wait. Your house has a toilet where? Amazingly. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yuanzhou came out of the restroom with an iron face, covering his important parts and carefully helping the sofa to sit down. GMO is not suitable for cooking. The flavor is too strong. And this plate of celery is just too economical to save. So Zhang Yuanzhou needs to take full responsibility. Empty the trash can and put the food bowl in the sink. Li Yan washed a few fruits and took out some peanuts and melon seeds and set them on the coffee table. It's all we have at home. Zhang Yuanzhou grabbed a handful of peanuts. It's fine. It's better than what G-More did. Amazingly. What the hell happened? It allowed even Zhang Yuanzhou to create such a strong resentment. But now is not the time to wonder about that. Ikimori doesn't want to come? Li Yan asked. Zhang Yuanzhou looked at him playfully. Do you want G-More to come? Or G-More not to come? Li Yan didn't answer this question head-on. If G-More doesn't come, does Auntie Jiang still have to continue to accompany her at home? Zhang Yuanzhou snorted and peeled up the peanuts. G-More can't be like this for the rest of his life. It's not impossible to leave you. It's just sad for 30 to 50 years at most. Amazingly. Zhang Yuanzhou collected his laughter and said seriously. No one can't live without another person. G-More can come out by himself. Zhang Luan and I, even Qi Wanli, are now convinced of this. It's just a matter of a longer period of time. 30 to 50 years is an exaggeration. 3 to 5 years is about right. After all, she's grown up. You've been a great help to Ikimore. And the couple acknowledges this favor and can always repay it in the future. But next, don't force yourself. After a few moments of silence, he looked to Li Yan. So, Yan deliberated on the wording for half a day and spoke after a long time. My father said that good things should be done to the end. Zhang Yuanzhou glanced at him and didn't say much. I saw that car at the entrance. Bought to transport Qimore? Nah, it's just cold. Yan tucked his hand in and glanced away. Oh, then if Qimore comes to live, he also rides this car to school, right? Zhang Yuanzhou also tucked his hand. Aha, the passenger side doesn't even have an airbag. I'll tow it and modify it. Li Yan pulled the corners of his mouth. He finally understood what his own mother was talking about. It should come back as it was. It won't turn into a Maserati, Porsche or anything. Not so much. Actually, those cars aren't much safer. Zhang Yuanzhou inclined his head and spat. If only they were really that cheap. What did you just say? No. Zhang Yuanzhou continued to nibble on the apple and asked, is there a house for rent in this neighborhood? I'll rent one. Don't worry. I won't come to your house to rub my nose in it. You know my level. Guarantee that you won't be able to find out. Amazingly. I'll ask my mom later. Okay. Car keys. Zhang Yuanzhou stretched out his hand. Amazingly slapped the key in his hand. Drive carefully. Zhang Yuanzhou. Chapter 176. The next day. In the bitter cold wind, Li Yan drove a small electric donkey to school. To the school is frozen into the grandson. He tucked his hand face blue, shivering into the classroom. Zhang Zhang happens to be sharing soy milk from a thermos. Drink? Amazingly shook his head, put down his book bag, poured out the hot tea from his thermos, and took a sip, breathing a long sigh of relief. Why are you frozen like this? Chen Shishir said with concern. He's like this when it's winter. Below 10 degrees he wears thermal underwear. At 0 degrees he wears woolen pants. Zhang Zhang lifted Li Yan's pants leg. Yo, it's still red. Li Yan slapped Zhang Zhang's hand away and shoved his pants leg into his shoe. Leakage. Lu Xingchen hugged Chen Shishir for warmth and envied her. And this kind of good stuff? Where did you buy it? My mom knitted it. Can I ask your mom to knit me one too? Luscious blinked. Li Yan glanced at her. Get lost. Sometimes Chen Shishir was quite envious of LV Xingchen's skinless character. Who could say whatever he wanted? Although the aesthetic aspect of these woolen pants is questionable, but after all, they are hand-knitted by Amazing Li's mother. Aha, Red Heart. Your mom is so nice. Chen Shishir sighed. My mom can't even cook. Amazingly remembered the celery that had given him a hard dose of dietary fiber yesterday and inclined his head. Every family has its own problems. Glancing at the clock behind him, classes will start soon. I'll go to the counselor and ask for a leave of absence. He wasn't going to be involved in the school festival, but he hadn't finished closing the book on the game's mess. Wang Yi is a half-assed person, and the student council officers are on a collective leave of absence. So Zhang Wenhai almost shouted, Dad still needs to be saved. Chen Shishir, no need to invite. The counselor said we cannot come to class today. Good man. Zhang Wenhai is really something. Li Yan picked up his backpack. Let's go then. Zhang Zhang was playing with his cell phone. Then I won't go. There's no hard work anyway. Okay. I'll lend me the notes to copy when the time comes. Okay. Li Yan and Lu Xingchen were both wrapped up like dumplings. As an entertainer, Chen Shishir still has idle baggage on her. Only more scars than usual. The lower body of the skinny jeans plus short boots with tall is tall. Frozen is really frozen. Not cold? Lu Xingchen asked. Get used to it. Yanli said helplessly. The student union should have blankets, so cover up when the time comes. Okay. During the conversation, Chen Shishir gradually approached Li Yan until she was walking side by side, her shoulders brushing from time to time. Suddenly, Chen Shishir stumbled on the flat ground, and Li Yan subconsciously held on. You didn't break your foot, did you? Chen Shishir pinched her ankle and gently twisted it a few times. The watery eyes lifted, and the tearful eyes met Li Yan's for a split second. Lowering her head and bringing out a shy blush on the side of her face, she whispered, It's okay. Amazing Li. LV Xingchen held the attitude of learning to speculate and observe. She and Chen Shishir knew that she liked Li Yan within a few days of meeting her, and now the relationship should be considered as a bosom friend. After all, both of them slept in the same bed last night. Last night, Chen Shishir drank some red wine during the meal and got high, carrying a dozen beers and watching rom-coms in the bedroom. At first, LV Xingchen was quite happy to watch, until Chen Shishir drunkenly hugged her and started to get drunk. Must be taken down as early as possible. Nangong Han is simply a great danger to the heart. Chen Yu's heart of a thief is not dead. Sooner or later, Wen Ju will go after Li Yan, and also not a good person. She sister can only apologize to you and so on. It ended with no matter what. You have to taste it. She's not losing out anyway. Then there were words that couldn't pass muster that LV Xingchen couldn't understand or remember. It just feels like a very complex operation with tricky angles, and just hearing about it is awesome. And now the operation of the broken foot happened on last night's TV show. But the line is, how long are you going to hold me up? Even though Li Yan only held it for a moment before letting go, Chen Shishir was a professional actress after all, and the situation still advanced silky smooth. Bah! Lu Xingchen spat out the melon rind. Don't spit on the floor. Sweeper ants work hard. Li Yan glanced at her. Lu Xingchen stuffed the melon seeds back into his pocket. Sorry, couldn't help myself. The three walked to the door of the student union room. Chen Shishir took a deep breath. It was just a small experiment, and it didn't matter if it didn't work. Lu Xingchen promised to try to create space for the two to be alone. The last time the two were alone, she wasn't in a good mood due to force majeure, but the missteps turned out pretty well. It's at least 2 weeks before Aki Moore comes to school. How can we create 10 or 8 opportunities to be alone? Can't you get it? You don't have to say anything about holding hands. You have to start with a kiss, or at least stick your tongue out. I'm sorry, sisters. I, Cecilia Chan, am going to shortcut you. Ha 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 ha. What are you laughing at? Sis? Nothing. Thought of something happy. Oh, open the door. Chen Shishir's wonderful fantasy came to an end. There was only one young girl in the room, a blanket draped over her knees, a heater in front of her, the warm yellow light reflecting the innocent, prim face. She shook her hand and smiled sweetly with a crooked head. Hi, Cecilia Chen. Hi, Sister Chill. LV Xingchen trotted over and reached towards the heater. Ah, this is too good. It's too boring at home. I heard Zhang Wenhai say that you guys don't have class today, so I came over. Nangong Han laughed. Not disturbing. You are now a great contributor to our school. The principal has to give you a bow when he sees you. What's the disturbance? Li Yan joked. Where is Zhang Wenhai? Said that the air conditioner was broken and he went to find something to heat it. Nangong Han spread his hands. I was going to go alone, but he said it would be fine for me to be here, and talk about freezing me to death. You'll kill him. Cecilia Chen amazingly said expressionlessly. He's quite the joker. Nangong Han tilted his head. Is it a joke? Won't you feel sorry for me when I'm sick? At least it won't beat him to death. Ha ha. Li Yan moved a stool, put down his book bag, and took out his laptop. Nangong Han saw that he didn't get his way and puffed his cheeks. Chen Shishir, on the other hand, silently took the power cord in Li Yan's hand. I'll plug it in for you. After connecting the power supply, he sat down next to him obediently. Nangong Han, with a twinkle in her eye, she beckoned to Lu Xingchen. I'm warm here. You sit here. I'll move a stool. Not long after, Wang Yi and Zhang Wenhai returned with a heater each, holding a few blankets. However, they all feel that Li Yan should not need it, and the two girls around him are almost. No, they have already been attached to him. Ahem. Zhang Wenhai coughed. The two girls immediately sat upright. Amazing Li was visibly flabbergasted. The two ladies were so natural in their demeanor that he didn't even know when he got into this situation. I wore thicker clothes and didn't feel different. Plus he was so preoccupied with his work that he really didn't realize it. It just felt kinda warm. Looking at Zhang Wenhai casting a derisive gaze, Li Yan also realized what was going on just now. And instantly his old face blushed as he reached out and said, "Give me a blanket." Bah! Lu Xingchen was already high on melon rinds. Wonderful. So wonderful. Surely school is the place to learn. There is no end to learning. Your socks are getting toasted. Wang Yi pointed at the smoking little white socks on the heater. Chapter 177. Lu Xingchen put on warm socks and looked very comfortable. Needles don't poke. Zhang Wenhai smiled. There's no air conditioning, so I'm aggrieved by the vice president. It's fine. It's fine. This one's pretty good too. Can I take it home? Lu Xingchen pointed at the heater. It shouldn't work. Zhang Wenhai scratched his head. It's not expensive. It only sells for a few $dozen online. Ugh. Okay. LV Xingchen sighed rather regretfully and opened his phone to brush up on Jitterbug. Unwrapping a pack of want snow cake he picked up from the ground to eat. Wang Yi boiled a pot of boiling water and poured tea for everyone to drink. Li Yan unscrewed the thermos and pushed it to him. Sit over here guys. It's better to talk this way. Cecilia Chen, Theo. Nangong Han, Theo. It's fine. Same thing. Zhang Wenhai crackled and tapped away at his laptop. Wang Yi finished pouring water, resting his cheeks to start learning how Zhang Wenhai is doing the accounts, and did not have the heart to save him. What documents to send the group? Well, we have brought the computer. Amazingly. It was only after the student council's accounts for the past few months had been plotted that I realized that the morning had passed. Call out to Zhang Jiang to pack a few boxed lunches from the cafeteria and eat them directly in the student union room. Li Yan, who had been doing math for the afternoon, was dizzy. The former student president is really righteous, dragging all the officers down. We have to do all this work. Wang Yi spent the whole morning touching the fish and was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, I haven't done this before, but I'll know what to do from now on. Nangong Han raised his hand. I can help. I'll bring my computer tomorrow. Almost forgot. You're from North University. Li Yan slapped his head and laughed. I'm really going to have to rely on you tomorrow if I can't finish today. Hey. Nangong Han smiled daintily and clenched her fists. Aha. I'll sure. Cecilia Chen. She spent the 2 years after high school filming and forgot all about her studies. After school the basic college ones were completely out of sync. Not to mention that Fong just focus on and Nangong Han line. Pressure did not care about their work. At this time it is embarrassing. It's a good thing LV Xingchen was there and didn't let her pat her bottom. Noticing Chen Shishir's embarrassment, Li Yan consoled. You're responsible for singing at the school festival, aren't you? So practice when you have time. I have been practicing. Uncle Chi arranged for the residents to match me with all the professional equipment. Chen Shishir laughed. I asked Auntie Jiang, and she promised that I could just borrow it for the school festival, and the rent would save the school tens of thousands of dollars. At that, Wang Yi wiped his face. What kind of golden thing to rent also needs tens of thousands of dollars? By the way, how much is the budget this time? Li Yan was simply curious. Wang Yi opened the internet banking and transferred the laptop towards Li Yan. Li Yan scanned the numbers without a ripple. He knew that this school festival was sponsored by Ji Wanli. Wow! Lu Xingchen exclaimed. How much can we earn from this? Crowd. You know what the former student president was expelled for? Lu Xingchen narrowed his eyes with a look of being in control. It's not like the others haven't been fired. Sacrificing one of you so everyone can have a good year. Wang Yi reminded. You're the vice president now. Lu Xingchen was silent for a moment and said, I shouldn't be in office right now. Wang Yi's eyelids jumped straight up, always feeling that this person wasn't joking, and inclined his head. I'll look for the teacher of the youth league committee to confirm in a while. Forget it, Li Yan isn't even going to do it anymore. There's nothing fun about it. Lu Xingchen leaned back in his chair. But if you guys embezzle, remember to give me a share. Zhang Wenhai reminded. The student council officers' refunds came in today. With interest. Lu Xingchen then stopped. All afternoon, Li Yan, Wang Yi, and Zhang Wenhai began to recalibrate the lousy accounts left behind by the student council with red eyes. In fact, the school side of dealing with those students who are greedy for ink is considered lenient. This behavior is tantamount to a crime, but the school will not pursue it as long as it is refunded and all issues are accounted for. But it wore the three of them out, and they were cursing all afternoon. It's a good thing that they are also quite sensible and give a clear enough explanation. 10 minutes before the end of the school day the work is done, organized and passed on to the reunion teacher, and it's all done. Hard work, hard work. What are you playing tomorrow? Lu Xingchen brought a cup of tea that had already gotten cold. Li Yan sipped his iced tea and said expressionlessly, Play? Play, hammer, play. Don't you study? Lu Xingchen rested his hand behind his head, looking like he had nothing to do. Chen Shishir was happy. Nangong Han was not happy. Both of them are for the same reason. Nangong Han won't be able to come tomorrow. With nothing else to do, a few people started chatting about idle things. Do the sponsors of the school festival give money for nothing? Such a large sum, no other requirements? Nangong Han asked curiously. Zhang Wenhai is a student union donkey horse. For this thing is very familiar. Generally speaking, the sponsorship of the school festival is the education and training institutions to pay money for the title, similar to the postgraduate application counseling law, and the examination of the public, the teaching qualifications. Other vocational certificate exams are also looking for off-campus institutions to prepare for the examination. The student body earns a lot of money, naturally, also willing to pay money to advertise. But this year is different. This group of training organizations and certain school leaders' collusion to introduce students. This year was found out a lot. Their business cannot be done and fined, and even have to give students a refund of tuition. The only remaining training organizations to see our school is not profitable. There is no enthusiasm for sponsorship. But our new principal is also quite powerful, pulling in sponsors to give money especially generously. The school festival is just a very small sum, and after that, there will be a college student entrepreneurship competition, and the prize money alone will be particularly high, where it's the principal who's awesome. Chen Shishir could know who the sponsor was. She glanced at Li Yan. It's someone who's awesome. Amazing Li. College student entrepreneurship competition? Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up at the words. Tell me more about it. In fact, college students' entrepreneurship itself is encouraged by the policy. There are a lot of fresh graduates thinking about the way out. We'll give priority to borrow the advantages of college students to start their own business. What's more, the number of graduates next year will be more than 10 million, and the competition for employment is quite fierce. So the preferential treatment related to college students' entrepreneurship will definitely be better. Now there are only two people in the dormitory, Zhang Wenhai and Zhang Zhang. Zhang Zhang daily preparation for the examination of the public. 7 o'clock in the evening on time to watch the news broadcasts. Under the influence, Zhang Wenhai also understand a lot. That sponsoring company must be looking at this as well, wanting to borrow the school to incubate some lucrative projects, and certain bigwigs in the lab do have that in spades. But a school giving that much money is quite wealthy. Chen Shishir looked at Li Yan again. Nangong Han caught her eyes and tilted his head to look at her. Chen Shishir deflated. Nangong Han revealed a curious gaze, and after a few rounds of eye contact, the two hooked up and started whispering. Li Yan's scalp tingled for a moment. Lu Xingchen nodded his head like a chicken pecking at a rice. It does look like it's time for me to show off my skills. Didn't you win $200,000 from scratching the lottery? You're going to start a business. LV Xingchen, the palm of the melon seeds divided to Zhang Wenhai a little. Yes. What is the suggestion? Where would I have any suggestions? Zhang Wenhai shook his head helplessly. Luscious grabbed the melon back. Chapter Wenhai. Chapter 178, Dying. In the blink of an eye. 3 days passed. Chen Shishir is gradually adapting to the school routine after this period of time to adjust to the jet lag. It didn't take long to get out of the well-heated car, the pink cheeks returning to their original whiteness, and rubbing them together with a mouthful of hot breath into her palms. After waiting for a while, the familiar little donkey winds up in the distance, and she beckons with a beaming smile. Hey, what a coincidence, give me a ride. As a result, Li Yan wore a bad face and the small electric donkey swept past her with a whoosh. 5 minutes later. You are not seeing me, Chen Shishir said in dissatisfaction. Sorry. Amazing Li yawned. It's not coming back to get you. When he reached the location where he parked the battery car, Chen Shishir carefully observed his face. As always, he looked like he was about to die. As the temperature drops, it's really tough for Li Yan to drive his little donkey to school, especially since he's especially afraid of the cold. Although it wasn't her person yet, Chen Shishir was more than a little heartbroken. I just wanted to take off my scarf. But Li Yan's warm equipment was already complete to the extent that there was no place to hang the scarf. So I gave up. It's not really possible to change slowly. You don't have to work so hard. Chen Shishir was talking about the anti-fraud script. She wrote a copy for Li Yan to change. LV Xingchen also wrote a copy for Li Yan to completely change. And Li Yan himself still had a copy he had to write. For a few $100 bonus. These days he is a brain of debt. Every day by Mr. Jiang urged. So much so that the dark circles under your eyes are getting deeper by the day. Ah, what did you say? With too many debuff stacks. Li Yan's status was indeed poor, so Chen Shishir repeated what she had just said. On that matter, amazingly smiled a victor's smile and gave a stiff yay gesture. I've already succeeded. It's only 3 scripts in the district, hand in hand, and I passed it on to the counselor at 6 a.m. Cecilia Chen, how many hours of sleep have you gotten in the past 3 days? Chen Shishir said expressionlessly. 3 hours total. He carried his computer bag with an expressionless face. You're going to die. Chen Shishir glared at him and walked away quickly. I don't care about you. Li Yan was confused, and Chen Shishir, who was walking in front of her, blushed red, her heart beating like a drum. I can't believe I went to such lengths to spell it out. So angry, so heartbreaking, so like. It wasn't all Chen Shishir's fault for thinking too much. Li Yan did put in the most effort for her. She kept her schooling when she was filming, but being a public figure enrolling midway through a school year would have been more of a criticism. With achievements, Chen Shishir has the capital to withstand the pressure of public opinion, especially this time as this kind of public welfare nature, but also can give her a layer of gold body to resist thousands of criticism. So the first moment she learned the news, she began learning to write with diligence and urgency, and Sissy Chan had the best luck in meeting an extremely responsible counselor who was insightful about her situation. Called Li Yan and Chen Shishir 2 people in the office to communicate this matter. Specifically mentioned that let Li Yan more effort to Chen Shishir touches. The requirement is that the content of the story should not be changed, and the expression should only be slightly modified and still be exciting. Chen Shishir is a half-assed person even if she is hard-working. She can't do this or that, so the difficulty can be imagined. Li Yan almost gave Mr. Jiang a knee at that time, but this thing changed as soon as the teacher was involved, and in the end, it was Li Yan who took on the responsibility, just signing his name and earning 100 of the crappy to no longer crappy work, and he was able to spell it out to this extent. For what? Chen Shishir stopped walking, her eyes staring at the classroom doors listening to Li Yan's footsteps until he came closer before she inclined her head and whispered, "Thank you," only to hear Li Yan muttered, Hey, I heard that there is a bonus for upward selection. Can I get to the highest grade to earn 5,000 hard? Cecilia Chen. Chen Shishir even suspected that he did it on purpose. Entering the classroom, Zhang Zhang greeted her with his usual energetic spirit. Chen Shishir only answered sullenly. Li Yan only asked him to ensure that Chen Shishir was not harassed, and a bad mood was not part of the management of Zhang Zhang's jurisdiction, so he would have to wait for Li Yan to finish disassembling the complicated warming equipment and ask him what was going on. The main thing is that Zhang Zhang has been idle every day since he stopped doing short videos, and the examination of the public is actually not a matter for him at all. Li Yan took off his jacket and looked up to see Zhang Zhang's big, dark eyes. Startled. What are you looking at me like that for? He pestled Li Yan's arm and lifted his chin toward Chen Shishir. How did you piss people off? Only to see Chen Shishir heavily put down her backpack with a pop, her mouth gurgling and muttering something unknown. Unfortunately, Amazingly was so sleepy that he no longer had the ability to take in information, quickly laying out his jacket on the desktop and plopping down on it as his eyelids began to fight. It's the turn of the teacher who wants to point to the class, zzzzzzz. Witnessing Li Yan peacefully entering dreamland, Zhang Zhang fell into silence. The first period today is Mr. Zhang's class. When Zhang was scratching his head and considering how to make up a reasonable excuse, he only saw Chen Shishir taking off her trench coat in public, approaching with light footsteps, picking up the trench coat and gently covering Li Yan's body, and stroking his hair a few times. In amazement, weirdness, disbelief, jealousy, and hatred, her cheeks flushed as she sat back in her seat. Zhang, although I know that Chen Shishir may have a bit of a heart, but she has never made such a meaningful and obvious move to Li Yan in the classroom. Zhang began brainstorming. Even in pure love fics, there are very few where the hero and heroine progress this fast. Then, there is only one answer. Zhang pressed his index finger against his brow, and his eyes erupted with a witty glow. Chen Shishir really wanted to straighten him out. He glanced sympathetically at the unconscious Li Yan, then apprehensively walked towards Chen Shishir and said, Li Yan did do wrong, but you don't have to be so cruel. Cecilia Chen. Zhang. Chen Shishir said expressionlessly, you have nothing to do but tweak EC more often and stay out of my business with Li Yan. Zhang, anon. Hell, his face isn't even working. Sure enough, Li Yan must have messed with Chen Shishir, until the bell rang and things got even more wrong. Teacher Jiang, who never tolerated sleeping in class, actually picked up the jacket that had slipped off Li Yan and even personally draped it over him, surprisingly tucking it in carefully. And finally, he exchanged glances with Chen Shishir. There was some sort of emotion running between the eyes meeting. Li Yan is still a good person. Yes, teacher. Is this gentle look coming from Mr. Jiang? You should know that the only difference between the counselor's usual training of Li Yan and Pan Hong's training of dogs is that Pan Hong trains dogs. Zhang Jiang was shocked. The columnists were also shocked. Also recalling Li Yan's increasing lack of energy over the past few days, he has a new guess. At the end of the second period, Amazing Li took a halftime break and let loose in pain. Asterisk 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 ing burnt yellow. Turn around and ask Nangong Han to drink what medicine can be good. Li Yan muttered. A pat on the head. Asterisk 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 right. How can I ask her? I have to go to the Chinese medicine hospital on the weekend to register a number. Staggeringly, he continued on his way to the classroom. On the way, Zhang Jiang stopped him. Yan. Li Yan looked like he was about to die. What are you going to do? He had a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. Turned his head and left his dashing back. Reaching out to pat the railing with his back to Li Yan. I want to have a chat with you. Amazing Li. After smoking half a cigarette, Zhang Jiang still didn't say anything. Li Yan got impatient. Hurry up. There's not much time left for sleeping. Wait until I finish this cigarette. Amazing Li. Finally, Zhang Jiang extinguished his cigarette. A sad look spread across that big face. He spoke slowly. You're dying, aren't you? Amazing Li. He pondered for half a day and was instantly energized. You're saying I'm going to die? Is it that serious? It's just that the urine is a little yellow. Zhang Jiang sighed. His eyes complicated. So you don't know yet? Amazing Li was shocked. How did you know? Zhang Jiang said about the scene just now. And Li Yan frowned. You're saying that Mr. Jiang really covered my clothes? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Really? I won't lie to you. Zhang Zhangdao said. You're not scaring me. Ask if you don't believe me. Get a classmate to respond to the evidence. So, Li Yan went to the office shivering with Zhang Jiang's support. Chapter 179, The Gate to the New World. Under the glances of LV Xingchen and Chen Shishir, Zhang Jiang bashfully blushed and buried his head into his desk. Li Yan belonged to the CPU paralyzed state, and his sense of shame still had to be loaded for a while, confirming that he couldn't die and then continued to huff and puff. Luscious came closer to him. Hey! Amazing Li barked and rolled over on his side to go back to sleep. Chen Shishir pulled Lu Xingchen. Let him sleep well. Lu Xingchen, Epsilon, people have stayed up for several nights to help you earn that 200. Chen Shishir crossed her arms. What are you so angry about? Lu Xingchen sat back down next to Chen Shishir. I just realized it. After turning over his face, Li Yan's face was facing Chen Shishir's position. Lu Xingchen rubbed his chin to scrutinize. TSK, 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 it feels so much uglier. I thought I wanted to spend 50 cents for him in the beginning to say the least. It's a pity that this person is not my cup of tea. He doesn't speak gently at all. Noticing that Chen Shishir didn't reply, LV Xingchen glanced at her and found Chen Shishir staring at Li Yan without blinking. Starry Lu. Hey! Frightened. Chen Shishir gave a jolt and said disgruntledly. What are you doing? LV Xingchen, Theo, Cecilia Chen, subset of. Hate it. Why are you looking at people like this? Red heart. Chen Shishir's small fist smashed against LV Xingchen's flat chest. Luscious. Hurts. Chen Shishir retracted her small fists, revealing a look of pity as she reached out and touched Lu Xingchen's chest. I'm sorry. She shot back angrily, her hands sinking into something unusually warm and unusually soft the moment it made contact. Lu Xingchen felt her chest ache even more. Chen Shishir added. I'm sorry. Don't you apologize to me? I want to cry so bad. LV Xingchen's sadness overflowed into her chest and she stole a want snowcake from Li Yan's pocket to mend her traumatized heart. Clack, 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 clack. She gulped down her snow cone and gave a stick shock gesture. You said it was only a little bit. Now it's become a lot. Chen Shishir lying on the table. Oops. I don't know La Redheart. This time it was Lu Xingchen's turn to be agitated. Sister Shishir, don't be like this. I'm scared. Cecilia Chen, is it hard for you to talk like that? You're not that kind of person when you're the big sister type. Lu Xingchen wiped the snowcake crumbs from the edge of her mouth. Talking like that feels like being a child. Chen Shishir revealed a mysterious smile. She was indeed a child and did not understand the psychology of men. It's in a man's nature to be protective. For example, a person like G. Moore, with all kinds of buffs almost stacked up, can stimulate a man's protective desire to the limit, so that he can be unfavorable to Li Yan. But bumping personas creates comparisons. Lu Xingchen's reminder was still right, and LV Xingchen pointed at Li Yan and continued. He also shook a little when you spoke like that just now. Cecilia Chen, Epsilon, she didn't really know what kind of personality she had. Being an actor for 2 years isn't a long time or a short time, but you have to deal with real-life socializing more often after you stop acting. She often can't find herself. This problem can be solved by slowly adapting to it, but right now is not the time to slowly adapt to it. It's the time to be able to do this and that and the other after taking down Li Yan. You're smiling horribly. LV Xingchen cringed. And Chen Shishir smiled as she had that night when she had drunkenly slept in the same bed as her. Don't mind it. I just thought of happy things. Chen Shishir wiped the corners of her mouth. You just said I'm a big sister type. What does a big sister type look like to you? It's that you wear clothes with a mature feel. You're the first one to enter the store when you're shopping. You talk coolly to strangers. And then you'll be noticeably gentler to the person next to you. Lu Xingchen scratched his face. It would be even better if you don't talk to Sister Cold and the others in a yin and yang manner. Cecilia Chen. You don't understand. That's a subconscious defensive behavior. Not an active skill. Lu Xingchen nodded her head ignorantly. Objectively speaking, Sister Han Han did perform a little better. Chen Shishir revealed a dangerous light in her eyes. Yes, how nice Sister Han Han is. She also gave you online shopping chips to eat. Ouch. That's a big bag of chips. Starry Lu. Cecilia Chen. Li Yan wouldn't feel like you do. Her green tea disease had entered an advanced stage without her realizing it and she started to get sick. What should I do? At this time, the class bell rang, and LV Xingchen ran back to the classroom. In the blink of an eye, another lesson passed. Amazingly was still asleep. LV Xingchen were back to the second grade classroom. She was a dog and pony, but a good teacher. When a friend is in trouble, she is bound to come up with ideas. But Chen Shishir looked very upset and looked around with bad eyes. Nervous. Lu Xingchen was concerned. What's wrong? Someone took a picture of me covering Li Yan's jacket and uploaded it online. Chen Shishir looked around. Luckily my mom handled it quickly. That's good. LV Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. Male fans taking off their fans will affect their value. And it's not good to lose your money. But then it looks like it's going to be pretty hard for you to do this and that to Li Yan. It's not the powder of the work that I don't want. I'm not afraid of what the value of my body is affected. I'm only afraid that Li Yan will be fleshed out. Chen Shishir frowned. Let me know who it is and he's dead. That bad? Causing me to not be able to do this and that with amazing Li. You call that serious? Starry Lu. Cecilia Chen, subset of. Lu Xingchen got curious. Say, what exactly does such and such mean? Kissing or what? Chen Shishir compassionately touched her head. You are indeed still young. Sleeping together I know, but it doesn't feel as good as kissing. Luscious tilted her head. Chen Shishir touched her head more compassionately. Lu Xingchen got angry and went to Zhang Jiang to find out what such and such meant. Zhang Jiang naturally wouldn't tell her, so she consulted her sisters in the WeChat group. We all let out heartfelt smiles. It made LV Xingchen so angry that he shivered and sent a dozen or so sets of /rage emoticons in a row on WeChat. Still, there are a lot of good people in the world. After a few minutes, Nangong Han sent her the science video of X knowledge alone. Luo Qingdai was a bit more direct and shared her resources with LV Xingchen. Unfortunately, it was time for class, but LV Xingchen was curious. She plugged her headphones into her ears and hid in her desk and quietly began to learn the ropes. While the classroom is also about learning knowledge, it is clear that this knowledge is more important. First open the Nangong Han Science and Technology video ID. The new world is displayed in front of Lu Xingchen. And with the opening of new worlds comes the inevitable need to expand knowledge. Hey, you don't say. You really don't say. These two sisters really work much better than the others. Lu Xingchen muttered in a small voice. The circle spun as he opened the video sent by Luo Qingdai. 0%. 99%. Luo Qingdai's door to that new world was indeed a bit too big for LV Xingchen, so she got a little excited and her Bluetooth headset accidentally flung off. It became quiet in the classroom. LV Xingchen picked up the headphones with an expressionless face and escaped from this new world. Chapter 188. 1. The male student gossiped. I heard that the female students in your year are watching movies in the classroom. Is that true? There is that. His partner nodded, hands behind his back. I knew it was Yua-sensei by the sound of her voice. Awesome. Share the resources. Little things. Sleeping a morning sleep. Li Yin's spirit greatly restored. Listening to the gossip. TSK. Now the girls are too unrestrained. This thing one cannot see. Have to open the class. Is absolutely Bluetooth headset did not work good. Cecilia Chen. Zhang Jiang. Are we missing someone? Li Yin frowned. Thinking for a moment. LV Xingchen isn't eating with us? Going to eat alone? Cecilia Chen. Zhang Jiang. She took a leave of absence and said she would come back to school in 2 years. Chen Shishir smiled. Zhang Jiang nodded. She doesn't look too good. Maybe she has a cold. Li Yan looked at these two not too normal. So he touched out his cell phone and looked at the WeChat group, showing a heartfelt smile and giving a thumbs up. You two are really. The two argued a bit. He realized the original cause of the matter. What is this thing? This time of the year is not exactly on the film and television analysis class. Explain to the teacher is not just a matter of time. Just say that looking for other cases. How can this make sense? Chen Shishir was dumbfounded. That's what I said at that time. Li Yan spread his hands. At that time, when Ms. John was talking about how the ratio of characters to the screen in film and television work should be distributed, I was looking for a porno bar for her, and I also accidentally dropped my Bluetooth headset. Cecilia Chen. Zhang Zheng suddenly realized. I remembered. So I said how there is a familiar feeling. Passing by the office, she happened to run into Ms. John, who looked at Li Yan with a bad expression. Did you teach Lu Xingchen to take porn and raise hell with the teacher? Other little girls are not as thick-skinned as you. What should we do now? After pulling a couple of strings with Mr. Jiang, Li Yan thought to slip away, leaving the school building before he said helplessly, "See, I told you I had to dump the pot on me. Lu Xingchen looks like he doesn't have to come back to school in 2 years. Chen Shishir get a sigh of relief. It's just that I'm young and have experience less. What's there to be afraid of? Li Yan shrugged his shoulders. Look, I'm not afraid. Chen Shishir was helpless. Who has as much experience as you? It's okay, it's okay. Li Yan said modestly. Zhang Zheng went to bring food to Yi Si. I don't realize that two people are left alone. It was only when she was almost at the school's entrance that Chen Shishir reacted. Alone. She blushed a little. It's really easy with him. It's fun all the time, and it would be nice if it could be like this every day. She stole a careful, clunking glance at Li Yan's yawning side. This isn't the way to the cafeteria. Chen Shishir kicked a stone with her toes. What's the matter? Are you planning to go on a date with me alone? After saying that, Chen Shishir reached out and covered her mask. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. It's rare that there's only the two of us, so let's treat you to a nice meal. Li Yan was puzzled. Didn't Wenju say he was coming to school to play? I just want to deal with a random bite at the school gate. Cecilia Chen. Chen Shishir felt like a clown. Amazingly, she didn't tell you? Chen Shishir picked up her phone and looked at it and put it back, pouting. Just saw it. Another small voice muttered. It's in the way. Amazingly held the scarf up to his face. So close, how could you not hear it? It's so obvious. How could it not be? What the hell is he going to do? At the school gate, there was more than just Wenju waiting. There was also Chiu Yuanxia. Chiu Yuanxi drove a Kion SUV, which was just right for 4 people. The co-pilot was given over to Li Yan, and Chen Shishir and Wenju sat in the back. Father asked me to treat you to a meal on his behalf. Chiu Yuanxi smiled. It's still thanks to you that my mother's illness was handled as early as possible. The surgery was a success, and my father specially explained that he must invite you to celebrate together. Yan Li was happy to hear the good news. That's great. When was the surgery done? It's 2 in the afternoon at mom's place, 3 in the morning at home. Wenju yawned, in an equally good mood. That's nice. Chen Shishir, on the other hand, was a bit embarrassed. Then should I not have come? Chiu Yuanqi adjusted the rearview mirror to face Chen Shishir squarely. You're friends with Wenju and Li Yan. Not to mention Auntie Mo and I are working together. So how come you shouldn't be here? There's still this? Chen Shishir frowned and looked in the rearview mirror apologetically. Sorry, my mom didn't tell me. Chiu Yuanqi smiled awkwardly. I said hello to you when I was talking business with Auntie Mo, but you were sitting on the couch playing with your phone at that time, so you probably didn't notice. Oh. The company's business has nothing to do with me. Just talk to my mom. Chen Shishir looked down at her cell phone, typed a few words, and then stretched her cell phone to the side of the passenger seat. Look, LV Xingchen told Mr. Jiang that you instigated it, and tomorrow when you go back to school you'll be guaranteed to be made to write a check. Doesn't matter. Li Yan crossed his legs. I'm still a meritocracy now. I can't flip out that fast. He picked up his cell phone and played an outgoing voice. Li Yan, 3,000 word check is due tomorrow. Amazingly. Ha 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 ha. Chen Shishir laughed and slapped Li Yan's seat. Just don't write it. What can she do with me? Li Yan rolled his eyes. The next voice plays automatically. I'll wait for you in the evening, and you'll wait for me in the morning if you don't deliver. Even when Ju laughed, his eyebrows arched. I didn't realize you were still a bad student. Chen Shishir spoke to Wenju with interest about what happened at school, which was even more amusing. The back row is its happy place. The 2 in the front row weren't in such a good mood. Amazingly simply agonized over how to water down the 3,000 word check. Recently, Mr. Jiang learned to use weight-checking software. Baidu is not working. Spend money and he does not want to. It's damned if AI doesn't benefit mankind to develop such uses. Chiu Yuanqi, on the other hand, with her trademark smile, inclined her head to look at Li Yan. I really miss studying. It's a pity that I wasn't the same age as you. Otherwise it would have been a lot of fun. Amazingly chimed in. The more people there are, the happier they are. Of course, those years are so nostalgic. Chiu Yuanqi looked like she had opened up. Say, have you ever had a girlfriend? Yan Li shook his head. That's not true. Chased girls. Didn't work out. Zhou Yuanqi curiously said. You're so pleasing to girls, how could you not be successful? Li Yan glanced at him and laughed dryly. Ha ha, I actually don't know how to please girls. To put it in a funny way, I don't even know how to fall in love. You're a few years older than me, so I'd like to ask for some advice. Me? Zhou Yuanqi reached out to touch the gum tin and laughed as well. Ha ha, I haven't pursued a girl in a long time. Even if I didn't have much experience in relationships in my earlier years of schooling, but I've seen quite a few. I have an opinion. You can listen to it. Aha. Li Yan responded, helping him open the gum cap. Chapter 181 Eat, 2. Thanks. He chewed his gum. His demeanor relaxed as if making small talk. It seems to me that most of the interactions between men and women with the promise of a romantic relationship, whether they don't work out in the beginning or don't go anywhere, are due to a mismatch between the two parties in the relationship. After graduation, a few pairs who had to stick it out even when their families were against it are now in the same boat. All hearts have scales, and no matter how heavy the scales are or how heavy the goods are, the sale cannot be concluded. In the beginning, you will be compromised by your feelings, but over time, an imbalance is an imbalance, and feelings are hard to negotiate. When both sides can match, there will be less negotiation. I've only focused on business all these years, and I only know how to make this kind of analogy. The car stops at a red light and Zhou Yuanqi looks at Li Yan. Isn't this kind of argument a bit too worldly for an art major like you? No, I especially agree. It's true that you still have to go to class for a few years before you can say something like that. Li Yan's fingers stroked the leather holster. I'm afraid I'd hardly have the chance to ride in a car like this one if I didn't know Brother Yuanqi. The conversation between the two was so weird. Small talk? Or is it meant to be? Chen Shishir didn't know much about Zhou Yuanqi, but she still knew something about Li Yan. Amazingly, script writing skills are far beyond the level of Zhou Yuanqi's lame analogies. Other advantages are too numerous to count. It's too presumptuous. Even a friend's brother isn't flattering to this extent. He was such a drag on the day of the field day, and now he's making it look like he's inferior. In fact, this kind of conversation was quite normal. Chen Shishir hadn't been flattering directors and field workers and the like when she was filming, but she was just upset and felt more stifled than if she had been bullied herself. I don't think it's like that. Chen Shishir barfed, clasping her hands to her chest. If you look for a person according to their family, that wouldn't be considered love. Love certainly needs a material foundation, but if the person is not good, even more money is useless. As long as the person is good, even if he eats chaff every day, he will be happy. Shishir has a point. Zhou Yuanqi smiled, beaming into the rearview mirror. So what counts as a good person? Chen Shishir pondered for a while and did not answer directly. Then let me also give you an example. Some people have a drastic change in temperament after flying high, arrogant and domineering, to the extent that they look at their partners around them as being faulty in every way. You've seen it. Zhou Yuanqi nodded. Indeed there are, and quite a few. This is about matching before combining, and then mismatching and changing as usual. Chen Shishir spread her hands. Then it's not a matter of family conditions or career. It's a matter of people. As for what kind of person is considered a good person, you ask me to say it now. I don't know how to describe it. Chen Shishir poked Li Yan. You're a high achiever that Mr. Zhang holds in very high regard. So tell me. Amazing Li. Cecilia Chan poked again. Amazing Li, zzzzzzz. Zhou Yuanqi smiled. He's probably tired. Wen Zhu in the back row pursed her lips, subconsciously looking over at the soundly sleeping Li Yan. Then out the window, her cell phone tapping gently against her thigh. So it is. No wonder mom likes him, and dad likes him, as does the Ikimori family, as does the school, and there are so many people who like him. She likes to spend time with Amazing Li, and it doesn't look like there's anything wrong with that, because that's what good people do. Ah, she didn't have anything else in mind, but then again, why? Zhou Yuanqi didn't seem to like him very much. The small doubts quickly dissipated. Because when Zhu had to rub his face against the cold car window, his face was a little hot. The car had just stopped and amazingly happened to be awake. The destination was a downtown private dining room. This kind of restaurant Li Yan dabbled a few times. The food is actually quite ordinary, mainly eat individual atmosphere. But the atmosphere in this home is a little too atmospheric. The facade is not big, and there is no hospitality at the door. The first time Li Yan thought that this time, he was eating a high-class stall, and finally he could eat his fill. But the scene after going in was very different from what Li Yan had imagined. There was a creaking and rattling on the wooden floor, and ahead was a stone arch bridge, which was shrouded in clouds. Step on the bridge, through the dry ice made of clouds and mist. Look carefully. Under the arch bridge there really is a small stream. The stream swims a few tails of fat. Ingredients. After crossing the arched bridge, The road passes through a veranda and you still have to go up the winding marble steps to the wigwam. There was a gazebo on the roughly 2-story high wigwam. Eating is on the gazebo. Li Yan was shocked. How brain dead this had to be. Inches of land to get this kind of fancy stuff. 400 or 500 square feet of space but a dozen tables of guests. It's a good thing Wenju looks pretty earthy too, and should feel pretty much the same as he does. At the same time, Wenju noticed his kind and spat. It just doesn't look like the food is very good. Li Yan glanced at her and also whispered, "How presumptuous of you. Your brother paid a fortune. I'm still not used to places like this." Wenju clasped her hands together, her grasp of what to wear for the change of season as usual. The heat on the veranda really wasn't on very high though, or maybe it was the dry ice. "What are you two whispering behind my back?" Chen Shishir came closer warily. "No." Wenju put his hands behind his back. "Casual conversation." "What's wrong? I can't talk to Li Yan alone? I'm open and above board." Cecilia Chen. Okay. Don't let her catch you out. A person with such a strong sense of morality like Wenju. See how embarrassed she is when the time comes. The walkway was just enough for two people to walk alongside each other. And when Chen Shishir slowed down, Li Yan had to take a few steps faster to get alongside Qiu Yuanqi. In the car, both men knew what they were saying to each other. Qiu Yuanqi tells him not to fantasize about something he doesn't match. And Li Yan, originally did not shall see. The key is how to tell Qiu Yuanqi in the dog days. You've got it all wrong. In fact, I have absolutely no such intention for Chen Shishir. Oh, you're not interested in a woman with a family like that and a mountain of money? Okay, so put it another way. Be direct. I, Li Yan, am not worthy. Oh, you say you don't deserve it. So how do I know if you know you deserve it or not? That ing brings up the dark forest laws. Big Lu is really bad. Deliberately making things difficult for me. Fat Tiger came. Amazingly sighed. Qiu Yuanqi's finger traced on the screen of his phone. Heard a sigh. Glanced at him and went back to looking at his phone. After taking a few steps, as if thinking of something, he inclined his head and whispered, "I want to treat Psyche to a movie tonight." He really wanted to make life difficult for Li Yan. Obviously it had nothing to do with him. Why did he have to talk to him about it? Help him woo Cecilia-chan? It was fine to joke around with her as a normal friend in normal times, but what position was he, Li Yan, in? Where did he stand to do such a thing? Not to mention the fact that he clearly had a mismatch comment just now, and now he has to climb for what? Oh, amazingly nodded his head, signaling that he had heard. Qiu Yuanqi nodded back, revealing a smile, and whispered again, "Right, Wenju has been all alone lately, quite lonely, so if you're free, keep her company more often." At that, for some reason his temples began to ache again. Yanli took a deep breath and smiled. Auntie explained, "I'll try my best." Chapter 182 Eat. 3. This private dining room is served in portions, one for each person, nothing more. The flavor is very advanced, but unfortunately, Yanli is more lowly and can't eat it. A moment dipping sauce, a moment wrapped shiso. Hemp trouble annoying, but also rely on Wenju now teach. This led Li Yan to always feel that Wenju was faking just now. She usually took better care of others' feelings, and 80% of the time she saw that he was dirt poor and couldn't stand it. It's all skillful like this. Chen Shishir isn't even as good at eating as she is. My mom signed me up for dining etiquette classes. Catching Li Yan's suspicious gaze, Wenju explained, "Actually, I like Sha Xian snacks the best. I've been eating them lately. Amazingly, so." Chen Shishir observed Li Yan's expression and was very relieved that he had not been confused. "Sister, the segment is low on. Don't hard melt the circle that you can't melt into. Their earth is heartfelt and full of pragmatic philosophy. Can't afford to eat it? They would have chosen the buffet even if they could afford it." Seeing Li Yan's disbelief, Wenju reddened. "Really?" She pulled out her phone to show the takeout app and scrolled down. "Look, I've ordered takeout from Sha Xian this week except for the day we went to dinner." Chen Shishir still didn't believe it. This person must have put down money, just wanting to hard melt their circle. She glanced at Woodsman Amazing Li again and realized that the bastard had actually faltered. Still mesmerized by the fox demon. "Wake up! There's no woman playing the zither in silk in a shabby temple in the mountains. She's just trying to suck your yang energy. There's no such thing as a cutie. You could eat for a week. Shaxian's soup is indeed quite good." Li Yan sighed, "But don't eat it every day. Occasionally cook for yourself. Or if not, go to Chi Mo's house to rub it in twice." Li Yan wasn't baffled. He and Wenju had eaten Jiangsu snacks together, and while she ate slowly, she did seem to enjoy them. From his brief conversation with Wenfeng that day, and from several encounters with Wenju, Li Yan could probably guess what kind of life Wenju had had in the past. You even have to ask someone how to order takeout. There had been a shift recently. And it was also 80% that Wen Fong had had a serious chat with Wen Ju after the day at the vacation villa. Otherwise she wouldn't be so reckless. For S sake. If eating a week's worth of sandwiches is considered wanton, that's too bad. Chiu Yuanqi explained. Wen Ju, she's too embarrassed to go to someone else's house to rub her nose in it. Then we'll eat at my house tonight. My mom is still okay with cooking. For guests. Wen Fong has explained. To really eat everyday San County by the old man no can be okay. This matter shouldn't have been under Li Yan's control in the first place. He really didn't know what Chiu Yuanqi did for a living. That's not very nice. Wen Ju's careful demeanor. It's too intrusive. Indeed. Chen Shishir nodded her head. Her passive skill automatically turned on. Somehow suddenly went to someone's place to eat. Thought what was going on. The street knew about the bad reputation. Wen Ju. How can that be? Li Yan shrugged his shoulders. Don't worry. My sister plus my mom and the neighborhood gossip circle belongs to a unique existence. There will not be any misunderstanding. Wen Ju, you don't worry to come and eat. Wen Ju pursed her lips and smiled. I'm already happy that you invited me. So don't bother with dinner. Okay. Yanli chucked a spring roll and didn't push it any further. Chen Shishir, however, began to regret her words to Wen Ju just now. She was familiar with the way Wen Ju pursed his lips. The smile was exactly the same as today's when the games provoked her with amazingly. Not only is it stupid, it's pathetic. She's a little put out by it all. But, Chiu Yuanqi said at the right time, a meal is nothing. Just go ahead. Wen Ju stubbornly shook his head. Chiu Yuanqi smiled awkwardly. You're too negligent as a brother. Chen Shishir frowned, still wanting to continue, but Li Yan chewed on a spring roll and interrupted. Forget it. I'll push a few cheap and tasty takeaways for you then. You're too much of a saver. You're even more stingy than Lu Xingchen. Chen Shishir and Chiu Yuanqi didn't know what she wanted, so only Li Yan knew. Wen Ju just didn't want people to feel sorry for her, or at least not be told. But realizing that Li Yan was meticulously trying to figure out her mood, Wen Ju's nose became a little sour. I just really like to eat The meal was not a happy one because of the topic of San County. Walking out of the stone arch bridge, Wen Ju pursed her lips and smiled. That, brother, sure, Li Yan. I'll go back first. Give it to you. Chiu Yuanqi said. I'll just take a taxi back. You're quite busy, aren't you? Wen Ju smiled gently and waved her hand at Li Yan. When my parents return home, I'll ask you to join us for dinner. Li Yan's eyes twinkled. Are you sure Auntie Wen won't hit me? No, she's not angry. Wen Ju said goodbye again. Witness her hitching a ride in a curbside cab. Amazingly glanced at his cell phone. My internet car is here too. See you later. Chen Shishir frowned. Why are you in such a hurry? Don't you go to the student union and sit down? Do you really not care about Zhan Wenhai and Wang Yi? I want to make up for my sleep. I've already explained to the two leaders. Li Yan wiped his face. Thanks to LV Xingchen. I still have 3,000 words to check. You still let me live or not? Chen Shishir was so sorry that she stomped her feet. Alone. If I can't, I'll go to Li Yan's house to rub it in at night. When Ju doesn't go, she goes. Having made up her mind, Chen Shishir was in a much better mood and decided to go find Emochian's trouble first. That day in the Nangong cold home cooking disgrace can lose big. Finally or Nangong cold do braised fish. This guy's virtuous wife and mother aura almost shine her blind. Together? I happened to go to Auntie Emochian's place to talk about something. Chiu Yuanqi took out her keys from her jacket pocket. Interrupted in her thoughts. Chen Shishir froze and nodded. Alright then, thanks. You're too kind. By the way, back out of the parking spot. Chiu Yuanqi opened the passenger window and made an inviting gesture. Chen Shishir then could not refute his face. After all, it is the partner of the old mom. The car pulled out of the business district. Outside the window of the car, the fallen leaves rustling. Sanitation ants along the road to sweep the leaves, while avoiding the car while cleaning. Winter is here. Hands are always cold. It won't be like this next winter. And amazingly's hands were steaming when he took them out of his pockets. The car is quite warm. Chen Shishir also began to sleepy, and do not feel too good to play with the phone on the eyelids. Stopping at a red light, Chiu Yuanqi chimed in. It's tough being an actor, isn't it? It's okay. Chen Shishir said perfunctorily. Chiu Yuanqi nodded the steering wheel and added. Keeping up with your studies? Chen Shishir politely put down her cell phone. Keeping up. Don't look at Li Yan like this. He's quite serious about his studies. Notes are taken. I've benefited a lot. Chapter 183 Eat, 4. I can see that. Chiu Yuanqi smiled. I believe him when he says he's never been in a relationship, but it shouldn't be realistic to think that a boy like him wouldn't be popular with little girls. Chen Shishir became interested. What do you mean by popular with little girls? Seems quite opinionated, talking and doing things in his own style. Xiao Yuanqi craned her neck and made a joint sound. Well, that and being nice to every girl. Ugh. Chen Shishir sighed. That does. It's actually better for him to find a date as early as possible. It's easy to delay others. Xiao Yuanqi let out a snort of light laughter, as if it was natural to spit on her best friend. When she said this, Chen Shishir didn't echo on, not even with a perfunctory smile. Li Yan's experience. Chen Shishir probably knew something about it. The contact was not much, but it could not be said to be completely unknown. It's all good and all bad for girls, and the line is so clear that you can tell at a glance. Being there, the feeling will be clear. If he was the type to troll for girls, Chen Shishir would have turned her head and left. It was precisely because Li Yan was not, or even the opposite of that kind of person, that she had never poked the window paper. Just because the time was not right, and if she poked it too early, she would get nothing. She wasn't Iki more, and no amount of acting could fake that level of skill. That's why you have to be very careful with every contact, for fear that if you do say something, it will be a basket case. Seeing that she didn't reply for a long time, Xiao Yuanqi was concerned. What's wrong? It's fine. Chen Shishir looked out the window, feeling that there was no need to argue. It was just irrelevant people. Sleepy? It's jammed at noon. You can take a nap. There are blankets in the locker. It seemed a bit impolite to terminate the topic every time. Chen Shishir joked. You're very skillful. Skillful? Oh, not like that. I'll take a nap in the car on the day of the trip when I'm going back and forth. So I just bought it at the supermarket, but the one on the passenger side is new. Buy one get one free. Don't worry about it. Chen Shishir still didn't accept his kindness as it felt a bit weird. I'm not sleepy. Thanks. Well, I heard from Auntie Mo that you chose to major in writing and directing. So you're not planning on acting? Not really. I think understanding the perspective of a writer-director would be helpful for an actor. On the other hand, the writer-director direction is an alternative to one more path considering the difficulty of transitioning a female actor as she ages and fades. Makes sense. Xiao Yuanqi agreed. Choosing a profession should be based on preference to attend for a period of time before deciding like you. Like when Zhu and Li Yan, their choices for careers don't seem to have the same long-term intentions as you do. I didn't really think that deeply at the time. Chen Shishir said honestly. I don't know about Wen Zhu, but Li Yan isn't on the same level as someone his age. Seeming to find such words unconvincing, she added. The counselor even joked with me privately, telling me to tie myself to a boat with him, and sooner or later I would soar. Really? Xiao Yuanqi raised her eyebrows and joked. You wouldn't comment like this even if you like your students. If it were anyone else I would suspect ulterior motives. Ha ha. No, Mr. Zhang and Yanli are both very sincere people, and when I met them, I understood what it means to have friendship between teachers and students. It's like Panhan and the dog. Chen Shishir secretly snickered. Zhang was too right. The attitude towards Xiao Yuanqi was taken from Wenju's impressions as well as those of her parents. Chen Shishir didn't think he meant what he said at this point. The two of them chatted idly, from academics to personal hobbies, and Chen Shishir began to feel more and more strange. Only a fledgling is prone to the problem of making shallow friends. Xiao Yuanqi didn't seem like this kind of person. Could it be because of Wenju? It's so fun to chat with you. Let's have dinner together tonight. Xiao Yuanqi stopped in front of the traffic light, inclined her head to see the strange-looking Chen Shishir, and hurriedly explained. You mustn't misunderstand. Xiao Yuanqi continued. Wenju's situation is probably clear to you after seeing her today. Because of family reasons she and I aren't very close. The divide is already there. I don't know what a girl this age is thinking. It's really difficult. He scratched his head with a distressed look. So I wanted to ask for your help. Chen Shishir stretched her slightly furrowed brow. Dinner is not necessary. Wenju is also my friend. Okay. As they spoke, the green light came on, and the two men didn't say anything further. The car drove a few dozen meters. A little bit of that, actually. Ha? Chen Shishir frowned. It's where you just misunderstood, and it wasn't too much of a misunderstanding. Although we haven't known each other for long, I quite appreciate your spontaneous personality. Xiao Yuanqi scratches his temples. You don't have to be in a hurry to state your position. I'm just trying to get myself a chance to get along. It's fine if you have something to do at another time. There's no rush. Chen Shishir had no reason to recall the conversation between Xiao Yuanqi and Li Yan when they were leaving from the school. Capture a keyword. Match? Her brow furrowed and her eyes changed. She wasn't a simple person like Nangon Han, nor was she a lukewarm person like Wenju. Even if Li Yan was just a general friend, Chen Shishir wouldn't tolerate others to have a say. Chen Shishir crossed her legs and folded her arms, completely lacking the attitude of the party, and called her by her name. Xiao Yuanqi, I just realized what you just said. You disrespect my friends like this and still think of getting along with me? What kind of yellowish dream is that? Chen Shishir had completely understood what exactly Li Yan's earlier conversation with him meant. She is movie star Chen Dongfeng, the only daughter of group chairman Mo Qian. She can't do anything in a small family, and she can force herself for any cooperation that her mother doesn't care about. Saying such things to her, Xiao Yuanqi wasn't qualified. So what if the family matches? She, Chen Shishir, stood on her own in the acting world, and it wasn't like she relied on her family. Even if she didn't have a favorite, she wouldn't get along with someone who was putting down her friends to begin with. Li Yan would hold his tongue, and it wasn't because of any bull match or mismatch. It was just to sell Wen Fong in Wenju's face. Stop the car, Chen Shishir coldly said. Xiao Yuanqi smiled bitterly. Are you misunderstanding something? You're upsetting my friend. Chen Shishir gave him a look, still not picking up on the words. I couldn't understand just now. Can't Li Yan still understand? I don't understand what I hear or don't understand. But it's true that you misunderstand, Xiao Yuanqi said helplessly. With Wenju in front of us and the relationship with my mother, I only have to help him. Why would you think there's any conflict between us? We're actually on pretty good terms, even to these ideas of yours that Li Yan and I have mentioned. By the way, I also said something to Amazingly the other day, that if he was interested in you, I would back off. You can ask Li Yan if this is true. Xiao Yuanqi looked very distressed. If you want to think like that, I really can't defend myself. Chen Shishir's expression was very ugly. She didn't believe in Xiao Yuanqi's claim. Excuses are farts even when they're beautifully stated. But Xiao Yuanqi's conversation with Li Yan was something that Chen Shishir felt was there. And I'm surprised Amazingly didn't talk to her about it. Well, there must be a hidden agenda, right? She glanced at Xiao Yuanqi and also felt there was no need to tear her face off and make things difficult for her mother. I may have misunderstood, but let's not mention the rest. Wenju is my friend. We're nothing more than that. Xiao Yuanqi smiled bitterly. It's because of Li Yan, right? Chen Shishir was really fed up. I don't like you, not because of anything else. Good, I won't mention it again. Xiao Yuanqi saw this and collected it. Just stop in front of the company. Chen Shishir looked out the car window. Don't try me or Li Yan again. I'll pretend this never happened. Chapter 184 Eat 5. Witnessing Chen Shishir leaving without looking back, Xiao Yuanqi snapped the button and the window slowly rose up. His dislike for Li Yan was not just a personality dislike. Even Chen Shishir was only a secondary factor. The point is that Li Yan got in his way. In the past, he had only vaguely felt this way, but today, Xiao Yuanqi really felt it. It is better to do 10 successful projects than to be recognized by one person in your personal career. Just like his father's friendship with Ikari. This friendship allowed his father, Xiao Juinji, to receive huge resources from Ji Wanli at the beginning of his business. Not long ago, Xiao Juinji and Wen Fong left the country and he began to take over his father's business. This fellowship was exchanged for the promotion of the younger generation, and he had benefited somewhat. Now that Ji Wanli and Mo Qian had deep cooperation, although he could participate, he couldn't touch the core at all. It's just a handout for his father's sake. And that investment company, so far there is no person in charge. It is Ji Wanli's confidant acting on behalf of the authority. Xiao Yuanqi wants this position very much, but he feels that Ji Wanli has absolutely no intention of training him. And Li Yan? Yes, Li Yan didn't have any involvement, but his importance to Ji Wanli was known from old Zhou's attitude that day. And is he really as desireless as he appears to be? Just like the roundup of Lin's group, did Yanli really play any key role? No kidding. Must have gotten a hint from Ikari to start. And the main action was done 100% under his planning. Li Yan was just an introduction. While Ji Wanli used this incident and Li Yan as a link to successfully string together huge resources. Now that's what you call a businessman's tactics. And then to push it the other way around. It's precisely because what Amazing Li did wasn't much of a big deal at all. That's why they were too embarrassed to ask for anything, or pretended not to want anything. And it was natural to have such a disinterested attitude toward Lao Zhou and the others. But if Li Yan really didn't want anything, then why did he find another way out on Chen Shishir? Enough to prove his intentions. It was hilarious. How can someone who wants nothing get the best of the best? Fools believe in such things. Chen Shishir was the cutie. And so is Wenju. All of his mind is focused on men and women. No wonder he wants to be his Xiao Yuanqi's teacher. Fantasizing about Li Yan's complacent appearance makes Xiao Yuanqi sick to his stomach. If Li Yan learned what he was thinking, I'm afraid he would be able to spit it out before he finished understanding it. People who want to throw up when they see each other is not going to get along peacefully. The elevator goes up. Chen Shishir had been in and out of the elevator since she entered on the first floor, and she had been positioned further and further back. She wore a mask and sunglasses. Not the kind of die-hard fan would not recognize her at all. But still, A few streams of eyes lingered on her one after another. But this building already had many artists coming in and out, so this kind of outfit was not uncommon. Chen Shishir had also long been accustomed to it, playing with her cell phone to herself. It wasn't until the 42nd floor that the elevator doors opened and she took off her mask and sunglasses, feeling suffocated, and took a few breaths. A few days of school don't make me feel comfortable wearing this anymore. It's still fun to go to school. Zhang Zhang's kind of tiger can scare people. She can do whatever she wants. No one dares to bother her. LV Xingchen, Zhang Wenhai and the others are quite interesting, and sometimes inexplicably refresh a few friends. She thought she was going to be in showbiz all the time. She almost lost her money. Hooking up with socialites, which is not as good as being in school with the cuties. Playing with the little cutie at school is not as fun. Once inside, Chen Shishir didn't have that good face. Walking into the parlor, he dumped his bag on the coffee table and grumbled under his breath. The partitions in the parlor are transparent and opposite the office area. Mo Qian seemed to be relieving a certain artist and took the time to raise an eyebrow at Chen Shishir after noticing her. Chen Shishir inclined her head to ignore her. After a few minutes, seeing Mo Qian dismissing the artist, Chen Shishir moved to the sofa in the office area, still dropping her bag. What's wrong? Who made little baby angry? Mo Qian came over. Chen Shishir snapped her fingernails, which have angry is not just cannot cook a little bit of shame. Deduction points. The big deal is lonely old age. Ugh. How come I don't have a mom like Auntie Jianluan? People take men home for their daughters to play with in the first place. There really is no such good thing under the sky. Yo, alas. Chen Shishir tilted her head inside. Aside from beauty, I really have nothing. Mo Qian, why are you looking at me like that? Chen Shishir tucked her hands. Mo Qian said helplessly, green tea even if it's not enough. How come you added the attribute of narcissism? Why can't you add some positive words to your persona? Cecilia Chen. Joking aside, Mo Qian was still relieved that her daughter looked much happier. Why are you free to come here today? I don't have class in the afternoon. I have nothing to do. Chen Shishir's scratchy cell phone began to order takeout. Okay. Mo Qian wrapped her arms around her daughter and leaned on her shoulder to watch her order takeout. Instructing, order 200 as is, and dump the payment link on my behalf. Chen Shishir looked at the amount, knowing that this lot sells 80 to 90 even for a bite of a cupcake. She confirmed, all of them? Both. Mo Qian let go of her and went to her desk to get her cell phone to pay. Chen Shishir was surprised. What I ordered wasn't cheap. How nice it would be if too much money was transferred to me. Mo Qian glanced at her. You don't know yet, do you? Ji Wanli bought us out and sent 100 more. All of them are the kind that tops 10. How can we do it without bribing them? Cecilia Chen. That's odd. Their family has taken hold in the circle and is still on the upswing. Even cashing out isn't such a rush. See, Chen Shishir frowned. Mo Qian explained, with the Pool Wanli exchange of shares, we took advantage of a great bargain. The other investment company just agreed to invest the amount of money are 10 times our market value. To give us 10 points of the shares, we only take half of the exchange. The other benefits not to mention. Sign a word of kung fu directly multiplied by 1.5 in situ. Chen Shishir became even more curious and fished out melon seeds from her pocket to get high. What does Uncle Chi want? I don't know. Mo Qian touched half of the melon away from her hand. Cecilia Chen. Mo Qian spread his hands. You still have no concept at all of how much money the Chimor family has. And Chi Wanli's business is all about karma. And the ghosts can't figure it out. Chen Shishir spread her hands. Uncle Chi won't share it with me even if he's rich. Mo Qian rolled her eyes. Then I'll donate later. Mom red heart. Mo Qian nodded with satisfaction. That's kind of a positive word. Cecilia Chen. After gossiping with her mom for a bit, Chen Shishir remembered to get down to business. Are we working with Wenju's dad too? There is no. Oh yes. The investment company does have his son a share. The share is not much. How do you want to get up to ask this? It's okay. It's just that I don't see his son in a good light. Chapter 185 Eat 6. Mo Qian raised an eyebrow and looked at her again. Did he do anything to you? No. Simply looking at him is unpleasant. Chen Shishir got high on melon seeds. Mo Qian actually doesn't have a good impression of Chiu Yuanqi either. But it doesn't matter if the impression is impressionable in business. His father has money to play with. But listening to Chen Shishir's words, it seemed like there was something else. Mo Qian pondered for a while and probably guessed it. Can you be so eager to do this? You're not very young, but you've got a big heart. Mo Qian secretly sneered and shrugged her shoulders. Then just ignore him. He's not important. Chen Shishir wasn't the kind of person who was uninitiated and wouldn't act casually. And if she had been a few years ago, she would have flipped out even more completely in the car. She was much relieved to get an answer. And next time she couldn't. She'd smack him with her big mouth. Amazing Li is surely going to be ruthless. Mo Qian looked at Chen Shishir who was drooling. You are not nothing but beauty. The inheritance of the only daughter is still quite tempting. Light up the family background. Li Yan does not stick out his tongue at you a lick well. Nasty. You're not allowed to talk about him like that. Chen Shishir pouted and slapped her. Seeing Chen Shishir even blush when she heard this, Mo Qian was helpless. It's a little late to not find a boyfriend at this age, but it's not as bad as being horny like this. Psyche, you're a bit of a pervert. Add another one to the negative word. Chen Shishir picked up a napkin and wiped her mouth. Looked for a dignified feeling to sit down and looked at Mo Qian. Now there is no such feeling as Auntie John's. You give up. Cecilia Chen. Mo Qian had a gossiping mind. From Chen Shishir's pocket and touched the melon seeds high. Now how is the elimination match situation? What a knockout. It's the competition to get a man. I heard Jiang Wan say it. The guest of honor is one more knot. You guys have nothing to do all day, so you just talk about this? Chen Shishir took a sip of lemonade. Why is there a knockout competition for a man? It took Mo Qian a moment to notice. A kid she hadn't met more than a few times was being courted by so many thousand ladies that she actually didn't find it strange in the least. Chen Shishir added, the battle was okay, right? Mo Qian. Nangong Han has good strength, but he's too far away to reach the school. Shen Yu is already a defeated dog, so a resurgence is unlikely, and Ji Moore won't be able to come to school for many more days. So it's my turn for now. Isn't there still Wenju? Mo Qian queried. Ch. Chen Shishir tactically leaned back and spread both hands. Unlikely. Mo Qian. Mother and daughter talked until they lost track of time. Until the evening, Chen Shishir forgot that she was going to dine at Li Yan's house, thinking that it would be fine to go at another time. He had a rare mother-daughter meeting with Mo Qian. Of course, Cecilia Chen will pay for her rashness. Tonight, the moon is shining brightly. Tonight, there are no clouds. Tonight, amazingly didn't want to get up. Wow. Mother Li lifted the covers in desperation. Feeling the disappearance of warmth, Li Yan nimbly rolled over and brought up the mattress, smoothly falling under the bed before opening his hazel eyes. Chi Moore, we really can't stay up all night playing King of Fighters. Mother Li, what the hell kind of dream did you have? Amazing Li. Mother Li, ha ha ha. What a dream you had. Li's mother's face was expressionless. Ha, Amazing Li played dumb. Forget it, you hurry up and bring Wenju his food. Mother Li crossed her arms. Li Yan was puzzled. What kind of meal to send her? People eat well in Shaxian. You said yourself that you wanted me to cook and deliver it to her. Mother Li said helplessly. I didn't say I'd drop it off. You do. And I didn't say today. You can find a random day on the weekend. Shocked, Amazingly jumped up on the bed and lay down wrapped in the mattress, rolled back to spread the bedding out, pulled back the covers and closed his eyes. Calling me up because of this. How can I have time to go? Your father will be back for dinner in a while. So hurry up. Mother Li grabbed Li Yan's ear. Pain. Amazingly begged for mercy and asked, where's Li Coco? She said it wasn't nice to bother her brother alone with a girl. Amazing Li, you really want your sister to be the one to deliver food in the middle of the night? Mother Li glared. Ugh. Amazing Li could only cat the comforter and reluctantly put on his socks. He did mention it at first, calling and telling his own mom, who was still at work, to find a day on the weekend to cook and deliver it. He was mostly afraid of forgetting. Every aspect of the human condition has to be taken care of, doesn't it? When Fong just doesn't look like she'd be too easy to mess with. But once Li's mother got the call, she was very curious about what was going on. Amazing Li was sleeping, so he went to Li Kiki for additional information. The situation has thus changed. In Li Kuku's narrative, Wenju is a poor man who can't get enough to eat alone, so Li's mother wiped her tears while frying 8 dishes, not even bothering with the family's evening meal. Now, seeing her son full of himself, she was offended. People's little girls can't take care of themselves. Why didn't you say so? Li Yan once heard no as Li Kuku this goods add oil and vinegar. What life cannot take care of themselves? Not. Will also point take out well. Li's mother was shocked. Rush. Hurry. Go. Li Yan got up resentfully. Taking advantage of his old lady's efforts to fill the box, he walked into his sister's room, reached out and put his hand on her shoulder, and said with a mischievous look, Coco, what did you say to Mom? Our homeland is a garden, the flowers in the garden are so bright. You WeChat with Wenju just to add fuel to the fire? Li Yan snatched Li Kuku's cell phone. What's the password? Give it back to me? Li Kuku reached out to grab it. Sister Wenju and I just chatted for a few minutes. I asked her what she was having for dinner tonight. She said she was planning on having cassoulet rice for dinner. Said it was recommended by you. Li Yan, do you think you're overdoing it? Can a normal human do such a thing? Don't you deserve to have your food delivered? Li Yan rubbed his temples. Have I ever sent her this kind of message? But the cassoulet is really okay, right? Li Coco, Mom. Li Yan covered her mouth. Count me wrong. Explain it clearly to my mother. I don't want to deliver food every day from now on. You're also too unsympathetic. And what's not to like about people who are so good looking like Sister Wenju? Li Kuko rolled her eyes. Idle. Then you go and deliver. Never mind. It's kinda cold. Amazing Li. Alone. Lonely. Cold. This is how Amazing Li felt on the electric bike. He regretted it. A lot. Why can't you get an internet ride just to save a little money? Sniffles and stops the electric bike. Wenju's address was provided by Li Kiki. It's 5 or 6 kilometers from home. Not too far and not too close. About the same distance as going to school. Just in the opposite direction. It was the first time he had been in this part of the world. The apartment doesn't look old or new. Not extravagant but not the worst kind either. Parking his battery-operated car, he carried 2 large bags of lunchboxes and greeted the doorman. Is it cold, Moncler? In the middle of the night. Yo, another takeout. Night let the little girl downstairs quite suffering. You send it up. This girl every time to reward $10. You cannot lose. You mean the girl who wears quite a bit less, don't you? Hair about that long. Amazing Li gestured. You're not a delivery boy, are you? Relatives. The family cooked and asked me to bring it. The gatekeeper revealed a derisive look. What do you want to pretend with me? All over the people. But this girl these days without her mom in charge of the future seems to be a lot of loose. You kid. The doorman looked Li Yan up and down a few times and skimmed his lips. Humph. Oily mouth is not a good person. Not allowed to spend the night. Amazing Li. But I see you kid quite good eyes. To give you a few honest. Moncler Outlet Online. Whispered. Her mother's strict control. Don't be anxious. This girl to spend a little effort to marry home is absolutely worth it. The doorman finished with a pout. A thumbs up. And a wink. Li Yan nodded cooperatively. Ginger is still hot. That's not true. Can I go up then? Li Yan said with an expressionless face. Go on. Go on. Be down in an hour. And warning, I've got her mom's phone here. The doorman hit the remote and opened the door. Amazing Li. Either that or you can fight now. Go, go, go. Now start the clock. The doorman pinched his watch and swung his hands. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Under the Moncler outlet store atmosphere, Li Yan really ran up. Chapter 186 Eat, 7. Wenju was in a bad mood. Half an hour ago, she ordered cassoulet takeout based on Yan Li's recommendation. Shivering, I picked up my takeout, showered, changed into my pajamas, blow-dried my hair, sat down at the table, opened the insulated bag, opened the takeout box, lifted my chopsticks, and took a bite with anticipation, and then spit it out. It's hard to eat, but she was raised not to waste food, but she didn't want to eat it. This made Wenju's mood take a sharp turn for the worse. At school, attending classes seriously, eating alone, and then continuing, back home, but also lonely dinner. Open the computer to play a few games of online chess, read 20 pages of books, to 10 o'clock on time to lie in bed and parents to play a 10-minute video phone call, exit the interface to the cell phone, unknowingly fall asleep, get up, take out the clothes drying in the washer, fold them, and be alone again for breakfast and school. She thought carefully. It's just that there's no mom with her. It doesn't seem to make a difference. Mom is home, and only occasionally goes with her to the grocery store, or to the fruit store. But Wenju didn't like going to the supermarket or the fruit store. One day a month ago, Winfred suddenly said he wanted her to be free. But she doesn't know what it is to be free and easy anymore. Wenju didn't hate being set in his ways. After all, he had gotten used to it over the years. She was just a little curious. Not long ago in the evening, Winfred asked how she was doing. There was silence for a while after listening, so that she can try to do things that she wasn't allowed to do before. Wenju couldn't think of anything that wasn't allowed after thinking about it for a long time. It wasn't until late at night, as she lay in bed fuming and brewing sleep, that she suddenly remembered something. When she was a child, she and Chimor used to play chess together. That day Ikimor yacked and bragged to her. In fact, almost every day Ikimor bragged to her. But this time Wenju recalled it. Jimor said she and her mom ate sha xian snacks yesterday. Looking at Jimo's drooling harumph, Wenju also kind of wanted to eat it, and at that time, she was just careful to mention it to Wenfong, and she got scolded. From then on, Wenju would unconsciously look down when passing the entrance to sha xian snacks. So Wenju took his cell phone and went through the trouble of ordering takeout. She hadn't cared much about it, but she really had nothing else to do, and she was afraid she'd fall asleep, and she'd be refreshing the writer's progress every minute. When the writer called, there was an indescribable feeling of excitement that filled Wenju's entire body. For the first time, she realized that the taste of the food could be unimportant at mealtime. It was for this reason that she ate for a week, but Wenju didn't understand. Why do people feel sorry for her when she talks about it? It's just trying a different life. Is that weird? The heartfelt look in the doorman's eyes as he carried the takeout made her feel like a fool. Isn't it really kind of silly to feel happy because of something like this? But she figured it should be okay to be secretly happy and just not tell anyone later. So it's very ritualistic to eat it after a shower. And it stretches the anticipation to a very high level. But when I lifted my chopsticks, all I remembered was the look in their eyes at the dinner table. It's hard to eat. Really hard to eat. Wenju furrowed his nice eyebrows. Li Yan really is just teasing me. Wenju put down his chopsticks and muttered to himself. There's nothing good about him. He picked up another chopstick and brought it to his mouth, chewing laboriously. I'm not pathetic. I don't even feel pathetic. Wenju chewed. What makes them feel sorry for me? Amazingly teased me. I never want to see him again. It's not fun to meet with him at all. He's not that good. Only G Moore would like her. Chen Shishir is the bad woman. Just trying to steal from G Moore. Wenju was still chewing. I don't want to go to his house for dinner at all. Lee Coco asked for my address and hasn't come looking for me. So she must have only scratched the surface. Just like my old friends. They don't come to play with me when they're scared by mom. Wenju swallowed hard and angrily slammed the takeout box in the trash. I'll be wasted. I'll be wasted. She sat there for a moment, not knowing what to do. The clothes were already in the washing machine. The bones were spit out in a bag. And even the tabletop was clean. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Wenju glanced at the cat's eye. The person ringing the doorbell was wearing a mask that made it hard to tell what he looked like. But he certainly couldn't do much wrapped up that tight. Probably charge a property fee for it. Thinking this way, Wenju opened the door and took his cell phone. How much is the property fee? I'll transfer it to you. My mom's phone can't get through right now. Sorry. My mom asked me to bring you some food. Li Yan took off his mask. Wenju froze, didn't react, only and smoothly took a pair of disposable slippers to him, making way, saying thank you. Li Yan put on his slippers and went inside to put his lunchbox on the table. Hey, didn't you just order takeout? He looked down at the trash can and lapsed into silence. The fact that even Wenju could waste food to the extent that she did, showed how bad this stuff was for her to eat. Well, he deserves to die. Wenju kicked on his slippers and went to the water fountain to pour Li Yan a glass of water. Sitting across the room, the whole thing is still a little frozen. Not used to having outsiders in the house, I guess. Li Yan sighed. Took out his lunchbox. My mom cooked for you and asked me to bring it over, saying you might be too embarrassed to come over and eat. This sentence was a buff he added for his own mother. And when he met up with Wen Fan later, for the sake of his own mother, he should be able to forgive his sins. To be able to make such a cultured woman angry and curse, Li Yan was indeed quite scared. He arranged the lunchboxes. There is definitely a difference between cooking for guests and daily feeding. Li Yan was kinda curious, so he forgot to pay attention to Wenju's mood, not realizing that her face across the room didn't look good. Rubbing his hands together, he opened the lid. The first course, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, was piping hot, sprinkled with scallions and garnished with a bunch of fresh cilantro. Scallions? Cilantro? Li Yan frowned. What the hell did Li Kiki say? Never in my life have I seen my own mom put a dish on the table with garnishes. The second course, eggplant with minced pork, was sprinkled with scallions and also garnished with cilantro. The third dish, hot and sour shredded potatoes, was uniformly thick and surprisingly thin, with 2 types of red and green chili peppers julienned and sautéed together. Li Yan felt that things were getting a bit serious. Could it be that Li Kuku lied about Wenju having some incurable disease? It's not that hard to sell. The fourth course, cola chicken wings, was sprinkled with sesame seeds and arranged quite neatly. The fifth course, peppers studded with pork, was sprinkled with sesame seeds, garnished with cilantro and neatly presented. The buff was already stacked and it was actually this dish where you hollowed out the peppers, stuffed the meat inside, coated it in flour and fried it, and then cooked it in a sauce. Li Yan's eyes twinkled. Why hadn't he eaten it? For the sixth course, the outrageousness continued unabated, with a full complement of braised pork and cilantro and sesame seeds and whatnot. But that's not the point. Surprisingly, there were abalone and quail eggs in it. It's also coated in a resimmered, thick gravy. Why didn't he get that the day he came home? Seventh course, pigeon soup, with a ginseng lying next to the pigeon. I don't know if it's party ginseng or what. TSK, will also make medicinal food. Why he and Li Kiki before the examination tonic also only chicken soup? When I opened the 8th lunchbox, it was really rice, but he never expected it. It's amazing that this thing is still whole and alive. The red rice was mixed with white rice, brightly colored, and even sprinkled with black sesame seeds for garnish as well. Red rice? They still sell this stuff at the grocery store? Li Yan's resentment could already summon the evil god. So he picked up his cell phone and took a picture of Lee Kiki and sent it over. Coco Lee? Amazing Lee, this lunchbox doesn't lie. You guessed it. Lee Coco, we're the ones who picked us up, aren't we? Could it be that Wenju is mom's long-lost daughter? Amazingly, you ask tonight. Coco Lee, returning from a rebirth. She will make her ungrateful adopted daughter and son pay, and let her own daughter get the best pampering. Amazingly, you added Auntie John's WeChat? Coco Lee, don't worry about such details. Anyway, our feed must improve. The picture I made into an emoticon, and P together with mom's picture. I'll send more to mom in the future. Coco Lee, picture. JPG. Amazing Grace Lee, okay. Chapter 187 Eat. Finished sharing with Lee Coco. Amazing Lee looked up. Across the room, Wenju's willow leaf brows were furrowed tightly, and those deep pool-like eyes were no longer as intimate as they had been when the hotel was playing the game. Instead, it was like looking at strangers, and obnoxious ones at that. I don't know her very well, but I'm not so unfamiliar with her, either. Is Wenfong really angry like this? What's wrong with you? Amazing Lee was careful. Wenju looked at the table of dishes. Are you pitying me? Amazing Lee. Inexplicably. Yan Li frowned. Poor. I'm the one who's poor, alright. I've never eaten this kind of food before. My mom never cooks this kind of food at home. Wenju wasn't usually the type of person who had particularly large mood swings, but not today. Wenju now hated people looking at her in a strange way. The dishes had proved that Amazing Lee saw her in exactly that light. She gets paid well as a chess player and can afford it. She doesn't need a handout. She'd seen too much of this kind of superficial fancy stuff. His heart is not as good as anyone else's. At least Sissy-chan doesn't pretend. And Lian's mind was like a bad novel piled with gorgeous rhetoric disguised as a masterpiece. This kind of superficial, contentless thing, she hated it the most. Most annoying. Turns out it was wrong all along. Across the street, Wenju's face was getting tense. Not like a joke. Li Yan got serious. Wenju, this is a piece of my mother's heart. Please speak clearly. Do you feel sorry for me? Wenju looked at him. I meant no offense to your mother, but you're offensive to me. Pity? Li Yan suppressed his anger and a hint of doubt flowed from his tone. What do you have to be pitiful about? Weren't you surprised when I said I ate Shasin snacks? Weren't you? And then took it upon yourself to tell your own mother to make these dishes. Why didn't you ask my opinion? I said no. Li Yan was not an immortal. He couldn't guess by guessing what exactly Wenju was thinking. The change before and after could be so great. In his opinion, it was a complete pickle. He picked up the lid of his lunchbox. Love it or leave it. It's been 5 since my mom got off work, and now it's 8. And she's upended the spoon until now, and she doesn't even appreciate it. I'm not that kind. It's not like I need to control you when your mom controls you. Amazingly didn't hold back a few mutterings. Seeing Wenju's dumbfounded appearance, he softened a bit again. What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you saying such things today? You go back. I'm not eating. She inclined her head. Amazingly bristled. Put the lid back on and put it back in the bag. Give her the habit. This kind of person knows good from bad after 3 or 5 days of starvation. I thought she was a sensible girl, but she lost her temper. Why should she? In the middle of winter, to the writer are known to reward $10 or $8, and get angry with him. Do good people deserve to have guns pointed at them? Amazingly has a belly full of crap. Change your shoes in the foyer. Turning back, he saw Wenju's expression reflected in the floor-to-ceiling windows. He gritted his teeth. Is Wenfong destined to definitely straighten him out? Surely there is a price to pay for betraying someone's trust. Yanli redid his disposable slippers and heaved the bag onto the table. You have to eat today even if you don't. I was afraid you'd starve to death at home, so I had my mom make it on purpose. So what's wrong? Wenju had never faced him. Li Yan sighed. I'm going to have to call Auntie One if you're like this. It won't do for you to live here alone now. None of your business, she said coldly. Li Yan looked around. The hall was simply decorated. The door to Wenju's room was wide open. No different from any hotel room. She probably doesn't have any other hobbies besides chess. Are you lonely? Li Yan said. After saying that and thinking he shouldn't have said such a thing, he continued. I felt the same way in the orphanage when I was a kid. At school, some of our classmates were obnoxious and would bully us, but others were nice and would share their food with us. When we first started school, we would actually hate the latter more. Those who bully us, we can fight back, but the look in the eyes of those students who gave us food to share made us feel homeless. There are a lot of friends from the orphanage who don't want to go to school because of that. Are you feeling homeless? Wenju, to be honest, although it stems from Lee Kuku's editions, my mother should feel sorry for you, but you're not that old, and she's a teacher who does the same thing to every student in a bad situation. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Stop being grumpy and eat them, okay? Amazingly took the dishes from the kitchen and put them on the table. By the way, I left the keys to my battery car unplugged, and my mom told me to go to the grocery store to pick up a few things, so I'll be back in about half an hour. Why come at this time? Just come a little later. She won't look like this. But it didn't matter. She hated all hypocrites and hated Li Yan even more. Wenju picked up his chopsticks and picked up a bit of rice into his bowl. If he doesn't eat it, he probably won't stop, and he just won't see him again. Homeless? She was like that a long time ago. When her mom was home, she would cook for her and take her to tuition classes. Where was the homelessness? She was just independent. A temper tantrum? Who told him to look down on people like that? It's not like she doesn't know how to cook, although what she does isn't as good as Nangon Han. It's much better than the others. Okay. Wenju caught a chopstick of scrambled egg with tomato, poured some soup and rice to mix it together. Now, Winfred had allowed her to do so, looked at the other dishes and frowned. Shredded peppers and potatoes, and sure enough, put it all together again and sautéed it. Don't you know she doesn't like peppers? She skimmed the shredded peppers in disgust and ate only the potatoes, then cut open the peppers encrusted with meat and ate only the meat mixture inside. Eggplant with meat foam, only meat foam. Just use your hands to open the bones of the chicken wing and eat the meat in the crevices of the bones. All red meat is loved, so finish it. Why not the last chopsticks? You also have to soak the soup in the rice and eat the soaked rice. Sure enough, it's all delicious. Mom used to not allow her to do that because it wasn't pretty, I guess. Now she learns to behave decently outside, so she does whatever she wants. The meal puffed up her cheeks. Free and easy. What's so great about this kind of thing? Vagabonds are the most free and easy. She doesn't want that. Just be clean every day and chew your food. Just trying it out today. Won't do it again. Who is Chin Shirsher to say that mom is wrong? Mom is not wrong. She was fine before and everyone said she was generous and understanding. A cell phone beep sounded, interrupting Wenju's thoughts. The day hasn't passed yet, and you have to look at your cell phone while eating. She thought this and picked up her cell phone. Only a few short lines of message. Wenju's lips began to deflate in involuntary aggravation, then covering her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. The beeps kept ringing, and another message was sent from the micro-signal with the note name Mom. These words are so foreign. She seemed to expect it before, but then she didn't have the luxury of it. She should be 100 times more excited than waiting for Shaxian snacks, but the tears didn't come. Why doesn't it flow out? Mom's apologizing to her. Mom says she's wrong. Why the excitement doesn't work? Wenju gradually changed from a resigned look to a tangled one. After that, it resumed into its usual blandness. Is it to tell Mom that she never cared? Wenju grabbed a paper napkin to wipe his mouth, finished packing his lunchbox, and started wiping down the table. She didn't want to keep playing. It's no fun. Chapter 188, Mom, above. Ding dong. The doorbell rings. Wenju put down the mop and glanced at the wall clock. Exactly 30 minutes had passed. She'd long ago packed her lunchbox, and her mood, and even figured out how she was going to make up for her earlier indiscretion. Apologize to Amazing Lee. Take the time to visit your home on the weekend with some fruit and then excuse yourself. From then on, there was no need to stop seeing each other. But unexpectedly, the visitor was not him. Hi, Sister Wenju. Lee Kiki waved her hand. Mother Lee laughed. I'm sorry to bother you so late. Wenju revealed a very proper smile and went to the foyer to take out his disposable slippers to greet him. It's fine. Welcome as a guest. Mother Lee looked Wenju up and down, looking at her with some discomfort. Auntie, what's wrong? It's so cold and the room isn't air-conditioned. Why are you wearing such thin pajamas? In this weather, I can't believe I'm still wearing a thin, long-sleeve nightgown with only a padded vest. I'm not cold. Wenju smiled. No. Mother Lee frowned. I'll take you to buy it. Wenju was inexplicably taken out by Lee's mother. Of course you have to change your clothes. Wore a pair of leggings with a dress over a dark trench coat. It's pretty to look at, just not warm at all. Did my mom ask you to come? Wenju asked. Lee's mother nodded. Pretty much. Amazing Lee gave me your mother's number. Aha. Wenju nodded. Old Santana, but not stale, with the air conditioning on full blast. After chatting for a couple of sentences, Wenju was staring out the window with his eyes lost in thought, not knowing what he was thinking. Lee Kiki peeked at Wenju, always feeling that she wasn't as cordial today, and didn't dare to talk to her. Lee's mother only focused on driving. Soon, the destination was reached. Mother Lee took Wenju to a very ordinary store that sold pajamas, all furry and heavy. Lee's mother picks and chooses, and the owner's wife is very enthusiastic. Wenju was still smiling and cooperating with Mother Lee. Change this and see. Wenju took the clothes and walked into the locker room. This is Big Sister's daughter? What a blessing. 2 daughters, both so handsome. The boss's wife smiled, feeling like she was about to get rich. Lee Kiki shyly scratched her head. It's okay, So there is a discount? Boss lady. Motherly peeled the peanuts to authorize a price cut for Lee Cuckoo and waited for Wenju to come out. A set of chunky pajamas for Wenju to wear as a fashion item. When people look good, clothes really don't matter. Looking in the mirror, Wenju looked over at Motherly. Motherly. Wenju? What are you wearing? Why are you looking at me? Motherly spread her hands. If you like it, buy it. If you don't like it, don't buy it. Wenfeng had never said this to Wenju before, but she smiled as always. I wouldn't choose. Lee's mother looked indifferent. So whatever. You wear it first. That set is too cold. After scratching the price with the boss's wife, Wenju, Motherly and Lee Cuckoo each bought a set of heavy pajamas in a different color and changed right into them. The three of them each walked down the street with the clothes they had worn, and within a few steps they reached the crowded night market. Various food stalls are displayed on this street and it is very lively. Wenju wasn't interested in any of this, and only followed them silently. To outsiders, the trio wore identical pajamas, and there was no doubt about the mother-daughter relationship. When a good-looking hawker shouted something like, "Why don't you come and try the stinky tofu?" Lee's mother would smile with great relief. Seeing her mother in a good mood, Lee Kiki took the opportunity to say, "Mom, your cooking is so delicious. Are you being sarcastic?" Mother Lee glanced at her. "I wonder how much an abalone costs." Lee Kiki kicked up a stone. Too much trouble to want to do it. Lee Kiki puffed out her cheeks, and when the plan didn't work, she started eating snacks with a vengeance. Stinky tofu, teppan squid, fruit loaf, wine dumplings, whatever. Each time, Motherly would turn around and ask Wenju if he wanted it, and Wenju always returned a full. She followed like a machine, unconsciously observing Motherly and Lee Kiki. Motherly will firmly say no to Lee Coco's unreasonable demands. Lee Kiki usually adopts tactics such as being cute, playing hard to get and acting pitiful to achieve certain results. Wenju vaguely recalled the events of his childhood. She spilled the beans once, too, for a very nice string of headbands. In fact, Wenju could see at the time that Wenfeng was planning to buy it for her, but when she pouted, Wenfeng felt ashamed and reprimanded her. Although he ended up buying it, Wenju never wore it. Then I moved once and couldn't find it. As she walked, she saw something similar and inexplicably stopped and looked at it more. Want one? Lee's mother turned back to catch her eye and also noticed a string of headbands with strawberry pendants hanging from them. Wenju shook his head. Motherly still paid for it and gave it to Wenju. I'm almost at the end of my shopping trip, so I'll just buy one for you. Wenju took it and pursed her lips and smiled. Thank you, auntie. Memories are such a strange thing, always coming flooding back when they don't need to. Ancient poems memorized as a child but remembered as an adult. But the days of the exams are long gone for I don't know how many years. The glass window reflected the strawberry charm made of plastic above Wenju's head. She pursed her lips. It's much more delicate than the original purchase, but not as nice as I thought it would be. And the clothes were thick and made her look even uglier. Ahead, Lee Kuka stood in front of the supermarket and waved. Sister Wenju, hurry up. The supermarket is closing soon. Wenju took a few quick steps to follow. Another memory surfaced that she didn't want. She had called Winfred that, and at that point Winfred had squirmed. Since then, Wenju had stopped enjoying shopping at the supermarket. Walking into a supermarket she doesn't like. Lift up a breath of patience. The shopping cart was being pushed by Lee's mother, and Wenju still followed like that. In fact, she had wanted to carry a shopping basket, but Lee's mother rebuffed, saying she had received the money from Wenfeng. So Wenju stopped insisting. By the time we got to the snack section, Rico was at it again, using every little trick in the book to hide little snacks in the shopping cart. Lee's mother just pretends not to know. This kind of thing, Wenju had never done before, because her family basically doesn't buy snacks. If you insist that there is, it's the bread and crackers that pad your stomach. Juice should count, but she rarely drinks it either. Actually bought it a long time ago, but Wenju had once been reprimanded by Wenfeng for eating too much, and had gambled on not eating for days. Then she didn't dare to eat it when Wenfeng was at home. With that, she couldn't remember when she stopped snacking, but Motherly and Lee Kiki always looked at her intentionally or unintentionally, making Wenju a little helpless. Grabbed a bag of chips, a box of bagels, and a bag of vacuum-packed chicken wings. Thought I could give it to Ikemori if I had the chance. She knew Ikemori loved them as a child and loved to share them with her. Though the chips are only given one slice, the bagels are only given half a stick, and even the chicken wings are only given one chicken wing tip. That's so petty. She'd sulked about it when she was a kid, but now she thought Ikemori was still nice. Cheap also gave her food. Ikemori still likes snacks to this day and has gotten generous, but she doesn't like it nowadays, more or less. It was only after walking through the snack section that Wenju began to choose something for himself. Bought some fruit. She quite likes it and it's a very healthy food. Nangong Han quipped that it was no wonder she had good skin if she loved fruits. It was a habit worth sticking to. Fresh veggies and whatnot are also available. And after a week of eating takeout, it's time to cook. Toiletries and daily necessities were also bought to replenish. Finally finished shopping at the supermarket, carried the bags to the trunk of the car, and went back to the apartment under the direction of Wenju. Get to the cell door. Mother Lee and Wenju walked in front, with Lee Kiki slogging behind. There should be something to say. Wenju probably guessed what Mother Lee was going to say. Nothing but messages about the ones her mom sent her. Either that or advise her not to hold a grudge. A little perfunctory would be nice. She hadn't held a grudge in the first place. After a while, expectedly, Mother Lee lamented. Wenju, you really know your stuff. It's okay. Wenju pursed her lips and smiled. By the way, how old are you? Mother Lee was curious. 20 up. Lee's mother talked about irrelevant topics along the way. Ask a question and Wenju answers back. Probably almost home. Lee's mother nagged extraordinarily. Li Yan is the same age as you, but as a result, he stays up late every day and drinks Coke stomp boxes. When I say something to him, he's still not happy about it, saying that the school's tasks are heavy and he can't do his work without drinking Coke. Lee mother gritted her teeth. So, Wenju still pursed her lips and smiled. This Lee Kuko guy is also. Every time he sneaks in snacks, he doesn't know how hard it is for the family to earn some money. Lee mother sighed. If you were as understanding as you are, the family would have saved money long ago. You've been working pretty hard too, Auntie. The elevator went up slowly, and Lee's mother couldn't stop talking. Wenju still responded politely. Open the door. To the entrance hall. Lee mother is still complaining, really angry personal. Li Yin his father still spoiled them. Every time take me as the bad guy. He also complained that I don't cook well. I don't have time for that. After cooking, I have to do the laundry. After washing the clothes and casually cleaning up, it's very late. I still have to correct my students' homework. Don't even think of me. It's not like you become a wizard when you become a mom. But Li Yan can earn some money on his own to pay for tuition. And Li Kiki will occasionally help me dry my clothes. But I can't cook that badly. Say no more. Lee's mother's words were interrupted and she froze in place. Chapter 189, Mom, below. Wenju covered his mouth, his eyes wide. I don't know. No, not. Wenju was very flustered, not knowing why the words in his heart subconsciously came out. She didn't know how to explain. She just waved her hand. But to Wenju's surprise, Mother Lee didn't say anything, just hugged her fiercely, feeling a hot liquid running down his shoulder and neck. Wenju froze completely. After enduring the whole night, Lee's mother couldn't stand it any longer. As Wenju endured, so did Mother Lee. She's at her limit too. Mother Lee took a deep breath and embraced her, calling out to her in a suppressed voice. Wenju, Wenju, Wenju. Wenju's heart soured at the call, but he didn't know what Mother Lee was up to. She maintained her stunned demeanor, her eyes wide and confused as she let Mother Lee hold her. Heart baby what are you wearing for that long walk? A pair of sandals. Feet are red with cold. You're not cold. You're not tired. Why don't you say so? Let's go back and change. If you don't want to hang out, just say you're going back. And if you're not happy, say so. Mother Lee was an emotional and strong person. She could fight off a bunch of bears at school, but when she met a child like Wenju who knew what he was doing, she couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Kids aren't taught lessons just to know the rules to the point where it makes others look like cuties. Now that's happy? What's the use of regretting now? Where does mom do that? What in heaven's name? Pissed off. Pissed off. Wenju. Pissed off. Your mom really pissed me off. Li Yan is really nuts. Arguing with you. You know to look for me when you can't understand. I'm not a god. What can I do? Wenju. Auntie can't help it. What do you want Auntie to do What do I do How can you not want anything? You said yes. You have to tell mom. Playing hard to get. Getting angry. Crying. Just wanting everything. Rolling all over the place. That's what kids do. If you don't know how to raise a kid, give it to me to raise. I'll take them all. I've taught all 30 kids. I can raise 1 or 2 more. Even if I eat more leftovers myself, I'll raise it right. Why would you do that? Wenju. You come with me. I'm a good cook, aren't I? Come with me. Auntie can't help it. I'll only cook for you. Don't get it. Come with me. Okay. How can there be such poor children? Wenju was still frozen in place, but the sourness of her heart seemed to melt her soul, melted into a tiny one. The foyer is still such a small space, but that short-haired girl, it seemed to be standing in the entranceway doorway blearily waiting for her angry mother to return. Why is mom angry? Did she do a bad job? Tears are so hot and hugs are so warm. Same with that hug she'd looked forward to into oblivion. Mom would open the door, pick her up and kiss her on the cheek. Tell her she's not mad and take her out for some delicious Shaxian snacks. But she's grown up and is taller than her mom. It's too late. It's too late. Wenju's tears finally flowed out of his eyes, so silently that he couldn't even react to them himself. Her cheeks itched and she started to wipe them before she realized it. Why now? It's too late. It was only then that I was told that I could do those things, and I was like a little cutie. Like, everyone laughed at me. Who's laughing at you? Lee's mother hugged tighter. Lee, amazingly, he laughed at me. Okay, baby, I'll beat him to death in a minute. Wenju, always awake thinking, at this time completely confused, cannot recognize anything, and even forgot that she has grown up. Deflated mouth aggrieved asked, well, mother, you do wrong. Right, well, wrong. Mommy is not right about one thing. You are the best boy in the world. Well, and that day I wanted to go eat. Why don't you take me? We'll take our baby in a minute. I want that hair card. Mom, why? Going to say me? It's mom's fault. Lee's mother's voice grew softer and softer. I can eat a lot of snacks. Won't even get scolded. Lee mother hugged her and gently stroked her long hair. You like all bought? You can eat a lot of pain. Wenju finally went from a suppressed whisper to a released howl. No crying, no tantrums. Those orders were finally erased. She could finally cry out. If it wasn't for Mother Lee's ever so gently comforting voice, Wenju would have almost fainted. That which had built up to the point where it was on the verge of becoming one with Wenju finally peeled away layer by layer with the tears. It will leave wounds, but wounds always scab over and there is always a day of healing. Until she fell asleep, Lee's mother continued to hold her, waiting for Wenju to sleep. Lee mother only found that her hands are sore and no strength. Shouted to the door the same cry until Lee could join efforts before she carried her to bed. Gently tucked her in, put hot water on her face, smoothed her hair, and turned on the air conditioner before closing the bedroom door. Removed the clothes that had been dried in the washing machine and folded them neatly on the couch. Cleared the table and took away the trash. Wenju, those who looked at a lot of things, whether in the supermarket or at the stalls. Lee Kiki bought them all secretly while Lee mother was distracting Wenju. 2 whole big bags, all on the coffee table. Chapter 190, Early Morning. Early morning. Having developed the habit of waking up early over the years, Wenju's biological clock was very accurate, and he opened his eyes before the bell had even rung. She had just gotten up and was still a little confused. But inexplicably, I felt happy. Rolling out of bed and onto the carpet with his bare feet, he felt a little chilly, so he casually reached for the clothes on the nightstand. What an ugly dress. When did I buy it? She felt wrong only after she put it on, stroking the furry fabric and cocking her head in thought. A long time later, a head peeked out from under the covers like a ripe peach. What the hell did I say? Wenju turned around and flopped down on the pillow. After holding his breath for a while, he realized that suffocating himself seemed unrealistic. Flipping back over, the quilt covered her face, revealing only a pair of eyes. But amazingly, Lee's mom cooks really quite well. Stayed in bed for a while. Wenju decided it was better to face reality. Getting back up, I went to the bathroom first to wash up, humming a melody I heard at some point. What song? So corny. Wenju shrugged his shoulders, picked up his cell phone, and played a random song as background music for washing up. Brush your teeth, listen to a song, and open WeChat. The message Wen Feng sent her yesterday. Amazingly told me off. But don't be mad at him. It makes mommy especially happy that you're going to throw a tantrum. Looking back, it's been a long time since you've pampered mommy. Is it a little too late to regret a cancer diagnosis? But it's good to know there's still time. It was mom's fault for condemning you for so many years. Good boy. When I come back home, you must tell me all your unhappiness of those years, and then I will be very happy. But you still have to eat some of what Amazing Lee's mom cooks for you. Amazing Lee is really kinda pissed off. But his tone of voice when he reminded me in a roundabout way was kind of cute. Don't take it up with yourself. If you do, take it up with mom, who is recovering well enough to talk to you all night. Yesterday really wasn't a dream. Certain of this, Wenju blushed and slipped his cell phone back into his jacket pocket. She wasn't sure how to respond yet and needed to gather herself before facing her mother. Wiping his mouth, he stepped out of the restroom and blushed again when he saw the cleaned up haul. There were 2 large bags of stuff on the coffee table. Wenju opened it and looked at it, realizing that all of them were her favorite things. Wenju's face turned even redder. How can this still be good enough to see people? Wenju collapsed sheepishly onto the couch, once again intent on suffocating himself. In the meantime, after sleeping for a day and a night, Amazing Lee was finally fully charged. Lee Yen, who climbed up from the blanket to wake up, touched the bag on his head. Why does it hurt so much? Did you fall on the ground again last night? Covering the top of his head, he walked out of the room, met the red-eyed Li Kiki, and frowned. Watch less dramas in the middle of the night. Look at you. Saying that, what drama can make you cry like this? Li Yan was curious. Li Kiki glared at him with those eyes that were as red as rabbits, showing her teeth fiercely. Scum, talk less to me. Amazing Li, what's wrong? Li Yan muttered, tucking his hand to the kitchen to tiptoe to watch Li's mother busy. Mom, why did you cook this morning? Say what's for dinner. Go give it to Wenju. Mother Li pointed to the thermos box beside her. Li Yan frowned. There's no need for this. It's early in the morning. Meeting Mother Li's murderous eyes, Li Yan scowled. Then what am I going to eat? Buy whatever you want. Li's mother pulled out some change and threw it by the stovetop, jingling it like she was sending out a beggar, giving Li Yan a blank stare. I'll give it to you if you don't have any money. Li Yan resentfully took the change and, driven by Li Kiki's shark-off look, put on his helmet to start the little electric donkey. Am I that guilty? Yesterday, I only said a few words about Wenju, but she was the one who picked a fight first, so what's the point? 20 minutes later, Wenju's house, sitting across from each other in the same way as last night. Yenli didn't care much about the color of the dishes. Well, no better than last night. He was only afraid that he wouldn't be able to return home at night. Obviously something is very wrong. What homelessness? He's the one who's going to be homeless. He's so naive. Lately, my old lady hadn't been seeing him very well, and Wenju seemed so well behaved that she was called upon to deal with it, helping whoever she could without even having to ask. Mulling it over, Li Yan tucked his hand in and smiled sarcastically at Wenju, and opposite Wenju hand cupped into a fist against his lips, blushing and coughing. Cough, cough. You have a cold? Amazingly wondered. No, Wenju whispered. Just, let's talk about our business later. Li Yan interrupted her, rubbing his hands and fawning. Can you talk to my mom first? She seems to be very angry. Wenju, feeling that this look of Li Yan was very interesting, she had a teasing mind, taking small sips of kanji and purposely not saying anything. Under Li Yan's expectant gaze, she took several mouthfuls of porridge before shaking her head. I don't want it. Amazing Li, why is everyone a little weird today? Is he still awake? Amazingly slapped his head. Hiss dash. Wenju snorted. Amazing Li. Asterisk. So dreaming can hurt. Amazing Li muttered. Wenju was amused again by Li Yan's silly appearance, and only after a while did he collect his laughter and stand up with a taut face, bowing solemnly and apologizing. I'm really very sorry about yesterday. It was my fault. I hope you can forgive me. Li Yan, confused face. What the hell is wrong with you? Cough, cough, cough. Wenju started coughing again this time. Li Yan was silent for a moment until Zhang's same intelligent eyes surfaced, and it dawned on him. You had your physiological period yesterday, right? Li Yan looked like he knew what he was doing. I said I'd come back on the weekend to deliver the food, but my mom didn't want to. Alas. Okay, I'm to blame. We're clear. I'll forget about yesterday. You helped me intercede with my mom as well as yours, and we'll still be good friends who can meet and play chess. Wenju sipped his porridge. I'll think about it. Amazing Li. After opening all the lunchboxes, he found that Li mother had thoughtfully prepared an extra breakfast. Li Yan was deeply touched, and after getting Wenju's permission, he borrowed a pair of chopsticks and ate it too. Picking at the yolk of a salted duck egg, he sucked it twice against his chopsticks. On the opposite side, Wenju had already finished eating, looking at him with interest. Looking at Li Yan was embarrassed. See laugh. My house does not have as big rules as yours. No, you busy yourself. I'm done eating soon. You sure are still funny. Wenju narrowed his eyes pleasantly. Could it be that you're treating me like a monkey? Li Yan was not too happy and poked the salted egg with chopsticks and mixed it with the porridge. Wenju folded his hands in a disciplined manner on the desktop, noticing Li Yan's little mood, and cocked his head. Are you angry? Chapter 191. Li Yan sipped his kanji and raised his eyebrows at her. No. Wenju raised an eyebrow. There it is. Amazing Li. Well, you looked at me weird when I was playing chess and picking my feet with you at the hotel before, and when I was eating salted duck eggs this time. He felt that it was better for people to be sincere with each other, that they should leave their preconceptions behind, and that being honest enough could solve a lot of problems. It was mainly because Li Yan realized that it seemed like he had betrayed Wenju once again after betraying Wenfeng. He was also convinced that he could not be blamed for these two things. Wenju rested his cheeks and explained to him. I'm not looking at you weird. When I was at the hotel, I probably envied you for always being that casual. Now it's because of what? I don't know how to describe it. Anyway, there aren't any rude thoughts. It's really hard to understand people. You don't understand me. I don't understand you. I can't even understand my mother, I can't even understand. But I'm very happy to know that you're looking out for me out of concern. A little late in comprehending it though, I guess. Wenju looked very embarrassed, his fingers rubbing uneasily against each other. Last night I was indeed in a bad mood. And I did misunderstand you. But even if there were 10,000 more reasons, last night's behavior wasn't a justifiable way to treat a friend. So I hope you really don't mind. She looked straight into Li Yan's eyes and said seriously, if there's anything I can do to make up for your feelings, by all means ask. Even if it was a scene. Coming from Wenju's mouth, Li Yan had no doubt. She was always so sincere. Most of the interactions between friends will say, I really want to be your friend. But when something like sincerity is true to the real world, it's often overwhelming. You can see what a precious and rare quality this is. If you still mind. It's just a replica of Yegong. Thinking about this, Li Yan's mood was enough to make up for it. He nodded his head and said, I'm very relieved that you can understand. Just promise to intercede for me. I don't need anything else in return. Wenju raised an eyebrow. Except for this. Because there's no need for it. Amazingly. He sipped a few mouthfuls of porridge in a depressed manner and then wondered, what did you say to my mom last night? They looked like they were going to do away with me in the morning. Cough, cough. Wenju started coughing again. Li Yan glanced at her, already grasping the pattern. Once it was difficult to speak she would have this expression. He spread his hands and said, it's fine if you don't say anything. Nothing in particular really happened. Wenju rubbed his face. Your mom took care of me yesterday. Said some things to me, and all in all she's been very helpful. All this time, my mom has been very strict with me, yet she rarely comforts me. I don't know why she does this to me, but I know at the same time that she has always loved me. It's contradictory, I guess, but she's my mom. Anyway, to you, and to your mother, I'm very grateful. Amazingly, then you intercede for me. Wenju bristled. You're doing this on purpose. Amazingly, then go on. Let's talk about it later. Your school is pretty far from here, isn't it? You're probably going to be late. Oh. Wenju looked up at the wall clock. Amazingly, he grabbed his helmet and ran before remembering that he hadn't even written a check yet. Wenju stood outside the foyer shaking his hand. Instead, he was faced with only Li Yan's fallen back. She couldn't help but laugh dumbly as she covered her hand in the crushed hair on her forehead. What a petty and generous man. How in the world can there be such a lovely man? Chimor has always had good intuition, always picking up money, and sure enough, she saw it first again. Too bad that coin is still stuck to the ground. Oh, she also. The heartbeat was too fast for Wenju to come back to his senses. Originally, just now her eyes were like this. Well, what the hell was I thinking? Wenju patted his cheek. This is wrong, but there's some truth to what Sissy-chan said, I guess, and mom also said it's okay to do things that aren't allowed. Finally she crossed her arms like a Kimori's trickster. You can think about what you don't understand for now, right? It's 9 a.m. M. At home, 10 p.m. M. In the United States. The time difference is such that only the morning and evening time slots can be aligned between mother and daughter. However, Wenju usually had to attend classes, and Wenfeng was afraid of delaying her, so she usually didn't contact her during this time. But today things are different. Wenfeng was jittery all day after she sent the message, and worried about disturbing Wenju's rest. It wasn't until this time, when Wenju was due for his second class, that Wenfeng completely died. She put down her cell phone. Xiaoju Wenji, who accompanied the bed, slept and snored like a dead pig. It's not going to hold up after a couple nights. She had minimally invasive surgery and was still fine for small events. Wenfeng then thought about getting out of bed and lifting the covers for him, but then the chat program sounded. Wenfeng's feet had just hit the ground, and she subconsciously went to reach for her cell phone and fumbled to connect it again. Across the way was her daughter, Wenju, but not the same as she was before. The long hair that used to be waist-length is gone. It was replaced with short, neck-length hair with slight curls at the ends that were obviously permed, just enough to show off the crystalline earrings on her earlobes. Not as well behaved as before with the ponytail, but more like a girl that age should be. I have to say that this hairstyle is more flattering to Wenju's face than before, and also to her character, making her look extra gentle and more approachable. You cut your hair? Wenfeng was a little cautious, although she didn't have any grievances. She was afraid of letting Wenju misunderstand that she had any grievances. Well, Wenju nodded, uncomfortably combing his hand through it. I've always found it troublesome to wash my hair, so I resolved to cut it. Quite nice. No, especially nice. Wenfeng arched her eyebrows. She knew her daughter was different. A little lost but more happy. The day Wenfeng found out about her cancer, she saw Wenju again as an afterthought, and the remorse is getting stronger every day. She knew she couldn't get Wenju to walk out, which was why she blindly pinned her hopes on Li Yan. More than that, I didn't think Amazingly would really work. Although her childhood was irreparable, the sooner she allowed Wenju to change, the sooner she would be comfortable. Remorse just needs to be shut up in her heart. Wenju was going to stride forward and never look back. As she'd hoped, Wenju was striding forward. So what else was on his mind? Mom, I have something I want to discuss with you. Wenju maintained his old habit of sitting up straight when he said things. If it's something you can decide yourself, there's no need to tell me. Wenfeng smiled. I can't solve this matter on my own. Wenju took a deep breath and summoned up a lot of courage to say, I don't want to continue in this school. I want to go to Mordor University, and I want Dad to think of a way to help me transfer. At her old school it was just killing time. She had learned too much from the books. If there's a free-for-all, it's where Amazingly is and where they all are. She loved to enjoy the flowers. When it's spring, make sure everyone goes with her. That must have been the freest day ever. Chapter 192, Harmony. Wenfeng froze. It wasn't like a choice Wenju would make. The next moment, she was smiling brightly again. It's better if you don't look like it. Okay, I'll talk to him. Wenfeng agreed. Seeing her daughter inclining her head and fanning the wind with her palms, her cheeks were still a little red. Wenfeng felt strange again. Is it that hot in this country? That's not true. It's winter. By the way, why did you change schools? Wenfeng said suspiciously. Cough, cough. Wenju's fist rested against his lips, his eyes fluttering. It's just that it feels like that school is going to be better, and the scores are going to be higher. Wenfeng hadn't seen this demeanor for a long time and froze for a while before realizing she was lying. What's the matter? You want to be in the same school as Li Yan? No, just looking for a change of scenery. The reason for the reaction to the name was that Wenju couldn't avoid the human condition, but it's actually the truth. Wenju couldn't be sure of her feelings, much less get out of his moral dilemma. She was not going to go out of her way to initiate a deepening of those feelings, but she knew it was fun to play that day at the tea room. But it's too far away. Well, I know, a change of environment is good. Wenfeng nodded her head. You can rest at home for a few days. You don't need to go to class for a few days. Let your dad find someone to arrange it. And if there's anything you want to buy, use Dad's card to swipe it. Okay, but Amazingly's mom bought me so many things that I can't think of anything I want at the moment. She brushed her hair and whispered a reminder. I don't know if I'll have enough money from Mom to pay for all that stuff. Wenfeng froze again, puzzled. When did I ever give her money? Wenju began to feel something was wrong. Then have you called Li Yan's mom? No. It's only Amazingly who called me to tell me off. It took Winfred a moment to realize. Such a change was not brought about by Amazingly. Instead, it was Amazingly's mother. Her emotions were very mixed for a moment. Apologies, gratitude, and self-doubt are intertwined. And Wenju froze for a long time. His eyes looked like they were fogging up. And he murmured, Li Yan's mom is so nice. She wiped her eyes. That's it, Mom. It's too late for you there. I'll hang up now. You have an early night and we'll talk again later in the evening. What mixed feelings? Wenfeng looked at the ceiling and shook her head. I really suck. I can't believe I'm not doing as well as someone who isn't related by blood. Xiujuanji opened his eyes just as Wenju spoke. At the moment was looking out the window melancholically at the night scene. It's as complicated as he is. Aside from when he was a child, he'd seen Wenju more times than he could count. This is about to be a door-to-door for nothing. Even the philosophical issues of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relations do not exist. He finally empathized with Ikari. And it's even more stifling than Ikari. He wasn't even in a position to interfere. After all, he had been absent for so many years. But it started with him. It's not his place to complain if he wants to. If I hadn't been so impulsive when I was young, it would have been a little too early. Wenfeng wasn't so strict in disciplining Wenju. The biggest mistake adults ever make is always the one they don't want their children to repeat. By the way, I think let's forget about Xiujuanji's matter. Wenfeng inclined her head to look at him. On her face was an easy smile that she hadn't seen in a long time. It's been so many years since we adopted him. We shouldn't care too much about the past. He was just a child at that time. It's better than anything for a family to be at peace. Xiujuanji then frowned at his words and sighed. It's not that I want to care. People can't sway things, but things often sway people. Xiujuanji rubbed his temples. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have exposed him to those things. I've been in business all these years with the help of Jiwanli. I'm not afraid of fighting. The harder we fight in chess, the more exciting it is, but it's also too tiring. There just isn't a single day that's comfortable. Xiujuanji, he's totally not that material anymore and his heart is too big. Harmony, I'm afraid, is difficult. Wenfeng also let out a sigh. Now I'm just hoping for a consummation. Xiujuanji thought for a moment and said, we can only ask Jiwanli to lead him to the right path. Chapter 193. 200 square feet of duplex apartments, partitioned down the center. with different styles on each side. On one side, there is no difference from an office except for a bed where you can sleep. On the other side, there was a wall of books, but otherwise nothing special, mostly the usual appliances and furniture. The kitchen dining room is instead shared on both sides, but there are few signs of use today. With her back to the wall of books, Xiao Yuanqi ate her boxed lunch. Across the street, it was Dai Chang, also eating a boxed lunch. Finish eating. The two men each lit a cigarette. Xiao Yuanqi loosened the cufflinks, put the reclining office chair and leaned back, his feet casually supported on the desktop, an idle look, smoked a mouthful of cigarettes, just so tilted his head to look at Dai Chang. What's the matter? What are the difficulties of the activities your father gave you to run? Then you should be looking for the people you should be looking for. Why are you here with me? Dai Chang didn't look too good. In his consciousness, the two were working closely together. Though their family's family foundation couldn't compare to Qiu Yuanqi's family's real estate company. But nowadays, Qiu Yuanqi's family real estate company's main assets have been cashed out, and I have not heard of any other business to carry out. The only other item is a partnership with their family. So it seems that Qiu Yuanqi is definitely interested in entering the entertainment industry. As a knockout only, he was also valuable. Otherwise, Qiu Yuanqi wouldn't have given him Wenju's identity points. He wasn't sure what Qiu Yuanqi had in mind, but from the surnames of the two, it wasn't hard to guess that there was an article in it. Even if it was just to be a pawn, he was willing to do it just for the person of Wenju. What's more, is there really no benefit at all? Daytown's math was good, but now what's the result? Wenju transferred to another school at this time. Dai Chang was furious and puzzled, and he said bluntly, "You're withdrawing the ladder? Our projects come with liquidated damages." Qiu Yuanqi put down his legs, straightened the seat, a puzzled face to extinguish the cigarette. "I money invested in not see the proceeds, but also to take the initiative to give you default. I am sick how?" He frowned and asked, "What the hell are you going to say?" "Wenju, the Wenju I'm talking about. Why did she transfer?" Dai Chang emphasized. "What does this have to do with my cooperation with your father?" Qiu Yuanqi eyes unfocused thinking look. After a while, his face is not too good. "I pay to rent your family's chickens to lay eggs, but also have to take my sister? Your math is too good to be true." Dai Chang's frown tightened. "I didn't even know she was your sister until you mentioned it to me. I'm asking you to find a way to take care of it." Qiu Yuanqi gritted her teeth. "Where the hell were you thinking? It's true that there was no commitment at the time, but the attitude was completely different from today. And Daejo is no cutie pie, but now that it's this argument again, he really has nothing to say, and leave him without words. Nor was it the purpose of Qiu Yuanqi, though he had only just found out that Wenju was transferring to another school, not realizing that his stupid sister could go to this extent. Qiu Yuanqi was disgusted enough, but it's a good thing to cause dog eat dog. It can be said that the old man lost his mare. Besides, he didn't even lose his horse. Qiu Yuanqi rubbed the stubble on his chin and said in relief, "You're just a little too young. What's the point of looking for me in this kind of thing? Wenju is at this age. Can I still have the good sense to discipline her? Since you like it you should pursue it on your own." "Not you?" Dai Chang was confused by Qiu Yuanqi's attitude. Qiu Yuanqi handed him a cigarette, gave him a light from the cigarette box to pull out a grip in his mouth. "You think with your brain. Even if the withdrawal of the ladder is not this withdrawal method. Business and what is the relationship between Wenju?" Dai Chang nodded. He did care just now. Then why did Wenju transfer to another school? Where's the reason? Qiu Yuanqi lit a cigarette and helplessly said, "It's all on her own. It seems like she has friends who play well in Magic City University. It's really not easy. She's usually alone. She doesn't know when she made friends." Wenju was next door to them that day, with more than one table of friends who didn't know about it. But, both saw another person that day. Dai Chang reminded. "Li Yan, don't you know him?" Qiu Yuanqi suddenly realized. He and Wenju do know each other, and saved her life when she was a child. This makes sense. Girls, it's normal to have this feeling of destiny. I didn't really think about it for a moment. He looked to Dai Chang and spread his hands. "That's something I can't do." Dai Chang's face clouded over. That's something he doesn't believe. Remember when Qiu Yuanqi stood up for him and the school festival did settle? But what about the rest? I don't know what Qiu Yuanqi and Li Yan said in private. Is he trying to eat two fish with one? He's been making no progress in pursuing Wenju. Hence the switch. Daejo thought so. Qiu Yuanqi's heart was filled with contempt when she saw Dai Chang's expression. Suspicious and fearful. Li Yan and him really look at green beans and see eye to eye. In that case, he must have set it up. Actually, I have an average impression of Li Yan. If it wasn't for the favor of saving Wenju back then, I really don't want to get in touch with him. Qiu Yuanqi's face also turned not so good. Only thinking on women, and eating from the bowl and watching the pot. It was only after hearing this that Dai Cheng finally remembered another person. Cecilia Chen. He knew about Chen Shishir's background, and Xiao Yuanqi's thoughts about her. Dai Cheng also knew that warning to Li Yan also included Chen Shishir, because he'd seen the way they joked and laughed at school. Dai Cheng's fingers clenched into fists, jealousy burning. There's no way. People have saved so many thousand gold ladies at once. This kind of benefit you can't envy. Xiao Yuanqi nodded the ashes of his cigarette, and continued in an indifferent manner. This kind of person plays off the end is very tragic. The person who loses is just a person who loses. You don't think too much. The girls under the sky are bewildering. Dai Cheng snorted. Now that he understood that it was a good thing, he said solemnly to Xiao Yuanqi, Mr. Xiao, don't worry, I know what to do. Since I'm working with you, I'll definitely express my sincerity. Xiao Yuanqi, I said you are sick. You are really sick. Xiao Yuanqi said in a high voice. What kind of people are in your circle na? I'm a serious businessman. I'm not ashamed enough to use means because of jealousy. Asterisk 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 off. Don't you get on me. I'll only talk to your father from now on. Dai Cheng quickly explained. That Mr. Xiao, I don't mean this. Xiao Yuanqi waved her hand. Don't bother me with this kind of thing. I'm not your age of jealousy. You love to do what you want to do. Don't look for me to figure out what to do when something goes wrong and I'll burn high incense. I didn't plan to use any means. Of my father's resources I won't use them for this. Daytown wiped his face. Really? Xiao Yuanqi glanced at him. You personally nah. There's really no way to say. A small thing like the school festival still comes to bother me. Now it's because of a girl looking for me again. Do you think I can't be afraid? Father's business will be gradually handed over to me from after this school festival. So there's no way I can't be cautious. Wenju, I genuinely like her. Dai Cheng explained. That's true. But you. Xiao Yuanqi looked helpless. The business side of the problem. Find my assistant. He will help you. Dai Cheng, who got an unexpected surprise, was in a much better mood. Thank you Mr. Xiao. Then I'll leave first. After the people left, Xiao Yuanqi breathed a sigh of relief. If you don't make it clear with this kind of stinky, 80% of it will get on you. Take a stand. Then it's all good. It was an unexpected surprise to Dai Cheng, and Xiao Yuanqi found it even more interesting. What's interesting is that the school festival is closely tied to Dai Cheng's interests, and Xiao Yuanqi at the same time knows that Li Yan is no sitting duck. With regard to personal interests, whether or not to use means is not a multiple choice question but a fill-in-the-blank question. The time has come when all heaven and earth are of the same strength, and so it is. Even he was looking forward to the extent of what Dai Cheng could do. It's not like he has anything to lose anyway. Chapter 194 Evolution. But Incomplete Evolution 1. The school day passes in a flash. It's happy weekend again. With nothing to do, Amazing Lee planned to spend the entire day in bed. Imagine a dark room where the curtains are not even drawn. Under the warm yellow light of a heater. Baking under the slight heat of an electric blanket. Nestled in bed drinking ice cola to rehydrate. Eating potato chips to replenish energy. And playing King of Glory to replenish pleasure. What a treat this is. After planning all this, Amazing Lee was trembling with excitement. He's a man of action. Once the plan was finalized, he scaled back without even putting on his clothes to find supplies at light speed. Burrowing into the warmth of the comforter he couldn't help but groan freely. Nestling for a bit to regain his body temperature before he positioned his supplies and plugged in his charger to start the game. Proto God. Activate. While Amazing Lee was eating the first wave of lines, by the sound of the footsteps, it was someone entering the room. He thought it was his mom coming in to look at him and was going to pretend he didn't know. Getting up is impossible to get up. Here comes another one. Amazing Lee thinks it's Coco Lee coming in. Probably wanted to drag him shopping with him and thought it would be perfunctory. It's all ready to go. Where's the sense in giving up? But after just a wave of lines, 5 or 6 people had already come in one after another. The cold hairs on Li Yan's back stood up. Finally, the curtains behind them were pulled back with a wow and the dark room was greeted with sunlight. He turned slowly. There was a dull hair shaking gently in front of his eyes. Aki Moore raised his hand. Hi. Jian Luan raised her hand. Hi. Ji Wanli carried his hands behind his back and looked around. The people from the home improvement company will probably arrive at noon. So take advantage of the weekend to finish the installation in 2 days. And Li Yan will go to my house for 2 days. Good. Mother Li nodded and gave Yan Li a disgusted look. Why don't you get up? Li Kiki also glanced at him in disgust, tucking her hands in and muttering in a low voice. What a shame. Amazing Lee. 5 people walked out of the room one after another. And Amazing Lee got dressed in a blaze of speed, heartbroken to end his promotion, and turned off the heating device, scratching his head while walking out of the room. Geez, it's cold. Lee's mother glared at him. Just in your pajamas? Li Yan took half a step back and wanted to go back to his room. Jiangluan waved her hand. It's fine. It's not the first day we met. There's no need to be so formal. Li Yan was in a dilemma. My brother is like that. It can't be helped. Thanks to Li Kik's righteousness, Amazing Li was touched and settled down on the couch. It wasn't until he noticed Ikimori across the room that he realized why his old lady was glaring at him. Today, Jimor wore a beige sweater on top, a black tweed slit bustier skirt underneath, and a brown trench coat over it. On the feet are black stockings, and not very high-heeled shoes. Even her hair wasn't styled in a very complicated way, just gently draped over her shoulders. At the moment, she was pursing her lips. Her hand was peacefully clamped between her skirts, and her eyes were looking at the ground in a way that she was too shy to look at anyone. If you didn't know, you'd think you were visiting relatives. It was a good thing that the perky dorky hair was still there. Otherwise Li Yan really wouldn't have dared to recognize it the first time. This attire. Li Kiki and Li Yan looked at each other. It's time to compete for reaction time. Amazing Li started. What are you blushing about? Coco Li. Li Yan frowned. Go pour the tea. What are you waiting for? Coco Li. Li Kiki secretly gritted her teeth. Well, I'll give you a ladder, and you'll actually climb up it. Well, you wait for me. There's a long time to come. End of round 1. Amazing Li survived by relying on extracting his lovely sister's bloodstain. Sitting in her seat, Li Kik's expression was cloudy. GMO picked up the teacup and blew on the tea leaves, taking a shallow sip. The elegance of fat sausage. She put down her disposable paper cup and looked up, ruffling the side of her hair behind her head. Li Yan, your dress is so pretty. I want one too. Speaks more slowly, but spits out words very clearly. Li Yan was touched for Jiangluan. Unfortunately, the conversation didn't go happily, all because he's offended. This dress, Li Kiki laughed. After Li Yan brought Wenju a meal a few days ago, my mom took Wenju to buy one, or I scratched the price. Amazing Li, Mother Li. Ha! The smile on Jimor's face stiffened for a moment. Well, what? Ju likes it too nah. Seeing Jimor's reaction, Li Kiki was shocked. She hadn't spent a year or two with Amazing Li. Amazing Li lifted his ass, and Coco Li knew what he was going to fart. Again, based on the comprehensive consideration of all aspects of intelligence, Li Kiki already had an unusually clear perception of the relationship between these two people. Isn't Li Yan Eichmer's pet? Don't you get mad when your pet is given to someone else to play with? My mom said she wanted me to deliver food to Wenju, and then she had a fight with her over it, but they've made up now. Li Yan explained. Jiangluan smiled. I know it all. Amazing Li, Coco Li. Ha, sure is a pet. Jiangluan paused before adding. Your mom told me. Amazing Li sighed in relief. Anon. When Li Yan escaped, it was Li Kik's turn to be disappointed. I can't believe it's not perverted at all. It's not rich for nothing. In the second round, his opponent took the initiative to let go and amazingly didn't withhold any blood. Li Kiki will not be able to sleep at night if she doesn't get her revenge back this time. By the way, why did brother suddenly run back before? Li Kiki put Li Yan's feet toward continue to the landmine as if she had no intention. Amazing Li. Jimor shook his head and said in one word. I don't know maybe I'm not likable. Amazing Li. No. Which is, just not used to living. We are simple here. I am also afraid that you are not used to living. Li Yan wasn't sure if Jimor was used to it or not, but he really wasn't used to conversing with Jimor. Okay. Ikimori clamped her hand between her legs and lowered her head shyly. Then you won't be upset if I stay here. Li Kiki finally got happy. Right. Attack. Burst the stinking blood bar. Li Yan's blood bar was pretty full though. He just wasn't used to conversing with Ikimori. What level of contact did they have? Li Kiki still knows too little. But Ikimori's attack eventually led to a misfire. And on one side, Ikimori's bloodstain was about to be blown out. The eye is not seen as pure. Ji Wanli slipped out. I'm going to work. You guys hang out here for a while. In the third round, it was actually another teammate dragging his feet. Li Kiki was a bit depressed. Li Mother saw that Li Kiki was not speaking human words. Some disgusted patted her. What are you old bull ***********. Go wash some fruit. Li Mother smiled and looked up. Visible Jimor this appearance. All feel not too close, but the concern is still there. Jimor will talk. Really good. Jimor smiled sweetly. Moa, auntie, please, just swallowed the half word is what? As a senior elementary school teacher Li Mother naturally know very well. The boy is really the same as before. Mother Li was very relieved. She glanced at Li Yan who was drinking tea to hide his embarrassment before she smiled at Chiemo and said, What's the trouble? You're so good. Ikimori was almost so pleased with himself that he was scratching his head, and he managed to hold it back. Obediently, he picked up his teacup and took a sip. reverting to his quiet, fearful demeanor. Chapter 195 Evolution. But incomplete evolution, too. Chimo's changes were not all taught by Jongwon. You should know that Chimo has the skill of never forgetting, and under the influence of Jongwon also exposes the literary works such as The Overbearing President Fell in Love with Me and The President's Little Petite Wife, which is completely comprehended by herself through her daily study. Of course, Jongwon still helped perfect the details. Unfortunately, Ikimori has a strange insistence on stockings and high heels, making the atmosphere a little less than favorable. But Chimo could do whatever he wanted to do. Jongwon didn't feel the need to interfere too much. Even acting is an improvement. What's more, such progress was already very good, far beyond Jongwon's expectations. The next solution was all going to be given to Li Yen. Jongwon secretly apologized to him. This kid is not trouble in the usual sense. It's extra trouble. An encyclopedia of landmines. Good, totally loaded. I don't know how long it will fit either. But seeing that Li Yen is no longer the same as before, and his mood looks quite good, Jongwon is still quite relieved, and starts chatting about business, regarding the cost of the renovation. I don't think sister-in-law needs to bother. GMO lives here after all. Li mother laughed. Let me give also can't afford to give this matter back to talk about it. But the other rooms really don't need. There is no such reason. Anyway, not get along for a day or two. The next day will be long. You say yes. It's this reasoning. Jongwon nodded her head. She smiled gently at Li Kiki who had brought the fruit, and after saying her thanks, she continued. Mo doesn't need to specially make room for her. She's scared to sleep alone. If Coco doesn't mind, can you stay with the stranger? I think the room is big enough for 2 beds. Li Kiki's eyes lit up and she nodded decisively. Don't mind. Mustn't mind. Don't need 2 beds. I can sleep in 1 bed with Sister Chimor, as long as Sister Chimor doesn't mind. Ikimor was so excited he was about to break. Nodding his head. Pursing her lips again and lowering her head, she whispered slowly, yes. Li Kiki hurriedly ran to Jimo's side and hugged her. I didn't agree when mom gave birth to my brother, but now it's fine. I have a sister. Amazing Li. Mother Li. Ikimor, Omega. Li Kiki was completely happy, and it was true that it was still the same old Ikimor. She gave Li Yen a covertly sinister look. Sure enough, the older brother will one day be his sister's puppet. Ha 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 ha. Li Kiki was so happy that she almost laughed out loud. Amazing Li. By noon, Jongwon and Mother Li combined their efforts to cook. Jimor and Li Kukukat helped picking beanstalks. Ikimori won't pick it. Normally, she never watched Jong Yuanzhou cook. First peeked at the action of Li Kiki, before now learning, not too skillful, cannot tear off the complete silk at once. When she was washing the dishes, she almost got her cuffs wet again, and it was Li Kiki who put the cuffs on her again. You see, Jimor can't do anything, or Cuckoo is good and can do everything. Jongwon laughed. Chimor, ring in equal to. Li Kiki shook her head. Sister Chimor is $1,000 lady, actually willing to pick vegetables with me. I'm really happy. As for my brother, no need to look I know. This time, he must be lying on the sofa while scratching his stomach while watching the bear. All 4 people in the kitchen looked down the hall at the same time. Li Yen and Jong Yuanzhou were both lying on the sofa, and sure enough, they were both scratching their stomachs and watching the bears and laughing. Just say it. Li Coco sighed and shook her head. I don't know when I'll grow up. Mother Li. Jongwon. Ikemore, equals 3 equals. Coco Li. Ikimor, Omega. Li Kiki was very pleased with Ikimor's reaction. Controlling Chimor's emotions was approximately the same as indirectly manipulating Li Yen. Discover patterns, master them, and apply them. That's science. The research on Amazing Li can finally be furthered. The benefits are great when you go deeper. At least you can get some extra pocket money and have a follower when you go out for a walk. She drew a piece of paper to wipe the water stains on the face of Jimor who was seriously washing the dishes, and obediently came closer to whisper. What does Li Yen usually play with you? Jimor thought for a moment and said, play chess. Li Coco. What's the point of that? Ikemore, equals 3 equals. Coco Li. Ikimor, Omega. Feeling that something was wrong, Li Kiki frowned and whispered. Any bets? Ikimori, kissed the face. A little. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you clearly just now. Can you repeat it? Li Kiki rubbed her hands together excitedly. Ikimori repeated. Good. Extra good. Li Kiki nodded. Unluckily, Li's mother just now also came close to eavesdrop on their whispers. Jongwon also listened to. She can't tell you how many times she's emphasized it. The matter of sleeping in the same bed and moving to cuddle together can neither be done nor said in Amazing Li's house. Not even holding hands. Jongwon had also specifically warned that if he was discovered, he might not be able to live there. It's not a threat, it's a strong possibility, but only, left this out. Mother Lee's gaze had been directed to Jiang Luan. In a flash of lightning, Jiang Luan had already thought of a way to say, GMO was fooling around. She doesn't know anything. What else can you say? Fortunately it's not too deep. If you say sleeping together, oh, Ike Mori will inevitably repatriate the original way. Jiang Luan regretted it. And it was true that he shouldn't have been soft when Li Yan came at that time. She glared at Icky Moore without a good look. G Moore, oh Omega. Jiang Luan. It's no use getting cute. Stand trial. Li Mother's side naturally has her reason to worry. This is not a 3-year-old child anymore. Sooner or later something will happen. Right. I can't put a better lock on G Moore's room. Mother Li glanced at Li Cuckoo and said quietly, but these two are of one mind. It's hard to do. How am I on the same page with him? Li Kiki retorted. I'm now on the same page with G Moore. It doesn't make much sense to put a lock on G Moore's room. Jiang Luan inclined her head. I'd suggest putting a lock on Li Yan's room instead. What do you mean? Mother Li wondered. Jiang Luan was silent. No luggage amazing, just go back to school and stay there. Mother Li frowned. Li Cuckoo this time into a strong opposition. Straight shaking his head, absolutely not. G Moore is not to take Li Yan to go to school with it. And there is what do not rest assured. Really cannot let the father till Li Yan caught up is. The recent father's unit just did not performance said. Mother Li sniffed and nodded slightly. That's true. He doesn't have the guts. Meanwhile, Amazing Li, who was watching cartoons in the hall, winced and looked into the kitchen. Li Coco was waving cheerfully at him. Li Yan raised his eyebrows and ignored her, continuing to watch the bear. The kitchen is again full of harmony. And Ikimori was filled with alarm after this conversation. Just a little bit of slack and you almost can't be under the same roof. What Mom said was really true. The plan to sleep together really didn't work after all. Li Coco was still nice to her and looked like she would obviously help her say. There is still too much resistance from family members. Even though Amazing Li's mom was nice to her, she still couldn't understand the love between them. LOL. Ikimori was a little sad. In fact, she was trying to go blind. Li Kiki wouldn't dare. Once you're an accessory, you'll be done with the principal. Chapter 196 Evolution. But Incomplete Evolution, 3. After lunch, the decorating team arrived as promised. After a few polite words, Li Yan was taken away. When they got to the car, GMO sat very peacefully next to Jiang Luan. Li Yan sat in the back row. Jiang Luan twisted her head and said, come stay in the guest room this time. Wu Ma packed out a room. Li Yan happily clenched his fists, but didn't make a joyful noise, only nodding his head and saying, good. G Moore sleeps too much, always falls off in the middle of the night. It's winter now. It's weirdly cold. After the explanation, Jiang Luan looked at GMO. She is still very serious about performing the perfect woman in her mind, even if Li Yan couldn't see it. She looked like this. Jiang Luan reached out to rub her hair before her hand was slapped away by GMO. The hair gets messed up, Ikimori explained. Jiang Luan. A 10-minute drive to the villa area near the school. Jiang Yuanzhou opened the door. Jiang Luan got out of the car first, and Li Yan also got out. G Moore's but moved to Jiang Luan's original position, still with his head lowered, then sneaked a glance at Li Yan. Jiang Luan. Amazing Li. Reach out and pick it up. Jiang Yuanzhou nibbled on a piece of want snowcake and whispered at the right time. I read the one she was reading yesterday, and that author depicts this image every time she goes out and gets out of the car. Li Yan held out his hand to take it, and Ikimori did get out of the car. The two walked ahead. Jiang Yuanzhou and Jiang Luan deliberately fell behind and talked in whispers. I said, why did she have to wear stockings and heels today? Jiang Yuanzhou rolled his eyes. Then the cerebral palsy author took a set of templates to write. What black and white fishing net short tube and knee mid-calf sling? Shoes are red, yellow, white and pink diamond encrusted high heel, fine heel, thick heel, all kinds of high heels. Hair is all kinds of colors of big waves. Jiang Luan. It shall not freeze to death in winter. Jiang Luan worried. I see it's almost time to write about winter. Jiang Yuanzhou nibbled on a want snowcake. Share it with me later. Jiang Luan glanced at him. Where did the pie come from? Picked it up on the ground. Jiang Yuanzhou distributed the other piece to Jiang Luan. When you arrive home, bring out snacks and fruits. Jiang Luan hugged himself with a blanket and lay on the sofa reading a novel. It's not like Yan Li is an outsider. Opposite. G Moore sat next to Li Yan, 10 centimeters away. Li Yan played with his cell phone, and G Moore also took out his cell phone to play. Li Yan tucked his cell phone back in, and G Moore did the same. Reaching for the fruit, Ikimori grabbed a peach and offered it to him. Amazing Li. Ikimori. Thanks. Ikimori. Yan Li took one and handed it to her. Do you eat? Ikimori maintained his expression and shook his head. I'm not hungry, but her was clearly dying to hold on. Amazingly still hadn't tried to figure out what she meant. The phone vibrated and Yan Li took it out to read the message. Jiang Luan, you're so attentive. You know what fruits I like to eat. He looked quizzically at Jiang Luan, who nudged toward GMO. Li Yan instantly understood, starting to read his lines to Icky more. You're really attentive, knowing that I like peaches. Jimor was happier now, the smile less showy in his but moved to stick to Li Yan's side. Thick winter clothes, didn't feel much. Amazingly reached for the remote and turned on the TV to watch. Do you want to watch any programs? Both. Ikimori spoke slowly. So, amazingly decided to watch the reruns of the midday news. Find out about the world situation. After 5 minutes of understanding, Ikimori's head rested against his shoulder. Li Yan glanced out of the corner of his eye. With his eyes closed, Ikimori should still not be able to resist the itch and reaches out to scratch his face, presumably pretending to sleep. Li Yan was really not sure what Jimor was planning to play today. And this plot Jiang Luan quickly flipped through a few pages and finally saw it. She couldn't really read this novel either. Ikimori couldn't help it anymore either. 3. Jiang Luan. Watching the newsfeed kiss is also too weird. Although the original was even weirder. The class looks like it still have to go on. Rely on Ikimori anything cannot. At least the most basic how to pursue boys is to know. Jiang Luan all regretted it. Following the return from the tour, only a short month has passed, and Chimor's rivals are already not the usual number. But it's good. Lice don't bite, and debts don't worry. It's better to keep each other in check than 1v1. Which one of them is also not a light? At least at home Ikimori still gets a chance to be alone with Li Yan. The news broadcast finished playing. Jiang Luan reached for the remote control and turned off the TV. The sun is so nice today. You guys go out and get some sun. This was just what Li Yan wanted, and he nodded his head in response. Upon hearing this, GMO also left from Li Yan's shoulder, and pretended to rub his eyes, incidentally casting a sultry look at Jiang Luan. Jiang Luan pretended not to see it. This novel has both men and women either in the car or watching TV, especially since the TV and the couch are like stationary props. Whenever the TV is on, the hero and heroine have to do something on the couch. It's a good thing that censorship is tight right now, and Jimor hasn't seen anything she shouldn't have. Going out in the sun. Ikimori is always out of tricks. Jiang Luan was high on melon seeds, opened the novel backstage to look at the gifts on the first list, and chose a gift to give by 10 times the amount. There wasn't much to read in this crappy novel, and she'd spent $100 on it, planning to turn around and send a $10 one every day. Well, at least it gives Ikimori some basic concepts about falling in love. Left a message in passing. The author's heroine is really well written. That is, winter has come and the clothes worn a little less. I hope the author let her wear warmer. I was so touched by the TV episodes, and it's really easy to lose control when watching Animal World. Mr. Zhao's voice is so magnetic. I hope the scenes won't change. Back in the day, just tell Li Yan not to watch TV with Jimor. Jiang Luan thought as he did. The sun is really nice today. Leaning back in the wicker chairs outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, Jimor and Li Yan peeled peanuts to eat. I don't know what Amazingly said, but Ikimori laughed a lot. Or whatever Amazingly says, Ikimori will be happy. It's been a long time, after all. Without realizing it, both of them fell asleep against the wicker chair. Jiang Luan didn't disturb them and took out a book on marketing from under the coffee table and read it. An hour later, Jimor woke up first and smiled when he opened his eyes and saw Li Yan. Too bad the good winter days don't last that long. There was a gust of wind and Amazingly shivered in his sleep. Jiang Luan intended to go out and wake him up, but GMO took off his jacket first, covered Li Yan, but also turned back to Jiang Luan than a shoe gesture. She hadn't realized that she would catch a cold sleeping outside in this weather. She just didn't want to wake Li Yan up from his sleep. Jiang Luan smiled in relief. Silently, he took a few steps back. There's no need to worry so much. She's already learning. Seeing Jimor shivering in the cold after taking off her jacket, Jiang Luan thought of taking a blanket to give her a first drape, but it didn't occur to her that she trotted back to her room on her own. A few minutes later it trotted back, draped in the warmest of minks, hands pulling on the hem of the coat to keep it warm. When he reached the door, GMO leaned his back against the back of the door and raised an eyebrow at Jiang Luan. Let me know when little flame wakes up and I'll take my coat off and hide it better, she said with glowing eyes and great seriousness. Jiang Luan just realized, where she did not want to wake up Li Yan, clearly do not want to miss the opportunity. Should I call her stupid or belly aching? Jiang Luan held his forehead, somewhat helpless. Chapter 197 Evolution, but Incomplete Evolution 4. Not a moment later Li Yan also woke up. He walked into the room and handed his jacket to the shivering Jimor. It's easy to catch a cold like this. Just wake me up directly. Thank you. Jimor took the jacket and put it on. The jacket was still warm with Li Yan's body heat. I forgot to get dressed and made you worry. I'm such an idiot. Ikimori banged his head. River Luan on the couch. Li Yan is not stupid. How could he let GMO catch a cold with Jiang Luan around? But Ikimori like this is also cute. He didn't resist reaching out and retracting. Sorry about that. I was the one who slept too long. Jiang Luan is on the couch on the phone, while keeping an eye on Li Yan's small movements. If they hadn't seen each other for a while, even Amazing Li would still remember. After all, it's only 20 years old. Ikimori isn't so bad as to be annoying. More or less, I guess. After matching her, Amazing Li sat down on the couch. G-More went to the water fountain again and received a cup of boiling water for him. It's cold. Drink more hot water. Jiang Luan was happy. In the past, when physical contact was even closer, Li Yan could dismiss such behavior as children like to be clingy. While this gesture of goodwill is also subtle, it is also tangible concern. It was evident from Li Yan's visibly dumbfounded expression that he too realized how different Ikimo was. Thanks. G-More nodded and sat down next to Li Yan, still with his hand tucked between his legs in a very well-behaved manner. Today Chi Wanli won't be back for dinner, so it's just us. What do you want to eat, Li Yan? Jiang Luan asked. Amazing Li took a small sip of boiling water. All of them? I'm not picky. Jiang Luan. When it comes to not being a picky eater, Ikimori is really not a picky eater. Li Yan had been eating at home for so many days. Jiang Luan was aware of his good and bad habits. No mushrooms, no cilantro, no offal. Not a fan of pasta, not a fan of fish, not a fan of vegetables with a bitter taste. To say that he is not a picky eater is to say that even if there are savory dishes around he can eat them with his meal. Even if he doesn't like them he can barely eat them. Li Yan's special favorite dish. Jiang Luan really didn't find it. Otherwise he wouldn't have asked redundantly. Chi-Mo said. Li Yan loves ginger soup. You can cook some for him. After saying that she smiled sweetly at Li Yan. Right. There's no such thing as ginger soup for dinner. Jiang Luan rolled her eyes. Li Yan, however, nodded his head and said, well, Uncle Zhang's cooking is delicious. GMO gave Jiang Luan a provocative look sad face. Jiang Luan, I can't believe I lost to Ikimori for the first time. But ginger soup can't go down with rice. Jiang Luan frowned and thought for a moment. Come to think of it, there is a famous dish in Jiangsu and Zhejiang cuisines called ginger stewed eggs. Should we try it? Not if it's too much trouble. It's no trouble at all. Jiang Luan took off the apron on the wall and tied it on. G-More followed up in the kitchen, thinking this was a dish that Li Yan would enjoy. Li Yan was not interested in cooking though, but they were all in the kitchen and were too embarrassed to stay out any longer. Kitchen. Li Yan and Chi-Mo observed Jiang Luan's cooking left and right. It's a really simple dish. An egg custard with ginger and brown sugar that is quickly prepared and ready to go on the steamer and wait its turn. Chi-More was happy because she felt learned and glanced at Li Yan's sad face. It feels delicious. Li Yan also laughed. For 3 people, it's a little easier to make. It was soon time to eat. Ikimori doesn't use rice bibs anymore. These days she had a mind to learn. Not to mention the fact that such things weren't hard to change in the first place. But curing them all at once was still a bit difficult for G-More. She took small bites of her meal, and would take a big bite into her mouth when Li Yan wasn't looking. Li Yan cooperated by not paying much attention to her. But then the communal chopsticks gave her food less frequently, and Ikimori was secretly upset again. Jiang Luan wouldn't give Li Yan a reminder about this kind of thing. It's not necessary and it would give him too much pressure. However, Li Yan noticed and gave Chi-Mo chopsticks of fried shrimp with sliced lettuce. Eating in big bites is also quite good. Chi-Mo elegantly chewed and swallowed slowly, and after swallowing this mouthful, 2 fingers elegantly picked up a paper napkin and wiped his mouth. I've gotten used to it. Amazing Li. Jiang Luan. Habitual hammer habit. Eating doesn't make Ikimori sore, and she'll be unhappy all day. When I was a kid, I used to say things like, why didn't I eat that bite? Why am I full? And did Dad steal yesterday's leftovers? Jiang Luan would like her to change completely for the better. Chewing slowly is good for digestion after all. But Jiang Luan was more worried about Li Yan. I care about someone, not out of love, but out of mandate and responsibility. After a long time, no matter who it is, you'll get tired. Don't worry about her so much. I've asked your mother to take care of your diet. You have your teachers for your studies and Zhang Yuanzhou for your safety. At school, it's not like they put her in the same class as you, so she'll be able to make friends too once she's acclimated for a while. Take her to play if you want to during breaks, and stay home if you don't. She stayed that many years anyway and doesn't like to go out. Ikimori. Good. Amazingly agreed. I was being paranoid. Jiang Luan wasn't as polite and laughed. You're overly concerned. I'm not even worried. What are you worried about? What's the use of overprotecting a raised child? Amazing Li. Ikimori. That wasn't very convincing coming from Mother Iki though. But Amazing Li did listen. Chi-More, ring in equal to. After the meal. Even on a cold day, Ikemori wants to routinely go out and eliminate food. Jianluan also routinely opens the iPad to watch the surveillance. There won't be many opportunities like this in the future. Really want to become boyfriend and girlfriend. Jianluan also embarrassed to see. And vice versa, good embarrassed also cannot see. Garden. Li Yan tucked his hand in. And so did Chi Moore. Li Yan is naturally afraid of the cold. Ikemore is deserved. Bare legs in winter only wearing a stocking. Tweed skirt thicker cannot block the irrigation wind. It was the first time she had realized that beauty came at a price. The two walked to the lake and sat down again routinely. There were still a lot of things Ikemori didn't understand, but knew quite a bit. As much as I would like to get in touch with Amazing Lee, I can't right now. Although in her mind Amazing Lee was already his, in reality it wasn't. As much as she liked Amazing Lee, Amazing Lee didn't like her yet. So angry. Wow. Ikemori rubbed his hands together, breathed into his palms, and rubbed them together again. Li Yan looked at her. Don't you feed the fish? Ikemori shook his head and said in a single word. Feeding the fish doesn't feel fun anymore. Amazing Lee sighed. He really didn't know how to talk to Ikemori. In the past, with the barrier in place, Amazing Lee could still feel more comfortable with her. Li Yan, you're a good person, Chimore inexplicably said. Li Yan looked back at her, and Ikemori was a very serious expression, but Li Yan was a little taut. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. He finishes laughing and then gets a little embarrassed as Ikemori can't seem to understand why he's laughing. I'm sorry, Amazing Lee apologized. Not sorry. Ikemori cocked his head at him. Li Yan put his hands between his legs for warmth, and the man shifted gently in his chair, trying to add some heat by this movement. By the way, Ikemori, one day when you know what that means, can you say it to me at that time? Ikemori felt a little strange. I could talk to you every day. I learned to talk, albeit slowly. Okay, then you have to talk to me every day. Chimore nodded happily. This was the first time Li Yan asked her for something. Chapter 198 Evolution. But Incomplete Evolution, 5. Jianluan in front of the pad was a little uncomfortable and closed the software. Men like that are hella hard. She sighed, calling out to Jian Yuanzhou to give these two cuties, make ginger soup to drink. It didn't take long for it to get completely dark. Two little cuties. Sure enough, they couldn't hold it together, and went back to the house at an uncharacteristically fast pace. Returning to the room GMO, she found that Jianluan actually gave her a whole bowl of ginger soup as well, still with that very resistant look. Didn't eat the crab, don't need to drink it, just take a sip, then cook me a crab for dinner or I'll drink it for nothing. Jianluan frowned. Are you planning to do the same at Li Yan's house? Chimore spread his hands and looked like he was owed a fight. I asked my sister and she said that mom doesn't know how to make ginger soup. This complacent guy. It feels like a bit of progress, so I forget that there's still work to be done. Jianluan was somewhat helpless, took a king crab from the seafood cabinet in the refrigerator and put it on a small steamer. Chimore put up 2 fingers. 2, I can have 2 sips. Jianluan glanced behind her. Ikemori, I can't believe she forgot that little Flame was still there because of the crabs. Hey. She turned and laughed awkwardly. Amazingly laughed. My mom will steam crabs for you too, but at most 1 a day. Chimore nodded, his hand supporting his arm, the one supporting his arm resting on his cheek, a deep look on his face. I don't really like it very much. It's just going to go with the ginger soup. I know. So want some. Eat or not, is fine. With that on his lips, Ikemori was unhappy and obvious. Okay. Amazingly nodded and walked away with his bowl of ginger soup. Chimore looked like he was scratching his head, trying to explain to Li Yan, but she didn't know how to say it in a way that would confirm the next crab a day without breaking her perfect image in Li Yan's mind. Jianluan looked at this scene with great relief. She knew that Amazingly did listen to what was said at the dinner table. Still, it felt like Li Yan was intentionally teasing Chimore. For either purpose, it's a good thing. She stroked Ikemori's head. Now I'm completely relieved. The self-inflicted Chimo grunted and looked at Jianluan, then looked again, anxiously saying, crab. No. What to do? I thought you didn't like it. It's not like Yan Li's mom will make ginger soup for you to go with it. Jianluan pretended to be distressed. This is bad. Chimore, dash. Ikemori paced from side to side, scratching her face, scratching her legs. Her stockings were pumping from her scratching. But still, I can't think of a response. Jianluan spoke up at the right time. If you teach Li Yan's mom to make ginger soup, will you be allowed to eat it? After all, it's meant to go with it. Ikemori was very torn. Why does a favorite thing have to exist at the same time? Li Yan is a fan of ginger soup. Jianluan added. It was then that Ikemori sighed heavily and held up a finger admonishingly. Well, you'll have to tell mom that you can't do too much of that. Only then did Jianluan feel that something was wrong. Who is your mom? Chimore. Jianluan said expressionlessly. You're not allowed to eat crabs anymore. Ikimori almost cried, holding Jiang Wan's thigh. Her face rubbed and rubbed on her thigh, anxiously saying, "Mommy, mommy, mommy, mommy." And not coincidentally, at this point, a pretty boy finished his ginger soup. Amazingly, Jiangwan, ring in equal to ring in equal to. Jiangwan said smugly, "Actually, when I'm at home, Jimor is like this." Ikimori. Half an hour later, Jimor, who had finished his crab, sat down next to Li Yen. Mommy likes to joke. Ikimor grabbed a fruit and gave it to Amazingly. Amazingly took the peach and nodded. Aha. Actually, I'm not like that at home. Amazingly nodded. Aha. It was my mom who wanted me to take after the kids just now, and I couldn't help it. Amazingly nibbled on a peach and nodded. Aha. Ikimori. Amazingly, Li Yen didn't believe her. Angry. Got myself a peach to eat. Stealing a glance at Li Yen, he realized that he was smiling, a little differently than usual, to look a little better. Ikimori felt a little strange again, trotting off to find Jiangwan muttering in a low voice, "Ah. Jiangwan, you're not going to talk." Ikimori, "Ah. Jiangwan, okay, talk tired, you cannot give up." The two used encrypted calls and continued to whisper. Across the room, Li Yen laughed even harder. Ikimori sure is fun. He really did like it here after all. Ikimori didn't have that kind of past. They didn't have that kind of start. Would they have been happier being friends? Lumpy stuff. Can you stay away from it? At least until Ikimori finds all the lost happiness. Amazingly hoped so. Into the night. GMO of course slept with Jiangwan. Yes. No. Up. Ah. I. At that. Time. Didn't. Know. That. No. Could. 1. Sleep. Ikimori sighed. Still in that deep look. Amazingly nodded. It's fine. I. Sleep. Look. A little. Not. Good. Is. Not. You. Sleep. Not. Good. Amazingly shook his head. It won't. It's. Cold. Don't. No. Your. Room. Has. Air. Conditioning. Ikimori worried. Amazingly shook his head. The wind blowing through the door is hot. Okay. Well. Yeah. You. Have. Water. Drink. Well. Conversation that had been going on for 20 minutes. Ikimori was already slow to speak, and she kept her armpits pinned to the pillow. Jiangwan in the room had already tolerated it and opened the door. Still sleeping or not? The mask is almost dry. Jimor gave Li Yen a grudging look and went back to hugging his pillow. Amazingly. He sighed and fretted a bit. I don't know if the family has changed the locks on the room he's staying in. Go into the guest bedroom and turn on the light. He has more clothes at Ikimori's house than he does at home. The air conditioning in the room was turned on warmly, and Li Yen took off his robe, which had been changed into his long-awaited pajamas. The guest room was a bit smaller than Ikimori's, with less of a dresser and a desk that was a bit smaller than the dresser, but the bed was the same, big and soft. Amazingly found the button next to the bed. He had always wanted to try this massage function, but he was afraid of disturbing Jimor's sleep before. Debugged it and it turned on successfully. Li Yen lay on the bed, some bumps not knowing what points to pestle into. And it was really cool. If I had the money, I'd have to get a whole one. Thinking like this, Li Yen went into dreamland. Jiangwan, who was watching the casting screen, sipped her nourishing tea, while GMO on the other side had been jittery. She was startled to realize something. It seemed like they couldn't even sleep together after that, especially not at Amazingly's house. Thinking about it, Ikimori wasn't in a very good mood anymore. She looked at Jiangwan and said as if she didn't mean it, Mom, I want to eat individual peaches. Jiangwan rolled her eyes. Don't even think about going to Li Yan's room. Ikimori, I know it's hard to endure. Jiangwan soothed GMO. You're still young. In the future, even if Li Yan likes you, you can't sleep in the same bed with him. Jimor, sigma, degree. Ah. She was so surprised that even her first language came out. There's no why. Jiangwan's eyes drifted. If you're at school, you probably won't have long to make friends to find out. If you are really determined, I can still accept. Jiangwan remembered Li Mother's words as well as the family that. She sighed. The main thing is that someone will do away with him. You can never remember for Mother's words, not to mess up. Otherwise Li Yan is going to have bad luck. Ikimori sighed as well. Jiangwan relieved. But after success, a kiss or something is still possible. Just pay attention to avoiding people. Ikimori cheered up again and nodded. Aha! Chapter 199, The Protagonist. Monday. Magic City University. The thin man with a neck brace placed around his neck stood alone in the doorway. He tilted his head slightly to look at the solemn school building in front of him, and his mouth let out a mouthful of white air with a sense of emotion. Half a month ago, He almost died, Marty, but survived. It was meant to be. There is a term in fiction for a pretty boy like him who has an extraordinary encounter, called a protagonist. From today onwards, he will start a career, find a gentle and beautiful partner, and go on to the peak of his life. A dissonant voice broke the man's reverie. Hey, 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 what's the deal? The guard pointed at him. Not a student, come and register. Yi Shuai sighed quietly and took out his student ID. Please remember my name. The security guard rolled his eyes and waved his hand. It's a student hurrying to get in. Are in class pestle and mortar, what's going on here? Not afraid of being hit by a car. Yi Shuai snorted coldly, held his head up, and walked stiffly toward the school building. Check in with your counselor. Then go to the principal's office to finish receiving the attention of the school's leaders. It was already late in coming, and after half a day of grinding, it was already the middle of the school day. He decided to go after the man who saved his life first. That person in the future will be overwhelmed by his charisma and become a crucial player in his career map. In the hallway, Zhang Jiang and Li Yan were lying on the balcony smoking. You're so afraid of the cold. You don't want to warm up at noon with a game of soccer. Li Yan sniffled and glanced at him. The turf is full of water. Right. Not afraid of slipping. You don't understand. Zhang Jiang puffed out 2 puffs of smoke from his nose and said faintly, shoveling the ball this way will be silkier. Amazingly. Lu Xingchen appeared out of nowhere and nodded his head deeply. It's better to say it looks good or you guys play soccer. What's on TV? On Sunday, LV Xingchen got information from Chen Shishir, so she asked a few sisters to watch a soccer match to relieve their boredom. The teams were split into Shandong hometown teams, and teams from all over the world. As you can see from the team names, Zhang Jiang and Li Yan belong to 2 teams. After watching the game, LV Xingchen believes that these 2 teams are already the pinnacle of college soccer in the Magic City. Once someone touches the ball and carries it less than 10 meters, someone is bound to slide and fly in a dashing position, bringing up countless grass clippings. It was Nandong Han who made a bit of a fuss about affecting her watching the game. It's not easy to break a bone playing soccer. They all say they're practiced now. Inventor of unlimited soccer Zhang Zhang was very pleased with what he said and looked down at LV Xingchen. You really do know about soccer. Next time I'll invite you to be a referee. The 2 looked at each other and high-fived. It's a deal. X2. Hello guys. Yi Shuai had been standing by for a long time, realizing that no one was paying attention to him. He held his tongue for a long time before speaking. Words. Li Yan looked at Zhang Jiang and looked at LV Xingchen. Lu Xingchen looked at Li Yan to look at Zhang Jiang. Zhang Jiang looked at LV Xingchen to look at Li Yan. Amazingly, you recognize? Zhang Jiang, never seen it. LV Xingchen, don't look at me. I've only been studying for a few days. Just know a few of you. Yi Shuai's cheeks twitched slightly. My name is Yi Shuai. Amazingly, TSK is a bit familiar. Zhang Jiang frowned. It seems like I heard about it not long ago. Starry Lu. Yi Shuai wiped his face, almost involving the wound on his neck that hadn't healed all the way. You guys did it on purpose. Yanli and Zhang Jiang and Xingchen Lu? Receiving their sincere doubts, Yi Shuai was silent for a moment and helplessly said, Yi Lianchen. The 3 of them instantly donned a look of realization. Zhang Jiang, asterisk 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 asterisk. It's you. Still alive. Amazingly, pretty good recovery. I thought I had to be paralyzed. Luscious, did you eat the jelly I gave you? Yes. Yi Shuai think back to the door to send some fruit to return a gift to pull down forget. Befriending that white-skinned doctor lady is enough. By the way, I heard that the Chinese language and literature major came with a beautiful girl. Lu Xingchen took his cell phone and swiped the campus for him. Any interest in visiting? Li Yan drew a piece of paper and blew his nose. If you want to go, you can go. It's just upstairs. So close and you need someone to go with you to strengthen your courage. Zhang Jiang shrugged his shoulders. I'm afraid Yi Si will get angry. The ignored yeoman. Lu Xingchen tugged at the 2 of them. What if there are too many people for me to see? You guys help me squeeze. She looked back at Yi Shuai. Yi Lianchen, are you going or not? Yi Shuai was all a bit touched and nodded his head. The destination was upstairs, in a classroom against the stairway. The crowd was 3 times larger than usual, making the stairs crowded. 2 minutes later, so lovey-dovey and idle, Lu Xingchen leaned against the railing to catch his breath, amazingly rolled his eyes. Who are you to say that? On the stairs, Yi Shuai was still struggling to climb the stairs under the shelter of Zhang Jiang. It wasn't until Li Yan and LV Xingchen had split a pack of want snow cakes that they climbed up the stairs. But there's no need to look at pretty girls anymore. Beauty, she came on her own. She wore a turtleneck sweater over a fluffy down jacket, shorts with stockings underneath, and a pair of short boots on her feet. The whiteness of the beauty's face remained the same in the overcast weather. Her red lips were slightly parted, her breath a white mist of water, and as she stood still, she narrowed her eyes into a light smile. Good morning, Wenju. Li Yan wiped his face. You transferred? Wenju always had a quiet temperament, like a deep pool in a secluded and quiet place, but today seems to have changed a bit from before. When they first met, Li Yan always felt that she was bound by something, and today that bondage was gone, appearing subdued. Wenju brushed her short neck-length hair and responded to Li Yan's nonsense. Yeah, no wonder you didn't even come yesterday, so you wanted to give us a surprise. Lu Xingchen was also a bit surprised, and after reacting, he very doggedly kissed his ass. Sister Wenju with short hair looks better. Wenju smiled imploringly. I wanted to visit you guys first thing in the morning, but I don't know what kind of event is going on. It's always crowded. Starry Lu. Amazing Li. On the other side, Zhang Jiang and Yi Shuai were a few meters away from them. Zhang Jiang and Wenju weren't too familiar with each other and didn't plan on going to join in the fun. Yi Shuai had no one to protect him for fear of getting hurt, so he could only join Zhang Jiang. The two began to eavesdrop with interest on the gossip of passing students. Why him again? The good-looking ones at school are all ing related to him. But say yes, it's annoying. Back in the day it was widely rumored that this one was a dog licker. Hell, I didn't think it secretly licked that much. Ugh. It's so hard to get another transfer student that Lickspill actually recognizes. Yi Shuai and Zhang Jiang both ate melons in a line. Zhang Jiang pulled out a handful of melons from his pocket. Here, the whole point is not. Yi Shuai grabbed a few and continued to eat melon in a line with a complicated mood. Chapter 200. According to my analysis, it's absolutely impossible for a girl of Chen Shishir's and a transfer student's level to play well with a man at the same time. This might be something else, the classmate mysteriously said. How? The companion rose in interest. If it's then, what do you think? This, mused his companion for a moment, with a look of realization. Hey, you don't say that, you really don't say that. Tut, 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 sighed his companion a few times, but then remembered a possibility. But what if he is pretending? There is no such possibility. It is absolutely true. Just look at the guys who play with him. The classmate's eyes were deep. Either the thief is robust or the thief is weak. He gave a secretive smile. He has good taste in partners. You do have a bit of a perspective. My companion slapped his palm, and then felt wrong. Why do you know so well? The classmate blushed and inclined her head. The air was overflowing with ambiguity. The melon seeds in Zhang Jiang's hands were scattered all over the floor. So is Yi Shuai. At the same time, he took a few steps back, remembering the ones Zhang Jiang was helping in the hallway, and reached out to pat his clothes. Zhang Jiang looked at his reaction, also understood. Cheeks slightly twitching. You a dog biting Lu Dongbin? You see me like it? Yes. Zhang Jiang was expressionless as he continued to explain. I have a girlfriend. Straight. Without any possibility of bending. Yi Shuai was a bit skeptical. Really? Zhang Jiang flipped out the photo from his cell phone. This? My girlfriend. Yi Shuai took a look, then squinted his eyes for a closer look. Finally, he gave Zhang Jiang a somewhat shocked look. You can even find a girlfriend of this level? Zhang Jiang looked into the distance and said quietly, jealousy is a disease. Yi Shuai looked again at Li Yan, who was talking to the beautiful woman, and once again fell into silence. If it's not, then what does he have? Zhang Jiang glanced at him. How do you know he doesn't buy what? Yi Shuai. What the hell is that based on? From the appearance then you look a little handsome. Zhang Jiang put his hands in his pockets. Let's just say that this is more than a year's worth of time took our dormitory to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars. The movement will save you. And a few days ago was also honored by the public unit. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Shuai couldn't help but curse. Jealousy is a disease. Zhang Jiang faintly repeated. Yi Shuai continued. Why don't you take me to earn money? Zhang Jiang. It's fine if I don't do the main character. I just want money. Yi Shuai gritted his teeth. You're such a purist. Thanks. That's what everyone who knows me says. Ramblings. Lu Xingchen then pulled Wenju around the other side of the stairs. As the host, she decided to treat her friend well. Back to class. Lu Xingchen took out a bag of idle fun cookies from Li Yan's desk, a bag of melon seeds with half a bag left, and brown sugar, and had Zhang Jiang make Wenju a cup of soy milk. Li Yan looked at the afternoon pad stomach snacks and was Lu Xingchen shun away. Frowned. You treat take me please. What do I eat in the afternoon snacks? So the big kiosk is right there. Why don't you go buy it? Lu Xingchen frowned. I'm tired of eating it these days when you don't go to the kiosk. Just bought a car. No money chanting. Li Yan spread his hands. Before reacting, snacks also rub me. Began to invite you to eat that snack you have not yet swiped the money to me. Oops. Lu Xingchen scratched his head. Let's invite Wenju first. Don't worry about those details. Yi Shuai, Lu Xingchen, and Wenju, sipping brown sugar soybean milk while eating cookies. Next table. After playing games all night on the weekend, Chen Shishir, who had just woken up a bit confused, looked around the room. The eyes finally rested on Wenju. Seeing her, Chen Shishir instantly sobered up. Alarm bells ringing in her head. Why did you come to our school? Wenju smiled. I transferred schools. Cecilia Chen. Transfer? Aha! Wenju nodded, taking a sip of soy milk. Chen Shishir pondered for a while before asking again. Why did you change schools? Because I feel like this school is better. Wenju's eyes were on his nose, mouth, and heart. Not like he was talking nonsense at all. Why don't you come back a week later? Ha! Wenju was a bit surprised. Why didn't you come with Aki more? Just when he was worried that he had no excuse to explain, Chen Shishir delivered. That's too reasonable an excuse. Wenju was secretly delighted. I would have liked to come with Aki more, but I think I should familiarize myself with it first. She is more dependent on me after all, and I can be better company for her after I familiarize myself with it. Cecilia Chen. I wanted to go to Amazing Lee's house for dinner the other day, but I forgot to talk to my mom. I was going to ask Yen Li out on the weekend, but it turns out he was at Chi Moore's house. Now Wenju is back. Chen Shishir's face was cloudy. Lu Xingchen, on the other hand, bit into a cookie and muttered, Zhang Wenhai hasn't been seen for the past few days, and he occasionally invites me to the kiosk to buy snacks or something. Yen Li spread his hands. People are busy. Luscious sighed. Am I going to have to spend my own money on snacks? Wenju laughed. I'll treat you. No. Lu Xingchen had also learned a few points of Jianghu righteousness from Zhang Zhang, and waved his small hand. There's no such thing as letting a guest treat you. Right. Zhang Zhang flipped through his cell phone. I almost forgot if you didn't say it. Last night Zhang Wenhai said he'd treat us to a cafeteria meal at noon. Lu Xingchen slapped his palm. Yeah. Li Yan fell into silence. Zhang Wenhai occasionally treats people though, but since he had left the dormitory, there were very few dormitory activities that he participated in, and treats in the cafeteria are a common trick for this one. He said before that he couldn't help with the school festival. Zhang Wenhai hadn't looked for him in the past few days, and he had also heard that it had gone quite well. What went wrong? At that moment, the class bell rang. It's time to go and pack up. In the classroom, the teacher started lecturing to the PPT. Li Yan spun his pen in a rare moment of delirium. Halfway through the lesson, he reacted. Oh, Wenju came to school. Daejo is going to be sick again. He sighed. The ballpoint pen drew circles in the book. You can't blame anyone but him for being so stupid about this. I can't believe I thought I could take a step back and have a clean slate. He was worried about a lot of things, but the only person he hadn't been afraid of was Dai Chang. Since the effects can't be avoided, we'll just have to try. The morning went by in a flash and it was time for another meal. Since the cafeteria was retendered, the quality, taste, and quality have increased, and more students and faculty are choosing the cafeteria. So much so that the stores near the school that do takeout and dine-in are screaming for help, and they've recently started to roll up. But the students are cool with it, and they get to save a lot of money on their living expenses. So the density of milk tea increased in everyone's hands. College students don't use their money for food. LV Xingchen rubbed his chin, keenly grasping the business opportunity. I've decided. What did you decide? Chen Shishir glanced at her. Didn't we win 20W from scratching the lottery? LV Xingchen raised his eyebrows. I decided to open a milk tea store in the school. Chapter 201 Angels. Zhang Zhang. In fact, the bank interest rate is quite high. Cannot save a dead period. Yi Shuai glanced at the less reliable Lu Xingchen and nodded in agreement. Indeed. LV Xingchen clasped his hands on his chest and looked very irritated. What does it have to do with you guys? I just need to consult the shareholders. She looked at the two contributors with anticipation. Chen Shishir recognized. It feels quite fun. It counts as a good idea. Wenju stroked Lu Xingchen's head. It's okay. I don't have anywhere to spend my money anyway. Then make a call to Nangang Han in a moment, and we can start it up. Having received permission, LV Xingchen was so excited that he rubbed his hands together. Namgang Han? The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Yi Shuai's ears twitched, inclined his head to look at Lu Xingchen, and smiled. The person you're talking about, is that angel who saved me? Starry Lu. Something wrong with you? Yi Shuai coughed twice. Ahem. Actually, I am also interested in participating in this type of activity. Lu Xingchen looked Yi Shuai up and down. You have money. Yes, I can contribute. Lu Xingchen's eyes exploded with intelligence. It's okay to not pay wages? Yes. You can't catch a wolf by giving up a child. He gritted his teeth and nodded. Lu Xingchen drew a napkin, asked Zhang Wenhai to borrow a pen, and began to write the contract. With Chen Shishir and Wenju whispering and discussing, they drafted the labor contract that a capitalist would weep at the sight of. I voluntarily participate in the work of the milk tea store and promise not to receive any remuneration. I will work no less than 4 hours a day and will be completely obedient to the overtime arrangement of the leaders and will not take leave without a valid reason. Yi Shuai took the napkin and swept his eyes, and the grain in his mouth fell onto the tabletop. Is it necessary? You have a problem with that? It's not right to serve the person who saved your life. Lu Xingchen frowned. Yi Shuai glanced at Zhang Zhang, who was whistling and looking away under LV Xingchen's threatening eyes. This person, Lu Xingchen, likes to fan the flames, and there is also Yi Xi's Weibo, so Zhang Zhang does not dare to offend her for the time being. Yi Shuai couldn't get the help of the good people, so he could only lift the pen and unfold the napkin. But he still very chicken-heartedly chose to sign Yi Liangchen's 3 characters before handing it back to Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen took a look at it, then carefully put the napkin into his pocket. After the contract was signed, Yi Shuai rubbed his hands. I think we should pull a group to discuss it first. When will employees be able to discuss with their bosses? And pull you in later when there's a work group? Lu Xingchen directly flipped his face. Yes, Zhang Wenhai is very sincere in treating us today. The fried food on the second floor is genuinely not cheap, as evidenced by the fact that there is a waiter to serve it. After a total of 10 dishes were served, Zhang Wenhai swiped his meal card in style and continued to whisper something to Li Yan. Yi Shuai tried several times, but could not insert into the topic of the girls' group. Intending to find another way, he pestled Zhang Zhang, are you familiar with that white angel? Zhang Zhang chewed his beef and glanced at him. Nangong Han? Yi Shuai nodded his head repeatedly and gave Zhang Zhang a chicken leg. Look at you. You know everything at a single point. I can't learn this smartness of yours for the rest of my life. Zhang Zhang took a sip of lemonade to rinse his mouth. Still squinting at him, what are you going to do? Geez, actually, you know, that, well, it's that. I wanted to solemnly thank you for that. Can you make an introduction for me or something? Zhang Zhang raised his eyebrows and his eyes flicked to Li Yan. You look for his introduction. Yes, what's it got to do with him? Zhang Zhang smiled and explained. The day you almost died, Li Yan opened his heart for your white angel, and everyone clapped and said together on the lawn. That scene was truly a rare scene of pure love on campus. Yes, after a moment of silence, he couldn't tense up and pointed at himself. You mean, because of me? I'm laying my ing corpse on the ground to pave the way for both of them? Zhang Zhang frowned and angrily rebuked. Don't you say another word. Yes, he added. Plus it's going to have an NTR plot, and I'm having a hard time with a little bit of schoolyard pure love memories. Yes. Yi Shuai looked at the 2 people across from him, and with a wink to Zhang Zhang, asked in a low voice, what about them? Although I'm not sure, they should each have their own pure love memories with Li Yan. Zhang Zhang also whispered, this nifty, can be considered pure love. Zhang Zhang inclined his head. After all, they're buddies, so there's no way but to break it up into episodes and watch them one by one. Yes, you really do have a flexible moral compass. That's what everyone who knows me says. Yes, a teenage boy's heart breaks into 8 pieces from today, never to be put back together again. Amazingly, he will never know what kind of damage he has done to a handsome, beautiful boy. All he knows how to do is play pure love episode by episode. Yuck. Yi Shuai took a big bite of his free meal. On the opposite side, LV Xingchen's mood was very different from his. With Chen Shishir as well as when Zhu thought about the business map, and had a feeling that he was about to go on the Nasdaq to ring the bell. She looked over at Li Yan, who had been silent, and poked him with her chopsticks, shouting a disgruntled hey. Li Yan frowned and Zhang Wenhai didn't know what they were gesticulating about, and glanced at her with a look of displeasure at being disturbed. What for? LV Xingchen smiled evilly. I plan to open a milk tea store. The 2 of you have any suggestions you can put forward? Counting your technology into your shares. Put it in the bank for deadlines. Li Yan suggested with a smile and looked at Zhang Wenhai again. Zhang Wenhai was somewhat helpless and whispered to Li Yan. Let's talk about it later. Amazingly nodded. What are you 2 talking about? Lu Xingchen looked unkind. Planning to steal my business? How much does it cost to join a milk tea store? How much is the monthly rent for a 10 square foot store in a school? How much does it cost to decorate? How much does the equipment cost? And how much are the materials and daily wages? Let's do the math first. Okay? Starry Lu. Zhang Wenhai laughed. The school now encourages entrepreneurship. And there are also sponsors. There is a building on the second campus. The entire building can apply for 1 to 3 years of rent-free or low rent according to the needs of the place. Good projects will also give a startup capital. After the project begins to operate, you can also apply to the bank for a certain amount of low-interest loans. I'll find you an application template. You fill out a cast look. Lu Xingchen immediately turned his worry into joy and nodded slightly. It really must still be Zhang Wenhai. Amazingly, it's a hell of a thing for a milk tea store to apply for these. Worthy of being Zhang Wenhai, coaxing the little cutie. He does have a knack for it. When Zhu ate his fill, wiped his mouth and laughed, Then let's figure out how to fill out the application together. Chen Shishir clasped her hands on her chest. If it's not possible, I can take part of the deposit. The big deal is that we're renting a store. Amazing Lee. Chapter 1 High. Chapter 202. Finish your meal with your own thoughts. Yi Shui glared hatefully at Li Yan and drifted away. What's wrong? Li Yan was full of doubts. Zhang Zhang tucked his hands and looked to the sky. Jealousy is a disease. Amazing Lee. After pretending, Zhang Zhang carried the boxed lunch and said goodbye. I'm going to deliver food to Yi Si. See you all later. Under the shocked eyes of the crowd, Zhang Zhang stepped in a pleasant pace and left with a bounce. When Zhu looked at Zhang Zhang's back, the big man is quite cute when he looks at it like that. Chen Shishir nodded. Anyone who meets love will become cute. Lu Xingqian looked towards Li Yan, who was leaning against the trash can with a vicissitude of face and a cigarette. He was squinting at Zhang Wenhai, who had a sarcastic smile on his face. That guy doesn't look too cute. When you two can make him cute, my milk tea store will be stable. Lu Xingqian skimmed his lips. Wen Ju. Cecilia Chen. In no time, Li Yan and Zhang Wenhai merged with them. Wait for me for what? Go apply. Zhang Wenhai not sent you the link. The competition can be fierce. Late there will be no more. Li Yan patted the lingering smell of smoke on his body. Lu Xingqian looked at him with odd eyes. So anxious to rush us away. What secrets do you have? Chen Shishir nodded. I feel the same way. You have utilized me before. It's not too good to just abandon me now. I don't really care. When Zhu had a book cupped in his hand and was planning to go back to the classroom to read it. Cecilia Chen. Starry Lu. When Zhu immediately changed his tone. Indeed. I'm also a bit curious. Chen Shishir and Lu Xingqian were then satisfied. Athletics would be okay. And bad wouldn't be bad enough. But the organization of the school festival is different. This is not a good job. Do a good job is not good. Do a bad job is really not good. Li Yan didn't want to annoy them, but after asking them, he could only say bluntly. Zhang Wenhai said that he needs help for the school festival. Are you interested? LV Xingqian had no interest in group activities since the games, except for the fact that she could pick up things to eat, not to mention that she was hellbent on opening a milk tea store. Chen Shishir didn't have fond memories of the games either. Working half a day didn't help much. Although it was said that it was a buff or something for the students' union students, which actually hindered Li Yan more. And in the end, Nangong Han became the biggest winner instead. As long as the competitors didn't participate, she wasn't going to participate either. Wen Ju, on the other hand, simply felt that Li Yan should have his reasons for not wanting them to go. So the three men shook their heads in unison. LV Xingqian, no go. Not giving me any money. Chen Shishir spread her hands and said, I will only be helping if I go. Just call me when you need me. Wen Ju, I'm not too familiar with this kind of activity. Li Yan glanced at Zhang Wenhai. Look at you. How did you screw up last time, causing everyone's enthusiasm for the event to be lost? Chapter 1 High. Li Yan returned to his dorm room after a long time. Opening the small refrigerator that the four of them had pooled their money to buy, Li Yan took a can of Coke and sat down on Zhang Nianhua's seat before. Why is the dormitory still empty? Zhang Wenhai looked for the remote control to turn on the air conditioner while saying, it's not a new school year and there are no male transfer students. That's right. Did Zhang Nianhua contact you? I've been approached to dub it, and I've also asked Zhang Zhang to help me read the script. Li Yan frowned. Why don't you find me? Zhang Wenhai said incoherently. Aren't you busy? It must be very hard to cope with so many girls. Zhang Nianhua probably can't bear to bother you. Amazing Li grimaced. What exactly did you say? And what did he say? He says he makes games. You play for real. Amazing Li. After a bit of small talk, sit on the balcony and talk business. What have you guys been doing for the past few days? Weren't you all fine before? How did things come to this? Speaking of the school celebration, Zhang Wenhai is a worried look. Although we are well funded, we can't get a professional to participate, and I was originally worried that we wouldn't be able to achieve the intended results. But from what I hear from friends' school, they're very energized, talking about live streaming and spending money to cast streams. I therefore inquired. Their school has hired professional actors to string for the school festival, and they also hired a director from the theater for photography. The company they found for the set contracted, and they even arranged for makeup artists, lighting artists, and music directors. Knowing this situation, I discussed with Wang Yi and the others that the program for the school festival would be based on their school, and when they had made the arrangements, they would then let our students who had prepared the program go over and rehearse together a few times to familiarize themselves with each other. We all thought at the time that after all, our school didn't have the resources, and they didn't really have a position to tell us what to do when they valued it so highly and invested so much more than our school. With this joint organization, our school can take advantage of it no matter what. At least the venue is in our school, and even if the organizers are playing under their banner, The venue is ours after all. This way we can also save our funds for the next 2 days and everyone can have fun. They also agreed painfully at the time, and were in close contact with Wang Yi the other day. So for the past few days everyone in the student council has been concentrating on logistics for the students preparing for the show, just to make it look good and not hold them back, so I can deliver. Li Yan heard and understood. The two of them had also talked in the party, and he understood some of the situation. When it came to the time for you to hook up, they were delaying. That's why you were worried. That's what I said. Zhang Wenhai skimmed his lips. If there's really any problem, who can take the responsibility? Large-scale school celebrations are to find the district ZF approval. This is the school leader specifically arranged. You do not know how much importance the leadership. Amazingly, value letting yourselves do it so they can't do it? Li Yan spat. You don't know the situation. Zhang Wenhai said helplessly. The school festival is held in our school. It's already busy. Past alumni and leaders and such have to be arranged, and various units have to be coordinated. You can still invite family and friends to the school festival, and the transportation alone will be enough of a hassle by then, don't you think? Not to mention the fact that if you let the teacher leaders do it, is it still a school event? Amazingly rubbed his chin. Okay, so now what are you going to do first? Determine the attitude over there. Zhang Wenhai looked at him. Let's go together. I am unable to figure out why they are sick. You should be able to. No need to be sure. Amazingly spread his hands. Make preparations to run another set first. Chapter 1 High. You're kidding. Zhang Wenhai said suspiciously. Li Yan glanced at him. Who's kidding you? According to the previous scale of preparation does not spend much money. The basic equipment have it. Zhang Wenhai frowned. What is the point? If this is true, how can we compare with them? Yan Li sighed. It's not a matter of how it's compared, and it may not be used. But if you don't have a set of preparations for when there's a day or two left and they stretch. Li Yan looked at him again. What about you? Speaking of which, Zhang Wenhai realized. That's a man for a knife and a fish for a fish. You can pull a show when you say you can, and cancel a session when you say you can. Those students who have been preparing for so long and are looking forward to showing up at the school festival are okay to account for it. School leaders can't account for all the work they've done for nothing. Chapter 203, Unhappiness. Li Yan heard his thoughts and laughed. You really are the classic social animal thinking. Which internship unit can pick you up is considered to have picked up a cow or horse? Zhang Wenhai shrugged his shoulders. There's no way For me this is the face project. The leadership is happy on the line. Then at least a little bit of reward. The student body of everyone cannot be busy for nothing on the line. Anyway, the student council is scolded every day, but also used to it. It's true what you say, amazingly said quietly as he lit a cigarette. But I have a version with more serious consequences. Would you like to hear it? Zhang Wenhai. Can I stop listening? Li Yan swallowed clouds and fog. How is the recent progress with Yiwan? Why didn't you send a friend circle? Chapter 1 High. You really don't say. He tugged at the corner of his mouth. Li Yan spread his hands. I've always been the most persuasive person. It's not like you don't know. Seeing Zhang Wenhai's unfriendly look, Li Yan also stopped joking. He said seriously, you're not a choreography major. It's not unusual for you to be unclear about what's going on stage. There's no need to remove programs and segments to make it bad. A few random moves on stage can make a big joke. What will happen to the employment of art students in our school once they become famous? Not only that, public opinion as long as the derivation of a little more. The school art teacher will be interested in people with a magnifying glass to observe. This year, no matter whether the shooting or singing, who do not offend a few people, have this opportunity shall not be stepped on a foot hard. In that case, enrollment will be out of whack next year. I didn't have that problem with previous school festivals, but this is a live stream, and you have to pay 6 figures for a push-streamed live stream. Think about it? A comment that made Zhang Wenhai's hair stand on end. He had only thought it would be humiliating at best, but he hadn't expected it to come to this. Zhang Wenhai frowned. Who would dare to do such a thing with such serious consequences? It's not like they have anything to do with the serious consequences. Those of them may not think that way at the moment, but when this really comes out, everyone will be happy to see it. The benefit is to their school. From the students to the school leaders are happy. It's a simple reasoning. When our program is poor, their program is good. We have low enrollment. Guess who has high enrollment? Only Wang is injured. World reached. He's so pathetic. Think it's necessary to be bullied until graduation. Chapter 1 High. He couldn't laugh at this joke, and after thinking about it carefully, Zhang Wenhai's face grew darker and darker. But if that's the case, why turn the tables now? You can also operate when the school festival starts. Why do you care so much about such issues? Amazingly looked away. Flip-flopping is already the result. The problem now is that after the flip-flop, it will definitely lead to the question of such tactics. The simplest yet harmless to their favor. You'll even have a hard time catching the handle. It's perfect. Li Yan's eyes were deep as he looked at Zhang Wenhai. Get ready to get up. Junior. Jo much ma de. Zhang Wenhai decisively shouted to stop. He and Li Yan friendship is not a day or 2 days. This good sophistry tricked Zhang Wenhai too familiar. He narrowed his eyes. Emphasized. You still did not say why they flipped now. Amazingly. Oh, I thought of it. Zhang Wenhai asked himself when he didn't say anything. Because they're not as resourceful as you, Li Yan, and didn't realize the easy way to achieve that kind of consequence. So they intend to implement the plan of withdrawing the program card link that I thought of first before delaying it at this time. Then it's still a good thing that we're flipping now. Thanks to you bringing it up. Otherwise we'd have fallen for it. Zhang Wenhai slapped his palm. So why did he flip out? Amazingly, you explain. His tone was in jest, and he didn't necessarily want an answer. Just curious. If Li Yan didn't want to talk about it, he just had to use something like today's weather is really nice to pass it off. And Zhang Wenhai would never ask any further questions. But he looked unexpectedly despondent and stubbed out his cigarette. Li Yan didn't understand why. One thing after another. None of it was what he wanted to happen. And none of it had a pleasant outcome. It's really bad. Zhang Wenhai. I'm not sure why. He took a sip of coke and burped. I've surrendered and they still won't leave me alone. Li Yan looked at him and spoke from his heart. Even if it all goes the way Dai Chun wants, I even think it's acceptable and you'll handle it well when it really comes down to it. I'm well aware of your abilities. I'm telling you this because I'm afraid that if I don't act at this point, something will happen that will make me die 100 deaths. I don't understand. Zhang Wenhai lit a cigarette, stuffed it into Li Yan's mouth as well, and lit it. You're always reluctant to talk to me about these things, and after we met again from school, it seems like you're not willing to talk to me about anything anymore. It's not that I don't want to. Li Yan barred 2 puffs and said with a blank face, then I'll talk to you. He smoked half a cigarette, organized his thoughts, and spoke faintly. The reason why Dai Chang is taking great pains with the school festival is because our school sponsor this time has Pathfinder Investments, a company that is related to Chen Shishir, and he thinks that he can take advantage of a school festival to involve Chen Shishir. Daejo's dad's company is in the acting industry and needs this resource badly. He thinks I'm in the way. This issue, from the fact that I spared Dai Chengying, as well as the borrowed slope in the tea room, is already enough to express sincerity. But there's another problem. Dai Chang likes Wenju. Wenju's family is rich, or Wenju is good looking. The reason doesn't matter. Anyway, she's transferred to our school now. You know, I've saved people, and Wenju was one of them. Whatever the original reason for it, that's the case. So all the moves to surrender have been in vain, and the tacit agreement I wanted to reach has been broken. Now what should I say about Wenju? As long as I can make it clear these are not a problem, no matter what the explanation can be. Wait for the school festival to pass. I can apologize to Wenju on my knees for the offending remarks. Anyway, I'm a person who's used to being shameless. Li Yan looked at Zhang Wenhai with anticipation. Now that the situation is what I said, the bottom line of acceptance is so low, you can always come up with an argument. Zhang Wenhai nodded. Just pretend you didn't talk to me. Amazingly. Sure enough, it all comes with a price. Zhang Wenhai patted him on the shoulder. Other people see you playing with beautiful women every day, but in fact you're quite hardworking. After a moment's thought he added, how about asking their elders for help? Li Yan sighed. Do you think they didn't help? Exactly how many times and what kind of resources were spent? I'm not sure. I just can't believe it went so well under the sun. Involved in a big case, even as a witness. Why can you leave the police station in 7 days? Dai Chengying posted on the internet video why all disappeared overnight? Athletic events out of such a big thing in addition to recording a statement also looked for us? Why was Yi Lianchen discharged from the hospital so quickly? It's enough. It's even attentive to this extent. Do I still need to have someone from each family as an assistant? Nah. Look, just tell me what to say to Wenju's parents about this. Or what to say to Chen Shishir's parents about this. About something that hasn't happened yet. Chapter 1 High. Zhang Wenhai thought about it left and right, but still felt unable to say it. Once it is exported, it is a reproach to them no matter what the argument is. Everyone in the orphanage was helped by them to find a home, including Zhang Wenhai. He was the only one who could more or less understand Li Yan. He apologized. I shouldn't have asked. You've always had your ideas. It's me who was too curious. I'm not afraid of a fight. Even if it turns over and the sky is dark, as long as it's done right, I'm not afraid. You know, since I was a kid, I've never been afraid of that. Yanli stuffed his cigarette into a Coke can. I'm afraid it won't end. I'm afraid someone will get hurt. I'm afraid I won't be able to atone for 100 deaths. He let out a long sigh and exhaled a large cloud of white vapor. Today, I'm really upset. I'm almost at my limit. Zhang Wenhai, I can't take it anymore. Even surrendering doesn't help. He felt a vague pain in his head and reached out to scratch it, but held back. Are you okay? Zhang Wenhai worried. Aha! Amazingly answered, tucking his hands in his arms for warmth and fuming. In the afternoon time, the weather is getting more and more cloudy. He can't help but shiver, coughing twice before opening the door. Really chicken cold. Go back to your room. Just now when I bowl *********. First work. Zhang Wenhai was even more worried, but there was nothing he could do. The question. It seems that except for amazingly, there's nothing anyone can do about it. Chapter 204. I think it's better to talk to Dai Chang. Zhang Wenhai frowned. No matter what he's up to, he's still nominally cooperating on the school festival. Well, it's to go. Li Yan thought about it and felt the same. Make it about tomorrow. Don't have that much time to spend with him. If not, let Wang Yi flip out with him first. That's what I plan to do. Zhang Wenhai nodded. Li Yan came to Zhang Zhang's place to look for snacks. The guy had heard that he had purchased a lot of snacks online since he fell in love. After searching for half a day and not finding it, Zhang Wenhai spread his hands and said, "Don't look for it. It's all sent to the lab to bribe Yixi's classmate tutors." Amazingly, Zhang Wenhai rummaged under the bed and gave him a packet of custard pie. Li Yan unwrapped the package and broke it to eat. What do you think is our main problem now? I have not been involved. And I don't know much about this kind of activity. Last year I slept in the dormitory for a day when we held the school festival. It was so boring. It's indeed quite boring. If it wasn't for the fact that this time the field is a bit bigger and there are stalls and such activities in the 2 days behind, I guess it wouldn't be as popular as the games. Zhang Wenhai said helplessly. In fact, the main problem is the program. Before it is each class to prepare a program. What poetry recitation thieves awkward skit. Someone loved to watch it will be damned. This year is can't be so mixed up. So I looked for the school's clubs. Dance club, movie club, acting club and whatnot are all pretty powerful. There is no lack of powerful students who can take outside jobs to earn money. There is a certain level. The student council they also discussed, in addition to the preparation of the program, should give the money and bonuses and so on. Although there are before, but this time the amount of money is quite a lot higher. The forum are on the top. You did not see it. Li Yan rolled his eyes. What's there to see in a school forum? Chapter 1 High. So is your program enough now? Amazingly asked. Is worried about this in the preparation of the quality of those who can, but rely on the registration pressure no one to come. This time to live. Who dares to disgrace Na? It's already delicate with 2 weeks to go. Zhang Wenhai sighed. Wang Yi is bothering me every day because of this. Li Yan glanced at him. Do you still have enough money? Very much enough. Zhang Wenhai nodded. Each person who participates in the program is paid $200 a day for labor. 2 days a trial. 5 trials. The time spent before the one who didn't pass is paid as it is. And if he passes the trial, he adds 50 per day. I've seen the budget. You can't spend it all. Keep it to wipe your ass. According to my method of doing, even if something happens, people will read you good. Stupid or not, I really want to be bullied. Li Yan picked up the phone, opened the forum, flipped through the open accounts of the student union, and the student union meal subsidies and labor and so on also give money. It's really voluntary labor it. This time and not the school out of the money. Someone sponsors, can forcefully shell out Take the opportunity to develop the student council members cattle and horses more every day in the school to play a bully. How good. At least do not have to be busy like this. It's none of the incumbent's business where the former student president died. We're all good young men. Wang Yi is really deadhead. This is even worse than LV Xingchen. Amazingly was numb. Zhang Wenhai, on the other hand, smiled, knowing that finding Li Yan would be useful. He's the best at this. I'll let them determine the specific amount at their discretion, and I'll let them discuss the loopholes in the statute to see. Now it's just a matter of vetting. Zhang Wenhai looked at Li Yan. Someone with enough authority is needed. Otherwise if we shout about insiders or something, we'll still have to explain. It's unbearable. Li Yan, you guys money left to burn? Spend the money to invite Zhang Wenhai smiled. It's too late, and I can't be invited. Aren't you a choreography major? I have ing authority. Li Yan rolled his eyes, then rubbed his chin and thought, but it seems like there's still someone. Zhang Wenhai, Although I am not as good as Zhang Zhang, I still have some face at the local level. I can try to invite them. Li Yan looked at the time. Well, should have just woken up from a nap. This is the best time. Let's go. As a responsible counselor, Zhang Yanai has a lot of work to do every day. All sorts of magical little high-powered, high-mortality appliances from the girls' dormitories to the boys' dormitory in the middle of the night burning test papers to cook a copper stove hot pot. Almost carbon monoxide poisoning. These small problems are all within the scope of Zhang Ni's work. In a clean and tidy hospital, In the office of the registrar. In sleep. That flurry of sudden microphone calls. It all made Jiang and I feel. This class is truly hopeless. Today was a rare calm day. In the morning, wake up refreshed. At noon, no one sings Tibetan Plateau in the classroom. She was relieved. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the office door. Such a disciplined knock she was familiar with. Mostly poor students who had trouble applying for grants or something. Inquired about her name. And took a long time to do the mental build-up to get up the courage to come. Jiang and I took a sip of warm water and in as gentle a tone as possible. Come in. Hey, teacher. Li Yan entered the door carrying the snacks he bought from the kiosk. Jiang and I couldn't help but frown. There is no need for this person not to come to the office once in 800 years. Looking for someone to shout can drag 3 or 5 classes of goods. Today actually took the initiative to come? Facing skepticism, he took the bag of snacks he handed him. What's up? Li Yanfly rubbed his hands. Nothing. Just come to visit. By your care for almost 2 years. Did not take the initiative to communicate with you. Jiang and I was unmoved. Have a fart. Amazingly, the bonus for your anti-fraud script hasn't come down yet. The collection is collected. It still has to be rated upwards. So the money hasn't arrived yet. Jiang and I helplessly said. I'm short of your 300 to 500? Still come to ask a trip. You misunderstand. Li Yan sighed with a sad look. Can your promotion of me be measured in money? Jiang and I said expressionlessly. Cut the crap. Your move won't work on me. Li Yan could only call out to Zhang Wenhai to come in. 5 minutes later. Jiang and I frowned. Looking for me to review a program? I have a master's degree in communications and no degree in acting. I'm overwhelmed with specifics. But you have the authority to be kind and helpful. Amazingly Flies rubbed his hands together. Jiang and I was happy. Leaning back in her chair to drink water and glancing at him. Then will you still be stubborn in the future? Mendacity? What mendacity? It's not something I've ever done. Li Yan shook his head. Can you get sore when I ask you to do something? Li Yan nodded his head. Whenever there is something that a disciple serves, when have I ever been in pain? Jiang and I squinted at him. You nah. Hey, 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 hey. Li Yan had never smiled so flatteringly in his life. Chapter 205, Seeing the Light. Not Speaking the Light. The acting program will be getting a visiting professor to lecture recently. And that professor happens to be a classmate of mine. Hanging out from the theater. So I'll pull it for you then so he can help correct it. 3Q. 3Q. Amazing Lee scratched his head. I'm so touched and you're so nice. Jiang and I sighed and wanted to say something about him too. You're the most realistic of the students. You know how to do self-publishing right from the start. And you're not overly ambitious. You're learning while being pragmatic about your content. It's a shame how nothing is done now. Amazing Lee was shocked. How did you know that? I saw your computer when it was left in the classroom. Who told you to leave your computer without a password? And justifiably so. But now that he had a request, Li Yan could only scratch his head and explain. I feel too tired and intend to study hard. Jiang and I glanced at him. Isn't this a better way to learn? And there is extra income. Tired? What are you shouting about being tired at your age? How painful it is to become famous as a teenager. No plans to do anything more after that? Li Yan shook his head. No plans. That's how I am. I don't have big ambitions. You think highly of me. Jiang and I sniffed and raised her eyes to look deeply at him. Then lowered her head and sipped her tea. People have their own worries. I won't ask if they don't want to talk about it. She got up and stood in front of the blinds with her hands behind her back to get some air. The solution to many complex things under the sky is simple, but consummation is difficult, and not hurting others is impossible. Don't you think? Li Yan scratched his head. Teacher, I don't understand what you're saying. Jiang and I said expressionlessly. That classmate of mine is called Chen Dongfeng. That is, Chen Shishir's father. You should recognize him, but you may not know him very well. I do know him. He has always been a loudmouth. The bodyguards accompanying the award ceremony, including the fact that you know Chen Shishir. I was quite curious, so I asked more about it. And you don't have to pretend with me. I know all about you. Now that you're in this position, staying put is impossible. You have to move forward even if you don't want to. Not being in a hurry is good, but not being in a hurry at all is not good either. Jiang and I stretched out in her chair. Move forward slowly. Junior, you're still young. After saying that, she didn't want Li Yan's answer and waved her hand impatiently. Go about your business. Class love is not going to be there. Your assessment is only pass at best anyway. Amazing Li. What's the matter? Done whispering to the counselor? Zhang Wenhai grinned. His job was going quite well anyway. Li Yan gave him a biting look. Because of you, I can't get an honor in this subject. What about the scholarship? What about graduate school? Do you have any subjects that can be graded with honors? Zhang Wenhai was deeply puzzled. Amazing Li. The university is really unfair. Such a brilliant student like me is not even given a scholarship. Li Yan wrapped a scarf around his neck as he stepped away. Zhang Wenhai pulled him. Cut the crap. Let's go. Since the counselor released you, go to the student union and blow air conditioning with me. When the two arrived at the student council room, the others had arrived as well. Since Wang Ye's promotion, he is also considered a regular army, and his office is more than one grade higher. It's been upgraded from a utility room to a proper student union room, and there are even snacks and drinks available. Yanli grabbed a handful of food and put it in the corner spot, listening for a while before starting to play with his phone. After a while, it started again. Senior Li Yan, what do you think? Since the games, he was considered a supernumerary in the student body. After the junior ones got jacked up, the bruising led to a net of freshmen in the student body. His and Zhang Wenhai's seniority was rising as a result. So much so that when the topic was discussed to a certain extent, Wang Yi was bound to ask this question. Ha! Amazingly looked up. You guys talk, it's fine. After the perfunctory, he continued to play with his cell phone. It's not a babysitter, and with Zhang Wenhai around, there will never be any mistakes, and it's only when you're sick that you care about these little things. To say that the nanny is also Ikamo's nanny, serious get paid and also cover the internship chapter. With nothing to do, he swiped the circle of friends. Li Yan realized that there was something strange about Jimore lately. She started to run a circle of friends. In one morning, I changed 3 or 4 sets of clothes. All kinds of styling, all kinds of perspectives, all kinds of backgrounds, all kinds of filters, all kinds of 9-grid photos. What with cooking, swinging, reading, playing chess, making it look like Aiden. Jimore WeChat also did not have 2 people. What is the significance of showing photos? The only ones who liked it were Chen Shishir, Wen Ju, her parents, plus a Jiang Yuanzhou. I should be able to add a Li Coco and Mom later. Everyone nodded very routinely, and amazingly felt he couldn't be too out of touch. Tap into Ikamori's circle of friends and like every set of pictures. I had just finished clicking, and before I could exit the friend zone, the message came through. Ikemori/smile. What are you doing? Amazingly, playing with his cell phone. Ikimori/snicker. What's the game? Amazingly, brush up on your friends. Ikimori/puppy. Whose brush is it? Amazingly, where's your brush? Ikemori, so happy. Amazingly. Not long after, Jiang Yuanzhou also sent a message. Jiang Yuanzhou, why didn't you click the like button earlier? Do you know how many photos I've taken all morning? Amazingly. Gang Wanju, do you know how important it is for a girl to have her picture taken? Ha! Why don't you think about me? Amazingly, just tell me. I'm in class. Gang Wanju, can't you swipe your friends in class? Amazingly, that's what elders are supposed to say. Jiang Yuanzhou, have you ever treated me as an elder? Amazingly. After talking to Jiang Yuanzhou, Jiang Luan also sent a message. Jiang Luan, in the future, pick the pictures that are warmly dressed and click on them. Amazing Grace Li, okay. Finally the case is solved. Li Yan felt warm inside. It's still Auntie Kong who is the best and always catches the crux of the matter. Jiang Luan, when she's dressed warmly, pick what you think looks good. I think Jiang Yuanzhou has a problem with aesthetics. Amazingly, dressing is actually very professional for Cecilia Chan. Jiang Luan, she only reads your likes. Either you go and discuss it with Shishir. Amazing Grace Li, okay. Jiang Luan, it's better not to. I don't think it will work. I still need to rely on you. Amazingly. Jiang Luan, right. Before you buy clothes for the card how to stay in the room. Is not still have to buy things for Jimore. Amazingly, just give it to my mom. Jiang Luan, I'll make other arrangements for that one. Do you have money to buy snacks for Jimore? Amazingly. Jiang Luan, I don't have any objection to you treating her to a snack. But don't starve yourself. The card or let Jiang Yuanzhou bring it to you. Li Yan felt his heart burn. It still has to be Auntie Kong. He didn't even think much of it at the time and just gave it back. But it's hard to beat a penny. And he's been really poor lately. It's not an expensive snack that Ikemore loves, though, but now there is no short video income. Selling account money to Jiang Manhwa to do the game. The nanny salary still have to deduct his cell phone money. Only out and not in. Plus, after buying a car, his financial situation was on the verge of bankruptcy. There's just a couple thousand left on hand. Good thing dinner is now available at home. If you don't go down to the restaurant and treat yourself, you'll probably get by this year. Amazingly put down his cell phone. What are you laughing at? Zhang Wenhai glanced at him, looking so happy at what the hell. What do you care? Li Yan rolled his eyes. Do your job. TSK, TSK, TSK. Zoom in on the picture to look at someone's little girl's leg and save it. What are you going to do? Li Yan expressionlessly put his cell phone into his pocket. There are a lot of things in society that you can't see through, don't you think? Zhang Wenhai was dumbfounded. This damn thing can also be pretentious. It'll fit more places. You'll see tomorrow. Li Yan pulled off the scarf from the back of the chair and spread it on the table, intending to catch up on his sleep. Don't yell at me if anything happens. I want to wake up naturally. Chapter 1 Hi. Chapter 206 Happy Wenju 1. The next day. Same time in the afternoon. It was raining so hard that Li Yan was freezing. Zhang Wenhai held the umbrella and said helplessly, "You have to take the bus. How nice to take a taxi. I didn't fight because you said I couldn't be reimbursed. Why can't I be reimbursed?" Li Yan shrunk his neck in dissatisfaction. "Why don't I just invite you?" Zhang Wenhai sighed. "Then you didn't say so. I can't stop you from dragging me away when you see public transportation." Li Yan was afraid of cold. Zhang Wenhai had always known that. It was winter when he was picked up by Granny Dean, and a rare snow day in the Magic City. Good thing it's 6 months old and well raised. Otherwise Li Yan would have frozen to death that winter. But Zhang Wenhai was also responsible for his fear of cold. Zhang Wenhai knew about this by accident from the staff of the orphanage. At that time, I was still small and didn't understand anything. So after listening to it, I was stupid and went to find Li Yan to repeat it. It causes Amazing Li to dread the winter months. His fear of cold is so exaggerated that it's 80% heart disease. The two drove the navigation to find the agreed upon location. The destination being the college's administration building. Wenju was waiting at the door with a warm water bag in his pocket. And when he saw the two, he reached out and waved from a distance. Li Yan looked at Zhang Wenhai, who helplessly drew his hand from his pocket and raised it high in reply. Coming closer, Li Yan looked enviously at the furry electric hot water bag in Wenju's hand. "Where did you buy it?" "Not bought. The president of the chess club heard I was transferring and gave me a gift." Wenju looked touched. "She said that I always don't wear my winter clothes properly, and was worried that without her to look after me, I'd catch a cold. I'm so lucky to meet good people all the time." Wenju sniffled, looking genuinely emotional. Li Yan glanced at Zhang Wenhai. "Look at people. That birthday present for you whole? Send me the PS5. I've never been able to play on my black monkey and my laptop won't carry it. Roll. Cheapskate." Wenju led the two towards the location of the chess club. Because of Wenju's presence, this school took care of the chess club and had a special venue. Li Yan did think that Qiu Juanji had spent money to build it. Wenju's father felt like a character with Jiwanli, the kind of person who earns money just to spend it on his daughter. Dry real estate can still spend the money on building a field house for the school, and that's a waste of money. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's your birthday soon. Wenju looked over at him. Li Yan drew a napkin and wiped his nose. Soon. Soon. I'm over the lunar calendar. This year's Christmas just happens to be. You don't want to give me a PS5. I can't afford to return the gift. Wenju smiled. I'm not that big of a deal. Yanli smiled back. Finished with the formalities? She nodded. Well, it's done. Eichmore heard that next Tuesday to come. It seems to be with LV Xingchen a class. Do I feel it is still with you more reliable? Lu Xingchen is actually quite good. Wenju really thought so. A little naughty, but he's good to us all. You just get along with her for a day. Know what? She relies on you guys. A few good in the school. Fox Tiger cannot buy you well. Li Yan sighed. You've got a big problem with her. Amazing Li's face was furious, accusing her of bad behavior. I haven't had a full snack since I met her. Wenju covered her mouth and burst into laughter. She had a feeling school life would get more and more fun from now on. Let's play some chess when you're done talking to Daichang. Mordor University doesn't have an arena. Alas. Amazing Li. This kind of 100% failure game was not something that Yanli usually participated in, but the target was Wenju. She is very conscientious when reviewing the game and it is beneficial to improve her chess playing. Every time he signed up for a small abuse after playing with Wenju, it was a little silkier. He weighed his options and nodded. Could be. Zhang Wenhai. School festival. You really don't care? I'll just manage the program. I've worked hard to take on the role of director. Li Yan looked at him askance. For the rest, you guys find your own way to find laborers or go cheat Zhangjiang. Don't look for me. In the middle of winter, I can't do anything without air conditioning. Chapter 1 Hi. Passing by the kiosk, Li Yan started again. Not a bit of eyesight in the middle of winter. Go get some hot drinks. Chapter 1 Hi. Outside the door, the two men waited. Wenju looked over at Li Yan. You're on good terms with all your friends. There's no way it's bad. I had a few friends in my dorm room before I met you girls. Amazing Li sniffled. Rain drips from the roof of the supermarket. The two were not far apart, chatting and laughing. The man beside him, sometimes frowning, sometimes laughing, always looking so casual and reliable, no matter what the demeanor. Wenju thought he looked good. She usually always went over her words in her mind first, afraid that saying the wrong thing would seem rude, but it didn't need to be that way with Amazing Li, who always understood no matter what way it was expressed. Wenju covered her mouth and laughed softly. It's so much fun talking to you. I really like you. Amazing Lee. Wenju cocked his head to look at him suspiciously. What's wrong? Amazing Lee thought he should have gotten sidetracked and shrugged his shoulders. It's fine. And only then did Wenju react. She moved her body slowly, her face already red. Teeth gnawed at his tongue, relying on the pain to just barely hold on to his sanity. What did she say? It doesn't say. Said how he was like that. I don't think it says. Pretend it wasn't said. Both men, after their own complex or simple thoughts, restored to its previous state. It's getting cold. Yeah, Mom bought me winter clothes. And yeah, there's one fariki more that I have to deliver when I get home from school. Zhang Wenhai, who was kind enough not to interrupt them at the door, sigma, degree. It was amazing to hear such words from Wenju's mouth. And how the hell can we talk about it? Not bad for Amazing Lee. Zhang Wenhai's heart was filled with admiration and he intended to reacquaint himself with his good buddy. The rumors are true. The eyes of the masses are really bright. Licking dogs is not the nature of Li Yan. He is playing a big game of chess, hiding in front of the supermarket to brainstorm for a while. Finding nothing unusual in the situation, he came out. Is this okay? Zhang Wenhai handed Wenju a can of hot juice. Wenju nodded his thanks. He handed the other can of coffee to Amazing Lee. Your drink. Amazing Lee. Zhang Wenhai added. Are you not satisfied? Amazing Lee wondered. Did you just catch some nasty disease at the supermarket? Zhang Wenhai, it's okay. I just suddenly think you're awesome. Li Yan punched Zhang Wenhai without any good sense. What are you talking about? Waiting for you for half a day. I still have to go back to school to look for Ms. Zhang after pulling the wool over Dai Chang's eyes. She still has class in the last period. It's such a cold day. Do you want me to have detention? As soon as he opened his mouth with a whole bunch of complaints, Zhang Wenhai secretly rolled his eyes. The mind boggles. If you guys weren't talking about weird stuff, I'd be out of here by now. Out of nowhere he saw a familiar figure. Isn't that his girlfriend Yiwan? Recognizing it, he lifted his foot to go after it, but stopped. Wherever Yiwan is, there must be Qingyu, and they participated in the school festival over here. Zhang Wenhai started to get nervous for Yan Li. He wasn't the only one eavesdropping just now, was he? Chapter 207 Happy Wenju, 2. The further he went, the more Yan Li felt something was wrong. It stopped raining. No need for umbrellas. Zhang Wenhai then started to cat him behind him, staring at his back with very creepy eyes. It's like playing Assassin's Creed with him. The vestiges of being killed off are too strong. Li Yan looked back at Zhang Wenhai and realized that he also turned back, not knowing what he was looking for. You've been sneaking around since just now. What the hell? Li Yan frowned. Zhang Wenhai some tangled whether to tell him, or think the main thing is important not to mention with him. Incoherent said, nothing, just feel strange. Li Yan obviously misunderstood. He sighed. Don't have any illusions. Dai Chang will never hold back any good farts. Even if I'm wrong in my judgment, the ones I prepared won't go to waste. Well, you're right. Zhang Wenhai nodded. Wenju looked at Li Yan with some embarrassment. At that time I thought my brother's video would be beneficial to you, so I brought it over in a hurry. Now I think about whether I'm making things difficult for you. What are you talking about? Li Yan thought for a while before remembering. Oh, you mean Dai Changying? Wenju nodded, stumbling to explain. I'm not that close to her. She's too purposeful, and my mindset before wasn't that positive. So a lot of things weren't thought through. Isn't it bothering you? It's okay, it's not your fault. Amazing Lee laughed. But I'm still glad you were honest enough to tell me. Thank you. Wenju inclined his head and straightened his hair, burying his face in his scarf. Only then did he blush and nod. Well, in short, I'm on your side. Such youthful conversations and small gestures. Looking at Zhang Wenhai was numbing. Come on, don't be like that. I can't. You two change places. There's someone back there now. You can't kill a man without putting his heart out. Man. Amazingly was keen enough to look back at him again. Why do I get the feeling you're cursing me? No. Zhang Wenhai pointed to the front. Here it is. Go in first. Zhang Wenhai took a few quick steps and doggedly pushed open the door to invite the two. Chess clubs look like corrugated steel-built warehouses from the outside. You don't realize there's something else until you walk inside. Heating goes without saying. The overall bamboo and wood decoration is mainly. It is a very Chinese style of plain and elegant arrangement. A glance to hit the past. Li Yan only 3 words of evaluation. Tasteful. During the break, there happened to be some people playing against each other. Both sides are holding folding fans, pinching the chess pieces to match the folding fans in their hands, and their movements are elegant. It was a bit pretentious, but the level of pretentiousness was pretty high, at least not for Amazing Lee. He narrowed his eyes and took a closer look at the folding fan, looking over at Wenju. You wrote all the fan faces? Wenju was a bit embarrassed. The president said that I'm a former professional chess player. so he made me sign a fan for all of you. And I'm actually not good at writing in brushstrokes. Greed came out of Li Yan's eyes. Can you give me a whole handful as well? Wenju. Yikes. Being hugged from behind, the unguarded Wenju couldn't help but let out a cry. A 7-minute schoolgirl with light makeup rubbed Wenju's cheek intimately. Is it that you can't bear to part with me? Wenju, despite experiencing this many times, still couldn't stomach this type of intimacy and slapped her hand. Someone's there. The two men on the sidelines pretended not to see it, taking off their coats and hanging them on the hangers by themselves. It was only then that the senior sister noticed. She coughed twice in embarrassment and moved out from behind Wenju. Sorry, didn't notice. My name is Candle. I'm the president of the chess club. You guys are Wenju's friends, aren't you? Welcome to visit here. Li Yan took off his scarf and smiled at her perfunctorily. Li Yan, senior sister is too polite. Zhang Wenhai smiled the same way. My name is Zhang Wenhai. Nice to meet you. School marm. It's also too perfunctory. So we've met then. Candle crossed her arms and scowled. Now account for which one of you it was that abducted my big Wenju baby. Zhang Wenhai looked at Li Yan. Wenju subconsciously glanced at Li Yan. Li Yan, on the other hand, spread his hands helplessly. Are you kidding me? Who could abduct Wenju? She transferred to another school because she had an important friend to take care of. Candlewick. Is this guy pretending not to understand or really not? Candle was going to try something else, but unfortunately another person came along. Upon seeing this person, Candle and Wenju both revealed expressions of disgust. Zhang Wenhai and Li Yan, on the other hand, took it in stride. Daichang walked quickly and extended his hand from afar, and Zhang Wenhai took a few steps forward to shake his hand. Haven't seen you for a few days, alas. I'm still bothering you to come here. Let me explain to you first. The person who contacted Wang Yi a few days ago was really unreliable. I was also busy and didn't care. Now I see that it's better for the two of us to communicate. Daichang briefly and succinctly set himself aside. Zhang Wenhai smiled and responded. Why? I knew it was a misunderstanding. You also know that something happened in our school. In the heat of the moment, Wang Yi said break-up words. Really shouldn't. You have more tolerance. But he did almost mean it. The matter of contacting is still our contact. Yes. Daicheng looked at Li Yan again and reached out his hand once more. You're here too. Long time no see. There is something to be said for the word also. But Li Yan was that small family man. He reached out, too, and slapped his hand up as Daytown tried to shake it. A crisp ringing sound attracted everyone's attention. Li Yan was unraveling the second circle of the scarf. The movement of the hand did not stop. Casually said, Hey, what are you polite? All as a buddy place. Daicheng's face didn't look good for a split second before he recovered. He clasped his hands together to cover the changing colors in his palms and apologized to Candle. Dicky, sorry to borrow your chess club for a bit. A few people walked away. Candle sighed. That's a lot of talk for your little boyfriend, but not like the kind you'd like. I thought it was the other one when I walked in the door. Wenju almost stomped his foot in anxiety. School sister, don't you talk nonsense. Then why are you blushing? Candle slanted her a look. The heater's too hot. It's like this every time I come in. Wenju took off his scarf and helped Li Yan straighten out the various accessories hanging on the clothes rack. Candle leaned over the edge to watch her skillful little movements. TSK, look at you. You have no talent. When you lie in bed and have no strength you shouldn't still have to clean up, right? Wenju. What are you talking about? Candle was used to teasing her and said indifferently, I thought you knew what it meant. Wenju puffed out her cheeks and grunted. Say something like that again and I'll ignore you. Yo. Really angry. Don't worry. Let's just say a few words in private. I won't lose your face in person. She was all smiles. It really isn't. Don't be nosy. Senior sister. What's your hurry if you're not? Candle rolled her eyes darkly. Okay. She nodded perfunctorily, looking over to Li Yan's side and tugging Wenju along. Yo, chess, check it out. It's still break time, everyone is there. It's not good to talk about anything else. Let's play chess for fun. Li Yan sat cross-legged on the futon. I heard Wenju say that your level is very good, and you play back and forth with her, so I'd like to give it a try. Li Yan had heard Wenju talk about it. The fact that Dai Chang was a big vegetable pussy was very clear to him. Li Yan's greatest hobby in his life is abusing vegetables, so he can't go without a couple of plates. Dai Chang also had a good idea of his own level, and his face turned green and white as he sniffed. Seeing the two, Wenju Candle Zishi came and thought of an idea. My level is really average. I'm still in the learning stage. What do you think about letting Wenju and Sister Dicky give us guidance respectively? Amazing Li spread his hands. It doesn't matter. Then Wenju help me. I'll pick the awesome one. Dai Chung laughed. Wenju frowned. Candle whispered a few words into Wenju's ear before her brows relaxed and she nodded. I'll help the new guy then. Candle took a futon and sat next to Li Yan. Wenju took the futon that Candle had brought with him, and sat next to Li Yan as well. Day Town. I'm standing in Li Yan's perspective and analyzing Li Yan's purpose for playing chess for you, Wenju explained with a smile. Reasonable. Candle nodded. Then I'll analyze the purpose of Dai Chang's chess game for Li Yan. Day Town. Then you're still sitting across the table. Candle spread her hands and said, this is where I like to sit. Day Town. Chapter 208 Happy Wenju, 3, down a dozen steps, sort of an opening. Wenju grabbed the black and white pieces separately, and landed them on the board in reverse, setting up different chess shapes. In conjunction with the shape of the game, it describes several jōzeki derived from Amazing Li's playing into the position. Though she hated Dai Chang, Wenju wouldn't betray what she loved just because of her favor or dislike for people. Forming this chess shape allows you to either abandon the lone player for the power or fight on the spot. Simple and proactive. The most economical choice. Wenju finished his explanation, taking back the pieces one by one. In depth. I've been taught. Dai Chang retrieved his folding fan and dropped a piece, choosing the play recommended by Wenju. I understand the reasoning behind abandoning the sun to fight for the first place. Amazing Li looked at Candle. Candle said with an expressionless face, Wenju has finished. Amazing Li. It's a stereotype of AI running. What else do I have to say? My memory isn't as good as Wenju's. Amazing Li. What's in your eyes? Don't blame me for losing. Blame Wenju. Candle ZD juggled. Amazingly isn't that graceless. Dai Chang made a timely joke. Candle didn't bother with him. Li Yan, however, didn't play with Dai Chang's setup that Wenju had just laid out, and changed the direction of his stones. It's good to keep the variations. Wenju nodded in satisfaction. Well, best option for white. Amazingly sniffed and glanced at his mentor. Candle whistled. Actually, it's not quite a loss after the stereotype. At least two choices. Li Yan rolled his eyes and couldn't bear it. Can we change? Candle was disgruntled. Other than Wenju and the chess club. I'm the best at it. The two continue down. Wenju didn't let up. And Candle's level was so much worse that Dai Chang took advantage of the opening setup phase. By the middle of the game, Wenju stopped taking apart the explanations. Dai Chang still landed a sun and shook his folding fan twice, glancing at Wenju in passing. Wenju also only briefly commented a sentence or two. Amazingly, on the other hand, was playing chess to himself because his mentor was so much worse. With a like, staggering, to lose a abortive life or something screaming. If it wasn't for Wenju's friend, Li Yan would have started cursing. Half an hour had passed and the game had only reached the middle game. Daizhou's Grand Dragon also began to escape. He didn't even have to struggle much before he threw in the towel and conceded the loss. Wenju was very dissatisfied. Why did you give up such a chance in this game? Li Yan is so greedy to win. As long as the big dragon is doing the job, he's broken everywhere. Just played 3 robberies, which makes it impossible to find robberies? Hijacking is a technical term for the game of Go. This usually happens when both Othello players can eat each other. And since Go has a rule that does not allow repetition of the same type, when the opponent raises an attack, we can't just eat it back. If you want to eat it back, you have to find other must-save positions for your opponent to attack. When my opponent chooses to save the ball, I will be able to retrieve it. This cycle is called mugging. Hijacking is the beauty of Go. The position of attacking what must be saved is known as the robbery of wealth. The layout of Dai Chang is superior, and the robbed wealth is also more. As long as the fight keeps going, Yanli will collapse sooner or later. Wenju's thoughts were simple. The continuation of the game would be very beneficial to both sides in improving their level of play. She only cared about whether or not the two sides that she was instructing would benefit. And Daytown had a whole different idea. Although the level was average, he was able to read some of it. The timing of the surrender was chosen just when he had the highest winning percentage. He was afraid that if he went down any further he would reveal himself. And what's the difference between surrendering when it's clear you're going to win and winning? It also allows Amazing Li to hold his tongue. I've already been taught a lot, and relying on your instruction is a real win. Still smiling, Dai Chang responded to Wenju. I don't feel the need to care about winning or losing a game of chess. The two had been playing for quite some time, and with Wenju there, the chess club had filled up. Daytown's claims are all fart to those of you who can play chess. But now not only were there people from the chess club gathered around, but students from the student council also came over. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Dai Chang actually felt wrong when Wenju got angry. And the only reason why he hardened himself and didn't go soft with her was because of the presence of the student council. Li Yan and Wenju both looked like they'd eaten enough flies to be disgusted. Zhang Wenhai did not understand. Sitting like a douchebag, drinking tea, holding his urine and waiting for Li Yan to perform. And before Amazingly could start, Candlewick did. She was really justified in having a seizure. I've been putting up with this for half a day. and I'm surprised it's over after it started to get interesting. She pointed at Dai Chang and scolded. I think you are a. You know it. What the? And talk about go. Even those just learning to play chess in the chess club know to take it seriously. And when Ju's mom goes to the trouble of coaching you for a game and you come up with this? Lian, this kind of stinky chess basket are 100 times better than you. In front of Wenju he even dared to play this kind of chess. Although dish a little bit also counted as knowing to put up a fight in front of the woman he loves. You surround Wenju every day. And you still don't know what Wenju is most attached to? You're not even willing to take chess seriously. And you're still daydreaming about it. Shucks. Cursing is cursing. Don't hurt the innocent. Li Yan shook his leg and observed the expressions of the chess club people, who all seemed to be quite agreeable to the fact that he was a rookie. He's a little offended. And Wenju was listening with a different focus than he was. At this point the head is almost shrunk into the chess pier. Dai Cheng just said lightly, I just don't want to break the peace. He remained cultured, obviously about to win. Actually not playing. Too disgusting. The people in the chess club muttered in whispers. President Dickey is right. Where is this time to surrender and know how to play chess? Sister Wenju really wasted her time. How nice to instruct me. Just in time for the highlights. I was looking forward to Sister Wenju's replay later. It's all for the last time. What a shame. What a waste. What's the point of playing if you're going to win? The student council started. This president is just as smooth talking. Ha 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 ha. That's funny. The president is related to this Lee something or other. I think. Stepping on one. And you're a Go player. You're so unqualified. You just know how to spill. How can Wenju help this kind of person? He's been fooled. What a nice person Senior Dai is. What's the point of transferring? Who's the school building such an arena for? All day long. God forbid. The most useless club takes up the best venue. Don't say that. But the president does kinda. Alright, don't argue. Dai Chang advised. Candle was rightfully about to break defense again. At this point clenching her fists and crossing her eyes. It seems that as long as one side is always calm and collected, the exasperated side looks like they're spilling their guts. Especially if most people don't get it. Amazingly stopped Candle. Who jumped the gun? Indeed. President Dai has a point. Playing chess is just a game. There's no need to take it so seriously. Li Yan spread his hands. Wenju is just an unusual chess player in the top 100 in the country with a 6-figure appearance fee. It's normal that Congress President Dai Cheng doesn't care. Li Yan, while exaggerating a bit about the appearance fee aspect of Wenju, was accurate in his description of Dai Cheng's behavior. Whether he realized it or not, this was very disrespectful to Wenju. Everyone in the chess club began to tolerate the help as well. And Senior Dai is nice. You don't play chess, how do you know how precious it is to be instructed once by a professional chess player? Isn't it normal for the president to be angry when he can't get half a day's worth of begging, even after giving you this face? Bah! What are you pretending? You deserve to be cursed to death. If you don't like it, come and play some chess. People are willing to teach and you guys are jealous. Dai Chang is also very good. Worked with Wenju on a microfilm. What's wrong with friends getting along like that? Alright, don't argue. Dai Chang looked a little impatient, and apologized as he looked at Wenju. I thought it was just an unusual game of chess, but it actually started such a dispute. He looked at Li Yan and joked. It looks like playing chess isn't a good choice. Daejo wants it to end this way, because the scene was getting out of hand. Amazingly had no intention of giving him this chance. Wenju happened to be thinking the same thing. As cultured as she was, she couldn't look at this kind of thing. Say no more. She sat on the futon without moving a muscle. Every fold of her clothes and every strand of hair on top of her head all radiated seriousness and earnestness. Even when he was angry, he was so poised. It was a stark contrast to Dai Chang, who was smiling hypocritically across the room. She looked straight at Dai Chang and said politely and solemnly, "Since you despise me so much, don't invite me for guidance." One sentence confused Dai Chang. He never understood his offense to Wenju from start to finish. And Winjack continued as she stood up and looked around the room. Although her stature was not tall in the crowd, several of the people who had spoken out in the party did not dare to meet her eyes. Go is a part of my life. Insulting this competition and insulting the character of my fellow Go players is something I will never tolerate. If you have any comments, you can go to the school side to give feedback. Please don't say such words in front of me. It's a matter of my dignity and character. And if I hear it again, I'll make a solemn protest to the school authorities. There's one more thing I'd like to explain. The chess club is full of passionate friends and I'm sad to part with them. The transfer was all about my personal reasons. I'll cover all the costs of the arena and contribute an annual amount to keep it running. This is a matter of words, and I welcome the scrutiny. She looked to one familiar face, remembering the joy of playing against them on the board. I'll treasure in my heart the year or so I've spent with you all in chess. I've enjoyed every day here. Wenju's eyes filled with tears. There are always highs and lows in chess, but all of you are my fellow travelers, and whether you believe it or not, that's how I've always seen it. I also sincerely hope that the number of students who love this athletic endeavor grows. And then she stood up and patted her clothes. The crowd naturally parted a path. Amazing Lee was stunned. He hadn't expected Wenju to say something like that, and the chess club students were so clueless that they didn't even know how to applaud. Li Yan popping first shot up. The arena then erupted in applause. And then he realized that these people were not without eyesight. They were playing for real. I can't believe they all wiped their eyes. Chapter 209. In Dai Cheng's opinion, Go was just a game. And no matter how proficient Wenju was, it was just a means to make a living. So what was there to say about a part of life? Received honors for this aspect? For status? How many people care about this kind of stuff? The greatest value is just to raise the price of being dependent on a man a bit. Can Xiao Juanji really give his family's fortune to such a senseless daughter? Right now it's just a game of chess. So why embarrass him to such an extent? But that's the way it turned out. There was no wiggle room. Dai Cheng's face turned from green to white and back again. He recognized that he had always been good to Wenju. And understanding his aloof nature, he had never been in a hurry to make a move, only intending to take his time and grind it out. When the microfilm was shot, they even bothered to save her innings. What about Amazingly? What did he do? Why was Wenju's attitude towards Li Yan completely different from the others? And each one is closer than the last. Is it true what Qiu Yuanqi said, that Li Yan is proficient in this? All of this Dai Cheng couldn't figure out, but he understood one thing. In the tea room Li Yan had obviously softened up, and was now working against him just by virtue of Wenju's caring. Nothing more than a two-bite loser. Dai Cheng's eyes grew resentful, and the waste of soft food propped up his thighs and looked at him with a smirk. It looks like you're not quite welcome here, so why don't we talk somewhere else? Dai Cheng nodded his head forcefully. That's right, we can only explain it later. I didn't expect it to be misunderstood like this. Alas, Li Yan didn't continue to ignore him and looked towards the equally confused Zhang Wenhai, whispering to him, I've already exceeded my task. Go and nag him. I kind of want to play chess. Zhang Wenhai, I have a sentence of MMP, I don't know whether to say it or not. JPG. Li Yan's eyes roved over those behind Dai Cheng and continued. Can't you see? His fundamentals have been shaken. Zhang Wenhai raised his eyes to them. The people who had whispered earlier were all surveying Dai Cheng with hidden eyes at this moment. The aura constructed on money and hypocrisy is always so fragile. The person under the halo starts to break as soon as they exhibit traits that the halo doesn't match. Gentlemen. People with money. The one who was born to be with Wenju. Very impressive man. It finally condenses into someone who will accomplish something in the future. It is these halos that frame the mold of his promising future. Some people started to follow him, and became more determined to do so after gaining some benefits. Now, the aura of the person who is a perfect match for Wenju has been shattered, and he has become the person who can even hate a good-tempered person like Wenju. And all that aura will be questioned again with this change. All the details will come back to them in their minds. Is it not that reliable? Next, doing all that just for him. And finally, I've got to want more, or when I can't rely on it, I won't get anything. Amazingly wanted to laugh now. Wenju's words from the bottom of his heart worked better than 10,000 sentences of his yin and yang. Zhang Wenhai glanced at him and praised in a low voice. You really are Make it a little harder for him. He didn't make it harder for you guys too. Li Yan shrugged his shoulders. After Li Yan and Zhang Wenhai finished whispering, he looked at Dai Cheng again and said, Buddy, I'm sorry, I'm a bit afraid of the cold so I won't go. Turn around and play chess together sometime anon. Day Town. Zhang Wenhai sighed, stood up and patted Dai Cheng's shoulder. Go to your student union room. I didn't expect it to get like this. How's this for words? Turn around and tell Amazingly to give her a good talking to. Day Town. The group left in a cloud of gray. Dai Cheng fell at the end and turned around to give Li Yan a shady look. Amazingly returned a wide smile and gave a middle finger to his chest. Dude, you're welcome. You tore it up first. In the chess club, the game is hot. In the student union room, the atmosphere was odd. An open seat not far from the chess club. A lost in thought Chen Yu swirled a can of hot drink in her hand. Seeing Yuan coming from the distance, she took out another can from her pocket and handed it to her. Hard work. Yuan sat next to Chen Yu. I've asked around. Dai Cheng made Wenju angry. I heard it was quite humiliating. Seeing that she didn't continue, Chen Yu looked at her again. Yuan said helplessly. Li Yan doesn't seem to have done anything, and seems to have done something. It feels a bit strange. He's always like this. I thought you went to see Zhang Wenhai. Chen Yu opened the easy open can and took a sip of coffee. It'll get cold if you don't drink it. He's quite busy right now, and he even spat at Li Yan with me last night during the video when he clearly promised to help. But he still doesn't care about anything. Yuan handed the can to Chen Yu. I just cut my nails yesterday. I can't open it. Chunyu blushed and gave her a look, reaching down to open the can. Yi-won, where are you thinking? Chunyu was innocent. What are you talking about? I don't know. Zhang Wenhai and I haven't reached this point yet. Yi-won explained. What's it got to do with me? I can't even understand it. Chenyu took a small sip. Yi-won reached out to tickle Chenyu. It took her a moment to laugh. Okay, the coffee's going to spill. The two began to take small sips of their hot drinks. Yi-won looked at Chenyu. You secretly sad as well as go to him. Not all have been said clearly. From the beginning of the friend you are not unacceptable. Isn't Wenju a good fit for him? Chenyu's lips held the mouth of the can. Her speech slurred. Yi-won sighed. Go take a look if you're worried. Chenyu shook her head. Li Yen would still be embarrassed to see me now. And since the chess club is Wenju's place, me going over there would also make her have a bad time. And how bad would it be for her to have such a rare time? It's also true. Yi-won held the can and relieved her. Zhang Wenhai said that Li Yen agreed to be the director of the school festival. And there's always a chance to meet up at the rehearsal. Well, she nodded. I'll put on a good show and won't give him as much trouble as I did last time. Yi-won tended to her hair and straightened her scarf. There's still a long time to go. Don't be discouraged. Chen Yu's eyelashes fluttered. It's true that Li Yen still has a long time ahead of him. But, I've wasted all my time. She didn't want Yi-won to hear such demoralizing words again. It could only be swallowed with the bitter and sweet coffee. The rain is over and the sun is out. But it was still cold from the wet. And Chen Yu patted her butt and got up. Go back to the scene. I've rested enough. Broken School Festival also invited the director. Please, even if the level is average, the spectrum is still big. Yi-won threw the can into the trash can and said he would invite me to dinner. Disgusting stuff. Hard work. Chen Yu apologized a little. This is supposed to be the agent's job. Yi-won smiled. Haven't you always been bad at it? I want to try it. Li Yen just always does a good job. Chen Yu laughed bitterly. Why is it that at that time, when he was so close, he only felt that he was unusual, and the farther away he was, the more he saw how good he was. Don't always think like that. You don't even have the temperament of the past anymore. Always keep your head down. Yi-won bumped her shoulder. Spirit up. Without your own world. Don't think about entering other people's world. Okay, I'll try. Chen Yu clenched her fists. Chapter 210 Happy Wenju 4. The afternoon of fun went by in a flash. The friends from the chess club were very enthusiastic about sending both Wenju and Li Yen to the school entrance. Wait. Candle took away the hot water bag from Wenju's hand. Close your eyes for a moment. Ha! Candle reached out and blindfolded her. And Wenju dutifully cooperated. Amazingly watched as they ran to the janitor's room and fetched a bunch of stuff out. When Wenju opened his eyes, in their hands were all the little snacks and gifts they had sent. She showed a rare dumbfounded look, but her eyes grew red. Thank you. I really don't know what to say. She wiped her eyes. Candle took out the snakeskin bag from her bag that she had prepared long ago, and put the treats and gifts that Wenju was holding into the snakeskin bag, while the others followed suit and put their purchases into the snakeskin bag. She pulled off her hair tie and wrapped the bag tightly in a loop, tying it in a dead end knot before handing it to Amazing Lee. Amazing Lee. Candlewick, 1, 2, 3. The snakeskin bag was carried on Li Yan's shoulder. Amazing Lee. Call an errand boy. Will you? Li Yan said helplessly. Candle rolled her eyes. What if it abducts all our hard work? Can't a big man carry this stuff? Amazing Lee. Wenju did break into a smile and shook everyone's hands. I'm really sorry I didn't spend a lot of time playing chess with everyone before. It's quite enough already. I've had a lot of fun abusing vegetables this afternoon. Amazing Lee. Well, I thought that Sister Wenju's friends would be at a high level as well. But to be able to play instructional chess at this level, Sister Wenju is really patient. Amazing Lee. Still have to practice nah. Amazing Lee. Everyone asked the doorman to take a group photo, with a thumbs up and somewhat shy Wenju in the center, and Li Yen carrying a snakeskin bag in the background. Candle looked at the photo with satisfaction. This will be hanging on our chess club's photo wall from now on, and I'll put it big, in the very center. Amazing Lee. Come play again. Tell me in advance when you come. So close. Don't make it sound like life and death. Getting married, while at least invite us. Amazing Lee. Wenju walked out of the schoolhouse, past a corner. Is the stuff heavy? Wenju asked with his hands behind his back, inclining his head. Amazing Lee chewed his gum. It's okay. More snacks. And the gifts aren't too heavy. It's the first time I've received that many gifts. Wenju smiled. Are you hungry? Amazingly took out his cell phone and looked at the time and nodded. Kind of. Let's go eat Shaxian snacks then. I've never eaten at this one at school. A small bowl of ravioli for one person. It was not yet time for school to end, and it was served quickly. Wenju ruffled his hair and took small bites. Li Yan is not afraid of hot. A bite quickly finished. Wipe his mouth and start playing with the phone. What do you think of my brother? Wenju suddenly said. Yanli froze at her words and put down his phone to look at her. I don't want to lie to you. Wenju took a sip of his soup and continued. Did he do anything to you? Not really. Li Yan wouldn't say anything without proof yet. He probably doesn't like me very much, but there's not much chance of getting along in the future, so it doesn't matter. Okay. Wenju was thoughtful. Amazingly asked curiously. Why would you ask that? My father gave me a call to keep an eye on what my brother's been doing lately, and didn't emphasize anything in particular. Wenju blew on the ravioli. I thought you'd met and you'd have some clue before I asked you. It's not like I'm a god. Li Yan spread his hands. I just wanted to ask you. Didn't I? Okay. By the way, have you given Auntie Wen a good word about me? Wenju ate the wontons without speaking. Amazingly, Wenju was almost done eating. The owner's wife of Shasian Snacks came over with 2 servings of wakan soup. I didn't order it. Wenju looked at her with a confused expression. Amazingly rubbed his chin. Maybe it's those friends of yours point. Fine. Wenju looked to the boss's wife. The boss's wife just winked and smiled. Wenju used to always stop at the door but not come in. The boss's wife had been watching her for a long time. But business was busy, and when I just finished trying to find her, I couldn't see her again. The girl who was always alone reminded the boss's wife of her daughter who was studying far away. She simply wanted to talk to Wenju, and the many times she couldn't, it had almost become an obsession. But today, Wenju came in, and it was fine to come in, and bring someone she can talk to. The boss's wife was relieved, but started to worry about her daughter again. The boy my daughter found is not an equally good person. The owner's wife was making preparations to welcome the guests after school when she looked up and saw Li Yan, who was looking at her with a puzzled face. The boss's wife smiled. So amazingly smiled back. These are personally unaware of the goodwill. It was wonderful. Wenju was very attentive. Fong looked for a friend to confirm, and started scanning the payment code on the table when he finished eating. Yanli blocked the payment code. Don't scan it. It's going to make people sad. Wenju cocked his head at him suspiciously. Li Yan shouldered the snakeskin bag and whispered. Let's go. One day when you're in a bad mood, a person can come back to eat. Wenju was confused as he followed Li Yan out of the store. What were you talking about? Everyone's giving them away, so I have to give you a gift too. Yanli said mysteriously. It's my magical little magic. You just have to remember to come to the store any day in the future when you're particularly sad. Wenju didn't quite understand, just looked happy. It feels like you're just saying that, but I'll give it the benefit of the doubt. I'm not talking about it. The boss's wife's eyes were familiar to Yanli. When living in an orphanage, one always receives this look. I feel like today is the happiest day of my life. Wenju blushed. She was extraordinarily talkative today and seemed excited. Li Yan carried the snakeskin bag and walked towards the bus stop. Don't say such things. You're only a few years old. It's an exaggerated rhetorical device. Can you not contradict me today? Wenju pouted. What a time to be the saddest. Feeling a little bit of anticipation. Again. Kind of not looking forward to it. Wenju looked at Li Yan, who was carrying a snakeskin bag, and covered her mouth with a light smile. Today was truly the happiest day she had ever lived. Chapter 211 Preparations for the School Festival 1. The Labor Subsidy Bylaws, which were revised by the Student Government Association crowd, were released on Monday, but time is really tight. The charter comes out on Monday and registration closes on Wednesday. Li Yan specially let them write the copy plus school welfare giveaway. The first trial pass rate of 99%. The minimum each person can glean 400. Moncler Outlet Store come to play. Increase the size and boldness of the red letters and place them on the header. Although the student council was severely criticized after being discovered by the school leaders, but the criticism couldn't be directed at Li Yan anyway. The results were immediate, with nearly 100 applications online by noon on Wednesday. Under Zhang Wenhai's hypnotic urging, Li Yan finally intended to read the application form. The printer in the student union room was ticking away. Amazingly was too noisy. Opened the window and lit a cigarette. Turned around and asked, how many of our previous programs were there? 4. Zhang Wenhai sharpened his nails and stood guard over the printer. Li Yan's cheeks twitched slightly. I said how you hyped up the to count on me in the beginning, right? Zhang Wenhai blew on his fingernail clippings, organized the printed application forms into a pile, and set them on Li Yan's workstation. Leaving you space to design the program, isn't it? Amazingly. He leaned against the window to enjoy the last of his free time. After smoking a cigarette and stretching his hand against the air conditioner to warm himself, Zhang Wenhai had occupied his workstation and started reading the application form. It was just the first one, and Zhang Wenhai's expression was ugly. What the hell is all this? Look for yourself. Li Yan took the still warm A4 paper handed by Zhang Wenhai and looked at it. Applicant, 3 years of automobile training. Wang. Reason for applying, handsome. Interests or specialties in performing, pole dancing. Program suggestion/content summary, insert a 50 cm diameter steel pipe in the middle of the stage. Wang, can make it disappear in an instant? Don't ask me how I do it. Ask is magic. Li Yan laughed so hard that his stomach cramped. Picked up the seal of the student union and stamped on it, waiting for the seal of the seal of the seal. According to the form to find people. This kind of talent hard to pull also have to pull to me. This 400 he earns a certainty. Are you playing for real? It's this time of the year and you're still joking. Zhang Wenhai frowned. I told you that you can't use this method. But you don't. He turned them over one by one. His face getting worse and worse, 9 out of 10 of them are whole and alive. Tell me, how does this work? Li Yan glanced at him. This kind of work that will not be humiliated if you go on stage. Do you think anyone is really willing to do it? Our terms and conditions are clearly written. Lenient entry and strict exit. Those who voluntarily quit won't be paid a penny and will be penalized. This is obviously not filled out by myself. That plus filling out the application form. At least a pair of good friends. He flipped through the application form again, pulling one out and showing it to Zhang Wenhai. Look, there are also filling out 3 people. Obviously filling out the other 3 people in the same dormitory. What's the use of that and then how to discipline? People just come to the whole live. Zhang Wenhai helplessly said. They can still cooperate with you not. The money can not really give it for nothing. What's the rush? Li Yan crossed his eyes. You just think they're messing around? How can you think of people in such a simple way? He flicked the Master Magician application form in the palm of his hand and shrugged his shoulders. Sure, there's definitely some that are simply messing around, but the rest of that part of it definitely can't be viewed that way. What? Zhang Wenhai got interested and stopped being in a hurry, sitting back and waiting for the following. I think they probably hold that in mind. Amazingly leaned back in his chair with his arms wrapped around his chest and narrated. The first, wanting to participate in campus activities and hesitant to take the initiative to sign up because they might be ridiculed by other students. The second, wanting to earn this money and not quite believing in his own ability for fear of making a fool of himself. The third, wants to drag his friends and housemates along, but everyone else seems hesitant, so he hesitates too. These 3 hurdles stopped most of the students who wanted to participate in it, but for whatever reason, not being able to participate is not something they are willing to do. I asked Wang Yi to add the heads up of come and play with me. Moncler, just to give the most disgruntled of my classmates an outlet to vent their frustrations by living the whole job. Those draconian clauses give them another excuse for having to participate. Our classmates are very talented. Just giving an excuse is enough. I guess a big part of it are expecting the application to go through, so that they can accompany their friends over to have a look, and then think of ways to persuade them to come down. It's all over. There's no way out. You can only participate. At least you can earn 400 foot, and expect his friends to say, then you have to stay with me. Li Yan tweaked his hand. I don't think it's necessary to go through so much trouble. Just invite them together. After Zhang Wenhai heard and understood, he lamented inexplicably. You let me think about it for 8 lifetimes. I can't think of this kind of trick. You don't have to be polite. Just call my mom grandma in the future. I'll teach you all this mastery. Li Yan drooped his mouth. I'm really idle. Who would work so hard if not my own son? But screw you. Zhang Wenhai rolled his eyes, amazingly scanned over one by one, stamping each one until he saw another application. Applicant, Nikokuni. Reason for applying, apply for Nima. Interests or specialties in performing, singing, dancing, rap, basketball. Program suggestion/content summary, week event, run a nifty event. Might as well watch Idol Trainee. Li Yan frowned and casually flung the form to the floor. After listening to the explanation, Zhang Wenhai also understood how to select. He flipped through and saw 1-2. Applicants, all students of the school. Reason for applying, penny. Interests or specialties in performing, money laundering. Program suggestion/content summary, if you have so much money, you can give out 400 to everyone, and make it look like the real thing, and the monkeys will go to the stage to let people watch the monkey show. This kind of thing is not uncommon in 100 or so applications. That is, early preparation. The 2 people are also the more they look at the higher blood pressure. Really sick. Zhang Wenhai was so angry that he drank 2 large gulps of plain water to suppress it. The reason why so many things don't get done is that these already depraved losers are full of ideas to drag their passionate kind into the same depraved position. Ridicule, irony, sarcasm, everything. Li Yan expressionlessly tore up these application forms. I'm inclined to make this trash see what kind of passion can erupt from a kindred spirit that is pretty much the same in their eyes. Cheer up. Zhang Wenhai organized the approved applications and also checked the information of the people who filled out the forms and made a list. Not long after, Wang Yi brought people in. and Zhang Wenhai gave them the list. Let everyone work hard, make sure all of them are notified, and make sure to have them gather in the large conference room this afternoon. Wang Yi froze. So many people. I can't guarantee it. Chapter 1 Hi. Li Yan sighed. Send the stamped application to them. Don't worry if you can't find anyone for the time being. Add WeChat and pull up the group. It should be done today, right? Li Yan glanced at Wang Yi in a less assured manner. Senior, don't worry. Wang Yi patted his chest. Chapter 212 Preparations for the School Festival 2. Where's the rehearsal stage? Large conference room. Zhang Wenhai warmed his hands with a disposable cup. Lighting, sound, curtains, all looking for a teacher to debug. The props for the set are all pulled over. Amazingly nodded. What about people? Is there anyone who can use them? You teach now. I'll give you 10 people. If you can't, I'll give you 20. Anyway, there are enough people now. Zhang Wenhai took a sip of tea. Well, it's time for me to go help. You're really a living father. Li Yan rolled his eyes and instructed. Go wait for me in front of the principal's office when school is almost over. What for? Something to talk to him. Find some work for the leader. Just thinking about him idling his ass off in the office every day makes me feel bad. Chapter 1 Hi. Large conference room. On the empty stage, Li Yan leaned back in his chair, directing a group of people into a walkie-talkie to go about their business. Light crew. Light A is on. Pop. A whole row of spotlights blinded Yan Li, who closed his eyes. Dude, that key is set for the initial test configuration. Come to the point on the right. There's a box underneath that row. Find it? Found it. Sorry ha. Turn it off first then. What good is it to you to blind me? What are you nervous about? Take your time. It's not like there's a command and you must just press a random key. But this is easy for you too. You'll get good at it soon. Understood. Okay, then you guys keep playing and I'll spot check in half an hour. The walkie-talkie adjusted to some other frequency. Set team. How's the stuff coming along? The shelves are just being set up, and we'll start organizing soon. Amazingly was satisfied. Do you know how to organize it? I don't know. I don't know what it is to ask. What good am I to you to be idle? Go and prepare some boxes. Sort the set props and put them away. Label each one and arrange them neatly. And make record forms at the same time. Print 3 copies of the form. Give me one. Keep one. And use one for your registration. And remember to keep a record of both borrowing and returning. Specifically how to get you guys to consult the chapter 1 Hi. Tomorrow afternoon before getting it done on the line. Indeed boring a little bit. But manage this while you set team is a great work. Then think of ways to get you 2 more money to spend. Just get 2 more pussies. Roll. Under jingling music. Flickering spotlights. Amazingly leans back in his chair and commands for half an hour and goes backstage for half an hour. The more people did it, the smoother it went. But the more Yan Li did it, the bigger his head got. He realizes it's hard to get by without a professional. Just simply using it won't do. Lighting, set, and music have to be adjusted with the program changes. And Amazingly himself is not very good at it. And it is obvious that they are even less good at it coming from Amazingly. And it will affect the program rehearsals. In the midst of his thoughts, a pair of small hands blindfolded him. Guess who I am? Guess not. Li Yan broke his hand and turned back impatiently. Seeing the visitor he was a bit surprised. Nangong Han? Why are you here? Nangong Han wore a down jacket with a large fur collar. And underneath was a pleated long skirt with black pantyhose. Stepping into a pair of snow boots. The cheeks are flushed. I can't believe I can't even hear my voice. She grumbled. Sitting on the edge of Li Yan with her hands in her pockets and inclining her head. Humph. Li Yan glanced at her. There was no time to tease the little girl now. Continuing to output into the intercom. How's the music group playing? Did you read the instructions? Completely understood. The team leader was very confident. Turn on the reverb. Put on a BGM of Love's Provision. Turn the background tone to 12. The mic tone to 22. And Hold You in My Hands is considered successful when you sing it. Yan Li pinched his watch. 1 minute countdown. Start. On the other side of the intercom. Immediately began to chaos, mixing. Mixing. In tune. The background sound and microphone sound is which came. BGM found it. 5 minutes later. Nandong Han and Li Yan both covered their ears. Yeah. Sorry. Li Yan sighed. It's this thing that is the most difficult to get. He consoled. It's okay. The volume keys must be careful. This one finds someone to manage it can't make a mistake. The others just take their time. It doesn't affect. He stood up before he remembered there was someone beside him and pulled out the snacks he'd fished out of the student union room. Eat up. I'm going to go backstage and take a look around. Nangong Han dumbly opened the package, lowered his head and ate it in small bites. It's kind of cool when you're serious. Nangong Han was secretly delighted. Luckily, I saw the message withdrawn from Chen Shishir's group. knowing that Li Yan didn't have class immediately ran over. Haven't seen him in many days. Nangonghan won't be able to re-enroll in school until next year, and this period of time is all about rest time. But she's too embarrassed to disturb Li Yan's class for fear that Li Yan will think she's clingy. I only dared to meet him on weekends, but I could never think of an excuse, so now it's okay. Ha ha ha. Nangonghan covered her mouth and snickered as she was secretly happy as a person. It looks like many days to be alone with him, as long as it's when Chen Shishir can't find out. Ha 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 ha. Hey, I already know. Nangonghan Winston slowly turned back. Ah! Seeing Chen Shishir was a yell. Chen Shishir said expressionlessly, "Is that surprised? Why?" Nangonghan rubbed his chest and let out a long breath of relief. Can't disturb him, no? Chen Shishir crossed her legs and sat by Nangonghan's side to follow her advice. I won't disturb him. I'll just sit here and look at him. I also plan to go to the kiosk in a while to buy him some snacks to eat. Nangonghan explained vainly. Chen Shishir was very reluctant, obviously waiting for the rehearsal to start. It would be her turn to be alone with Li Yan. Why did you accidentally send it to the group when you were chatting with LV Xingchen in class on WeChat? And she even saw it. Right. You said you couldn't disturb him. Why are you here? Nangonghan surveyed Chen Shishir out of the corner of his eye. And you're not in class. I cannot go on anytime. I'm the opening guest of the school festival. Chen Shishir spread her hands. What's more, I'm not exactly a bother. Someone of my caliber can get a director anytime. Wow. You mean Li Yan is the director of the school festival? That's awesome. Nangonghan covered her mouth. Chen Shishir, are you for real or are you pretending? Li Yan was originally a choreography major, but even this major has so many students. Why Yan Li? It means he's good. Chen Shishir rubbed her temples. That's it. Why is Amazing Li the question? There was gossip in their class. Star Louis' class. Not to mention the juniors. I don't know if Li Yan will be under a lot of pressure. A gentle woman like her is by her side, and she doesn't know to talk about it. How hard it is to hold it in her heart. Hey, don't think about it. Nangonghan anxiously pushed the thinking Chen Shishir. Cecilia Chen. Nangonghan grunted in exasperation. He's not your boyfriend. You can't think nonsense. Okay? Chen Shishir, where did I? Cecilia Chen. Is it against the law? Call the police to arrest me if it's against the law. Chen Shishir broke the pot. Nangonghan. Chapter 213 Preparations for the School Festival, 3. I don't care. You just can't mess with your thoughts. I'm all. Nangonghan almond eyes flashing whispered. I'm all. Not thinking too much to say. So what did you think about? Chen Shishir was very curious. Kiss. She slightly beamed, and shyly scratched her head. Ugh. What law? No law. Just hold hands. Nangonghan looked a little apprehensive again. Isn't this a little too fast? Noticing Chen Shishir's strange look, she reacted. Who am I to talk to you? Cecilia Chen. She could conclude. Even if you give Nangonghan a year's time, if the other party doesn't take the initiative, it is estimated that he can't even hold hands. When you meet a stupid one, it's not certain that you'll be able to conceive a child after 8 years of marriage. Dr. Na, you are a doctor. Lu Xingchen doesn't understand. Don't you understand? Chen Shishir was anxious for her. How could she be so conservative? Elementary school students don't even fall in love so much that they're afraid to hold hands. What exactly is your view on relationships? Anxious individual. Chen Shishir tucked her hands in, looking like a big sister. Elementary school students aren't even like this anymore these days. Nangonghan tilted his head and looked at her suspiciously. Is there something wrong with my outlook on love? Yeah, most of these things are the first day of a confirmed relationship. Holding hands and all. There's still this kind of operation? Nangonghan's eyes gleamed with an inquisitive look. Cecilia Chen, receiving Chen Shishir's strange eyes. Nangonghan concealed 2 coughs. Cough. Oops. I've been studying. Which have the heart to observe these? You tell me in detail. There are upwardly mobile students. There are responsible teachers. Chen Shishir explained. The exact plot is probably rubbing the shoulder, then touching the back of the hand, then hooking the fingers, and finally holding on. Like this. What a great feeling. Then, Nangonghan took out from his pocket the other piece of want snow cake that was originally meant to be a souvenir and ate it. She realized that her worldview was going to be reshaped. Kissing words cannot be too fast. Too fast if no matter men and women are too frivolous. If you are really in a hurry, about a month will be enough. And when you date separately, it is best to send him downstairs at home at night. Take the initiative to kiss him, and then run home. Aha. Nangonghan nodded his head excitedly. The picture is very strong. It's totally understandable. It's worthy of being a bad. Shishir-san. So what's next? Chen Shishir glanced at her without any good humor and continued to explain. Actually, Lips touching is not considered kissing. According to the standard it is to stick out the tongue. It depends on the atmosphere. Nangonghan stomped his feet a few times in excitement before calming down. This I know. The key is how to operate. I'm not very clear. Chen Shirshir. How would I know? I haven't kissed. Okay. She gave Chen Shirshir a reproachful look, right to the point of saying it in key places. It's somewhat useful, but not very useful. Cecilia Chen. Is there any more intimate? Nangonghan pursed his lips, his eyes fluttering. That should only be possible if you get married. Chen Shirshir's eyes flickered as well. She didn't really know much about it, and that was basically the extent of her theoretical knowledge. I've seen the movie, but I have to rely on the action to make up the plot. Half an hour later, Li Yan came out of the backstage with a black line on his head. A whole bunch of people came out behind him with a huff and a puff. He saw the two in his seat chatting animatedly and snorted. You two are so red in the face. Is the heat on too high? Maybe I just came in and got smoked by the heat. Chen Shirshir was more calm. Nangonghan lowered his head. No, it's okay. Not very red. Nangonghan was always strange. Li Yan had gotten used to it and didn't care too much. Continue sitting here for a while? Or go and have some snacks? You're busy? Nangonghan jumped up. Li Yan said helplessly. If you don't allow rest, you'll have to revolt against me. The three of them followed the flow of people out of the large conference room and headed for the cafeteria. Refreshments are served in the afternoon on the second floor of the cafeteria. When I say snacks, it's just the ones left over from the breakfast sale. People lined up to buy what they wanted to eat, and the officer leading the meal card swipe stood by to help pay for it and collect the small bills. The three Li Yan people came last. When it was Li Yan's turn, he greeted the officer. Alright, you pick for yourself. It's okay. Sister Shirshir is an actress and senior. You're a director. It's okay to bring a friend. Don't dawdle. Get a grip. I have something else to do in a while. Li Yan helplessly said. The standard should be set higher. Be careful of others gossiping, so that someone looking for trouble you guys talk hard. Understood. The officer swiped his meal card and walked away with his tray. Yan Li ordered a dumpling and a serving of millet porridge. Chen Shirshir had gained a bit of weight recently, so she ordered a porridge. Nangonghan looked at how little Chen Shirshir ordered and was embarrassed to eat more. I want a meat bun and a cup of soy milk. The three sat at the same table. Nangonghan nibbled a mouthful of meat buns, sized up the obviously less energetic Li Yan for a few moments, and said with concern, It feels like you're working hard. It's okay. Yan Li yawned. Not really hard work, just rather trivial. Nangonghan nodded. I'll help then. Li Yan agreed after a moment's thought. Okay, you'll perform the program. Perform a program? Nangonghan cocked his head. I don't know how. Learn a lesson. Li Yan peeled the skin of the dumplings and gave her half of them with chopsticks. Accompany Chen Shirshir. She's going to sing 2 songs in the opening. It's too dry without an accompanist. Nangonghan took the plate and received it with a somewhat difficult look. May I? Try it. What do you think? Li Yan looked at Chen Shirshir. I can't say it if you don't say it. Chen Shirshir nodded her head repeatedly. Chill's body is very good. You don't need to perform too much. You'll have a few moves that will be very effective. And just wear a mask if you don't have good expression control. Actually, I think Wenju would be fine, but I have a feeling she won't be attending. So why don't you ask? Li Yan sighed. For the sake of the show, I'll just have to beg her to take a look. Beg? What are you begging for? Wasn't Wenju so happy yesterday? Chen Shirshir glanced at him. Li Yan helpless. How do I know what's going on? Maybe I'm happy playing chess. Soon the snacks were gone. Chen Shirshir and Li Yan walked towards the school building. Nangonghan followed them. These two were students in the school and she had nowhere else to go. Glancing at the time, she said pathetically, Do I have to go back? Come with me to the practice room. Let's match up first and see. Your voice is quite good. I feel like I can sing along. Chen Shirshir proposed. Hey, you're still pretty good. The fact that they could play together was what amazingly was most happy about. The rain is over and the evening sun is all over the sky. Li Yan slowly followed them. Performing live is not at all of the same nature as making a short film and making a video. For the effect to be outstanding, it must be constantly iterated and rehearsed. The instructor, Amazing Li, had the solution, but there was no place for the talent to match the stage show. Is there something bothering you about always sighing? Can you tell me? Chen Shirshir looked at him. Nangonghan looked back at him with the same concern. You've been frowning. I wanted to ask just now. It's just the stage thing. I want the effect but there's no one. The student council students are barely okay doing some basic coordination, but it's not nearly as fun to actually put on a show. Even a basic practitioner would be good. But unfortunately I don't have the time to find one right now. And even if I do, I won't have time to grind it out. Li Yan rubbed his brow. I'll ask my dad to think of a way. He happens to be coming to the school to give a lecture in a few days. Tell him to bring the ones he uses. Chen Shishir looked at Li Yan. Taking care of me all this time now. Let me contribute as well. Can a big brother in the industry be willing to take this kind of job? Chen Shishir's scalp was also a little numb when she remembered the living daddies that her mom's company had raised. Give it a try. The temper is a bit bad. This I'm not afraid of. It's good to be able to instruct twice so I can at least learn something. Thank you. Li Yan laughed. You're welcome. It's all due. Chen Shishir spat out her tongue and playfully agreed. Chapter 214, About Love, Above. One of the unused rooms in the teaching building was temporarily used by Chen Shishir as a practice room. But the equipment she brought was so valuable that even the teacher in charge of the building didn't dare to take charge of it. And she had specially installed a security door. She's the only one who even has the key. Chen Shishir didn't care. Even though the equipment was matched to her by Jiang Wan, she could afford to pay for it. The key was hidden under the doormat with a big grin. Opening the security door and opening the classroom door. Chen Shishir probed her head and looked twice. Unlock the security door. Then lock the room door. Amazingly. Drag me in for what? He was sent to him with the intention of leaving, and then he was dragged in. You're the director. Why don't you pay attention to the rehearsals for the opening program? Chen Shishir turned on the air conditioner and crossed her arms. Even though the investment is the Chimor family's big head, but my family also has a share. I want to supervise your work. Nangonghan got happy and secretly gave a thumbs up. It wasn't alone, but it was better to have Amazing Lee there than not. Amazing Lee explained. It's not bad that professional actors have to worry about me. Of course your opening act is important, and the stage effects will make time for discussion in the end. Then listen to it before you do. He saw that there was still time to spare and nodded in agreement. The room was quite large, and there was also a separated dressing room. Chen Shishir pulled Nangonghan in with her. Just listen to 2 songs and you have to change your clothes. Li Yan said helplessly. Makeup build body shape is all part of the performance. I'm barely in full makeup, and the clothes don't even change? Chen Shishir frowned. That's right. Nangonghan looked at the wide array of clothes in the locker room and his eyes glazed over. Ha 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 ha. Pulling the curtain closed, Chen Shishir poked her head out again. Don't you peek. Amazing Lee played with his phone. How nice of you not to let me in. The room was quiet and a rustling of clothing could clearly be heard. He casually turned up the volume and started swiping through the short videos. But you can't cover the sound of talking. Wow. Why are you so big? You can't even tell from the outside. Chen Shishir exclaimed. Ha, your hands are so cold. Just look, don't touch on. Nangonghan's tone was a little proud. Chen Shishir was in a suspicious tone. This scale is still in such good shape. Did you adjust it? Nangonghan strongly opposed. No. You're talking nonsense. The doctor will never do filler. In case it affects the nerve, scalpel can't even grip. Chen Shishir was silent for a while, and finally released. I can't starve a child either. Nangonghan nodded. That's right. There's no use for it other than feeding children. Oh, I forgot to tell you. There's an overlap between that aspect and the chapter on sticking your tongue out. What do you mean? Talk to you sometime. Okay, but Shishir-san's your waist is so thin, and your legs feel like they're glowing. Just touch it twice. Hey, aha, don't rub your face against it. Don't touch it. I'm going to get angry. I'm sorry, just now I seemed to be possessed by a demon. I totally couldn't help myself. The stopped Nangonghan spoke in a sardonic tone. Hurry up and get changed. You're not cold. You change into that suit. There's no harness on the chest. It should barely fit. Not so good. We'll customize it for you afterward. Wear it first to see how it looks. Amazing Lee had his headphones on from the shape bit. The 2 men milled about for a long time before coming out. Chen Shishir wore a hanbok, and so did Nangonghan, but her set had a larger chest slit, and she came out covering her chest. Amazing Lee. Li Yan only glanced at it and continued to look down at his phone, commenting with a professional perspective after holding the yuan back. This outfit doesn't work. We'll have to change it when the time comes. Chen Shishir glanced at Nangonghan and nodded resentfully. It's true that it's a bit over-reviewed. Nangonghan blushed through. Will the sticker fall off? This is a word. Li Yan cannot return to one. Expressionless head on the go. Drilling out of the doorway to pull the curtains, quickly stepped on the shoes. Did not have time to wear good. A goodbye out of the door. Li Yan's escape speed was too fast. They were too late to react. Cecilia Chen, Nangonghan, on the other hand, nervously looked down and wondered. Didn't fall down. People like him have a richer imagination. Chen Shishir glanced at her again. TSK, 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 I haven't worn this set. I'm giving it to you. It's also too appropriate. Remember to wear it for a night out with your boyfriend. Nangonghan pounded her chest with his small fist. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Chen Shishir was all a bit used to it. It's so boring. I thought I had to run when I fell. Nangonghan's face was so red that it was dripping blood as he crossed her. Humph. You really don't have a good heart. Just wanting me to make a fool of myself. Just kidding. Chen Shishir shrugged her shoulders. Let's go. Change back. There's no audience anyway. Changing clothes. Both were lined with fitted sweaters. The air conditioning in the room came up to temperature as well, so I didn't wear a jacket. Chen Shishir brewed 2 cups of instant coffee and handed one to Nangonghan. Nangonghan looked at the cup, a little embarrassed. Also specially prepared my sticker. Did not expect you people still strange good. Chen Shishir rolled her eyes. This is still something I learned from you. I thought you guys would come to my place to play, so I had it already. But everyone from the practice room is coming too, so I brought the cups over. You've been planning on having us play with you for a while now? Because you guys are perfect for each other. Chen Shishir spread her hands and said, inviting is fine, but it's not as much fun. And Li Yan said it's fine if I'm having fun. Saying that, she added, I'm so professional. It's only natural that he trusts me. You don't have to be jealous. Nangonghan also spread his hands. Watching TV will not necessarily watch your program, but looking for a Dr. Li Yan will definitely consult me. What is there to be jealous of? Cecilia Chen. It's rare that there are only 2 of them together, and although they can be combative, their personalities fit well together. Chen Shishir didn't really consider Nangonghan as an enemy either, and what she wanted wasn't something she could get by settling others. Love or friendship, you have to experience it at school not, and whether it was Nangonghan or anyone else, she couldn't hate them at all. If a certain one gets what he wants, she'll be upset, but she'll give her blessing, I guess. Of course, it's still human nature to draw circles and curse at night. Chen Shishir looked at her. You like Li Yan, right? Nangonghan sipped his coffee and shook his head. No, where is it? Cecilia Chen. What's left to hold on to? What's the point of pretending when you're like this? Nangonghan laughed dryly and threw the question back to her. What about you? You guessed it. Chen Shishir was quite frank, but Nangonghan's statement just now made her unhappy, so she didn't answer directly. Why? Nangonghan pursued. Let's see. Let's start with when I was a kid. When I was a kid I always thought I could meet him more often and be good friends, but my parents wouldn't let me meet him at the time. When I was slightly older, I thought that a hero who saves a beauty is to give his body in return. Well, it did start from the obsession of not being able to see him at that time. Chen Shishir lamented inexplicably. So I also have that simple time if I do not work well. Nangonghan aroused interest, stopped her from digressing and pursued. What happened afterward? Chapter 215 on love, below. The impression of the first meeting with Li Yan is okay. I feel that it is a stable person, because he is not too familiar with him, a little end of the line, but the conversation is still very natural. All in all not particularly good, but also not bad. The only thing that cannot be accepted is more intimate with Ji Moore. It wasn't until I lived near Chi Mo's house and was able to meet with Auntie Jiangluan often that I understood him a few times. Chen Shishir said expressionlessly. Auntie Jiangluan is just too strong. But then, that presents a problem. Uncle Ji is so rich, Auntie Jiang is very understanding, and Ji Moore is especially cute, especially with one heart. But why doesn't Li Yan have his heart set on it? He can't act like that even if he is pretending. Is it purely for the sake of repaying a favor? And something else mentally? But I can't see what Li Yan is coveting. To be honest, an entrepreneur of Uncle Chi's level, if he really has a plan it definitely won't escape his eyes. With this mind, Chi Moore will never be happy, and Auntie Jiang won't tolerate it either. Then let's not talk about bringing him to Chi Moore. Just look at how good Auntie is treating Li Yan right now. If they can pass as a person, what can't I pass as a person? Chen Shishir looked towards Nangonghan who was listening sideways. And I like him purely because he is trustworthy as a person. I understand the minutiae of life, but if it's him, I think it can be overcome. The future with him is worth looking forward to, and I'm convinced that I'm going to be happy with him. Nangonghan, Epsilon, you're just I told you a bunch of things and you won't say anything to me. Nangonghan sipped his coffee. You know everything about me AC. I just thought he could take care of me. Nangonghan scratched his head. Anyway, it's just fun, thinking about him. He just saved you once, but saved me twice. Hey, if the body in return should be my order higher. Nangonghan heatedly laughed. Chen Shishir, you'll sit at the same table as LV Xingqian from now on. Nangonghan wasn't too happy. What do you mean? Lu Xingqian is just a little kid. How much more mature do you think you are than her? Chen Shishir said helplessly. Nangonghan tapped his toes on the ground. I'm just not greedy. At least not as greedy as you. Chen Shishir. How I got greedy? Nangonghan, Theo. Chen Shishir rolled her eyes. Didn't you also think about this and that? Just thinking about it, but not as meticulously planned as you. Nangong-han tilted his head, but I still have a plan. It's just that no matter what, I'm going to go on a date with him once. Nangong-han blew the dense vapor on the cup, and his lips touched the coffee liquid to test the temperature before taking a large mouthful. She looked at Chen Shirshir and said seriously, just a date would be fine, even if we don't hold hands. But the date should be early enough to be able to go to breakfast together, go to the zoo or aquarium afterward, then have lunch at a very good restaurant, go shopping with me in the afternoon, and go to a restaurant where I can take pictures in the evening, and then go to a late movie. When we finally got home, he smiled at me and said it was okay to have a good day. He just has to be happy, and I'm happier to see him happy. And even though he's quite handsome when he's busy, it's still better to be lazy about him. I'll have a good salary in the future. I can afford to support him. Anyway, I'm studying screenwriting. I can work at home. I can subsidize the family. Don't work so hard. It's just that my work is sometimes busy and I still expect him to bring me food. I'll apply for a transfer when I have a baby. And then I'll get busy with work when I'm old enough to raise it. I plan to be a doctor all my life anyway. There's no rush, but if he has to work I can live with that, as long as he has me in mind. But for too long I think I'd still want to see each other. And hopefully he'll make time when I'm on vacation. And I think this should work. If it's really pushing it, I can switch to a less busy department or do medical research. Then I'll be free to specialize in his care. And I'm still a good cook, right? Chen Shirshir sniffed and didn't resist hugging Nangong-han, her face rubbing against her waist. You're so cute. Nangong-han was a bit embarrassed and then a bit less happy, but it always feels unnatural to get along with him now, even though it's like being good friends. But the scholar and the big personalities are both very natural to me, and he's a bit more careful. It's like stopping when you get somewhere. Nangong-han looked down at her. Chen Shirshir let go of Nangong-han, straightened her hair, and also let out a sigh. It's this feeling. Why am I talking to you about this? Chen Shirshir realized it as an afterthought. Nangong-han spread his hands. I don't know AC. We're competitors, aren't we? Chen Shirshir confirmed. Nangong-han spread his hands. You're probably not my opponent. Chen Shirshir gritted her teeth and countered. I will fulfill your wish before I finalize my relationship with him. She said and then hesitated a little. Don't even think about breakfast though. He won't be able to get up. Not even for a movie. He can only watch it with me. The zoo is something you can look at from afar when we have kids. For dinner, it's best to join me. Shopping feels a bit uncomfortable too, so it's better if we do it, and he can be allowed to carry 1 or 2 things for you. Nangong-han, you call this fulfillment of wishes? And I don't want to be this kind of bad guy. And what do you mean you can't get up in the morning? You really are a bad woman. You want to. That way even before you finalize the relationship. My version is different from yours. Chen Shirshir finished her coffee. Practice for a while. Li Yan is really going to get mad if the stage is messed up. He's still very strict once he's involved. Nangong-han nodded seriously. Alright, I'm willing to give you a supporting role, but I have to ask Li Yan for a reward if I succeed. Speaking of rewards, Chen Shirshir just recalled, grunted in anger. He said before that he invited me to the restaurant to eat alone. Damn it, this time the An must go. Nangong-han gloated. Being fooled? I'll remember things like this clearly. I'll call him every day. I'm sure I won't forget. In front of the principal's office, Yanli was jittery, looking around. What's wrong with you? Zhang Wenhai wondered. There's a sense of being missed. Zhang Wenhai rolled his eyes. Have you been missed less? It's also true that it's normal for people to have a few enemies when they're floating in the world. Li Yan tucked his pockets. Zhang Wenhai concurred. That's true. It's normal to have a few confidants. Amazing Li. By the way, which one are you more interested in? Zhang Wenhai curiously said. I have a feeling it's still the one you enlarged the picture of, isn't it? Amazing Li. Speak up. My progress with Yuan has just been told to you. Zhang Wenhai frowned. People can't be dogs like this. Amazing Li nestled into a chair. Don't associate me with them in that direction. It's not going to happen. As long as they are happy and learning in school and looking out for each other, my mission is accomplished. Zhang Wenhai glanced at him and continued to pursue. So which one is chosen after the mission is completed? Li Yan nestled his face in the scarf. Looking like a dead pig. No money. Can't afford to choose. Chapter 1 High. Chapter 216 Preparations for the School Festival, 4. In this regard, Zhang Wenhai knew deep down that he couldn't pry an answer out of Li Yan's mouth. He looked at his watch. The principal probably still has about 10 minutes to finish the meeting. Li Yan shivered and complained. What kind of meeting is this? Not doing anything serious day after day. Zhang Wenhai said helplessly. What exactly are you going to say to him? How can I cooperate with you? Amazingly glanced at him. I thought you knew. Who am I to know? Haven't read the school's forums, have you? So let's go take a look and brew up some emotions. He stood up intending to take a little jog to increase his calories. Zhang Wenhai, on the other hand, was confused as he picked up his cell phone and found the forum link and clicked on it. Which one to look at? Zhang Wenhai asked loudly. Whatever. Forum top recruiting announcement. The text delayed until noon to modify the normal version. He clicked in and looked at the comments. Normally a student council announcement would be lucky to get 3 or 5 messages, but this time it covered 400 or 500 floors. Very counterintuitive indeed. Zhang Wenhai started flipping through the comments. 3th floor, anonymous really rich. I heard that the student union can pay wages. I do not know how much money paid. 5th floor, anonymous just now in front of the restroom when I mentioned that the school festival can spend 100 Ws. The squatting row could not help but grunt softly. 6th floor, anonymous 100 W? 12th floor, anonymous greedy just sign up. Sour what's sour? 13th floor, anonymous identification is complete. Upstairs student union of the 2 dogs, reported Nima's name, and so on after the show you see still recognize. 15F, anonymous I heard that the school next door hired a professional director. I went to see it, it's pretty awesome. Our school, TSK, it's purely a surprise spending of funds. 19th floor, anonymous so give or take. 20th floor, Mordor University Student Union at 19th floor. Fill out the application and pass at least 400. 409 yo. Just like the real thing. And went looking for someone. Why didn't you come to me? Didn't you see my application? I'm an idle trainee. 414th floor, anonymous laugh me to death there are several in my class. For this money to disgrace. How bad must be the money? 419th floor, anonymous last year those poetry recitation of the Big Brother it. Enrollment did not. I'm waiting to see it. 420 floor, anonymous I heard that the director is 2 years that lick dog. Lick on the school leader is not the same. 423 floor, anonymous I have not officially signed up. Is it impossible to withdraw? 424 low, anonymous at 223F. Just fish around. You'll make at least 400 anyway. 425th floor, anonymous damned if I knew I'd fill it out too. Is it too late? 426th floor, anonymous deadline before school. Hurry up. I asked. Even the whole living passed. Li Yen finished his exercise, his face slightly relieved, and resumed his seat next to Zhang Wenhai. What's all this? Why don't you delete it? He frowned straight away. Li Yen shrugged his shoulders. This aspect is under my control. Wang Yi also contacted me. It's me who didn't allow the deletion. And it can't be deleted. You guys don't do other work? Zhang Wenhai pondered for a moment. So none of the afternoon applications are wanted? Some are seriously prepared. Just waiting for the deadline to sign up. Li Yen wiped the sweat on his forehead. And if you don't want it, you don't know what kind of demon you can make. I don't think you need to review it. All of them pass. It also appears that our 99% pass rate isn't false advertising, and you'll be able to do your jobs better, or at least have a direct line to on the school forums. But how do you have time to deal with pricks? Li Yen glanced at him. So much for coming to the principal. Chapter 1 High. Oh, the door's unlocked. Go in and wait. Someone interrupted the two. Both look up. The principal regularized the paperwork at hand and got straight to the point after adjusting to a comfortable sitting position in the sofa chair. What are your difficulties? Li Yen handed Zhang Wenhai's cell phone to the principal. The students at the school don't seem to approve of our work. Take a look. The principal only scanned the content twice before putting it down, as if he already knew. He had little expression. Speech is free, and since it's anonymous, it can't be dealt with. You're right, but there's no way we can do our job now, or you can give me a raise. The principal got serious. If you dare to post such things, you have to be prepared for such things. Otherwise why are you being criticized? Li Yen from the good. A guilty face. It's us who did not prepare. What should we do now? The principal glanced at him. Amazingly. The principal snorted coldly. Amazingly. He looked a little helpless. Okay. Tell me when the meeting is and I'll just go. That's a good feeling. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. You get up early. Li Yen rubbed his hands together. The principal opened the thermos to the water dispenser to blend some hot water, drank a few big mouthfuls, and squinted at him. Since I have long been ready to command me, but also should look for me to discuss. I do not agree with you how to do. Yes. You educated me. He fetched the disposable cups, caught 2 of them, and set them on the tabletop. Sit on the couch. It's hard for me to watch from the mortar and pestle. The 2 men took paper cups and sat down. How's the program coming along? He asked. It's okay, with you in the cast. Li Yen smiled and nodded. Principal, there are 15 days left, counting tomorrow's start. That's 14 days. Just be sure. He took another sip of tea. Completely unsure. Li Yen said seriously. Chapter 1 High. Principal, pfft. Seeing that the principal is really getting mad. Seeing the good news, Li Yan immediately explained. Actually, it's still a bit sure. It's just that our school style used to be a bit too free, completely prepared by the students, and now with such a big celebration ceremony, I think it's a bit less interesting just to be self-organized by the students. The principal took a rag from a drawer and swept him off his feet. Li Yan immediately doggedly ran to the table and wiped it up. The principal crossed his arms and leaned on the desktop, looking at him with a smirk. The teachers of all majors are busy, and just by your command? Didn't I hear that someone is coming to guide not, and I don't need to command. Li Yan stole a glance at the principal. If you ask me, just borrow someone's name to give orders. What do you say? He didn't have the heart to say. Guess what meeting I had this afternoon? Amazing Li. I say you. I told you to just come to me as long as it's beneficial to the students. What are you doing all this bending for? The principal frowned. Li Yan stood upright and was obediently disciplined. Can't blame him for being late. Hell, I didn't know it was going to happen, but I don't dare to talk back, and I'm looking for death if I touch this bad luck. Zhang Wenhai was still reliable, and at this point in time immediately helped to share the pot. I didn't have a choice 2 days ago before I asked him for help. The principal glanced at him. So are you. Since you do the overall work, you need to make staffing arrangements early. I knew what you guys were going to do from the beginning of that bull ***** notice. I just didn't think I could drag it out until now to find me. Both stood at attention and bowed their heads in a good boy-like manner. The office was silent for a while. The ragged breathing calmed down. This is over, but I warn you, there will be no next time. He actually knew that the two were not doing this for personal gain, and opened his mouth again to reassure them. But you guys put your hearts into it. The student body is very well organized. Nothing to pick on in that regard. It's also true that it's a little harder to figure out how to do it. With cynical classmates and seemingly less enthusiasm on the part of friends' school, the funding really isn't enough. And it's not a problem for me to pull down and beg for some. Remember, it doesn't matter if it's botched, as long as everyone gets something out of it. He grunted again. Alright, go ahead and do something. What the two don't know is this. Before he saw the bull ***** notice, the original agenda was to organize stage performances directly by professional school teachers. There was nothing at all for Yan Li.